When a man woke up, he found himself transported to a magical continent, becoming a half-orc cub in a wolf-slave tribe who had not yet hatched. The inside of the eggshell was suffocating, and his entire body was covered in a foul-smelling, sticky substance. He struggled to kick his legs, but still couldn't break through the hard shell. The sounds of hatching echoed from outside, as other young of the same species had already emerged from their shells, accompanied by the constant roars of monsters tearing at each other's flesh. A hunched figure trudged heavily into the depths of the cave. Adelic's gaze swept across the cave and quickly spotted the egg deep within. Why is there another egg? Adelic walked up to the unhatched egg with a puzzled look. Is he inherently this weak? Looks like he's destined to be cannon fodder. Adelic shook his head. Locke, however, was unable to hatch from the egg and could only sigh inwardly. Damn it, how can it be so hard? Where am I? Locke still wants to go home. As the egg struggled violently, the oxygen inside was being consumed more and more quickly. Locke's weak little hands kept pounding on the eggshell. A slight cracking sound suddenly rang out, and a bright light appeared before Locke's eyes. Locke gasped for breath of fresh air. He had almost died just now. As soon as Locke looked up, he saw an old orc staring intently at him. Locke looked at the orc with curiosity. The man seemed to have one foot in the grave. Adelic looked at the thin, half-orc cub before him, a flicker of sympathy and pity in his eyes. Such a weak orc cub would have a very hard time surviving. Huh? Seeing a glint of shrewdness flash in Locke's bright eyes, Adelic stroked his chin. A sage? Too bad he's a half-orc. In the orc tribe, only the strongest warriors can survive, because the law of the jungle is the most basic rule in the tribe. After giving Locke one last deep look, Ederic turned and walked out of the cave. Locke looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings and a group of orc cubs tearing at the flesh of a magical beast. The scene before him gave Locke the feeling that he had stumbled into a primitive society. Just then, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Let's fill our stomachs first. Does Locke intend to eat raw meat and drink blood like them? Locke felt a certain amount of resistance, but soon, the intense hunger overcame his reason. Locke quickly crawled toward the group of orc cubs, opened his mouth wide, and bit into the flesh of the monster. Just then, a fist slammed into Locke's head, instantly knocking him to the ground. The orc cub stared at Locke, its eyes filled with warning. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. The opponent has the bigger fist, so naturally they are stronger. Locke immediately moved away from the orc cubs who were fighting over food. What a joke! With his small and thin body, he could never be a match for these orc cubs. Soon, the entire monster was devoured by these orc cubs. After eating and drinking their fill, the orc cubs lay on the ground and fell fast asleep. The sounds of snoring, teeth grinding, and farting echoed each other in this small cave. Soon, the various smells mingled together, so strong that Locke almost vomited his bile. Locke covered his nose in disgust, finding the creatures utterly filthy. While the orc cubs rested, Locke crawled toward the monster skeleton. He suppressed the nausea deep inside him and began licking the remaining flesh and blood from the monster skeleton. Surprisingly, it tasted pretty good, especially the parts between the bones, where the most flesh and blood remained. However, even after Locke licked all the flesh and blood off the food, he was only half full. Left with no other option, he could only find a corner to sleep in. Once he was asleep, he no longer felt hungry. For 3 days in a row, Locke could only eat scraps left over from other orc cubs. On the 4th day, Locke mustered up the courage to try to snatch food, but unexpectedly he was beaten half to death by a half-orc cub. With his frail body, he was no match for these orc cubs. If it weren't for the timely appearance of the old orc Adelic, Locke would probably have been beaten to death by him long ago. After this lesson, Locke is determined to be a half-orc with his tail between his legs. On the 5th day, Adelic returned. After 5 consecutive days of growth, these orc cubs had clearly grown much taller. The strongest of the orc cubs was already able to walk upright. Adelic looked at the orc cub that could walk upright and nodded in satisfaction. Strong little guy, you deserve a name of your own. Adelic lifted the orc cub by the neck with one hand, looked at its menacing appearance, and spoke calmly. Let's call you Ager. May the great beast God bless you. Aig, the orc cub babbled. It seemed very happy that it finally had a name. Next, Adelic began to examine each of the orc cubs one by one. He shook his head and nodded at times, while also giving names to several of the orc cubs. Adelic turned his head and quickly saw Locke watching everything from the corner. Locke's frail appearance evoked a flash of disgust in Adelic's eyes. However, when he saw Locke's unusual calmness, with flashes of wisdom in his eyes from time to time, Adelic couldn't help but sigh. Locke, a hoarse yet exceptionally clear voice rang out. Adelic stared in shock at Locke, whose eyes remained as still as a deep well. Those small eyes held a profound depth that seemed beyond what one would expect from someone that young. Locke, may the god of wisdom bless you. Locke hadn't expected that this old man actually had some conscience after all. However, Adelic should at least take care of the other orc cubs and make sure Locke has a full meal. Locke couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment, and his gaze toward Adelic became somewhat melancholic. However, Adelic did not notice any of this. Beep, beep, beep. A melodious and long horn sound suddenly rang out in the wolf slave tribe. Upon hearing the horn, Adelic's brows furrowed instantly. His thoughts were also drawn back to his long memories. Sigh. A sigh followed. Adelic turned and walked out of the cave. He knew that the sound of the horn was the sign that the war had begun. Locke was extremely anxious, hoping that the old man wouldn't leave in a hurry and would at least help him so that he could have a full meal. However, the old orc seemed oblivious to everything and walked out of the cave with a solemn expression. Just as Adelic left the cave, a gaze fell upon Locke. Ager stood up and walked towards Locke step by step. It clenched its fists, making a crisp sound, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. Ding! Host under threat detected. System activated. Initiating integration now. The system has finally appeared. Locke knew that no transmigrator could be without a system. He was immediately filled with excitement. After suppressing this for so long, it's time to let these foolish orcs know what will happen if they provoke Locke. Locke mustered all his strength and swung his right fist, suddenly lunging at Ager. The other orc cubs watched this scene in shock. They never expected that an orc would dare to challenge Ager. Just as Locke's fist was about to smash into Ager's cheek, a small, powerful hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Locke's fist tightly. Locke glanced at the system in his mind, which still showed in harmony, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ager punched Locke hard in the cheek, instantly stunning him. Immediately afterwards, Ager mounted Locke and began to punch him with both fists. These past few days have taught Ager a lesson. Might makes right. Ager's fists rained down on Locke's face and body. In no time at all, Locke was beaten black and blue, his body covered in blood. He'd been careless. Locke originally thought that awakening the system would allow him to dominate among these orc cubs. But he overdid it, and the system still hadn't fully awakened. Locke endured a beating from Egg for about 5 minutes. Ager only stopped, panting, when he got tired of playing. It glanced at Locke with disdain, its eyes full of warning. As Ager left, Locke lay on the ground like a dead dog. The other orc cubs looked at Ager with fear in their eyes, but their eyes were full of disdain when they looked at Locke. The worship of the strong is a consciousness etched into the blood of the orc race. A violent coughing fit rang out, and Locke, who was barely clinging to life, felt utterly devastated. Damn system. It actually tricked Locke. This brat's strength is truly extraordinary. If I don't avenge this, Locke swears I will never be a half-orc again. Locke looked at Ager's arrogant back and made a silent vow in his heart. Once the system is fully awakened, Locke will definitely let that half-orc cub know why the flowers are so red. After lying on the cold ground for about half an hour, Locke finally stood up unsteadily. Ding! System integration complete. New player gift pack distribution now. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 10 gold coins. As a reward, you have mastered the basics of fire magic. Fireball. Fireball? Locke glanced at the fireball spell, and the flames of revenge that had just ignited were instantly extinguished. Casting a fireball requires 100 mana points. Locke only has 50 mana points right now. In other words, he can't cast this fireball spell no matter what. Locke glanced at his strength, which was a mere 1 point, and realized that pursuing the path of a warrior was definitely not an option. He glanced at the arrogant and domineering Ager, thinking to himself, "Let you be arrogant for a while longer. Ding. Please recruit soldiers and form a legion as soon as possible. When the legion reaches level 1, the level 1 shop will be unlocked. The higher the legion level, the higher the level of items unlocked in the shop. Level 1 legion, 10 members required." Locke looked at the level 1 shop, which contained strength potions, speed potions, stamina potions, and spirit potions. All sorts of potions were available. Locke became more and more excited as he looked. But right now, his primary task was to recruit soldiers as quickly as possible. These Orc cubs should count as soldiers, right? But how exactly do you recruit them? Locke was starting to have a headache. Should he just make them submit to his domineering aura? This was clearly impossible. Locke sighed heavily. He struggled to climb to a corner, leaned against the stone wall, and soon fell into a deep sleep. This continued for a month, and Locke's body had recovered, becoming much stronger than before. Locke is now able to run fast, and his attributes have also been greatly improved. At this moment, Ager was a head taller than all the other Orc cubs, with bulging veins on his arms and solid muscles. In contrast, Locke still looked malnourished, his whole body thin and bony. A series of heavy footsteps sounded, and all the Orc cubs looked in the direction from which the sound came. Soon, a burly Orc carried in a dead magical beast. He threw the monster into the center of the cave, and immediately all the Orc cubs rushed over to it. They surrounded the monster's corpse and began to tear it apart. "Enjoy this last meal. From now on, you'll have to fend for yourselves for food." Gotha seemed to be gloating as he spoke. He, too, had grown from a half-Orc cub to his current state, so he was naturally very familiar with the customs of the Wolf Slave Tribe. The Wolf Slave Tribe will only provide food for newborn Orc cubs for 1 month. Chapter 4. A month later, these Orc cubs would have to find their own food. Survival of the fittest. This was the eternal truth of the Orc race. Gotha looked at the group of cubs in front of him, grinned, and said, "From now on, you are free." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode out of the cave. Winter was coming, and he needed to hunt as soon as possible to stock up on supplies for the winter. Bang! Bang! Ager smashed 2 cubs that were fighting with him for food with 2 punches, tore off an entire hind leg of a magical beast, and retreated triumphantly to the side. He was already looking forward to life outside the cave. That was the life he truly longed for. Half an hour later, the entire monster had been devoured by the cubs, leaving only a skeleton. All of them lay on the ground with round bellies, looking completely satisfied. At that moment, a thin figure quietly got up and walked towards the skeleton. It was Locke. He cautiously observed his surroundings, afraid that someone might dislike him and use him as a punching bag. He'd been beaten quite a bit lately. Given the vast difference in strength, the other cubs frequently punched and kicked him, forcing Locke to endure it for the time being and live on with his head down. But as soon as he reached the skeleton, a pair of feet stopped in front of him. Locke looked up and saw a half-Orc cub a head taller than him, smiling at him. Behind it were 2 more cubs. The 3 of them had clearly planned this all along. Locke was wary but asked aloud, "What do you want?" The lead cub grinned and said, "Don't be nervous, my brother Locke. By the beast god, we just want to make friends with you." Locke stared at the man's sinister face, finding not a trace of sincerity in him. No one would believe that rhetoric. He had long since figured out the rules here. In the world of Orcs, strength reigns supreme. Whoever has the biggest fist is right. But Locke wasn't in a position to turn against them yet. He'd rather see what these 3 were up to first. So he touched his forehead, deliberately looking troubled. "Of course I'd like to be your friend, but my frail body is not worthy of being your brother." The lead cub glanced back at his companions, and all 3 of them showed delight in their eyes. Clearly, Locke's weak appearance suited their wishes perfectly. The cub immediately said, "Brother Locke, you mustn't say that. The beast god didn't give you a strong body, but he gave you the glory of wisdom. Wisdom isn't something those fools who only know brute force can possess. Don't you agree, dear brother Locke?" As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Ager. Ager was too powerful. Even he wouldn't want to provoke him easily. Locke, seeing the glint in the man's eyes, immediately understood that he was no ordinary Orc. This guy is cunning and treacherous, much more difficult to deal with than a brute like Ager, who only knows how to throw punches. However, Locke glanced at his own intelligence score of 80 and secretly encouraged himself. No matter how clever the opponent is, he can't possibly be more cunning than a modern man like him. He couldn't continue to be so subservient. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to recruit subordinates, and he might even be at the mercy of others just to survive. Thinking of this, Locke suddenly burst into laughter and hugged the orc cub tightly. "Brother, you're absolutely right. From today onwards, you are my brothers, even closer than blood brothers." A look of disgust flashed across the other's face, and he subconsciously wanted to push him away, but as if he had thought of something, he forcibly held back. "Great, Locke brothers. From today onwards, the four of us are a team, and we'll hunt together." Hearing this, Locke finally understood their purpose. What these three valued was his intelligence. They wanted to use him to help with the hunt. But this also aligned with Locke's plan. He was too weak. It was almost impossible for him to succeed hunting alone. Cooperating with them would at least increase his chances of survival. Although it was tantamount to seeking help from a tiger, fortune favors the bold. Locke refused to believe that he, with his own brains, couldn't defeat three orc cubs. And indeed, that was the case. The only one who truly valued Locke was this cunning fellow before him. The other two were merely there to make up the numbers. Locke chuckled and patted the other's shoulder. "As you wish, my dearest brother. May our friendship last forever." "Who can't be evasive?" The cub laughed and patted Locke back. "Brother Locke is right. May our friendship last forever." He had been worried that Locke would refuse, and had even prepared to use force to force him to submit, but things went surprisingly smoothly. Just then, a sharp shout suddenly rang out. "Get out of the way!" Locke almost instinctively dodged to the side. This was a habit he had developed from being beaten up these past few days, and it was precisely this reaction that allowed him to dodge many punches. But the three orc cubs did not retreat. Deep growls came from their throats as the three of them stared at the newcomer. "Ager, others may be afraid of you, but the three of us aren't." The lead cub glared at Ager, its eyes blazing with fury. The other two didn't back down either, but the fear in their eyes was impossible to hide. They had clearly experienced Ager's fist before. Ager sneered. "Three nameless trash dare to block my way? Get out of my way, or I'll show you the power of my fists." He raised his fist, about to strike, when the lead cub suddenly parted to make way. "They don't even have names?" Locke shook his head inwardly, casually assigning the three code names: 001, 002, and 003. He wasn't really in the mood to give them any good names, just for the sake of easy memorization. Ager swaggered out of the cave along the cleared path. As he passed Locke, he even turned his head to glance at him. That look was full of contempt, as if he were looking at a weak prey that could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. Locke clenched his fists, his face grim. He was all too familiar with that look. He was indeed no match for Ager now, so he could only endure it. "Locke, I really don't know what Lord Adelic saw in you. With your frail body, you're not even worthy of my attention." Ager shook his head, clearly convinced that this thin orc would die in the wilderness sooner or later, and then arrogantly turned and walked out of the cave. Locke stared at his retreating figure, a cold smile playing on his lips. So arrogant, he thought. One day, I'll make Ager bow down to me. 001 spat in Ager's direction, muttering defiantly, "Just a strong, muscle-bound idiot." Immediately afterwards, 001 led 002 and 003 out of the cave, calling out without turning its head, "Dear Locke brother, come with us when you've eaten. We should go out hunting." It didn't wait for Locke's reply at all, and Locke wasn't angry. With his current strength, to avoid starving, he either had to follow Ager or these three relatively strong cubs. But Ager clearly didn't think much of him, so Locke had no other choice but to quickly catch up. Emerging from the cave, one is greeted by a desolate valley devoid of vegetation. This is the Wolf Slave orc tribe. The harsh environment and barren land make cultivation impossible, forcing the orcs in the tribe to rely solely on hunting for survival. As Locke followed 001 and the others through the valley, all the orcs around looked over, but the faces of the men, women, and children showed no surprise or expectation, only numbness from long-term hunger. Apart from a few able-bodied young men who were still relatively strong, Most of the other orcs were emaciated, some even unable to straighten their backs. Locke knew very well that this was the result of long-term hunger and malnutrition. Food was the most pressing problem for this tribe. Looking around at the desolate valley, he already had a goal in mind. Having come to this strange world, his journey would begin with conquering the wolf slave tribe. What beast god? Once he truly controls this place, the only true god of the wolf slave tribe will be him, Locke. He knows the taste of hunger all too well. In this barren place, if you want to eat your fill, you have to fight for it yourself. As Locke walked out of the valley, he continued to observe the tribe's situation. The wolf slave tribe consisted of only about 200 orcs, clearly a weak tribe. The strong orcs carried only crude bone weapons, lacking even the simplest iron implements, a testament to the poverty and backwardness of the place. Locke couldn't help but think that since orcs existed in this world, there must also be humans. He didn't know how far human civilization had progressed. However, he was well aware that orcs and humans were mostly enemies. It would be difficult for a race that relied on hunting and couldn't even get enough to eat, and a race that could cultivate the land, to coexist peacefully. After all, resources are limited, and survival itself is a struggle. But for Locke, the most important thing right now is to bring 001, 002, and 003 to his side. These 3 half-orc cubs might become his earliest source of strength. Just then, 001, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and let out a low growl. Locke immediately ran over and found that they had reached the edge of the forest. On the muddy ground, there was a clear footprint. He looked down at his feet. The footprints were exactly the same shape as the orcs, only noticeably larger. These were clearly the footprints left by Ager. 002 and 003 gazed into the depths of the forest, growling softly, their eyes filled with a hunger for food. 001 turned to Locke and asked, "Dear brother Locke, are these the footprints of a magical beast?" Locke scratched his head, speechless for a moment. These look like the footprints of a half-orc. 001 couldn't even recognize the footprints of his own kind. Looking at 002 and 003, who could only roar, Locke immediately understood. A brain is indeed a good thing, but not every orc has one. He said directly, "These should be Ager's footprints. We'd better avoid them." After listening, 001 took a step forward, lifted his foot, and carefully compared the footprints. He then discovered that the two were almost identical in shape, except that Ager's foot was larger. Only then did 001 believe Locke's judgment. Locke further confirmed that while 001 was smarter than 002 and 003, its intelligence was still limited. 001 stared at the footprints, its eyes gradually hardening with hesitation. It had already been subdued when facing Ager earlier and clearly didn't want to clash with that guy again. Orcs are naturally brave and fierce, but they also know the difference in strength. 001 fell silent, and the air suddenly became heavy. Locke seized the opportunity to advise, "My dear brother, even if the 4 of us combine our strength, we might not be a match for Ager. If we insist on going down this path, we might end up with nothing. Will Ager leave us the weak magical beasts? As for the powerful ones, even Ager can't handle them, so how could we possibly hunt them down?" 002 and 003 remained unresponsive, but 001 lowered its head in thought. After a while, its tense expression finally relaxed. "You're right, dear brother Locke. Wisdom is truly a wonderful ability." When 001 looked at Locke, envy appeared in its eyes. Then it stared intently at Locke's head, its gaze growing increasingly intense. Locke felt extremely uncomfortable under its gaze. In those eyes, he saw greed and desire. His heart sank. Could 001 be trying to eat his brain to make itself smarter? Sure enough, 001 subconsciously licked its lips and asked, "Dear brother Locke, how can I become smarter?" 001 clearly believed that with more intelligence, even if he wasn't as strong as Ager, he could definitely defeat him. Locke remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he had already sentenced 001 to death. This guy had actually set his sights on him. He had to find an opportunity to get rid of him as soon as possible. But for now, he could only stabilize 001. "My dear brother, wisdom is a gift from God, and it cannot be easily changed. If you want to become smarter, you should sincerely pray to the beast god and believe that the beast god will bless you. Locke changed the subject, continuing, but the most important thing now is the hunt. If we don't catch anything today, we go hungry. The forest is much more dangerous at night than during the day. 001's attention was finally diverted, and the dangerous thought was temporarily suppressed. Locke knew that a seed had been planted in 001's heart, and it would take root and sprout sooner or later, but it was just lacking a suitable opportunity. The four orc cubs took a different path, leading to the forest, and soon entered the depths of the dense woods. The forest seemed completely isolated from the outside world. It was deathly quiet all around, and the thick trees towered into the clouds, making it almost impossible to breathe. Locke tensed instantly, as if he had sensed danger. He looked ahead. The three orc cubs were even more nervous than he was. Was it the innate alertness of their orc bloodline? Or had they already been targeted by a magical beast? Locke immediately approached the three and carefully hid behind 001. He knew very well that the orc cubs in the perilous forest were not hunters, but prey. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, followed by a red-eyed, black-furred monster rat that suddenly darted out. The rat was a full meter tall, almost as tall as 001, with a shriveled belly, clearly having been hungry for a long time, and its eyes were full of ferocity as it looked at them. Locke didn't hesitate, taking several steps back, ready to flee at any moment. Facing a ferocious monster head-on for the first time, he couldn't possibly be unafraid. But 002 and 003 roared and charged forward, while 001 hesitated slightly before following suit, deliberately lagging behind by half a body length. 002 leaped forward and pinned the demonic rat down, gripping its fur tightly with both hands. 003 swung his fists, smashing them repeatedly into the demonic rat's head. The two half-orc cubs gained the upper hand as soon as they clashed, truly befitting their beast god bloodline. But Locke knew things wouldn't be that simple. A starving, rabid rat couldn't possibly die so easily at the hands of two cubs. Sure enough, the rat roared and suddenly exerted force with its limbs, flipping 002 and 003 over. The next moment, a sharp claw flashed with cold light and slammed into 002's face. 002 screamed in agony as a deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on its face, and one of its eyes burst open instantly. It covered its eye socket, and blood and white fluid flowed down between its fingers. The demonic rat turned and bit 003 again. 003 staggered and couldn't dodge in time, and his ear was bitten off. With a tearing sound, the demonic rat ripped off 003's ear. Blood dripped to the ground, and 003 howled in pain. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Locke quietly retreated, preparing to take the opportunity to leave. He thought 001 would also escape, but to his surprise, 001 roared and pounced straight at the demon rat. Although this demonic rat wasn't even a first-tier magical beast, it was far beyond what a cub like 001 could directly confront. The demonic rat slapped 001's chest with its claw, leaving several bloody marks. 001, however, seemed oblivious to the pain, gritting its teeth and clinging tightly to the demonic rat's neck, its arms gripping the rat tightly. The stench of blood drove the demon rat even more mad. It thrashed about desperately, trying to throw 001 off. But as the feeling of suffocation intensified, its struggles became increasingly chaotic. 001 tightened its grip, roaring at the fallen 002 and 003. Quick! Despite their injuries, 002 and 003 charged again. The three orc cubs and the demon rats wrestled together, their bodies quickly torn and bloodied by the sharp claws. But they completely disregarded their own lives, relentlessly pursuing the attack. The demon rat grew weaker and weaker under the combined attack of the three, finally collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. 001, having exhausted his last bit of strength, twisted his neck and snapped it. The moment the demon rat collapsed, the three orc cubs finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. 001 turned around, looked at the dead demon rat, and even showed a slight smile on his face. A rock suddenly struck 001 on the head, instantly making it dizzy and causing blood to stream down its forehead. It whirled around and saw Locke standing behind it, holding the rock. A surge of rage instantly welled up in its eyes. Locke showed no mercy, smashing another stone down hard. He knew very well that 001 had always coveted his intelligence. If he didn't eliminate 001 now, the other party would definitely turn against him later. Locke would never spare an orc who coveted him. 001 tried to stand up, but was slammed to the ground by the blow. The anger in its eyes quickly turned to terror. "No, dear Locke, you can't kill me." Locke remained unmoved. Soft-heartedness was never his style. He raised the stone high and brought it down again with tremendous force. This blow ended 001's life. 002 and 003, standing to the side, were completely stunned. Seeing their kind die before their very eyes, fear appeared in their eyes for the first time, and they were utterly at a loss. Locke wasted no time and immediately activated his talent on the two orc cubs. Recruitment. Ding, recruitment failed. The other party rejected your recruitment. Locke's face showed no surprise, but rather an expression of "I knew it." Although 002 and 003 were afraid, arrogance and disdain still lingered deep in their eyes. Locke knew they wouldn't easily submit. "If you won't submit, then I'll beat you until you do." Locke clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of blows on the two defenseless orc cubs. Soon, a series of pitiful howls echoed through the forest. Locke only stopped when he was completely exhausted and panting heavily. Looking at 002 and 003, their faces were already bruised and swollen, and all arrogance was gone from their eyes, replaced only by fear. Locke let out a long breath and coldly stared at the two trembling figures. "Do you submit?" 002 and 003 couldn't speak, but they nodded frantically. Wouldn't it have been better if they'd just given in sooner? "They had to take this beating. My hands are sore from hitting them." Locke looked at them and continued. "Now that you've given in, you should know what to do, right?" 002 and 003, with their innocent, wide eyes, nodded vigorously again. "Recruit." The two orc cubs, however, hesitated noticeably. Locke snorted coldly, and they immediately trembled with fear. "Ding! Congratulations on successful player recruitment. Legion size increased by 2. Gold coins increased by 2. Done." Locke casually tossed away the stone, looked at the two orc cubs in front of him, and finally a smile appeared on his face. "From now on, you two will follow me, and I promise I won't treat you badly." The two cubs held the gold coins, and although they didn't know what they were for, they were attracted by their golden color and nodded vigorously. These were the first two members of Locke's Legion. He simply named them One Eye and One Ear for easy reference. After recruiting them, Locke immediately checked their attributes. One Eye, Strength 5, Speed 3, Stamina 5, Intelligence 30, Combat Power 65. One Ear, Strength 6, Speed 3, Stamina 6, Intelligence 33, Combat Power 64. Neither of them possessed magic power or magical affinity, yet they shared the same talent, danger perception, allowing them to detect danger within a certain range. Locke shook his head after reviewing their attributes. They were merely average, nothing particularly outstanding. "Get up if you're not dead." With a furious shout, the two cubs immediately stood up straight, looking at Locke with fear. Locke, however, was calculating Ager's strength. Even though 001 had only one eye and one ear, it didn't dare to clash with Ager, which was enough to show that the guy was not easy to deal with. However, he quickly suppressed the thought. The most important thing right now was to gather 10 orcs to bring the Legion to level 1. As for Ager, he would eventually become his subordinate. Locke walked to the corpse of the demon rat, stroked its thick fur, grabbed its paw, and slashed a large gash in the body. Warm blood flowed out. He tasted it first, then tore off a large chunk of flesh, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. The long-standing hunger finally eased slightly, and Locke could no longer resist, wolfing down the corpse of the demon rat. One Eye and One Ear stood by, not daring to touch it without permission, only swallowing hard, their eyes filled with longing. Locke only waved his hand after his belly was full, and he let out a satisfied burp. "Eat up." The two cubs immediately pounced on the rat, frantically devouring its flesh and blood. Before long, only half of the rat remained. Locke had one ear carry the remaining corpses and, with one eye in tow, quickly returned to the wolf slave tribe. The stench of blood in the air was too strong and could attract the keen-nosed magical beasts at any moment. They had to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, they encountered no danger along the way. By the time Locke returned to the tribe with his two new subordinates, it was nearly evening. What a wonderful smell of blood. In the valley, an orc named Das smelled the blood and immediately looked towards the entrance. 3 orcs were walking into the tribe. The leader, Locke, was thin, while the 2 cubs behind him were stronger, though covered in blood and clearly injured. One of the cubs was carrying half a demon rat's corpse on its shoulder. Das recognized them immediately as the tribe's cubs. Orcs grow extremely quickly, reaching adulthood in 3 months and maturity in a year. These 3 little ones were clearly just a month old, on their first hunting trip, and, according to custom, the half-demon rat should belong to them. Das stared at the fresh flesh, his eyes filled with greed. The wolf slave tribe was currently in a period of decline, with Chief Adala conscripted and Gotha only acting as chief temporarily, and his strength was only slightly greater than Das's. Thinking this, Das could no longer contain himself and charged forward with his fists clenched. Locke also saw it, and from Das's expression, he could tell that this guy clearly had ill intentions. "Stop, you little brats. Do you know the rules?" Das crossed his arms, deliberately showing off his muscular physique, clearly intending to intimidate. Locke glanced at him, then noticed the surprised expressions on the faces of the surrounding orcs, and immediately understood. Das's opportunistic behavior was clearly unacceptable in the wolf slave tribe. One eye and one ear both looked at Locke, having already regarded him as their leader. Rules? What rules? Locke, now confident, naturally wouldn't back down. Das clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles, and said coldly, "The rule is that after each hunt, half the prey must be handed over to the tribe." It thought that a little intimidation would terrify the cubs. If necessary, it wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson and stealing the flesh and blood of the demon rats. But Locke didn't flinch. Instead, he stared directly into Das's eyes. The remaining demon rat meat was extremely useful to him and absolutely could not be handed over. "I've never heard of such a rule in the tribe. If you dare to deceive us, I will make you pay the price." Das felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. That look was far too sharp for a newborn cub. It seemed more like that of a shrewd, elderly orc. After the initial shock, Das was instantly enraged. "You little brat, you've successfully angered me." With that, it swung its bone club, approaching Locke and his companions. Before it even reached them, Locke couldn't help but take a half-step back. Judging by this, his life might be spared, but a beating was definitely in store. However, he was already used to this. After all, he had been beaten since birth. "Stop! Das, are you trying to break the tribe's rules?" Just as Locke gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the beating, an angry shout suddenly rang out. The large wooden club stopped above Locke's head, not falling. Locke's back was already soaked with cold sweat. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a half-orc, as strong as Das, staring angrily at Das. Das turned his head and saw Gotha rushing towards them. Now that Gotha was the tribe's leader, Das was afraid and hesitated to bring down his wooden club. He glanced nervously at Locke and shouted, trying to appear calm, "Gotha, this has nothing to do with you. This kid provoked me first." Das actually turned the tables. Even Locke was stunned. He didn't expect this orc to be so cunning. Gotha frowned. Orcs had to defend their dignity with their fists when provoked. This was the tribe's rule, and he couldn't interfere for the time being. Locke helplessly rubbed his forehead, utterly unable to believe that Gotha would believe such a clumsy lie. He then sneered, "My dear brother, you say I provoked you? I'm only a month old. How dare I provoke a half-orc who's almost an adult?" Das's heart sank. He knew things were about to go wrong. Gotha, upon hearing this, instinctively sensed something was amiss, and seeing the reactions of the surrounding orcs, immediately realized Das was lying. According to normal custom, if someone had truly been provoked, a duel would have already ensued. But that wasn't the case at all. All the orcs were watching Das bully the cubs. Gotha's anger surged, and he roared, "Das, How dare you deceive me? His lie exposed, Das was enraged and glared fiercely at Locke, his eyes filled with uncontrollable murderous intent and fury. I challenge you to a duel. He swung his wooden club at Gotha. Come on, I've had my eye on you for a long time. I'll show you what you're made of now. Gotha drew his bone club as well, and the two faced off, staring intently at each other. The battle erupted instantly. With a loud boom, a powerful aura erupted from Das, and Locke immediately felt a heavy pressure, a judgment inexplicably forming in his mind. Level 3 warrior. The orcs quickly formed a circle around him, roaring excitedly as if watching a rare performance. Locke also kept his eyes glued to the battlefield, not wanting to miss a single moment. Gotha looked at Das with disdain. Still a level 3 warrior after all this time? You're too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Gotha's aura suddenly surged. Das's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. A level 4 warrior? You actually broke through to level 4. Impossible. Das roared as he charged forward, his wooden club whistling through the air as he slammed it down on Gotha's head. Clang! The wooden club and the bone club collided heavily, and Gotha, with just a slight exertion, sent Das staggered back 4 or 5 steps. Immediately afterward, Gotha kicked Darth in the shin, knocking him to the ground. Darth tried to get up, but a bone club was already pressed against his jaw. He looked up and saw Gotha, with a victorious smile, looking down at him with disdain. Gotha said in a deep voice, "Stop with your little schemes. Don't think I don't know you want to steal that half of the monster's carcass. But remember, whoever hunts the prey owns it. That's the rule of the wolf slave tribe, and no one can break it." Das, his face full of resentment, could only grit his teeth and nod before standing up and slinking away. Golder roared at the crowd, "Disperse." Locke, with one eye and one ear, carried the flesh and blood of the demon rat towards the cave. Gotha watched the 3 cubs' retreating figures, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Interesting little creatures, with such weak strength, yet they still managed to catch prey. As the 3 cubs entered the cave, Locke immediately sensed something was amiss. Painful groans echoed continuously, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. He looked around and saw many orc cubs lying on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds, and their numbers were much fewer than before. Apart from the half-eaten demon rat flesh they brought back, there were no other demonic beast prey in the entire cave. Locke understood that prey was indeed not so easy to obtain, but this suited him just fine. He walked among the cubs, cleared his throat, and asked, "Do you want to eat me?" Locke waved his hand, and one ear threw the flesh and blood of the demon rat on his shoulder to the ground. In an instant, all the wounded orc cubs stood up straight, their eyes glowing green as they stared intently at the flesh and blood on the ground. Though they yearned for it, none dared to approach directly. They knew that the beast belonged to Locke, and that stealing prey without permission would be punished by the tribe. Seeing the cubs' timid and hesitant appearance, Locke knew that his plan was likely to succeed. He looked at the crowd and said, "If you want to eat, follow me from now on, and I'll make sure you have meat at every meal." With that, Locke activated his talent on the formidable orc cub at the front. Recruit. A system notification immediately sounded. You used the recruit skill on the orc ahead. It is considering whether to accept the recruitment. Locke tried to maintain a friendly smile and quietly watched the orc. Soon, the system notification came again. Recruitment successful. Legion size increased by 1. Gold coins increased by 1. The cub looked at the gold coin in its hand with a puzzled expression, then gazed longingly at the demon rat's flesh. Locke said directly, "Eat." Having received permission, the cub immediately pounced on the demon rat's flesh and began to devour it. This was exactly the effect Locke wanted. The recruitment continued. Tempted by the demon rat's flesh, all the orc cubs in the cave accepted Locke's recruitment. With the addition of an eye and an ear, his legion now numbered a total of 23. The system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host. Your legion has reached level 1, and you have gained the legion attribute, Warhorn. When a legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 10%. Enemy units will be affected by the fear effect, and their strength and speed will decrease by 10%. Immediately afterwards, the system rewarded Locke with 100 gold coins, as well as 2 level 1 strength potions, 2 level 1 speed potions, 2 level 1 stamina potions, and 2 level 1 spirit potions. Locke originally only had 33 gold coins left, which would be used up by the 3rd day. Now that the Legion has been upgraded to level 1, he has an extra 100 gold coins, which will allow him to last at least another 4 or 5 days. In the next 4 or 5 days, he had to find a way to earn more gold coins. With the achievement of a level 1 Legion, the level 1 shop was also unlocked. Locke glanced at it and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The most basic level 1 potion in the shop cost a whopping 100 gold coins. This left Locke feeling utterly devastated. The allure of the level 1 shop was undeniable. Locke desperately wanted to buy some potions to quickly improve his strength. But reality is harsh. He's currently short of money and has no extra gold coins to squander. The system shows that the Legion has 23 members, and they need to consume 23 gold coins every day. This meant he needed to earn at least 23 gold coins a day. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to support his subordinates. Locke rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling that this system was simply obsessed with money. Even now, he still doesn't know how to reliably acquire gold coins. He only knows that the system gives some rewards for each orc he recruits. But this income is just a drop in the bucket and can't possibly support the long-term expenses of an army. Judging from the wolf slave tribe's production level, they didn't seem like they could possibly have a large amount of gold coins hidden away. Locke sat alone in a corner of the cave and began to plan his next steps. That half-demon rat carcass was hardly enough for the orc cubs to share. It barely kept them from starving. With great power comes great responsibility. Locke truly understood this saying today. The 23 cubs not only consume gold coins every day, but also a large amount of food. Relying solely on hunting is clearly not a long-term solution. To survive, they must eventually find a way to develop agriculture. Getting these fierce and impatient orcs to farm would be no easier than climbing to the heavens. Just as he was pondering this, heavy footsteps sounded again outside the cave. Locke looked up and quickly saw Ager enter the cave. This creature was nearly the size of an adult orc, carrying half a monster's corpse on its shoulder. Blood dripped continuously from its body, and its heavy, disordered breathing indicated that it had just been through a fierce battle and was seriously injured. As soon as Ager appeared, all the orcs in the cave fell silent. In their eyes, Ager was a ferocious beast that no one wanted to mess with. Ager's angry gaze swept over the surroundings, and the orcs it targeted all lowered their heads, not daring to meet its eyes. Only Locke sat there, meeting its gaze without flinching. Now, with 23 orcs behind him, he was no longer as afraid of Ager as before. The arrogance and contempt in Ager's eyes gradually turned into doubt. It couldn't understand why Locke had suddenly gained such confidence in just one day. Ager desperately wanted to find out, but its injuries were too severe for it to act at this time. In the end, it simply strode deeper into the cave, found a spot to sit, and began to devour the monster meat on its shoulder. Soon, the silent cave was filled with the sickening sounds of chewing and bones grinding together. Locke watched it, a sense of unease creeping in. Egg seemed to have grown stronger again. Its powerful aura and undisguised confidence indicated it was no ordinary cub. Since its opponent was improving, Locke naturally couldn't stop. He took out the potions awarded by the system and gulped them down one after another. After the potions were ingested, his attributes improved again. Strength and speed both reached 3 points, stamina reached 2.5, and mental strength rose to 7 points. His magic power has reached 190 points, his intelligence is 80, his strength is 40, and his magical affinity is as high as 70. His talent is still recruitment, and the number of people in his first-level Legion has stabilized at 23. The Legion skill Warhorn also exists. Whenever the Legion launches a charge, the strength and speed of its members will increase by 10%. At the same time, enemies will be affected by fear, and their strength and speed will decrease by 10%. What concerned Locke even more was that his mental strength was only 3 points away from that of a first-level mage. With just 3 more points of mental strength, he could master the fireball spell and truly possess a ranged attack method. After a busy day, Locke leaned against a corner of the cave and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Ager already heading out of the cave. This guy, though dangerous, was indeed diligent, even going out hunting despite being injured. After Ager left, Locke stood up, and the first thing he did was check his system coins. Sure enough, 23 gold coins had been automatically deducted overnight. Looking at the orc cubs still fast asleep around him, Locke immediately roared, "Wake up, everyone! Time to go hunting!" The quiet cave instantly turned into chaos, with low growls rising and falling. The cubs scrambled to their feet and ran around wildly, completely lacking any discipline. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, Locke immediately thought of 3 words: a ragtag army. This group of creatures, let alone hunting, would probably fight amongst themselves if faced with real danger. So today's first lesson wasn't about killing prey, but about learning discipline. Locke lined all the orcs into 4 rows according to their height, from shortest to tallest, making sure they remembered their positions. Then, he roared "Semble!" The 23 orcs immediately rushed to their positions, but because they were running too fast, they collided in a heap. Many of the cubs bared their teeth and almost started fighting. If Locke hadn't restrained them, they would have already turned on each other. He trained them 7 or 8 times in a row, but the results were still poor. These guys didn't take the assembly seriously at all. It wasn't until Locke coldly threatened that anyone who didn't perform well would get no food that day that all the orcs immediately took it seriously, knowing they would go hungry. Before long, the previously chaotic group finally began to take shape, becoming much more organized than before. Locke nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Let's go." He led 23 orcs out of the cave and into the valley. The neatly arranged column immediately attracted the attention of the other orcs. The orcs of the Wolf Slave tribe had only ever seen such a formation in human armies. Ignoring the pointing fingers and whispers around him, Locke led the column straight to the edge of the forest. Looking at his unarmed cubs, he knew very well that entering the forest like this was tantamount to suicide. The strong prey on the weak, only the fittest survive. It's no wonder the number of orcs in the Wolf Slave tribe is dwindling. Without a strong leader, this tribe would perish sooner or later in the harsh environment. Locke looked ahead at the low bushes, where there were plenty of sturdy branches, perfect for making makeshift weapons. He immediately ordered, "Now listen to my command. Everyone, go find a sturdy wooden stick." Although the orc cubs didn't understand the purpose, they still obeyed the command and rushed into the bushes in a swarm. Soon, all sorts of strange cries echoed from the bushes. Branches were pulled and shook violently, and leaves fell in a rustling sound. But these cubs were too weak. After pulling and tugging for ages, they couldn't even break the branches. Locke slapped his forehead in exasperation. These guys were not only bad at fighting, but also not very bright. He could only roar with a dark face, "Use your teeth to bite. Whoever doesn't get a branch today will go hungry." They had all tasted hunger, and upon hearing this, they all became anxious. One by one, the orcs clung to the branches and began to gnaw at them with all their might. Before long, the branches were bitten off one after another, and the cubs, clutching their spoils, excitedly ran to Locke to show off their achievements. Locke nodded in satisfaction, walked over to one ear, picked up the branch it had found, and began to demonstrate. He first bit off the excess forks with his teeth, then continued gnawing at the other end of the branch, painstakingly carving out a sharp spearhead. When chips mixed with bitter juice entered his mouth, and Locke couldn't help but complain, "This tastes awful." But a moment later, a simple yet deadly wooden spear appeared in his hand. Locke looked at the spear with satisfaction, casually swinging it a few times. The weight and feel of the spear pleased him greatly. He raised the wooden spear and shouted to the orc cubs beside him, "See this? Make one just like this spear." The cubs immediately let out an excited roar. They knew that weapons were extremely rare in the tribe, and only a few powerful orcs were entitled to possess them. A weapon was not only a symbol of status, but also a representation of honor. Only the strong were worthy of wielding a weapon. The way these orc cubs looked at Locke completely changed. Their excitement was now tinged with admiration. Ding! One eye has been detected to be admiring the host. Loyalty increased by 1%. Ding! One ear has been detected to be admiring the host. Loyalty increased by 1%. System notifications kept ringing out. and Locke was secretly delighted. He had been thinking about how to increase the loyalty of these cubs, but he hadn't expected that a wooden spear would have such an effect. He immediately raised his wooden spear and raised his voice a few decibels. "Now, the Great Locke will take you on a hunt, but you must strictly obey my orders." The orc cubs responded with low growls, clearly full of anticipation for the hunt. Locke pointed to an eye and an ear. These two cubs were faster than their companions, making them perfect for scouting. "You two go find tracks of nearby magical beasts. If you spot any prey, don't disturb them, and come back to inform me immediately." One Eye and One Ear growled and turned to disappear into the depths of the forest. The remaining cubs, clutching their wooden spears, stayed behind Locke, waiting. Time passed slowly, and Locke grew drowsy, eventually falling asleep against a large tree. After an unknown amount of time, hurried footsteps echoed through the woods. One Eye and One Ear dashed out of the trees and came straight to Locke, shaking his arm vigorously. Locke groggily opened his eyes and saw a one-eyed face right in front of him, instantly waking him up. "What are you doing so close? Speak quickly if you have something to say." He shoved the one-eyed man away. It couldn't speak, only growl and gesture incessantly with its hands. Fortunately, Locke was also a half-orc and quickly understood their meaning. Prey had been spotted ahead, and not just one, but a group. Locke stroked his chin thoughtfully. Discovering magical beasts was a good thing, but he didn't know their strength. If they were just ordinary magical beasts, he could try hunting them. After a moment's consideration, he decided to go and see for himself. Locke told the other cubs to stay where they were, while he, with One Eye and One Ear, followed the path they had left behind. Soon, the three of them arrived at a riverbank with lush vegetation. Locke hid behind some bushes and peered through the gaps at the riverbank. There, a group of magical beasts resembling goats were grazing on the tender grass. One of them was particularly robust, noticeably larger than the other wooden sheep beasts. It was the leader of the group. The leader grazed while constantly looking up to observe its surroundings, its ears always perked up alertly. At the slightest disturbance, it would immediately give a warning and lead the flock away. Locke quickly determined that they were a group of herbivorous magical beasts. They are gentler than carnivorous magical beasts, but if truly cornered, they will fight back just as fiercely. He carefully sensed the aura of the wooden sheep beasts and discovered that the ordinary wooden sheep beasts did not reach the level of a level 1 magical beast, except for the leader, whose strength was likely close to level 1. Locke's face immediately broke into a smile. There were nearly 100 wooden sheep beasts in front of him. If the plan went smoothly, they would definitely bring a considerable harvest. He beckoned to One Eye and One Ear, and the three silently left the bushes. On the way back, Locke had already devised a hunting plan. As soon as he returned, the eyes of the orc cubs all fell on him. Locke didn't waste any words and directly ordered, "Grab your wooden spears and follow me." The cubs immediately gripped their spears, gathered around Locke, and then followed him quickly toward the direction of the wooden sheep herd. When they reached a spot not far from the riverbank, Locke suddenly stopped and stomped on the soft soil. "Start digging from here, dig a trench." Although the cubs didn't understand his intention, they obediently did as he said, immediately lying down and digging with all their might. This trench was the trap Locke had prepared for the wood sheep herd. Locke went ahead alone, hiding in the bushes and occasionally observing the sheep. Those wooden goats were his future food source. He couldn't let them be frightened and run away prematurely. 2 hours later, One Eye and One Ear approached Locke. The moment he saw them, Locke knew the trench was dug. He followed the two cubs back to the trap, looked at the nearly 3-meter deep trench, and nodded in satisfaction. These muscular, simple-minded orcs are really convenient to use. They dug the trench so quickly. With the trap ready, Locke immediately began arranging the next steps. The riverbank remained quiet, save for the sound of flowing water and the soft rustling of the wooden sheep chewing grass. Suddenly, a faint footstep sounded from the bushes. The wood goat chieftain jerked his head up, pricked up his ears, and listened intently in the direction of the sound. The rustling grew clearer, and the chieftain's ears twitched, clearly sensing danger. The next second, a small, thin orc cub burst out of the bushes, brandishing a wooden spear and shouting, "Charge, my minions!" Immediately afterward, one orc cub after another charged out from all around. Wielding wooden spears and letting out deafening roars, they rushed straight towards the herd of wooden sheep by the river. Locke activated his Legion skill without hesitation. Bahorn. The moment the skill took effect, the charging orc cubs increased their speed again, and their roars became even more ferocious. The leader of the wooden sheep immediately stood on its hind legs, emitting a sharp and dangerous alarm, and then led the way in a frantic dash forward. The entire herd of wooden sheep panicked and fled in panic, following their leader. They were running towards the very trench trap that Locke had laid beforehand. Watching the wooden sheep herd steadily approach the trap, a pleased smile spread across Locke's face. Locke quickly felt the strain, his chest feeling like it was being crushed by a stone, and he could only gasp for breath. His strength and stamina were already inferior to the other orcs, and the cubs chasing their prey ahead grew increasingly excited, leaving him far behind. The wood goat beast leader charged at the forefront, followed by a vast herd of beasts. It noticed the orcs behind it gradually falling behind, and its tense nerves finally relaxed somewhat. But the next moment, the earthy smell wafting in the air jolted the wood sheep beast leader into a frenzy. The once continuous green grassland ahead seemed abruptly cut off, revealing a large expanse of yellowish-brown earth. As soon as it saw the deep furrow in the ground, its eyes widened in horror, and it abruptly stopped running. However, the herd behind it was still charging forward, unable to slow down in time. The wood sheep leader was about to turn around when a tremendous force struck from behind. One wood sheep after another rammed into him, and the leader, unable to hold on any longer, plunged into the trench. The wood sheep behind him followed suit, crowding together in a heap. Those wood sheep trying to jump out at the bottom of the trench were pinned down by their brethren behind them, and the entire trench descended into chaos. Attack! Locke roared, and the orc cubs who had been lying in ambush on both sides of the trench gripped their wooden spears and charged out. The sharp spear tips were all aimed at the wooden sheep beasts in the trench, and the next second they plunged down without hesitation. Screams rang out one after another as the wooden spears pierced the fur and blood gushed from the wounds. The warm smell of blood mixed with the smell of dirt spreading. Locke felt a chill run down his spine, but the orc cubs were driven even more mad by the sight of blood. Even though the trench trapped most of the wood sheep beasts, some managed to rush through and flee in terror. The aura of their own kind's death had instilled in them a deep fear of these orc cubs. Soon, the trench was filled with the corpses of wood sheep beasts. Those wooden sheep beasts that were injured and struggling from the collision and trampling were killed one by the arriving cubs. By the time Locke arrived, there wasn't a single wooden sheep beast left alive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a war, killing 56 magical beasts. Reward of 28 gold coins. The system notification sounded in his mind, and Locke was stunned. These monsters, below level 1, were only worth half a gold coin each. He had been worrying about where to earn gold coins, but now he had finally found a way. For the first time, these orc cubs showed no discomfort or fear upon being stained with blood. Instead, they were filled with excitement. It was as if fighting and killing were the life they truly yearned for. After this battle, they exuded a chilling aura. Locke was familiar with this, quickly recalling the same aura he had felt from Ager. It was a confidence that emanated from their very bones. It seemed that orcs were indeed born warriors, able to quickly adapt to blood and death after just one battle. As Locke approached, all the orc cubs turned their gaze to him. They knew very well that the large number of wood sheep they had hunted today was entirely due to the trenches and traps Locke had laid. One-Eyed reacted the fastest, immediately raising his wooden spear and roaring at Locke. The other orcs followed suit, their shouts echoing across the wilderness. Locke raised a hand, and the surrounding roars instantly ceased. Looking at the excited expressions of these orcs, he knew he had finally established some authority among them. He walked to the corpse of a wooden goat beast, and under the expectant gaze of its many cubs, he bent down and bit off a large mouthful of flesh. Most of the day was already gone, and he was indeed hungry. More importantly, he wanted to use this action to establish rules for all the orcs. From then on, he was to be the first to eat the prey on every hunt. Locke tore off a piece of flesh and swallowed it, then surveyed his surroundings. The orc cubs kept swallowing, their eyes fixed on the ditch full of prey, but without orders, none dared to move first. Locke nodded in satisfaction, then began to pray. "Thank you, great beast god, for bestowing upon us food. May the glory of the beast god shine upon the entire wolf slave tribe, guiding it towards prosperity." Locke knew that gods truly existed in this world. If one was devout enough, perhaps one could indeed receive divine favor. However, he held little reverence for the so-called beast god. These words were merely an attempt to attract the god's attention. "Enjoy your meal." The words had barely left his lips when the orc cubs, who had been patiently waiting, rushed into the trench. There was so much prey that there was no need to fight. Each orc devoured the flesh and blood with gusto. They had never experienced such abundance of food. Locke glanced at the sky, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. The forest at night was far more dangerous than during the day, and these cubs were not yet strong enough to spend the night there. "Take the prey and head back to the tribe." With these two brief words, all the orcs sprang into action. They shouldered the carcass of the wooden sheep beast and followed Locke towards the wolf slave tribe. Meanwhile, inside the wolf slave tribe, on a stone wall on the side of the valley, Gotha frowned, gazing into the distance. More than a month has passed. Why hasn't the chief returned? Has something happened to him? A few days ago, the chieftain was summoned and led a portion of the orcs away from the tribe. Gotha knew that war had broken out. Since the orcs were defeated by the combined forces of humans, elves, and dwarves, the entire tribe had completely fallen apart. No strong leader could unite the orcs anymore, and the various tribes could only be constantly devoured and divided by other forces. Just as Gotha was filled with worry, a group of moving black dots suddenly appeared outside the valley. The dots drew closer, and Gotha finally saw them clearly. They were orc cubs, each carrying the carcass of a wood sheep beast on their shoulders. Wood sheep beasts? Gotha's eyes widened in disbelief. He had no idea what these cubs had done to hunt so many prey. Such scenes usually only occur when the chieftain leads a large number of orc warriors on a hunting expedition, and even then, they're not guaranteed a successful hunt. Hunting monster packs is no easy task, and the sheer number of monsters, once they sense a threat of death, makes their desperate counterattacks even more difficult to handle. Gotha leaped lightly, landing on the uneven stone wall. Locke immediately saw a strong orc blocking his way. The orc was muscular and nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a powerful aura of oppression. The orc cub behind him looked at him with a mixture of fear and longing in its eyes. Locke frowned, unsure of Gotha's intentions, but he didn't detect any hostility in the cub's eyes. Gotha carefully observed the group of cubs and quickly realized that the leader was the thin, weak orc before him. In an orc race where strength was paramount, it was unbelievable to Gotha that so many cubs were willing to obey a weakling. "Hey kid, did you guys hunt all this prey?" Locke nodded in acknowledgement. This orc temporarily controlled the wolf slave tribe, and he didn't want to offend him easily. Gotha's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Locke clearly had the ability to subdue so many orcs. But looking at the prey, a flicker of greed still crossed Gotha's eyes. He desperately wanted to share for the entire pack, but the wolf slave tribe had a rule. No one could steal food from the cubs. Locke didn't linger and immediately led the cubs back to the cave. He could tell that Gotha's greed, though fleeting, was enough to raise alarm. If they stayed any longer, this strong half-orc might just directly steal their food. Upon entering the cave, Ager was lying on the ground, licking the wound on his arm. He was stunned to see the large quantity of prey brought back. How was this possible? He knew better than anyone the difficulty of hunting. Yesterday, he had only managed to hunt one magical beast by sheer luck. Today, not only had he gained nothing, but he had also been injured by a magical beast. Locke, the guy he'd always looked down on, had actually brought back so many magical beasts with a group of cubs. "Locke, how did you do that?" For the first time, Ager doubted his own strength. This seemingly weak half-orc could lead other cubs to accomplish such a feat. It completely shattered his understanding of the world. Shock quickly turned to anger. Ager glared at Locke and roared, "I challenge you to a duel." He wanted to reaffirm Locke's strength through battle and prove that he was still the stronger one. Locke, however, didn't respond at all. Aegur became even more agitated, calling him a coward and saying that someone who didn't even have the courage to duel wouldn't receive the beast god's favor. Hearing these words about dueling, the beast god, and favor, Locke just smiled. With so many men under his command, only someone out of their mind would go and fight Aegur one-on-one. Come on, Locke. For my honor, fight me fair and square. Locke smirked, raised his right hand, and beckoned to Aegur with a flick of his finger. Aegur could no longer contain himself and roared as he charged forward. Locke remained calm, simply flicking his wrist, and One Eye and One Ear immediately dropped their wooden spears and charged at him. Aegur's eyes were bloodshot as he punched One Eye in the head. One Eye coughed up blood, staggered back several steps, and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, One Ear's fist struck Aegur in the chest. Aegur grunted, gripping One Ear's arm tightly with both hands, and jerked his head back. One Ear's nose snapped instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Aegur flung him away, turned back to face Locke, and let out an angry growl. Locke remained calm and waved his hand again. The remaining cubs behind him growled in unison and charged towards Aegur. Faced with so many orc cubs, Aegur was also stunned by their momentum, only regaining his senses after a half-second of hesitation. The brief fear fueled his anger, and he deliberately charged into the crowd, determined to prove himself with strength. He punched one cub to the ground, and just as he was about to continue, two orcs had already locked his arms tightly. Aegur struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. The cubs swarmed him, pinning him down and dragging him in front of Locke. Damn, Locke, let me go if you dare, and we'll fight, one-on-one. Locke looked down at him and chuckled. Aegur, I admit you're good at fighting, but what good is fighting if you can only fight? To survive in this world, you need power and connections. A simple-minded, muscle-bound idiot like you would never understand that. Locke reached out and patted Egg's head, his tone relaxed yet undisguisedly threatening. Now I'm giving you a choice. Live or die. Egg's eyes widened in fury, as if he wanted to tear Locke to pieces. The orc who had once been completely at his mercy now looked down at him with such condescension. Locke continued, If you are willing to submit, I can guarantee you even greater power. He knew that orc warriors like Aegur wouldn't be swayed by food or profit. Only greater power could truly make them bow down. Locke, you're nothing but a rat in the gutter, and you think you can make me submit? Dream on. Locke wasn't angry. He simply pointed to the cubs beside him. I used to be like a rat crossing the street, but things are different now. Look at them. Which one of them doesn't obey my commands? Because I can give them what they need. Join us. Follow me. The glory of the wolf slave tribe will one day shine again in our hands. Aegur gritted his teeth, staring at Locke, his heart filled with resentment. In such a short time, this weakling had grown to this extent. Aegur, my patience is limited. I prefer to nip danger in the bud. Hearing this blatant threat, Aegur fell silent. He knew he had no other choice now. I hope you will keep your promise and grant me greater power. Otherwise, even if it means fighting to the death, I will take your life. Rest assured, Brother Aegur. I swear in the name of the beast god that I, Locke, will lead the entire tribe to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Hearing Locke swear in the name of the beast god, Aegur finally relented, letting out a heavy sigh as if all his strength had been drained. Recalling his birth, his strength far surpassed that of other orcs, leading him to believe he would one day dominate the world. Unexpectedly, Locke dealt him a heavy blow. Upon receiving the recruitment order, Aegur was visibly stunned. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded in Locke's mind. Aegur had officially joined the Legion, increasing the Legion's size by 1 and adding 1 gold coin. Locke immediately checked Aegur's stats. This orc had 9 points in strength, 7 in speed, and 9 in stamina, for a combat strength of a staggering 92. He was only a little over a month old, yet he was already close to being a level 1 warrior, demonstrating astonishing potential. Aegur's only talent was his ability to fight to the death. After sustaining severe injuries, his strength and speed would double for a full 5 minutes. This explosive talent was enough to allow him to fight desperately against opponents of higher levels in life-or-death situations. But now, no matter how talented he was, he could only submit to Locke's command for the time being. Locke then examined the injuries to One Eye and One Ear and found that they were not serious. Orcs had thick skin and flesh, and although they were still walking with a slight limp, they would recover most of their strength after a night's rest. He had just found a corner to sit down when One Eye and One Ear each rushed over carrying a wooden sheep beast, placing the prey in front of Locke with fawning expressions. Locke nodded in satisfaction, telling them that as long as they served loyally, he would never mistreat them. This food was enough for the orcs to temporarily avoid the risks of hunting, but Locke quickly frowned. The orcs inside the cave were indiscriminately tearing apart the monster meat, showing no restraint whatsoever. At this rate, all the stored food would probably be gone in a day. Without discipline, the Legion wouldn't go far. Locke immediately ordered One Eye and One Ear to gather all the remaining monster meat and distribute it among themselves. He planned to train these two orcs, who had been with him the longest, as logistics leaders. There were intelligence potions in the system shop. He would improve their intelligence when the time was right. One Eye and One Ear obeyed Locke's every word and immediately began collecting food. Most of the cubs obediently handed over their meat. Those who resisted were simply beaten up and their meat stolen. Locke then stipulated that each orc could only receive a fixed amount of food each day, based on their individual appetites. The plan was clear. He would lead his men out hunting every day, then use the prey to recruit the starving orcs from the wolf slave tribe. Even as adults, food remained the most difficult problem for the orcs. Therefore, many adult orcs chose to join Locke. However, subsequent hunts were not as fortunate as the first. They didn't encounter herds of sheep beasts and could barely sustain everyone's needs. 2 months later, Locke's legion had expanded to 56 orcs. The cubs born at the same time as him had all reached adulthood. The adult orcs generally possessed strength at level 1, while the most talented, Ager, had reached 19 points, nearly reaching level 2 warrior status. Locke, on the other hand, found himself in a somewhat awkward position. He was the only orc who hadn't reached the first-level warrior rank by adulthood, and his appearance was becoming increasingly human-like, naturally making him the object of contempt for many orcs in the tribe. Fortunately, the orcs he recruited remained loyal to him. Otherwise, Locke's life in the wolf slave tribe would have been even more difficult. However, Ager was unwilling to submit to someone who wasn't even a first-level warrior. He would still carry out Locke's orders, but in the past 2 months, his loyalty hadn't improved at all. Locke even suspected that Ager might betray him at any moment. That day, Locke had just woken up when One-Eyed rushed into the cave and shouted a report. The coming-of-age ceremony of the wolf slave tribe was about to begin. According to the rules, each adult half-orc must hunt a magical beast and offer it to the tribe to truly complete the ceremony. Most adult orcs have now learned to speak. Only those with low talent and intelligence remain unable to speak human language. Hearing the words coming-of-age ceremony, Locke rubbed his forehead, his face full of worry. These days, his legion had almost completely hunted up the nearby prey. To find enough magical beasts, he would have to go to faraway places. The farther they went from the wolf slave tribe, the greater the danger. If they encountered a powerful magical beast, the entire group could be wiped out. But what was destined to happen would eventually come. According to tribal rules, only those who completed their coming-of-age ceremony could gain the recognition of the other orcs. Orcs who hadn't completed the ceremony held extremely low status in the tribe, practically no different from slaves. Locke sighed, slowly stood up, and his voice, though not loud, carried throughout the cave. All troops assemble. The once quiet cave instantly erupted into noise, with footsteps and low growls filling the air. But soon, all sound subsided. Before Locke stood 5 neat rows of orcs, 10 men in each row. One Ear immediately shouted, declaring their willingness to be Locke's sharpest sword, clearing all obstacles for him. Wherever the sword pointed, the legion would follow. The orcs roared in unison, their morale soaring. Locke raised his hand, and everyone looked at him. He told his loyal followers that today he would lead them in their coming-of-age ceremony, and that the glory of the beast god would bless them. Let's go. More than 50 orcs marched out of the cave in an orderly fashion. After this period of training, they already resembled a regular army. Locke followed behind, with Ager standing guard beside him. This powerful orc was left by Locke as his personal bodyguard. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, Ager calmly spoke from behind. There are no more magical beasts near the tribe, Locke. Locke knew that Aeger was simply reminding him, so he replied calmly, I know. Aeger paused for a moment, then continued, Locke, you must understand, with your current strength, it's impossible to obtain enough magical beasts. Unless you split up the group, only then can some of the orcs complete their coming-of-age ceremony. First of all, call me Lord Locke. Aeger, since you've chosen to submit, you should remember your promise and do your job well. Whether I can find a magical beast is my business. Your only task is to fight. If you do encounter a magical beast, don't let your legs go weak and end up being swallowed whole. Locke. Aeger roared in anger upon hearing these almost humiliating words. Shut up. Call me Lord Locke. Aegon froze for 2 seconds. This was the first time he'd seen Locke so assertive. Those bright eyes seemed to harbor a predatory beast ready to devour its prey. His imposing aura instantly weakened. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his raging anger. Honorable Lord Locke, I, Aegon, have only ever pursued power. I will only die in battle. I will never retreat a single step. Locke was satisfied. He had achieved his goal with just a few words. He was confident that if danger struck, Aeger would stand in front of him without hesitation. The group then marched out of the valley in a grand procession. One Ear immediately led 10 orcs into the distance. They were the reconnaissance team. Following Locke's instructions, the 10 men split into pairs, searching for traces of magical beasts in different directions, leaving marks along the way, and returning immediately to report upon discovering target. Locke led the main force forward, while on the other side of the forest, a human caravan hurried along the road. In the center of the caravan was a wagon, guarded by 6 fully armed knights at the front and rear. The ordinary knights were all at least level 1 warrior, while the leader was at level 2. A flag flew from the wagon, bearing a lifelike image of a hungry wolf. This was the Ice Wolf Merchant Guild, a small human trading company. Inside the carriage sat a chubby boy of about 15 or 16 years old named Mark. His face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, and he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, lifting the curtain to look around. Damn orcs, they've started another war. This time I'll really lose everything. Mark couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the orcs surrounding Linsho City like a tidal wave. He was originally sent by his family to Linsho City in the southern part of the empire to be in charge of the family's merchant guild. But he knew in his heart that he was not valued by the family, which was why he was thrown into this small border town adjacent to the orc territory. Mark thought that he would spend his whole life in Linsho City in mediocrity. Who knew that the orcs, who had been silent for countless years, would once again launch a war against the Abiton Empire. The first to be hit was Beast City. Sigh, this time I'm completely finished. Mark sighed heavily. The orcs attacked the city, and the humans inside fled in panic. Mark could only leave with a portion of the merchant guild's remaining wealth. Most of his assets had been destroyed in the war. Even if he could return to his family, he would only be a lazy, good-for-nothing member of the family, never to be given any important position again. Thinking of this, Mark grew increasingly agitated, cursing under his breath. Damn orcs, you deserve to be exterminated. The night before last, Beast City had fallen, and he hadn't slept a wink, losing over 20 guards before finally managing to break through the encirclement with the defending soldiers. Most of the refugees fled towards the heart of the Northern Empire, but Mark went against the grain. He knew that orcs possessed incredible endurance, were as terrifying as magical beasts, and those fleeing north would eventually be caught by the orc army. Only by bypassing the orc front and entering their rear could they have a chance of survival. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. They had sped onward without encountering any orcs. Meanwhile, Locke suddenly heard a commotion at the rear of the column. 2 orcs rushed over, excitedly reporting, Lord Locke, we've discovered the tracks of a pack of demon wolves. Demon wolves? And a whole pack? Locke frowned. The demon wolves were ferocious and powerful. If he really attacked this pack of wolves, his newly established orc legion would likely suffer heavy losses. But after a moment's hesitation, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it, I have a system. What am I afraid of? Besides, a legion can only truly become stronger through battles of blood and fire. Having figured this out, Locke waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. Today, We'll use these dire wolves to complete our rite of passage." The orc roared excitedly, and the group quickly approached the dire wolf territory. Wolf howls echoed intermittently through the quiet valley. Behind the bushes at the entrance, pairs of gleaming green eyes were fixed on their prey. One of the orcs lowered his voice and whispered to Locke, "Lord Locke, this is the dire wolf pack's territory." But as soon as he opened his mouth, a stench assaulted Locke's nostrils, making him nauseous. He quickly told Locke to move away. Locke composed himself and carefully observed the distribution of the wolf pack in the valley. The pack leader was a level 2 demonic wolf, leisurely resting on a large blue stone. Surrounding it were more than 10 male demonic wolves, all at the late stage of level 1, the true backbone of the pack. The remaining 30 or so adult dire wolves, mostly at the early to mid stages of level 1, were scattered in small groups throughout the valley. The cubs, however, would occasionally peek out from their dens, curiously observing the outside world. But they were inherently cautious and never dared to venture outside. Excluding the cubs, this pack of dire wolves was almost as numerous as Locke's orc army. Looking at the valley teeming with demonic wolves, Locke suddenly felt a surge of excitement. How powerful would it be to possess a wolf rider force? Could these demonic wolves be recruited? A daring idea surfaced in his mind. Capture them alive. The coming-of-age ceremony of the wolf slave tribe only required hunting a demonic beast alone, but it didn't stipulate that the prey had to be dead. Since that was the case, then so be it. Locke's eyes flickered as he began to think of a way to capture the wolf pack alive. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a suitable plan. Finally, he could only stare at the demonic wolves in the valley and say in a deep voice, "It seems we have no choice but to confront them head-on." Suddenly, a large hand blocked Locke's path. Ager stared at him, his eyes showing no fear. "That Demon Wolf King is mine." He knew very well that if he could defeat the Demon Wolf King, he might be able to break through and reach the second level of strength. Locke smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Of course, but I need your loyalty, a loyalty that surpasses even the loyalty to the Beast God." The orc's faith has always been solely in the Beast God. They spend their entire lives yearning for the Beast God's approval. Ager's expression shifted, and he immediately understood Locke's meaning. What shocked him even more was that Locke's goal wasn't to follow the Beast God, but to become an existence comparable to, or even surpassing, the Beast God. Locke looked at him, his voice calm, yet imposing. "You've spent your entire life as a servant of the Beast God. Your talent is indeed remarkable, but there are many half-orcs stronger than you. Would the Beast God care about an ant like you? Do you want to be a servant forever, or do you want to be honored? Tell me, what's your choice?" Ager frowned, his heart in turmoil. He had never seen the Beast God, yet the voice in his bloodline constantly compelled him to be loyal. But he craved power, he yearned for strength. This was his only obsession in life. Soon, Ager's gaze hardened completely. He knelt on one knee, his right fist pressed against his chest, looking directly at Locke. "Great Lord Locke, your servant Ager swears by his life and honor that he is loyal to you. I will be the sharpest blade in your hand, fighting for you against all enemies, whether in life or death, until my last breath. I will obey your will until death, my master." Locke's lips curled into a smile, and his right hand rested on Ager's shoulder. "I, Locke, accept your allegiance." A system notification sounded, indicating Ager's loyalty had reached 90%, and Locke received a reward of 200 gold coins. Combined with his original 100 gold coins, this was just enough to exchange for 3 level 1 spirit potions in the level 1 shop. Locke stood up, looked at the wolf pack in the valley, and immediately ordered, "Charge." The next moment, he activated his Legion skill without hesitation. Warhorn. From the bushes, one orc after another rose to their feet, their aura instantly surging. One Ear raised his bone club and roared, "For the Horde, for the great Lord Locke." The commotion at the valley entrance startled the wolf pack, and the little demon wolf cub immediately scurried back into its den. The demon wolf king slowly rose, his icy gaze locking onto the charging orcs. Anger flashed across its previously calm face, and it let out a long, drawn-out howl. The surrounding demonic wolves responded in unison, then pounced on the Orc Legion. A fierce battle erupted instantly. One ear charged towards the demonic wolf, its bone club slamming down. With a resounding thud, bone fragments flew, and the demonic wolf was sent flying. It landed, tumbling several times, struggling to its feet before collapsing again, never to rise again. The remaining orcs were equally determined, wielding bone clubs and wooden spears, engaging the demon wolves in a fierce battle. Howls, roars, and the clash of weapons echoed through the valley. The orcs, armed, clearly held the upper hand, and the tide of battle began to turn in Locke's favor. But just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the demon wolf king suddenly leaped from the pack, opening its blood-red maw to bite down on the head of one of the orcs. With a snap, sharp wolf fangs severed the orc's neck, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. Immediately afterward, the demon wolf king propelled itself forward with its hind legs, lunging at another orc, its massive forepaws slamming down. The orc's wooden spear snapped in two, and it was sent flying backward. The demon wolf king roared to the sky, its ferocious power intimidating the surrounding orcs, and for a moment, no one dared to approach. "Get out of the way!" A furious shout came from behind the orcs, and the crowd quickly parted to make way for just one person. Ager, carrying a bone club as thick as a thigh, strode towards the demon wolf king. A sense of danger rose from the demon wolf king's heart. Its body tensed involuntarily, yet it still stared intently at Ager. Ager didn't waste words, but simply roared at it, the provocation unmistakable. The wolf king was utterly enraged. In its eyes, a half-orc daring to challenge its authority was utterly unforgivable. It bent its hind legs and lunged at Ager with its massive body. Facing the charging wolf king, Ager didn't retreat an inch. He gripped his bone club tightly with both hands and brought it down with all his might on the wolf king's head. The wolf king's claws struck the bone club, the terrifying impact forcing Ager back several steps. This attack also allowed both sides to gauge each other's strength. The demon wolf king was strong, but not strong enough to make Ager despair. Ager steadied himself, staring fearlessly at the demon wolf king, then roared and charged forward. Locke looked at the battlefield. The orcs had already gained the upper hand, and victory was only a matter of time. He immediately opened the shop, exchanged 300 gold coins for 3 bottles of level 1 spirit potion, and drank them down immediately. System notifications sounded continuously as Locke's mental strength steadily increased. When his mental strength reached 10 points, the system notified him again. "Congratulations, host, you have mastered Fire Magic Fireball." At this moment, Locke possessed 400 points of magic power, enough to cast Fireball 4 times. Subtracting the initial 50 points of magic power, for every point of mental strength gained, his magic power would increase by 70 points. Locke raised his hand, and with a thought, a fireball the size of a fist instantly appeared in his palm. The flame didn't bring a burning sensation. Instead, it felt like an extension of his body. Is this magic? It's truly amazing. He currently only possessed the most common fire magic, but for most people on the magic continent, mastering 1 or 2 spells was already considered genius. For Locke, who possessed the system, 1 spell was just the beginning. The shop also offered various elemental magic mastery techniques, but the exchange prices were astonishingly high. Seeing that other magic mastery techniques required 100,000 gold coins, Locke couldn't help but gasp. However, he now possessed new power. Locke's gaze fell on a demonic wolf ahead, and he waved his hand. "Go!" The fireball in his palm shot out, instantly tearing through the battlefield and hurtling towards the demonic wolf. With a deafening boom, the fireball exploded the moment it touched the wolf, and blazing flames immediately engulfed its body. The demonic wolf let out a shrill scream, rolling frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. But elemental magic was far superior to ordinary fire. In just a few breaths, it was burned beyond recognition, the air filled with the stench of burnt flesh. When the flames died down, the demonic wolf lay on the ground, its flesh mangled and bloody. Though it still clung to life, it was utterly incapacitated. Locke was extremely satisfied with the power of the fireball, while the orcs present were all stunned. "Magic!" They all stopped and turned to look, seeing Locke's palm once again ignite with a fireball. Their previously low morale instantly soared. Mages were extremely rare among orcs. Only those who had awakened magical talent were qualified to become tribal priests. A tribe with priests was often more powerful than an ordinary tribe. The orcs roared in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. Locke, holding a fireball, walked onto the battlefield, uttering only one sentence: "I want them alive." The group immediately complied, hammering the wolves' heads with wooden spears and bone clubs, trying to knock them unconscious. Some orcs even pounced on the wolves, engaging in close combat with brute force, and one wolf after another fell to the ground. Of course, the orcs also paid a price, suffering wounds of varying degrees. Seeing the wolf pack gradually losing ground, the Wolf King finally panicked. It stood upright, its sharp claws whistling through the air, and slammed down on Aegur. Aegur gritted his teeth and raised his bone club to defend, but against a level 2 demon Wolf King, his strength was ultimately insufficient. With a snap, the bone club was broken in two by the wolf's claws, and 3 deep, flesh-revealing gasps appeared on Aegur's chest. Blood gushing from his wounds, Aegur staggered back several steps, gasping for breath. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would likely have been disemboweled by the Wolf King. The Wolf King coldly swept its surroundings, finally fixing its gaze on Aegur. The next second, its figure vanished like a shadow. This level 2 Wolf King possessed the innate skill of stealth. Aegur's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately looked around warily, searching for the Wolf King's trail. Enemies lurking in the shadows are the most dangerous. When they bare their fangs, it is often a fatal blow. Where is it? Where is it? Aegur was somewhat panicked. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to die dishonorably at the hands of a Wolf King. Locke had been staring at the Wolf King, but he also couldn't find where it was hiding. He cursed inwardly. Could this guy just disappear in a thin air? Just then, he noticed an inconspicuous gray shadow appear on the ground, rapidly approaching Aegur from behind. "Watch out, behind you!" Locke shouted immediately. Aegur instinctively sensed something was wrong and was about to turn around when the gray shadow vanished, revealing the powerful Wolf King. It opened its blood-red maw, a stench filling the air, and its sharp fangs lunged at Aegur's head. Aegur had no time to think. He could only hold his remaining bone club horizontally in front of him. The wolf's jaws gripped the bone club tightly, and the bone quickly succumbed to the pressure, snapping. The Wolf King then swung its right paw, slapping Aegur away and spitting out the bone fragments from its mouth. Aegur struggled to his feet, his chest a bloody mess. The pungent smell of blood irritated the Wolf King. It crouched low and pounced again. Suddenly, Aegur roared to the sky, its muscles bulging, veins standing out, and its skin turning crimson, as if its entire body were on fire. This was the first time he had activated his talent, all for the sake of fighting to the death. The demon Wolf King sensed danger and warily stared at Aegur, whose eyes were bloodshot. But seeing the mocking smile on Aegur's lips, it was completely enraged and pounced again. The wolf's jaws were about to bite Aegur, but Aegur stood still, unresponsive. A triumphant glint appeared in the Wolf King's eyes, as if it could already hear its opponent's bones breaking and its screams echoing. But just as the wolf's jaws were about to close, a cold smile suddenly curled at the corner of Aegur's lips. The Wolf King instinctively sensed something was wrong, and the next second, Aegur's hands shot out, gripping its upper and lower jaws tightly. The Wolf King struggled frantically, trying to break free of those massive hands, only to discover that Aegur's strength was terrifyingly astounding. Roar! Aegur roared again, his arms suddenly straining. The wound on his chest was aggravated, and blood gushed out, but he seemed oblivious to the pain, desperately trying to pry open the Wolf King's mouth. Crack, crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously, and fear finally appeared in the Wolf King's eyes. It twisted its neck desperately, its limbs kicking the ground, but it still couldn't break free from Aegur's grasp. Aegur gave it no chance, exerting force again and lifting the Wolf King's upper body. With a dull snap, the Wolf King's jaw was torn off, and Aegur slammed it to the ground. Aegur pressed down on the Wolf King, raining blows on its head with his right fist. Heavy fists rained down, causing blood to gush from the Wolf King's mouth and nose until it finally stopped struggling and lost its life. Ager grabbed the Wolf King's corpse, raised it high above his head, and let out a deafening roar. This roar drew the attention of all the surrounding orcs and demon wolves. When the wolf pack saw that the demon Wolf King was dead, their fighting spirit crumbled, and they began to retreat deeper into the valley. The orcs, their morale greatly boosted, continued to knock out the dire wolves one by one and throw them onto the open ground. With the Wolf King dead, the remaining dire wolves quickly and completely collapsed, and even the wolf cubs in the cave were all dragged out by the orcs and thrown into the center of the valley. Chapter 17. Locke stepped across the battlefield as the dust settled, and the orcs around him bowed their heads, placing their right hands on their chests in respect. One Ear strode forward, shouting excitedly, "Great Lord Locke, we've won this battle." Locke looked around. The surviving orcs all wore expressions of triumph, and the system notification echoed in his mind. Host detected initiating and winning a war, killing 15 level 1 magical beasts and 1 level 2 magical beast. Reward, 250 gold coins. With 250 gold coins in his account, Locke felt much more at ease. At least the Legion's expenses for the next few days were covered. However, this victory was not without cost. 5 members of the orc army died, but the remaining orcs showed little grief, as if death was just a common occurrence for them. Locke then counted the dire wolves. There were 31 adult level 1 dire wolves and 11 dire wolf cubs. He first approached the cubs, who huddled together, staring at him in terror. Locke tried to activate the talent recruitment, but the system immediately indicated failure. He refused to believe in bad luck and tried to recruit each of the 11 cubs one by one. After failing repeatedly, he finally succeeded in recruiting one of them, and the system rewarded him with a gold coin. Locke's brow relaxed. It seemed that even monsters could become members of his legion. He grabbed a wolf cub that had failed to be recruited. The little creature struggled desperately, letting out terrified howls. Locke tried recruiting again, and this time, the system notified him that the recruitment was successful. With a method in place, he quickly brought the remaining wolf pups under his control. As for the adult wolves, intimidation alone was clearly not enough, so Locke simply took matters into his own hands and beat them into submission. Under coercion and enticement, all the adult dire wolves eventually chose to submit. Locke checked his information and found that his first-tier legion had grown to 51 orcs and 42 wolves. The Warhorn could still boost the legion's strength and speed during a charge, while weakening the enemy. The number of gold coins had reached 306. Looking at the fully formed legion before him, Locke was increasingly satisfied with the orcs' fighting strength. Especially Ager, who despite his serious injuries, still stood there with his back straight. Locke valued this loyal and capable subordinate highly. AIG. Ager immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, "Great Master, your servant Ager is ready to receive your teachings." Locke nodded, first praising him, then pointing to the pack of demon wolves. "Choose one of these demon wolves as your mount." The fact that Ager was chosen first showed how much importance was placed on him. The other orcs were filled with anticipation, while some were filled with regret. They knew earlier that the wolves could be used as mounts, so they should have gone easy on them and captured as many alive as possible. Ager dragged his badly injured body to the front of the wolf pack, his eyes sweeping over the wolves before he quickly selected one. As he rolled onto the wolf's back, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp for breath, but he still managed to steady himself despite the pain. The next moment, the demonic wolf seemed to understand his meaning, stood up, and its deep howl echoed through the valley. The surrounding orcs immediately became excited. Owning a demon wolf mount was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Apart from the orc who went out to scout with a one-eyed wolf, everyone else was given a dire wolf. Some rode adult dire wolves, while others could only carry dire wolf cubs. Rest in place. At Locke's command, One Ear led several orcs on their dire wolves to guard the valley. Locke led Egg into the cave, and, seeing that Egg's injuries were quite serious, asked, "Egg, how are your injuries?" Ager replied nonchalantly, "Master, this injury won't kill me. I'll recover in no time." Orcs have a recovery ability close to that of magical beasts. As long as the injury is not fatal, it will heal quickly over time. The orcs in the valley began to plunder the wolf cave, and when they saw a bone club that caught their eye, they simply picked it up and used it as a weapon. Suddenly, a wolf howl came from outside the valley, and all the orcs and demon wolves looked toward the entrance at the same time. Soon, One Ear returned riding a demon wolf, followed by One Eye. Locke noticed the unusual situation outside and led Ager out of the cave. Upon seeing Locke, the one-eyed creature immediately knelt on one knee and reported, "Lord Locke, we have discovered traces of humans in the forest. Humans." This was the first time Locke had heard of humans since arriving in this world. He was quite curious about them and wanted to know what they looked like. He immediately pressed further. "How many people are there? What are they doing here? This place is originally the territory of orcs, and many orc tribes are scattered here. Humans appearing in such a place would inevitably be in danger." One-Eyed shook his head. He didn't know what those people were up to, and only reported, "1 carriage plus 12 cavalrymen. Lead the way." Locke didn't waste any words. His information was too limited, so he could learn about the world through these humans. With a wave of his hand, a demonic wolf immediately came to his side, crouching down on all fours, allowing him to easily sit on its back. Locke squeezed his legs together, and the dire wolf howled as it charged swiftly towards the front of the forest. The wolf-riding orcs followed closely behind, while the orcs without mounts raced after them on foot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a group of human cavalry escorted a carriage slowly forward. Brooke gently pulled on the reins, slowing his horse down. He then went to the carriage window and said in a low voice, "Young Master Mark, the forest is dangerous at night. We need to find a place to rest for the night." The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Mark's slightly round, youthful face. He smiled calmly and said, "Captain Brooke, you make the arrangements." Looking at Mark in front of him, Brooke couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This somewhat overweight teenager had finally made a name for himself here through his own hard work, only to have it all destroyed by a sudden invasion of orcs. Even if he manages to return to his family, he will likely live an unknown life from now on, with no chance of ever turning his life around. Brooke shook his head. These are not his concerns. The most important thing right now was to get Mark safely through the orc territory and back to the Empire. "Stop!" Brooke suddenly pulled on the reins, and his warhorse neighed and stopped. The other 11 knights also looked at him. Night was about to fall, and continuing on the road was too dangerous. Brooke ordered in an unquestionable tone, "Rest here tonight and set off again tomorrow morning." The group walked through low bushes to a clearing, where Mark's carriage was placed in the center, while the cavalry set up simple traps around the perimeter as a precaution. Mark stepped down from the carriage, breathing in the night air, and the oppressive feeling in his heart finally eased somewhat. He looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Captain Brooke, shouldn't we make a campfire?" Brooke sighed inwardly, thinking that this young master indeed lacked experience in wilderness survival, but he still patiently explained, "This is the Monster Mountain Range. Unlike the forests within the Empire, which are inhabited only by ordinary wild beasts, the real danger here lies in the intelligent monsters. Ordinary flames won't scare them away at all. Instead, they'll pique their curiosity. Once a campfire is lit, it will only attract all the nearby monsters." Mark was a little embarrassed and quickly apologized, saying that he really didn't know these rules. Brooke waved his hand and told him that it was normal not to have wilderness experience. These soldiers lived a life of constant danger and knew much more about nature. He was clearly unwilling to talk more and quickly told Mark to get some rest, as they had to continue their journey the next day. Mark opened his mouth as if he had something to ask, but then swallowed it back. He simply nodded, took out a soft piece of bread from his storage ring, and began to eat it in large bites. Brooke then got up and went to the cavalry to arrange the night watch for the evening. Night gradually descended, and the forest became eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects and calls of birds. 2 cavalrymen nimbly climbed the tree and stood guard from a high vantage point, while the rest rested against the tree trunk, ready to deal with any danger at any time. After an unknown amount of time, Brooke, who was fast asleep, twitched his ears slightly, suddenly opened his eyes, and warily scanned his surroundings. On the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but as he prepared to close his eyes again, a sudden chill ran through him. "It's too quiet. abnormally quiet. The chirping of insects that had been constantly ringing out all around had completely disappeared without anyone noticing. Even though the watchman hadn't given any warning, Brooke immediately stood up and yelled at everyone, "Wake up! Wake up!" The angry shout pierced the silent night sky and made Locke, who was lurking in the shadows, change his expression. He hadn't expected that, even though he had carefully approached under the cover of darkness, he would still be discovered. He could only immediately order, "Charge! Take them alive!" The next moment, wolf howls rang out from the darkness. The surrounding bushes shook violently, and a large number of orcs rode out on demonic wolves. For the tribe, for the great Lord Locke. The cacophony of shouts came from all directions, and Mark panicked, his face turning ashen. Brooke, however, had seen it all before and immediately shouted, "Don't panic, gather around me." In the darkness, only blurry figures could be seen. He pulled out a kerosene can from his storage ring and smashed it hard on the ground. With a crisp snap, oil splattered everywhere, and Brooke threw out a tinderbox, which instantly burst into flames, illuminating the surroundings. The scene before them was finally clear to everyone. Orcs! They're orcs! Suddenly, a horde of orcs riding demon wolves rapidly surrounded them from all directions. The number of wolf riders far exceeded that of their small squad. The fact that so many orcs have mounts indicates that this is definitely a powerful orc tribe. Brooke knew this all too well, so the moment he saw the wolf riders, any thought of resistance in his mind vanished completely. The wolf riders quickly surrounded the human squad, accompanied by piercing laughter and mockery. Haha, they're just tiny humans. The cavalrymen's faces were extremely grim, and Brooke had only one thought in his mind. It's over. Mark was filled with despair. He was unwilling to accept that he was a genius and was going to die at the hands of orcs. Just when everyone thought the orcs were about to make their move, the wolf riders in front suddenly parted to make way for them. Brooke forced himself to remain calm and looked over, only to see an orc slowly appearing at the end of the road, riding a demonic wolf. The orc was completely different from the others. He was noticeably thinner and even more like a human. Ordinary orcs are strong and generally over 2 meters tall, but he was only a little over 1.8 meters tall, making him stand out in the group. Brooke was stunned. He could tell that this was a half-orc whose bloodline awakening had failed. Logically speaking, such orcs should not survive past childhood, let alone subdue so many orcs. After all, orcs believe in the law of the jungle and have no concept of family affection. Older orcs will not raise weak cubs. But what he saw before him completely shattered his understanding. Locke flipped off the wolf's back and strode toward the group of humans who were surrounded. Brooke looked up and met Locke's eyes, which were bright and confident, as if everything was under control. He had only ever seen this sense of oppression in those high-ranking noblemen. Brooke's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Locke's gaze again. "Who's in charge?" A childish voice rang out, and Brooke glanced at Mark out of the corner of his eye. Mark was of noble birth, and, as a servant, his duty was to protect Mark's safety. He was originally a vassal of the Icefield Wolf Merchant Guild, and if Mark died here, none of his cavalrymen would escape the guild's accountability. Mark took a deep breath, stood up tremblingly, and said cautiously, "Sir, I am the captain of this cavalry unit. May I ask what brings you here?" Locke did not answer immediately, but first looked at Brooke and then at Mark, who was being subtly protected by Brooke behind him. He already understood that the chubby boy was clearly of high status. Locke continued to observe the group of humans. They were on high alert, their hands gripping their weapons, trembling slightly, as if they might fight back desperately at any moment. Locke raised his hand, pointing his index finger at Mark, signaling him to come forward in reply. Mark's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and was about to take a step when Brooke grabbed his arm. "Sir, this is my nephew Mark. You can ask me any questions you may have." Locke's face darkened. "Nephew? A nobleman and a servant, and their uncle and nephew? Do you believe that yourself? Or do you think I'm a fool?" Before he could finish speaking, Ager snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint as he stared at Brooke. Brooke instantly sensed the other's presence, and his expression changed drastically. Level 2. After his battle with the Demon Wolf King, Ager has actually broken through to level 2. Among those of the same level, orcs are far stronger than humans. With the atmosphere now tense, Brooke dared not make a move. Mark knew that continuing the stalemate would not do any good, so he suppressed his panic and stepped forward. My name is Mark, and I come from the Icefield Wolf Merchant Guild in the southern part of the Abaddon Empire. May I ask how I should address you, sir? Locke sized him up, and when he heard the words Merchant Guild, his eyes suddenly lit up. Merchant Guild? You're a merchant. Mark didn't understand why the other person asked that question, but he nodded nonetheless. Locke's tone softened. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Since you're a businessman, let's make a deal. Since arriving at the Wolf Slave Tribe, Locke discovered that the orcs here were still living in the Stone Age. Their weapons were either wooden spears or bone clubs. But these humans, including Mark, were wielding sharp longswords. A daring idea had already taken shape in Locke's mind. Mark was taken aback. A deal? Aren't merchants supposed to be in the business of buying and selling? Why can't they trade with orcs? Mark couldn't figure out Locke's intentions, but with business presented to him, he wasn't willing to let it slip away easily. Lord Locke, what would you like to trade? Weapons, armor, and mounts. Mark's face immediately showed a troubled expression. He did indeed have a lot of goods in his storage ring, but he wasn't sure if these orcs had any money. Perhaps the other party is just using the guise of a transaction to steal all their belongings. Locke frowned and asked, What, nothing? Mark hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, It's not that I don't have any, but Lord Locke, do you have any gold coins? In his view, orcs were poor and backward, probably not even having a concept of gold coins. Humans didn't need anything from orcs. The only thing of value might be the magic crystals inside the beasts. However, not every magical beast has magic crystals. Only magical beasts of level 1 or higher have a certain probability of producing them. Locke raised his hand, and a gold coin appeared in his palm. You mean this? In the Wolf Slave Tribe, this thing was useless, but Locke knew that it was the universal currency of the human world. A flicker of greed crossed Mark's eyes the moment he saw the gold coins, but he quickly suppressed it. His life was still in Locke's hands. This is it, Lord Locke. But a single gold coin can't buy many weapons. Mark kindly pointed out that he clearly believed Locke had no idea about the value of gold coins. Locke said calmly, I never said I only had one gold coin. After all this talk, it's time to let me see the goods. Of course, as long as you have enough gold coins, everything will be fine. Mark touched the storage ring on his right index finger, and a flash of light appeared, instantly revealing more than a dozen weapons and armor on the open ground. Locke looked at the armor and frowned. Orcs were much larger than humans, and the armor simply wouldn't fit them. Mark also noticed the problem and hurriedly explained, Lord Locke, the Abaddon Empire strictly prohibits trading with orcs. If discovered, the merchant will be hanged. Therefore, even the Icefield Wolf Merchant Guild does not dare to manufacture weapons and armor specifically for orcs. Locke nodded, finally understanding why the Wolf Slave Tribe didn't even have a single piece of iron. Orcs are already incredibly strong, and when equipped with sharp weapons, ordinary human soldiers simply cannot withstand them. Therefore, it's understandable why humans are so vigilant and defensive. Locke glanced at the swords and knives on the ground and frowned again. These swords and knives were far too light for the orcs. Take them out. You know, not all humans use these weapons. Mark's heart sank, and he immediately understood Locke's meaning. There were also naturally strong warriors among humans who wielded giant axes, wore hammers, and spike clubs. As a merchant, he would naturally have such goods in his storage ring. But if he sells heavy weapons to orcs, he'll be essentially enhancing their fighting power. He might even become a sinner against humanity. But right now, Mark can't worry about that. Survival comes first, then he can think about anything else. He raised his right hand, and Locke then noticed that the chubby boy was wearing 4 storage rings on his hand. Locke sighed inwardly. This guy was really rich. He even considered snatching the ring, but ultimately restrained himself. Not everyone can open a storage ring. If you steal it but can't use it, you'll lose more than you gain. The next moment, a large pile of weapons appeared on the ground. Giant axes, war hammers, spike clubs, each one heavy and sturdy. The surrounding orcs were glued to the weapons, but none dared to make a move. Without Locke's orders, they could only stare intently at them. For orcs, having a suitable weapon is almost a lifelong dream. Locke stared at the storage ring on Mark's hand and asked without looking up, What's the price? Mark felt uneasy under Locke's gaze. fearing that Locke might rob him at any moment. These are just ordinary weapons, not magical weapons. 20 silver coins each. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. This price is not high for ordinary weapons. Locke said calmly, "Go and choose one." The orcs could no longer restrain themselves and rushed toward the weapons on the ground. They grabbed giant axes, warhammers, and spiked clubs, brandishing them in their hands to test their strength, and soon satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. These iron weapons were more than 10 times stronger than their original wooden spears and bone clubs. After all the orcs had chosen their weapons, Locke took out a handful of gold coins and casually tossed them to Mark. The clinking sound continued, and gold coins were scattered all over the ground. Mark stood there, stunned, never expecting that the orc would actually pay. He had originally prepared to lose all the goods. As long as he could survive, these weapons were just external possessions. No one expected that this orc would actually give Mark gold coins. Mark cautiously picked up the gold coins from the ground, roughly counted them, and immediately grabbed a handful of silver coins, preparing to return them to Locke. Locke waved his hand and said calmly, "No need. Consider the rest as payment for providing the information." Mark was stunned again. He simply couldn't believe that a half-orc possessed intelligence no less than that of a human. The guy in front of me was completely different from the irritable and savage orc of the rumors. He was more like a meticulous human. Locke's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable threat. "Next, I'll ask you questions, and you'll answer. If you dare to lie to me, you'll lose your life." He first asked why these people were in orc territory. Mark dared not hide the truth, and said that the Orcish city on the Empire's border had been captured by the Orcish allied forces. In order to escape, they had no choice but to risk crossing the orcs' territory, bypassing the main force of the allied army, and looking for a way to survive. Upon hearing that war had broken out, Locke immediately understood why the wolf slave tribe had so few orcs. He pressed for the reasons for the war, but Mark shook his head, saying that he was just a nobody and had no access to such secrets. It has been 3 days since the fall of Bee City, and more than 2 months since the old half-orc left. Locke knew very well that Beast City, as the Empire's defensive line against the orc territory, must be extremely strong, and ordinary attacks would not be able to break through it easily. Mark's face showed anger, and he gritted his teeth and told the truth. There was a traitor in Linshow City. Under the cover of night, the traitor used a magic crystal cannon to blast open a city gate, allowing the orc army to storm into the city. Locke fell into deep thought. Someone couldn't have let orcs into the Empire just to create chaos. A chaotic empire offers no benefit to ordinary people, unless someone within the Empire seeks to use the power of the orcs to launch a rebellion. They colluded with the orcs to overthrow the current king's rule. A glint of light flashed in Locke's eyes at this thought. He stared at Mark and commanded, "Tell me in detail about the distribution of power within the Abitant Empire." Mark assumed Locke just wanted to find out the enemy's strength, so he honestly confessed that the Empire had 5 major legions. The Imperial Guards guarded the royal city, while the other 4 legions were stationed in the southeast, northwest, and southwest of the Empire, all loyal to the royal family. Locke interrupted him. "Besides the royal family, what about the other noble powers?" Mark then brought up the Empire's 4 great dukes. These 4 families had followed the founding emperor, Kevin I, in establishing the Empire and were granted the title of Duke after its founding. More than 800 years have passed, and the 4 ducal families have become deeply entrenched, forming a noble force second only to the royal family. Locke immediately inquired about the dukes of the southern part of the Empire. Mark replied that the south was controlled by the Derek family, and the current Grand Duke was Wayne Derek. More importantly, Wayne himself has already reached the level of a level 10 great swordsman. Locke then asked if the Empire had any powerhouses beyond level 10. Mark shook his head repeatedly, saying that such beings were already demigods. A demigod's life level will undergo a transformation, and their lifespan will be greatly extended. Even if the entire Abitant Empire were to pool all its resources, it might not be able to cultivate just one. Locke did not press further about the method to becoming a demigod, because he knew that Mark could not possibly know it. But the strength of a level 10 greatsword master had confirmed one thing for Locke. It seems that this Grand Duke Wayne is not willing to stay in his current position. These words sent a shockwave through Mark, and his voice trembled. My lord, do you mean that Grand Duke Wayne is colluding with the orcs? That's impossible. That's a crime punishable by the extermination of an entire race. Locke sneered. What's impossible? Besides the Imperial Legion, the only other family left in the southern part of the Empire is the Derrick family. Could it be that the Imperial Legion is colluding with the orcs? Mark fell silent. He already knew the answer in his heart, but he still refused to believe it. He couldn't understand why Wayne, whose status and power were second only to the king, could be dissatisfied. Locke countered, do you want to be the president of your Chamber of Commerce? If you want to sit in that position, don't you have to eliminate the competitors ahead of you? If you can't do it on your own, then will you use external forces to make those heirs disappear unexpectedly? Mark was completely stunned. He hadn't expected that an orc could see things more deeply than he did, completely overturning his understanding of orcs. Although the Guishang Association is not large, if he wants to become its president, he will still have to face those heirs from deeply rooted families. Unless everything happens to the people in front of him, he has no chance at all. Mark pondered for a long time before coming to his senses and respectfully asking, Lord Locke, now that the transaction is complete, may we leave? Locke nodded and smiled. Of course, my friend. But before I leave, I'd like to make a deal with you. Mark frowned, instinctively sensing it couldn't be anything good. What deal? Locke said that as long as Mark was willing to provide him with weapons and armor, he would do his best to help Mark become the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Locke didn't want ordinary equipment. He wanted weapons and armor suitable for orcs. Locke originally wanted to recruit these humans by force, but he knew that keeping them around might not be useful. Only by bringing them back to the Empire can they realize their greater value. As for loyalty, it naturally needs to be maintained through mutual benefit. Mark immediately refused. Impossible. Trading with orcs is a capital offense in the Empire. If caught, you'll be hanged. Locke, however, was in no hurry and said slowly, My dear friend, don't be so quick to refuse. There must be merchants in the Empire secretly trading with orcs. You can take your time to consider it. There are no permanent enemies in this world, only permanent interests. Haha, Lord Locke, I will seriously consider it. But now, may we leave? Mark didn't want to stay a moment longer. The feeling of having his life in someone else's hands was unbearable. Moreover, when facing Locke, he always felt like he was being led by the nose by this orc. Of course, my friend. I hope we can meet again next time. Locke smiled and raised his hand, and the orcs behind him immediately made way for him. Mark glanced at him suspiciously, then gritted his teeth and boarded the carriage. Locke called out from behind, We come from the Wolf Slave Tribe. Come find me when you've thought it through. Trust me, you'll definitely gain a great fortune. Wealth? Damn wealth. Mark just wanted to get away from these orcs as quickly as possible. Without looking back, the carriage and riders sped off into the distance. Mark, who was in a hurry to escape at the moment, would later search for the Wolf Slave Tribe like a madman. Lord Locke, are you really going to let these humans leave? One-Eyed approached. He was the one who first discovered these people, and he had originally thought he could have a good fight, but all he got in return was a warhammer. He weighed the warhammer in his hand, its heavy weight satisfying him. Locke, however, asked, Can you open that storage ring? One-Eyed shook his head. Locke spread his hands. If we can't open it, what's the point of killing them? One-Eyed couldn't understand. In his eyes, human warriors were enemies, and enemies naturally deserve to be killed. Locke, however, chuckled. That kid will definitely come back. This land is about to fall into war, and for merchants, this is precisely an opportunity to change their fate. Seize this opportunity, and we can grow bigger and stronger, and create new glories. He said it as if he were talking to himself, or as if he were reminding One-Eye. Then Locke roared, Rest where you are. The orcs quickly scattered. He leaned against the demon wolf, closed his eyes to rest, and left the rest to One-Eye and One Ear. On the other side, Brooke's gruff voice came into the carriage. Young Master Mark, shall we stop and rest? Mark lifted the curtain and agreed to his suggestion. The speeding carriage gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. Mark stepped down and looked back at the dark wilderness. The night obscured everything, and he could see nothing. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, calmed down a little. Uncle Brook, do you think what that orc said is believable? Brook looked at him and said softly, Young Master Mark, I think you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? He also suspected that there was a traitor within the Empire. Otherwise, the Beast City, which had held off the orcs for centuries, could not have been breached in such a short time. But Brook quickly reminded him, Young Master, this is not something we should worry about. The most important thing right now is how to deal with the pressure from the family. The orcs' attack on the city has caused heavy losses to the Merchant Guild of Linsho City. I'm afraid those noble lords in the family won't let us off easily. Mark shook his head. Uncle Brook, we can't just focus on the difficulties at hand. We need to look further ahead. Seeing Brook's puzzled expression, Mark continued. Brook, a former bodyguard, wouldn't think too much, but Mark was currently outnumbered and needed someone like him to be completely loyal to him. Uncle Brook, why can't we make a deal with the orcs? Brook's face changed instantly. Young Master Mark, Imperial law strictly forbids this kind of thing. It's a capital offense. Mark smiled and said, Dear Uncle Brook, what is the purpose of life? Brook shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Mark stared at him. The Grand Duke's status and power are high enough, aren't they? So why would he betray the Empire? We're not even barons, so why can't we take a chance? Right now, we only have two paths in front of us. The first option is to return to the family and live a mediocre life until the end. What about the other path? Brook couldn't help but ask. He knew very well that if he returned to his family, with that meager income, he would hardly ever break through to the third level of warrior. If he hadn't had no other choice, he would never have wanted to go back. Mark took a deep breath and revealed his true plan. We're not going back. We'll stay on the Imperial front lines and make deals with those orcs. This is an opportunity to break free from the control of the family. After the orcs conquer the city, they will surely obtain a large amount of gold and silver treasures, but those things are not very attractive to them. This is exactly our opportunity. War can reshape the power structure of an empire, and it's always the fastest way to make a fortune. On the front lines, imperial laws are often no different from scraps of paper. Mark had once learned about his family's rise to power by chance. Peter Thomas, the first president of the Direwolf Merchant Guild, was initially just a commoner. At that time, the empire was not yet unified, and the various kingdoms were at war with each other. Peter Thomas seized the opportunity of the chaotic times, became a bandit, and accumulated his first fortune by plundering ordinary people. He dared not touch nobles, because nobles all had their own guards and were not people that ordinary bandits could mess with. After the empire was unified, he donated part of his assets and transformed himself into a noble of the Abiton Empire. To make a deal with the orcs? Brook muttered to himself. The law had long bound him, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Mark noticed his hesitation and knew he had to add fuel to the fire. He sighed heavily. Uncle Brook, are you really willing to live an ordinary life? You'll never become a level 3 warrior in your entire life. As long as you follow me for the rest of your life, I guarantee I will never treat you unfairly. The same goes for you. After speaking, Mark looked at the other 5 knights. The men exchanged silent glances. For guards like them to improve their strength, the only option was to purchase expensive alchemical potions. Alchemy potions require a large amount of gold. Based solely on their own aptitude, they have very little hope of making a breakthrough. Soon, the resentment in Brook's eyes was fully revealed. He suddenly drew his sword from his waist and knelt on one knee in front of Mark. My esteemed Lord Mark, I, Brook, hereby swear that I will pledge my loyalty to you with my sword and my life, to fight against all enemies, and never betray you for the rest of my life. Seeing Brook swear allegiance, the remaining 5 soldiers' last shred of hesitation vanished, and they all knelt down and swore an oath before Mark. In an instant, Mark felt completely at peace. He had completed the first step, building a team that was truly loyal to him. If his ancestor Thomas Peter rose from commoner to nobleman, why can't Mark Thomas achieve the same? Brook asked, Young Master Mark, what do we do next? Mark looked towards the Empire, clenching his fist. Let's go back to the Empire first, then find a blacksmith to forge weapons and armor for the orcs. War is the best opportunity to make a fortune. He had no sense of racial justice. For the nobility, money and power were the only things worth pursuing. Nothing happened that night, and Locke woke up just as dawn was breaking. The snoring of the orcs all around him was deafening, mixed with the harsh grinding of their teeth. Aeger immediately stood up, quickly went to Locke, and bowed, saying, "Master!" Locke nodded, stretched as he looked at the rising sun, and then barked, "Get up, all of you." These words, upon reaching the ears of the orcs, were like an inviolable command. In less than 2 seconds, all the orcs swiftly rose and formed a neat line. "Let's go back to the tribe." As Locke took a step, the dire wolf beside him seemed to have a prearranged understanding, immediately lowering its body. He flipped over and mounted the wolf's back, and the wolf's hind legs propelled it forward at breakneck speed. Aeger leaped onto the demon wolf and followed closely behind. A troop of wolf riders was heading towards the wolf slave tribe at top speed. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the wolf slave tribe, a group of ragged orcs were staggering back. One of the burly orcs was covered in blood, his wounds ripped open by swords, his flesh torn open. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn Ryan, how dare he use us as bait? I will never let him get away with this." The old orc walking at the front was hunched over, his face full of exhaustion. He was none other than Adalik, the chieftain of the wolf slave tribe. He had no obvious injuries, but the battle had almost drained him of his strength. He had taken most of the tribe's elite troops with him on this expedition, but they were used as bait by Chief Ryan and the Black Rhino tribe, resulting in heavy casualties. Adalik was seething with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The wolf slave tribe was too weak to stand against Chief Ryan. The Orcish Alliance has 10 war chiefs, each leading 10 smaller tribes. However, the alliance is never truly harmonious. Competition between tribes is fierce, and war and annexation are commonplace. Ryan used the chaos of war to weaken other tribes in order to facilitate future annexation. The wolf slave tribe has clearly become the sacrificial lamb this time. The orcs in the tribe quickly discovered them. It's the chief. The chief is back. More and more orcs emerged from the cave, their faces initially showing joy. As long as their chieftain was there, they still had hope. But when they saw the number of people behind Adalik, everyone's expression changed. Of the nearly 200 warriors who had been conscripted, fewer than 30 remained. Anger, sorrow, and despair instantly enveloped the entire tribe, with only a very few secretly relieved that they had not gone to war. Gotha pushed through the crowd and, seeing the horrific scene before him, froze on the spot. What on earth happened? Adalik sighed, unsure how to answer. Lauren, standing nearby, was consumed by rage. She coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn the Black Rhino tribe. They're using us as bait to lure out the main human force." After saying this, Lauren's chest heaved violently, and blood seeped from her wound again. Gotha clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The Black Rhino tribe must pay for this blood debt. He roared and was about to rush out of the tribe, but was stopped by Adalik. "Stop, Gotha! What are you doing?" "Chief, they are shameless. So many of our people have died in vain. They must pay the price." Adalik said in a deep voice, "Calm down. Now is not the time for revenge. What we need to do first is leave here immediately to prevent other orc tribes from taking advantage of the situation and swallowing up the wolf slave tribe." He led these remaining soldiers back to the tribe, not to survive, but to preserve the last spark of the wolf slave tribe. Notify everyone to pack their belongings and prepare to migrate. The wolf slave tribe is now powerless to defend its territory and can only seek out other places with abundant water and grass to recuperate. If it weren't for the fear of the tribe's complete annihilation, Adalik would still be fighting on the battlefield. The chief gave the order, and even though many were unwilling, they had no choice but to return to their caves to pack their belongings. Gotha gazed at the valley where he had lived for nearly 100 years, filled with reluctance. "Chief, are we really leaving? We have lived and multiplied here for so long. It is really hard to leave suddenly." Adalik was equally reluctant, but the situation forced him to remain silent. A moment later, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Goddard, where are those little guys who have just come of age? I haven't seen them." Gotha's expression stiffened slightly as he replied, "They went out hunting and didn't return last night." Adalik chuckled. They're quite a group of ambitious youngsters, much better than I was back then. Gotha stammered. However, it seems there's something wrong with these orcs. Adalik immediately became interested. What's the problem? They formed a group led by the thinnest orc, and even some adult orcs joined them. The thinnest orc? Adalik frowned. You mean that orc named Locke? Gotha nodded. He remembered the orc's name. It was indeed Locke. How is this possible? That orc is still alive. Adalik exclaimed in shock. In his mind, a skinny orc like Locke would never live to adulthood. They would either starve to death in caves, be bullied to death by their own kind, or become food for magical beasts. But his men told him that Locke had not only survived, but had also gathered about 50 orcs and formed his own army. Adalik fell silent. He remembered that child, who displayed extraordinary intelligence from birth. Even he himself might not have been able to achieve that level of intelligence upon reaching adulthood. Just then, a long howl of wolves suddenly came from the depths of the forest. The sound grew closer and closer, causing Adalik's face to darken abruptly. Something's wrong. Alert everyone. He immediately rushed towards the entrance of the valley, his biggest fear being that the wolves had discovered the wolf slave tribe's hiding place. At this moment, a large number of orcs gripped their bone clubs tightly, staring intently at the forest ahead. A dull tremor emanated from the ground, striking the hearts of everyone like a war drum. They knew very well that this pack of demonic wolves was clearly targeting the wolf slave tribe. Looks like it's going to be another bloody battle. The weariness and gloom in Adalik's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. Even with the tribe suffering heavy losses, the warlike nature inherent in the orcs had not disappeared. The arms of the surrounding orcs trembled slightly, not from fear, but from their fighting spirit being pushed to its limit. The bushes ahead suddenly swayed, and the next moment, a nearly 2-meter-tall dire wolf leaped out of the forest. Its gray fur was particularly striking in the sunlight, and it growled softly at the orc after landing. But then, Locke reached out and stroked the wolf's head. The wolf, which had been incredibly fierce just moments before, immediately lowered its head docilely, as if it had been tamed for a long time. Then, more wolves leaped out of the bushes with orcs riding on their backs. Adalik gritted his teeth, preparing to order an attack, but Gotha quickly grabbed his arm. Chief, he's one of ours. That orc up ahead is Locke. Adalik narrowed his eyes, carefully examining Locke riding on the back of the demon wolf. Locke, without flinching, met his gaze directly. He also recognized Adalik, the old orc who had fed them in the cave. Gotha quickly stepped forward to introduce. Locke, this is the chief of the wolf slave tribe. He was clearly worried that Locke was too arrogant and might offend the chief. After all, this skinny orc always had his own ideas and sometimes didn't even give Gotha face. Locke landed on his feet, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed to Adalik. Locke greets the chief. He observed the proper etiquette, but did not bow his head. As a former human, Locke knew how to assess the situation. Facing a level 5 orc, he no longer had the right to be arrogant, but he also wouldn't truly break his pride. Adalik exclaimed, Locke, we meet again. This time, you've given me quite a surprise. He found it hard to connect the Locke before him with the orc who had suffered endless bullying in the cave and couldn't even get enough to eat. What shocked him even more was that Locke had actually tamed so many demon wolves. Adalik even suspected that Locke might have been blessed by the beast god. But when he sensed Locke's still frail body, this suspicion was suppressed. The beast god would not allow his followers to reach adulthood without even reaching the level of a first-class warrior. Locke said, Chief, I remember you, and I remember your prayers for me. Perhaps it is the God of wisdom who has blessed me. Otherwise, I would not be alive today. Adalik frowned slightly. Orcs never worshipped a god of wisdom, and how could such a great god possibly favor them, whom they considered filthy? After a brief moment of distraction, he still asked the question that concerned him most. Locke, how exactly did you tame these dire wolves? The wolf slave tribe worships the wolf god, hence their name. The beast god is not a single deity, but rather a group of gods who collectively created the orc race. At its peak, the wolf slave tribe was a large tribe, even boasting level 10 orcs. Every warrior who reached level 3 possessed a demon wolf mount. Back then, it was precisely because of their wolf riders who came and went like the wind, that the wolf slave tribe was able to secure a place among the many orc tribes. However, with the decline of the tribe, the method of taming the demon wolves was completely lost. Now, however, Idolic sees the shadow of the wolf riders again in Locke. Locke calmly replied, "This may be my talent." Of course, he wouldn't reveal the system's secrets. Idolic, however, recalled the words left by the former chief before his death, and his eyes gradually brightened. In Locke, he seemed to see the hope for the wolf-slave tribe's resurgence. Can you still tame the dire wolf? Not only Idolic, but all the orcs around looked at Locke with anticipation. They might not know the tribe's past glory, but they knew how prestigious it was to ride a demon wolf. That longing seemed to have been etched into their very blood. Locke did not hide anything, because he knew very well that only by demonstrating sufficient value could he gain respect and status in the tribe. Of course, my chieftain, not just demon wolves. I can tame any magical beast that isn't too powerful. Idolic looked up at the sky, his eyes sparkling with long-lost hope. Thank you, beast god, for your blessing upon the wolf-slave tribe. May the glory of the wolf-slave tribe one day be restored. The surrounding orcs were infected and roared with fury, gazing devoutly at the sky. A glint flashed in Locke's eyes. He didn't believe in any beast god. He only believed in himself. With the system in hand, the wolf-slave tribe will eventually fall under his control. Moreover, his footsteps will certainly not remain in this small wolf-slave tribe forever. Idolic suppressed his excitement, strode over to Locke, raised his strong arm, and patted him hard on the shoulder. Locke, you are simply the best gift the beast god has bestowed upon the wolf-slave tribe. A gift? Locke's lips curled slightly, but he didn't say anything more. In his eyes, the wolf-slave tribe was the gift the beast god had given him. However, on the surface, he calmly replied, "Chief, you flatter me. As a member of the tribe, serving the tribe is my mission." Idolic was satisfied with his attitude, then sighed. "However, little Locke, our most important task right now is to leave here as soon as possible and find a new territory to recuperate. This war has caused heavy losses to the wolf-slave tribe. If they stay here, they will be swallowed up by other tribes sooner or later." Clearly, the battle had dealt such a severe blow that the entire tribe was forced to leave the front lines and migrate. But Locke was unwilling to do so. For him, war was the fastest way to change his fate. "Your Excellency, Chief, I believe that if the wolf-slave tribe wants to regain its strength, it cannot simply find a territory to hide in and reproduce." Idolic frowned, but before he could speak, Lauren beside him was already furious. "Boy, you dare question the chief's orders? I think you're tired of living." Lauren was already injured and had nowhere to vent his anger, and now Locke had walked right into his line of fire. The aura of a level 4 warrior suddenly erupted, pressing down on Locke. There was little fear in Locke's eyes. The next moment, the orc legion behind him drew their weapons in unison. The cold metallic gleam shimmered in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the bone clubs in Lauren's hands. Lauren's muscles bulged, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. "Locke, do you want to betray the tribe?" He couldn't believe that, having only been away from the tribe for a short time, these newly adult orcs dared to brandish their weapons at a level 4 warrior. Just as tensions were about to rise, Idolic finally raised his hand. Lauren and the orcs behind him immediately withdrew their imposing aura and became submissive. This seemingly gentle old orc clearly possessed enough prestige to intimidate the tribe. Idolic watched Locke with great interest. He knew that this orc, possessing extraordinary intelligence, must have his own reasons for daring to step forward. "Locke, tell me your plans." Without hesitation, Locke walked straight up to Idolic. "Your Excellency, Chief, constantly hiding will only make us lose the courage to face the enemy. The wolf-slave tribe has been recuperating for so long, yet it is growing more and more degenerate. This has already shown that hiding is not the right thing for us." Lauren was about to rebuke him when Idolic raised his hand again to stop her, signaling Locke to continue. Locke's strength was indeed not great, but his insights were something Idolic could not ignore. For a long time, almost all the tribe's decisions were made by Idolic alone. Most of the other orcs were simple-minded and incapable of discussing important matters. Locke's appearance finally showed him someone with whom he could think things through. Locke continued. The war between orcs and humans has lasted for 1,000 years. Individually, those humans are far weaker than us. So why have we been unable to completely defeat them? Adalik shook his head in silence. He didn't know, or more accurately, he had never seriously thought about the question. On the battlefield, humans are often no match for orcs, suffering far greater casualties. So why do they always manage to hold on? Because of courage. Locke's voice gradually rose. Humans also feel fear, terror, and even death when facing orcs. But they still have the courage to face adversity. War eliminates the weak. Those who survive are the elite. Fear is a human instinct, but courage is their true him. At this point, Locke looked around at the orcs. And what about us? Dear Chief, we are losing courage, becoming cowardly, fearful, and weak. If things continue like this, the wolf slave tribe will only decline further and eventually become a stepping stone for the rise of other tribes. Lauren's eyes widened, intending to refute, but she realized that everything Locke said was true. The wolf slave tribe has indeed lost its courage. After a long silence, Adalik finally asked, "So what do you think we should do?" Locke declared without hesitation, "The beast god does not favor the weak. The only way to become strong is through war. The war between humans and orcs is the best opportunity for the wolf slave tribe." Adalik's expression was complicated, but war will cause the tribe to lose more people and may even cause the entire wolf slave tribe to disappear completely. Locke chuckled softly. "Chief, everything comes at a price. The road to success is paved with blood and bones. If the wolf slave tribe can't even bear this much risk, then they shouldn't even dream of restoring their former glory." After saying that, Locke stood quietly in place, waiting for Adalik's decision. The long period of comfort had long since eroded the fighting spirit of the wolf slave tribe. But at this moment, hope rekindled in the eyes of all the orcs. To die gloriously in battle, or to live a cowardly life. They already knew the answer in their hearts. Feeling the gazes from all around, Adalik let out a sigh of relief. For the tribe, from this day forward, the wolf slave tribe mobilizes its entire force to rush to the front lines. May the great beast god protect his people, and may the glory of the wolf slave tribe be restored. For the tribe, in an instant, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire wolf slave tribe. The half-orcs sprang into action, their long-dormant fighting spirit fully awakened. Locke watched this scene with a smile playing on his lips. The fastest way to accumulate initial capital has always been through war. People, territory, and money can all be plundered through war. The large amount of gold coins was the key to his rapid improvement in strength. Soon, the wolf slave tribe had assembled. Led by Adalik, the entire group headed towards the border of the Abitan Empire. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp of the Imperial Southern Legion, more than a dozen armored humans sat around a sand table. The leader was a man in his 40s, with long blonde hair casually draped over his shoulders and a gloomy and angry expression. "These foolish and filthy orcs dare to wage war." Jack stared intently at the sand table and said coldly, "It seems that there are worms within the Empire. Now that Beast City has fallen, the Empire's southern defenses have been completely breached. The entire southern part of the Abitan Empire is now utterly exposed to the orcs' swords." Jax stared at the sand table, his face grim, unsure of how to respond. The battlefield was in complete chaos. The orcs rushed into the Empire and scattered to plunder, giving the Southern Legion no chance for a head-on battle. "Damn it, who is it?" Enraged, Jax slammed his fist into the sand table, unleashing the full power of a level 10 expert. The granite sand table shattered instantly, scattering rubble all over the ground, and the intense killing intent made it difficult for everyone in the tent to breathe. After a moment, he forcibly suppressed his anger, and everyone gasped for breath as if they had been freed from suffocation. A general hurriedly spoke up. "Commander, the most urgent task is to stop the orcs from continuing to penetrate deeper into the Empire. Otherwise, the entire Empire will descend into chaos." Jax understood this principle, of course, but the problem was that the orcs were all scattered. If the Southern Legion were also split up, they might not be able to suppress these fierce enemies. Just when he was completely clueless, His gaze fell on Chief of Staff Ace. Ace has white hair, but a ruddy complexion. He is a level 9 Archmage and comes from the Dean family, one of the 4 great ducal families of the Empire. The Dean family is known for its strategic thinking. When Kevin and I established the Abaddon Empire, the Dean family provided him with full support. Ace also had a fearsome title, Black Fox. He was as cunning as a fox, and his ruthlessness and unscrupulousness led to his being ostracized by his family. Jax originally didn't want such a person in the army, but Ace used his royal connections to force his way into the position of Chief of Staff of the Southern Legion. Over the years, Ace had kept an excessively low profile, never truly revealing his abilities. But Jax knew that the Dean family were no ordinary people. "My Chief of Staff, what are your thoughts?" Jax looked at him intently. This was the first time Jack had asked Ace this question on his own initiative. Ace seemed a little surprised, and then gave a meaningful smile. "My esteemed commander, the Orc invasion is inevitable. We should wait for the royal family to send troops." Jax roared. "Are we just going to let them slaughter the people of the Empire and seize its territory?" Ace, however, didn't care at all. They're just filthy commoners. The more they die, the angrier the soldiers will become. They're human beings just like us, not cats and dogs that can be abandoned at will. Jack's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his anger barely contained. If Ace dared to continue provoking him, he would show no mercy. Ace shrugged, his tone flippant. "Fine, I was wrong. Since you're unwilling to wait for reinforcements, then take the initiative. Let's wipe out the Derrick family first, seize their territory, and how about the Tour Grand Canyon?" "Shut up, Ace. If I ever hear you say that again, I'll never forgive you." Ace just chuckled, completely unconcerned. Jax let out a long sigh, sat back wearily in his chair, and after a long while said, "Everyone get out." As everyone left the temporary camp, Ace was stopped by Jax. Vindrick was also one of the 4 dukes. It was highly unusual that the Derrick family had remained inactive for so long after the Orcs breached the Imperial defenses. Moreover, B-City was built to defend against Orcs and should have bought time for the Southern Legion to provide support, but it was breached in less than half a day. All of this made Jax suspect a conspiracy. Once only the 2 remained in the tent, Jax stared intently at Ace. "You mean Vindrick betrayed the Empire? Do you have evidence?" "No, dear Commander, I never said such a thing." Ace shook his head in denial. Jack cursed inwardly, thinking it really is a black fox. "There are only the 2 of us here, no need to hide. Why did you target the Derrick family and seize control of the Tour Canyon?" Ace laughed and said, "I just can't stand those thieves who make their fortunes by digging up graves. Whether you adopt this advice or not is your business. The Derrick family did indeed rise to power through tomb raiding, unearthing countless burial objects. Even after the establishment of the Empire, they continued this dirty business in secret. But Jax didn't believe that was the whole reason. Since the Orc invasion, the Tour Grand Canyon has remained completely silent, which is illogical. Haven't you noticed something amiss with the Derrick family?" He wanted to get clues from Ace, but Ace shook his head again. "These things are none of my concern." He suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I only care about when the Empire will fall." Jax's face darkened completely. "Chief of Staff Ace, I've tolerated you repeatedly because I respect you as a member of the Dean family. If I hear you betray the Empire again, I'll send you to the Dark Prison and let you spend the rest of your life there. The Dark Prison is specifically for prisoners who betray the Empire. It is a place where the sun never shines, enough to completely break the weak-willed. For magicians with strong mental power, being trapped inside is a form of torture." But when Ace heard about the Dark Prison, he laughed nonchalantly. "The Dark Prison? I really want to experience it. Maybe I can even use it to break through to the 10th level of magic." There was no fear in his tone. Instead, he suddenly stared at Jax and slowly asked, "However, dear Legion Commander, would you like to break through to the level of a demigod?" Upon hearing the word demigod, Jack's pupils suddenly contracted. Ace's words seemed to have a certain bewitching quality, causing him to become slightly dazed. Seeing that Jax was moved, Ace continued, "Although you are a level 10 powerhouse, you do not possess divinity within you, and you will eventually grow old. You've been stuck at level 10 for 100 years. Your physical functions will probably decline soon. By then, the position of commander of the Southern Legion will probably need to be changed. Humans, whether warriors or mages, have a lifespan of no more than 100 years. This is a racial constraint that almost no one can break. However, once one reaches level 5, their life level will undergo a transformation, and with each level increase in strength, they can live for more than 10 years longer. Even a level 10 powerhouse, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, has a lifespan of only about 200 years. Only a demigod can truly transcend the constraints of the magical continent. You have a way to break through to demigod status. Jax's voice trembled. He had been in despair, but now it was as if he had seen a glimmer of hope. Ace chuckled. I don't have any, but I know where to find them. Jax immediately pressed for details, and Ace uttered 2 words, the royal family. Jax, naturally, refused to believe it, so Ace brought up the Derrick family's background, claiming that they had followed the royal family in battles since Kevin I and possessed secrets unknown to ordinary people. He mentioned the royal biography of Kevin, who reigned for 136 years before passing away and abdicating the throne, but Kevin II did not ascend the throne until 603 AD in Abaddon. Nearly 500 years had passed between them, and Jax blurted out, War, the royal civil war. That internal strife over the Iron Throne had kept the empire from unification for centuries. But Ace sneered, since the next king is still Kevin II, does that mean that after Kevin I died, his son lived for nearly 500 years? Jackson froze instantly. Humans could never have such a lifespan unless someone reached the level of a demigod. Ace gave the answer directly. It wasn't Kevin II who achieved demigodhood, but Kevin I. He didn't die at all. He simply broke through to a higher level. This statement shocked Jax. If it were true, the Kevin royal family must possess the secret to achieving demigod status, which would be enough to shake anyone's loyalty. All Jax had ever sought in his life was power and strength. His breathing grew heavier as he asked, What do you want to do? Ace said that the royal family would never hand over the secret of this relationship that forms the foundation of their rule. His meaning was clear. The only way to get the secret was to overthrow the royal family. Jax fell silent. He had 2 choices: capture Ace, prove his loyalty to the Empire, and live out the rest of his life in peace, or rebel with Ace and gamble on that last sliver of hope to prolong his life. He still raised questions, arguing that there was no evidence of royal secrets, and that even though the Southern Legion had 200,000 men, how could it suppress the other 4 legions, the 4 dukes, and the nobles? Ace sneered. The Derrick family had been holding back for so long because he wasn't the only one eyeing the secret. The Gravedigger family had also unearthed many biographies of other figures. As for the issue of troop strength, he had already made arrangements. The filthy orcs could serve as their vanguard to wear down the Empire's strength. A flicker of pity crossed Jack's eyes. Countless civilians would lose their lives. Ace, however, rebuked his sympathy as hypocritical, arguing that the lives of civilians were insignificant in the face of the secrets of the demigods. A long, drawn-out wolf howl rang out. Locke sat on the back of the demon wolf, gazing at the dilapidated beast city ahead. The city walls were stained with dried brown blood, which was particularly glaring in the sunlight. The air was filled with a heavy smell of blood and lingering magical elements. The city walls and grounds were littered with the corpses of human soldiers and orcs, and flocks of vultures were gnawing on the carcasses. The scene before one's eyes was like a living hell. This was the first time Locke had truly witnessed the brutality of the battlefield. He frowned. The stench of rotting corpses didn't make him nauseous, but he coldly ordered, Go! The demonic wolves charged into the city, which was already deserted. The inhabitants had clearly been slaughtered by the orcs. Locke walked on, surveying the human city. The Western-style architecture here is distinctive. Mounted on his demon wolf, Locke led his legion to arrive first, while Adalic led the rest of his people on foot. Arriving at the other side of the city wall, Locke spurred the demon wolf to leap onto the top of the wall. Looking out, he saw an endless expanse of fertile plains. Compared to the harsh, cold lands where orcs depended on for survival, this place was a treasure trove for recuperation. Locke couldn't help but have the idea of taking over the entire land for himself. Master, the chieftain has arrived. One-Eye's roar interrupted his thoughts. Locke turned around and saw Adalic leading the wolf slave tribe toward him. He hesitated for a moment, then rode his demonic wolf to meet them. Adalik breathed heavily, but sighed. This was the Abitan Empire's defensive line against the orcs, now reduced to ruins. Locke wondered why the orc army was nowhere to be seen. Adalik explained that after conquering Bee City, the army had dispersed into various tribes, plundering human ironware and food. The territory of Abitan is rich in resources, making it a tempting target for orcs. They could seize this opportunity to plunder and strengthen the power of their respective tribes. Locke found it absurd. The commander of the orc army was clearly brave, but reckless. The Beast City was supposed to be the throat of the army, but now there were no protective measures in place. Once the Abitan Empire holds Leanshow City, it will be like trapping a dog in a cage for the orc army, completely blocking their retreat. However, Locke is not worried for the time being, because this orc army was originally led in by nobles from within the empire. The nobles, whose goals had not yet been achieved, would never allow the orcs to be easily wiped out. Once that point was reached, Locke believed he would already possess a powerful legion that feared no threat. Seeing Locke deep in thought, Adalik didn't disturb him. Only after Locke's eyes regained their sparkle did he take out the parchment map and ask, "Locke, which city should we plunder?" Locke shook his finger. "Plunder? No, I have no intention of doing that. For a few hundred orcs to attack a city is no different from throwing an egg against a rock." He scanned the map and finally pointed to a place 100 kilometers away from Bee City. Here, Mordtown. It was a small town near a river with arable land. The town was surrounded by wooden walls, and the soldiers on the walls were fully armed and patrolling, but they couldn't hide the tension on their faces. At dawn, the richly dressed and imposing Mayor Fields arrived at the city walls. The sheriff, Scheffler, greeted him from the walls, and Fields looked up and asked, "Was everything all right last night?" Scheffler jumped off the city wall, his eyes dark and his expression weary. "The town is fine, but there were flames in the southwest last night. I'm afraid another village was slaughtered by those damned orcs." When the sentries discovered the fire in the dead of night, everyone guessed what had happened, but they could only stand by helplessly. They were no match for the orcs and were powerless to offer any assistance. Field sighed, hoping that some of the villagers had survived. Just then a long, narrow horn blast suddenly rang out. Enemy attack. Fields and Schaeffler's expressions changed instantly. Their first thought was that orcs were coming. Sound the alarm. Notify the men in town to assemble and prepare for battle. The bells tolled urgently. To guard against the orcs, the town had already begun training its residents. Although it hadn't been long and their combat strength was limited, at least it prevented them from sitting and waiting to die when they encountered enemies. Outside the town, Lauren coughed up a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth as he pulled out the arrow that had pierced his right arm. They originally intended to raid the town of Mord, and after taking out a few patrolling sentries, they were quietly approaching the city walls when they were discovered by human soldiers hiding in the trees. The soldier blew his horn and fired an arrow. Lauren was the first to be hit, but after being struck in the arm, she killed her attacker. However, the town's alarm bells had already rung, and the ambush had completely failed. Just as Adalik was about to order the attack, he suddenly looked at Locke. Without hesitation, Locke raised his hand and shouted, "Charge!" This was his first territory, and he had to take it no matter what. The orc tightened his grip on his demonic wolf, and the pack roared as they charged toward Mordtown. For the tribe, for the great Lord Locke. Adalik and Locke exchanged a glance, and Adalik waved for the remaining orcs to follow. But Locke reached out and stopped Adalik from charging. "Locke, what do you mean by this?" Adalik's face was full of anger. In his view, powerful orcs should die on the road to victory. Locke said calmly, "Your Excellency, Chief, I need a warrior to protect my safety." Adalik then realized that this intelligent orc in front of him didn't even have the strength of a level 1 warrior. He immediately felt a little better. "Don't worry, Locke. As long as I'm alive, you won't die before me," Adalik assured him, pounding his chest. Locke didn't answer, only staring at the wooden city wall. This was the town of Mord, the territory he had to conquer. As the chieftain of the Wolf Slave tribe, Adalik possesses the strength of a level 5 warrior, making him one of the top fighters among ordinary orc tribes. The town of Mord also has a level 5 warrior, Sheriff Scheffler. As an Imperial-appointed sheriff, he served in the Imperial Legion and retired to this remote town after accumulating merits. When the horn sounded, Scheffler leaped onto the city wall and immediately saw the Orc Legion charging forward. Warning, orcs, get moving. Let's show these filthy orcs what we're made of. He drew his long sword and pointed it straight at the city walls. The people of Mord Town, who had always lived in peace and prosperity, had never seen anything like this before. The soldiers on the city wall turned pale as they stared at the hundreds of ferocious orcs. Scheffler gave the order, fire. The guards were startled awake, and arrows rained down upon them. Faced with real war, even those who had been trained were filled with fear. Ager, riding a demon wolf and charging at the forefront, looked at the mere 100 or so guards on the city wall and showed disdain. He swung his battle axe, his blood seemingly boiling at that moment, and the orc army charged toward the town's walls. Arrows rained down from the city walls, but Locke's wolf riders, incredibly fast, easily pierced through the hail of arrows. However, the wolf slave tribes behind them were not so fortunate. Especially among the old, weak, sick, and disabled orcs, many fell wounded by arrows in the blink of an eye. War is a process of selection. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. Seeing the first volley of arrows take away more than a dozen orcs, Locke remained calm, but Adelic looked heartbroken. Those were the last remaining members of the wolf slave tribe. Roar! Lauren, teach these lowly humans a lesson. Upon hearing the order, Lauren immediately slowed her pace and rushed to the sharp wooden stakes outside the city. These stakes were originally intended to stop the enemy's charge, but they couldn't stop the agile and swift demon wolves. The wolf riders leaped over the wooden stakes one by one, while Lauren roared and grabbed two thick, sharp wooden stakes with both hands, the muscles on his pale blue arms suddenly tensing. With a loud shout, he forcefully uprooted the two wooden stakes and hurled them at the city wall. After a deafening roar, a breach was smashed in the city wall, and several guards fell from the top of the wall with screams, some dead and some injured. Scheffler glanced at the group, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, then shouted sharply, "Quickly, bring the magic crystal cannon over here." Two soldiers immediately brought over a black iron cannon, which looked similar to an ordinary cannon, but its barrel was covered with golden runes that shimmered in the sunlight. As soon as the magic crystal cannon was pushed in front of him, Scheffler took out a magic crystal and inserted it into the cannon. Golden runes instantly lit up, frantically drawing energy from the magic crystal, and a dazzling ball of light began to condense at the cannon's muzzle. The next moment, a muffled cannon shot resounded across the city walls, and a burst of energy slammed into the orc formation. The 7 or 8 orcs at the center of the explosion were blown away, and the terrifying energy spread in all directions, greatly boosting the morale of the guards on the city wall. Locke stared at the site of the explosion and asked, "What kind of weapon was that?" Adelic replied in a deep voice, "A magic crystal cannon, a magical cannon made by humans, capable of extracting magic crystal energy, specifically for use in war. The one in front of us is only the most basic type." The 7 or 8 orcs were already dead, but this casualty was no threat to the rest of the orcs. The wolf riders quickly rushed to the city gate. Ager roared and leaped off the back of the demon wolf, gripping his battle axe tightly with both hands, and slammed it down on the city gate. With a snap, wood chips flew everywhere, and a gap was cleaved in the heavy city gate. Through the opening, Ager saw the tense-looking soldiers behind the gate and immediately grinned maliciously. He couldn't wait to rush in and unleash a bloodbath. The sounds of impact continued, each one like a blow to the hearts of the defenders. The city gate trembled incessantly, splinters of wood scattered everywhere, and the soldiers behind the gate gripped their weapons tightly, their faces growing increasingly grim. Taylor spat, "Damn orc scum." As a centurion in the garrison of Mord, he was assigned by Scheffler to the front line of the city gates. Once the gates were breached, they would be the first to engage the orcs in close combat. Through the hole in the door, Taylor saw Ager across the way, young, strong, and with a face full of bloodthirsty excitement. More and more wolf riders gathered in front of the city gate. Ager, annoyed that his companions were in the way, roared and knocked over several wolf riders and their wolves. He raised his battle axe high, and another flash of cold light fell. One blow after another, the breach in the city gate grew wider and wider, and the soldiers behind the gate could even see his ferocious grin. A soldier rushed up the city wall in a panic, shouting, "Sir, the city gate is about to be breached." Scheffler didn't answer immediately, but turned to ask, "Where's the mayor?" "The town mayor is organizing the able-bodied young people in the town to come and help." Looking into the town, Scheffler saw chaos. Large numbers of residents were fleeing with their belongings, a scene resembling a refugee's escape. "What a bunch of fools!" Scheffler cursed under his breath, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. In times like these, only by uniting and fighting together can anyone have a chance to survive. But these people, only concerned with fleeing, will only hasten the collapse of the city's defenses. Scheffler fell into deep thought. The enemy seemed to be just a small orc tribe. They initially had the numerical advantage, but their ordinary soldiers were no match for the orcs. Moreover, most of these town guards have never actually been on the battlefield, and the consequences would be unimaginable if the city gates were to fall. Suddenly, his gaze fell on two figures in the distance, Locke and Edelik, who were riding a demonic wolf and watching the battlefield intently. The old orc was clearly the tribal chief, but what was the identity of the young orc next to him? A priest? Impossible. An orc tribe wouldn't have a priest that young. Moreover, compared to those strong and savage orcs, his physique was closer to that of a human. Scheffler immediately made a decision. To catch the thief, first catch the king. That was his only option now. Tell Taylor to hold the city gates at all costs, and buy me time. As soon as he finished speaking, Scheffler leaped onto the city wall, drew his long sword from his waist, and jumped down from the wall without hesitation. After landing, he flipped over to dissipate the impact. The surrounding orcs immediately noticed the human who had intruded into their ranks and roared as they brandished their weapons. "We can't let these ordinary orcs get us entangled." Scheffler suddenly kicked the orc in front of him with his right foot, then charged towards Locke's direction. His target was never these ragtag soldiers. A sharp long sword flashed, and the throat of an orc blocking his path was instantly slit. Scheffler cleaved through the orcs' encirclement with a single sword strike, carving a path through them, and relentlessly advanced towards Locke's location. Locke and Edelik witnessed this scene clearly. Locke immediately realized that they were the target. He glanced sideways at Edelik, a disdainful smirk playing on the old orc's lips. Judging from the aura emanating from Scheffler, the other was also only a level 5 warrior. Although Edelik was old, he didn't consider Scheffler a real opponent when facing a human. Scheffler drew closer, secretly gathering his strength. Power coalesced on his long sword, and with a low shout, an invisible sword light slashed straight at Locke on the back of the demon wolf. Locke didn't dodge. He knew Edelik beside him would definitely make a move. Sure enough, a huge bone club was held in front of him, and the sword light struck it, leaving only a white mark. Scheffler stopped 10 meters away, his gaze fixed on Edelik. The old orc was covered in wounds, clearly a warrior who had survived countless battles. Locke broke the silence, asking calmly, "Your Excellency, Chief, you should be able to take down this human, right?" These words sounded like a question to a Dalek. As the chieftain of the wolf slave tribe, he had his own pride, and in his youth, he was the tribe's most outstanding warrior. "Locke, today I'll show you how I became a chieftain." With a roar, Edelik stomped his right foot heavily on the ground and charged towards Scheffler like a cannonball, his bone club whistling as it smashed down on Scheffler's head. A cruel smile played on his lips, as if he could already see Scheffler's head being smashed to pieces. But Scheffler had served in the Imperial Legion, and faced with such a fierce attack, he did not retreat, but instead raised his sword to meet it. The long sword and the bone club clashed violently, a brute force surging through the blade and into his arm. Scheffler's expression changed slightly. He staggered back several steps to dissipate the force, his hand gripping the sword trembling. The strength of orcs is indeed something humans cannot directly contend with. Is this all humans are capable of? Edelik swung his bone club, his face full of contempt. He had initially hoped this human would bring some amusement, but now it seemed the other was nothing special. The thrill of battle, however, made him feel as if he had returned to his prime. Scheffler gritted his teeth and charged again, sword in hand. Edelik casually blocked his attack, continuing to taunt, "Haven't you eaten? This little bit of strength is just tickling me." Locke kept a close eye on the battle. Although Scheffler was at a disadvantage, his face showed no fear, but rather a hint of madness. Locke's heart sank. He immediately realized something was wrong. Orcs were always proud, especially the strong ones, who habitually looked down on humans. Stop dragging it out. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Finish him off quickly. Locke shouted to Adalik. Adalik, however, didn't care and chuckled. Locke, he's no threat to me. Before he could finish speaking, a sword light was already aimed straight at his throat. Locke's heart skipped a beat. Save them? What joke? He was just a level 1 mage. Rushing him would be suicide. The thought of escaping flashed into his mind instantly. He patted the demon wolf and was about to turn and leave, but he forcibly restrained himself at the next moment. Adalik narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but a deep, bone-revealing wound was still slashed across his face, and blood flowed continuously down his cheek. Damn it, so close. Schaeffler cursed inwardly, glaring at Locke. He knew he was no match for Adalik in terms of strength, so he deliberately feigned weakness, taking advantage of the orc's inherent arrogance to find an opportunity. But he never expected that at the crucial moment, the orc next to him would see through his plan. When did orcs start using their brains? Schaeffler had no time to think because Idalik was already completely enraged. The old orc licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. His hunched back suddenly straightened, and his muscles bulged, tearing the animal hide he was wearing. He bent his knees slightly, gathered his strength, and leaped into the air, crashing down on Schaeffler like a mountain crashing down. The bone club tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Schaeffler could only instinctively raise his sword to block. With a loud bang, he couldn't withstand the blow at all, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. They're no match for them at all. The moment he landed, Schaeffler slapped the ground with one hand, used the momentum to flip himself up and stand firm, and then rushed towards the city wall without looking back. He fled. Adalik was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting this human to run away so decisively. Just as he was about to give chase, Locke immediately called out to him. That sword strike was far too dangerous. Locke was still shaken. If Adalik died, Schaeffler's next target would undoubtedly be him. Adalik watched Schaeffler's departing figure with resentment in his eyes, and in the end, he could only reluctantly walk back to Locke's side. Noticing Locke's gaze, Adalik felt embarrassed and forced a dry laugh. I didn't expect this human to be so treacherous and cunning. He wanted to cover up his earlier embarrassment. After all, being injured in front of a junior made the chief very ashamed. Locke, however, had no time to think about it. Only when he stood beside Adalik could he feel a sense of security. He had witnessed the entire exchange between the two level 5 warriors. The terrifying power and swift swordplay of those individuals would have been enough to kill him if they had landed on him. This is only a level 5 warrior who has already begun to condense the power within his body and can even jump off a city wall nearly 10 meters high without getting hurt. Seeing that Locke did not speak, Adalik raised his hand and touched the scar on his face, the wound seeming to be a shame he could not wash away. After we take this town, I will personally snap his neck. Adalik stared at the fleeing Schaeffler, temporarily suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. With a roar, Ager brought his battle axe down hard, instantly creating a large hole in the heavy city gate. Fire! Taylor immediately waved his hand and gave the order when he saw the city gate had been breached. The defenders, who could no longer contain themselves, simultaneously pulled the triggers of their crossbows, and a dense barrage of arrows whistled towards the breach. Ager reacted extremely quickly, immediately bending down and ducking to avoid the oncoming rain of arrows. The orcs following behind were not so lucky. Many of them fell to the ground, their screams echoing through the air. He dared not look into the city with one eye and hurriedly asked, "What should we do?" Ager scanned his surroundings and spotted a half-orc corpse. He immediately rolled over, grabbed the body, and hurled it toward the breach in the city gate. Taking advantage of the defender's arrows being drawn to the corpse, he leaped and charged directly into the city. "Charge with me." One Eye saw that Ager had successfully broken in, so he also flipped and leaped into the city. But instead of following Aegis into the fray, he rushed to the city gate, swung his axe at the bolt, and then used all his strength to pry open the gate. "Kill them." Taylor drew his long sword and led the soldiers behind him to rush towards Ager. Aegur swung his giant axe, and with each swing of the blade, he would chop down both the man and the weapon. However, this head-on charge was extremely taxing, and as the defenders continued to pour in, his movements gradually slowed down. Just as Aegur was about to give up, a deafening wolf howl suddenly came from outside the city. He turned around, and his face immediately lit up with joy. The city gates were wide open, and a large number of wolf riders were pouring in from the outside. Aegur kicked the enemy in front of him to the ground and quickly retreated, his wolf mount already galloping towards him. The wolf riders soon clashed with the defending troops, and only then did the human soldiers truly realize the terror of the orcs. Damn it, we can't let them break through the defenses. Taylor roared as he charged at a wolf. The power of the level 4 warrior suddenly erupted, overturning the demon wolf and the orc on its back. But just as he was about to make another move, Lauren had already set her sights on him. Human, your opponent is me. The battle at the city gate instantly turned into a massacre. Most of the soldiers defending Moortown had never experienced a real battlefield and were no match for the naturally skilled orcs. Screams rang out continuously, and blood quickly stained the ground near the city gate. The city has fallen. The orcs have stormed in. A terrified shout suddenly came from the city wall. These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing the already wavering defenders to completely collapse. Many soldiers dropped their weapons, not even bothering with their armor, and turned to flee towards the foot of the city wall. As soon as Scheffler jumped onto the city wall, he saw that the ranks were already in complete chaos. Death to deserters, he roared, and with a swing of his long sword, he killed a deserter on the spot. But this sword strike did not intimidate the crowd. His disheveled escape had already been witnessed by many soldiers. Sir, the city has fallen. If we don't escape now, we'll all die, a soldier shouted bravely. Scheffler's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the chaos spreading throughout the city. He knew that the situation was hopeless and there was no way to reverse it. He sighed heavily, slowly raised his hand, and swung it as if he had exhausted all his strength. Once they received permission, the soldiers had no more worries and fled into the city, where their relatives and friends were. Lord Scheffler, let's leave quickly, several loyal subordinates urged anxiously. Leave? Leaving now will only hasten your death. Scheffler looked coldly at the deserters as if they were a group of dead men. He had fought many battles with the Imperial Legion and was well aware of the consequences of failing to defend a city. Orcs will slaughter survivors, especially humans who scatter and flee, which will only attract more orcs to hunt them down. Don't blame me. You were the ones who ran away first. Scheffler's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself. Follow me. He led the remaining dozen or so soldiers into the city. On the other side, Adelic's voice was full of joy. Locke, the city has fallen. Locke looked at the rapidly collapsing human defenders with some surprise. Are these human soldiers really that vulnerable? It's just a remote town. These people have probably never even been on a real battlefield. They are far inferior to the soldiers of the Imperial Legion. Adelic then looked at Eager on the battlefield and said approvingly, Eager, the one under your command, is a natural-born orc warrior. He reminds me of myself when I was young. He took a liking to Aegur's talent. If the Wolf Slave tribe could have more warriors like him, their strength would surely increase even further. Locke didn't reply, but simply patted the demon wolf he was riding and walked towards the city gate. Adelic immediately followed. Locke was an orc blessed by the god of wisdom and possessed magic. Adelic had to ensure Locke's safety. Chief, I want human prisoners, Locke said. Gotha, Lauren, go capture some human prisoners. Adelic immediately ordered. No, Chief, I want all the human prisoners. Did you hear me, Goddard Lauren? Adelic asked in a deep voice. Lauren glanced at Locke and said with dissatisfaction, Chief, these human prisoners are of no use to us and will only waste our time. Go, Lauren, don't make me say it a second time. Adelic's tone left no room for argument. At this moment, the city was filled with the mournful cries and screams of humans as orc warriors went on a killing spree. Locke summoned a wolf rider and ordered in a deep voice, Tell everyone I want living human prisoners. Either knock them unconscious or break one of their legs. Yes, esteemed Lord Locke. Locke, what are you planning to do with all these human prisoners? Adalik asked, his eyes full of curiosity. The number of humans in Mordstown even exceeded the number of orcs in the wolf slave tribe. Locke looked at the chaotic town before him and calmly explained, humans are not as good at fighting as orcs, but they are very good at building. I need them to build my territory. Adalik had lived a long time, so he naturally knew about this. On the magical continent, apart from dwarves, humans were the most skilled at construction. The order was quickly passed down, and the wolf riders scattered in all directions. The wolves were incredibly fast, and the humans who were fleeing in all directions couldn't escape the town at all. Before long, smoke billowed throughout the town as humans were led by orcs to the central square. Locke, riding on the back of a demonic wolf, carefully examined the prisoners. Their faces showed only terror, fear, and despair. Having fallen into the hands of orcs, they had long anticipated their fate. Most of the guards of Mordstown were killed, and more than 300 orcs surrounded more than 400 residents, most of whom were old people, women, and children, with very few young and strong men. Adalik, however, kept scanning the crowd. He still remembered the human he had fought before. The wound on his face was more like a disgrace that had to be washed away with the other's blood. Is this all of humanity? He looked at Lauren and Goda. Yes, Your Excellency, Chief. The entire town has been searched. Lauren's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. In the battle just now, he personally killed Taylor, who was guarding the city gate. The death of a powerful opponent of the same level at his hands satisfied his fighting spirit. Adalik frowned, touching the wound on his face, and said coldly, "They got away?" He was about to go find them himself, when Locke stopped him and then rode a demon wolf to the front of the human prisoners. The wolf paced back and forth in front of the crowd, making everyone afraid to look up. Locke finally spoke up and asked, "Who is the mayor of this town?" The crowd fell silent, and many eyes turned to a middle-aged man. Fields kept his head down, but he could feel all eyes on him. He knew he couldn't avoid it, so he could only sigh, push through the crowded people, and stand in front of Locke. He bowed slightly and said, "Respected Orc, sir, I am Fields, the mayor of Mordstown. May I ask what business you have with me?" Fields felt a bitter taste in his mouth. If the residents hadn't been so focused on escaping, the town wouldn't have fallen so quickly. Locke sized him up. The middle-aged man had a weathered face, yet still carried a certain aristocratic air about him. "Very good," Locke said directly. "I want you, and all the residents of the town of Mord, to become my subjects." Fields froze, thinking he'd misheard. A half-orc wanted to be a lord? He hesitated before asking, "Sir, do you have an imperial edict?" Locke shook his head. "An imperial edict? What's that?" Fields' face showed an expression of certainty, and he explained, "That is proof that the Empire recognizes your status as a lord. Without a decree, your status as a lord will not be recognized by the Empire." Locke grinned. "The Abaton Empire will certainly not recognize the Orc lords. But I don't need the Empire's consent. I only need yours." His voice suddenly turned icy. "Submit, become my subject. Or die. Choose now." The next moment, a system notification rang in the ears of all humans simultaneously. "Ding! The Great Master Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept?" Fields remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and made his choice. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Recruitment successful. Reward, 1 gold coin." System notifications rang in Locke's ears one after another, indicating that more and more humans had chosen to submit. Of course, there were also notifications of recruitment failures interspersed among them. As the sound ceased, a slow smile appeared on Locke's lips. "I have given you a chance. This is your own choice, and I hope you will take responsibility for it." After saying that, he waved his hand gently. Without the slightest hesitation, one eye and one ear led more than a dozen orcs into the crowd. Fields immediately understood that they were going to purge those who refused to submit. Humans had no right to resist the brutal and cold-blooded orcs. Fields hurriedly shouted to the residents, "Residents of Mord, the Empire has abandoned us. Those nobles don't care about our lives. They only care about power and money. Now we can only rely on ourselves. Everyone, surrender quickly. It's all for survival." He wanted to minimize casualties, but one eye had already drawn its sword. A flash of light, and a human was cleaved in two. Blood splattered on the blade, and a cruel smile appeared on the face of the one-eyed figure. This scene utterly devastated everyone, especially those who had just refused to submit. Their faces turned deathly pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I submit as well." Pleas for mercy continued to rise, but these orcs were absolutely loyal to Locke, and they would not stop without his orders. Soon, all the humans who refused to submit were slaughtered. Looking at the remaining trembling residents, Locke knew it was time to offer them some comfort. "Now that you have become my subjects, your safety will be guaranteed to the greatest extent possible. In return, you shall labor in my lands and offer your loyalty and your lives to me." Locke understood that these humans wouldn't be truly loyal immediately, but with the system in place, their loyalty would eventually reach 100% over time. Then, Locke looked at Fields. "Fields." "Yes, Lord Locke. What are your instructions?" "From today onwards, you will remain the mayor of Mordtown." Upon hearing the news, Fields finally managed a smile on his previously bitter face. Although the town was ruled by orcs, he managed to retain his position as mayor, and his status remained unchanged. Locke swept his gaze across the townspeople, his tone calm, yet carrying a warning. "As long as you work honestly, I will not treat you unfairly. But anyone who wants to escape should first consider whether they can outrun the Wolf Riders." Locke just checked these humans through the system and found that they have an innate aversion to orcs, and most of them have a loyalty level below 50. He must first use the Wolf Riders to subdue these people, and then slowly get them to accept the new rule. "Fields, from today onwards, the town of Maud will be renamed the town of Locke." The people in the town were divided into two teams. One team was responsible for farming, and the other team was responsible for building the city wall. "The wooden city wall in front of us is no match for a powerful enemy. Only a stone city wall would be sturdy enough. Moreover, Locke has already discovered a level 1 city defense array in the shop, which can greatly enhance the strength of the city walls. Once activated, the magic circle can even withstand a full force attack from a level 2 warrior or level 2 mage. However, the price is equally astonishing, costing a whopping 100,000 gold coins. The city walls are now so weak that they probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from Adelic. Strengthening the defenses is now a necessity. "Yes, Lord Locke." Fields bowed his head in response. Next, Locke ordered the orcs of the Wolf Slave tribe to guard the surrounding city walls, while the Wolf Riders patrolled the town continuously. Adelic walked over and asked, "Kid Locke, what do we do now?" Locke simply smiled, then looked at Fields. "This imperial town should have warehouses, right?" Fields was startled. The orc in front of him was clearly not like an ordinary orc. His mind was even sharper than that of many humans. "Yes, Lord Locke. That's the Empire's warehouse for collecting taxes. Every year, officials come here to transport the taxes away. This year's taxes have not yet been collected." Locke's eyes lit up immediately. This was exactly what he was looking for. "Lead the way." Fields immediately headed into town, with Locke following behind on his wolf, followed closely by One Eye, One Ear, and Edelic. Soon, Fields pointed to a warehouse in front of him and said, "This is it." The warehouse was entirely built of stone, with extremely thick walls, and even the main gate was made of fine iron, clearly indicating that it was a place specifically for storing important supplies. Fields took out his key, clicked open the lock, and then pushed the iron gate forcefully. Despite his best efforts, the heavy iron gate remained unmoved. Locke gave a signal, and One Eye and One Ear immediately rushed forward, roaring as they exerted their strength simultaneously. It wasn't until the two orcs exerted all their strength that the iron gate finally opened slowly. Using the light shining into the warehouse, Locke strode inside, his eyes scanning the space back and forth. "Where are the gold coins? Where's gold coins?" He searched carefully, but he couldn't find even a glimmer of gold, let alone boxes of gold coins. Locke turned and stared at Fields. "Where are the gold coins?" Fields looked somewhat embarrassed, quickly walked to the shelf, and ripped off the black cloth covering it. The shelves were neatly arranged not with gold coins, but with piles of copper coins. "Lord Locke, Locktown is just a remote town, and gold coins are a currency that is rarely seen." Locke was speechless. He had thought he could make a fortune this time, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. He suppressed his frustration and continued to ask, How many copper coins are here? A total of 53,250. What if we exchange it for gold coins? Fields explained, according to the imperial exchange rate, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. These copper coins are probably only worth 5 gold coins. And almost no one is willing to exchange gold coins for copper coins. Locke almost cursed it out loud. After all that work, he had only found 5 gold coins worth of tax money. However, when he saw the grain that took up half the space in the warehouse, his mood improved a little. In a place where orcs can't even get enough to eat, food must be worth some money. How many gold coins can this grain sell for? Fields replied, although food is scarce, it's not expensive. There are about 10 tons of food here, which is worth about 10 gold coins at most. Hearing this, Locke finally realized the true extent of the poverty in Locktown. This place is far from the center of the empire, and nothing here is worth much. If we want to develop rapidly, we can't rely on just this little bit of tax revenue. His disappointment was impossible to hide, but the food would at least allow the tribe to survive for a while. Locke knew better than anyone that orcs did not usually engage in farming. They mainly relied on hunting for food. They can often eat their fill and be able to keep themselves active for several days, but that doesn't mean they don't lack food. Locke waved his hand, and Fields immediately and tactfully left the warehouse. Adelic frowned as he looked at the warehouse full of goods and asked, Locke, did we take over this town just for these worthless human coins and food? Locke laughed and said, Chief, with these coins we could buy iron tools as sharp as those made by humans. With this grain, the people of our tribe will be able to eat their fill every day from now on. Adelic then remembered the weapons in the hands of the wolf riders. Those iron weapons were incredibly sharp, far superior to the crude weapons originally used by the wolf slave tribe. But he still shook his head and said, Coins can buy weapons, but human weapons are too small and not suitable for orcs to use. As he spoke, he walked over to the grain, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. After a few cracking sounds, Adelic's expression changed. This stuff can fill you up, but it tastes like sand. It's awful. He didn't even want to swallow, and spat out the food in his mouth. Locke said helplessly, Chief, this is not how you eat food. They need to be ground into powder first, and then made into bread. Humans are very familiar with the specific methods. As for weapons, as long as there are gold coins, there will be no shortage of weapons suitable for orcs to use. Locke then realized that these orcs didn't even know how to eat human food. He turned and shouted, One-Eye. One-Eyed immediately stepped forward. Lord Locke, what are your orders? From today onwards, you are the quartermaster of the Locke Legion. You'll be in charge of managing all the food and weapons in the Legion. Quartermaster? The one-eyed man was filled with confusion, clearly not understanding what the title meant. But when he heard that he was to be in charge of managing weapons and food, he immediately understood and patted his chest to guarantee it. Rest assured, Lord Locke, I will certainly not let you down. Locke took out the warehouse key he had just gotten from Fields, tossed it to One-Eye, and then continued to search the warehouse. Soon, a pile of inconspicuous pebbles in the corner caught his attention. Locke walked over and picked up a fist-sized stone with a pitted surface. Ding! Refined iron or detected. The extracted refined iron is the best material for forging weapons. Iron ore. Locke's eyes lit up, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. This pile of ore is enough to forge a considerable number of weapons, which would be perfect for arming the orcs of the wolf slave tribe. But after his initial excitement, he quickly calmed down. The fact that the refined iron ore was haphazardly piled up in a corner of the warehouse showed that the townspeople had no idea of its true value. The fact that so much refined iron ore could be collected here also means that there is likely a refined iron ore vein hidden nearby. With that thought in mind, Locke no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, "Follow me." He took the wolf riders with him, leaving One-Eye to guard the warehouse, and then headed towards Fields' location. Seeing dozens of wolf riders approaching menacingly, Fields' heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Lord Locke, what brings you here?" Locke held up the iron ore in his hand and asked him directly, "Do you recognize this?" Fields took a closer look, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. This should be some kind of ore, which can be found occasionally on a mountain near the town. Whoever finds it and hands it in will be rewarded with a large bag of grain by Sheriff Scheffler. Upon hearing this, Locke immediately understood that the human named Schaeffler must know the value of refined iron ore. "Take me there," Locke said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Fields dared not refuse, so he summoned warhorses and led Locke and his party straight out of town. Meanwhile, on a hilltop 10 kilometers away from the town, more than 20 human soldiers dressed in standard armor were resting. They were covered in dust, clearly having just gone through a long escape. One soldier couldn't help but ask, "Lord Scheffler, those orcs shouldn't be chasing us, right?" Scheffler took a deep breath. After the city fell, he led his loyal soldiers on a desperate escape, without even a moment to rest. Unfortunately, he ran into a small group of orcs on the way, and he was already injured, while the southern part of the empire had almost completely fallen. Under these circumstances, he dared not fight the orcs and could only take a detour to this mountain that produced fine iron ore. Schaeffler had discovered this iron ore mine long ago, but he had been collecting it secretly, unwilling to let others know. Another soldier, his face filled with fear, said, "Sir, the southern border of the empire is teeming with orcs, especially near the border. What do we do now?" Schaeffler was actually just as flustered, but in order to keep his men calm, he had to put on a brave face. "What's the panic? With such a big incident on the southern border, the Empire must have known about it long ago. The Southern Legion is already engaged in battle with the Orc army. As long as we wait for reinforcements from other legions, these orcs will be completely annihilated." These words reassured everyone somewhat. After all, the Imperial Legion was extremely powerful, especially its magical weapons, whose power was almost devastating. Just then, a rhythmic tremor suddenly came from the ground. The thumping sound grew clearer and clearer, and Schaeffler immediately laid down on the ground and listened intently. After 3 or 4 breaths, he suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. "Cavalry is heading this way. Everyone on alert." As soon as he finished speaking, the other soldiers quickly disappeared into the bushes to hide. Judging from the vibration frequency, Schaeffler estimated that the enemy had about 40 or 50 cavalrymen, but he could not determine whether they were friend or foe. He could only pray in his heart that it was humans coming, and that it wouldn't be those terrifying wolf riders. He still vividly remembers the mobility displayed by the wolf riders during the siege. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the foot of the mountain. "This is it, Lord Locke," Fields said, pointing to the hilltop ahead. The familiar voice reached Schaeffler's ears, and he couldn't help but look up. The next moment, an extremely familiar face came into view. "Fields? He's still alive." Schaeffler instantly understood everything, and a surge of intense anger welled up within him. That bastard, he actually sided with those filthy orcs. Fields reined in his horse, while Locke looked around. There were low shrubs everywhere, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Could this really be the location of the iron or mine? Just then, the wolf under Locke sniffed the air and let out a low growl. It smelled the scent of a stranger. Locke immediately noticed something was wrong, and saw the messy footprints on the ground and the uneven bushes around him. The next second, a fireball condensed in his palm, which he casually smashed into the bushes next to him. Schaeffler's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief. Damn it! How could this orc possibly know magic? The fireball hurtled closer, and he could no longer hide. He drew his long sword and slashed at it fiercely. With a bang, the fireball exploded into several streaks of light, completely exposing Schaeffler to everyone. "It's you, damn human." Adelic recognized Schaeffler at a glance. With the humiliation from last time still etched on his face, Adelic roared and charged out, bone club in hand. "Come on, humans. Let's settle this once and for all. Fire." Schaeffler waved his hand, and more than 20 soldiers immediately stood up from the bushes, firing their crossbows in quick succession. Whoosh! Arrows pierced the air and shot straight at Adelic. Adelic swung his bone club, smashing 2 crossbow bolts away in succession. The crisp sound of the impact rang out, but it did nothing to stop his charge. "Alive," Locke said calmly. Having learned from his previous experience, Adelic was clearly not going to be careless again. Schaeffler gritted his teeth, his mind racing as he considered a way out. He had suffered greatly at the hands of this old orc, and was no match for him now. He originally wanted to lead his men to mine more refined iron, or to earn a living in this chaotic world. After the war, Schaeffler originally planned to donate the fine iron or to the empire in exchange for a baronial title, thus rising from a commoner to a nobleman. But the appearance of these orcs completely disrupted his plans. Judging from their posture, they were clearly also after the refined iron ore. Schaeffler knew the value of the mine well. Now that there was no way to retreat, he had to fight to the death. More than 20 soldiers immediately rose from the bushes, and crossbow bolts rained down on the orcs. Adalik, however, paid no heed. He dove into the bushes and swung his bone club horizontally. The soldier struck had no time to react before being sent flying. With a crisp cracking sound, they fell heavily to the ground and were motionless in the blink of an eye. Schaeffler had no choice but to meet him head-on. Adalik's face immediately broke into a sinister grin, the scar making his expression even more ferocious. This time, he clearly wasn't going to hold back. The bone club, whipping with a powerful gust of wind, slammed down on Schaeffler. With a clang, Schaeffler barely managed to block with his longsword, but a surge of blood welled up in his chest, and he almost vomited blood. Edalik had fought his way through countless battles, and his combat experience far surpassed that of Schaeffler. He then swung his fist and smashed it straight at Schaeffler's head. Schaeffler gritted his teeth and raised his arm to block, but with a crack, his entire arm snapped on the spot. The excruciating pain made his forehead covered in cold sweat, but he still forced himself to retreat. But Adalik had already anticipated his move, and his massive body lunged forward, his fan-like hands reaching for Schaeffler's head. If that grab landed, Schaeffler would surely die. In that critical moment, he cursed and took out a medicine bottle from his storage ring. After uncorking the medicine, he did not hesitate for a moment and swallowed the entire dose. "You forced me to do this." Schaeffler's voice was full of resentment. The next moment, a deep roar came from his throat. Although Adalik didn't understand what was happening, he instinctively sensed danger and increased the pressure on his hands. Just as he was about to grab Schaeffler, a large, hairy hand suddenly gripped his arm, preventing him from moving any further. A look of shock flashed across Adalik's eyes. He was extremely confident in his strength. In the orc tribe, almost no one of his level could surpass him. But the power before us is clearly not something a human should possess. This is a magic potion. Schaeffler roared, his voice filled with pain. One of his arms swelled to nearly 3 times its normal size, and thick, downy hair rapidly grew on his skin. He then exerted his strength and flung Adalik away. Adalik rolled on the ground and immediately stood up. But the Schaeffler who had been standing in front of him had disappeared, replaced by a giant bear that was over 2 meters tall and even more robust than him. This is a magic potion? It's really amazing. It can even turn a human into a magical beast. Adalik feigned amazement, but there was no fear in his eyes. As the strongest chieftain of the wolf slave tribe, he had killed many magical beasts even larger than this giant bear. Having taken the drug, Schaeffler had lost the ability to speak and could only roar incessantly. His 2 paws slammed heavily on the ground, causing even Locke, who was some distance away, to feel the ground tremble. On the other side, Ager had already led the wolf riders to charge towards the soldiers. These men had never truly been on the battlefield before, and the moment they clashed with the wolf riders, the situation turned completely one-sided. Soon, they suffered heavy casualties, and the survivors were terrified. "Run!" One soldier turned and ran, and the rest of the survivors lost all will to fight and scattered to escape. "Alive," Locke said calmly. The wolf riders chased after them on their demonic wolves, and before long, all the fleeing soldiers were knocked unconscious and brought back. Locke then looked at another battlefield. Adalik and the giant bear were locked in a fierce battle, with Adalik being much thinner than the giant bear. Every time the enormous bear paws slammed against his somewhat hunched body, Locke worried that the old orc wouldn't be able to withstand it. But Adalik became more and more excited as he fought, and suddenly let out a roar. "This is the feeling. I haven't felt this way in so long." He ripped off the animal hide, covering his body, revealing his thin but muscular upper body, and threw the bone club in his hand aside. Next, the 2 completely abandoned their weapons and engaged in a brutal hand-to-hand combat. The wolf riders didn't come to their aid. Instead, they dismounted their demon wolves, formed a circle, and howled to cheer on Adalik. Soon, blood trickled from the corner of Adalik's mouth, and his body was torn open by the giant bear's claws. But the giant bear was also in a bad state, its breathing becoming increasingly rapid and its nasal cavity constantly bleeding, clearly indicating that maintaining this form was extremely taxing. The giant bear slapped Adalik on the back again, making him stumble. But Adalik smiled instead. He could already sense that the power of this palm strike was much weaker than before, and that his opponent was exhausted. Scheffler also realized the situation was dire. The magic potion was about to expire, and he had originally planned to use it to kill the level 5 old orc before slowly dealing with the rest of the enemies. But if they continue fighting now, he will be the only one to lose. Retreat. Scheffler's heart sank, and he turned to run away. But Adalik had already seen through his plan. Having fought monsters for years, he knew better than anyone that these creatures' first reaction when outmatched was to flee for their lives. As soon as the giant bear turned around, Adalik pounced and grabbed its body tightly with both hands. No matter how many times the bear's paws landed on him, he refused to let go. Adalik took a deep breath, raised his right fist, and slammed it into the back of the bear's head again and again. Thump! 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 After more than 10 punches, the giant bear finally stopped, its legs trembling uncontrollably. With a thud, it could no longer hold on, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Blood kept gushing from the bear's mouth and nose. Adalik leaped into the air and landed firmly on his feet. The surrounding orcs immediately raised their arms and erupted in thunderous cheers. This was their most direct respect and admiration for the strong. But while everyone was immersed in victory, Locke turned his gaze to the giant bear on the ground. The giant bear's body trembled violently, and white vapor continuously escaped from its fur. In the blink of an eye, the massive bear body disappeared. Only the naked Scheffler remained, lying on the ground, unable to move like a dead dog, unable even to lift a finger. Locke rode his demon wolf slowly towards the battlefield, glanced at the human soldiers slumped on the ground, and spoke coldly. Submit or die. These soldiers clearly did not want to die. After a brief silence, more than 10 of them bowed their heads and shouted, "We surrender. Sir, we are willing to surrender." Scheffler spat fiercely, his face full of disdain, and cursed, "A bunch of cowards." Locke dismounted from the wolf, walked up to Scheffler, and nodded to Adalik first. "Well done, Chief." Adalik chuckled, making no attempt to hide his smugness. "Back in the day, in all the orc tribes, big and small, no one of my level could stand against me. Although I'm old now, and my strength has declined considerably, I'm still more than capable of dealing with a human." Locke could tell that the old chief was obviously showing off, but he didn't call him out on it. He just looked down at Scheffler. "Human, do you want to live?" Scheffler struggled to lift his head, looked at the frail orc before him who had once been beneath his notice, and suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Survive? Having fallen into the hands of you damned orcs, do you think I have any chance of surviving?" Locke said calmly, "If you are willing to submit to me, I can let you live." "Submission," Scheffler repeated softly, his gaze falling on the surrendered soldiers not far away, before finally shaking his head. "I'm different from them. I swore an oath to the gods to serve the Abitan Empire with my life. If I surrender, my family will be hanged. I will betray my oath, lose the favor of the gods, and be despised by all races." His eyes gradually dimmed, clearly indicating that he had long understood that he had no choice at all. A hint of regret flashed in Locke's eyes. If a level 5 warrior could pledge his loyalty, it would greatly enhance his safety. Unfortunately, Scheffler refused to yield, even at the cost of his life. Locke gave him a look, and Adalik raised his bone club and smashed it down on Scheffler's head. The strong die at the hands of the strong. This is both the end of the battle and the final respect for the enemy. The battlefield was quickly cleared, and Locke immediately initiated recruitment, with system notifications ringing out one after another. "Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept?" "Ding! Congratulations on successful recruitment of the host." The panel now showed 15 more humans and 15 more gold coins. Locke sighed softly, At least this trip hadn't been a complete waste. Fields then led him to the foot of the mountain where the iron ore was found and respectfully said, "Lord Locke, this is the place." Locke raised his hand and released a fireball, which instantly ignited the weeds, revealing the pile of stones hidden inside. He stepped forward and rummaged through the rubble, quickly grabbing a piece of grayish-black ore. Large patches of the stone surface were black, a characteristic of refined iron ore. Ding! Refined iron ore detected. Locke's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't know the exact value of refined iron ore, but he understood what ironware meant to orcs who were still in the Stone Age. This is no ordinary ore. It is a resource that could change a tribe's fighting strength and even overturn an era. Fields, arrange for some town residents to come here to mine this, or... Fields hesitated. Sir, this place is not close to Locktown, and there are occasional monsters appearing nearby. It may not be easy to get the residents to come and mine. Locke immediately dispelled his concerns. As for security, I will arrange for orcs to protect me. As long as you are willing to mine, you will receive 1 gold coin every month, and there will be additional rewards for good performance. As he spoke, he took out a gold coin and casually tossed it to Fields. Fields caught the coin and was completely stunned. He carefully stroked the gleaming gold coins as if holding the most precious thing in the world, his voice trembling with excitement. Gold coins. Really gold coins. As the town mayor, he had seen copper and silver coins before, but this was the first time he had ever seen gold coins in person. Locke continued, "Not only the miners, but also the residents who build my walls and work for me will receive a gold coin every month." He already needed to use gold coins to increase the loyalty of the residents, and now he can use the rewards to win people's hearts. Fields immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, sir. As long as there are gold coins, they will absolutely not dare to slack off. Ordinary civilians are not qualified to swear allegiance to the Empire. For them, it doesn't matter who they work for. Gold coins are the most tangible thing." Locke glanced at Fields, whose face was full of fanaticism, and raised his hand, saying, "Let's go." He has determined the future development direction of Locktown. The next thing to consider is how to turn the refined iron ore into more gold coins, or into real weapons. Locke patted the wolf, and the wolf immediately ran towards the town. Not far from the town of Locke, a group of orcs were patrolling forward, their bodies stained with blood. Judging by their direction, they would arrive at the town soon. Their weapons were still stained with blood, clearly indicating they had just been in a battle. A lame orc limped up to Rondo, bowing and scraping as he said, "Roar, Chieftain, you should be around here." Not long ago, this group of orcs breached a human town, slaughtered all the residents, stole livestock, and barely managed to have a full meal. Rondo squinted and looked into the distance, where a blurry outline of a city wall gradually came into view. He remembered that there was a small human town over there. There they are. My lads, get your spirits up. A delicious meal is right in front of me. As soon as Rondo finished speaking, the 200 orcs erupted in cheers. The thought of finally being able to fill their stomachs again quickened their pace. Before long, the walls of Locktown came into view of Rondo. But when he saw the orcs gathered at the foot of the walls, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, someone beat us to it. Rondo's eyes darted around, but instead of turning back, he continued leading his people closer to the town. He was clearly unwilling to give up this easy prey that had been delivered right to his doorstep. Just then, a loud horn sounded from the city wall, indicating that the leopard tribe had been discovered. Rondo felt a little strange. Why was the warning horn, commonly used by humans, sounding when this place was clearly occupied by orcs? With these questions in mind, he came to the foot of the city wall. The humans building fortifications on the city walls, and the orcs guarding outside the town, all looked at them. Rondo's lips curled slightly as he looked at Lauren walking towards him. "Which tribe are you from?" Lauren stared at the burly, level 5 orc, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. He pulled up his animal-hide bracers, revealing a wolf head tattoo on his arm. "The Wolf Slave Tribe. And you?" Upon hearing the words Wolf Slave Tribe, Londo immediately relaxed. This was a small tribe similar in size to the Leopard Tribe, but the Wolf Slave Tribe only had 1 level 5 warrior, while the Leopard Tribe had 2. "Leopard Tribe, where's your chieftain, Adelic?" Rondo was no stranger to the chieftain of the wolf slave tribe. It was said that Adalik was virtually unmatched among level 5 warriors, which made Rondo, who was in his prime, resentful. The chief is not here, Lauren said without hiding anything. Rondo pondered for a moment, and when he looked up again, a sinister smile was on his face. Since he's not here, then get out of here. This town now belongs to the leopard tribe. Lauren's breath hitched, and his fists slowly clenched. In the orc tribe, strength was everything, but this town was one they had conquered themselves. Impossible. This is the spoils of war from the wolf slave tribe. Golda, standing nearby, angrily stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lauren. But facing 2 level 4 warriors, Rondo was unconcerned and simply threw away the bone club in his hand. The next moment, he grabbed at Lauren and Golda with both of his large hands at the same time. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately threw punches to meet the attack. 2 muffled thuds were heard, and Lauren and Golda staggered back, nearly falling to the ground. Rondo stood motionless, as if the collision had never happened. Consider yourselves lucky today. The tribal alliance doesn't allow the indiscriminate killing of orcs. Take your people and get out of here right now, or the leopard tribe won't hesitate to wipe out the wolf slave tribe. Lauren roared and tried to rush forward, but Gotha held her back tightly. Lauren, don't be impulsive. Let's go find the chief first. After calming down, Lauren realized that he was no match for a level 5 warrior. Unless one was a naturally powerful orc, a level 4 warrior simply couldn't challenge a level 5 warrior. Lauren was filled with resentment at having to hand over the town she had just acquired, but she could only watch helplessly as Gotha called on the town's people to evacuate. Upon seeing this, the people of the fierce leopard tribe immediately burst into laughter. Is that all the courage the wolf slave tribe has? A bunch of cowards. From now on, if you see the leopard tribe, stay far away from them. Just as the wolf slave tribe was retreating in disarray, a heavy, rhythmic tremor suddenly came from afar. The thumping sound grew louder as it approached, and even the ground trembled slightly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of orcs riding demon wolves rushing 10 meters away. Chief! The chief and the others are back. Lauren spotted Adalik in the crowd immediately. Adalik rode up on his dire wolf and asked in a deep voice, Lauren, what's going on? Lauren immediately stepped forward and angrily pointed at Rondo. Chief, they are from the leopard tribe, and they want to steal our spoils. Adalik's eyes narrowed, his gaze falling on Rondo. Rondo, however, showed no fear, instead looking directly at the chief of the wolf slave tribe. Kid, so you're the one who's after the wolf slave tribe spoils? The air instantly tensed. Rondo saw Adalik covered in blood. A shadow of malice flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered. Old man, you're too old. This world now belongs to us stronger orcs. Adalik did not argue, but coldly said, Then let's decide who gets the spoils according to the tribe's rules. I challenge you in the name of the chieftain of the wolf slave tribe. For the honor of the tribe, come out and fight. With a roar, Adalik ripped off his animal hide. Rondo, not to be outdone, revealed his muscular upper body. The two roared simultaneously and pounced on each other. Compared to Rondo, whose muscles were bulging all over, Adalik looked much thinner. Locke stood beside him, frowning, anxious but unable to intervene. This is a war of honor among orcs, and no one may interfere. If Adalik is defeated, Locke will have to take his wolf riders elsewhere. As soon as the fight began, neither of them dodged, their fists pounding into each other relentlessly, each blow landing squarely. However, Adalik had just gone through a battle, and his stamina was already greatly depleted. Now, facing a strong opponent of the same level, the power in his fists was noticeably weaker. With each punch Rondo landed on Adalik, his body trembled slightly. Locke could tell at a glance that Adalik was putting on a brave face. Is this the strongest level 5 warrior of the wolf slave tribe? Adalik, are you just tickling me with your fists? You've really gotten old. The wolf slave tribe doesn't need a weak chieftain like you. Rondo continued to taunt, trying to break Adalric's will. But he was equally shocked, because Adalric's fist still held terrifying power. Adalik was clearly suppressing the surging blood and energy within him. Rondo couldn't even imagine that if he had encountered Adalik in his prime, he probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Bang! Their fists slammed into each other's chests simultaneously. A dull thud echoed as Adalik finally succumbed to his injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Rondo only had a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His injury was clearly much minor. Adalik knew he couldn't keep pushing himself like this. A young body could withstand more damage, but he was getting old, and his strength was far from what it used to be. Adalik looked up at the sky and let out a devout and frantic shout. "Great beast god, please hear the prayer of your most loyal servant. I am willing to offer my life for your power." This scene left Rondo completely stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is that possible? You're only level 5. How could you become a follower of the beast god? In his mind, the gods would never look favorably upon weak believers. Only those who are at least level 9 or 10 are qualified to receive the attention of the gods. But once you become a believer, you can borrow a bit of the power of the gods for a short time. Even a tiny bit of it is something that ordinary soldiers cannot withstand. The once clear sky was suddenly struck by a thunderclap. Locke felt a chill run down his spine, his gaze fixed intently on Adalik. Wisps of blood and energy rose from Adalik's body, ascending into the sky before disappearing without a trace. His body became even more hunched, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. This is clearly a sacrifice of one's own life force in exchange for the power of the beast god. However, this method can only be used by true believers in God. Rondo finally understood why Adalik was the strongest level 5 warrior in the tribe. He absolutely cannot let this sacrifice go through. Rondo gritted his teeth and charged forward, his fist whistling through the air as he aimed straight for Adalik's head. So what if you receive the blessing of the beast god? You're already old. Rest in peace on your journey. With a bang, Adalik grabbed Rondo's fist with one hand. Rondo's expression changed drastically, and he struggled desperately, only to find that his arm remained completely still. Adalik raised his head, a chilling, killing intent flashing in his cloudy eyes. I may be old, but I'm not so old that I can't lift a knife. So it's your turn to set off. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly tightened his grip. A series of cracking sounds rang out as Rondo's fist bones were crushed. Ah, no. The intense pain caused Rondo to scream, his face contorted in agony. Taking advantage of the moment when he lost his ability to resist, Adalik grabbed his throat with his other hand and lifted him off the ground. Rondo kicked his legs wildly, and the ferocity in his eyes quickly turned into fear. No, I surrende. I give up. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. Faced with real death, he was ultimately afraid. Adalik, however, remained unmoved. When you accept a challenge, you should know the rules of the tribe. The winner lives, the loser dies. With a snap, Rondo's neck was broken on the spot. Adalik casually threw the corpse on the ground and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. His gaze swept over the orcs of the leopard tribe. Those people immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. On the other side, the wolf slave tribe erupted in deafening cheers. All the orcs looked at Adalik with nothing but awe and worship in their eyes. Someone stepped forward and asked, "Chief, what should we do with these leopard tribe people?" According to the rules of tribal duels, the victor has the right to dispose of the loser's territory, wealth, and people. Adalik did not answer immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Locke. The wolf slave tribe was too weak to swallow more than 200 leopard half-beastmen. If we force them to stay, most of them will probably escape by the end of the night. But in Locke's eyes, these people were free people and gold coins. He rode his demonic wolf to the leopard man, his voice uttering no superfluous words. Submit or die. The choice is yours. After a moment of silence, the leopard-like orcs all lowered their heads. Submission. A system notification then sounded. Ding. The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Ding. Recruitment successful. Reward. 1 gold coin to the host. 248 fierce leopard orcs brought Locke a total of 248 gold coins. Locke could barely suppress the smile on his face and immediately checked the attribute panel. His spirit remains at 10 points, his magic power at 400, his intelligence at 80, his martial prowess at 40, and his magical affinity at 70. His talent remains recruitment, and his first-tier legion has gained 248 new leopard orcs. The legion currently consists of 51 orcs, 42 dire wolves, and 423 humans. The legion skill War Horn is still active. When the legion charges, the strength and speed of the allied forces increase by 10%, while the enemy will be gripped by fear, and their strength and speed will decrease by 10%. The total number of gold coins has reached 977. This amount of money is barely enough for him to splurge once in the legion shop, but now is clearly not the time. Locke turned around and looked at Adalik, who was clearly much weaker. "Chief, are you all right?" He could sense that Adalik seemed to have aged a few years since then. Adalik waved Lauren and the others away, leaving only Locke standing opposite him. The two orcs, one old and one young, remained silent for a long time before Idaric finally spoke first. "Kid Locke, to be honest, I don't quite understand you. Everything you do has a purpose. You are clearly a half-orc, but your behavior and intelligence are more like a human. Tell me, what exactly do you want?" Locke did not shy away from the topic and calmly stated his ambition. "I want the entire orc tribe. I want this world. I also want to become a god." Adalik paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "God? I thought you only wanted the wolf slave tribe." After the laughter stopped, he looked at Locke intently. "If I hand over the wolf slave tribe to you, can you restore the tribe's glory to this land?" Locke did not answer immediately, but instead asked a question in return. "Why me?" Adalik sighed. "I am old and don't have much time left. This time I sacrificed some of my vital energy, making my body even weaker. I'm afraid I only have less than 2 years left to live." Locke frowned. 2 years? Adalik nodded. "Becoming a follower of the beast god is not easy. Every time you borrow the power of the beast god, you have to sacrifice a part of your own life force. For orcs, blood and chi represent lifespan." Locke was even more puzzled. "If that's the case, why do you keep sacrificing your life force?" Adalik gave a wry smile. "Power can make people lose their way. When I first borrowed the power of the beast god, I was captivated by the surge of power. Later, whenever I encountered a difficult enemy, I would take this shortcut. I gradually became dependent on this power, which is why I was unable to break through to the 6th level of warrior. I realized later that my chi and blood were severely depleted. This is not a gift from the beast god at all, but rather the beast god is draining my life to satisfy his own selfish desires." Locke then realized that the so-called favor of the beast god was nothing more than a transaction at the cost of life. He clearly saw a trace of sorrow and resentment flash across Adalik's eyes. Without the beast god's favor, Idaric might have already broken through to level 6. It's not impossible for them to even become level 7 or 8 warriors. Adalik looked at Locke with a serious expression, then suddenly asked, "Locke, are you willing to become the new chieftain of the wolf slave tribe?" Locke didn't immediately agree, but instead asked, "Why me?" Adalik sighed. Besides himself, only Gotha and Lauren in the tribe had reached the 4th level of warrior, but neither of them was suitable to lead the tribe. Lauren is impulsive and easily angered. If the tribe were handed over to him, it would likely be destroyed soon. Gotha, on the other hand, lacks the ambition and will be unable to protect the wolf slave tribe's foundation. Locke, however, was different. He possessed ambition and intelligence. His only deficiency was sufficient strength. More importantly, Adalik had high hopes for Aegur. Aegur's talent was even greater than his, and Locke naturally understood that Aegur's combat strength of 92 was enough to explain everything. This talented orc, if he hadn't already sworn allegiance to Locke, would definitely have been groomed and nurtured by Adalik. Adalik asked again, "Are you willing to become the chieftain of the wolf slave tribe?" Locke nodded in agreement, but put forward his own conditions. "It's fine, but my strength is not enough to suppress all the orcs. The entire wolf slave tribe must swear allegiance to me." Adalik remained silent for a long time, his mind in turmoil. He didn't know whether handing the tribe over to Locke was the right or wrong decision. Finally, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Good. I hope you can lead the wolf slave tribe to regain its former glory." He had no way out, and could only place the future of the wolf slave tribe entirely on Locke's shoulders. A glint flashed in Locke's eyes. With the addition of more than 200 orcs from the wolf slave tribe, his power would be greatly enhanced. After discussing it, the two decided that 2 days later all the orcs of the wolf slave tribe would swear allegiance, including Chief Adalik. Watching Adalik's departing figure, Locke smiled. As long as the other party swore allegiance, the items in the Legion shop might allow this level 5 warrior to live for a few more years. He checked the shop and quickly spotted the basic chi and blood potion. It was made from the pure blood and energy of magical beasts, and could enhance the chi and blood power of warriors at level 5 and below. It cost 500 gold coins. Locke then returned to the town, and on the way, both humans and orcs would respectfully bow to him. He arrived at Field's former residence in the town center, entered the room, and immediately exchanged for 9 bottles of basic mental potions. 900 gold coins were instantly deducted, and Locke drank all 9 bottles of potions. His mental strength, which was originally only 10 points, increased directly to 19 points, and his magic power also increased by 630 points. However, the cost was equally obvious. He only had 77 gold coins left, just one step away from becoming a level 2 mage, but he had to find a way to earn money as soon as possible. In the days that followed, the town enjoyed a rare period of peace. Adalik personally led the wolf slave tribe of orcs to complete the allegiance ceremony to Locke. Locke was in high spirits as he looked at the 211 newly added orcs with 100% loyalty. With their loyalty at 100%, these orcs no longer consumed gold coins, saving him a significant amount of money. Locke regrouped the orcs of the wolf slave tribe and the leopard tribe, forming 2 separate forces. The wolf slave tribe, consisting of 234 men, was led by Lauren and was responsible for the security of the town and its surrounding area. The leopard division consisted of 232 men, led by Gotha, and was specifically responsible for mining fine iron ore. In addition, he selected 42 orcs with full loyalty to form a wolf rider unit, which he placed under the command of Aegon, and sent them out to hunt every day. As for the level 5 warrior Adalik, Locke naturally wouldn't waste him and directly made him his personal bodyguard. At this time, Locke was already preparing to expand his power around Locktown. He exchanged a large quantity of wheat seeds from the Legion shop. 1 gold coin could buy a whole bag full. Wheat matures quickly and has a high yield, so it was soon planted around the town. Planting, mining, hunting, and building city walls, everything was progressing smoothly. Even more remarkably, no enemies attacked during this period, finally giving the town a chance for stable development. A month later, Locke stood on the city wall, with Adalik standing beside him, his back hunched and his wrinkles deepening. Locke stared at the lingering black smoke in the distance, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. For the past month, such thick smoke had been rising continuously around them. It was clearly the smoke left behind by war. He knew that the war in the vicinity must be extremely fierce and of a considerable scale. Just then, a large cloud of dust rose again on the distant horizon. Locke stared intently and discovered it was a convoy. More than a dozen wagons loaded with goods were heading towards the town of Locke, with squads of armored cavalry guarding them. The sentries immediately sounded the warning horn, and the orcs on the city wall quickly donned their armor and took up their weapons, keeping a close eye on the approaching convoy. Without Locke's orders, even though everyone was eager to act, no one took any action on their own. The caravan stopped in front of the city gate. As soon as the lead carriage stopped, Fields wiped his sweat and ran to the foot of the city wall. A man named Brooke shouted towards the city wall, "Orc friends, we want to make a deal with your chieftain." Fields looked at Locke, and after receiving a nod, he poked his head out and said, "I am the mayor of this town. What do you want?" Brooke was stunned to see a human mayor appear in a town occupied by orcs. Just as he was wondering, a young man dressed as a nobleman stepped out of the carriage and introduced himself. "Respected mayor, I am Mark Thomas, affiliated with the Ice Wolf Merchant Guild, and I would like to make a deal with your town." The Chamber of Commerce, the trade, the familiar voice. Locke immediately recognized the other party. He poked his head out, a smile on his face. "Mark, my friend, we meet again." Mark recognized the orc he had seen more than a month ago at a glance, and exclaimed in shock, "It's you." Locke was much more robust than before, but he still looked exceptionally small among the tall orcs around him. Open the city gates. As soon as Locke finished speaking, the gates of Locktown creaked open slowly. Brooke immediately looked at Mark, his eyes filled with wariness. Young Master Marquis. Mark waved his hand, already having made his judgment. Relax, Brooke. If they had any ill intentions, they wouldn't have let us leave last time. Brooke asked no more questions, waved his hand and shouted, "Enter the city." Then, he led his cavalry and carriages slowly into the town. These human cavalrymen were on edge the whole way. Even though it wasn't their first time trading with orcs, being surrounded by so many orcs in the city still sent chills down their spines. If these orcs develop other intentions, probably none of them will be able to escape. Mark spotted Locke in the distance, immediately jumped off the carriage, and hurried over to greet him, opening his arms and laughing heartily. "Oh, my dearest orc friend, we meet again." Locke, with a similarly feigned enthusiasm, opened his arms to greet him. "Huh, dear brother Mark, I've missed you so much." The two embraced warmly. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think they were long-lost brothers reunited. Who would have thought this was only their second meeting? Locke looked at the dozen or so carriages behind him and asked with a smile, "Brother Mark, judging from your appearance, you must have made a lot of money this time, right?" Mark's expression froze. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. "They're all just ordinary monster materials and crystal cores. I can only earn a meager living." The thought of those orcs made his lips twitch involuntarily. He had thought the orcs wouldn't know their value and he could make a killing, but who knew those guys were even greedier than bandits? Originally, one level 1 crystal core could only be exchanged for one weapon, but they took 2 or 3 directly, and the caravan members didn't even dare to stop them. Locke saw the pain in his eyes and guessed what was going on. In the dog-eat-dog world of the orc tribes, human merchants could never expect to get fair trade. He patted Mark on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "Relax, brother Mark. I have something here that I'm sure you'll find interesting." As he spoke, Locke took out a piece of refined iron ore and placed it directly in front of Mark. Mark's eyes lit up at just one glance. "This is refined iron ore." His breathing quickened, his gaze fixed intently on the ore. "How much do you have?" Refined iron ore can be refined into refined iron, which is an essential material for forging weapons. For a merchant, this stuff is far more valuable than ordinary crystal cores and monster materials. Locke smiled and said, "My dear brother Mark, before we talk about quantity, shouldn't we talk about price first?" Mark instantly regained his composure, inwardly cursing himself for losing his temper. In business, revealing one's desire for goods is a grave mistake. Otherwise, the other party will inevitably use the opportunity to raise the price and seize control. He let out a long breath and adopted a businessman's posture. "Brother Locke, of course I know that refined iron ore is precious. However, without a complete smelting process, it is ultimately just ore. Moreover, transporting it to the central part of the empire and then smelting it into refined iron will also incur significant costs and risks for me." Locke interrupted him directly. "Stop. Just tell me, at what price are you willing to buy this kind of refined iron ore?" Mark carefully examined the purity of the ore as he rubbed it. For a businessman, a discerning eye is a fundamental skill. After confirming that the ore was of extremely high purity, he slowly said, 30 silver coins per kilogram. "I know this price may not meet your expectations, but transportation and smelting require a lot of costs, and I also have to bear the risks." "No problem," Locke answered readily. Mark was stunned, even doubting whether he had heard correctly. "What did you say?" Locke laughed and said, "I'll sell it to you for 30 silver coins per kilogram." Mark was completely stunned. He had been prepared to haggle, but Locke hadn't expected him to agree so readily. This purity of refined iron ore could fetch at least 50 silver coins per kilogram. And now, in times of war, the price would only be higher. He can make 2 or 3 times the profit by reselling it. "Brother Locke, you..." Mark was momentarily at a loss for words. Locke patted him on the shoulder again. "You're my brother. Of course I can't let you suffer a loss." Of course, Locke didn't really care about this sentiment. What he valued was Mark's identity as a merchant. Through Mark, he could continuously acquire weapons and equipment from the Abaddon Empire, including even rare magical weapons. Mark, who had been instilled with the idea that self-interest was paramount since childhood, was completely moved by these words. He never expected that he would receive so-called brotherhood from a half-orc. He asked excitedly, "Brother Locke, how much refined iron, or do you have?" Locke held up one finger and said calmly, "A fine iron mine." Mark's face changed instantly, and he was so excited he almost cried out, "Brother Locke, from today onwards, no, from this moment on, you are my brother, Mark's brother. You are my most honored guest." Mark knew all too well what a fine iron mine meant. Whether he could truly gain a foothold after leaving the family depended on this mine. Locke waved his hand, and the one-eyed creature beside him immediately beckoned the orcs to head to the warehouse. Before long, chunks of fine iron were being carried out one after another. Mark didn't dare delay and immediately ordered his servants to weigh and move the items. This caravan was almost entirely purchased with the remaining gold coins in his storage ring. The servants were slaves, and the cavalry were death row inmates from the Empire. They were all implanted with a mental imprint by a spiritual mage. If Mark had even the slightest thought, his brains would splatter on the spot, and his life or death would be entirely in his hands. However, Mark promised that he would return the slaves to their freedom if they served him for 10 years. Throughout their service, these men proved to be quite loyal. Soon, the ground was piled high with iron ore, so much so that Mark's heart was burning. But at that moment, he reluctantly shouted, "Enough, Locke brothers." He would never have stopped if he had more gold coins than he could possibly consume, so much refined iron ore. Mark looked helpless. "I don't have that many gold coins, and I can't fit all this in my storage space." Locke laughed heartily. "Pack as much as you can. As for the gold coins, you can deal with these iron ore first, and we'll give them to you next time you come. After all, we have a long-term partnership." Mark's eyes widened. Then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Brother Locke, I'll remember this kindness." With a clattering sound, Mark took out a large number of copper, silver, and gold coins from his storage ring. "Brother Locke, this is all the money I have on me, and I know it's far from enough." At a rate of 30 silver coins per kilogram, Mark had already acquired more than 10 tons of refined iron ore. And that wasn't all, as his storage ring and convoy couldn't hold any more. Without a word, Locke raised his hand and collected all the gold coins on the ground. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,300 gold coins. Adding the gold coins he received from recruiting the wolf slave tribe's orcs, Locke now has 1,588 gold coins." He looked at Mark and said directly, "Brother Mark, I only want gold coins." Mark paused for a moment, but didn't ask any questions. He skillfully put the copper and silver coins away again. "Okay, dear Brother Locke, this batch of refined iron ore is worth 3,800 gold coins. I will make up the rest of the gold coins next time I come." Locke nodded. Then his gaze fell on Mark's storage ring. The moment they met, he knew Mark had heeded his advice and had undoubtedly brought weapons. "Brother Mark, you must have brought quite a few weapons this time, right?" Mark's face immediately lit up with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, the sound of metal clashing rang out one after another. Soon, a large number of giant axes, hammers, and swords appeared on the ground, their size clearly designed specifically for strong orcs. "Brother Locke, these are all the weapons left." "Okay, I'll take them all," Locke said without hesitation. Most of the orcs still wield bone clubs, and their combat power is on a completely different level compared to these iron weapons. Locke then asked, "Can you get your hands on ranged weapons like bows and crossbows?" Mark shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. "Brother Locke, you don't know. The Empire now controls these kinds of weapons very strictly, and no one dares to buy or sell them privately." He wiped the sweat from his brow and told Locke that many merchants have been arrested by the Empire for selling weapons and were ultimately hanged. He was able to produce these weapons by chance after rescuing several blacksmiths, which gave him his own manpower and saved him from the risks of the black market. At this point, Mark lowered his voice and mentioned the already dramatically changed war situation in the outside world. Since the Orc army breached the southern defense line of Linsho City, it has been advancing unstoppable, and the Imperial army has suffered repeated defeats. Even more astonishingly, all 4 dukes rebelled, and the Southern Legion commander, Jax, also switched sides and betrayed the Empire. The 4 dukes, the Southern Legion, and the Orcs, 6 forces in total, joined forces to completely disrupt the southern part of the empire. The empire had no choice but to transfer all its eastern, western, and northern legions to provide support, which resulted in a new catastrophe. The eastern border is adjacent to the Elven territory, and the western border is close to the Dwarven territory. These two races have always been peace-loving and will not easily go to war in the short term. The north, however, is entirely different. The dark forest stretches across the empire's north, east, and west, teeming with magical beasts, with the north being the domain of goblins. Mark asked Locke if he knew anything about goblins, and Locke only remembered some descriptions of them in a game from his previous life. This creature is usually less than 1.2 meters tall, bald, with large, bat-like ears and eyes that are mostly red, yellow, or green. It is extremely ugly. The most terrifying thing is that goblins are numerous and have no reproductive isolation. All goblins are male and can reproduce with any female species. After the Northern Legion withdrew, the goblins immediately launched an attack on the Empire's territory, while simultaneously driving a large number of magical beasts from the dark forest into human lands. The various factions that were originally engaged in a chaotic battle soon discovered that the goblin army was terrifyingly large. The various factions were scattered and could only hold onto their respective territories. Fortunately, the goblins were also riddled with internal conflicts, and the various tribes had long harbored grudges, which prevented them from swallowing up all the factions at once. The Abaddon Empire is now fragmented, with no one able to care for anyone else. But all the factions share a common goal: to send those damned goblins back to the Dark Forest. Locke listened attentively, feeling somewhat shaken. In just over a month, the situation outside had deteriorated to such an extent. Although humans and orcs are currently on the same side, the Empire remains wary of the orcs. The Empire is now a melting pot of factions, and the royal family has completely lost control of this territory. Before long, the elves and dwarves will likely also become restless and want a piece of this lucrative pie. But Locke quickly laughed. "Brother Mark, these are not things for you and me to worry about. You run the caravan well, and I'll manage the town well. This is an opportunity for us. War is inherently an opportunity to make money and acquire territory." Mark laughed heartily. "Brother Locke is right. I'll have to rely on you to take care of my business in the future." "Don't worry, Brother Mark. We'll need each other a lot in the future." The two, one human and half orc, quickly became sworn brothers, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Seeing that it was getting late, Mark prepared to leave. "Brother Locke, we'll be going now. Next time you come to Locktown, I'll definitely give you a big surprise." He had already realized that Locke wanted to train these orcs to be like a human legion, a well-equipped orc army. Ranged weapons, especially bows and crossbows, are definitely what Locke needs most next. Mark could even imagine what a nightmare it would be for the enemy if an army of armored, bladed, and ranged orcs were deployed to the battlefield. He waved to collect a batch of refined iron ore, then boarded the carriage. The cavalry and servants moved swiftly, loading the remaining ore onto the carriage. "Goodbye, Locke, my friend." Mark waved to Locke. The carriage turned around, and the caravan slowly drove out of the town. "Young Master Mark, this orc..." Brooke was about to speak, but seeing the look Mark gave him, he immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. It is truly unbelievable that a skinny orc could take control of the entire tribe in just 1 month. Mark had a feeling that Locke was destined to achieve something great in this chaotic world. After Mark left, Locke first summoned One Eye and instructed him to distribute the weapons to each of the orcs. Compared to bone clubs, iron tools are much sharper and easier to use. In the past, only wolf riders were worthy of sharp weapons, and the other orcs looked at them with envy. Locke could also buy weapons from the Legion shop, but the prices were much higher, which really pained him. In just 1 month, the town of Locke has undergone a dramatic transformation. The original wooden walls have been replaced by stone walls, with only a small section remaining unfinished. Along the riverbank outside the city walls, the dense wheat fields have already turned golden, ready for harvest in a few days. Further away, hundreds of people are diligently cultivating the wasteland. With this grain, the town's needs for the next period of time were finally secured. The wheat originally stored in the warehouse was more than enough to supply humans, but the orcs' appetites were completely different. One orc ate the equivalent of more than 10 ordinary people's bread in a day. Without the replenishment of monster meat, food supplies were dwindling at an alarming rate. Locke glanced at Adalik beside him, and with a thought, a bottle of blood-red potion appeared in his palm. This was a basic health potion he had just redeemed from the Legion shop. Locke handed it over, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Drink it." Adalik took the potion, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. As the liquid entered his stomach, a warm current quickly spread from his stomach to his limbs and bones. His originally withered and loose skin gradually became fuller. Although the wrinkles were still there, the blood and chi that had been depleted for many years were obviously much more abundant. Adalik exhaled a long breath, his face filled with shock. "Locke, what is this?" In his view, this miraculous potion could only be concocted by human alchemists. He even clearly felt that his lifespan, which was originally less than 2 years, had been extended as a result. Locke made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Chief, there will be more in the future." The cloudiness in Adalik's eyes cleared slightly, and a light shone through. The fact that his blood and energy could be replenished meant that he might have a chance to break through to the 6th level of warrior. There is a huge threshold between level 5 and level 6. Upon reaching level 6, a warrior can condense energy within their body, and their strength undergoes a qualitative change. As dusk fell, Locke remained standing on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Just then, a dark green figure flashed past in his field of vision. "What is that?" Locke's expression darkened. Not only him, but Adalik also noticed something amiss. From the bushes, bald heads peeked out, their blood-red eyes fixed on the town of Locke. "It's a goblin." Adalik's gruff voice rang in my ears. Locke hadn't expected the goblins to sweep across the southern borders of the Abaddon Empire so quickly. As night fell, their red eyes looked especially sinister. Eerie laughter emanated from the bushes, a mixture of giggling and creaking sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Sensing the provocation, the orcs in the town immediately erupted in roars. Perhaps realizing that this place was not to be trifled with, the red-eyed ones quickly disappeared into the darkness one after another. Adalik scoffed, "Those ugly fellows are gone." Locke, however, denied it outright. "No, they haven't left. This is just a probe. The next time they come, it will be an attack." He had just roughly counted. There were at least 100 pairs of eyes hidden in the bushes. The goblins clearly knew they were no match for them now, so they retreated first, knowing they would attack the town once they gathered more companions. The town of Locke has been targeted by these things. Adalik laughed, his Orcish arrogance on full display. "A bunch of ugly and weak goblins. Even if they come, they'll just be offering themselves up for slaughter." Locke did not continue arguing. Reasoning with these orcs was a waste of breath. He immediately ordered, "Have the wolf and leopard tribes be on high alert, especially keeping a close eye on the bushes ahead. No, tomorrow, have Lauren lead the leopard tribe to clear out all the bushes and weeds." Standing on the city wall, he realized that there were far too many weeds and bushes around the town. If the enemy hid and lay in ambush there, they could easily catch them off guard. Locke returned to the city walls, but the image of those blood-red eyes kept replaying in his mind, and he couldn't calm down. With a whoosh, he spent another 100 gold coins to exchange for a bottle of basic mental potion from the shop, and then drank it down in one gulp. The system notification immediately sounded. Spirit has reached 20 points, successfully advancing to level 2 mage, gained wind magic mastery, and acquired the skill Windblade. Each Windblade spell consumes 100 points of mana to condense a Windblade. The longer the mana is charged, the greater the power of the Windblade and the faster it travels. At this moment, Locke's spirit reached 20 points. His magic power was as high as 2060, and his legion consisted of 234 wolf warriors, 234 leopard warriors, 42 wolf riders, 42 demon wolves, and 423 humans. He now has 888 gold coins remaining. The Legion skill Warhorn can also increase the strength and speed of allies during a charge, while weakening the strength and speed of the enemy. Locke raised his hand, and a wind blade nearly half a meter long condensed in his palm, its edges so sharp they were chilling. He stretched out his other hand, his fingertips lightly tracing the wind blade, instantly cutting a thin, long wound into his skin. As night fell, the townspeople, exhausted from a day's work, drifted off to sleep. With orcs guarding them, The humans slept more soundly than ever before. Around 3 in the morning, Locke seemed to sense something and suddenly sat up in bed. He put on an animal skin and quickly went outside into the yard. Something seemed off about his surroundings, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Looking up, he saw a full moon hanging in the night sky. The next moment, Locke's expression changed. It was too quiet. Normally, the howls of wild animals could be heard nearby at night. But tonight, there hasn't been a sound at all. This can only mean that something terrifying has appeared in the vicinity, enough to instill fear even in wild beasts. Just like when Adalik releases the aura of a level 5 warrior, nearby wild beasts instinctively flee. Locke immediately ran towards the city wall. Lord Locke. Upon seeing Locke, the orc guarding the city wall immediately greeted him respectfully. Locke didn't reply, but turned and quickly climbed up the stairs next to the city gate towards the city wall. The strenuous run left him breathless. After all, he wasn't even a first-level warrior, and this short distance was already taking a toll on his body. He stood on the city wall, squinted, and stared intently at the dark bushes in front of him, feeling somewhat incredulous. It can't be that fast, can it? Locke muttered to himself. He didn't think those goblins could gather a large army to attack so quickly. But as he stared at it for a long time, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness, so striking that it was terrifying. Locke rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. Those were indeed goblin eyes, and they were bigger than any he had ever seen before. Quickly, sound an alarm. Enemy attack. He grabbed the orc warrior on night duty and shouted. The orc immediately charged down the city wall. At the same time, more and more blood-red eyes lit up from the bushes, and Locke's face darkened. The goblins were preparing to attack. He had to stop them from getting closer. Locke raised his hand, and a burning fireball condensed in his palm, the flames instantly tearing through the night. The moment the fireball appeared, the red eyes hidden in the bushes vanished. Immediately afterward, a rapid alarm sounded in the center of the town. Torches were lit, and the orcs rushed out of the houses, their chaotic footsteps soon echoing throughout the entire town of Locke. Get to the city wall, Lauren roared, leading the leopard tribe orcs straight to the city wall. Eager's dire wolf howled to the sky, and the orc knights of the wolf tribe quickly assembled around him. The Wolf Rider regiment soon formed ranks, and Eager spurred his dire wolf, charging straight toward the city gate. Wolf Riders can only unleash their true power in open terrain, so they must wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Adalik was running wildly through the streets, grabbing any orc he saw and asking them for Locke's location. Chief, Lord Locke is on the city wall. Gotha called out. Adalik immediately rushed towards the city wall, ordering without turning his head, Gotha, take the wolf tribe to the city gate. Gotha, now loyal to Locke, still carried out Idalik's orders without hesitation, leading his men to the city gate. When Adalik climbed the city wall, Lauren was already standing guard beside Locke. Seeing that Locke was safe and sound, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? Adalik and Lauren looked ahead into the darkness, but they could see nothing but night. Startled awake, Adalik was somewhat annoyed. Locke, where exactly is the enemy? Locke didn't answer. He was quickly thinking about how to fight this battle. But the town had no ranged weapons, and after much deliberation, he realized that the only option was to confront the enemy head-on. Open the city gates in a moment, and the wolf and leopard tribes will charge out immediately. Wolf Cavalry Regiment, wait for my orders before moving. As he spoke, the fireball in his palm continued to expand. It was not a single fireball, but the combined power of several fireballs. The next moment, Locke suddenly waved his hand, and a fireball the size of a wash basin roared into the bushes. With a loud bang, the fireball shattered upon landing, and the intense fire elemental energy adhered to the bushes, instantly igniting a large area of flames. The flames illuminated the night, drawing out the goblins hiding within. A large horde of fiery goblins howled and charged out of the bushes, instantly revealing the scene. Goblins! Adalik gritted his teeth, never expecting these ugly creatures to try and ambush the town under the cover of night. GAA, GAA, GAA. Charge! Kill all the men, capture the women alive. Countless goblins, each about a meter tall, charged towards Locktown, brandishing wooden clubs and bone blades, howling as they went. Then, a dense barrage of stones flew from their hands. Fist-sized stones rained down on the city walls, the sounds of impact echoing continuously. Seeing the goblins closing in, Locke finally gave the order. Open the city gates and charge. The orcs within the city were already restless. The lack of bloodshed and battle had left them feeling restless, and now that the enemy had delivered themselves to their doorstep, their fighting spirit was boiling. For the tribe, for Lord Locke, the orcs charged out of the city gate, braving the flying stones. Although the stones injured them, they could not stop them from advancing. Lauren charged ahead, bent her knees, and leaped high into the air, slamming her giant hammer down on the goblin army. Thud! With a muffled sound, the 3 goblins were smashed into mincemeat on the spot, without even being able to scream. Lauren, covered in goblin blood, roared with his head thrown back, like a demon god charging into battle. 2 goblins nearby, who were about to ambush him, dropped their clubs in fright. Lauren had already spotted them, a cruel smile creeping across her face as she swung her giant hammer. With a bang, 2 goblins were sent flying, their fate unknown. In a short while, Lauren had swept through the goblin ranks like a wolf among sheep, wreaking havoc. The orc army behind them then clashed with the goblins. The orcs were naturally stronger and equipped with superior weapons, and they quickly routed the goblins. Despite their numerical advantage, the goblins were forced to retreat continuously in the face of the ferocious orcs, and many of them showed fear on their faces. These creatures have always been bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that they couldn't win, many cowardly goblins turn around and try to run away. No retreat. Those who retreat will die. A furious roar suddenly came from the rear of the goblin army. In the darkness, a goblin leader, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped onto the battlefield. He wielded a boning knife, and his aura far surpassed that of ordinary goblins. As soon as he appeared, he cleaved several fleeing goblins in 2 with a single stroke, the blood instantly shocking the others. The scattered goblins barely managed to regain their footing, and then a second goblin leader emerged from the darkness, carrying a long axe. Men, kill all these filthy orcs. Whoever gets to the top of that wall first gets half of the female spoils in town. Upon hearing the hefty reward, the ordinary goblin's eyes turned bloodshot. Staring at the spoils, it let out a piercing howl and charged towards the city walls of Locktown like a madman. Although individual goblins are far less powerful than orcs, their sheer numbers meant that quite a few managed to charge to the city walls despite the attacks. But a city wall nearly 10 meters high blocked their way, preventing them from climbing over. They could only huddle at the base of the wall, roaring in frustration. Upon seeing this, the goblin chieftain at the rear immediately roared, "Men, bring that rhinoceros up here." The bushes suddenly shook, and a 5-meter-tall, blackish-blue rhinoceros rushed out, its body bound with thick ropes. 2 mutated goblins, each 6 meters tall, were gripping the rope tightly from either side, their massive size a stark contrast to that of ordinary goblins. Break down the city wall. At the commander's order, the ropes binding the rhinoceros were instantly untied. With bloodshot eyes, the rhinoceros charged into the battlefield, each step causing the ground to rumble. Although it was only a level 1 magical beast, its charging power was extremely fierce. Along the way, whether it was orcs or goblins, they were all knocked away by its horn, and some died on the spot. Get out of the way! Lauren charged toward the rhinoceros, grabbing its thick horn with both hands and forcefully stopping it. The man and the beast remained locked in a stalemate. Lauren gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms. This mere level 1 magical beast possessed strength almost equal to his own. Get down! Lauren roared and exerted force again, finally forcing the rhinoceros to its knees on its 2 front legs. Seeing the rhinoceros blocked, the goblin chieftain roared furiously at its back. Damn beast, charge! As if it understood the command, the rhinoceros suddenly stood up again, and Lauren could no longer hold on and was thrown aside. Immediately afterwards, the giant beast charged at the city wall again, its heavy footsteps approaching like war drums. With a deafening roar, the sharp horn slammed into the city wall, sending dust flying and creating a large hole in the sturdy wall. Locke, standing atop the city wall, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in anguish. Damn monsters. They destroyed the city wall I worked so hard to build. After delivering the final blow, the rhinoceros straightened its limbs and collapsed to the ground. The powerful recoil rendered it unconscious on the spot. Locke stared at the enormous magical beast, having already made up his mind. This one-horned rhinoceros would be his trophy. As soon as a breach appeared in the city wall, the nearby goblins cheered and, brandishing their weapons, scrambled through the rubble to climb into the city. Just as the first goblin climbed onto the breach, a wolf howl suddenly rang out, and a 2-meter-tall demonic wolf pounced from the air, crushing its head in one bite. Sitting on the back of the demon wolf, Ager swung his battle axe, cleaving the other 2 goblins in two, along with their bone clubs. More wolf riders charged out from the breach, quickly clearing out the nearby enemies. These ugly little creatures were no match for the wolf riders' charge. The wolf beneath Ager opened its mouth and spat out a goblin's head, a bloody scene that clearly chilled the surrounding goblins to the bone. "Don't run away," the goblin commander roared, and an invisible sound wave quickly spread across the entire battlefield. All the goblins' eyes turned even blood redder, and as if forcibly controlled, they rushed towards the orcs regardless of their own lives. Locke immediately recognized it as an area of effect skill from the enemy. Without hesitation, he activated his Legion skill, Warhorn. With both strength and speed increasing by 10%, the orcs became even more ferocious, and the battle between the two sides escalated into a fight to the death. The goblins even jumped directly onto the orcs, desperately cutting wounds with their bone blades. Through this suicidal attack, the orcs soon fell. "Lauren, Gotha, take down that goblin chieftain," Locke shouted from the city wall. "To catch the thief, first catch the king. If you want to end the battle as soon as possible and reduce casualties, the only way is to kill the commander who gives orders." Gotha and Lauren immediately rushed out from the left and right. Their opponent was also a level 4 warrior, so it should have been a 2-on-1 fight with no suspense. The goblin chieftain, however, had a cunning look in his eyes and deliberately mocked. "You filthy orc, you dare not fight me fair and square?" Gotha and Lauren exchanged a glance, a hint of hesitation flashing in their eyes. The Grand Commander seized the opportunity to retreat, his bone club pointing directly at Gotha. It roared at the 3 goblin leaders not far away. "Stop him. Let me deal with this filthy orc first." 3 level 3 warrior-level goblin leaders immediately pounced on Gotha. They were not far from level 4, and together they were enough to hold him back. To create an opportunity for Lauren, Gotha took the initiative to meet the 3 of them, while Lauren swung her giant hammer and smashed it hard at the goblin commander. With a loud bang, the 2 clashed, each taking 2 steps back. The Grand Commander fixed his gaze on the giant hammer in Lauren's hand and spoke with a sinister smile. "You filthy brat, I've taken a fancy to this weapon. Hand it over, kneel down and submit, and I might spare your life." This humiliation enraged Lauren. His eyes turned red, and he swung his giant hammer wildly, determined to smash this ugly fellow into a pulp. "Fool, it's trying to provoke you." Adalek cursed under his breath, wishing he could jump off the city wall to help immediately. Locke stopped him. There were no more orcs defending the city walls, and once Adalek left, Locke would be completely exposed. On the other side, Gotha was tightly bound by 3 goblin leaders and couldn't spare any time to help Lauren. Ager, having assessed the situation, let out a roar and rode his demon wolf swiftly toward the battlefield where Gotha was. The wolf was incredibly fast. Its giant claws easily swatted away 2 bloodthirsty goblins. Then it opened its blood-red maw and bit at the neck of one of the leaders. The goblin leader sensed a foul stench coming from behind and whirled around, only to see a wolf's mouth full of fangs right in front of it. The bone club suddenly stood upright in front of him, and the wolf bit down on it, its sharp teeth grinding against the bone, making a piercing, cracking sound. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the goblin leader swung his fist and slammed it heavily into the wolf's soft belly. The wolf howled and flew out, rolling several times before barely managing to stand up. Just as the wolf was knocked away, Ager raised his battle axe and slammed it down on the goblin leader's head. The axe blade slashed through the air, and the goblin leader hurriedly raised his bone club to block it. The battle axe struck the bone club, causing its arms to go numb from the impact. The fear in its eyes quickly turned into rage. It had almost died under the orc's axe. The battle axe was blocked, but Ager showed no panic. He leaned back sharply to gather his strength, and then his forehead slammed into the goblin leader's face. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and dark green blood spurted from the goblin leader's nose, leaving its mind blank. Now, Ager swung his battle axe again, his eyes filled with excitement. As soon as this axe fell, he could kill a level 3 warrior with the strength of a level 2 warrior. No, the goblin leader roared, raising his bone club, but it was too late. Although the bone club absorbed some of the force, the axe blade still sliced across it, deeply cutting into its shoulder, causing blood to gush out immediately. The goblin leader clutched its wound and screamed as it retreated. Ager cursed inwardly, thinking that if the bone club hadn't blocked it, that axe would have been enough to chop off its head. The excruciating pain and humiliation completely enraged the goblin leader, who charged forward, swinging its bone club and smashing it wildly at Ager. The clanging sounds of impact continued incessantly as the level 3 warrior unleashed his full power, leaving Ager with no choice but to repeatedly swing his axe to parry. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides is obvious, and if they are not careful, the bone club will smash into Ager. The intense pain made Ager gasp, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Before long, he had been hit more than 10 times, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Fight to the death. Without further hesitation, Ager activated his innate skill, his arm muscles bulging rapidly and his blood surging wildly throughout his body. He roared and reached out to grab the bone club that was being hurled at him, his 5 fingers gripping it tightly like iron clamps. No matter how much the goblin leader struggled, it couldn't pull the bone club back. Ager stared at it and said coldly, "Had enough? My turn." The ferocity in the goblin leader's eyes was once again replaced by terror. Ager's fist, carrying a powerful gust of wind, slammed into its face. One punch stunned it, followed by punch after punch. The goblin leader's face was soon swollen beyond recognition, and it was completely powerless to fight back. Taking advantage of the situation, Ager used both arms to lock its neck tightly, and as the force increased, the goblin leader struggled in pain. With a snap, his neck was brutally broken. Ager lifted the corpse high above his head and roared. He then threw the goblin leader into the goblin horde, hoping to intimidate the enemy. But the bloodthirsty goblins showed no sign of stopping. However, with the leader dead, the other 2 goblin leaders and the goblin grand leader were clearly affected. Aegon, still having the strength, immediately rushed towards Gotha's location. Unable to concentrate on dealing with Gotha any longer, Gotha seized the opportunity and killed one of them with a single blow. The other tried to escape, but Gotha kicked him, breaking both his legs, leaving him lying on the ground howling in pain. Gotha immediately roared, "Loren, I'm here to help you." He charged into the goblin commander's battle, firmly entangled this formidable enemy who was preparing to flee. The situation was dire. The goblin chieftain knew that if it didn't escape now, it would have no chance at all. It swung its fist at Gotha, trying to force him back. Gotha caught the punch firmly and roared, "Ugly goblin, today I will use your blood to appease the souls of the tribe's dead." Gotha and Loren joined forces to attack, and the goblin chieftain was immediately in grave danger. Gotha's greatsword was exceptionally sharp, and it quickly dented and riddled the goblin's bone club. Facing 2 level 4 orc warriors simultaneously, the goblin chieftain finally couldn't hold on any longer. Loren smashed his hammer into its chest, sending it flying backward, coughing up blood. It scrambled to its feet, the bone club nowhere to be seen, and tried to escape, but was blocked by Loren and Goddard from the front and back. Its previous arrogance vanished instantly. It knelt on the ground, begging for mercy in terror. "Dear orc grandfather, I surrender. Please don't kill me." As the goblin chieftain begged for mercy, the blood-red light in the eyes of the ordinary goblins gradually faded. Their relentless, suicidal attacks had long since exhausted them. After regaining their senses, they saw that even their commander was kneeling, and when they looked at the orcs who were full of murderous intent, they all panicked. Thumps rang out one after another as goblins rushed to their knees, as if kneeling quickly would save their lives. The orcs raised their weapons and roared with triumphant cheers. Victory in the war brought glory to the tribe. Sitting atop the demon wolf, Aegur roared weakly. For the tribe? For Lord Locke. The orcs on the battlefield immediately responded in unison. For the horde? For Lord Locke. Amid cheers, Locke arrived at the battlefield accompanied by Adalic. After the battle, he already knew the casualties. 23 orcs perished in the battle, including 13 from the leopard tribe and 10 from the wolf tribe. While many wolf riders and demon wolves were wounded, none were in mortal danger. Seeing the severed limbs scattered all over the ground, Locke knew that the goblins had also suffered heavy casualties. He coughed twice and looked at the goblin commander who had almost buried his head in the ground. "You are the goblin commander?" The goblin chief immediately adopted a fawning demeanor, repeatedly addressing Locke as his most respected orc grandfather. It admitted that it was the leader of this goblin tribe, named Had, and its previous arrogance had long since vanished. Locke stared at it and said calmly that he still preferred its unruly demeanor from before. Hader froze instantly. Now that his life was in the other party's hands, he dared not be the slightest bit presumptuous. It had previously avoided a lot of trouble in the tribe by begging for mercy, and this time it skillfully knelt down and moved to Locke's side, bowing its head to kiss his feet. He appeared extremely humble, but inside he was roaring, vowing to make the king wipe out these orcs when he returned. Had continued to plead, saying that he had been blind and had offended Locke, and hoped to have a chance to make amends. But Locke caught a glimpse of malice in its eyes and immediately saw through the creature's feigned submission. This goblin is not only cunning, but also a better actor than I imagined. Locke stroked his chin and asked how it planned to make amends. After all, it had suffered considerable losses in this war, had felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and was even more puzzled. Weren't orcs supposed to be stupid and arrogant? The orc in front of me is clearly more cunning than any human. Its eyes darted around, and it pulled out a handful of gold coins from the animal skin in its bosom, respectfully presenting them to Locke. Locke looked at the gleaming gold coins and finally smiled, but he didn't rush to accept them. He first had Lauren and Gotha clean up the battlefield, searching through all the goblin corpses and prisoners. Goblins are greedy and love collecting shiny, gold-plated things. They might even find some unexpected treasures. After accepting the gold coins offered by Had, Locke was notified that he had received 50 gold coins. Locke's gaze remained fixed on Had's arms, where something was clearly still hidden. He shouted directly, telling Had to take everything out of his arms. Had's face fell. He thought he could get away with handing over the gold coins, but he didn't expect Locke to be so hard to fool. It quickly denied it, saying that those were all its gold coins. Locke stopped wasting words and directly ordered Aegur to strip Hader of his animal skins. Hader angrily denounced it as robbery, but no one paid any attention. The aura of a level 5 warrior emanating from Adalic made it even more hesitant to act rashly. The animal hide was roughly torn to shreds by Aegur, and several crisp sounds followed as 3 rings fell to the ground. Locke immediately recognized them as 3 storage rings. Ever since he saw Mark's storage ring, Locke had wanted to get one, and now he had 3 at once. Aegur picked up the ring and handed it over, but had shouted in a panic that it belonged to him. Aegur kicked it over, and just as Had was about to get angry, he immediately became obedient after seeing Adalic. It could only curse in its heart, for that was the wealth it had accumulated throughout its life, and it would never let Locke go. When Locke saw that it still dared to glare at him, he immediately told Egg to teach it a lesson. After a series of slaps, Hader was left with a bruised and swollen face, and finally realized his predicament. Locke put the 3 rings on his hand, looked down at it, and said that this thing was too complicated for it to handle. He simply did not believe that it had amassed this wealth on his own. The storage rings could only be made by elves, dwarves, and humans. Clearly, most of these rings were also stolen by Had. However, Locke didn't care who the original owner was. Once it fell into his hands, it became his spoils of war. After putting on the ring, A connection seeped from his fingertips into his soul, and Locke's mental energy also entered the ring. Each one has about 10 cubic meters of space, filled with gold coins, gems, and all sorts of glittering valuables. These are the goblin's most precious treasures. Locke had a thought and took all the gold coins from the ring. The system notified him that he had received 12,500 gold coins. At that moment, Locke became incredibly wealthy. Compared to Had's distressed expression, the smile on his face was impossible to hide. Add to that the 2,000 gold coins found on the other goblins, and this war was incredibly profitable. Immediately afterwards, the system notified him again that Locke had launched a racial war and won. He killed 135 goblins, captured 950 goblin soldiers, and 1 goblin leader and 1 goblin chieftain. The system rewards you with a level 1 city building blueprint, a level 1 city defense core, and 2,000 gold coins. In total, Locke earned more than 17,000 gold coins this time. This was the largest sum of money he had ever received since his rebirth. In his eyes, Hader was simply a god of wealth delivered to his door. Locke then began recruiting the remaining goblins. It was unrealistic to expect these cunning fellows to be truly loyal, but Hader was sensible enough to know that if it didn't surrender, it would continue to be beaten. On the surface, all the goblins chose to submit. After checking the loyalty rating, Locke's expression immediately darkened. Normally, the loyalty rate after successful recruitment is 50%, but these goblins only have a loyalty rate of 49%. The figure for Had is even lower, at only 48%. This shows that they were all feigning surrender, waiting for an opportunity to escape or even rebel. If the system hadn't been able to see loyalty levels, Locke might have actually been fooled by Had. It seems I'll have to keep giving these goblins a good talking to from time to time. Just then, the system notified again that the Legion's membership had reached 1,000, and it could be upgraded to a level 2 Legion. Upgrading requires 1,000 gold coins. Although Locke felt a pang of regret, he knew that the skills of a level 2 Legion would inevitably be stronger. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The next moment, the system notified that Locke's Legion had been officially promoted to a level 2 Legion. The Warhorn skill of the second-tier Legion is extremely powerful. When a Legion charges, its own strength and speed are increased by 20%, while the enemy will be gripped by fear, and their strength and speed will be reduced by 20% at the same time. Adalic looked at the prisoners scattered on the ground and asked Locke what he planned to do with these goblins. Locke smiled sinisterly and said, "There are no goblins. These are clearly new miners from Locktown." He didn't dare to give these guys too much responsibility for the time being, so he let them mine refined iron ore for a month or two first, and wait until their loyalty exceeded 50% before making any decisions. As for having goblins build the city walls, Locke was genuinely worried they might cut corners. Locke cleared his throat and summoned Had. Had immediately bowed respectfully, indicating his willingness to listen to Lord Locke's teachings. Locke told him that starting tomorrow, all the goblins under his command would be sent to mine iron ore. Had asked if he had any objections. Hader paused for a moment, then immediately patted his chest and promised to lead his men to mine properly. But what he was really thinking about was how to escape while they were mining. Locke immediately saw through his thoughts and said calmly, "I didn't send Had to mine. Once a level 4 goblin warrior wants to run, no one but Adalic can reliably subdue him." I wanted to ask more questions, but Locke silenced him with a look. Locke glanced at the battlefield, then led Adalic back to their residence in the town. Upon returning, Locke retrieved the blueprints for a level 1 city. The blueprints could upgrade the town to a level 1 city, requiring 1,000 gold coins. The other level 1 city defense core could consume magic crystals to form an energy shield. Locke selected to use it directly. A notification sound rang out, and Locktown was officially promoted to a first-level city. The original city walls became thicker and stronger, and even the gap caused by the unicorn rhinoceros was instantly repaired. At the same time, the defense core was activated, and an energy shield covered the sky above the town, further enhancing the town's defense capabilities. After the Legion reached level 2, more items were unlocked in the shop. Locke began searching for the supplies he needed, first buying 10 bottles of basic spirit potions and 1 bottle of basic health potion. The chi and blood potion was prepared for Adalic. Locke could sense that the old warrior's chi and blood were still strong. With a little more replenishment, he could very well return to his prime. As the town grows stronger, it inevitably attracts the attention of other forces, and the defensive weapons must be replenished as soon as possible. Locke searched the shop for a long time and finally settled on the magic crystal cannon. The magic crystal cannon can absorb magic crystal energy, and when fired, the blast radius is enough to cover a large area of the battlefield. However, the price is also shockingly high, costing 5,000 gold coins per cannon. Locke gritted his teeth and bought 3. Money could be earned again, but the safety of the town couldn't be risked. After this round of purchases, he only had a little over 800 gold coins left. Looking at his remaining balance, Locke bought 8 more bottles of basic strength potions. Strength had always been his weakness, and since there was an opportunity to improve it, he naturally couldn't let it pass him by. After buying everything, Locke had only 38 gold coins left from his previously plentiful supply. He couldn't help but sigh. Developing a city was really expensive, and war was indeed the fastest way to earn gold coins. Then he took out a stamina potion and a strength potion and drank them one after another. System notifications kept ringing out. Stamina increased by 1, strength increased by 1. After this upgrade, Locke's strength reached 11, far exceeding the 5 points of an ordinary adult. His spirit reached 30, and his magic power was as high as 5,400. His second-tier legions continued to grow, with the Wolf Clan, Leopard Clan, Wolf Riders, Humans, Goblins, and Unicorn Rhinoceroses all under his command, and the War Horn becoming the legion's strongest means of attack. Immediately afterwards, the system notified him again. Locke had officially become a level 1 warrior, simultaneously advancing to a level 3 mage and acquiring a new magical skill, Ice Cone. Each Ice Spike spell consumes 100 points of magic power to release 1 Ice Spike. Locke raised his hand to test it, and the Ice Spike instantly pierced through the door, leaving a thin layer of ice on the door. Locke was pleasantly surprised to learn that the skill had a built-in freezing effect. More importantly, he didn't need to chant or charge up his magic. As long as he had enough mana, he could cast it instantly. This casting speed was far beyond what ordinary humans or elven mages could match. Locke lay down on the bed, satisfied, and quickly fell asleep. In the days that followed, the town operated smoothly according to Locke's plan. Goblins were in charge of mining, humans were in charge of cultivating the land, and the wolf tribe of orcs guarded the city walls. The leopard tribe orcs patrolled the area around the town, while the wolf riders were tasked with hunting and reconnaissance, ascertaining the distribution of other factions around the territory. Everything was progressing smoothly. During this time, Locke also received good news. Ager successfully broke through and became a level 3 warrior, adding another reliable combatant to the town. In a valley, a group of orcs were resting. Cain of the leopard tribe, however, was furious, cursing Rondo for being nowhere to be found and suspecting that he was really planning to split the tribe. After the old chieftain's death, both Rondo and Cain became level 5 warriors. Each of them gathered a group of tribesmen, both vying for the position of chieftain of the leopard tribe. At this moment, a level 2 orc warrior cautiously reported that he seemed to have seen Rondo join another tribe. 2 days ago, he had seen an orc from the leopard tribe patrolling with outsiders. Can immediately pressed for details about which tribe it was. The other party replied that it seemed to be the wolf slave tribe, and that they had also conquered a human town called Locktown. Upon hearing about the wolf slave tribe in Locktown, Can's rage erupted completely. He stood up abruptly, declaring that he would wipe them out today and let Rondo know the consequences of betraying the leopard tribe. But an orc quickly tried to dissuade them, saying they were no match for him. Can grabbed Adair by the collar of his fur coat and angrily asked him if he was afraid. Adu quickly explained that Ken was a level 5 warrior, Rondo was also a level 5 warrior, and the chief of the wolf slave tribe was also a level 5 warrior. If Ken were to charge in, he would face 2 level 5 orc warriors at the same time, and he would have no chance of winning. Ken, however, angrily declared that true orc warriors never fear the number of enemies, and even if they die in battle, they will be honored and forever remembered by the beast god. Adu could only continue to persuade them, saying that if Ken died, wouldn't the leopard tribe fall completely into Rondo's hands? They could unite with other tribes and wipe out the wolf slave tribe together. Ken slammed his large hand down on Adu's shoulder, causing Adu to stumble and wince in pain, almost losing his balance. Ken, however, was full of excitement, praising Adu as a rare talent in the leopard tribe and adding that the tailed deer tribe was nearby. He had some connections with Chief Signs of the tailed deer tribe, and if he went to Signs, the chief would definitely help them deal with Locktown. At this moment, Locke was touring the town with Edelik and Had. Along the way, whether human or orc, everyone who saw him would bow respectfully. Locke suddenly stopped Had and asked where the one-horned rhinoceros that had crashed through the city wall came from. After the rhinoceros awoke, it was recruited by Locke under duress and became a member of Locktown. Had quickly replied that it was a magical beast raised by the goblin tribe since it was a cub, and that they fed it poisonous rhinoceros mushrooms before attacking the city. Poisonous mushrooms can stimulate the nerves of a rhinoceros, causing it to go berserk and its strength and destructive power to surge. Locke was very satisfied after listening, believing that Had had a talent for taming magical beasts, and directly entrusted him with the task of taming magical beasts in the town. Had was stunned. In a goblin tribe, taming magical beasts was something only the lowest-ranking goblins did. Kolek's tone turned serious as he asked if he had any objections. Had immediately waved his hand and repeatedly said that he was willing. These days, if he slightly disobeys Locke, Edelik, who is standing next to him, will give him a severe beating. Over time, Hader developed a deep psychological aversion to Locke and dared not show the slightest sign of opposition. Clock looked at Had's 47% loyalty and still felt a headache coming on. Goblins were creatures that couldn't be judged by common sense. He originally wanted to give Hader free rein to increase his loyalty, but instead Hader's loyalty dropped from 48% to 44%. Locke had no idea what Had was thinking behind the scenes, but he knew very well that 44% loyalty was close to the point of defection. Had could rebel at any moment if he left Locktown, so Locke simply had Edelik teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, after being severely beaten, Had's loyalty actually increased by 1%, which made Locke completely understand. From then on, Locke kept Had by his side, and whenever Had was slightly displeased, he would have Edelik take action. Over time, Had's loyalty gradually rose to 47%. Locke looked at his fawning appearance and thought to himself that this guy was a real scoundrel. Just then, a rhythmic tremor came from the ground, and Locke immediately knew that the Wolf Riders had returned. The city gates opened, and the Wolf Riders galloped into the town on their demonic wolves. Soon, Ager spotted Locke. Ager dismounted from the wolf and reported that they had captured a half-orc from the leopard tribe in the forest. The guy was lurking suspiciously near the territory, clearly up to no good, so Locke immediately ordered his men to bring him up. At the rear of the group, an orc riding a dire wolf threw a tightly bound man in front of Locke. The orc had a bruised and swollen face and bloodstains on his body, indicating that he had been severely beaten after being captured. Locke asked him which tribe he came from, and the other man, not daring to play tricks, said tremblingly that he came from the leopard tribe. When asked again about his purpose for coming, the orc had no choice but to confess that Ken had heard that Rondo had joined the wolf slave tribe and was preparing to attack Locktown. He was the scout sent by Ken to investigate the situation in Locktown, but he was too weak and was captured by the Wolf Riders as soon as he got close. Locke pressed for details about the timing and troop strength of the attack, but the other party claimed to be unaware of the specifics. All he knew was that the leopard tribe had joined forces with the tailed deer tribe to attack Locktown. Seeing that he could get no more information from him, Locke recruited the orc and then began to think about the current situation in the town. After this period of development, Locktown is no longer what it used to be, and residents from nearby towns destroyed by orcs and goblins are constantly coming to visit. Although the town is ruled by orcs, it is a place where people can live peacefully, and humans work and cultivate the land every day under Field's leadership. At least in Locke's territory, they didn't have to worry about being attacked by goblins at any time, nor about being plundered by other orcs. The problem is that the capacity of a level 1 city is limited, and many later humans can only build houses outside the city, which gave Locke the idea of building an outer city. He has now accumulated a considerable amount of refined iron ore, and is just waiting for the merchant Mark to return to Locktown so that he can move on to the next step of his plan. Judging by the time, Mark has been away from the town for almost 2 months, and according to the distance, he should have arrived here by now. Locke opened the map of the Abiton Empire's territory, looked at the distance from the Empire's center to the south, and silently began to calculate. As evening fell, a human caravan, escorted by wolf riders, slowly made its way towards the town of Locke. The caravan was none other than Mark's. However, the caravan was in bad shape. Many of the wagons were damaged, and the guards were covered in blood. Clearly, their journey was far from peaceful, and they encountered numerous attacks and battles along the way. Locke sat in the hall. Adalic sat not far away, and had stood obediently to the side, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. Before long, the howling of wolves and the sound of horses' hooves came from outside. Led by Edgar, Mark and Brooke entered the hall. Locke went up to him and said with a smile, "Brother Mark, you've finally arrived." A half-orc and a human embraced on the spot, and then Locke asked Mark if the journey had been smooth. Mark sighed deeply, his face filled with unconcealed sorrow. He told Locke that the entire Abiton Empire was in turmoil. The caravan was ambushed by goblins several times along the way, and had to pay protection money constantly when passing through human and orc territories. The Abiton Empire has lost absolute control over this land. Upon hearing this, Locke immediately understood what it meant. The Empire was about to descend into endless war. Until a new empire rises and replaces the Abiton Empire, this is the opportunity that all the forces have been waiting for. However, these things are not of much concern to Locke for the time being. What he needs to do is continue to quietly accumulate strength. Locke then stopped talking and told Mark to start the transaction. Mark, facing this big spender, naturally dared not disobey. The worry on his face immediately vanished, replaced by a beaming smile, as he declared that he had brought Locke many good things this time. As he spoke, Mark raised his hand, and Locke could clearly see that he had 3 more storage rings on his hand than last time. The next moment, with a clattering sound, a large number of bows and arrows scattered on the ground. Locke's gaze immediately fell on these weapons because this was exactly the ranged attack power he desperately needed. These bows and arrows were a size larger than the usual models, making them a perfect fit for the size of orcs. Mark patted his chest and said that he had bought this batch of goods at a high price on the black market, and the blacksmith simply didn't have time to forge them. He originally wanted to acquire a batch of crossbows, but the Imperial inspectors were too strict and many merchants were arrested as a result, so he dared not take the risk. Crossbows are not only effortless, as they can be fired simply by pulling the trigger, but they can also fire in rapid succession, making them far more valuable than ordinary bows and arrows. Locke winked at Adalic, who picked up a bow, fiddled with it for a moment, fired a test arrow, and then nodded in satisfaction. Locke asked the price directly, and Mark, with a quick glance, quoted 2 gold coins for a bow and 1 gold coin for 10 arrows. 80 bows and arrows, totaling 240 gold coins. Locke didn't even haggle. He simply agreed. He knew very well that only if Mark made real profits would this merchant be willing to continuously transport weapons from within the Empire to the southern border. Next, Mark took out 300 pieces of fine iron breastplates. These breastplates could only protect the vital areas of the chest, but they were specially made for the human form of half-orcs. Mark immediately complained that this shipment almost caused him to run into the inspection team. And now, during wartime, the price was 3 points higher than usual. Locke had no interest in listening to his preamble and simply uttered 2 words, price. Mark said that they would continue to cooperate in the future and that a breastplate would cost 10 gold coins, since it was something that could save lives in critical moments. Normal breastplates wouldn't sell for this price, but due to the war, the transportation was long and involved paying protection fees along the way, so it's not surprising that the price could be 2 or 3 times higher. 300 breastplates, a total of 3,000 gold coins. After inspecting the goods, Locke didn't hesitate. I'll take them. Mark grinned from ear to ear. After deducting costs and expenses on the road, he could earn at least 1,000 gold coins on this trip, enough to offset the money he owed Locke last time. However, he clearly had something else up his sleeve and asked Locke mysteriously if he was interested in something he had acquired at a high price. The next moment, a huge siege crossbow appeared in the center of the hall, its metal frame gleaming coldly, and its bolts heavy and sharp. This kind of thing can blast a hole in the city gate with a single arrow, It is definitely a powerful weapon for attacking cities and capturing strongholds. Locke immediately recognized its value. With siege crossbows, the Legion could reduce casualties during sieges and enter the city more quickly. Seeing the man's eyes light up, Mark immediately explained where it came from. He had obtained it by trading several weapons when he passed through a small town occupied by orcs. Those orcs had no idea what they were talking about and treated the siege crossbow as just a decoration, but Mark saw that it was intact and got a great deal for free. Of course, a shrewd businessman wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Mark sighed, saying he almost lost his life trying to bring this back. Locke raised his hand to signal him to make an offer, and Mark said, enunciating each word clearly, 3,000 gold coins. Okay, Locke agreed readily as always. Mark burst into laughter, repeatedly saying it was a pleasure to work with him. Then, Locke had crates of refined iron were brought in. Mark's eyes lit up immediately when he saw the ore. His specialty was buying low and selling high, and he quickly filled his storage ring with refined iron ore. As for the rest, he didn't dare load any more onto the cart. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic, and exposing the refined iron ore could easily lead to trouble. As the system notification sounded, Locke received 1,300 gold coins, and the two parties were finally considered to have settled the matter completely. Mark didn't have many gold coins left. He glanced at the sky and prepared to leave. At this moment, Locke called out to him, "Brother Mark, I have something else here. I don't know if you'd be interested." As he spoke, he took a bag out of his storage ring. Harder, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at the sight of the bag, inwardly screaming with rage. Those were clearly his, the gems that Locke had stolen. The moment the bag was opened, a dazzling array of multicolored light blinded everyone. Mark exclaimed, "Gemstones! How could you have something like that?" If Edelic hadn't been standing nearby, he probably would have reached out and snatched it. He quickly regained his composure and excitedly explained that although gemstones had no practical value, they were the most beloved luxury items among noblemen, ladies, and young women. A single precious gemstone is enough to attract a noble to fight over it. In their eyes, it is not just a stone, but a symbol of status and prestige. Scarcity increases value. A gem of astonishing value can even allow a commoner in the Empire to buy a baronial title and land. Locke handed the bag directly to him, asking him to sell it on his behalf. Mark gasped, almost unable to believe his ears. There's more than one in this bag. At a glance, there are at least a dozen, and possibly close to 20. These gems are enough to buy a viscount or even an earl's title. Mark stared at the gems and asked with difficulty, "Are you really going to let me sell these?" He even felt it was a waste to sell them, but Locke didn't care. To him, these gems were nothing more than colored stones. He wanted Mark to exchange the gems for gold coins and weapons, especially special weapons, to arm the people in his territory. In return, Mark could keep one gem for himself. Locke only wanted to expand his army as quickly as possible, because if he was powerful enough, he could get anything he wanted. Mark took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. These gems would be more than enough to arm a few hundred orcs, let alone a 10,000-strong army. Mark patted his chest and assured Locke that he would handle the matter perfectly. With the Empire in turmoil, what a businessman like Mark, without any background, needs most is a reliable patron. Once Locke's power grows, he can use this reputation to prevent his caravan from being arbitrarily extorted for protection money. In high spirits, Mark decided to stay overnight in the town of Locke. He originally dared not stay overnight, since the place was full of orcs, and he was afraid that he would be murdered and robbed while he was asleep. Having witnessed Locke's attitude, his guard had lessened considerably. Mark took Brooke to a room arranged by Edgar. As soon as Edgar left, Brooke immediately lowered his voice. "Young Master Mark, are we really going to sleep here?" This was Brooke's first time in orc territory, and he felt uneasy, like a sheep among wolves. Mark remained calm and told him that Locke meant no harm and that he could rest assured. Mark then promised that once he returned to the Imperial City and had enough gold coins, he would buy Brooke a strength potion. Upon hearing about the power potion, Brooke's eyes immediately hardened. With the potion, he could advance to a level 3 warrior. Mark, meanwhile, had already begun planning for the future intending to buy several more large space rings and recruit a few more level 5 slave warriors. In that way, the caravan could increase its cargo transport speed and also ensure its safety. Both of them were looking forward to the future. Brooke wanted to become a powerful warrior of at least level 6, with energy within his body. Mark's ambitions were even greater. He wanted to establish a massive chamber of commerce. The next morning, Mark and Brooke left the town of Locke. Locke then rallied the orcs from the wolf and leopard tribes. Since the leopard tribe and the tailed deer tribe wanted to attack Locke Town, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for the enemy to come to him. Now that he has men under his command and plenty of weapons, he can take the initiative to completely eliminate this threat. Locke summoned Ager and asked him for the locations of the tailed deer tribe and the fierce leopard tribe. Ager often led wolf riders to hunt and patrol the area and was very familiar with the surrounding territory. He immediately told Locke that the tailed deer tribe occupied a human town and kept humans as a reserve food source. Locke frowned as he listened. Orcs were essentially a combination of humans and beasts, and in theory, they shouldn't be devouring humans. Adalic explained that the tailed deer tribe was different. When they were hungry, they would even eat the orcs of their own tribe. After confirming that Ager knew the exact location, Locke's eyes flashed with anger. If they dare to lay a finger on Locke Town, we'll wipe out the tailed deer tribe today. Upon hearing that war was about to break out, the orcs became excited. War seemed to be ingrained in their very bones. Locke immediately ordered that the wolf tribe stay behind to guard the town, while the leopard tribe and wolf riders would follow him. At a command, the rhinoceros obediently laid down on the ground. Even lying down, its massive body was still much taller than Locke. The city gates opened, and Locke rode out of the town on his rhinoceros, followed closely by wolf riders and leopard warriors. A gentle breeze brushed past his ears, and Locke felt an unprecedented calm. Inside the city, a human watching the departing orc warriors couldn't help but ask Mayor Fields if Lord Locke was planning a war. Fields immediately reprimanded him, telling him to do his job properly and not to ask questions he shouldn't. But as he watched the departing procession, he looked up at the sky and sighed softly. It seems another territory is going to be in trouble. I just don't know if it will be humans, orcs, or those ugly, damned goblins that suffer this time. Meanwhile, within the territory of the tailed deer tribe, a small town surrounded by wooden walls sits in an open area. The city walls there had clearly been through many wars and were in a dilapidated state, with many holes simply plugged up with pieces of wood. At this moment, Chief Ken of the leopard tribe was leading his people in the tailed deer tribe. Chief Jones of the tailed deer tribe spoke directly, asking Kane what business he had with his men. He didn't believe that Kane had come all this way just to catch up with him. Ken mentioned the wolf slave tribe and asked Jones if he remembered it. Jones certainly remembered that Chief Idalic of the wolf slave tribe was quite powerful, but he suffered heavy losses when attacking the human tribal alliance and retreated to the orc territory early on. Ken told him that the wolf slave tribe had returned and was only about 50 kilometers away. Jones immediately understood that Kane had clearly made an enemy of the wolf slave tribe. A smile crept across his face. What he loved to see most was conflict between orc tribes. For him, the orcs who died in battle were food, and he preferred orc flesh to any other food. Ken gritted his teeth and offered to give 20 magical beasts as a reward in exchange for the tailed deer tribe, joining forces to deal with the wolf slave tribe. Jones shook his head and refused. He didn't want the magical beasts. He only wanted the corpses of the fallen members of the leopard tribe after the war. As he spoke, Jones licked his lips as if savoring the unique taste of the meat. Ken refused on the spot, as his people would never accept such a condition. So they raised the reward to 25 magical beasts, which was his limit. Jones, however, remained unyielding, coldly reminding Kane that it was Kane who needed his help. Either follow the rules of the Wailu tribe, or figure out your own way. Thinking of Rondo's betrayal of the leopard tribe, Kane's anger surged and ultimately overwhelmed his reason. To punish the traitor and for the honor of a leopard tribe, he was willing to sacrifice the bodies of some of his people. Okay, Jones, I promise you. Jones immediately burst into laughter, patted Kane on the shoulder, and celebrated the partnership. Then he said that since the people of the leopard tribe had come, he would definitely treat them well. He He wanted to let Cain and the others taste the flavor of those weak humans, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before Cain would also fall in love with this taste. Within the territory of the Welu tribe, a roaring fire burned in an open space, with an iron pot placed over the flames, the water inside already boiling. A half-orc led 5 humans towards them, who had been expressionless and seemed to have lost their souls as they were manipulated. But when they saw the large pot, the 5 men turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with unconcealable fear. One of them couldn't hold on any longer and struggled desperately, pleading, "No, let me go. Please, please let me go." Cain, annoyed by his noise, raised his hand to slap him to death, but Jones stopped him, revealing a cruel smile. It's better to boil him alive than to cook him after he's dead. The 5 humans were utterly desperate. They had already witnessed the fate of prisoners after being taken over by the orcs. Eating them alive, boiling them alive, roasting them alive, each outcome leaves one unable to live or die. Seeing the water boiling in the pot, Jones coldly ordered, "The water's boiling, put them in." Several orcs dragged the prisoners toward the iron pot, and the cries of the 5 men immediately filled the air. Just as they were about to be thrown into the pot, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted from outside the town. Jones frowned. A half-orc came running up in a panic, stammering, "Chief, something terrible has happened. Half-orcs are attacking our territory." Jones was taken aback at first, then flew into a rage. It was always the tailed deer tribe that invaded others. This was the first time another orc had dared to attack their doorstep. "Which tribe?" Jones demanded sharply. The orc who brought the message couldn't answer, so Jones kicked him to the ground and turned to run wildly toward the city gate. "I want to see which blind fool dares to invade my territory." Ken ignored the 5 prisoners and rushed towards the city wall. The bound humans lay paralyzed on the spot, having temporarily escaped their fate. But they knew that if the invaders were defeated, they would still face certain death. Outside the town, Locke had already given the order, set up the siege crossbows, and charge. Ager led the wolf riders in the first attack, and more than 40 demon wolves kicked up a cloud of dust as they charged toward the city wall. The wolf riders stopped 20 meters from the city wall and took out their bows and arrows. Ager knocked an arrow and shouted, "Fire!" The arrow pierced the air and struck an orc precisely in the chest, immediately eliciting screams from the city wall. Even Ager himself was a little surprised. He had only practiced archery for one night, yet he was able to shoot so accurately. The other wolf riders were not as accurate as him, but the dense rain of arrows continued to press against the city walls, and the tailed deer tribe orcs defending the city were hit by arrows one after another. Jones rushed to the city wall, pushed aside the tribesmen blocking his way, and immediately saw the wolf riders below. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Which tribe are you from?" Ager didn't answer at all, but simply drew back the bowstring again and shot an arrow at Jones's head. The arrow flew swiftly, about to hit Jones, but was firmly caught by a large hand. Jones crushed the arrow, staring fiercely at Ager, wishing he could tear him to pieces immediately. But Ager didn't care at all and turned around to call out, "Loren, it's your turn." "Yes, Lord Locke." Loren raised his giant hammer and roared, "For the Horde, for Lord Locke. You little brats, charge with me." The leopard tribe orcs immediately pushed their siege crossbows forward, with the warriors in front holding swords in one hand and shields in the other, forming a fan-shaped formation as they pressed forward. Orcs wielding giant axes, hammers, and maces followed closely behind the shield bearers, while warriors controlling siege crossbows and bows followed behind. Locke, Edelik, and had rode on the rhinoceros, bringing up the rear of the group. If a human army were to see this formation, they would be utterly astonished. Who would have thought that the orcs, who have always been considered simple-minded, would now understand tactical coordination? Jones stood on the city wall, arrows whizzing past him from time to time, his anger barely contained. He stared at the approaching enemies below, a cold smile playing on his lips. If these guys dared to climb the city walls, he would personally smash their heads. However, after Loren and his men arrived at the location of the wolf riders, they did not choose to climb the wall. The chains of the siege crossbows clattered as they charged. Loren roared, and the shield bearers in front immediately parted to make way. The massive siege crossbow was pushed to the front, and with a muffled thud, thick bolts shot out. The next moment, the crossbow bolt pierced through the city gate, and the wooden gate collapsed with a crash. Jones rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those are human siege weapons. How could these orcs have such things? But he had no time to think. He immediately shouldered his spiked club and charged toward the city gate, shouting, "Quick, guard the city gate." As soon as the city gates were breached, the wolf riders drew their great swords, mounted their demonic wolves, and charged in, shouting, "For the tribe, for Lord Locke." Aegir charged ahead, and the wolf leaped into the air, swinging his battle axe and cleaving down an orc with a single blow. On the other side, Locke flipped off the rhinoceros's back and patted it on the back. "Go, rhinoceros!" The rhinoceros, panting heavily, charged toward the city wall, each step shaking the ground. Its hard horn slammed into the wooden city wall, sending wood chips flying instantly and creating a huge hole in the wall. Immediately afterwards, the entire section of the city wall collapsed with a roar, and the orcs on top fell down one after another, completely breaching the defenses of the tailed deer tribe. Upon recognizing the attackers, Kane's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to Jones, "Jones, it's the wolf slave tribe." Kane originally planned to take the initiative to attack the wolf slave tribe, but the other side took the initiative and directly attacked their territory. Chapter 51, The City Falls, Fierce Battle. The wolf slave tribe. What a coincidence. Good timing. That's perfect. I don't need to go looking for them anymore. Jones raised the spiked club in his hand and slammed it hard into the ground. In an instant, earth and rocks flew everywhere. He looked toward the city gate, where a battle was taking place. As soon as a hole was smashed in the city wall, Lauren led the orcs of the leopard tribe to charge inside. They instantly clashed with the orcs of the tailed deer tribe. Let the storm rage on. Locke stretched out his hand, and balls of fire began to gather in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the fireball in his hand flew towards the city wall. Wow! In an instant, the wooden city wall burst into flames. This is a flame containing magical elements. It will ignite rapidly if it comes into contact with even a tiny bit of it. The fire on the wooden city wall grew larger and larger, and burning logs kept falling from the wall. The rhinoceros, with its single horn, continued to destroy the city wall, causing large pieces of wood to roll down. Roar! Jones punched an orc flying and roared at the orcs outside the city. This is a declaration of war. Adalic roared back. Looking at the battlefield, Adalic felt his blood boiling. Jones quickly located Adalic's position using shouts. Their eyes met on the battlefield. Jones leaped and landed steadily on the ground. He swung his spiked club left and right, sending two orcs flying. Adalic glanced at Locke, awaiting orders. "Go ahead," Locke nodded. Nourished by the basic chi and blood elixir, Adalic's physical condition is now quite different from before. Although they haven't reached their prime, they're no longer old and lifeless. As Edaric appeared, the orcs in front of him spontaneously made way for him. Tailed Deer Tribe, Chief Jones, Chief of the Wolf Slave Tribe. Adalic. Jones's pupils involuntarily contracted sharply. He had heard of this name before. Idaric, the most powerful level 5 warrior in the entire orc tribe. However, he still couldn't pass level 6 even in his old age. It wasn't just Idaric. A large portion of level 5 orc warriors were unable to break through to level 6 and gain energy within their bodies. The instant Adalic pulled out his battle axe and pointed it at Jones, Jones unconsciously tightened his grip on his spiked club. Jones was getting impatient and took the initiative to move. He swung his spiked club at Adalic's head. Old man, when Adalic raised his battle axe, the shockwave from the clash of weapons making his arm feel numb. However, it's still within his tolerance range. Adalic rammed his entire body into Jones, knocking Jones to the ground. The two abandoned their weapons and began hand-to-hand combat. Huge fists rained down on the other, each landing with a dull thud that made one's heart pound. Just as the two were locked in a fierce battle, a figure appeared by the city wall. Adalic, where is that traitor Rondo? Ken's deep voice suddenly rang out. Adalic had no time to pay him any attention. Seeing that he was being ignored, Kane's anger was palpable. He grabbed the bone club, roared, and charged toward Adalic. It was clear that the two orcs were preparing to join forces against Adalik. That idiot Rondo is long dead. Since you're so eager to see him, don't rush. I'll take you there in a bit. A contemptuous smile appeared on Adalik's lips. Dead? Khan couldn't believe it. He glanced at the orcs who had previously belonged to the leopard tribe, his eyes clearly darting away. Khan instantly thought of a possibility. Duel. According to tribal rules, if one orc challenges a duel and the other orc accepts, the victor will gain complete control of the other's territory and population. These are the rules of the duel, the rules of the orc tribe. If Rondo hadn't betrayed them, the current situation would most likely be that Rondo lost the duel. Khan swung the bone club at Adalik. Adalik, who was locked in combat with Jones, chose to take the blow head-on. Bang! Adalik's body trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Is that all the strength you have? It's like tickling me. Adalik couldn't help but scoff. Faced with the combined attack of the two orcs, Adalik retreated repeatedly. If it were any other orc, they would have been captured long ago. Locke, watching from afar, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Adalik. In a 2-on-1 situation, it's clear that Adalik is at a disadvantage. Locke kicked Had in the body. Go! Help him! Hader immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. No, that's a level 5 orc warrior. Lord Locke, I don't want to die. Idiot! All you need to do is hold off the other orc. Go quickly. Had stood there hesitantly, then looked up and met Locke's gaze. That look clearly said, he's not going to make you pay. Had gritted his teeth, and although he was extremely unwilling, he ultimately succumbed to Locke's tyranny. Had pulled out the spike club he had been carrying on his back and swung it at Kane with a shout. Kane had already sensed the movement behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Had wielding a spiked club and coming at him. Get out of my way. Ugly goblins. The bone club and the spike club collided, and large pieces of bone fragments shattered from the bone club. Kane kicked Had to the ground with one kick. Ouch! 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 Damn orcs! Hader lay on the ground, feeling a churning pain in his abdomen. When has it ever suffered such injustice since it was born? Upon arriving in this world, had discovered that he was much stronger than the other goblins. So its life had been smooth sailing until recently, when it suffered repeated losses at the hands of these orcs. This made Hader question the meaning of life. As the bone club came crashing down, Had ignored the pain in his body. He scrambled to his feet, seeing that Adalik was being attacked by 2 level 5 orc warriors. Lauren gritted his teeth and charged toward Khan. Bang! The giant hammer slammed into Khan, causing him to stagger. You little brat. Congratulations on successfully provoking me. Khan turned around and saw Lauren holding a giant hammer. What are you standing there for? Those who don't want to die, come and help. Had only realized what was happening when he heard Lauren's roar. It gritted its teeth and charged toward Khan. An orc and a goblin teamed up to deal with Khan. However, 2 level 4 warriors were no match for the level 5 Khan. Both were beaten so badly they were completely powerless to fight back. Had was a cowardly goblin who valued his life, so he was always hesitant and timid. Damn goblins. If you keep going like this, we'll both die here. Shop that 52 Jones dies, Kane surrenders. No, he's too strong. We're no match for them at all. Let's get out of here. As he fought back, Had shouted loudly in Lauren's ear. It was terrified of death, and all it could think about was escaping. Useless. Locke couldn't help but curse from a distance. An ice spike quickly condensed in Locke's hand. Whoosh. The ice spike aimed at Kane's back. A hole was torn in the animal hide, covering Kane's body, and an ice spike pierced into his flesh. The ice spikes vanished the next second, and a bone-chilling cold seeped into Kane's entire body, causing him to shiver. In particular, Kane felt a stiffness in his arms and legs. This slowed his movements down a bit. It's the aura of magic. Kane immediately sensed the magical elements around him. A level 5 orc warrior has no energy to fight magic. Therefore, they can only rely on their strong physical bodies to withstand it. However, they often suffer very serious injuries. A flicker of panic crossed Kane's eyes. His eyes searched around and finally spotted Locke in the distance. A thin, frail orc like a young orc who hasn't reached adulthood. Wow! Locke flipped his hand, and a burning fireball appeared. The flames were flickering. This situation sent a chill down Kane's spine. It's an orc mage. This is something that can only be seen in large tribes, and once the magic talent is awakened, one can become a priest of the tribe, second only to the chieftain. The fireball hurtled rapidly toward Cain. Cain had been watching Locke's every move for a long time. When Locke threw the fireball, Cain left without a second thought. The next second, a fireball swept past Cain. It struck hard against the city wall behind Cain. In an instant, a raging fire broke out. Locke's actions made Cain hesitant to act, and he gradually lost the ability to suppress Lauren and Had. Seeing that Cain had left his reservations, Hader was no longer hesitant. Ugly orcs! Try your Uncle Had's stick. Had swung the spike club with great force, smashing it down on Cain again and again. Although it couldn't inflict any real damage on Cain, it was suppressing him. On the other side, Adalic was also able to fight Jones with his full strength. He knew he had to get rid of the orc in front of him as soon as possible. Bang! Bang! Adalic punched Jones repeatedly in the face, leaving the latter covered in blood. At this moment, it seemed that Adalic's hunched body contained boundless power. Jones couldn't contain Adalic at all. This was far more ferocious than any of the old orcs he had ever encountered. Jones lunged at Adalic, opening his mouth wide and biting Adalic hard. With a single effort, a large chunk of flesh was torn from Adalic's body. In pain, Adalic threw Jones off him. Smack! Jones chewed hard, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Ha ha, your flesh and blood are very delicious. She doesn't look like someone her age at all. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to eat you. Jones wiped the blood from his face and hysterically roared at Adalic. Madman! Adalic cursed angrily. He neither retreated nor dodged Jones's charge. As a half-orc, he naturally lived much longer than Jones. His combat skills have naturally been honed over a long period of time. Facing Jones's frenzied charge, Adalic felt that the other party was like a desperate, rabid monster. They used that fierce appearance to mask their vulnerability. It's time to end this. You brainless idiot. Adalic crouched down. The enormous fist struck Jones squarely on the head. Thump! Jones crashed heavily to the ground, his consciousness momentarily blank. Jones regained consciousness in a short while. However, the next second, fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Adalic's arms were tightly restraining his head. The fear of having one's life in the hands of others instantly overwhelmed my entire body. No, please let me go. Jones's words were no longer arrogant. They were full of pleading. My people, all the land is yours. Just let me go. Please. Faced with the threat of death, Jones was afraid. Hey, remember, don't mess with me in your next life. After saying that, Adalic snapped Jones's neck. He roared and lifted Jones's body above his head with one hand. The orcs of the Tailed Deer tribe were all shocked and incredulous when they saw their chieftain die. The morale of the orcs in Locke's legion was instantly boosted. Although the orcs of the Locke Legion were outnumbered, their sharp weapons could determine the outcome of the battle. After dealing with Jones, Adalic rushed towards Cain. The moment Cain saw Adalic, his heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Damn it! And Jones... Cain had more or less realized what was going to happen to Jones, but he was just a little unwilling to believe it. I sent him to meet his death. Don't worry, you'll see him soon, Adalic said as he lunged at Cain. A sense of fear rose in Cain's heart. After feeling the terrifying power of Adalic's punch, his mental defenses were completely shattered. No, etc. I surrender. In the name of the beast god, I'm willing to surrender with the entire Tailed Deer tribe. You spineless idiot. Although Adalic looked down on Cain's actions, he still chose to let Cain go at Locke's suggestion. Locke walked slowly over. Hader immediately came running over, all excited. Respected Lord Locke, I almost lost my life just now. Had recounted his bravery and fearlessness, completely forgetting that he had just acted against his will under Locke's coercion. Locke saw through his completely passive and uncooperative attitude. If Lauren hadn't fearlessly attacked Cain, things would have turned out very differently. Well done. Had. To reward your bravery, I've decided to send you to mine fine iron ore for a month. Award? Mining. This doesn't sound like a reward for myself at all. Locke, break. This. Ow. Not satisfied with my reward. Locke's tone became somewhat heavy. This made Hader, who was standing to the side, very nervous. No, Lord Locke. Mining. All they do is mine cryptocurrency. I love mining the most. Locke walked over to Lauren and patted her on the shoulder. Well done. Lauren, return to Locktown, and you will receive the reward you deserve. Now gather all the orc prisoners in this town here. Yes, obeying your command. The Great Lord Locke. Chapter 53 Victory in War. Level 1 Energy Absorption and Conversion Device. Lauren walked toward the town. Now it's time for me to take a good look at this surrendered orc. Locke walked up to Kane with a smile. Kane immediately looked at the orc with curiosity. So, you the one who's going to surrender? Kane nodded immediately, as if afraid that the other party would change their mind if he hesitated. Good. Swear allegiance to me in the name of the beast god. What? Kane exclaimed in surprise. Swear allegiance or die. Locke's tone became more forceful. I pledge my allegiance. Beast god, you are above. I, Kane, in the name of the beast god, swear my lifelong loyalty to... Ding. The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Do you accept? Accept. I, Kane, swear allegiance to Lord Locke in the name of the beast god. Ding. Recruitment successful. Kane's loyalty is 80%. Congratulations, host. Your orc count has increased by 1, and your gold coin by 1. Locke discovered that those who swore allegiance to him under pressure had a loyalty rate of over 80%. Those orcs like Adelic, who led the wolf slave tribe to swear allegiance to him, had a loyalty of 100%. However, 80% is also pretty good. As long as you're not particularly cruel, you won't be betrayed. Lord Locke. As soon as the recruitment was successful, Kane immediately sidled up to Locke, bowing deeply with a look of complete submissiveness on his face. With Kane's loyalty secured, the orcs of the leopard tribe he led naturally chose to surrender. Ager and Lauren slowly approached, escorting the orcs of the tailed deer tribe. Locke also began recruiting these orc tribesmen from the tailed deer tribe. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have launched a war and won it. Killed 320 orcs, 1 orc chieftain, captured 450 orcs, and 120 humans. Rewards: 3,000 gold coins, 2 magic crystal cannons, 1 level 1 energy defense core, and 1 level 1 energy absorption and conversion device. Level 1 energy absorption and conversion device. It can absorb magical elements in the air and convert them into energy that can be absorbed by the energy defense core and magic crystal cannon. Locke was worried about the lack of magic crystals, which prevented him from providing energy for the energy defense core and the magic crystal cannon. This energy absorption and conversion device came just in time. Locke looked at the captured orcs and humans and already had a plan in mind. These orcs can be recruited, while recruiting humans at a price of 1 gold coin per month is simply a loss-making proposition. He has already discharged the humans he recruited previously, and he will no longer recruit any humans except for warriors. They were all ordinary small-town residents, completely incapable of becoming soldiers. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Ding! Congratulations on successful recruitment of the host. Let's go back to Locktown. Locke waved his hand and led the Locke Legion toward Locktown. When he returns this time, he will exchange some items in the Legion shop as a reward. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it. Moreover, the stronger these orcs loyal to him are, the greater the benefits they bring him. The victorious Locke Legion was filled with excitement on every orc's face as they marched on. After about 3 hours, we finally arrived at the town of Locke. First, Fields was tasked with arranging accommodations and future jobs for the rescued humans. Then they gathered together Lauren, Ager, and other orc leaders. Next comes the time to reward those who have made contributions. In the hall, Locke sat in the main seat. My people, this battle has truly demonstrated the might of our Locke Legion. With a force of just over 200, they achieved a great victory over the enemy's force of nearly 800. I am so proud of you. The glory of the orcs was thus revealed. Lauren. Upon hearing this, Lauren immediately stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Great Lord Locke, your subject Lauren is here. I have seen your contributions throughout this war. This is your reward. As he spoke, Locke exchanged a basic strength potion from the Legion shop. What's this? Lauren took it with some confusion. Drink it. Upon hearing Locke's words, Lauren did not hesitate and tilted her head back to drink it down in one gulp. The moment Lauren drank the basic strength potion, her aura changed. The aura of a level 4 warrior instantly surged, quickly reaching that of a level 5 warrior. However, his aura was still not very stable. This is a level 5 warrior. Ha ha ha. I, Lauren, have finally been promoted to level 5 warrior. Lauren was originally a level 4 peak orc warrior, only a little bit away from level 5. Although it was only a little short, it has troubled Lauren for many years. After her initial euphoria, Lauren immediately realized that it was the effect of the potion she had just drunk. Lauren, your leopard tribe also suffered losses this time. You should prioritize selecting some of the captured orcs to join your leopard tribe. Yes, the Great Lord Locke. AIG, this is for you. Ager also took the basic strength potion and drank it down. However, he did not advance to the 4th level warrior like Lauren. He only recently reached the level 3 warrior rank, so it's impossible for him to reach the peak of level 3 in such a short time, unless he has a legion shop like Locke. At the same time, Locke exchanged another bottle of basic health potion for a Dalek. If a Dowrick hadn't taken down Jones, the war wouldn't have been won so quickly, and even more orcs would have been lost. 450 captured orcs, excluding those who filled the gaps in the leopard tribe's losses. There are 310 orcs left. Locke divided these orcs into 2 groups. A group of 210 orcs was led by Khan. The other 100 orcs were assigned to Aegon's Wolf Riders. Locke had witnessed the power of the Wolf Riders' charge. Especially after the city fell, the sight of Ager leading the Wolf Riders to wreak havoc within the city made Locke determined to expand the size of the Wolf Riders. At the same time, he assigned one eye and one ear to Aegon as his left and right assistants. These 2 orcs are already at the 2nd level of half-human. Locke originally assigned one eye to guard the warehouse, but unfortunately, one eye's talent in mathematics was ridiculously poor. Helpless, Locke could only let Fields continue to manage the warehouse. One eye and one ear were the first orcs to follow him, so Locke naturally wouldn't mistreat these 2 orcs. Lord Locke, we don't have that many demon wolves at all, One Ear said with a bitter face. If these 100 orcs didn't have magical beast mounts, then the Wolf Riders wouldn't even be considered Wolf Riders. Do you remember how I caught these demon wolves? Locke asked One Ear, his voice tinged with anger. The Wolf Riders' mission from now on will no longer be hunting and patrolling the territory around Locktown. Instead, I'm to go to the forest and find the demon wolf. It must be alive. As long as you can bring me back a live dire wolf, I can make those demon wolves obediently become my mounts. Did you understand? Chapter 54, Human Legion Cavalry. Yes, owner. Your words are my commands. Ager held his right fist down in front of his chest and spoke with conviction. He walked out of the hall with one eye and one ear. Having arranged everything in Locktown, Locke dismissed everyone. Locke was left alone in the hall. Locke has placed both the Level 1 energy absorption and conversion device and the Level 1 energy defense device in the city. With the energy absorption and conversion device, the Level 1 energy defense device and the magic crystal cannon have been fully charged with energy. We have absolutely no fear of any invading enemy. 3 days later, Locke, along with Edelik and Had, was inspecting his territory. Suddenly, alarm sounds came from outside the town. Locke climbed the city wall and gazed into the distance. Dust billowed up along the distant road. That was a cavalry unit. It was obvious that Mark's caravan had left not long ago, so this couldn't possibly be his caravan. Locke frowned as he watched the cavalry troop approach. Once, looking at the standard and uniform armor, Locke knew that only human legions could possess such imposing presence. This cavalry unit consisted of approximately 100 men. Soon the cavalrymen spotted the town of Locke. Captain Moss. That must be the town of Maud. Moss took out the map, compared it with his own, and nodded. Let's go. Go check it out. I wonder if this town has been taken over by those filthy orcs. I have no idea what the Duke of Wayne was thinking. They actually cooperated with those filthy orcs. Moss's face was full of disdain whenever he mentioned orcs, as if he looked down on this race from the bottom of his heart. The cavalry quickly arrived in front of the town of Locke. Rock Town, Moss asked in confusion, looking at the sign hanging on the city wall. As he frowned, He saw one orc head after another bobbing on the city wall. Damn it. This small town has also been taken over by orcs. Most of the towns that Moss and his cavalry encountered along the way were occupied by orcs. The residents of those towns either fled, died, or were captured. The most tragic group of people were the captured residents, because they serve only one purpose for the orcs, to be used as food. Cough, cough. Listen up, orcs in Locktown. I am Moss, a cavalry squad leader under the Duke of Wayne. The entire southern region of Abaddon has now become the territory of Grand Duke Wayne. As long as you accept the Duke of Wayne's gift and become his subject, this territory is yours. The Grand Duke will also grant you the title of Baron. Locke didn't speak. He was waiting for someone. Shortly after, footsteps were heard. Lord Lollick, Field said, wiping the sweat from his brow, panting. Locke had just realized that the approaching force consisted of human cavalry, and most likely, a human legion of cavalry. He immediately sent an orc to summon Fields. Legionary cavalry is far superior to other ragtag cavalry, or those trained by nobles. These all involve tactical coordination, and the Legion's cavalry were all seasoned veterans who had seen blood and fought on the battlefield. Go and negotiate with those human cavalrymen and find out what's going on. Upon hearing Locke's command, Fields wiped the sweat from his brow once more. Although he was very unwilling, he still gritted his teeth and walked towards the city gate. Damn it! It absolutely can't be the Imperial cavalry. Fields prayed inwardly. If the Empire finds out that I've sided with the orcs, they probably won't let me off easily. Fields cautiously stepped out of the city gate and immediately spotted the cavalry ahead. Every cavalryman wore armor, and even the vital parts of every warhorse were covered by armor. My lord, I'm a mayor of Locktown. What brings you here, sir? Mayor. Moss glanced at Fields, then at the orcs on the city wall. It dawned on me immediately. In order to survive, the humans before them had sided with the orcs. Although Moss found this behavior utterly distasteful, he could understand it. For an ordinary human being, the only way to survive in such a chaotic world is to seek refuge with orcs. They did nothing wrong. They were just trying to survive. Go tell those orcs. If you want to stay in this land, you must become a subject of the Grand Duke of Wayne. The Duke will grant them land and titles. But in return, they must help Grand Duke Wayne fight against the Empire. Fields looked shocked. He heard some incredible news. The nobleman of the Empire, Grand Duke Wayne, has betrayed the Empire. This is unbelievable. In such a short time, the Empire has descended into such chaos. To be honest, Fields still had a sliver of hope. He hoped that the Imperial Legion could drive the orcs out of the Empire's territory. However, sometimes it doesn't feel so bad to be ruled by these orcs. At least they can eat their fill and stay warm, and they don't have to worry about those heavy taxes. It's important to understand that even without war, the Empire's taxes are becoming increasingly heavy. This has led to constant complaints from many people. Fields ran into the city and, upon seeing Locke, relayed Moss's words verbatim. It seems that this so-called Grand Duke Wayne is trying to win over the orcs. Rather than trying to win them over, it's more accurate to say they wanted to use the orcs to fight against the Empire's legions. Locke knew this very well. The power of Grand Duke Wayne alone was far from enough to overthrow the entire Abaddon Empire. At this time, the Empire was like a lion afflicted with illness. Despite its many wounds, it is still a lion at heart. That desperate counterattack will definitely cripple them. Moreover, it's not just one force that's coveting this lion now. Let's go. Let's go see him. As he spoke, Locke walked toward the city gate. Behind him followed Adelic, Lauren, Kane, Gotha, had Egger, One Eye, and One Ear. This is Locke's current team. The city gates were opened again, and Moss unconsciously frowned. This time, all those who came out were orcs with a goblin mixed in among them. This combination left Moss somewhat bewildered. In particular, these orcs were clearly led by the thin, seemingly non-Orcish one at the very front. As Locke and his group approached, Moss slowly began to speak. It seems you're the de facto ruler of this town. My name is Moss, a cavalry squad leader under the Grand Duke of Wayne. May I ask your name, Mr. Orc? Locke. Locke pointed to the sign hanging on the city gate. Mr. Locke, you must already know why I'm here, right? What is Mr. Locke's choice? Chapter 55 Serving Conscription. Grand Duke Wayne knew that these orcs worshipped the beast god and would not swear allegiance to him. Therefore, the only way to get these orcs to work for you is by offering them land and titles. These orcs were eager to obtain the so-called human titles. Therefore, as long as the lowest baronial rank is offered, those orcs will serve Grand Duke Wayne. At this moment, Locke's power was still small, and it was impossible for him to confront the so-called Grand Duke Wayne head-on. The town of Locke needs shelter. Moreover, Locke could easily discern the intentions of these human cavalrymen. Grand Duke Wayne is preparing to unify the southern region of the empire. If I don't serve him, I'm afraid I'll be purged soon. Serve Duke Wayne? Of course you can. But what I want is not the title of Baron, but a Count. Count. Impossible. Moss's eyes widened. A greedy orc. This is the mark that Moss has left on Locke in his heart. The highest rank the other orcs ever attained was a Viscount. The title of Earl is given to the chieftains of those large tribes, who are definitely level 9 or even level 10 powerhouses. This is just a small town. The population and territory are far below the standard for an Earl. Grand Duke Wayne can only grant you the title of Baron. Otherwise, he has no way to explain himself to the other orcs. Moss's tone was firm. Locke knew there was no room for negotiation. A baronial title would be fine, but shouldn't I get some gold coins or weapons and equipment? You greedy bastard. You are only serving the Duke of Wayne. It's not about pledging allegiance. When Grand Duke Wayne conscripts your tribe, he will naturally provide you with a batch of weapons and gold. Moss took out a token from his pocket and threw it at Locke. Got it. This is a symbol of your noble status. When Grand Duke Wayne's army sweeps away the enemies in the territory later, you can use this token to save the lives of your tribe's orcs. Also remember, since you've chosen to serve Grand Duke Wayne, don't even think about doing anything underhanded. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a horrible death. After saying this, Moss left Locke's town without giving him any chance to ask questions, leading the cavalry behind him. Locke watched the departing cavalrymen and fell into deep thought. It seems a lot of important things have happened that I didn't know about. Locke knew that Grand Duke Wayne must have made a deal with the large orc tribes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so blatantly incorporated such small tribes as theirs. Unable to understand what had happened, Locke simply stopped thinking about it. One day, he will be able to figure out what really happened. 5 days after Moss left, a human army arrived in the town of Locke. Upon seeing the banners of the troops, Locke immediately recognized them as the Legion of Grand Duke Wayne. This legion numbers approximately 50,000 and is well equipped. It is far superior to the current Locke Legion. Soon the Legion arrived in Locktown. Looking at the town of Locke ahead, Pete, who was in the lead, frowned. He was trying hard to recall the location of the town of Locke. It seems like Locktown isn't on the map, is it? Upon hearing Petty's words, the adjutant beside him immediately took out a parchment map from his spatial ring. The sheepskin map clearly marked each name. Lord Petty, it's Maud Town. This place used to be called Maud Town. Moortown. Rocktown. Hey, interesting. I just don't know if they're friend or foe. Petty muttered to himself, looking at the throngs of orcs on the city wall. He had no interest in these orcs. If it weren't for the agreement reached between Grand Duke Wayne and the large orc tribes, requiring these orc tribes to weaken the Abiton Empire for him, Petty had no desire to have anything to do with these filthy orcs. Soon the gates of Locktown were opened from the inside. Locke let a group of orcs out. Level 8 warrior, Adelic exclaimed in surprise. Not only Idaric, but all the other orcs changed their expressions. Locke's brow furrowed unconsciously. With such strength, the Locke Legion is no match for them. Now, we can only pin our hopes on the token that Moss gave us some time ago. Locke took out a token from his spatial ring and tossed it toward Pete. The token landed securely in Petty's hands. Petty hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile onto his otherwise calm face. The esteemed Baron? Hello, I am Petty, the commander of the 1st Legion of Grand Duke Wayne. Petty understood everything as soon as he saw the token. They immediately switched to honorifics. This was what Grand Duke Wayne told him. The orcs were able to lower their guard somewhat when faced with the respectful language of Strong. That's indeed the case. Those orcs who had previously chosen to serve Grand Duke Wayne were already filled with fear when they saw this legion. As soon as he showed his token to demonstrate his noble status, Even the level 8 warriors began to address him with respect. This greatly excited the orcs. Then, with a simple rhetoric from Paddy, those foolish orcs fell for it. "Hello, Lord Petty. I am Locke." Locke spoke calmly, not relaxing despite Paddy's respectful address. "Your Excellency, Baron, since we've chosen to serve Grand Duke Wayne, we're now on the same side. I now issue this call to your tribe on behalf of Grand Duke Wayne. Grand Duke Wayne needs your strength. As long as you perform meritorious service for the Duke of Wayne, the Duke of Wayne will surely reward you. You will be more than just a baron in the future. Viscount, Marquis, Earl, or even Duke are all possibilities. Grand Duke Wayne is preparing to establish a unified, multi-ethnic empire where all races can live in peace. He needs your strength." Conscription? Zulfust. Locke hadn't expected to be sent to the battlefield so soon. Seeing Locke's hesitation, Petty became interested in this orc. He looked Locke up and down and realized that he was particularly thin compared to the other orcs. They are about the same height as humans, but much more robust. There were 3 level 5 orc warriors around, but this orc was the one in charge. Could it be a priest? Has he awakened his magical talent? Petty couldn't help but speculate. He knew that among the orcs, there would be 1 in 10,000 priests who would awaken magical talent. These orcs will become very intelligent. Correspondingly, they will be very weak in terms of military strength. Some even retain their childhood body shape. After all, an adult orc is over 2 meters tall. "Lord Petty, I am willing to accept the Grand Duke of Wayne summons. Serving the Grand Duke of Wayne is a baron's inescapable duty." Chapter 56, heading to the Tour Canyon. Civilization is based on wisdom. If it weren't for his striking appearance, Paddy would have thought he was talking to a human. "Very good. Baron Locke, take your tribe north to find Grand Duke Wayne. Through war you will obtain any title you desire. This is a map." PD casually tossed a parchment map at Locke. Locke took it and began to examine it. This is not a map of the southern region. It's just a route map. A route map leading to the Tur Grand Canyon. After leaving the map behind, Petty led the First Legion away. "Lord Locke, shall we go?" Lauren asked from the side. "Go. Why not go?" Locke's eyes were filled with determination. Only through war can he quickly acquire gold coins and grow stronger. Having made up his mind, Locke began to make preparations. He first spent 200 gold coins to exchange for 2 bottles of basic strength potions and gave them to Gotha, the orc. Through the system, Locke knew that Gotha's power had now reached 48 points. "I'm just 2 points away from reaching level 5 warrior." His intention in doing this was naturally to have Gotha guard the town of Locke for him. Mining, reclamation, cultivate, hunt. Not a single thing can be left out. Fields continued to serve as the town's mayor, assisting Goddard in handling all affairs in Locke. He wanted to take all the orcs with him, except for the wolf tribe. At this moment, Locke was still considering whether or not to take the mining goblins with him. Although these goblins are greedy, cowardly, and timid, they can also act as meat shields to draw some of the firepower. In the end, Locke decided to bring the goblins with him. Mining is really a waste of these goblins' talents. The leopard tribe has 222 orcs, 142 wolf riders, and 85 demon wolves. The deer tribe has 210 orcs and 952 goblins, plus Locke's mount, the unicorn rhinoceros. Locke has now used a basic strength potion to boost the rhinoceros's strength to level 2. The rhinoceros's original body became even thicker and heavier. Facing the charge head-on felt like a mountain was pressing down on us. Meanwhile, Ager led the wolf riders in a relentless search for the demon wolves, capturing many of them alive using traps. Apart from the 224 orcs from the wolf tribe who guarded Locktown, all the others were taken away by Locke. The Locke Legion quickly assembled. The large and imposing procession headed north towards the town of Locke. The goblins were all covered in dust and dirt. After mining for so long, I was thrilled to suddenly feel the fresh air and sunshine. They no longer wanted to stay in those dark and damp mines. Locke lay on the rhinoceros, leisurely enjoying the breeze in the air. Adelic was not far behind him. As soon as he left Locktown, Locke felt extremely insecure without Adelic by his side. Lord Locke, this war is not as simple as you think, especially when facing the legions of the Abiton Empire. Adelic suddenly spoke, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. "Call. Locke sat up abruptly. He immediately became interested. Oh, Chief, please explain in detail. One word can describe this kind of large-scale war. Meat grinder. Every moment, large numbers of humans and orcs die around you. You never know when it will be your turn. It could be in the next moment. The screams and wails were incessant. That sound will make your head and eyes bloodshot. It will make you lose your mind. Kill every enemy you see. The battlefield is a devil's den. No, more terrifying than the devil. Only the strong can survive on such a meat grinder-like battlefield. To be honest, I truly regret participating in this war. It caused such heavy losses to the wolf slave tribe. Adelic's eyes were lost in memories. He had personally experienced this kind of meat grinder-like battlefield. Upon witnessing numerous orcs from the wolf slave tribe die beside him, Adelic went completely mad with bloodlust. But it was still to no avail. The wolf slave tribe also suffered more than half its losses in that war, and had to return ahead of schedule. Chief, of course I know how cruel war is. But how can we expand our territory without war? How to expand the tribe's population, relying on recuperation and rest? A peaceful and stable life? Stop dreaming. Our enemies will not allow us to develop peacefully. Look at that Grand Duke Wayne, a nobleman of the empire. It possesses a vast territory and countless riches. His status was second only to the king, but he was still not satisfied. He wants to overthrow the Abitan Empire. Chief, you're absolutely right. Only the strong survive. For us, only when we become strong will other tribes respect us and dare not have any designs on us. War will weed out the weak. War will make us stronger. We must understand that we shouldn't let war choose us, but rather we should choose war and become the proactive party. Locke's words instantly lifted Adelic's previously low spirits. Become full of fighting spirit. This is the will that a half-orc should possess. Even when faced with difficulties and powerful enemies, they still dare to launch battles without fear of death. Of course, Locke is an exception. He's afraid of pain and death, so he'll naturally avoid trouble whenever possible. After all, he still had so many orcs under his command. As long as these orcs are brave and fearless. A long, drawn-out wolf howl rang out, and Locke looked in the direction of the sound. They soon realized something was wrong ahead. One-Eye? What happened? Upon seeing One-Eyed riding a demon wolf towards them, Locke spoke first and asked, Lord Locke, a tribe of orcs has been spotted on the right ahead. They'll meet us soon. One-Eye immediately reported the information that the wolf riders had just scouted a Locke. This road is the main route to the Tudor Grand Canyon, and that orc tribe was very likely heading to the Tudor Grand Canyon to serve Duke Wayne, just like them. Should we take him down? This was the first thought that popped into Locke's mind. However, I quickly dismissed that idea. If we don't handle this well, these orcs will complain to Grand Duke Wayne when we get to the Tudor Canyon. Although he didn't know Grand Duke Wayne's attitude towards orcs, Locke knew that this was a crucial moment for Grand Duke Wayne's conscription. If he were to attack other orc tribes that served him, Grand Duke Wayne might have to retaliate against him to maintain his reputation. Moreover, Locke had no idea of the strength of that orc tribe. They must have discovered his orc group as well. Keep going. Be on high alert. Don't worry about them for now. I received the command and urged the demonic wolf beneath it to gallop towards the front of the Orcish column. Chapter 57, The Frost Wolf Tribe, the Iron Claw Vulture. Before long, Locke, riding on the back of the rhinoceros, saw a group of orcs heading towards the main road to his right. The two groups of orcs soon met. The orcs of the Locke Legion watched their opponent warily. When Crow saw the orcs of Locke's Legion, he was secretly taken aback. He hadn't expected that the orcs of this tribe would be so well equipped. Almost every orc has an iron weapon. However, the fact that this tribe had so many goblins puzzled Crow. Kit, I am Crow, the chieftain of the Cold Wolf tribe. Which tribe are you from? Looking at Ager riding a demon wolf, the cold glint in Ager's eyes sent a chill down Crow's spine. The orc in front of me is definitely a formidable fighter. After a moment of thought, Ager said in a low voice, Wolf Slave Tribe. Wolf Slave Tribe. Is your chieftain Adelic? We've been old friends for a while now. Upon hearing about the Wolf Slave Tribe, Crow's tense mood finally relaxed. He was terrified of encountering a tribe of orcs with whom he harbored hatred. The Wolf Slave Tribe and the Cold Wolf Tribe were the same tribe a long time ago. However, it later split up. However, Crow and Adalik did have some connection. Boy, take me to see your chief. Without a word, Ager spurred his dire wolf and galloped toward the rear of the group. Without hesitation, Crow followed. Ha ha ha. Adalik, I can't believe you're back on the battlefield after only a few months. Before he even arrived, Crow's gruff voice rang out. Locke glanced at the approaching Crow, then looked back at Adalik. Only after seeing Adalik nod did he lower his guard slightly. Oh, it was you, Crow. Adalik jumped off the rhinoceros's back and slowly pounded his huge fist into Crow's chest with force. The punch caused Crow to show a hint of pain on his face. The next second, Crow threw a punch back, and the two embraced. Aha! Your fist is still so strong. Hee hee, you haven't regressed either. After exchanging pleasantries, Crow didn't mince words and directly asked the question that had been on his mind. You've brought all the tribe's power with you, haven't you? I remember your Wolf Slave Tribe suffered heavy losses, and you even returned to the Wolf Slave Tribe's territory. Why are they making a comeback now? And when did your tribes, orcs, acquire such sophisticated weapons? What's with these ugly goblins? After voicing his doubts, Crow felt relieved. Adalik didn't know how to answer. Crow, I'll explain all this to you later. By the way, you also received a summons from Grand Duke Wayne? When Crow saw that Adalik didn't want to talk about it, he knew that something had probably happened to the Wolf Slave Tribe. Judging from the numerous goblins and the orcs whose appearance differed slightly from that of the Wolf Slave Tribe's orcs. The orcs of the Wolf Slave Tribe merged with other tribes. Yes, the Grand Duke of Wayne's summons. We have no choice but to go. Crow looked clearly reluctant. Crow, what exactly happened? Since leaving, Adalik has been completely unaware of what has happened on the front lines. Old buddy, your departure was a wise choice. After you left, the war became increasingly brutal. The Abiton Empire dispatched legions to suppress the rebellion, and that damned Ryan made us small and medium-sized tribes lead the charge to weaken the Abiton Empire. He, on the other hand, reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. Those small and medium-sized tribes, together with Grand Duke Wayne, rebelled against Ryan. The two sides actually made peace after the battle. This has led to a somewhat awkward situation for our orc tribe. Furthermore, Grand Duke Wayne promised us that once we helped him conquer the entire empire, he would allow our orc race to live on this land. Humans and orcs live together on this land. Locke narrowed his eyes. This promise was indeed worth the orcs serving Grand Duke Wayne. But I'm afraid it's just to keep these orcs at bay. He made orcs work for him, and then betrayed them after he succeeded. After all, no one would allow a race with a completely different faith and ethnicity to appear in their territory. It's getting late, Adalik. Let's hurry on our way. Crow looked up at the sky. Let's go, old buddy. Perfect, we can travel together on the road. After the two orcs exchanged a few words, the group continued their journey toward the Tour Grand Canyon. Vultures circled overhead from time to time. They were hungry. Those pairs of reddened eyes were searching for prey. Whoosh! Ager took out the bow and arrow from his back and nocked an arrow. The powerful arm strength pulled the entire bowstring into a full moon shape. The arrow was aimed at the sky, and the sharp arrow, once released, pierced the sky and shot towards a vulture that was swooping down. With a caw, the vulture was instantly pierced by an arrow and fell to the ground with a miserable cry. Bang! The vulture's body crashed heavily to the ground. That arrow didn't kill the vulture, but falling from such a height, it would definitely be dead. That's an Ironclaw vulture. Adalik saw the vulture carcass in Aegon's hand and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What's wrong? Locke didn't understand why Adalik was making such a fuss. These iron-clawed vultures are gregarious birds. Its claws are exceptionally hard and sharp, capable of crushing rocks. Moreover, these beasts are extremely vengeful. We're probably in trouble. Locke could hear the seriousness in Adalik's words. Clearly, this iron-clawed vulture is a big problem. Quack! A chaotic cacophony of shouts filled the air. Locke immediately stood up and looked for the source of the noise. There it is. Damn it! How can there be so many of these beasts? Locke cursed inwardly as he looked at the dark mass in the distance. His eyes scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a forest. There! Into the forest! All the orcs instantly changed direction and rushed towards the forest. Quick, you little rascals. Take action. Those that don't want to die, hurry up and rush into that forest. Crow shouted. The orcs of the Frostwolf tribe charged toward the forest like wild horses. In an air-to-ground confrontation, birds of prey naturally have a significant advantage. The forest can act as a barrier, keeping those iron-clawed vultures at bay. Don't panic. Where's the shield? Give it to me. The rest of the orcs, stay behind your shields, and don't break formation. Compared to the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe, the orcs of the Loch Legion appeared more orderly. The orcs with shields instantly formed a circle surrounding the other orcs in the middle. Chapter 58, The Iron-Clawed Vulture Flock, offering a helping hand. However, those goblins were untrained. They panicked the moment they saw the iron-clawed vulture in the sky. They scurried around like headless flies. Some even charged directly into the orc formation in an attempt to find refuge. Hat, keep those damn goblins under control. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Locke yelled at Hader. Had looked completely innocent. Yes, Lord Locke. He strode quickly toward the goblins. You little brats. Everyone be quiet. Anyone who yells at me again, I'll feed you to those damned iron-clawed vultures. Hat's words had no effect. The goblins, faced with danger, wouldn't listen to anything he said. Roar. Harder was furious when he saw his pride being refuted. He rushed into the goblins in a few strides, grabbing one goblin in each hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next moment, they forcefully lifted the two goblins off the ground and threw them into the air. Soon the iron-clawed vultures completely surrounded the two goblins. A piercing scream rang out in the air as the two goblins were instantly devoured by the flock of iron-clawed vultures. Bones mixed with blood clattered to the ground. This scene caused fear to appear on the faces of the goblins. However, they were all curled up and unusually quiet. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? Foolish little brats. Hade cursed and swore as he ran toward the rhinoceros. Hard was somewhat terrified when faced with these iron-clawed vultures, and he naturally knew that Locke was the safest person around. Swish, swish. The sound of wings flapping through the air filled the air, and Locke looked up to see the approaching flock of iron-clawed vultures. He raised his hand, and a fireball condensed in his palm. Go! Boom! The fireball hurtled toward the flock of iron-clawed vultures. It burst into flames the moment it came into contact with the iron-clawed vulture. The iron-clawed vulture was instantly engulfed in flames. In the struggle, these iron-clawed vultures collided with each other, instantly igniting the other iron-clawed vultures. The air was filled with the smells of roasting meat and burnt feathers. One after another, they plummeted from the sky. I never expected that this simple fireball spell would be so useful. A hint of smugness flashed in Locke's eyes. Now he no longer needs to worry about not being able to fight those iron-clawed vultures. Lord Locke, is this magic? You're amazing. Locke heard Hat's shrill voice, like that of Quack. The sudden voice startled Locke. Hat, keep your goblin bastards in check. If you mess this up again, I'll send you to feed those iron-clawed vultures. Locke's shout made Hader's face fall. He followed behind the rhinoceros, venting his resentment on the goblins. After receiving Crow's orders, the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe swarmed into the forest. There is absolutely no order. This gave the iron-clawed vultures an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Running away will only hasten their demise. The orcs of the Frostwolf tribe will only become sitting ducks. Swoosh. The iron-clawed vultures swooped down on the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe. These orcs had their backs completely exposed. This is a golden opportunity for these iron-clawed vultures. Roar. A half-orc roared as it was caught in the air by the iron claws of an iron-clawed vulture. He struggled incessantly, trying to break free from the iron-clawed vulture's claws. However, those iron claws dug deep into the orc's flesh, clamping tightly onto his bones. No matter how much the orc struggled, he could not break free of his restraints. The orc, finding no foothold in the air, immediately became the target of everyone's attacks. Numerous iron-clawed vultures flew over, snatching the orc's flesh with their iron claws while tearing it apart with their beaks. In the blink of an eye, the orc disappeared. Only a skeleton, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. Soon, one orc after another was dragged into the sky by the iron-claw vultures and devoured. Of course, some orcs are lucky and take a gamble. He swung his weapon and smashed it into the iron-claw vulture. The iron-clawed vulture, in pain, released its iron claws. Although these orcs were lucky enough to escape being devoured by the iron-claw vultures. But falling from such a height would result in serious injury, if not death. The attack by the iron-claw vulture flock threw the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe into chaos, causing them to rush headlong into the forest as if their lives depended on it. That was their only way to survive. However, the flock of iron-clawed vultures naturally wouldn't let their prey escape, and immediately launched an even fiercer attack. "Give them a hand," Adalik said calmly, but with a hint of pleading in his voice. The Cold Wolf tribe and its wolf slave tribe have a deep historical connection. Furthermore, Adalik and Crow have a very good relationship. This forced Adalik to ask Locke for help. He didn't want to stand by and watch the Cold Wolf tribe suffer this calamity. Locke pondered for a moment, then nodded. Locke had his own reasons for agreeing to Adalik's request. He wants to recruit the Frost Wolf tribe. Archers, prepare. At Locke's command, the orcs carrying bows and arrows on their backs immediately drew their bows and arrows. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow without the slightest hesitation. Arrows were aimed at the iron-clawed vultures in the sky. Put, swoosh. Arrows rained down on the iron-clawed vultures in the sky. These orcs, now armed with bows and arrows, have become far more accurate with their archery practice over this period of time. Swish, swish, swish. A series of mournful bird cries rang out in the air, and the next moment, the iron-clawed vultures fell like raindrops. Put. The orc archers quickly drew their bows again after firing an arrow. Upon hearing Locke's command, it fired without hesitation once again. This gave the heavily wounded Frostwolf tribe a brief respite. Crow turned around and saw this scene, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Without the threat of these arrows, the Frost Wolf tribe would probably have suffered heavy casualties this time. Quick! Into the forest! Locke roared. Crow had no intention of abandoning Locke, the benefactor of the Frost Wolf tribe, like a coward. He turned to face the Ironclaw vultures alongside the orcs of Locke's legion. Go inside quickly. We can handle these damned iron-clawed vultures. Locke's meaning was clear. The orcs of the Frostwolf tribe were of no help to him at this moment. On the contrary, it's a burden. With a determined look, Crow led the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe into the forest. After the Frostwolf tribe charged into the forest, Locke waved his hand to stop the orcs from shooting arrows. Shield! Hold up your shields! Locke commanded from the back of the rhinoceros. After the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe entered the forest, the Ironclaw vulture flock lost its target. Chapter 59 Battle. Escape from the Ironclaw vulture flock. Giggle. Quack. The flock of iron-clawed vultures circled incessantly at the edge of the forest, their eyes filled with resentment. The fatty meat that was almost in my mouth has somehow escaped. Vultures perched atop towering trees, their sharp eyes occasionally darting into the forest. His eyes were filled with resentment at losing his prey. The Ironclaw vultures clucked and turned their gazes toward the Locke Legion. After much hesitation, a vulture with iron claws let out a cry. The next second, it flapped its wings and was the first to charge towards the Locke Legion. Court death. Locke roared angrily. Whoosh. 3 fireballs instantly appeared in his hand. They charged straight at the flock of Ironclaw vultures. The flames imbued with magical elements ignited the Ironclaw vulture's feathers upon contact. 3 fireballs burst into flames in the air. The flames continued to spread outwards. This scene caused the surrounding Ironclaw vultures to cry out in alarm, frantically flapping their wings in an attempt to escape the area. These 3 fireballs made the Ironclaw vultures hesitant to attack. They hovered in the air, not daring to fly down easily. The Locke Legion is getting closer and closer to that forest. Finally, the desire for food overcame the fear in the hearts of these iron-clawed vultures. Giggle. With a loud cry, the Ironclaw vultures seemed to receive a command and swooped down toward the Locke Legion. Locke's expression changed slightly as he watched this suicidal attack. Indeed, greed is the original sin of everything. Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish. The orcs of the Loch Legion are not as formidable as the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe. They were well equipped with weapons and wore breastplates to protect their vital parts. And they had been preparing for this for a long time. They all raised their sharp weapons in the face of the swooping Ironclaw vultures. Bang! A series of impacts rang out. The iron-clawed vulture's talons gripped the shield, its sharp claws carving deep grooves into it. However, before the Ironclaw vultures could make any move, the other orcs nearby swung their giant axes, hammers, maces, and other weapons, smashing the Ironclaw vultures into a bloody pulp. Seeing the Ironclaw vulture being suppressed, the fear in the goblins' eyes slowly dissipated. One by one, they raised their weapons and slashed at the Ironclaw vulture. Fluttering, a large flock of Ironclaw vultures flew toward Locke's location. The target was clearly the one-horned rhinoceros and the Locke on its back. Such a behemoth is a favorite of iron-clawed vultures. Locke was prepared, and he conjured fireballs in his hands, throwing them at the incoming Ironclaw vulture. The smell of burnt feathers filled the entire battlefield. Roar! A roar came from the mouth of the rhinoceros beneath him. The iron claws of the vultures left bloody scratches on its body. Although it was only a superficial injury and did not cause any serious damage, the rhinoceros still felt waves of pain. Such sharp claws. Locke couldn't help but secretly admire him. He couldn't imagine whether he could endure such claws landing on him. Several iron-clawed vultures swooped down on Locke, their sharp claws gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Edelic leaped forward and stood in front of Locke. He gripped the battle axe tightly in his right hand. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, and the two iron-clawed vultures were cleaved in two. He kept attacking, clearing away the iron-claw vultures that were attacking Locke. With a level 5 orc warrior protecting him, Locke wasn't worried about the iron-claw vultures harming him. Locke, meanwhile, would occasionally conjure fireballs and hurl them at the iron-claw vultures. This relieved some of the pressure on the orcs of the Loch Legion. Under Locke's cover, Locke's legion advanced rapidly toward the forest. Call! Locke finally breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the edge of the forest. How come there's a flock of iron-claw vultures here? Adelic asked, puzzled. Aren't they just some magical beasts? How? What's the big deal? Locke said nonchalantly. No, these iron-clawed vultures often appear in the dark forest to forage. They will not easily venture into the interior of the Abiton Empire. Dark forest. Then we'll have to ask Hader about that. Locke knew that as a goblin born and raised in the dark forest, Had must know the whole story. Hat, get over here. A loud shout rang out in the empty forest. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps drew closer. Respected Lord Locke, what do you need me for? Had asked cautiously. From Locke's tone just now, Hader sensed anger. He was afraid that Locke would cause it trouble or take his anger out on it. What's going on with these iron-clawed vultures? Locke pointed to the flock of iron-clawed vultures that lingered outside the forest, unwilling to leave. That's an enormous number. Iron-clawed vulture? Oh, my most respected Lord Locke. I swear these iron-clawed vultures have absolutely nothing to do with me. And Lord Locke saw it too. Those damned iron-claw vultures have eaten quite a few goblins. Had quickly distanced himself from these iron-clawed vultures. Locke touched his forehead and took a deep breath. Hat, I know these iron-clawed vultures have nothing to do with you, and you didn't attract them. I mean, don't these iron-claw vulture flocks live in the dark forest? How did they end up within the territory of the Abiton Empire? Locke stared intently at Had. Hader was speechless for a moment. Its eyes darted around a few times as it pondered how to answer. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Locke's gaze, Had said weakly, Respected Lord Locke, this might have something to do with me in a tiny way. Explain. Had swallowed hard. The legions of the Abiton Empire were originally stationed at the edge of the dark forest. But I don't know why he left. The great Goblin King discovered this situation and decided to invade. Abiton has countless treasures of gold and silver. So they arranged for a large number of goblins to drive some magical beasts from the dark forest to attack the borders of the Abiton Empire, just to scout ahead for our goblin race. Will those magical beasts obediently listen to you? Locke didn't believe that those magical beasts could be driven by these ugly goblins. Great Lord Locke, you are so smart. Those foolish monsters certainly won't be driven by our goblin race. We steal the cubs, or eggs, of these magical beasts to lure them into the territory of the Abaddon Empire, then kill the cubs and break the eggs. Those magical beasts would go berserk and charge towards the inner territory of the Abaddon Empire. But don't worry, Lord Locke. I, Hayter, absolutely did not participate in this matter. It was all done by my people. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Chapter 60, Leaving the Forest, Orcs Robbery. Hiss. Locke gasped in shock after hearing this. These damn goblins are really ruthless. They cruelly killed the cubs of those magical beasts. However, these goblins also taught Locke a strategy for using monsters. I never thought you ugly goblins would actually use your brains. Hearing Locke's insulting words mixed with praise, Head didn't know how to respond. Those damned beasts dare not come in so easily. They should all stay put and rest. Locke had just gone through a small battle, which earned him some gold coins. However, the quantity is limited. A figure walked towards the resting place of the Locke Legion. It was none other than Crow, the chieftain of the Frost Wolf tribe. Old friend, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, my Frost Wolf tribe would probably have been severely weakened. Crow expressed his sincere gratitude. Adelic shook his head and pointed at Locke. You should thank him. Crow had noticed the young, thin orc long ago. The man actually knew magic. He knew what this meant. Is this the priest of your wolf slave tribe? He actually possesses magical talent. Adelic shook his head. No, the wolf slave tribe no longer exists. I have already sworn allegiance to him. Right now, only the Locke Legion exists. And I am also a member of the Locke Legion. What? Adelic, are you sure you're not lying to me? You actually swore allegiance to such a half-orc brat. Crow looked on in disbelief. He looked intently into Adelic's eyes, hoping to see a lie in them. Old friend, you heard right. It's true. After a long silence, Crow managed to utter 2 words. All right. Taking a deep breath, Crow seemed to have accepted this fact. He looked at the flock of iron-clawed vultures circling outside the forest and continued to ask. This road is impassable. What do we do? Adelic didn't reply, but instead looked at Locke. Locke naturally understood that the contempt Crow had shown in his words stemmed from his strength. It seems I still need to improve my strength as soon as possible, Locke secretly vowed to himself. Crow also looked at Locke. Since there are these iron-claw vultures guarding the outside, let's just cross this forest. The orc's idea was naturally to break out of the forest and continue along the original route. Adelic and Crow both nodded. They have no other choice now. Locke took out a map and accurately located his position. After passing through this forest, you'll reach the main road leading to the Tur Grand Canyon in about a few kilometers. However, there are definitely magical beasts in this forest, so the journey will certainly not be peaceful. After watching the orcs and goblins of Locke's army finish their rations, Locke gave the order to set off. These orcs marched into the forest in a very disciplined line. After Locke's long period of training, these orcs have made great progress. It's much better than the chaotic scene in the Frostwolf tribe. It took Locke's Legion 2 days to leave the forest. They encountered only low-level magical beasts along the way. This is, after all, the interior of the Abaddon Empire, and the high-level magical beasts have long been wiped out by the Empire. Although those low-level magical beasts caused some trouble for Locke's Legion, they were all dealt with. The moment Locke stepped out of the forest, he felt an instant sense of relief from his suppressed emotions. The towering trees blocked out all sunlight, creating a dim environment that unconsciously made people feel depressed. Finally, out of this damn forest. I don't want to stay here a second longer. As soon as they left the forest, Lauren couldn't help but start complaining. Just as Lauren finished speaking, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. The next second, one orc after another rushed out of the bushes. This sudden turn of events caught Locke off guard, but he quickly realized what was happening. Quick! Défensive formation. As soon as Locke gave the order, the orcs began to move as if by conditioned reflex. The orc holding the shield stood at the forefront. The timing of these orcs' appearance was too coincidental. It seemed as if they had been waiting specifically for them. Having just emerged from the forest, it was the perfect time to let down our guard. Stop! Hand over your weapons and food. The leading level 5 orc held a huge bone club in his hand and looked at the person opposite him with a contemptuous expression. Two level 5 orcs stood behind him. Robbery. Locke immediately saw what these orcs were up to. They took advantage of the moment when they had just left the forest and were at their most relaxed. These orcs have a very high success rate when they try to rob people on the road. Locke could tell at a glance that the 3 level 5 orcs were 3 orc tribes united together. Just when you're about to fall asleep, a pillow is delivered to you. Locke was worried about the small number of his legion members. I never expected something like this to come to my door. Hank, have you fallen to this state now? They actually robbed their own compatriots. What a disgrace to the orc race. Adelic's voice rang out, sounding extremely angry. Hank, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. He looked in the direction of the sound, a look of confusion on his face. When he saw the orc's face clearly, his expression turned extremely ugly. Adalic, damn it. It was you. It seems the beast god is looking out for me. Today I can finally get my revenge. Hank's tone was filled with resentment and malice. Locke could sense a clear hostility in the tone of those words. How? Weren't the lessons learned back then enough? Are you trying to save your life today? Adalic said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. You ruined one of my eyes back then. I still remember it clearly to this day. This blind eye is the shame of my entire life. I want to wash away this shame every single moment. Hank roared at Adalic, his voice filled with madness and hysteria. He pointed to his right eye, which was already blind, and looked as if he wanted to tear the other person apart. Adalic frowned as he walked toward the front of the group. The orcs in the group made way for him. Hank, do you think you're a match for me? Adalic's arrogant expression and tone constantly provoked Hank. Adalic, you're getting old. Do you know what an old orc means? This means that his physical strength is exhausted and his blood and energy are depleted. This means he is destined to be trampled underfoot by the strong orcs. And me, Hank, I'm in my prime now. Hank's voice was filled with excitement and agitation as he spoke. That blind eye was a symbol of his lifelong shame. Chapter 61, Level 5 Boar Beast, War begins. And now, he has a chance to wash away his shame. Damn it. Hank, are you out of your mind? Why waste words with them? Hank, this tribe is incredibly wealthy. Almost everyone had a piece of iron. The other 2 level 5 orc warriors looked at the orcs of Locke's legion with greed in their eyes. They couldn't wait to deal with these orcs and acquire their weapons. In the orc tribe, money is not their greatest love. They want strength, weapons, and food. As Adalic stepped forward, Lauren and Kane also came to the front of the group. 3 against 3, Hank frowned slightly, but a confident glint shone in his eyes. On the other side, Chief Crow of the Frost Wolf tribe was walking towards them. Damn it. Crow, this is none of your business. Get out of here if you don't want to die. Hank watched as Crow approached, clearly intending to intervene. No, Hank, my Frost Wolf tribe will not leave alone, Crow said, patting his chest. Ha ha ha. Foolish thing. These days, tribes can't survive in this damned world just by being loyal to each other. We need to be ruthless. Crow, I gave you a chance. You will pay the price for your choices. Hank's ability to say such things when facing 4 level 5 orc warriors with only 3 level 5 warriors shows his confidence in his side's strength. Locke stared at Hank across from him, impulsive and easily angered. But he's not a brainless idiot. The other party must have something to rely on when they say such things. Locke's eyes scanned the orcs opposite him, hoping to find some possible variables. Hank, the 3 of you are no match for the 4 of us. You need to think this through. Get out of my way now, and I might spare your life. I won't just ruin one of your eyes like I did last time. Adalic suppressed his raging anger. Who told you there are only 3 orcs? Hank sneered. Hush. A long whistle rang out from the mouth of a half-orc nearby. Coo coo coo. A commotion arose from the orcs behind Hank. A monster, only 1 meter tall and 3 meters long, with exceptionally thick limbs and resembling a wild boar, snarled and strode over. You pig beast. It's a level 5 boar beast. Crow exclaimed in surprise when he saw the approaching magical beast. This monster seems to be extremely difficult to deal with. A boar beast. Locke had no memory of this kind of magical beast. These are magical beasts kept by the orc tribe, similar to human hunting dogs that guard the gates and search for prey. they usually only have level 1 strength. However, there's a very small chance that mutation will occur, and the mutated boar beast can grow to the strength of level 5. Thick-skinned, durable, and absolutely loyal. Even a level 6 monster like this boar can be entangled for a long time. It's a pet that most orcs dream of owning. Adalik noticed Locke's confusion and explained in a low voice. Level 5, loyal, capable of engaging in combat with level 6 magical beasts. Locke took those words to heart. He leaned closer to Adalik and lowered his voice. 4 against 4. Can we take them down? Adalik shook his head almost imperceptibly. That boar beast is a real problem. In a one-on-one situation, apart from Crow, Lauren and Kane are no match for him. But that boar beast managed to keep me occupied, preventing me from freeing my hands at all. Lauren had only been at level 5 for a short time, while Kane, having been defeated by Adalik, naturally knew the strength of his opponent. Locke frowned. If a tribal duel were to take place, they certainly wouldn't win in one fell swoop. Once a battle breaks out, the opposing orcs outnumber your own 2 to 3 times. This is a tough battle. Locke made a decision in an instant. With a glance, he signaled Ager to lead the wolf riders to slowly retreat to the back of the column. Hey Dalek, do you dare to have a tribal duel with us? Hank wore a cruel smile. He felt that his side had a high chance of winning. Whether it's a duel or a team battle, our side is bound to win. However, Hank would prefer to have a fair duel with Adalik. Only by killing the other person with his own hands can Hank wash away the shame. Feeling looked down upon by the other orcs, Aderic's anger was rising. However, he now has to be mindful of Locke's mood. Taking a deep breath, Locke shouted, Lauren, keep that boar beast pinned down. After the war ends, I will restore your power once again. Lauren received the order, and her suppressed anger finally found an outlet. He grinned menacingly, his fighting spirit soaring. Great Lord Locke, leave this boar beast to me today. Unless I die, I will absolutely not allow it to affect the other orcs. Charge! Vahons! Outnumbered, Locke immediately activated the Legion skill Warhorn. In an instant, the morale of the Locke Legion soared. The 20% increase in strength and speed even allowed some level 1 orc warriors to break through to level 2. Some level 2 orc warriors even reached level 3. The ferocity of the Locke Legion instilled fear in the hearts of the orcs on the other side. They even forgot to take the initiative. Is this the effect of fear? It's perfect for surprise attacks. Locke saw the brief moment of stunned silence on the face of the orc, and a hint of joy rose in his heart. For the tribe, for Lord Locke, Lauren shouted, charging towards the boar beast. Locke's task for him was to keep this boar beast occupied. Seeing this, Can and Crow each charged at a level 5 orc warrior. The two sides immediately began to fight. Bring it on. Adalik, let me see just how far you've regressed over the years. Hank raised the spike club in his hand, his legs slightly bent. His whole body sank slightly, and then suddenly exerted force in the next second. His entire body hurtled toward Adalik like a cannonball. He raised the spike club high and swung it down at Adalik. This blow is for my lost right eye. The spike club crashed down with tremendous force, whistling through the air. If that blow had landed, it would probably have shattered Adalik's skull. Facing Hank's angry attack, Adalik naturally wouldn't dodge. He swung his battle axe diagonally upwards. When, amidst the sparks flying, the battle axe steadily caught the falling spike club. Hey, looks like I'm not too old to wield a weapon yet. Hank scoffed, seemingly already anticipating that his attack wouldn't cause any real damage to Adalik. Hank missed his first attack and charged up again. It slammed down on Adalik again and again. The attack was completely haphazard, relying entirely on brute force. Chapter 62 had skill, Wolf Rider Charge. He clearly wanted to wear down Adalik with his own physical strength. Shall we compare strength? I, Adalik, have never been afraid of anyone. Adalik gripped his battle axe tightly with both hands, and the axe clashed violently with the spike club. Each impact caused Adalik's hands to tremble slightly, and blood seeped from the base of his thumbs. Hank on the other side was in no better shape, his hands covered in blood, but he was gritting his teeth and persevering. Both orcs were injured by the recoil. However, both Adalik and Hank gritted their teeth and persevered. The orcs' inherently competitive nature prevented either of them from stopping immediately. The other two battlefields, however, seemed rather unremarkable. Crow and Kane were fighting two other orcs, and the two sides were evenly matched. The two teams are evenly matched, and it will be impossible to determine a winner in a short time. The final battlefield was quite thrilling for Lauren and the pig. Lauren, who had just reached level 5 warrior, was clearly no match for this level 5 boar beast. Lauren raised the giant hammer and smashed it down on the boar. Just as the giant hammer was about to smash into the boar, it nimbly turned and dodged it. This made Lauren feel like she had punched a cotton ball. He gritted his teeth, staring at the mocking look in the boar's eyes. It was as if they were mocking him. Roar! Lauren roared and dropped the giant hammer in his hand. He lunged at the boar-like beast, intending to engage it in hand-to-hand combat using the most primitive methods. Lauren was seen pressing her entire body against the boar, her hands gripping the boar's scalp tightly. The next second, Lauren raised her right hand and smashed it down on the boar's head. Thump! A dull thud sounded, and the boar beast merely shook its head. Damn pig beast! The bones are so hard. Lauren cursed angrily. That punch almost broke the bones in his hand. The boar wouldn't just passively take a beating. Lauren's punch had ignited its anger. Its two thick front paws kept slapping forcefully at Lauren's chest. Within 2 or 3 breaths, Lauren's chest was covered in blood. The blood fueled Lauren's rage, driving her even more insane. The ferocity in his bones was completely unleashed. Ignoring the injury to his chest, he continued to punch the boar beast again and again. Even if it means death, we must not let this boar beast get away with it. Swish, swish. The orcs in Locke's legion drew their bows and arrows. They all fired towards the opposing camp. Arrows rained down relentlessly. Screams rang out continuously. The bow and arrow is definitely a powerful weapon among orcs. Ranged weapons can inflict heavy casualties on the opposing orcs. Swish, swish. Arrows whistled through the air from time to time, falling towards the rear of the orcs opposite. The orcs ahead had already charged into battle. With the spur of the war horn, the orcs of the Locke Legion, relying on the sharpness of their weapons, overwhelmed the orcs on the other side. Hat! Get your damn goblins to charge. Even if it means being cannon fodder, I'll pave a path for the other side. Otherwise, you can take the lead yourself. Locke roared at Hat. Upon hearing this, Hat's entire expression changed. Looking at the densely packed orcs opposite him, he immediately felt like giving up. If he were to charge forward on his own, he would definitely be swallowed up by the bone clubs of those orcs. Lord Lollick, won't this? Stop talking nonsense. Either clear a path for me on the other side, or follow me loyally from now on, and I'll guarantee you'll reach level 6 and become a big goblin. Or this could be your grave. Even if all these goblins died, Locke wouldn't feel bad. He intended to use the lives of these goblins to pave the way for the Wolf Riders' charge that followed. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. The only ones who didn't participate in the battle were the Wolf Riders, led by Ager. Hader's mind was in complete turmoil. Sending it to charge into the orc formation is practically sending it to its death. Let the ordinary goblins do such dangerous things. After all, I, Hader, have sheltered them for so long. It's time they repaid me. Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed in Hat's eyes. If you lose your minions, you can always find more. The Dark Forest is not short of ordinary goblins. Thinking of this, Hader's eyes turned blood red. Roar. A roar, accompanied by invisible sound waves, emanated from Hat's mouth and spread outwards. The goblins who heard the roar instantly turned bloodshot, had stopped, which seemed to have taken a lot of effort. Even his breathing became rapid. Then Hader pointed his index finger forward. The goblins charged madly into the orc horde opposite them, displaying an unyielding fearlessness. Oh, right. That's it. Locke recruited Had because he valued Had's berserk control skill. This skill can force subordinate goblins into a berserk state and make them obey your commands. Nearly 1,000 goblins howled and charged toward the orcs, clearly displaying a reckless disregard for their lives. Although goblins are far less powerful than orcs, their desperate efforts have managed to tear a hole in the enemy orcs' defenses. With this opening, the remaining goblins continued their assault, practically risking their lives. One goblin after another fell to the ground, their green blood mixed with the dirt. Hayter's eyes were filled with heartache. These were all his people. However, for the sake of his own life, had felt no remorse whatsoever. The survival rule for goblins is that the strong oppress the weak. Harter soon found himself unable to hold on any longer. Green blood overflowed from his eyes. Charge! He gritted his teeth and persevered for his own life. Finally, after consuming most of the goblins' lives, a path was torn open for the enemy orcs. AIG, your turn. Break through these damned orcs. Seeing that the goblins had finally managed to open a long gap in the enemy's camp with their lives, Locke did not hesitate and immediately ordered the wolf riders to launch an attack. Roar! Oh! The demon wolves howled in unison. With a burst of strength, Aeger propelled his entire body, along with the demonic wolf beneath him, forward like a gust of wind. For the tribe, for Lord Locke. Sweep away all obstacles. For the tribe, for Lord Locke, shouted the wolf riders behind Aeger. The swiftly charging wolf, leading the orcs, quickly arrived at the battlefield. With a single axe stroke, Aeger ripped open the belly of one of the orcs, while the dire wolf beneath him opened its jaws and bit off the arm of an orc wielding a bone club as it charged forward. He then used his sharp claws to slit the orc's throat. Aeger didn't linger and continued charging backward. Behind him were one eye and one ear that followed closely. Chapter 63. The Wolf Riders achieve victory. Loren seriously wounded. The two orcs followed on either side of Aeger, wielding their great swords and slashing at the charging orcs. He would occasionally take out his bow and arrow and shoot at the orcs. The wolf riders charged quickly, with Aeger leading the charge as the wolf at the very front. The battlefield was forcibly divided. After witnessing the ferocity of the wolf riders, the enemy orcs' morale weakened further. Faced with such a wolf cavalry force, the scene instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. The unusual situation on the battlefield naturally caught Hank's attention. He hadn't expected to be beaten so badly despite having numerical advantage among the orcs. His anger intensified even further. These orcs knew nothing about tactics. They only knew how to charge blindly. So despite having a numerical advantage, they were still completely suppressed by the Locke Legion and couldn't exert their full potential. Roar! Hank roared. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Hearing Hank's roar, the boar lunged even more frantically at Loren with its claws. They clearly want to get rid of Loren as soon as possible. Call! Adelic! Today is your death day. Hank felt his stamina was severely depleted, while Adelic on the other side had not yet shown any signs of fatigue. Although he didn't know why, he didn't want to wait any longer. The great beast god, your servant Hank, is willing to offer 1/10 of his soul in exchange for your power. The next second, wisps of black smoke rose from Hank's body. He made a hoarse sound in his throat. It was as if they were enduring immense pain. Their original eyes were replaced by a dark green light. Even his fists were enveloped in dark green flames. Is this the power of the beast god? Hank looked at his hands with some surprise, feeling a sense of fascination with the surging power within them. Adelic, did you see that? This is the blessing of the beast god. You're dead today. This appears to be Hank's first time using the beast god's blessing, and he is still immersed in the joy of possessing power. Hank, you're really crazy. He actually sacrificed his own soul. Adelic's eyes were filled with shock. Once Hank loses his soul, he will eventually become a walking corpse, his soul imprisoned by the beast god for eternity, unable to find peace. Ha ha ha. Adelic, to wash away my shame, what does it matter if I sacrifice a little of my soul? As long as I can kill you. Whoosh. The moment he finished speaking, Hank sprang into action. Adelic's pupils shrank sharply as Hank opposite him transformed into a dark green afterimage and charged towards him. When he realized what was happening, he quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! A fist wreathed in dark green flames struck Adelic's arms. A powerful force, accompanied by a burning sensation, instantly swept over Adelic's entire body. His entire body flew backward uncontrollably. Bang! It slammed hard against the tree trunk before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. A trickle of blood spilled for the corner of his mouth. Just as Adelic regained his footing, a sharp pain shot through his head. The pain penetrated deep into his soul, causing him to instinctively clutch his head tightly with both hands. Call! Adalik let out a long sigh of relief. His back was covered in cold sweat. The soul-piercing attack made it feel as if all the bones in Edalik's body were shattered. Sigh. It seems there's no escaping it today. He sighed and shook his head. The great beast god, your servant Adalik, offers you his most fervent prayers in exchange for your blessings. The next second, Adalik roared. His previously hunched back straightened up. Very good. Adalik, let's see today whether your beast god or mine is more powerful. Facing Adalik, who was also blessed by the beast god, Hank's eyes gleamed with excitement. A dark green fist, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, hurtled towards Adalik. Adalik threw a punch without backing down. Bang! In this attack, the two orcs were evenly matched. Adalik frowned slightly, as he could clearly feel a slight, stinging sensation in his soul. Locke stood on the rhinoceros, his brows furrowed so deeply they almost formed a deep frown. He could only describe Lauren in one word. Miserable. That's just too tragic. His chest was a bloody mess, and you could even see the white bones underneath. His entire body was almost completely soaked in blood. That's all his own blood. Despite this, Lauren was still holding the boar back tightly. The boar beast hadn't expected this half-orc to be so troublesome. Hat, go help him. Hader received the order and hesitated for a second. He gritted his teeth and charged towards the boar beast. The massive spike club struck the boar's back, and blood flowed down its body onto the ground. Hat's attack only made the boar's body tremble slightly. The boar roared and suddenly turned around. A powerful hind leg kicked Hader and his spike club flying. Bang! Had coughed up green blood, rolled around several times, and lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Waste! Locke cursed under his breath. This goblin is only good at ambushing. Locke quickly labeled Had in his mind. He knew that Had was not dead. The page on the system panel that belonged to Had had not turned gray. Although Hader was repelled in one strike, he bought Lauren a chance to catch her breath. Lauren lunged at the boar again, gripping its neck tightly with both arms. The boar tried to bite, but found it couldn't reach the target. Helpless, it could only keep shaking its body, trying to shake it off. Lauren was already seriously injured, and then she lost too much blood. If this continues, Lauren won't be able to hold on for long. Swish, swish. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession at the boar beast. The 3 arrows were firmly embedded in the boar's body. However, it only scratched the surface of the other person's skin and did not cause any real damage. With the blessing of the war horn, Ager has reached the strength of a peak level 3 orc warrior. He rode the demon wolf and charged towards the boar beast. The wolf leaped high into the air, its sharp claws reaching for the boar beast. Swish! The wolf's claws left bloody scratches on the boar's body. The wolf opened its mouth wide and lunged at the boar-like beast. A piece of flesh was torn off raw, and Ager seized the opportunity to swat down with his battle axe. Whoosh! The battle axe pierced through the boar's flesh, but was stopped by its bones. The pig-like beast, in pain, immediately flew into a rage. Its enormous head rammed into Ager and the dire wolf. This collision not only sent Ager and his dire wolf flying, but also flung Lauren off his back. As soon as Ager and Lauren fell to the ground, the boar let out an angry roar. Knock, knock, knock. It strode swiftly toward the 2 orcs who had wounded it. Chapter 60 for the Boar's Wrath, Hank's Death. The boar was utterly enraged, its eyes bloodshot as it vowed to tear the 2 damned orcs to shreds. Cough, cough. Lauren struggled to her feet, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. I'll do it. Lauren knew that Ager, who was only level 3, was no match for the boar, so he stood in front of Ager and charged towards the boar. Bang! Lauren clung tightly to the boar's head with both hands, her entire body being lifted off the ground by the boar. Ager abandoned the dire wolf and charged toward the boar. Just as the boar's claws were about to strike Lauren, he clung tightly to the boar's forelimbs. Despite using all his strength, Ager couldn't stop the boar's forelimbs from slowly descending towards Lauren's body. Roar! Ager roared, veins bulging on his arms. Fight to the death. He used his talent directly. Strength and speed instantly doubled. Drink! Ager used all his strength again, managing to stop the boar's claws from striking. "Come here," Ager shouted, and his terrifying brute force instantly struck the boar's forelimbs. He lowered his entire body and braced his shoulder against the boar's belly. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he lifted the boar beast, along with Lauren on its head, off the ground in the next second. Lauren immediately understood the situation. He released his hands and landed steadily on the ground. "Get out of here," Ager roared, and with another burst of strength, he hurled the boar towards a large tree. The instant he was thrown, Ager's figure transformed into a blur as he charged toward the boar. Bang! A loud bang. The boar crashed into a tree and fell heavily to the ground. Before the boar could make a move, Ager had already appeared beside it. With a single stride, Ager straddled the boar's neck and began smashing its massive fists into the boar's head repeatedly. Thump! Thump! Thud! Like a tireless machine. Ager didn't know how many punches he had thrown. He only knew that his hand bones were broken and blood was flowing freely from his hands. However, he did not give up and continued to punch the boar's head one after another. The boar beast remained silent for a long time, so long that Ager thought he had dealt with a monster. Suddenly, the boar beast raised its head and stood up. With a push from his back, he threw Ager off him. Just as Ager was about to exert his strength again, his body went limp and he sat down on the ground. His time to shine has come. A strong sense of weakness washed over him, and Ager felt incredibly sore all over. It's difficult to even move a finger. This is the consequence of a talent that leads to fighting to the death. If you fail to eliminate the enemy after using it, you will find yourself in an extremely dangerous situation. The boar slowly turned around, its large, bell-like eyes glaring angrily at Ager. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of neat teeth. It is this set of flat teeth that prevents the boar from causing harm by tearing apart its prey. "AIG, get up right now." Lauren, seeing that Ager was in danger, shouted anxiously. He quickly pounced on the boar, trying to stop it from doing anything next. "Am I, Ager, going to die here?" "No, I'm not reconciled." A desperate cry rang out in Ager's heart as he watched the boar's gaping maw draw ever closer. Roar! Ager felt as if a chain inside his body had shattered. The next second, just as the boar was about to bite his head, he rolled backward. Click! The sound of teeth biting in empty air rang out, and the boar, feeling mocked, flew into a rage. Just then, an anxious shout rang out. "Quick! Pig-like beast! Help me!" The urgent shouts made the boar stop what it was doing. It turned its head and looked in the direction of the familiar voice. It was its owner, Hank, calling it. However, Hank looked rather miserable at the moment. His arm was broken, and his entire cheek was covered in blood. The most serious injury was Hank's broken ribs, with a white bone exposed at the break. Meanwhile, Adalik on the other side was also having a tough time. His body was char-black, and there was a fist-sized hole in his chest from which blood was gushing out. The moment Hank called out to the boar, Derek moved. He threw himself at Hank, wrapping his arms tightly around Hank's neck. This stance clearly indicates an intention to snap Hank's neck. Hank struggled to stay afloat with his only arm. "No, come here quickly. Pig-like beast. Adalik. No, you can't kill me." Hank seemed somewhat afraid as he faced death. Adalik did not respond to Hank, but instead increased the pressure on his hands. Meanwhile, the boar beast on the other side was getting anxious. As a magical beast known for its loyalty, it decisively abandoned Ager, who was not far away, upon sensing that its master was in mortal danger. It turned and charged toward Hank. A long sigh of relief escaped his lips. At this moment, he was completely unable to move. "I never expected to escape with my life like this. Damn pig beast. Want to leave? Did you ask your Uncle Lauren?" Lauren still remembered his mission at this moment. They firmly entangled the boar beast. Lauren lunged at the boar and clung tightly to its back. Seeing its master in imminent danger, the boar beast was entangled and unable to come to the rescue. An extremely anxious look appeared in its eyes. The boar turned around and slammed its front paws into Lauren's body, tearing him to pieces. Despite this, Lauren did not give up. "Lauren, hold on," Adalik roared. He lowered his head and leaned close to Hank's ear. "By now, Hank, your soul will be imprisoned by the beast god. I will never be free." Adalik gritted his teeth and increased the force in his hand again. No, Adalik, let me go. Let me go. Click. Before Hank could finish speaking, a crisp cracking sound rang out. His head was broken off by Adalik. Roar! Adalik exerted his strength and actually ripped Hank's head off. He raised it high above his head and looked at the boar beast. Lauren, let that damn beast come here. Lauren felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body when she heard Adalik's words. He took a deep breath, and as the boar charged toward Adalik, Lauren fell to the ground. Knock, knock, knock. The boar beast ran madly toward Hank's location. It knocked away all the orcs along the way, friend and foe alike. In just a few breaths, the boar beast arrived beside Hank, looking at Hank's headless head and smelling that strangely familiar scent. The boar-like beast kept whimpering. Chapter 65, Winning over the hearts of orcs. The boar kept nudging Hank's headless corpse with its enormous head. He looked just like a little child searching for love. A long time passed, and Hank did not respond. Finally, the pig accepted the fact that Hank was dead. It raised its head, its scarlet eyes glaring angrily at Adalik. The next second, the boar suddenly moved. It lunged at Adalik with its two front paws. Adalik took a deep breath, grabbed Hank's head with his right hand, and slammed it down on the boar. The boar's loyalty to its master prevented it from touching Hank's head. It quickly retracted its two front paws, trying to back away. However, Adalik didn't give it that chance at all. Thump! Hank's head was smashed onto the boar's head by Adalik. The boar fell to the ground, and Adalik quickly sat on its back. He kept smashing Hank's head down at the boar. Compared to Lauren, Adalik is much stronger. In addition, Adalik also has the blessing of the beast god at this moment. After a few blows, Hank's head was smashed to pieces. He clenched his right fist, and after more than 10 punches, the boar beast beneath him collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Call! Adalik breathed a sigh of relief. He could sense that the boar beast was not dead, but had only been temporarily severely injured by his attack. Spare its life. Just as Adalik was about to finish off the boar, Locke stopped him. Such a level 5 magical beast is perfect as a mount, capable and loyal, although it is ugly and unattractive. Retreat immediately. In the other two battlefields, the level 5 orc warriors witnessed Hank's death and the boar's serious injury. They lost their fighting spirit immediately. The two orcs abandoned their own tribe and fled in a frantic rush like stray dogs. Locke had no intention of pursuing the two level 5 orc warriors, because the Locke Legion simply doesn't have enough manpower. Roar! Hank is dead. Surrender! Adalik shouted. These words instantly boosted the morale of the orcs in Locke's Legion and the orcs in the Frostwolf tribe. The orcs on the other side, however, changed their expressions drastically. Without their chief's command, they instantly descended into chaos. Most of the orcs had already considered surrendering. I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. At the sound of surrender, a large number of orcs threw down their weapons, covered their heads with their hands, and squatted on the ground. Soon, on the entire battlefield, apart from the orcs of Locke's Legion and the orcs of the Frostwolf tribe, all the other orcs squatted on the ground and lowered their heads. Ding! Congratulations to the great Lord Locke for launching a war and winning it. Killed 265 orcs, captured 655 orcs, obtained 3,000 gold coins, 2 magic crystal cannons, and 1 basic energy absorption and conversion device. 3,000 gold coins. Locke looked at the many severely wounded and dying orcs in Locke's army. The gold coins awarded were enough for Locke to buy basic healing potions to treat the orcs' injuries. Basic recovery potion, 10 gold. Quickly heals injuries upon use. Limited to level 5 warriors and below. Locke first went to Lauren's side. Lauren was in a terrible state at that moment. One eye is so swollen that I can't see anything. The flesh and blood at the chest were mangled, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. His arm was bent unnaturally, and blood flowed down his body onto the ground. Excessive blood loss turned his lips white. Sensing someone approaching, Lauren slowly raised her head. Lord Lollick, the battle has been won. As soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood gushed out. Although orcs are extremely resilient, this level of injury is beyond saving. Well done. Lauren, open your mouth. I won't let you die. Locke took out a basic recovery potion. Lauren was skeptical of Locke's words. Such injuries are unlikely to result in death unless one is a race with a strong life force capable of regeneration. But Lauren didn't hesitate and opened her mouth wide. Wow. The basic recovery potion was poured into Lauren's mouth. The liquid flowed down Lauren's throat into his stomach. Soon, Lauren felt a warm sensation all over her body. Immediately afterwards, the wound started to itch. Lauren looked down and saw that the torn flesh on her body was healing rapidly. Although the speed isn't particularly fast, at this rate, his wounds will probably heal completely in no time. Because Lauren's wound has stopped bleeding, Lauren stared at the scene in shock, her eyes filled with astonishment. Soon, Lauren found power surging through his body, and he stood up again with a slight movement. To survive what was supposed to be a death sentence was nothing short of a rebirth for Lauren. Lauren immediately knelt on one knee and pounded her right fist on her chest. Great Lord Locke, your servant Lauren is willing to give you everything, even his life. Locke reached out and gently placed his hand on Lauren's right shoulder. Get up. Lauren, you were very brave this time. This is your reward. Locke exchanged for a bottle of basic strength potion, tossed it to Lauren, and then turned and left. The battlefield needs Locke's appearance. Locke needs to use basic recovery potions to win people over, although he had already recruited all of these orcs. However, such a gift as the basic recovery potion can make these orcs even more loyal. Locke constantly moved among the orcs of Locke's legion. Despite being outnumbered, these orcs were almost all wounded. Although the basic recovery potion cost 10 gold coins per bottle was a bit expensive, Locke could afford to give one bottle to each orc. After all, these orcs had created more wealth for him than this, so Locke naturally wouldn't be stingy. After using the basic recovery potion, the orcs of the Locke Legion stared in disbelief at their injuries. He looked so energetic and lively, it was hard to believe he had just gone through a life-or-death battle. As for Ager, Adalik, and Can, Locke gave each of the orcs a bottle of basic strength potion in addition to the basic recovery potion. After using the Beast God's blessing, Adalik sacrificed a significant portion of his life force. Locke generously gave him a bottle of basic chi and blood potion. The key to victory in this battle was Adalik. If he hadn't taken care of Hank first and then defeated the boar, it would have been different. Therefore, this war is very likely to end in defeat. Therefore, Locke knows that the main fighting force of a Locke Legion is Idaric, so he naturally wants to ensure that the enemy is always at his peak. Lord Locke, these are all the prisoners. Locke glanced at the orcs being escorted to their original positions. Their eyes were all vacant. They had no idea what awaited them next. Chapter 66, Recruiting Prisoners, the Ownership of the Boar Beast. According to tribal rules, in wars between orc tribes, the losing side either has all of its orc tribe members cut off their right hands and are exiled. They were either treated as slaves by the victorious tribes, with no status whatsoever. Neither option offered any hope for these defeated orcs. Locke first approached the boar beast. The beast, which had been full of energy just moments before, now looked exhausted and was panting heavily. Submit or die. Locke reached out, and a fireball appeared in his hand. As the fireball approached the boar's head, a scorching heat washed over it. The boar beast could sense the magical elements contained within, which gave it a sense of danger. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Seeing that the boar beast had not made a choice, Locke slowly moved the fireball in his hand closer and closer to the boar beast's head. My patience is limited. Surrender or die. Sizzle. The flickering flames instantly clung to the boar's head. The aroma of burnt, roasted meat wafted through the air. Even the soul of the boar seemed to feel the intense heat. Its eyes widened in fear and unease. Ding! The boar beast has accepted your recruitment. Reward: 1 gold coin. The fireball in his hand dissipated, and a smile appeared on Locke's face. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept? Bite. Faced with the threat of death, all 655 captured orcs chose to surrender. For these orcs, simply being alive was their greatest wish. This war directly resulted in the deaths of 156 orcs in Locke's legion, and only 151 goblins remained. Moreover, The remaining goblins kept their eyes darting around. Clearly, being used as cannon fodder made these goblins want to escape. However, with hat suppression, these goblins never dared to do so. Locke dispersed the captured orcs and incorporated them into the leopard, deer, and wolf riders. Many orcs died in these three groups. Incorporating these 655 captured orcs into the Locke Legion instantly increased the number of orcs in the Legion. Name: Locke. Race: Orc. Strength: 11. Adult strength is 5. Speed: 3. Physical strength: 2.5. Spirit: 30. Magic power: 5400. Intelligence: 80-100. Strength: 40-100. Magic affinity: 70-100. Talent: recruitment. Second tier legions: Wolf Tribe, 224, Leopard Tribe, 437, Wolf Riders, 200, Deer Tribe, 436, Goblins, 151, Unicorn Rhinoceros, 1. Legion skill: War Horn. When a legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 20%. Enemy units are inflicted with fear, reducing their strength and speed by 20%. Gold coins: 40-80. Locke stood up. He could clearly sense that the newly joined orcs were listless. You foolish, cowardly, and weak orcs who had just joined the Locke Legion. It is your honor to serve the Great Lord Locke. The Great Lord Locke will provide you with food and weapons, enabling you to possess even greater power. In return, you must demonstrate your loyalty. Loyal to my Great Lord Locke. And today, the Great Lord Locke will forgive your past mistakes. Are you ready to offer your loyalty to the Great Lord Locke? Forgive? Hearing that they could be forgiven, the orcs breathed a sigh of relief. I swear to serve Lord Locke to the death. The newly captured orcs shouted in unison. Locke's words meant that they had been accepted into the new tribe. Locke was very satisfied to see that he had managed to increase the loyalty of most of the orcs by several percentage points with just a few words. Edelic looked at the Locke Legion as if he were in a dream. When Locke took over, there were only a little over 300 people, but it gradually grew to more than 500. After today's battle, the Locke Legion has lost over 1,000 orcs. This doesn't even include the 200 orcs left behind by Gotha in Locktown. Looking at Locke, Edelic seemed somewhat dazed. Could it really be a blessing bestowed upon the wolf slave tribe by the beast god? Even if all the orcs now belong to Locke's Legion, they have absolutely no connection with the wolf slave tribe. However, the master of the Locke Legion is Locke, and Locke is a half-orc from the wolf slave tribe. His body bears the mark of the wolf slave tribe. Moreover, Edelic has already relinquished his position as chieftain of the wolf slave tribe to Locke. Therefore, the orcs in Locke's Legion are all from the wolf slave tribe. In Edelic's view, this was perfectly reasonable and completely uncontroversial. Locke patted the boar's head, and the boar reluctantly raised its head and rubbed against Locke's hand. The joy of having a new owner could not suppress its sorrow at losing its old one. "Old chief, do you want to mount?" Locke asked, stroking the boar's head. Edelic knew that Locke was referring to this level 5 boar. Although he was tempted, he rationally waved his hand. "Don't waste your energy, Lord Locke. This boar will not be my mount. After all, I killed its former owner. A level 5 boar beast will probably cause many tribes to fight tooth and nail for it." As Edelic approached, anger flashed in the boar's eyes. It wanted to rush over and tear the old orc in front of it to shreds. Good things should naturally be rewarded to the orcs who belong to the same tribe. "Lauren, it's yours now." Locke patted the boar, and the boar walked towards Lauren. "Lord Locke, did they really give me this boar beast?" Lauren still couldn't believe that she had just obtained a level 5 boar beast. Lauren looked at the boar beast in front of him with excitement. This was the happiest moment in his half-beast life since he was born. The newly promoted level 5 orc warrior already possesses a level 5 boar beast. This was like a dream for Lauren. Lauren's right hand trembled as she reached out to touch the boar. At the same time, the boar's head rubbed against Lauren's palm. Whoosh! Lauren rolled over and sat on the back of the boar. "Good buddy. From now on, you'll be working for me, Lauren." Roar! The orc and the magical beast, who were originally at odds with each other, are now living in harmony. "Great Lord Locke, I've just put in a lot of effort. Shouldn't I reward Had's familiar hoarse voice rang out. It shamelessly moved closer to Locke. In this war, Had's greatest contribution was enabling these goblins to fearlessly tear open a path for the wolf riders to charge. Locke glanced at Had, the cunning goblins staring at him expectantly. Chapter 67, The Hidden Level 5 Warrior arrives at the Thursday Grand Canyon. Well done. Had, this is your reward. Locke exchanged for a basic strength potion and threw it to Had. Hader immediately accepted it, as if it were a treasure. Hader had just clearly seen the effects of this medicine. Once he reaches his level of strength, advancing to the next level will not be easy. Oh, my greatest Lord Locke, your servant Had is extremely grateful for your gift. My loyalty to you is as steadfast as the setting sun. Upon receiving the basic strength potion, Had immediately appeared extremely grateful. As for the Frost Wolf tribe, Locke originally had no intention of using the potion to help the injured orcs, although Crow helped him. But Locke thought again that this was a good way to win over the hearts of the Cold Wolf tribe's orcs. Upon seeing the Frost Wolf tribe, Locke immediately conceived the idea of incorporating them into his legion. These orcs were ragged and emaciated, but the indomitable fighting spirit within him could never be extinguished. Crow cautiously approached, his purpose being to ask for some medicine to save the lives of the severely injured orcs of the Frostwolf tribe. However, Crow didn't know how to bring it up. He couldn't bring himself to repay a debt of gratitude, especially since he led the Frostwolf tribe to take action to repay the Orcish favor he owed Adalic. Chief Locke. The chief's age made Crow somewhat embarrassed to say it aloud. I know why you've come, Chief Crow. As he spoke, Locke took out a basic recovery potion. Crow stood there, wanted to take it, but hesitating. Take it, Chief Crow. I know your people need it. Crow nodded, his right hand hanging down in front of his chest in thanks. When the wounded orcs of the Frostwolf tribe saw that Locke was willing to give them medicine to heal their injuries, a strange emotion appeared in their eyes. In orc tribes, being injured means losing one's value. They are often ruthlessly abandoned by orc tribes, left to fend for themselves. After all, the orc race reveres the strong, and the weak only drag down the entire tribe. Few tribes were willing to waste their limited resources on wounded orcs. After resting for about 3 hours, Locke stood up. He rolled over and sat on the rhinoceros's back. My men, it's time to go. As Locke gave the order to depart, the orcs of Locke's legion stood up and began to continue their journey in an orderly fashion. Given the current size of the Locke Legion, it will take a long time to reach the 5,000-strong unit of a level 3 legion. The next challenge is a large-scale war, so Locke has no choice but to do everything he can to improve his own strength. Level 3 mages can play a negligible role in war. They could even be described as cannon fodder. It seems I need to increase my power first, and then pursue the path of dual cultivation. With a Legion shop available, none of this is a problem for Locke, as long as he has enough gold coins. Locke bought 40 bottles of basic strength potion, each costing 100 gold coins. This almost wiped out the more than 4,000 gold coins he had just accumulated. Although it hurts a bit, it's all for the sake of improving my skills. Locke sat alone on the back of the rhinoceros, carefully pouring bottle after bottle into his mouth. He moved very slowly, as if afraid of being discovered by the other orcs. His frail body was his weakness, but now it was about to become his trump card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have advanced to level 3 warrior. After the notification sound, Locke was still thinking about how he could awaken a warrior-type skill. However, there was nothing there. It seems my warrior talent is pitifully weak. Looking at his martial arts attribute on the panel, which was only 40 points, Locke couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have advanced to level 4 warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have advanced to level 5 warrior. Locke clenched his fist, and a powerful force surged forth. Is this what power feels like? That's really powerful. But why doesn't it even have any skills? Locke wore a bitter expression. Adalic's warrior talent awakened a set of fist techniques, while Ager awakened his talent skill to fight to the death. Even the ugly goblin has the innate skill berserk control. This forced Locke to accept that his martial arts talent was truly terrible. Call! Locke took a deep breath and closed his eyes to rest. At this rate, The Locke Legion should be able to reach the Tour Grand Canyon before nightfall. After all, the Tour Grand Canyon, as the territory of the Derrick family, is not far from Linby City. The team is getting closer and closer to the Tour Grand Canyon. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of horses' hooves echoed on the main road. Locke suddenly stood up and looked around. Squads of cavalry patrolled this open area. Upon seeing the orcs of Locke's Legion, the nearest cavalry unit galloped towards them. Sigh. Locke looked at the dozen or so cavalrymen, all dressed in light leather armor, each carrying a long sword and a powerful crossbow. Light cavalry, renowned for their speed and agility. The dozen or so light cavalrymen stopped about 4 or 5 meters away from Locke's army. Respected orc sirs, are you here to serve Grand Duke Wayne? The cavalry captain at the head of the group looked at Ager with a hint of disdain on his face. However, he quickly put on a smiling face. These orcs looked tall and strong, but many of them died by his sword. Ager nodded. Which tribe are you from? Who is the chief? As soon as he finished speaking, the orcs of Locke's Legion parted to make way for him. 2 orcs walked over, one after the other. It was Adalic and Crow. Adalic and Crow each took out a token from their pockets and handed it to the cavalryman opposite them. Wolf Slave Tribe Chief Idaric. The Cold Wolf Tribe Chief Crow. To serve the Duke of Wayne. Oh, so it was Baron Adalric and Baron Crow. The Derrick family warmly welcomed the arrival of the 2 barons. Please follow me. Grand Duke Wayne has prepared campsites for our 2 distinguished guests. After saying this, the cavalryman waved his hand and led the Locke Legion and the orcs of the Frost Wolf tribe alone into the Tour Grand Canyon. Light cavalrymen passed by along the way, all watching the orc group warily. 2 esteemed barons, the Grand Duke of Wayne is very grateful for your help. In return, the Derrick family will provide the daily rations for your 2 tribes. Next, I will tell the 2 esteemed barons some taboos in this Tour Canyon. Chapter 68 Camp. Female Orc. Your temporary campsite is on the west side of the Tour Grand Canyon, right next to the canyon walls. Please remember, both barons never go to the east or north side of the Tour Canyon. That's the heart of the Derrick family. Adalic and Crow nodded. All right, this is it. The cavalryman left after bringing Derrick and the other orcs here. Is this the Tour Grand Canyon? Locke looked at the distant sky, and the Grand Canyon looked as if it had been forcibly cleaved open by a giant sword. He observed carefully and noticed that there were already quite a few orcs here. His gaze swept across the surroundings, then suddenly stopped. It was as if they had discovered a new continent. Is that a female orc? Locke stared incredulously at a female orc outside a tent not far away. He had always thought that orcs were male, just like goblins. Hey, you read that right. That was indeed a male orc. Adalic explained immediately when he saw Locke's gaze drawn to the female orc. It was only then that Locke remembered that he had crawled out of an egg. Why haven't I seen any female orcs in the Wolf Slave tribe? Our orc race was conceived by the beast god. Adalic was lost in memories. Each tribe has one opportunity to offer a sacrifice to the beast god every month. Through sacrifice, the beast god will bestow orc eggs upon the tribe. Of course, the quality and quantity of the offerings directly affect the quality and quantity of the orc eggs. What were the offerings made to the beast god? Locke finally understood his origins. It was created by the beast god. Blood. The blood of Warcraft or the blood of orcs. The more the better. However, not all tribes can collect enough offerings each month. Even the large tribes are considered quite good if they can collect enough offerings in 2 months. Our Wolf Slave tribe, for example, spent a whole year collecting offerings last time before we could barely gather enough for the beast god. In return, you'll be born with a batch of orc eggs. No one knows what kind of talents the orcs inside these orc eggs possess. It was all down to luck. Similarly, there's a very low probability that female orcs will hatch from these orc eggs. With female orcs, the tribe can continue to exist. However, female orcs only exist in large orc tribes, and even in medium-sized orc tribes, they are few and far between. In our Wolf Slave tribe, we simply can't keep female orcs. They're taken away by those large orc tribes as soon as they're born. Of course, not every orc in a large tribe can have a female orc. Only powerful orcs have the right to reproduce. They only attach themselves to the strong. When these female orcs mate with powerful male orcs, the resulting orcs have a high chance of inheriting the male orc's talents. This is the fundamental reason why those large orc tribes are getting stronger and stronger. Orcs like us are merely casualties of war in those large tribes. Only the powerful orcs are the hope for the tribe's continuation. At this point, a look of sorrow appeared in Edelic's eyes. Locke suddenly realized. It turns out I was just cannon fodder in the war. But soon his eyes became even brighter. This only applies to now, not to the future. Sensing the sorrow emanating from Edalic, Locke stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Old man, don't worry. In your lifetime, I will definitely get you a female orc. Make her give you a little Edalic. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Edelic's old face immediately turned red. Cough cough. Locke kid, you should think about how to deal with the upcoming war. On the battlefield, the magical weapons of the Abiton Empire were no joke. They swiftly reaped the lives of us orcs like the scythe of death. Locke frowned. Compared to fear, he felt more curiosity about the so-called magical weapon. He was eager to see what these weapons, which required orcs to risk their lives for, actually looked like. Although the Derrick family also possessed such weapons, Locke knew that they wouldn't be shown them to an insignificant orc like himself. Let's set up camp here. Locke pointed to the many makeshift tents in front of him and immediately decided to camp here. The orcs of the Locke Legion began to walk towards Bupon. After traveling for such a long time, it's natural to need a good rest. Lauren, go and call Aegon and Kane over. Oh, and that ugly hat. Yes. Lord Locke. Locke sat in an open space next to Edalic. Are you a half-orc? A questioning voice asked. Locke turned around and saw a half-orc. No. To be precise, she was a female orc. Locke stood up. His height only reached the other man's chin. Why not? As he spoke, Locke revealed his two distinctive canine teeth, a hallmark of his Orcish nature. Then why are you so thin? They're just like humans. In our tribe, there are no orcs as weak as you. Alice continued to ask, full of curiosity. Which tribe are you from? Locke didn't answer Alice's question, but instead asked her in return. The Mad Bear Tribe. My name is Alice. And yours is Alice? The Mad Bear Tribe. That's a large orc tribe. Edalic's tense voice rang out. Locke was somewhat puzzled that such a naive and innocent girl came from a large tribe. They were surprisingly guileless. They answered my casual question without hesitation. Locke said, extending his hand to shake hand with Alice. If I'm not mistaken, this must be some kind of human etiquette, right? Alice stared at Locke's hand, but she didn't intend to shake it. Yes, beautiful Miss Alice. You know so much. This is indeed human etiquette. I only learned this human etiquette because I found it very interesting. Locke showered Alice with praise, which made her very happy. Alice! A furious roar echoed from afar. Locke turned his head and saw a burly middle-aged orc who was staring intently at them. It's clearly calling for Alice. Knock, knock, knock. In the blink of an eye, the burly orc was beside Alice. Level 5, Orc Warrior. When the Orc Warrior got closer, Locke could clearly feel the aura emanating from him. Chapter 69, The Violent Tiger Tribe. Night Meeting in the Castle. Locke frowned. This Level 5 Orc Warrior displayed obvious hostility towards Locke and the others. Alice, come with me. These orcs have ill intentions towards you. Kodo's tone was filled with anger. Kodo, this is my business. This is none of your business. No, Alice. The Great Chief has decided to unite the two of us. Therefore, you are mine. Any orc who dares to covet you is my enemy. After saying that, Kodo glared fiercely at Locke, looking ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Locke was completely bewildered. He had only exchanged a few words with a female orc, yet this had brought him so much trouble. Besides, it was this female orc named Alice who took the initiative to find him. To be honest, Locke's aesthetic sense hasn't been problematic yet. Although the female orc had a hot figure, her half-human, half-orc appearance was hard for Locke to accept, especially those iconic canine teeth, which have a wild beauty. Locke, however, simply couldn't appreciate it. Kodo, you're dreaming. I will not agree, and who I marry is none of your business. From this argument, Locke quickly gleaned some crucial information. These two orcs came from the same large tribe. The female orc's father is the chief of this large tribe. Alice, I am the youngest and strongest orc warrior in the tribe. I'm certain I'll reach level 6 within 5 years and generate magic power within my body. I, Kodo, am one of the best in the entire orc tribe. If you don't choose me, who else can you choose? Kodo's words were full of confidence, a confidence that came from his formidable strength. Should we choose this weak and stupid idiot? Kodo then changed the subject, pointing at Locke. Upon hearing this, Locke rubbed his forehead with his hand. He hadn't expected to run into trouble even while lying down. However, now that he has just arrived, it is not the time for him to be arrogant. You little brat. Try saying it again. Lauren stepped forward. Lauren couldn't sit still after hearing the insults directed at Locke. Click, click, click. His fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. What, you want a duel? Kodo's eyes were full of disdain. Lauren was about to step forward when Locke stopped her. Locke shook his head. He knew Lauren was likely no match for the orc before him. Kodo, you're too short-tempered. Alice angrily threw down the words and left. Seeing Alice leave, Kodo glared angrily at Locke and immediately followed. They acted as if they were afraid someone would steal their things. These two orcs are from the Violent Tiger tribe. It's a large tribe. The tribe's chieftain is named Tiger, a level 10 orc warrior. Sensing that Locke's expression was not good, Adalik immediately revealed the information he knew. The Violent Tiger tribe? Locke muttered to himself. In his mind, he had already sentenced that orc named Kodo to death. Hey, in the future, my Locke Legion will definitely be even stronger than the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once he calmed down, Locke began a plan for the next few days. Kun, ask around in this camp how many orc tribes there are. Furthermore, how many troops does the Grand Duke of Wayne have? Yes, Lord Locke. AIG, you will lead the Wolf Riders out of the Thursday Grand Canyon every day to continue hunting. We cannot allow the Derrick family to monopolize our food supply. Meanwhile, continuing to capture Demon Wolf alive could also allow them to be traded to the orc tribes in the Tour Grand Canyon. Along the way, Locke saw many orc tribes that kept magical beasts. The most numerous of them are the Demon Wolves. As for food, although the Derrick family would provide it, Locke instinctively distrusted them. Having lived as a human in his previous life, he naturally knew how terrifying human schemes and tricks could be. Only these half-orcs are so magnanimous. Yes, master, Ager replied in a deep voice. Lord Locke, what about me? Lauren couldn't contain herself and asked. You? Come with me to see the places where humans live. Lauren knew that Locke's desire wasn't simply out of curiosity or a desire to experience human society. Yes, Lord Locke. The sky gradually darkened. Locke returned to his tent to rest. In the silent Tour Grand Canyon, the moonlight shines on every tent. The snores of orcs could be heard from time to time inside the tent. To the north of the Tour Grand Canyon lies a sheer cliff. There is a castle next to the cliff. The castle was brightly lit at that moment. In the castle's main hall, on a throne made of various monster skulls, sat an elderly man over 50 years old. Below them stood 2 rows of humans, dressed in fine clothes and behaving elegantly. They are clearly a group of nobles. Are there any unusual behavior from those orcs in the Tour Grand Canyon today? On the skull throne, the old man's booming voice resounded in everyone's ears. Tajda, a man dressed in armor, with a long sword at his waist, stepped forward. With each step he took, the metal plates on his armor clanged against each other, producing a sound. Thump! The man knelt on one knee. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne, another group of orcs has arrived at the Tour Grand Canyon today. It's just a small tribe, but something strange about it. Oh, strangeness? What's so strange? Tell me more details. Grand Duke Wayne's interest was piqued. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne, this is a small orc tribe. However, this tribe was well equipped with superior weapons, all of which were made of iron. The procession was orderly, unlike the chaotic scene of other orc tribes. Moreover, the group included cavalry, whose mounts were all demonic wolves, numbering about 50 or 60. The most peculiar thing is that this orc tribe has goblins, although there was only one goblin chieftain and a little over 100 goblins. Goblin? Wayne Derrick stroked his chin, lost in thought. Why would such a treacherous and ugly creature associate with orcs? Moreover, Orcs and goblins seem to have no interaction with each other. When Wayne Derrick heard this description, he felt as if they were a human legion, not some backward orc tribe. He also sensed something was strange, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. No problem. It's just a small orc tribe. Even if they have problems, they can't cause any real trouble. Wayne Derrick waved his hand, not taking it to heart. If it were a medium-sized orc tribe, he might go and explore it himself. Is there anything else? Wayne Derrick glanced at the crowd below. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne. Our food supplies are almost at the critical level. Jason Derrick stepped forward. Chapter 70 being schemed against the trading market. He and Wayne Derrick both belong to the Derrick family. As the head of the Derrick family, the Duke of Wayne naturally wanted to keep the most important thing, food, firmly in the hands of his own people. Jason Derrick, as a businessman, created immense wealth for the Derrick family. Moreover, his strength is weak, making him easily controlled by Grand Duke Wayne. Food, that is a problem. Wayne Derrick stroked his chin, deliberately making a troubled gesture. Food is crucial to whether soldiers can have enough to eat and whether they have the strength to grip their swords. It is even directly related to the outcome of a war. You are all elders of my Derrick family. Let's discuss how to solve the food problem. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne, I think we can further increase taxes within our territory. Increase taxes? Because of this war, taxes within the territory have been increased by 30%. The farmers in the territory are starving. If taxes are increased further, they'll probably just run away. Then what should we do? We had just enough food before, but those filthy orcs wasted too much of it. Haha, you think you can make these orcs fight for us if you don't feed them? As soon as Grand Duke Wayne finished speaking, a heated discussion broke out below. Quiet. The hall, resembling a bustling market, was noisy and chaotic. Grand Duke Wayne was somewhat agitated. He roared, and the entire hall fell silent instantly. The aura of a level 10 greatswordsman was released without reservation. The intense sense of oppression made everyone present feel as if a sword tip was pointed at their throat. A bunch of idiots. The cavalry of the Abaddon Empire are almost at its southern border. If this argument continues, we'll lose before the war even begins. The enraged Grand Duke Wayne was like a furious lion, intimidating everyone into lowering their heads. Wait, what do you suggest we do? Wayne Derrick looked at Wade, who had been standing there quietly. This is a level 9 Earth Elemental Archmage. He had been following Grand Duke Wayne for a long time and was considered one of his confidants. Now, Wade serves as the strategist for the Derrick family, advising the Duke of Wayne. Among these strategies, Wade devised a plan to have the Orc army breach Leanshow City and to form an alliance with the Orcs. Wade stepped forward and bowed to Wayne Derrick. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne, I think it's time to start a war. The army of the Abaddon Empire is on its way. Rather than waiting to be killed, we should take the initiative to attack. This way, the Empire can see our strength clearly, and we can also deplete a large number of orcs. A reduction in orcs would naturally significantly decrease our food consumption. At the same time, war can give us more spoils, territory, and people. This will make the Derrick family grow bigger and bigger. As for these orcs, hey, since you've chosen to serve Grand Duke Wayne, then he's our ally. They are our brothers. It is our sharpest spear. Therefore, these orcs must be fed. However, the orcs don't like our human food, so we can mix in other things like weeds and leaves. As long as they're full, those filthy orcs don't care what they eat. Hiss! Many people gasped in shock. This Earth Elemental Archmage named Wade is incredibly cunning. His mind is full of schemes. A smile appeared on Grand Duke Wayne's face. Wade's words had struck a chord with him. Yes, now that the Derrick family is powerful and well-equipped, it's time to start a war. Grand Duke Wayne's voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. Pass on my orders. The entire army is ready. We'll strike the day after tomorrow. Yes, Grand Duke Wayne. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the gaps in the awning onto Locke's face. Locke rubbed his eyes and stood up. Locke opened the awning and stretched. Old Chief, Lauren. Before long, 2 strong orcs came over. Lord Locke, what can I do for you? Come with me. Without further ado, Locke led Lauren and Adalic toward the south side of the Tour Canyon. That's the entrance to the Tour Grand Canyon. Locke saw that there were many shops there yesterday. That was clearly the trading center of the Grand Duchy of Wayne. When Locke led Lauren and Edelic into the trading center, they immediately attracted many greedy eyes. In the eyes of these merchants, orcs meant wealth. "Oh, esteemed orc sir, what would you like to order?" "Respected orc sir, I have sharp iron tools here. This is absolutely perfect for you." "Respected orc sir, I have monster meat here. You absolutely need it." When the merchants saw Locke, they swarmed around him like sharks smelling blood. These foolish orcs possess numerous magic crystals, yet they have no idea of their value. Sharp ironware. "What's the price?" Locke asked a merchant with a mocking smile. "1 magic crystal can be exchanged for a sharp piece of iron." As if afraid Locke wouldn't believe him, the man immediately took out a sharp longsword from his spatial ring and handed it to Locke. A swindler. Locke cursed inwardly. A long sword for a magic crystal. Only a foolish orc would make such a deal. Any other race would have torn the merchant in front of them to pieces. Magic crystals? "I didn't." Locke shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, all the merchants who had been surrounding Locke scattered in all directions. "You poor wretch. You're wasting my precious time." These merchants have recently encountered quite a few orcs in this trading market. As long as it's a half-orc, you can trade some worthless items for the magic crystals on their body. Magic crystals are an important material for crafting magical weapons, and they are quite expensive. For orcs, magic crystals were merely pretty stones taken from monsters. Taking advantage of their differing values, these merchants obtained a considerable amount of magic crystals from the orcs, making a fortune. How snobbish. Locke was not affected by these merchants. He led Lauren and Edelic further into the trading market. This time, however, no merchant approached them, because they knew that these 3 orcs had nothing to offer. The magical beasts were tightly chained together. Locke walked over. "What are you looking at?" "Filthy orc." An annoyed voice rang out. Then a thin, monkey-faced old man stepped forward. "How much does this magical beast cost?" "Snort. Do you have magic crystals?" The old man's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing that there was business to be done. Chapter 71 Adu, the Warcraft Merchant. "I don't have a magic crystal, but I have gold coins and other good stuff." Upon hearing about gold coins, old Arthur's gloomy face broke into a smile. "Respected orc sir, do you need to buy a World of Warcraft mount? Look at that tall figure. You look absolutely majestic riding that, making all the other orcs envious." Locke reached out to stop old Arthur from continuing. "Are there any dire wolves?" He. "Of course. Dear orc, please wait a moment." Old Arthur turned around, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. He shouted, "Damn it, Adu. Wake up, business is here. Quickly, bring over a demon wolf." Soon, the sound of chains clanging came from inside the room. A burly man, nearly 3 meters tall, dragged a wolf almost 2 meters tall towards the outside of the house, using chains. Upon seeing Hodder, not only Locke but also Lauren and Edelic were stunned. Tall and strong. It gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Old Arthur seemed to have anticipated the astonishment on the faces of these orcs. "Respected orc sir, this is my servant, Ada. He possesses a trace of Titan blood within him. The Titans are a race that lives north of the Dark Forest, in a territory bordering the elves. Adult Titans are at least 5 meters tall. They're also very powerful. Even as a child, the Titan had the strength of a level 3 warrior. Once they reach adulthood, they can reach level 5 and possess formidable combat power. A level 6 warrior is no match for a level 5 Titan warrior. Old Arthur was very pleased with his servant, Hodder. From the moment Adu appeared until now, he has been wearing a smug expression on his face. "How much does he sell it for?" Locke asked, pointing at Adu and enunciating each word clearly. The smile on old Arthur's face vanished instantly. Adu is his trump card as a Warcraft merchant. With Adu around, even a level 5 magical beast can be dealt with by Adu. Filthy orc. I'm warning you. Don't even think about messing with Adu. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you regret ever being born. Old Arthur gave Locke a stern warning. Locke completely disregarded this warning. 10,000 gold coins. Old Arthur was stunned. 10,000 gold coins would be enough for him to live a life of comfort for the rest of his days. Seeing the struggle on old Arthur's face, Locke continued to increase his bets. 20,000 gold coins. Old Arthur hasn't given in yet, but he's clearly somewhat tempted. 30,000. Old Arthur's breathing became rapid, his greedy nature constantly tempting him. 30,000 gold coins. Let's get a different Ade. This deal was absolutely worth it. Old Arthur's eyes were bloodshot. 40,000. Locke held up 4 fingers, not urging him, but simply watching Old Arthur quietly. 50,000. Enough. Stop talking. I won't sell Ade. Old Arthur breathed a long sigh of relief after saying this. Selling Ade for 50,000 gold coins is already a high price. However, Old Arthur knew he couldn't sell himself. This is not only the foundation of my Warcraft trading business, but also a matter of my life. The current situation is chaotic, and it is only because of Hodder's existence that Old Arthur has a chance to survive in this war-torn era. Ade was someone he picked up. Raising him from a young age took a lot of time and effort. Seeing that Old Arthur was adamant, Locke did not insist any further. All right, let's talk about the price of this demon wolf. Respected Orc Sir, this demon wolf can be exchanged for just 1 magic crystal. Old Arthur's shrewdness, unique to merchants, was on full display once again. A magic crystal. Old man, do you really think I'm one of those stupid orcs? Damn it. Old man, give me the normal price. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tearing your stall down and finding another monster merchant. Old Arthur looked fearful when he heard that his stall was going to be overturned. This price is outrageously high. The main value of Warcraft lies in its magic crystals. It's uncertain whether this demonic wolf has any magic crystals inside it. If this orc really does overturn his own stall, he'll have to swallow the bitter pill. Since they were in the wrong, the management of the Derrick family would not side with them. Locke was certain that there were no magic crystals inside this demonic wolf, because he knew that these monster merchants all possessed a magical item that could detect whether a monster had magic crystals inside its body. Given a businessman's shrewdness, if Old Arthur dared to accept a magic crystal, it meant that the demon wolf didn't actually have a magic crystal inside it. Hee, esteemed half-orc sir, it seems you know your stuff. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. This demon wolf is worth 3 gold coins. Old Arthur originally thought he had found a fat sheep, but he didn't expect the other party to know the market. 3 gold coins? Old man, you dare ask for 3 gold coins for this demon wolf? Besides its flesh and blood, which are edible, what other uses does it have? Oh, distinguished guest. This wolf can be used to guard the house and search for prey. Locke laughed out loud. The wild nature of the wolf is hard to suppress. Is it as loyal as a hunting dog in guarding the house? Old man, do you really think I know nothing? Is this still an orc? Old Arthur looked Locke up and down with bewildered eyes, even doubting that the man was a half-orc at all. 0.5 gold coins. No more. Impossible. Damn orcs. You know, capturing this beast alive took a lot of my effort. Old Arthur's mustache twitched with anger. So there's no room for negotiation? I'm sure there will always be a Warcraft merchant willing to sell it to me for 0.5 gold. Locke shrugged, looking indifferent. He turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Damn orcs. You win. 0.5 gold coins. It's yours now. Locke stopped abruptly in his tracks as he was about to leave. He turned back to look at Old Arthur with a smile on his face. But the more Old Arthur looked at that smile, the more he wanted to beat him up. How many demon wolves do you have here? I want them all. You want them all? Damn orcs. Are you sure you're not lying to me? These dire wolves are of no use other than their flesh and blood, which are edible. What exactly are you used for? Do what? Of course, they're meant to be used as wolf riders. Compared to warhorses, the demon wolves are faster, fiercer, and more aggressive. Orcs and wolves. This wolf rider setup is sure to shake up the battlefield. But Locke wouldn't tell Old Arthur. Old man, you're a businessman. You sell, I buy. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Hearing the threatening tone in Locke's words, Old Arthur immediately realized that he had asked a bit too many questions. Respected orc, you're right. I have a total of 15 demon wolves here. A total of 7.5 gold coins. Chapter 72, Purchasing the Demon Wolf. Old Arthur's face was beaming like a chrysanthemum. These wolves have been in his possession for a long time, and few people have bought them. It wasted a lot of his food. Just when they were worried about not being able to sell their products, they encountered this unconventional orc. Although he earned a little less, it was enough for old Arthur to cover his expenses for several months. 15 demon wolves? That's a bit too little. Well then, I'm too lazy to run around anymore. Go buy it from other Warcraft vendors, no matter what price you pay. I'll buy them at 0.6 gold coins each. Oh, my most honored guest. Are you telling the truth? Real. No matter how many dire wolves there are, I want them all. The more the better. Ha ha ha. Good. Adieu. Keep a close eye on these magical beasts. With that, old Arthur dashed off toward the center of the trading market. There are quite a few Warcraft merchants there. After old Arthur left, Hodder sat down on the ground with a thud. At this moment, Locke realized that this person with Titan blood was taller than him even when sitting down. Adieu, right? Locke spoke up first. Hearing someone call his name, Adieu raised his head. It was only then that Locke noticed that Hodder's eyes were very cloudy. You can tell at a glance that he doesn't have a very high IQ. Yes, I am Adieu. The loud sound, like a booming bell, rang in Locke's ears. Adieu, how old are you this year? Adieu can't tell you. Father Arthur forbids me from talking to strangers. No, Adieu, I'm not a stranger. I am your most honored guest, Father Arthur. Didn't you hear me just now? A distinguished guest. But Father Arthur often addresses strangers that way. Adieu, did you capture all these magical beasts? Adieu nodded, then shook his head immediately, as if he had thought of something. Old man Arthur won't let me talk to strangers. What a stubborn guy. Locke scratched his head, inwardly complaining. Hado, old Arthur isn't your father. Haven't you noticed that you look completely different? No, you're lying to me. Arthur raised me. He's my dad. Father Arthur was right. You strangers are all liars. A look of panic appeared in Adoo's eyes. He had heard such rumors more than once. You do. Whether it's a lie or not, you should know in your heart. Locke could tell from Adair's fluctuating emotions that Adair had long suspected that old Arthur was not his father. Locke came to Adoo's side and looked at the man who had his head in his hands, feeling a pang of pity. As if possessed, he raised his hand and placed it on Adoo's shoulder, patting it gently. Adoo, if you ever become homeless, you can come find me. I am Locke, the half-orc. I'm your friend. Old Arthur is quite old. Without a special opportunity, he probably won't live much longer. If this weren't human territory, Locke would have really thought of a way to kill old Arthur. This way he can recruit Adoo. Friends, can I really be your friend? But they all say I'm a monster and no one wants to be my friend. Adoo seemed to have thought of something, his words full of grievance. Yes, Adoo, you're my friend. Adoo's gaze toward Locke held a hint of something. Not long after, old Arthur rushed back in a great hurry. In his excitement, he ran away without even asking Locke for the deposit back. He had already purchased a large number of demon wolves from other monster merchants, and he had paid for them with the gold coins himself. You could buy a demon wolf for just 0.3 gold coins. Each wolf allows him to earn a profit of 0.3 gold coins. If Locke runs away now, he'll be at a huge loss. When old Arthur saw Locke still standing in front of his stall, he finally felt relieved. Respected Orc Sir, I have successfully completed my mission, a total of 186 demon wolves. Would you like to pay with these gold coins first? I'll then deliver these monsters to your camp on the west side of the Thursday Grand Canyon. As soon as old Arthur saw Locke, he couldn't wait to get payment from him first. Are there only 186 demon wolves? Yes, esteemed Orc Sir. These dire wolves always travel in packs, making them very difficult to catch. Moreover, they have little value, which is why Warcraft merchants rarely hunt dire wolves. I scoured the entire trading market to collect these. All right, Mr. Orc. It's time to pay with gold coins. Gold? Sorry, I don't have that many gold coins. When Locke said he had no gold coins, old Arthur felt like he had been completely played by an orc. An unnamed rage lingered in old Arthur's heart. This intense emotional turmoil made old Arthur's chest pound like a bellows. Hodder, beat this filthy orc into a pig's head. Old Arthur roared angrily. Hodder glanced at old Arthur, then at Locke. He bit his lip, not immediately standing up to attack Locke. Locke knew that his words had planted a seed in Adoo's heart. All you need to do is wait for it to take root and sprout. Wait a moment. Old Arthur, I don't have that many gold coins, but I'm sure you'll be absolutely interested in this. Locke reached into his spatial ring and took out a piece of refined iron ore. When he left Locktown, he made sure to fill his spatial ring with fine iron ore. Because gold coins can buy most things, they're consumables in war. With gold coins, Locke can arm the orcs in his Locke Legion to the teeth. This is refined iron ore. As a businessman, old Arthur naturally recognized what Locke was holding at a glance. Iron ore is currently a highly sought-after commodity. This is absolutely hard currency in the trading market, and it's the kind that has a price but no market. Old Arthur's eyes lit up. Respected orc, sir, how much refined iron ore do you have? Name your price. I'll take them all. Locke held up his index finger and shook it in front of old Arthur. I need a demon wolf. The more the better. There are also weapons, armor, bows and crossbows, and even magical weapons. These can all be paid for with refined iron ore. Hiss. Old Arthur was shocked. The reason why humans were able to fight against the orc tribes was because of their sharp weapons, hard armor, and a large number of magical weapons. Old Arthur could imagine that once the orcs were equipped with these things, it would be hard to find a worthy opponent in the whole world. Especially the human legions, they will definitely be overwhelmed by the orcs. Hey, why should I, someone who's practically half buried in the ground, worry about this? As long as there's money to be made, it doesn't matter who buys or sells this stuff. Old Arthur wasn't that great. As a businessman, he knew that making money was his primary responsibility. Chapter 73, Purchasing Demon Wolves Food. Respected orc sir, don't worry. I will definitely collect these things as you requested. I wish our cooperation will continue to go smoothly. Old Arthur immediately made an agreement with Locke. Locke didn't waste any words and took out the refined iron ore to settle the cost of purchasing the magical beast. Then he left with old Arthur's respectful attitude. Immersed in joy, old Arthur completely forgot that Adair had not immediately carried out his orders. Locke continued to wander around the trading market, not daring to make an ostentatious purchase of weapons. That would definitely attract attention. It's not a good thing for humans to know that a half-orc possesses a great deal of wealth. This place is controlled by the Derrick family, and the trading of large weapons and magical weapons is generally prohibited. But Locke knew that a black market must exist. However, an orc like him would certainly not be allowed to enter. Locke then used the iron ore to buy a large quantity of bread and left the trading market. When they arrived at the orc camp on the west side of the Tour Grand Canyon, all 186 demon wolves were neatly chained and lined up in the Locke Legion's camp. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many orcs in the vicinity. Seeing the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the many orcs, Locke gave Lauren a wink. Lauren immediately understood. He immediately arranged for orcs to patrol around the Locke Legion's camp to keep them out of sight. Locke, on the other hand, went to the tent in the very center of the camp. He crawled inside the tarpaulin. Next comes the recruitment phase. One by one, the wolves were sent into the tent. From inside the awning came the sounds of fighting and cursing, as well as the howls of the demon wolves. The originally wild wolves became unusually docile after leaving the cloak. After all, 186 demon wolves were successfully recruited. Locke also received 186 gold coins. All 200 of Ager's wolf riders were now equipped with a demon wolf mount. This forced a slight smile onto Ager's serious face. As for the remaining demon wolves, Locke naturally rewarded the orc warriors of level 3 or higher in the leopard and deer tribes. At the same time, a rule was established in the Locke Legion that anyone with enough battle merits could own a demon wolf as a mount. To these orcs, owning a demon wolf mount was something they had never even dared to dream of before. Locke's actions increased his prestige among the orcs and further enhanced their loyalty. After some time, Locke also discovered something. The orcs' loyalty to him increased remarkably quickly, seemingly because they were also orcs. He didn't even need to pay those orc gold coins. Their loyalty just kept growing. Had, however, is different as a goblin. Even if you give Had a gold coin every month, his loyalty sometimes decreases. As for the humans recruited in Locktown, their loyalty increases by 1% for every gold coin spent each month. If no gold coins are given this month, loyalty will immediately decrease by 1%. Locke stood up. He had spent the entire afternoon recruiting these demon wolves. Tajda. A series of hurried footsteps sounded, and before Locke could even rest, the tarpaulin was pulled open. Lord Locke, Chief Tiger of the Tiger Clan, Chief Ryan of the Thundertooth Clan, and Chief Reed of the Blackrock Clan are calling a tribal meeting. Now? Lore nodded. I heard they're going to start a war. Start a war? So fast. Locke's mind raced. Only a day had passed since he arrived at the Tuer Grand Canyon. Despite his doubts, Locke still walked out of the tent. When we came outside, there was a peculiar smell wafting through the entire camp. The smell made Locke involuntarily frown. This is like stinky swill. Oh, damn it. What does this taste like? Locke covered his nose while complaining. Lord Locke, this is food that the Derrick family sent us. As agreed, the Derrick family will provide us with 1 meal a day. Food. Damn it. Take me to see it. Lauren did not hesitate and led Locke to the campfire. At this moment, groups of orcs were sitting around the campfire, eating heartily from the food in the iron pot. Upon seeing Locke's arrival, the orcs all stood up and pounded their right fists into their chests. Lord Locke. Locke didn't speak, but quickly approached the large iron pot. Upon seeing the food inside the large iron pot, a surge of anger welled up within me. There's no food in that iron pot at all. It was clearly swill mixed with weeds, leaves, and animal entrails. Locke felt his stomach dry, and he was nauseous. And these orcs were eating with great relish. Damn the Derrick family. This is treating us like animals. Edelik could sense the furious heart beneath Locke's calm exterior. However, he had no idea what had happened. Although the food was unpalatable, it filled my stomach. That's enough for the orcs. After all, this is human food, so it's normal that the orcs aren't used to it. This is vastly different from the human food we ate in Locktown before. This is what Edelik truly thinks. Locke quickly calmed down and clenched his fists. Starting today, stop eating the food sent by the Derrick family. Eat the food we brought ourselves, or the prey hunted by the wolf riders. Locke left the camp after saying those words. Lauren and Adalic exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Locke continued on his way without saying a word. Edelik had never seen Locke like this before. He couldn't help but ask, Locke, what's wrong with this food? Edelik instinctively believed that Locke's condition was caused by the food. Old Chief, did you know? The food sent by the Derrick family was not fit for human consumption. This stuff is for those lowly animals. No, some livestock won't even eat it. That can't be right. All the orc tribes ate this food, and it was indeed enough to fill them up. The Derrick family has certainly made a good plan. Now, they're going to start another war. This would likely not only weaken the Abaddon Empire, but also save a considerable amount of food. Locke had figured out the Derrick family scheme. In the eyes of Grand Duke Wayne, these orcs were nothing but cannon fodder. Chapter 74 Thundertooth Tribe, Dark Grand Mage. Locke led Lauren and Edelik through one orc camp after another. They soon arrived at the camp of the Thundertooth Tribe. Compared to the Locke Legion's camp, the Thundertooth Tribe's camp was more than 10 times larger. Such a camp could hold at least tens of thousands of orcs. Small orc tribes typically consist of 100 to over 1,000 orcs. The number of orcs in a medium-sized tribe is around 5,000. The number of orcs in large tribes is at least in the tens of thousands. Is this the large orc tribe, the Thundertooth Tribe? This is definitely not comparable to a small tribe like the Wolf Slave Tribe. Stop! Which tribe are you from? Locke stood in front of the Thundertooth Tribe's camp, where 2 orcs blocked his way. We are the Wolf Slave Tribe. I received an invitation from Chief Lane to attend the Horde meeting. These 2 orcs were merely level 2 orc warriors, yet they acted arrogantly towards Locke and his companions. Because they are orcs from the Thundertooth Tribe, whose chieftain is Ryan, a level 10 orc warrior. Wolf Slave Tribe. Hurry up and go inside. The 2 orcs looked at each other with disdain. Locke hadn't gone far when he heard 2 orcs laughing at him from behind. Wolf Slave Tribe. Have you heard of it? It's just a small tribe. There are 1 or 2 level 5 orcs. They're nowhere near as good as our Thundertooth Tribe. Any level 6 orc warrior could wipe them out. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Locke did not believe that those large tribes could remain large tribes forever. After all, the Wolf Slave Tribe was a large tribe a long time ago. A large group of orcs surrounded the center of the Thundertooth Tribe camp. At the very center stood 3 strong and robust orcs, exuding an imposing aura. It was none other than the 3 tribal chiefs, Ryan, Reed, and Tiger. Roar! The great beast god reigned supreme. I am Ryan, the great chieftain of the Thundertooth tribe. Today, the chieftains of the orc tribes have gathered here, hoping that the beast god can guide us. Ryan spoke first, his aura as a level 10 orc warrior filling the area. His entire body was burning with surging magic. My people, the era of us orcs is coming. Grand Duke Wayne has promised us that as long as our orc tribe is willing to serve him, help him fight against the legions of the Abaton Empire. After conquering the entire empire, they are willing to grant us this southern region as orc territory. Compared to the land we used to live on, this place is rich and warm, making it very suitable for us orcs to live on. Moreover, the Abaton Empire has exiled us for so long. It's time to let those empire's humans feel the fear of being dominated by us orcs. They may have long forgotten that this land was once conquered by our ancestors. Now we have returned to this land, and it will finally belong to us orcs. Va, va, va. The tribal chiefs below all became excited. They all clamored to teach those imperial humans a lesson. Ryan reached out his hand, and the place fell silent instantly. Tomorrow we'll show those damned humans that our ancestors conquered this land, and that we can still roam freely on it today. For the tribe, for the race. All the orcs present erupted in excitement. Tomorrow we will split into 3 groups and show the Abaton Empire the glory of our orc tribes in Sunset City. Ryan realized that he had successfully stirred up the emotions of these orc chieftains. He seized the opportunity and began making plans for tomorrow. This was a plan that Ryan, Reed, Tiger, and Grand Duke Wayne had just devised. Wayne wanted to use the orcs as free fighting force, and the 3 tribal chiefs had long been aware of this. And they were also plotting against Wayne Derrick. Therefore, the orcs of these small and medium-sized tribes naturally became the victims. Roar! Is that a level 10 orc warrior? Locke looked at the 3 strong orc warriors in the center, and a peculiar feeling welled up inside him. These 3 orcs seemed to be the masters of this world at that moment. Locke's gaze swept around, imprinting the names of the orc tribe chiefs into his mind. Huh, what is that? A figure completely shrouded in a black robe caught his attention. The figure appeared somewhat small compared to the orcs around him. Locke's unbridled gaze caught the attention of the black-robed orc. The other person looked up and gazed at Locke. A pair of black eyes seemed to possess boundless magic, making it impossible for Locke to look away. He felt a sudden dizziness, and his entire consciousness became blank. His own spiritual energy instantly began to flow. The next second, Locke felt a throbbing in his heart. He quickly looked away. What terrifying eyes! It's so addictive that I can't tear myself away from it. Locke felt a chill run down his spine. He had a feeling that all his secrets had been exposed. He was 100% certain that the orc was a great mage. Judging from their location, they were clearly orcs from the Violent Tiger tribe. Interesting. A little orc who has mastered magic. What a lucky guy. A smile crept onto the black-robed orc's lips. Upon seeing Locke, the black-robed orc seemed to see one of his own kind. They were also orcs who had awakened their magical talents. They're equally weak in terms of strength. Then I wish you good luck in surviving the upcoming war. Feeling the curious gaze of the black-robed orc on him, Locke lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. After a long time, Locke no longer felt that burning gaze and finally raised his head. Old Chief, who is that orc shrouded in black robes? Upon hearing this, Adelic's eyes quickly searched. They quickly found the orc with the distinctive markings. He shook his head. He didn't know the chiefs of those large tribes. As for the other orcs in the large tribes, etc., Black Robe, call. If I'm not mistaken, that's the high priest of the Violent Tiger tribe. Kaido, a level 9 dark magician. Adelic was lost in his memories. He had never met Kaido before. He had only heard other orcs mention him. The most distinctive feature was the other party's black robe, which made him extremely mysterious. It is said that all the orcs who saw Kaido's true form are dead. He tortured her to death with dark magic. Level 9 Dark Archmage. No wonder I was captivated by just one look from her. Great Beast God, please listen to the faithful prayer of your servant Ryan. May your people be invincible in battle and never be defeated. May the glory of us orcs rise once more on this land. For the tribe, for the race. Chapter 75, heading to Sunset City. After Ryan finished praying, all the orc chieftains left the Thundertooth tribe's camp. What's wrong, Kaido? Tiger watched Kaido, standing there, his gaze fixed on the chaotic orc chieftains, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Nothing, I just saw an interesting little guy. Kaido said calmly. Interesting? Little one. A half-orc who has awakened his magical talent. That figure was even smaller than mine was back then. In the orc tribe, there are quite a few orcs with small statures like Locke. However, this does not mean that they can all awaken magical talent. Moreover, magical talent is not something these orcs are born with. Most awaken during a coming-of-age ceremony, and only 1 in 10,000 does. Therefore, although some orcs possess magical talent, their weak physiques prevent them from even reaching adulthood. Kaido almost died back then too. Fortunately, he persevered until his coming-of-age ceremony and awakened his magical talent. This is why he was valued by the Tiger tribe and eventually grew into a level 9 Archmage. Which lucky little one. Could you join our violent Tiger tribe? Upon hearing about the magical talent, Tiger wanted to recruit him into the Tiger clan to strengthen the clan's power. Tiger knew perfectly well how a great mage could improve the tribe. Your Excellency Chief, you will need to ask him yourself. They appear to be orcs from the Wolf Slave tribe. Wolf Slave tribe. Oh, it was a small tribe. They really are blessed by the Beast God. It all depends on whether this little guy can survive this war. If I survive, then I'll be qualified to join the violent Tiger tribe. On the way back to the Wolf Slave tribe camp, Lauren was extremely excited at the thought of the upcoming war. The warlike gene in his bones could not be suppressed. Locke returned to the camp in the evening. Inside the tent, Locke sat in the main seat, his eyes darting around as if he were distracted. Adalic, Lauren, Kane, Iger, and had all stared at the dazed figure. The 4 orcs were excited about the upcoming battle. Locke, on the other hand, had a worried look on his face. His Locke Legion had just grown up, and he was truly afraid of being utterly destroyed. Snap! Locke slapped his thigh and quickly stood up. What are you afraid of? If things don't work out, we can always start over. Anyway, with the system in place, we can keep recruiting. Better to have none than something of poor quality. Only war can forge the strongest Locke Legion. Locke's eyes became unusually bright. Tell the people of the Locke Legion. Tell them to eat as much as they want tonight. Eat all the dry rations you have on you. A tough battle is ahead tomorrow. Yes, Lord Locke. Beep. The next morning, horns sounded in the Tour Grand Canyon. The once peaceful campsite became chaotic. One after another, the orcs got up and walked out of the camp. Locke stepped outside the tent. The rhinoceros had been resting. Upon seeing Locke, the rhinoceros lay flat on the ground. Locke flipped over and sat on the rhinoceros's back. Soon, Adalic arrived, riding a demon wolf. The rhinoceros carried Locke to the front of the camp. The entire Locke Legion of orcs was fully armed and lined up, quietly awaiting their commander, Locke. Lauren rode a boar, while Ager and Kane each rode a dire wolf at the head of the procession. Set off. Locke waved his hand, and Ager led the wolf riders to the front of the column. Meanwhile, Can and Lauren, leading their team, flanked Locke and the rhinoceros, protecting them from the middle. The Locke Legion followed the large orc army and marched out of the Tour Grand Canyon. Such a large-scale military march naturally attracted the attention of the Derrick family. The Derrick family's legion also lined up and followed closely after the Orcish tribe left the Tour Canyon. Derrick's legion positioned itself at a suitable distance behind the main orc force. A bunch of spineless humans. They're still on guard against us. Ryan glanced at the Derrick legion behind him and spat out a curse. Hee Ryan. You still don't know that old fox, Wayne Derrick? He never intended to genuinely cooperate with us. When Derrick is involved in a rebellion, do you think he would put all his eggs in one basket with us orcs? Only his own legion is truly worthy of his trust. If we launch a counterattack at the last minute, his legion will be in big trouble. How could he not be on guard against us? Tiger smiled. We can't let him down. When his dream comes true, The three of us will give him another big gift. I believe he will remember this for the rest of his life, until his death. The three orc chieftains exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Clearly, these three orc chieftains planned to turn against the Abitan Empire when Grand Duke Huayan was about to destroy it. After leaving the Tu'er Grand Canyon, the orc army headed north. Such a large-scale military march naturally attracted the attention of the Abitan Empire scouts. The news quickly spread to Sunset City. Brian, the Lord of Sunset City, is a noble viscount. During this particular period, his power had long been replaced by the Imperial legions. At this moment, the guard protecting Sunset City is Adams, the captain of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Guard of the Abitan Empire. Adams, a level 9 warrior, led 20,000 Royal Guards to take over Sunset City. After all, Sunset City is a crucial barrier that determines whether the rebels and orcs can advance north. Once Sunset City falls, the vast plains of the Empire will be completely exposed to the slaughter of the orcs. Damn it! These orcs are clearly after Sunset City. Quick! Report this to the Imperial family immediately. We need support. Adams's tone revealed his anxiety. How many soldiers do these damned orcs have? Reporting to Captain Adams. There are 3 large orc tribes. Judging from their orc banners, they're the Tiger Tribe, the Blackstone Tribe, and the Thundertooth Tribe. There are hundreds of medium and small tribes combined. In total, there are at least 300,000 orcs. 300,000. Adams was shocked by this number. He knew this was only the most conservative estimate. After all, the scouts dared not get too close to such a large force. We can only make a rough estimate based on the orc tribal flags. In reality, this united tribe of orcs had as many as 350,000 orcs. 20,000 personal guards plus 10,000 Sunset City garrison troops were simply not enough. Chapter 76: The Crisis of Sunset City. Adam's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. The smoke signals for war have been lit in Sunset City. The smoke signals rose into the sky and could be seen from a great distance. Locke looked up and saw the plume of smoke in the distance, like a black pillar. Smoke signal. That was something the Abitan Empire used to transmit information. It seems the guards of Sunset City have discovered us. Adalik, who was more knowledgeable than others, offered an explanation. Hurry up. Faster. You little rascals. The guards of Sunset City have spotted us. Ryan shouted, looking at the smoke signals in the distance. Summon the army. Let's go up to the city wall. Get those damn Sunset City guards to keep a close watch on the city gates. Adams gritted his teeth and took out a parchment scroll from his spatial ring. The magic within him instantly ignited the parchment scroll. At the same time, Adams looked down and whispered a few words to the parchment scroll. The next moment, the parchment scroll, now reduced to ashes, transformed into a streak of light and flew away into the distance. Adams took a deep breath and rushed outside. A powerful magical force instantly enveloped his body. The next second, a blur flashed by, and Adams vanished. At the same time, Adams' figure appeared on the city wall of Sunset City. Lord Adams. One of the soldiers guarding the city spotted Adams and immediately saluted respectfully. Adams nodded upon hearing this. Is there anything unusual? Adams asked, feigning calmness. At this time, no one knew that the orc army was about to attack. Lord Adams, everything is normal. Adams watched the people coming and going at the city gate and sighed inwardly. Close the city gates. No one is allowed to open the city gates without my order. Huh? Close the city gates. The soldier was somewhat puzzled. Everything was fine, so why are they suddenly closing the city gates? Seeing that the soldier did not move for a long time, Adams' tone became more forceful. Ow! Don't my words carry any weight? The soldier only realized what was happening at that moment. I'm sorry, Lord Adams. I was distracted. The soldier apologized immediately after realizing what had happened. He quickly ran towards the city gate. Close the city gates. Lord Adams has given the order. Close the city gates. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Upon hearing the order to close the city gates, the soldiers at the gates did not hesitate at all. They quickly placed the barricades in the center of the city gate and then ran towards Sunset City. Squeak. The door slammed shut. Snap. The heavy iron gate was completely closed. Those humans outside the city gates who couldn't get in were getting anxious. Open it quickly and let me in. Damn it. Why are they closing the city gates in broad daylight? I am a resident of Sunset City. Open it quickly. I want to go home. When the city gates still hadn't been opened after a long time, curses rang out from the city gates. Adams looked down at the people below the city walls who were cursing and swearing. His face showed neither sadness nor joy. Don't waste your energy. The orc army is coming. Instead of wasting your energy, think about how to escape. Adams's voice reached precisely into the ears of every human being below the city walls. An army of orcs? Impossible. You must be lying to us. Upon hearing that a large orc army was attacking, these humans simply did not believe it. Not only these human prisoners, but even the royal guards on the city walls did not believe it. I am Adams, the captain of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Guard Legion of the Abiton Empire. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? You people are lucky. The orc army's target is Sunset City. Run for your lives. Upon hearing Adams's words, the humans who had been refused entry to Sunset City immediately fled frantically into the distance. Those humans knew perfectly well what would happen if they fell into the hands of orcs. As for the humans in Sunset City, although they desperately want to escape, they are unable to do so at this moment. Adams won't let them leave. This would cause the morale of the soldiers defending Sunset City to collapse. Faced with an empty city, the Royal Guard and the Sunset City Guard would be less imposing. Damn it, all of you, be quiet. Anyone who makes a fuss again will be sent to hold off those filthy orcs. Adams was annoyed by the chaotic scene in the city. Make way. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from below the city gate. The guards of Sunset City arrived late. These guards have been responsible for maintaining order in Sunset City since the Royal Guard took over their duties. Upon receiving Lord Adams's orders, the Sunset City Guard has come to guard the city gates. Anyone who dares to rebel will be punished as a traitor. A majestic voice rang out from the Sunset City Guards. This instantly silenced the previously noisy city gate. Upon hearing the charge of treason, the residents of Sunset City covered their mouths. Once convicted of treason, one would be sentenced to death by hanging. The Sunset City garrison quickly occupied the city gate and set up defensive fortifications near it. Seeing the commotion at the city gate suppressed, Adams's gaze turned to the main road leading to Sunset City. There was not a soul on the main road at this moment, as if they knew that the orc army was about to attack. This once bustling and lively Sunset City now resembles a solitary wall on a plain. Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the main road. Adams frowned, staring intently at the black. A soldier clad in leather armor was riding a fast horse rapidly towards Sunset City. Adams knew that these were scout cavalry from Sunset City. Soon, the scout cavalry approached the walls of Sunset City. Password: the gates of Sunset City did not open immediately. Instead, a loud shout rang out from the city wall. For the Empire, open the city gates. Splash. Squeak. The city gate was open a crack. Without hesitation, the scout cavalryman spurred his horse and charged towards Sunset City. Upon entering the city, the scout quickly dismounted and was about to inquire about Adams's whereabouts when a dark shadow flashed past, and suddenly another person appeared. Sunset City Scout Cavalryman Bell has met Lord Adams. Grown-ups, the orc army is now less than 30 miles from Sunset City. We'll reach Sunset City in less than half an hour. The moment the words were spoken, the guards at the city gate changed their expressions drastically. They were completely unaware of the orc attack. I just knew that something big was about to happen. Orcs attacking a city can kill a lot of people. These days, Sunset City has seen a large influx of humans fleeing from the southern frontier. These people kept telling stories of how terrible orcs were. They burned, killed, and looted. Many villages and towns were razed to the ground or seized by those orcs. Chapter 77: Attacking Sunset City. Less than half an hour. I wonder if the Empire's reinforcements will arrive in time. Adams muttered to himself. Keep quiet, everyone. What a bunch of spineless cowards. They're just orcs. What's there to be afraid of? The Empire used to be able to drive these filthy orcs out of the Beast City, and now that it has a strong army, it is not afraid of those damned orcs. I have already sent a request for help to the Empire. Before long, the Empire will send reinforcements. We'll attack them from both sides and show these orcs that the Abaddon Empire is not to be trifled with. Hearing Adams's confident words, the guards at the city gate were somewhat relieved. You boys, stop standing there. Grip your swords tightly. Behind you are your family and friends. The ground beneath your feet is the territory of the Empire. You are all citizens of the Empire. For the Empire. For humanity. Let those filthy orcs go back to their territory. The invaders will pay a heavy price. For the Empire. For humanity. This is a racial war. Victory is the only option. Defeat is not an option. Otherwise, humanity will be enslaved by orcs forever. Adams secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the mobilization of the Sunset City garrison. The guards of Sunset City are living too comfortably. Adams returned to the city wall. Time passed by minute. Adams stared intently into the distance. Another scout cavalryman charged toward Sunset City. Unlike the first scout cavalryman, this scout cavalryman had a look of panic in his eyes. His face was full of anxiety. As soon as they approached the city wall, they shouted loudly, "For the Empire! It's here! They're here! Those damned orcs are here!" As soon as he finished speaking, Adam saw a dark shadow sweeping towards him from the end of the main road. Judging from their appearance, they are undoubtedly an army of orcs. Hurry up! Open the city gates. Let's go into town. The scout cavalryman charged swiftly towards Sunset City. He was panting heavily when he entered Sunset City. He still feels lingering fear from that experience of frantically fleeing in front of an orc army, and he really doesn't want to go through a second time. All troops, prepare for alert. Adams channeled his magic and roared angrily. The sound was heard by everyone in Sunset City. Soon, the orc army stopped about a kilometer away from Sunset City. Looking at the vast orc army, the soldiers on the city wall felt an extreme sense of oppression. The three orc chieftains, Ryan, Reed, and Tiger, walked through the orc horde and came to the front of the procession. Looking at Sunset City not far away, a look of greed appeared in the eyes of the three orc chieftains. Ryan turned to look at the orc army behind him. You little brats. The human city is just ahead. Today, let these cowardly humans witness the glory of us orcs. Let's show them with our actions. We half-orcs are the only ones worthy of this fertile territory. Charge! For the tribe! For victory! Ryan raised his fist and roared, as the orc army behind him surged towards Sunset City like a torrent. Kill them! The orcs' battle cries shook the heavens, and the entire earth trembled. Watching the swarming orcs rushing towards Sunset City, stretching as far as the eye could see, the atmosphere on the city wall became unusually tense. Everyone perk up. Imperial reinforcements are on their way. Today, we'll show these damned orcs what we're made of. Release the arrows. At Adams's command, the royal guards on the city wall raised their bows and arrows and shot them into the air. Swish, swish. The sound of something cutting through the air kept ringing out. A volley of arrows rained down on the charging orc army. A dense rain of arrows fell upon the orc army, and screams rang out the next second. A large number of orcs fell on their way to the charge. Without Locke's orders, the orcs of Locke's Legion simply watched the charging orcs calmly. Not only did Locke's Legion not charge, but the orcs of the other three large tribes also did not launch an attack. I just watched quietly. A barrage of arrows rained down from the walls of Sunset City, wave after wave. The orcs fell like wheat being harvested. However, this did nothing to stop the orc army from advancing. They were getting closer and closer to Sunset City. Damn it, it's getting closer. At this rate, we simply can't hold out. Adams thought anxiously. Launch the catapults fiercely towards the outside of the city. Adams stood on the city wall and shouted to the city's defenders. The next second, stones the size of millstones were placed onto the catapult. Snap! The catapults hurled stones toward the outside of the city. Bang! Bang! Many orcs were smashed into pieces, and some were even sent flying. The millstone-sized stone, if it fell into the orc army, would either kill or wound them. Despite this, it did not slow down the advance of the orc army. Damn it! Aren't these orcs afraid of dying? Charge the magic cannon. Smash them to pieces. Adams roared. These 10 magic cannons were brought by Adams from the Imperial royal family. Each one is very expensive to build, and these magic cannons are simply burning money once war breaks out. However, in the current situation, without using the magic cannons, the Orc army will soon reach the city walls. Upon receiving Adams's order, the royal guards quickly activated the magic cannons. Magic crystals were being fired into the magic cannon as if they were free. Soon, blue lines lit up on the cannon. The charging was completed quickly. Fire! Adams had no time to worry about anything else. He only hoped that these magic cannons could slow down the Orc army's advance. This would allow him to wait for reinforcements from the Empire. Buzz! Boom! The magic cannon emitted a deafening roar from its muzzle, causing the entire cannon to tremble. Once a blue energy cannon is fired, the blue patterns on the cannon will light up again, drawing energy from the magic crystal. Bang! Explosions rang out from the Orc army. The blue energy ball exploded upon contact with the Orc army. The nearby Orcs were all knocked to the ground. The Orc who was closest was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This is enough to demonstrate the terrifying power of the magic cannon. Damn magical weapon. The Abaddon Empire can always rely on these external forces. Chieftain Ryan cursed angrily. The magical weapons manufactured by the Abaddon Empire always inflict heavy losses on the Orcs. Ow! Ryan, you feel sorry for these Orc cubs? Why not send your Thundertooth tribe directly? They'll definitely take Sunset City. Looking at the horrific battlefield, Reed asked jokingly. They're just cannon fodder. Let them weaken Sunset City first before we attack. Chapter 78 Siege, Darkness Vanishes. Ryan looked at the Orcs who had been killed in the Orc army, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. Tiger's gaze, however, was fixed on the Lock Legion within the charging Orc army. Is that the Wolf Slave tribe? What a clever lad. Tiger's eyes showed appreciation when he saw that Locke had not blindly followed the Orc army in their charge. Tiger had already thoroughly investigated the Wolf Slave tribe's information. He also learned that the tribe's new chieftain was Locke, a level 3 mage. The magic cannons roared without ceasing, causing gaps to appear intermittently in the Orc army. However, it was quickly filled up again by the Orc army. With the support of 10 magic cannons, the Orc army's offensive was slowed down somewhat. However, this still could not stop the advance of the Orc army. Soon the vanguard of the Orc army crossed the dried-up moat and rushed to the foot of the city wall. These Orcs had never experienced a siege like this before. Facing the towering and sturdy city walls, there were naturally no siege ladders or siege weapons. For a moment, the Orcs were at a loss and could only stand anxiously below the city wall. As more and more Orcs gathered, they began to climb up the city wall, one on top of the other. Quick! Those damned Orcs are climbing up. The royal guards on the city wall, seeing the Orcs below piling up like a human pyramid, no longer cared about shooting arrows. They picked up the rubble around them and threw it down the city wall. Each stone that fell was accompanied by the mournful howls of the Orcs. Pour kerosene on it. Adams roared. One by one, the guards carried barrels of kerosene and ran toward the city wall. The stoppers on the oil barrels were opened, and the soldiers began to pour the oil down towards the bottom of the city wall. Adams grabbed the bow and arrows from the soldier next to him. The arrows were covered in oil. He aimed the arrow tip at the wall and slashed it hard. Amidst the sparks flying, the oil at the tip of the arrow was ignited. Whoosh! Adams fired without hesitation toward the area below the city wall. Boom! The arrow struck the Orc and instantly ignited the oil. The flames quickly ignited. A scream rang out as the Orcs, stacked like a human ladder, tumbled downwards. The aroma of barbecue lingered on the city wall for a long time. The soldiers on the city wall were still pouring oil down below. A sea of fire quickly formed, isolating the Orcs. These Orcs may be foolish, but they're not stupid. Faced with the sea of fire, not a single Orc dared to charge. The Orcs standing below the city wall all glared angrily at the human soldiers on the wall. Humans without eggs. They're all cowards. They only know how to use these dirty tricks. If you've got the guts, come down here and let's have a fair fight. One of the Orc chieftains couldn't stand it any longer and shouted loudly at the top of his lungs towards the city wall. However, no response was received. Those humans weren't stupid either. Only someone with a brain like a donkey would dare to have a fair fight against more than 300,000 orcs. Seeing that the humans on the city wall did not respond, the orc chieftains below could no longer sit still. They grabbed nearby pebbles and threw them at the city walls of Sunset City. Those boulders, weighing tens or even hundreds of kilograms, were tossed around like toys by these orc chieftains. Bang! Bang! The city wall was smashed open with holes. Debris flew everywhere, and some human soldiers were thrown into the air without warning. The catapults inside the city, the magic cannons on the city walls, and the bows and arrows were all unleashing their fury on the orc army outside the city. The two sides exchanged blows, resulting in casualties on both sides. Ryan looked at the stalemate on the battlefield and didn't want to wait any longer. Tiger. At this rate, Sunset City won't even fall before those damned Imperial legions arrive. Tiger naturally understood the implication in Ryan's words. He wanted Kaido of the Tiger Clan to break down the city gates. A level 9 Archmage possesses powerful area of effect skills. Breaching a city gate is a piece of cake. Tiger didn't agree immediately. He first looked at Kaido. Kaido didn't speak, but simply nodded to indicate that he was fine. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Kaido. Ryan grinned. Kaido, dressed in black robes, reached out and a staff appeared in his hand. The staff emitted streaks of dark light and was permeated with intense dark elements. Sarah, Kaido raised his staff and began to chant. The once clear sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. The entire sky turned dark and gloomy. The thunder roared. Dark clouds began to gather over Sunset City, growing larger and larger. Not good. This is dark magic. Damn it. Why haven't the Empire's reinforcements arrived yet? Adam stared in shock at the dark clouds in the sky, which were filled with intense darkness. Darkness vanished. Strands of dark elemental energy, as thick as buckets, surged towards the area below Sunset City. Adams looked at the ever-approaching dark elements with a worried expression. A level 9 Archmage. Adams sensed immense magical power emanating from these dark elements. This is a powerful magical force that only a level 9 Archmage can possess. Damn it. These orcs are really giving us no way out. Adams was inwardly groaning. He also had several mages under his command, but the strongest among them was only level 6. Compared to a level 9 Archmage, it's worlds apart. More than a dozen mages dressed in mage robes and holding staffs stepped forward. With a determined effort, the mages unleashed a dazzling beam of light from their staffs. Multicolored rays of light converged and swept towards the dark clouds in the sky. Sensing different magical elements, a thick beam of dark light rushed downwards. Bang! The two collided. However, the colorful rays that converged were no match for the dark light. They couldn't even hold on for a moment. The dark light swept towards the dozen or so mages. Boom! Just as Wu Guang was about to reach the mages, a figure appeared beside them. Break! Adams roared and swung his long sword upwards with terrifying magic. Bang! Magic and dark elements collided, unleashing a terrifying surge. Tajda! Adams took 3 steps back before regaining his balance. He was breathing heavily. The magical power of a level 9 Archmage is not something a level 9 warrior like him can easily handle. Fortunately, it was just a streak of dark light. If there had been several more, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. However, once they get close to these mages, the enemy will be at the mercy of a single warrior. Adams suppressed the surging blood in his chest. Thank you so much, Lord Adams, for saving us, the dozen or so mages said immediately. Chapter 79 Imperial Aid arrives, level 9 Fire Mage. Adams waved his hand. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on the dark light that was constantly descending from the sky. We can't stop them. The next moment, streaks of dark light slashed towards the city wall. Boom! 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 Each ray of dark light caused a section of the city wall to collapse. The soldiers on the city wall who couldn't dodge in time had their lives corrupted by this dark element. This tragic scene elicited cheers from the orcs below. The power of the dark light grew stronger with each passing moment. When the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, part of the city wall of Sunset City had already collapsed. The city gate was dilapidated and half-closed, as if it would fall apart with the slightest push. "You little brats. The gates of Sunset City are open. Only the bravest orcs deserve the spoils," Ryan shouted, enticing the orcs. Every orc tribe knows that good things are hidden in human cities, especially food and weapons. These are the two things these orcs desire most. Upon hearing about the spoils of war, the orcs' eyes instantly turned bloodshot. One after another, they roared and charged towards Sunset City. "It's over. The city is about to fall." Adams felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the charging orc army. He knew that without the city walls to stop him, the situation was hopeless. The orcs at the front could already see the tense-looking human soldiers inside through the dilapidated city gate. The orcs' faces lit up with delight. They loved to see the fear and helplessness on a human's face. Upon seeing the human soldiers, these orcs quickened their pace as if sharks had smelled blood. Bang! The city gate was smashed open, kicking up a cloud of dust. "They're orcs. Prepare for battle." The Sunset City Guard behind the city gate saw a dense swarm of orcs charging towards them the instant the gate collapsed. Fear made the guards breathe rapidly. However, faced with the threat of death, the Sunset City Guard had no choice but to take up their weapons. Just as these orcs were about to rush into the city gate, the entire sky turned fiery red. This mutation caused all the orcs, including the human soldiers, to look up at the sky. Crimson meteor! A large fiery red cloud appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The next second, countless huge fireballs crashed down. Boom! Boom! As soon as the fireball landed, it turned into clusters of flames that shot out in all directions. Any orc that came into contact with even the slightest bit of the flame would be engulfed in flames the next second. The area beneath the walls of Sunset City was engulfed in flames. The screams and howls of the orcs echoed continuously, like a living hell. "This is a level 9 fire magic master." Adams's tone was filled with surprise and excitement. "It's the Empire. The Empire's reinforcements have arrived." Adams shouted loudly. Just as the city was about to fall, the Empire's reinforcements finally arrived. He remembered that there was only one level 9 fire mage in the Empire. That's Andre, the vice principal of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy. The Imperial Royal Magic Academy was established by the Abiton Empire specifically to cultivate individuals with magical talent. Anyone who can enter the Royal Magic Academy must possess strong mental strength and extraordinary talent in magic. The Royal Magic Academy has a large number of magicians, and studying there can provide you with the most authoritative and comprehensive magical knowledge. Moreover, graduates can join the Royal Guard or hold important positions, which is a great opportunity for ordinary people to rise to the top in one step. Here, whether you're a commoner or a nobleman, as long as you are a student of the Royal Magic Academy, you will be recruited by many nobles. After all, on this continent, warriors can level up through training or potions. But magicians are born that way. You might not find a magician among 1,000 people. Filthy orc. I am Andre, the Vice Dean of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy, and a level 9 fire mage. Today, on behalf of the Empire, I sentence you to death. The pain of being burned by the raging flames. A majestic voice resounded across the entire battlefield through the vast power of magic. The orcs watched in horror as fireballs, each larger than their own heads, rained down from the sky. The 3 orc chieftains, Ryan, Tiger, and Reed, turned to look in the direction of the sound. About 2 kilometers to the left, human cavalry were seen regrouping. Behind these cavalrymen was a whole legion of the Imperial Army, though they had not yet arrived on the battlefield. Andre looked towards the back of the group, and soon a middle-aged man on horseback caught up with them. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Andre frowned and said, "Vice Commander Kyle, my magic is about to end. We must launch an attack to defend Sunset City. Once Andre's magic ends, the orcs will attack Sunset City again, where they will charge towards Sunset City despite the magic skill of Crimson Meteor. So what's the point of them coming to support Sunset City?" However, Ka was also in a bit of a dilemma at this moment. The Legion commander was still behind, and he led the light cavalry to the battlefield first. Before the formation can even be fully deployed, the attack is at a disadvantage. However, The orc army wouldn't give him a chance to think. Ryan looked at Reed and Tiger with a sinister smile on his face. Hey, they finally arrived. However, this could not change the fact that Sunset City was destroyed. As planned, we three tribes will divide up all the good stuff in Sunset City. Reed and Tiger nodded. Roar, you little rascals. Take care of these damned human cavalry first. With a roar, Ryan led the orc army to abandon Sunset City and charge toward the light cavalry. Whether Kyle likes it or not, he now has to face the orc army. Ryan looked at the Thundertooth tribe behind him. He raised his long sword high, the tip pointing toward Sunset City. People of the Thundertooth tribe, go and kill, go plunder, for the tribe. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, a roar erupted from the orcs of the Thundertooth tribe. The desire to fight was constantly consuming their reason. With Chieftain Ryan giving the order, the orcs of the Thundertooth tribe charged towards Sunset City. Not only the orcs of the Thundertooth tribe, but also the orcs of the Blackrock tribe and a violent tiger tribe were heading towards Sunset City. The orc army has breached Sunset City's defenses. This would reduce most of the casualties among the three major orc tribes. Ryan, Reed, and Tiger headed towards the main battlefield. Those level 10 warriors in the Imperial Royal Guard still need them to deal with. Otherwise, these orc armies wouldn't be able to stop the Empire's Royal Guard. Lord Locke. Lauren looked at the charging orc army and couldn't help but feel anxious. Even now, Locke has not given the order to charge. Locke had long noticed the unusual movements of the three large tribes behind him, who were actually heading towards Sunset City. Chapter 80 Locke's Legion Strikes. What a brilliant idea. Locke had naturally seen through the plans of these three large tribes. He patted the rhinoceros beneath him, and the rhinoceros immediately turned around. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Following the orcs of those three tribes will surely allow us to gain the greatest benefits at the lowest cost. From a distance, Sunset City appears magnificent and imposing, undoubtedly containing a great deal of wealth. Locke pointed to Sunset City. Keep up with him. Our goal is Sunset City. There are many powerful figures on the front lines. If you're targeted by a powerful human, you won't even know how you died. Sunset City was different. With three major tribes leading the way, he could safely loot the spoils of war. With Locke's orders, Locke's legion charged towards Sunset City. Boom! The orcs from the three major tribes simply overturned the dilapidated gates of Sunset City. A vast horde of orcs charged into Sunset City. Upon entering the city, they encountered the Sunset City guards, who had been waiting for them for a long time. 30,000 humans versus 30,000 half-humans. The two sides are evenly matched. However, humans are always somewhat weaker in terms of physical strength and power. Damn it. Everyone perk up. Reinforcements are just outside the city. These damned orcs will be wiped out sooner or later. Adams had already led the Royal Guard from Sunset City down from the city walls. He knew that the Sunset City garrison had not experienced brutal warfare and would certainly lack the morale to face the overwhelming half-human forces. Hey, reinforcements? The reinforcements must be able to defeat our 300,000-strong orc army. And do you think we're just these half-orcs on the surface? No, you're wrong. The Grand Duke of Wayne is waiting for your reinforcements with the Derrick family's private army. Do you think those foolish humans in the Empire will ever discover this? A rough voice reached Adam's ears. A level 9 orc warrior carrying a spiked club walked over. What? The traitor Wayne Derrick has come too. Adams suddenly realized that this was a conspiracy. These orcs' goal was never Sunset City. Their true objective was the Imperial Guard from the very beginning. Damn it. This is a conspiracy. I must tell the Legion commander. Adams drew his longsword. He had no desire to fight this level 9 orc warrior. He needed to break out as quickly as possible and then tell the Legion commander about it. Although he might not be a match for this level 9 orc warrior. But if he's determined to leave, the other party can't stop him. Hey, humans, do you want to leave now? It's too late. Since I told you, I had no intention of letting you live. Otherwise, the three of us will be punished by the great chieftain. As the level 9 orc warrior spoke, two more level 9 orc warriors walked up behind him. The three orc warriors had different decorations and tattoos, clearly indicating that they came from three different tribes. Facing 3 level 9 orc warriors at the same time, Adam's face turned deathly pale. Are you prepared to die? Humans, rest assured, I'll break your neck with my own hands. Adams gripped his longsword and took a deep breath. A surge of magical power instantly permeated the entire sword. Cut! A sword aura slashed towards the 3 level 9 orcs. The sword energy arrived in an instant. Snort, overestimating your abilities. Even the weakest ants dare to resist. Bang! The level 9 orc at the front had his entire arm covered in magic, and he shattered the sword energy with a single punch. The next second, the figure that had been looking at Adams turned around quickly and ran toward Sunset City. Cowardly coward! Chase! The 3 level 9 orcs disregarded everything else and quickly chased after Adams. The other side knew that the Derrick family's private army was lying in ambush. If Adams escapes and leaks the information, it will be disastrous. The 3 of them were inevitably punished by their respective chiefs. Damn VOG, you're the fastest. If this human gets away, all 3 of us will be in trouble. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and chase after them. Otherwise, this kid would have really escaped Sunset City. The 3 orcs, disregarding everything else, chased after Adams in the direction he had fled. Awoo! The howls of demon wolves echoed from the city gate. It was naturally Ager who led the wolf riders in the charge. Ager was at the forefront, with one eye and one ear following him on either side as they rushed toward Sunset City. For the tribe, for Lord Locke, Ager, the first wolf, swung his battle axe down fiercely. A human soldier was cleaved in 2 by his axe. Such a ferocious appearance naturally intimidated many human soldiers. The soldiers were already demoralized after witnessing their commander Adams escape. Now that this well-equipped Wolf Rider force has stormed in, the human soldiers immediately considered retreating. The addition of a powerful new force is enough to change the situation. Upon seeing these Wolf Riders, half of the men wore expressions of envy. As a half-orc, who wouldn't want to have a 2-meter-tall demon wolf as a mount? However, the wolf is ferocious by nature and is difficult to tame. Withdraw. The Sunset City garrison was the first to issue the order to retreat. They were trapped like turtles in a jar, with no other way out except through the city gate. The only way out is to jump off the city wall at the back. Clearly, this was the idea behind Sunset City's garrison. Seeing that the guards had withdrawn first, the royal guards had no intention of continuing the fight. They also retreated into the city. Only by utilizing the numerous houses and terrain of Sunset City could these humans possibly put up a fight against the orcs. Whoosh! Ager took out the bow and arrow from behind him, drew the bow, and shot. These human soldiers were so focused on escaping that they completely exposed their backs. The wolf riders drew their bows and arrows and aimed them at the retreating human soldiers. Whoosh! Swoosh! One arrow after another hit the human soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. This was nothing short of massacre. The human soldiers clearly hadn't anticipated that this orc squad's combat capabilities were comparable to human cavalry. The wolf riders chased after the fleeing human soldiers, finishing off those who were seriously wounded by arrows. The orcs from the 3 tribes had already scattered and were chasing after the human soldiers. AIG, don't chase after them. Close-quarters combat in narrow alleyways is not the specialty of these wolf riders. If those human soldiers turn around and ambush them, many wolf riders will likely suffer. Locke gave a low shout, stopping Ager from chasing after him into the alley. Come with me. Locke jumped off the rhinoceros's back and patted its head. Little guy, it's time for you to step up. Charge. Locke had already fitted a layer of iron helmet into the head of the rhinoceros, which was naturally to protect its head. Chapter 81 Treasure Vault, Thieves. Upon hearing the order to charge, a puff of white vapor emerged from the rhinoceros's nostrils. Its feet slammed down onto the ground. Roar! He let out a low growl. The next moment, the rhinoceros charged forward with its powerful limbs. Boom! The head with the single horn slammed violently into the house in front of it. The house was smashed to pieces in an instant. Wood chips and stones flew everywhere. The one-horned rhinoceros was like a heavy bulldozer, smashing down one house after another in front of it. Soon, screams of alarm rang out. Some humans hid in houses, hoping to evade the orcs' search. Unexpectedly, it was exposed just like that. These are all ordinary residents of Sunset City. Once the city gates were closed, there was no time to escape. Looking at these trembling humans, Locke had no intention of attacking these unarmed people. The rhinoceros charged ahead, clearing a path, while Locke and a group of orcs followed. However, the orcs from other tribes showed no mercy to these civilians. Damnomans. Go to hell, all of you. The orcs from the 3 tribes raised their knives against these civilians. This is a genocide. For these humans, there was absolutely no chance of survival when facing orcs. Sunset City is a disaster right now. Some orcs began rushing into the houses, looting food and weapons. However, these orcs were completely unaware that what was truly valuable was the money of those humans. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. With money, food and weapons can be bought. Lauren, King, Lord Locke, you two, take your respective orcs and search those houses for gold coins. Yes, Lord Locke. Lauren and Kane split up and began searching for gold coins in the houses on both sides, room by room. Master, what about us? Ager looked at Locke. Locke had just taken a liking to the spatial ring in the hands of that level 9 human warrior. As a level 9 warrior, and with a fairly high status, he must have a considerable amount of wealth. If Locke could obtain that spatial ring, the strength of Locke and his Locke Legion would definitely reach a new level. However, despite being pursued by 3 level 9 orc warriors, Locke was not arrogant enough to plot against Adams. He was afraid that Adams would split him in 2 in a single encounter. Since there's no hope for that level 9 warrior's spatial ring, then the treasure vault of Sunset City must contain many good things. Besides, all the human soldiers are busy escaping, and no one will notice the treasure vault of Sunset City. The City Lord's Mansion. Let's go to the City Lord's Mansion. Locke did not hesitate and led Ager's wolf riders along the road cleared by the unicorn rhinoceros toward the center of Sunset City. That's where the City Lord's Mansion is located. Locke looked up at the castle in the center, which was clearly taller than the surrounding buildings. The rhinoceros swept all the way to the center of Sunset City. Before us stood a magnificent castle. Its luxurious exterior seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding buildings. Unlike in the past, when there were many patrolling soldiers around, the area around the castle was now deserted and eerily quiet. Ager rode his wolf to the castle gate, his battle axe flashing past. The previously closed door was cleaved open by Ager with an axe. Sunlight streamed into the castle, dispelling the darkness within. The wolf riders quickly surrounded the castle. Locke, along with Egg, Adalic, and Had, headed into the castle. Is this the castle of human nobles? I really want to own one. Upon entering the castle, Hader's attention was immediately drawn to the pristine white marble floor beneath his feet. He prayed constantly, longing to one day own such a castle. In that case, the other goblins would be very envious of him. TSK, TSK. These human nobles really know how to enjoy life. Had looked at the arrangement of things in the castle and kept praising it. The walls are made of gray marble, while the tables and chairs are carved from precious ironwood. The wine glasses, plates, and cutlery on the table were all made of silver. All of this exudes extravagance and wealth. When a money grubber hatter saw the exquisite silver items, his eyes lit up and he couldn't move. Its gaze toward Locke held a hint of pleading. Locke naturally understood Had's thoughts and immediately gave her a "Do as you please look." Oh, the great Lord Locke. My words are far too inadequate to describe even a fraction of your kindness. I, Hader, am willing to repay your kindness with my life. Hader's exaggerated words of gratitude echoed in Locke's ears once again. Locke, of course, wouldn't completely believe this hypocritical and cunning goblin. All right, Had, stop with your hypocrisy. Locke had no interest in discussing these things with Had. He just wanted to quickly ransack Sunset City's treasury and then leave. Locke was still thinking about the superior equipment of the Imperial soldiers on the battlefield outside Sunset City. Even damaged items can fetch a good amount of gold coins. Locke continued walking deeper into the castle. The closer you get to the castle, the darker it gets. The torches on both sides burned quietly. Not good. Someone has been here. Locke looked at the half-open door ahead, and his heart skipped a beat. What to do? To go or not to go? Locke was struggling with his inner conflict at that moment. On the one hand, they were unwilling to let the easy money slip away. On the other hand, they worried that if the opponent was a powerful being who had surpassed level 5 and possessed magical power, they might not be able to withstand even a single blow. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. Soon, greed overcame caution. He gently pushed open the slightly ajar door and strode inside. As he climbed the descending steps, Locke knew that the treasure vault was probably not far away. Sure enough, not far down the steps, around a corner, Locke saw a heavy iron gate. At that moment, two dark figures were groping around beside the large iron gate. They are two humans. A person is trying to unlock the door. The other person was providing light, while occasionally turning back to observe the activity at the end of the corridor. Thief! Or, upon seeing two figures dressed in black with their faces concealed, Locke exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined that anyone could be so audacious. At this critical moment, they set their sights on the treasure vault of Sunset City. These two men clearly hadn't expected that these orcs would head straight for the treasure vault. Given the nature of orcs, they should have slaughtered those soldiers and civilians. Alternatively, they could go to the armory or the granary. After all, orcs regard money as dirt. Chapter 82: Assassins and Thieves. These two men only dared to plunder after seeing that the Imperial legions and the nobles of Sunset City had all fled. Level 5 Orc Warrior. Done. Doran glanced at Feller, who was still unlocking the door, and the two exchanged a look before suddenly lunging at Locke. The two men each held a dagger and a short sword. Level 5 Warrior. Locke also recognized the strength of the two men, and the worry on his face disappeared. Edelik immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Locke. He roared and charged towards Doran and Feller. In his view, fighting two people at once, especially two human warriors, was just a normal thing. The next second, one of the humans disappeared. This puzzled Edelik, and Locke, who was equally puzzled, seemed to have figured something out. He shouted, "Assassin. This is an assassin who walks in the shadows." A sense of extreme danger rose in his heart. You guessed right. It's a pity you lost your life. A voice sounded behind Locke, and a cold light shot towards his throat. Slit the throat. Doran's attacks are always deadly, without any technique whatsoever. Damn it, Locke cursed under his breath, though he didn't know how this human had appeared behind him. However, if he doesn't take action soon, his great life will end like this. Drink! Locke roared, his muscles bulging. His originally thin body instantly became twice as strong. Just as the dagger was about to slit his throat, his body twisted violently. Whoosh! A flash of cold light, and the dagger left a wound on Locke's face. Doran was a little surprised, but then he understood. Level 5 Orc Warrior. You are hiding your true strength. Doran gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, his figure disappearing into the darkness. The first lesson Doran learned as an assassin was to retreat quickly if his attack failed. Damnomans. You actually hurt the great Locke. I'm going to cut off your hands and feet. Skin and tendons to be torn off. Locke felt a burning sensation on his cheek. He reached out and touched it. It was covered in blood. Only at this moment did the wound on his cheek begin to bleed. This clearly demonstrates just how fast Doran's slash was. Locke felt a wave of fear wash over him. If Locke hadn't been afraid of death, he wouldn't have forcibly upgraded himself to a level 5 Orc Warrior by taking potions. He's probably a corpse by now. Locke couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What mages fear most are assassins who can stealthily hide. They are the natural nemesis of mages. Edelik felt a wave of fear just a moment ago. He hadn't expected that the person would bypass him so unnoticed. Locke gave Edelik a reassuring look. Enraged, Edalic unleashed his fury on Feller. He swung his giant axe down at Feller. Each strike carried a powerful gust of wind, turning Feller's face deathly pale. Feller had long heard of the orc's strength, and he dared not take even a single blow head-on. Duel in. Take care of them, quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Feller urged Doran loudly. Only by facing the orcs directly can one feel their immense pressure. Humans, you deserve to die. Adalic's giant axe cleaved down Feller's head repeatedly, leaving marks on the walls on both sides. Owner, are you alright? Ager took a few steps to Locke and shielded him behind him. Although Aegis is not as strong as Locke at the moment, his loyalty compels him to stand in front of Locke. I'm Fine, Ager. Watch out for this guy. Locke gave a reminder, his entire being focused on sensing the movements around him. The most nervous person at this moment is Had. Seeing that he was alone, he visibly panicked. Especially after witnessing Locke's strength as a level 5 orc warrior, had felt that Locke was the safest person around at that moment. Great Lord Locke, help me. I am your most faithful servant. Had's duck-like voice echoed through the corridor. He rushed towards Locke's direction. Idiot. You're asking for it. Locke cursed under his breath. If Hader had stood still, he wouldn't have given himself away. At this moment, his back was completely exposed. How could an assassin not seize this opportunity? Hey, D. A shadow appeared behind Had, and a dagger stabbed toward Had's left back. Hearing the sound, Had quickly turned around. A dagger was seen completely embedded in Had's left chest. A scream rang out, and the next second Had fell straight to the ground. Doran rubbed his slightly dazed ears. Ugly goblin. It's so noisy. He kicked Had in the thigh in a fit of rage, then looked at Locke and Egg with amusement in his eyes. Hey, it's down to the two of you. Filthy orcs. Rest assured, my knife is very fast. I won't let you feel any pain. As soon as he finished speaking, Doran disappeared into the darkness once again. Eager let out a low growl, showing some disdain for this cowardly enemy. Duel in. Take care of them, quickly. I'll hold on. Before Feller's cries for help could finish, the dagger was thrust towards Edelic's back. Edelic had already sensed the commotion behind him, and he threw his left fist behind him. Bite! A solid, tactile sensation emanated from the dagger. Breastplate. Doran hadn't expected that this orc would be wearing a breastplate. You only get one chance. Doran gritted his teeth and increased the force in his hands. Sizzle. The dagger pierced through the breastplate, and at the same time, Adelic's fist came crashing down. Bang! In a moment of haste, Doran raised his left arm to defend himself. However, Doran ultimately underestimated the strength of the orcs. He had only heard that orcs were strong, but had never experienced it firsthand. Only now did he remember what the mercenaries from those adventure groups had said. Tens of millions. Never fight those filthy orcs with your fists. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Click. Doran's arm was smashed open. Adelic's fist slammed into Doran's ribs with undiminished force. Bang! His body flew out and his back slammed hard against the wall of the corridor. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and Doran quickly stood up. The pain in his ribs made him gasp. He knew he had several broken ribs. As an assassin, speed is his forte. Doran was stupid enough to take Aderic's punch head-on. This surprised Locke, who was standing to the side, who hadn't expected the assassin in front of him to be so stupid. Damn orcs. Doran, will remember this grudge. Once I recover from my injuries, I will cut off your heads to wash away my shame today. Chapter 83, Recruiting Doran, a piece of cake. As soon as Doran stood up, he started spouting harsh words. It was obvious he was going to escape, and he didn't even care about his fellow thieves. After all, if he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't be able to leave at all. Doran glared at Edelic one last time before disappearing into the darkness. Trying to leave. That knife I just took wasn't for nothing. Damn it. It hurts like hell. Had, who had been lying on the ground with a knife wound to his heart, sat up at some point. He covered the wound on his chest with one hand, while his other hand gripped a broken blade. He was sitting at Doran's feet at that moment. Whoosh! A flash of cold light. The short blade pierced straight through Doran's calf. A painful scream came from Doran's mouth. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his calf tightly with one hand. There was a hole there from which blood was gushing out. Damn goblins. You faked your death and ambushed me. Hader's sudden reaction left Locke somewhat bewildered. Can someone survive a knife wound to the heart? This completely shattered Locke's understanding. However, Had is quite cunning and treacherous, having feigned death until now before suddenly making his move. Had seemed worried that the human would launch a last-ditch counterattack. After all, its strength was one level lower than the human's. It immediately clutched its chest and moved away from Doran. Damnomans. I almost died at your hands. Fortunately, the great Lord Had's heart is on the right side. Now is your death day. Had looked at Doran with resentment. With his calf severely injured, Doran could no longer hide in the darkness. He gritted his teeth and sat down weakly on the ground. His eyes became completely blank. Doran knew his fate. Facing the orcs meant certain death. Ager walked toward Doran, holding his battle axe. Judging from his appearance, he clearly intended to eliminate the other party. Humans, how dare you harm the great Lord Locke? You must pay with your life. Ager raised his battle axe, poised to strike. I never imagined that I, Doran, would die at the hands of a filthy orc. Doran closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate, awaiting death. AIG. Stop. Just as the battle axe was about to fall, Locke spoke up to stop Ager. The battle axe stopped about 3 inches above Doran's head. Humans, submit to me and I may spare your life. A level 5 assassin would be very useful to Locke. With Doran's talent, he may remain at level 5 forever, unless he has an extraordinary stroke of luck to reach level 6. With the existence of the Legion shop, Locke could potentially help Doran break through the talent limitations and reach level 6, 7, or even 10, provided he has enough gold coins. Doran sensed that the battle axe hadn't fallen, and as he opened his eyes, he heard Locke's voice. Submit to an orc. This was an utter disgrace to Doran. However, if you don't submit, your life will be in danger. Doran was very conflicted. The choice between dignity and life is not difficult. Doran made his choice quickly. Respected orc sir, I, Doran, am willing to submit to you. Hey. Very good. You'll be glad you made that choice today. Ding. The great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Do you accept? Accept. Doran didn't hesitate any longer. He knew this was his only chance to live. Ding. Congratulations on your successful recruitment, host. You have received 1 gold coin. Doran, assassin. Race, human. Loyalty, 50%. Even with only 50% loyalty, it's enough for Locke to command Doran. Seeing that Doran had made the right choice, Locke immediately decided to give him a little treat. A bottle of basic recovery potion appeared in Locke's hand. Drink it. Hearing Locke's commanding tone, Doran gritted his teeth and poured the entire potion into his mouth. The next second, Doran felt a warm current flow through his body. A tingling sensation, especially at the wound and fracture site, was felt. His face instantly lit up with ecstasy, as his extremely serious injuries were rapidly healing. Thank you, Lord Shiro. The great Lord Locke. Your servant Doran is very grateful for your gift. I'm willing to be your shadow, clearing away all obstacles for you. Doran immediately recognized the preciousness of this medicine. Only alchemists can refine it, and it's the kind that's priceless and unavailable for purchase. That's like having an extra life. A single bottle of basic recovery potion increased Doran's loyalty by 5%. Locke couldn't help but marvel at how well this deal had been made. As long as he has gold coins, Locke can have as many of these potions as he wants. For Locke, gold coins were merely external possessions, far less valuable than sheer power. Doran, right? Don't worry. As long as you willingly submit to me, I, Locke, will not treat you unfairly. Level 6 assassin, level 7, even level 8, level 9. I can help you achieve any of these. You know, this miraculous recovery potion is something I made, and I can make other potions. For example, potions that increase speed. Locke said this on purpose because he knew that Doran, the assassin, was known for his speed. Only when his speed surpasses the 60 mark can he be considered a level 6 assassin. At that time, assassins with magical powers will be the most terrifying. A glimmer of hope flashed in Doran's eyes. As an assassin, he dreamed of breaking through to level 6. Moreover, the reason he risked his life to steal the treasure trove of Sunset City was to use that wealth to buy a method to advance himself to the 6th level assassin. Lord Locke, you're not lying to me? You are an alchemist. Locke shook his head. I am not an alchemist. However, I have my own way of concocting a potion that increases speed. As for how it was made, that's not something you should ask. Seeing that Locke was unwilling to talk about it, Doran wisely refrained from asking further questions. All he cared about was how to advance to level 6 assassin. Great Lord Locke, that's fella my good friend. Please don't kill him. He was a thief with exceptional lock-picking skills. We don't have the key. The treasure vault of Sunset City still needs him to open it. Seeing Locke looking at Feller, Doran immediately spoke up. The two conspired together to steal the treasure trove of Sunset City, which clearly indicates that they had some kind of relationship. However, Locke didn't think the relationship was very deep. After all, Doran had just planned to abandon the thief and escape on his own. At this moment, Feller was inwardly groaning. If it weren't for his cleverness honed over the years, he probably would have been chopped down by Adelic's axe long ago. Adelic grew angrier the more he fought. Feller was as cunning as an eel, narrowly dodging his axe every time. This enraged Adelic so much that he almost couldn't resist praying to the beast god and offering up his own blood and energy once again. Feller, stop it. Stop hitting him. Upon hearing Doran's voice, Feller looked in the direction of the sound while backing away. Old Chief, stop it first. Chapter 84 Heavy Cavalry Regiment, Level 8 Knights. Upon hearing Locke's voice, Adelic stopped in his tracks. Duel in. What do you mean? Feller was filled with questions when he saw Doran standing with those orcs. An idea he didn't want to believe surfaced in his mind. Doran joined the orcs. Feller, stop now. The outside is full of orcs. We simply cannot succeed. Submit or die. Locke declared, having no patience to listen to their discussion. As soon as he finished speaking, Ager took down his bow and arrow and aimed at Feller. Adelic continued to approach Feller. If Feller makes the slightest move, the two orcs will attack. A flicker of panic crossed Feller's eyes. There was no way back. I surrender, Feller said as if he had used all his strength. The next second, he plopped down on the ground. Very good. Claveumans. You made a wise choice. Ding. The Great Locke has sent you a recruitment notice. Do you accept? I accept, Feller said through gritted teeth. Ding. Recruitment successful. Received 1 gold coin. Feller, level 5 thief. Race, human. Loyalty, 50%. All right, Feller. Go open the door. Without further ado, Locke ordered Feller to open the vault doors. Yes, Your Excellency, Locke. Feller turned around and took out a wire, gently turning it repeatedly inside the lock. Meanwhile, on the plains outside Sunset City, a racial war between humans and orcs is underway. The orc army surged towards the humans in dense formation. Andre frowned as he watched the charging orc army. The warhorse beneath him sensed the chilling atmosphere, and its hooves pounded back and forth incessantly. Kyle was at a loss. Leading his 10,000 light cavalry to charge forward was tantamount to suicide. Stay calm. Don't panic. A majestic voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Kyle and Andre felt much more relaxed. Looking back, the Imperial Guard Legion had already arrived on the battlefield. The leader of the group was completely clad in golden armor. He rode a pristine white warhorse. It was none other than Odo, the commander of the Royal Guard. Odo, a level 10 warrior. It is said that his strength is already infinitely close to that of a demigod. Certainly, not yet a demigod. Defense. At Odo's command, the Royal Guards behind him quickly changed formation. Squads of soldiers wielding enormous shields charged out from both sides of the Legion. These soldiers quickly ran to the front and slammed their huge shields hard onto the ground. He gripped the shield tightly with both hands, pressing all the weight of his body onto it. This is how a defensive line was formed. Behind the shields were soldiers wielding long spears. The sharp tip of the gun gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The spear pierced through the gaps in the shield, pointing in the direction of the orc army's charge. Archers, prepare. One by one, the soldiers carrying bows and arrows took them off their backs. Draw the bow and knock the arrow. 45 degrees. Release the arrows. Swish, swish. Release it again. Swish, swish. Odona's magical voice echoed across the entire battlefield. The arrows rained down relentlessly towards the orc army. Swish, swish. Bang. Whole swathes of orcs fell on the way of their charge. However, it was quickly filled by the orcs around it. Soon, the archers ran out of arrows. The orc army, which had been previously restricted, once again approached the Imperial Royal Guard. Damn orcs! This battlefield is your graveyard today. Odo stared at the charging orcs with hatred in his eyes. Set up the magic crystal cannon. Bombard them with all your might. On the carriages at the rear of the Legion, rows of magic crystal cannons, which had been covered by black cloth, were now exposed to the sunlight. Soon, these magic crystal cannons began to charge. Buzz! Boom! One after another, magic crystal cannons roared. Cannon fire erupted amidst the orc army. Large numbers of orcs were blown to pieces. However, the orcs were not afraid of death, which only fueled their anger. Soon the orc vanguard charged forward. Looking at the humans so close at hand, these orcs revealed cruel smiles. Bang! The orc charged toward the shield with a strong body, trying to use his physical advantage to smash through the shield that blocked his way. However, at the moment these orcs struck the shield, one after another, sharp spears thrust towards the orcs. In an instant, it pierced through the bodies of these orcs. The spear mercilessly reaped their lives. These human soldiers, armed with long spears, were trained to accurately take down an orc each time. Soon, the area in front of the shield was piled high with the corpses of orcs. This also gave the orcs an opportunity. One after another, orcs leaped high into the air, stepping over the corpses of their kin. He leaped his entire body toward the royal guard. Bang! With a heavy thud, the orcs finally broke through the Legion's defenses. Odo frowned. Are we really going to have to fight these damned orcs so soon? Odo's words were clearly reluctant. Heavy cavalry. Charge! A disturbance broke out in the rear of the royal guard. Soldiers stood on both sides, voluntarily making way for a path. One could see human soldiers, clad in heavy armor, riding war horses and galloping forward. Even the war horses were covered with pieces of armor. The war horse is getting faster and faster. This caused the earth to tremble. These heavy cavalrymen raised their swords and slashed at the orcs. The screams were incessant. In contrast, the heavy cavalry's weapons were blocked by the thick iron plate when they hit the orcs. This left the orcs staring in disbelief at the weapons in their hands. Snort! Filthy orcs! This heavy cavalry regiment is a gift I prepared especially for you. Feel the fear. Odo watched the heavy cavalry charge with unstoppable momentum, and a smile appeared on his face. This heavy cavalry regiment has only over 8,000 men, all of whom were carefully selected by the Empire. Only knights of at least the 3rd rank could be selected, and the commander of the heavy cavalry regiment was an 8th rank knight. Compared to warriors, knights possess superior horsemanship skills and a strong physique. An 8th level knight, when mounted, can fight a 9th level warrior head-on. The heavy cavalry charge unleashed a bloodbath among the orc army. Rex, the commander of the heavy cavalry regiment, led the charge, wielding a long lance. They fought their way through the orc army. His mount was a level 7 bull beast. Whoosh! Rex pierced the chest of a level 5 orc chieftain with a single shot. Chapter 85 Rachel. Rex roared and used his spear to lift the level 5 orc chieftain. It was flung away. The orc chieftain of a small tribe couldn't even withstand a single blow. This caused other ordinary orcs to stay away from this killer. Brothers, charge with me. Today, let these filthy orcs experience the terror of the Imperial heavy cavalry. Rex accelerated again, carving a bloody path through the orc army. His objective was clear, to lead his heavy cavalry regiment through the orc army. Odo saw that Rex's heavy cavalry regiment had already charged into the very center of the orc army. At this rate, it won't be long before they break through the orc army. Kyle, you lead your light cavalry regiment to flank us from both sides, to support Rex's heavy cavalry regiment. Yes, Commander. With a leader in mind, Kyle immediately led his light cavalry regiment to charge towards the flanks of the orc army upon hearing Odo's order. The light cavalry regiment was known for its speed. These light cavalrymen all wore leather armor in order not to increase the weight of their war horses. The swift light cavalry charged towards the flanks of the orc army. The light cavalrymen's long swords flashed, and before the orcs could react, their throats were slit. As Odo watched the orc army fall one after another like wheat being harvested, a mocking smile crept onto his lips. 200,000 royal guards against 300,000 orcs. It won't be long before we're able to completely defeat that orc army. Is this the orc army? That's all there is to it. Faced with the Imperial Royal Guard, These orcs could not win by sheer bravery. Hateful. These human heavy cavalry are a real nuisance. Ryan couldn't help but make a comment. Watching the heavy and light cavalry regiments slaughter the orcs on the battlefield was a brutal massacre. Ryan couldn't sit still any longer. He knew that if things continued like this, the orc army would be routed. Humans. Prepare to die. Ryan, who was behind the orc army, suddenly exerted his strength and charged forward. The target was none other than Rex, who was charging forward. The magic power emanating from Ryan surged into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near Rex. Humans. To die at the hands of the great chieftain lion is a blessing from the beast god. Rex, who was charging forward, suddenly felt a powerful pressure coming toward him. He quickly sensed his surroundings. A voice reached his ears, and at the same time, he saw who it was. Orc chieftain. A level 10 orc warrior. Not good. Rex's expression changed drastically. Facing a level 10 orc warrior, Rex was not so arrogant as to think he could go toe-to-toe with him. Damn it. So, he couldn't resist making a move after all. Odo had clearly anticipated that the orc chieftains would make a move. Even level 9 orc warriors dared not provoke Rex. Me. Rex's expression changed drastically when he saw the spiked club hurtling towards him. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Rex suddenly pulled on the bull beast beneath him. The bull-like beast leaped high into the air with its hooves. Immediately afterwards, Rex focused the power of the bull beast onto the spear in his hand. The spear, carrying terrifying power, pierced towards the spiked club in Ryan's hand. Bang! As the two collided, terrifying magical power spread outwards. The nearby orcs and heavy cavalry were all thrown away by the terrifying magical fluctuations. Rex gritted his teeth, frantically channeling his magic power into the spear. Open up, he roared, trying to drive Ryan away. Compared to Rex's madness, Ryan seemed remarkably relaxed. A slight smile appeared on Ryan's lips. That's it. Humans are nothing special either. Ryan swung his spiked club down. The terrifying magic sent Rex and the bull-like beast he was riding flying sideways. It only stopped after knocking over a large number of orc warriors. Oh, he's still alive? What a lucky escape. Ryan saw Rex get up quickly, and a mocking look, like a cat toying with a mouse, appeared in his eyes. Rex coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was incredibly lucky to survive an attack from a level 10 orc warrior when he was only level 8. However, Rex was already seriously injured at this moment. His mount looked even worse, covered in blood. Kyle, save him. Odo didn't want to lose a key player, so he hurriedly called out to Kyle. Damn orcs, your opponent is me. Kyle received the order and quickly rushed towards Rex's location. Whoosh! Kyle drew his long sword and slashed at Ryan's location. A massive sword aura shot straight for Ryan's neck. This sword strike forced Ryan to abandon the heavily injured Rex. Ryan's eyes gleamed as he squinted at Kyle. Level 10 warrior. This forced Ryan to pull himself together. Ryan roared and slashed at the sword energy with his spiked club. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed by the spiked club. The next second, Kyle was already charging in. He swung his long sword directly at Ryan's head. A cold glint flashed in Ryan's eyes. He grabbed his spiked club and engaged Kyle in battle. Ping-dang! The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out continuously. It was difficult to determine a winner between the two level 10 warriors for a short time. The battle was fierce, and the orcs and humans in the vicinity all fled the battlefield. A level 10 warrior possesses immense power. If one is not careful, the battle could spread to the vicinity. The two fought with wide, sweeping movements, showing no regard for their surroundings. At this moment, the entire battlefield is filled with battles between humans and orcs. Screams and wails rang out continuously. The entire battlefield was filled with a strong stench of blood mixed with the stench of earth. Reed and Tiger couldn't sit still either. The two level 10 orc warriors unabashedly released their auras. The terrifying magic changed the color of the entire world. Really, I knew these orcs wouldn't just have one level 10 warrior. Wodera, let's work together. Hurry up and deal with these filthy orcs. As soon as Odo finished speaking, a level 10 aura also erupted beside him. A thin man dressed entirely in a black leather jacket suddenly appeared beside Odo. Upon hearing Odo's words, Wardray did not hesitate and suddenly disappeared from the spot. If Locke were here, he would be horrified. The other party disappeared into the shadows. This is an assassin, a level 10 assassin, because Wardray clearly used the stealth technique unique to assassins. Upon seeing Wardray disappear, Otto's lips curled into a cruel smile. He clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. The next moment, a pair of golden gauntlets appeared in his hands. Chapter 86. Odo makes his move, level 10 assassin. Odo calmly put on his boxing gloves. Damn orcs, it's time for you to taste how hard my iron fist Odo's fist is. A dashing golden figure charged into the battlefield. By this point, it had become a fight to the death. If either side retreats, defeat is inevitable. Odo's figure went straight for the two level 10 orc warriors in the field. Reed and Tiger both charged toward Odo. Upon seeing Odo, both Reed and Tiger showed a hint of seriousness in their eyes. The commander of this Royal Guard Legion is the level 10 powerhouse that Wayne Derrick mentions most often. Originally, Reed and Tiger didn't take Odo seriously at all. After all, the difference in talent between the orcs and humans is undeniable. However, when the two faced Odo in person, they felt a subtle sense of oppression emanating from him. In a one-on-one situation, none of the orcs, Reed, Tiger, or Ryan, would be a match for Odo. Reed and Tiger exchanged a glance, clearly not intending to hold back. Darkness is invading. A voice sounded from behind Tiger. A large mass of dark elements instantly enveloped Odo. Odo felt his five senses being slowly stripped away. Damn it! The Dark Mage. Odo's eyes were fixed on Kaido behind Tiger. Although Odo was not afraid of being outnumbered by two. However, such a level 9 Dark Magician would make his situation even more dangerous. Your opponent is me. Andre rushed over. A fire dragon circled around Odo, constantly clearing away the dark elements. Bang! The fire dragon shattered, scattering sparks everywhere. It completely dispelled the surrounding darkness. Andre and Kaido's gazes met in midair, both seeing a hint of killing intent in each other's eyes. Suddenly, Andre's lips curled up slightly, and Kaido instinctively sensed something was wrong. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Kaido. A flash of cold light, and a dagger stabbed towards Kaido's back. At the same time, Andre raised the staff in his hand. The next second, chanting began. A red magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Kaido's feet. The magic circle was filled with rich fire elements. Impossible. How could your magic circle appear beneath my feet from such a distance? Kaido was somewhat puzzled. As a fellow level 9 archmage, he himself was unable to silently place a magic circle under the opponent's feet. Not good. Kaido quickly went through all the possibilities in his mind. Soon an idea popped into his mind. Kaido was shocked and suddenly swung his magic staff behind him. Too late. Warder's hoarse voice rang out behind Kaido. The dagger bypassed Kaido's staff and stabbed towards his back. No. Kaido roared and in desperation had no choice but to reach out with both hands to grab the dagger. At the same time, chains made of flames appeared in the magic circle beneath Kaido's feet. The chains quickly wrapped around Kaido's body, binding him tightly. Kaido is currently facing a life-or-death crisis. As the dagger drew ever closer, Kaido roared to the sky. Kaido, who was originally tied up tightly, suddenly exerted his strength. His muscles bulged high. The animal skin they were wearing was also torn. No one could have imagined that such a strong body was hidden beneath his originally thin appearance. The flaming chains firmly restrained Kaido. Wherever the body came into contact with the fiery chains, the entire skin and the surrounding flesh were burned bright red. A powerful aura emanated from Kaido. That was the aura of magic, completely different from magical elements. A level 9 orc warrior. Wardray exclaimed in surprise. The dagger, its momentum undiminished, was caught by Kaido. Oh, damn it! Wardray cursed as he quickly retreated. Having missed his target, it disappeared again. But Andre wouldn't let it end like that. Explode. Andre detonated the magic circle beneath Kaido's feet. Chaotic fire elements darted wildly within the magic circle. More and more are gathering. The magic circle could no longer contain it. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. A violent explosion occurred centered on Kaido. Flames shot into the sky, completely obscuring visibility. Kaido, Tiger roared, acting as the high priest of the Tiger tribe. Kaido has made many contributions to the Tiger clan, so he naturally doesn't want Kaido to die like this. Insidious and cunning humans. You will pay the price for what you've done. When Tiger saw Kaido engulfed in flames, he angrily charged toward Andre. However, he was forced back by Odo's pair of golden fists. As soon as the attack began, Kaido was engulfed in flames, which dampened the morale of the entire orc army. Cough, cough. Once the flames died down and the smoke dissipated, a violent coughing fit ensued. A half-orc, charred black and bleeding from his body, stood upright in place. It's Kaido. At this moment, he was in a truly pitiful state. Fortunately, he is still alive. What a pity. He's a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. That's truly rare. Andre slapped his thigh. Such a deadly attack failed to kill Kaido, the half-orc, causing Kaido to feel a pang of regret. If the opponent hadn't already reached the level of a level 9 orc warrior, that attack would have been enough to obliterate a level 9 archmage. It was the abnormally strong physique of the level 9 orc warrior that saved his life. Ha ha ha. Kaido, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Tiger laughed heartily upon seeing that Kaido was unharmed. Although Kaido is not dead, he is seriously injured at this moment. Upon hearing Tiger's words, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Villa, the three of you go and protect Kaido. 3 level 9 orc warriors arrived on the battlefield at this time. These are the 3 orcs who had chased Adams before. Upon hearing Tiger's command, Villa looked at Kaido. Only then did they realize that the other party was already seriously injured. Villa didn't dare to delay and quickly moved to Kaido's side by circulating his magic power. The other 2 level 9 orc warriors were not from the Tiger clan. But upon hearing Tiger's words, the 2 of them quickly rushed towards Kaido's location. 3 orc warriors formed a triangle, protecting Kaido behind them. What happened? Kaido, who hurt you like this? Villa asked with a concerned look. As a member of the same violent Tiger tribe, Villa naturally knew Kaido's strength. Kaido's mastery of both magic and martial arts makes him far stronger than him. It's a human level 10 assassin and a level 9 fire archmage working together. Watch out. The assassin is nearby. Be ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. Chapter 87 Ambush, Siege of Odo. A level 10 human assassin? What a cowardly scoundrel. They only dare to hide in the shadows. They dare not engage me in a fair and square life-or-death struggle. Villa shouted at the air. It was clearly an attempt to provoke the assassin. However, Vodra was not provoked by these few words. He lurked in the shadows, constantly searching for an opportunity, ready to strike at any moment. The sharp dagger yearns to tear open the enemy's throat. Whoosh! Villa seemed to have thought of something, and he took out a bloody object from his spatial ring. He. I've got something good to show you. As he spoke, he tossed the object in his hand into the air. A bloody human head. It's Adams. Odo recognized him immediately. That was Adams, a level 9 warrior under his command. It was he who sent Adams to guard Sunset City in the first place. Damn orcs. You actually killed Adams. Upon seeing Adams' head, all the powerful humans present revealed expressions of anger. Blood must be repaid with blood. Odo's anger was completely ignited. A pair of golden gauntlets, radiating terrifying magic, hurtled towards Reed and Tiger. The entire battlefield is now in a stalemate. Odo knew he had to break the deadlock as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if humanity wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. A pair of fists, carrying golden fist shadows, rained down on Reed and Tiger like a storm. Each punch that landed on their weapons sent a shiver down the spines of the 2 orcs. Reed and Tiger secretly groaned inwardly. This doesn't look like a human being at all. This power was more like that of an orc than those 2 orcs. Odo knocked Reed and Tiger back with a single punch. He then raised his right fist, and a massive amount of magic power converged on it. Soon, a dazzling ball of light appeared on Odo's right fist. I, Odo, on behalf of the God of Justice, hereby sentence you to death. Divine punishment has descended upon the world. Odo threw a punch at Reed and Tiger. The terrifying magic instantly emitted a dazzling light. The massive fist imprint pressed down on Reed and Tiger. Bang! With a deafening roar, the fist slammed into the spot where Reed and Tiger were standing. Thick smoke and dust obscured that large area. When the smoke cleared, a large crater with a radius of nearly 10 meters was seen where Reed and Tiger had been standing. Inside the crater, Reed and Taylor were kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. "Hiss! Old friend, our souls almost went to meet the beast god." Reed's eyes were filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Damn Wayne. He didn't even mention that Odo's strength was terrifyingly high. Tiger couldn't help but complain about Wayne Derrick. Cough, cough. Why in? If you don't make a move soon, we'll have to retreat. Reed channeled the chaotic magic within him and roared loudly into the distance. He had personally experienced the terror of Odo. If Wayne Derrick doesn't make a move soon, he's really planning to retreat. After all, Reed didn't want his Blackrock tribe to perish here. Hearing York call out Wayne Derrick, Odo had a bad feeling. However, things quickly returned to normal. At the very first moment of the attack, Odori ordered the Legion's scout cavalry to scout the Orcs' rear. Odo was naturally aware of the collusion between the Orcs and the Derrick family. The Derrick family wanted to use the Orc army to deplete the Empire's military strength. Now that Odo has brought the entire Royal Guard over, he has no choice but to be wary of the Derrick family. However, the scouts have already reported that they have not found any human legions behind the Orc army. This is why Odo personally got involved. When Derrick, the traitors of that empire will not come. They're just trying to use you Orcs to wear down the Empire's military strength. Odo believed he had seen right through Wayne Derrick's little scheme. The Derrick family has a legion of around 100,000 men, and he doesn't think such a large number can escape the detection of scout cavalry. Ha ha ha. Odo, long time no see. You're still as spirited and energetic as ever. A slightly aged voice rang out from behind the Orc army. The sound traveled several kilometers and reached Odo's ears clearly. When Derrick, Odo said through gritted teeth. He was naturally familiar with that voice. Odo used his magic to float in the air. He looked towards the rear of the Orc army. 4 figures were seen rushing toward the battlefield. 2 figures were running at high speed on the ground. The other 2 figures floated in the air and flew towards this place. 2 warriors, 2 mages. Soon, 4 figures arrived near Odo. Jax! Ace! Odo's eyes were filled with rage. This former commander of the Imperial Southern Legion has chosen to cooperate with Wayne Derrick. Although he already knew that Jax had also betrayed the Empire, Odo still couldn't quell his anger. It seems you've been working together all along. Their goal is to annihilate the Empire's Royal Guard. Odo's gaze then fell upon Ace Dion. Black Fox, are the Dean family also going to betray the Empire? The Dean family is also one of the Dukes of the Empire, and their betrayal would make the Empire situation even more dangerous. Oh, esteemed Lord Odo, I do not represent the Dean family. I only speak for myself. You know, the Dean family has already expelled me. There's one more thing, Lord Odo, you're wrong. We're partnering with the Derrick family for your sake. Once you're dead, the Imperial Guard will be no threat. Moreover, without your deterrent effect, the other nobles of the Empire will likely start eyeing the Empire as a prized possession. Now, for my sake, that would truly be an honor for me, Odo. It seems my scouts found nothing unusual, which is also your doing. Odo didn't believe that Wayne Derrick didn't bring the Derrick family's legion with him. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to annihilate the Imperial Royal Guard. As for Jax, the soldiers of the Southern Legion were all civilians who had fought for the Empire. They did not want to confront the Imperial Guard with swords. Therefore, Jax did not lead the Southern Legion. Lord Odo, my esteemed lord, as you know, I practice dark magic. It would be no problem to mislead a few scout cavalrymen. Whoosh! Wayne Derrick took out a storm greatsword from his spatial ring. This sword accompanied him through countless battles. It was this sword that made Wayne Derrick famous. He gripped the storm's word in one hand, its tip pointing at Aldur. Odo, I heard your strength is almost at the level of a demigod. I, Wayne Derrick, have never lost in the southern frontier. Today, let me experience your true strength. Chapter 88, Odo's Defeat. Before Odo could speak, An earthen-yellow magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Hard, burrs of earth rose from the ground and hurtled toward Odo. Wade, the level 9 earth magician, launched a sneak attack before Odo could make a move. As Wade made his move, the others also rushed towards Odo. 2 level 10 human warriors, 2 level 10 orc warriors, and 2 level 9 archmages. Even a strong man like Odo would find it difficult to withstand the combined attack of 6 people. Especially Wayne Derrick, wielding the Storm Greatsword. The greatsword, taller than him, swung repeatedly toward Odo's head, but it was still blocked by Odo's fist. Jax, stop holding back. If he doesn't die, you'll be the first to suffer. Wayne Derrick yelled at Jax. He could sense that Jax was clearly holding back. Not only Wayne Derrick, but even Odo could sense that Jax wasn't going all out. Jax, it was the Empire that nurtured you. If you just help me get rid of these bastards right now, I assure you that the Imperial family will forgive your past mistakes. Odo spoke up, saying that Jax was now his only chance to turn the tide. Commander Jax, you need to understand that some things, once done, can never be taken back. Ace, watching from afar, knew that Jax was being somewhat indecisive at this moment. He didn't want the Southern Legion, which he had worked so hard to win over, to return to the Empire's embrace. Upon hearing this, Jax gritted his teeth and stopped holding back, slashing his long sword at Odo's vital points. Facing 4 level 10 powerhouses at the same time, Odo was simply unable to cope. He quickly showed signs of defeat. Wayne Derrick's Storm's Word slammed into Odo's fist. He kept exerting force, pressing down on Odo until his legs went weak. Reed and Tiger attacked Odo from the left and right. 2 streams of magic shot out from the hands of the 2 level 10 orcs. Magic instantly wrapped around Odo's legs. Odo strained with his legs, his magic pulsating as he tried to break free of his restraints. But Reed and Tiger held him back tightly. A great opportunity. Jax, what are you hesitating for? Get started now. While restraining Odo, Wayne Derrick shouted loudly at Jax. Odo roared, his voice hinting at a desire to break free. The next moment, a yellowish-brown light shone. One after another, earth-yellow hands appeared out of thin air from the ground and gripped Odo's calves tightly. With a determined look, Jax thrust his longsword straight at Odo. Just as the blow was about to land, Odo gritted his teeth and gripped the Storm's Word with one hand. With his other hand, he gripped Jax's longsword. Well, ultimately, I'll have to take action. Life-giving. A beam of dark light struck Odo precisely in the back. Odo staggered. He was somewhat puzzled, as he did not feel any pain. The next moment, something unexpected happened, and Odo felt a strong sense of weakness in his body. His steps became somewhat unsteady. Then his hair and eyebrows began to turn from golden yellow to white. Roll. Odo's magical power erupted instantly, suppressing the life force that was constantly draining from his body. Without the output of magic, Odo could no longer grasp the Storm Sword. The Storm Sword slashed fiercely towards Odo's shoulder. Click! The golden armor on Odo's shoulder shattered instantly, and the blade penetrated deep into his flesh. Fresh blood dripped from the golden armor onto the ground. At the same time, Jax's long sword knocked Odo's hand away, the tip piercing straight through the armor. Reed and Tiger exerted their strength at the same time, forcefully pulling Odo to the ground. Odo continued to approach Reed and Tiger, who raised their weapons high, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Odo. Whoosh! The great sword and battle axe slashed at Odo. Odo used all his magic to suppress the mutation within his body, and he couldn't resist it at all. Drink! He roared and forcibly mobilized a wisp of magic power within his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He slammed his fists at the broadsword and battle axe. Bang! Although he blocked the attack, Odo was thrown into the air. After tumbling several times, Odo finally came to a stop. He was in a sorry state at this moment, completely unlike his initial high spirits. Odo quickly stood up, turned around, and started to run away. This scene left everyone present stunned. Chase! Don't let him get away. Wayne Derrick was the first to react. He sheathed his Storm's Word and chased after the fleeing Odo. Reed and Tiger followed closely behind, and after a moment's thought, Jax also caught up. Ace and Wade exchanged a glance, and, without hesitation, decided not to give chase. On the one hand, both of them are magicians, making them unsuitable for pursuit. On the other hand, they had another idea. Odo has been defeated, but his royal guard is a tempting target. Both the Derrick family and the Confederate army wanted to recruit these soldiers. Your legion commander, Odo, has been defeated. Surrender, and your lives will be spared. When the soldiers of the royal guard heard that their commander, Odo, had been defeated, they became somewhat flustered. Some soldiers felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Odo fleeing for his life. They knew that humanity had lost this war. Without its commander, the royal guard is no match for the orc army. In an instant, the royal guard began to collapse. Locke walked out of the city lord's mansion with a big smile on his face. Besides his beaming smile, the biggest change in Locke was that he was wearing spatial rings on all 10 of his fingers. Moreover, this spatial ring is clearly different from the previous one. Hayter followed Locke with a fawning expression. Hat's eyes widened at the sheer number of treasures in that vault. He was almost itching to snatch it away. When he saw Locke's ambiguous, half-smiling eyes staring at him, as if they could see right through him, he felt a surge of emotion. This immediately dispelled Hat's bad thoughts. Even the best treasures are useless if you're not alive to enjoy them. If Hayter makes even the slightest movement, Edelic would probably snap its neck immediately. Locke looked at Hat and noticed Hat's unusual behavior. His loyalty plummeted the moment the treasure vault was opened. Odo has lost. Locke heard this deep voice as soon as he stepped out of the city lord mansion. It seems the Abiton Empire is doomed to fail, Locke murmured to himself. This is a perfect opportunity to go to the battlefield and make a killing. With this in mind, Locke began to assemble the Locke Legion within Sunset City. Aeger's wolf riders galloped quickly towards Sunset City. Before long, the entire Locke Legion was assembled. Set off. At Locke's command, he led the Locke Legion toward the outskirts of Sunset City. By this time, Sunset City had long been completely slaughtered by the orcs, apart from some civilians who went into hiding. Chapter 89 Rushing to the Battlefield, The Pursuit. Locke sat on the back of the one-horned rhinoceros, following the Locke Legion towards the outskirts of Sunset City. 2 human figures were spotted in this group that was almost entirely composed of orcs. Doran is a level 5 human assassin. Feller, a level 5 human thief. When Locke led the Locke Legion to the outskirts of Sunset City, the entire battlefield was already drawing to a close. The Imperial Guard is in disarray. Large numbers of soldiers are fleeing for their lives in the rear. Locke witnessed firsthand the phrase, "A defeat is like a landslide" today. All troops attacked. Locke waved his hand, and the Locke Legion began to rush rapidly toward the battlefield. Aeger slapped the demon wolf beneath him, and the wolf let out a roar. Led by Aeger, the wolf riders charged toward the battlefield, kicking up clouds of dust. Can and Lauren led the remaining orcs in a charge. Hat, go. Take your little goblins and go loot the spoils for me. Upon hearing that he didn't have to fight himself, Hat immediately led the goblins forward with great enthusiasm. As soon as they approached the battlefield, these goblins began looting the corpses of the dead human warriors on the ground. Seemingly extremely familiar with this kind of thing, he quickly removed the armor from the human warriors. After some searching, he quickly found some gold, silver, or copper coins. After losing Otto's command, the Royal Guard suffered a crushing defeat. All the soldiers scattered and fled. Locke's eyes darted around, searching for prey. There! Locke saw a small cavalry unit charging at an extremely fast speed toward the right side of the battlefield. They left the battlefield very quickly. AIG! There! Locke pointed in the direction the cavalry had fled. Follow me. Aeger immediately understood and shouted. Then he slapped the demon wolf beneath him and chased after the fleeing cavalry. Locke patted the rhinoceros beneath him, and the rhinoceros strode off to the right. Every step he took caused the entire earth to tremble. The height of 5 meters is like a small mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Although it's only at level 2, the speed of a unicorn rhinoceros when it sprints at full speed is not slow. The war horses of the Imperial Royal Guard are all carefully selected, each possessing exceptional endurance. As a magical beast, the wolf's stamina is also considerable. Team leader. A troop of wolf riders and orcs were closely following behind us. The cavalry quickly spotted Locke's wolf riders. Damn orcs! When did we get so many wolf riders? Which tribe does this belong to? Sel glanced at the wolf riders who were hot on his heels. He roughly estimated the number to be around 200. However, the cavalry unit he led numbered as many as 1,000 men. If it weren't for the fear of being overtaken by the orc army, Sel would have definitely shown the pursuers behind him the might of the Imperial cavalry. Seeing that no one answered, Sel knew that no one knew the origin of this orc wolf rider force. Ignore them. This group of human cavalry ignored the pursuers behind them and continued to rush forward at high speed. Team leader, front. There's an ambush ahead. Upon hearing the sound, Sel looked and saw rows of barricades neatly arranged on the only road ahead. Behind the barricades were numerous human soldiers clad in armor. Behind these soldiers hung a flag high, bearing the insignia of the Derek family. Damn it, it's the Derek family's army. Sel gritted his teeth and walked down the aisle. There were ambushes ahead and pursuers behind. For a moment, every member of the cavalry felt threatened. Damn the Derek family. One day, you'll be judged by the Empire. Sel couldn't help but curse. However, cursing wouldn't get them through the blockade. This was clearly anticipated by the Derek family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ambushed the Imperial Royal Guard on their retreat route. In fact, Wayne Derek had already sent a portion of his Legion soldiers to ambush the Imperial Royal Guard's route. This is just one of the ambush sites. Just Derek's Legion. Sel looked at the densely packed human warriors, numbering as many as 5,000. In addition, there are many obstacles. It would be difficult for his 1,000 cavalrymen to break through. Well, never mind. My life is the most important thing. Thinking of this, a parchment scroll appeared in Sel's hand. He bought it from an alchemist for a high price. It contains the 8th level magic, the Lightning Domain. Originally, it was just to save my own life, but I didn't expect to have to use it so soon. Die all of you! Sel threw the parchment scroll in his hand forward. Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out in the sky, and the parchment scroll turned into a pile of dust. A deep blue light instantly formed a deep blue magic circle in front of them. Lightning Realm. Rumble. Lightning elements were continuously released from the magic circle above. Soon, bolts of lightning as thick as an adult's arm struck down at the soldiers below. Boom! Boom! Each bolt of lightning that struck the crowd instantly turned the surrounding soldiers into charred corpses. Within the area enveloped by this lightning field, all the soldiers wore expressions of fear. Quick! Scatter quickly! Someone in the crowd shouted that a dense crowd would cause even more casualties. More than 5,000 soldiers scattered wildly in all directions like headless flies. This is level 8 magic. Only an 8th level mage can break this. Seeing the miserable state of the Derek family soldiers, a cruel look appeared on the face of the leader, Sel. Damn the Derek family! This is what happens when you betray the Empire. Brothers, break through this defensive line. When Sel saw the magic circle in the sky dimming, he knew that there wasn't much lightning element left in it. The magic circle will soon dissipate. This is a perfect opportunity to break through the defenses. Sel took the lead and drew his long sword from his waist. The warhorse was incredibly fast, and Sel wielded his long sword, reaping one life after another. This cavalry force managed to tear a gap in the defensive line. Sel led his cavalry out, glancing back at some of the unlucky riders who had been cut down from their horses. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face. I wonder if Lord Kyle can break through the encirclement, he muttered to himself, his eyes becoming somewhat unfocused. However, it was quickly replaced by determination. Sel's family and friends are all in the capital of the Empire. He had to get back. Sel is currently preoccupied with his own problems, and the others can only hope for the best. A bunch of useless trash. Idiot. Upon seeing the cavalry break through the encirclement, the leading commander cursed loudly. Their mission was to intercept the remnants of the Empire's army. Now that a cavalry unit has escaped, they will inevitably be punished when they return. Chapter 90 Wolf Riders versus Human Cavalry. Foolish human, get out of my way. Ager saw the Derek family soldiers blocking his way and shouted loudly. The defensive line is in complete disarray. If a path isn't cleared, the Wolf Riders will really lose track of them. Half-orc, idiot. Make way. The leading commander immediately realized that this Wolf Rider squad was chasing after that cavalry squad. Upon hearing the commander's order, the soldiers quickly cleared a path. Ager led the Wolf Riders and galloped forward without stopping. The soldiers of the Derrick family looked at the Orc Wolf Riders with fear in their eyes. The already strong Orc was paired with this ferocious demon wolf that was at least 2 meters tall. It makes it impossible for people to even think of resisting. If such a Wolf Rider force grows up, it will definitely become a formidable enemy in the future. Shortly after the Wolf Riders left, the ground began to tremble. Not far away, a one-horned rhinoceros, as large as a small mountain, was charging towards them. Each time its massive body landed, the earth trembled. 2 orcs were standing on the back of the rhinoceros. It was Locke and Edelik. Orcs again. The Derrick family soldiers then made way for them. Joke. This rhinoceros showed no sign of stopping. If you didn't move aside, you'd be smashed into a pile of minced meat. A soldier of the Derrick family? It seems they had predicted their victory in the war long ago. Locke glanced at these human soldiers. They were far inferior to the soldiers of the Imperial Royal Guard. The Derrick family soldiers were like a group of mercenaries. The Wolf Riders relentlessly pursued the rear of the cavalry led by Sel. Sel led his cavalry in a hasty retreat, having no intention of engaging the Wolf Riders. The charge just now, although aided by the power of the magic scroll, still resulted in the loss of over 100 men for the cavalry led by Sel. Now the cavalry has only about 900 men left, and they all look listless and exhausted. Whoa! Sel, who was fleeing for his life, sensed something was wrong and immediately tightened the reins. The warhorse, in pain, came to an abrupt stop. There was no road ahead. A cliff was right in front of us. The cavalry behind them all stopped, their eyes filled with sorrow as they gazed at the cliff face. Just as Sel was about to turn around, Ager's gruff voice rang out. Foolish humans. This day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Ser rode his warhorse to the front of the column. Looking at Ager, sitting on the back of the demon wolf, Sel had a smile on his face. Respected Orc Sir, we have no deep-seated hatred for each other. Could you please spare our lives? If you have any requests, we will try our best to meet them. Sel didn't want to go to war with these orcs. The cavalry was in very poor condition. Require? No, I don't have any demands. However, the great Master Locke wants your lives. Damn orcs. Are they not planning to let us leave? Sel looked at Ager angrily. He knew that the cavalry was in very poor condition and was not fit to fight again. Looking back, all the cavalrymen had their heads bowed, their faces showing a look of defeat and dejection. Sel knew he had to do something to boost morale. Brothers, as members of the Imperial Royal Guard, we must fight for the glory of the Empire. Now is the time for us to serve the Empire. Those vile orcs want to invade our homeland, slaughter our descendants, and seize our houses and land. Fear is a basic human instinct. I admit that even I felt a little afraid when facing orcs. But courage is the hymn to human civilization. Brothers, for the Empire, for humanity, charge with me. For the Empire, for humanity. Led by Sel, the cavalry charged towards the Wolf Riders, each with a determined look on their face. Roar. For the tribe. For Lord Locke. Ager roared, urging his demonic wolf to charge forward. For the tribe. For Lord Locke. The Wolf Riders followed closely behind Ager. Ager quickly drew his bow and arrows from behind him, and nearly 200 arrows simultaneously emitted a whooshing sound. Arrows rained down on the human cavalry formation like meteors. 200 Wolf Riders against nearly 900 human cavalry. Many human warriors were struck by several arrows and fell to the ground, howling and rolling in agony. The human cavalry around them paid no attention to the wounded soldiers, only charging forward with their heads down and backs bent. After the first volley of arrows, the human cavalry had already covered half the distance. Roar! The wolves roared. These war horses were subject to bloodline suppression when facing the demonic wolves, which were magical beasts. The war horse slowed its pace the next moment, its eyes revealing fear. Although these war horses were carefully selected and underwent scent and adaptation training. However, even carnivorous magical beasts like the dire wolf still evoke some fear in them. Despite the human cavalry's forceful pulling, The warhorse continued to charge towards the demonic wolf. Aeger raised his battle axe and swung it at Sel across from him. Sel raised his long sword to defend. After experiencing battle after battle, Aeger has achieved the strength of a level 4 orc warrior thanks to his extraordinary talent. A level 4 orc warrior and a level 4 human warrior clashed. Wolf riders were absolutely dominant against human cavalry. The wolf used its sharp claws and teeth to easily leave wounds on the warhorses. The warhorses, in pain, soon collapsed to the ground one after another. These orcs wielded heavy weapons, each strike capable of sending a human cavalryman flying. The human cavalrymen, whose long swords had managed to strike the orcs, wore expressions of astonishment. Breastplate. It's a breastplate. These orcs are all wearing breastplates. The human cavalry finally spotted the breastplates on the wolf riders' bodies. Some wolf riders did not dodge when faced with long swords slashing at them by humans, but instead took the blow head on. Then, with a casual strike, he cleaved the human cavalryman in two. In addition, these human cavalrymen had just gone through a battle and were in very poor condition. Although human cavalry had a numerical advantage. However, the situation is developing in a one-sided manner. The screams of humans echoed across the battlefield. However, not a single person entertained the thought of running away. This is a racial war, and both sides are gambling with the honor of their race. Protected by their breastplates, the wolf riders fought with increasing ferocity. The wolf riders didn't take ordinary injuries seriously and recovered quickly. Chapter 91: Annihilation of the Enemy Cavalry. As the battle reached its climax, Locke arrived late, riding his rhinoceros. He immediately noticed that the wolf riders on the battlefield held an absolute advantage. Upon seeing the one-horned rhinoceros, which resembled a small mountain, the cavalrymen's faces turned extremely grim. Locke patted the rhinoceros beneath him and jumped off its back. The rhinoceros charged toward the battlefield. The large, hard horn instantly sent the two men and their warhorses flying. With a powerful slam, the man and the horse were instantly turned into mincemeat. The rhinoceros wreaked havoc among the cavalry, causing numerous casualties in a short time. The charging cavalry, wielding their long swords, slashed at the rhinoceros, but couldn't even break its hide. However, this still did not deter the cavalry of these empires. Undeterred, they charged towards the one-horned rhinoceros, attempting to use sheer numbers to hold it back. But these cavalrymen miscalculated. Locke reached out, and a meter-long wind blade instantly materialized. Go! The wind blades swept towards the cavalry. A magician. It's a wind mage. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. The wind blades instantly cleaved the two cavalrymen in two. Locke conjured another wind blade and threw it into the crowd. To Locke, these human cavalrymen were like sitting ducks. Every time a strike is made, someone dies. Take down that orc mage first. Someone in the crowd naturally spotted Locke. On the battlefield, when facing mages, these people are like moving targets. A large number of cavalry abandoned the rhinoceros and instead charged toward Locke's position. In the eyes of these cavalrymen, a slender mage like Locke was easier to deal with than a behemoth like the rhinoceros. Unfortunately, these people chose the wrong opponent. Locke showed no pity as he watched the charging cavalry. That's truly commendable courage. Then let me show you the fear of death. Boom! Locke stretched out his hands, and two burning flames condensed in his palms. The reason for not using Fireball immediately was to prevent the flames from accidentally injuring the orcs among the wolf riders. He doesn't have that worry now. These cavalrymen were all coming for him. Two fireballs shot out from his hands and hurtled towards the cavalry. Boom! The moment the fireball touched the cavalrymen, it transformed into streaks of flame that shot out in all directions. Any cavalryman who came into contact with these flames instantly burst into flames. Even the warhorses suffered this undeserved calamity. Rush! Don't stop. He's a magician. If you get close, he will die. It's common knowledge in this world that magicians cannot be approached. The cavalry, who had been stunned by the flames, charged at Locke once again. Locke kept throwing fireballs at the cavalry with his right hand. With his current magic power of 5,400, he is able to cast Fireball 54 times. Finally, more than a dozen cavalrymen broke through the sea of fire and charged toward Locke. The cavalrymen were furious when they saw Locke's relaxed and carefree demeanor. Filthy orc, prepare to die. Long swords came slashing at Locke, clearly intended to tear him to pieces. When Adelic took out the battle axe from behind him and held it horizontally in front of him. Locke didn't even blink. All the long swords were blocked in front of him. A sinister grin spread across Adelic's face. Damn it. Level 5, Orc Warrior. Whoosh. Adelic exerted his strength, and his battle axe deflected the longsword. The next second, he swung his sword left and right. They cut down 5 or 6 people in an instant, as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. The remaining people looked at Adelic, who was covered in blood, with solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they used all their strength, they were no match for a level 5 warrior. Just as the group hesitated, Locke reached out, and more than a dozen ice spikes appeared out of thin air in front of them. He pointed forward with one hand. Swoosh! The ice spike shot forward at high speed with a whooshing sound. It instantly entered these people's bodies. The ground was stained red with blood. The number of cavalrymen in this unit is rapidly decreasing. Faced with fully armed wolf riders, these humans were no match at all. Soon, Ager led his wolf riders to slaughter the entire human cavalry unit. Locke couldn't help but admire these human cavalrymen. Faced with a formidable enemy, not a single person chose to flee. This clearly demonstrates the unwavering faith in the hearts of these cavalrymen. Although Locke felt some regret, he did not choose to hold back because of the difference in race and faith. When the battle ended, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of human cavalrymen, interspersed with the carcasses of numerous warhorses. Ager led the wolf riders to clean up the battlefield. These orcs brutally stripped the dead soldiers of their leather armor and looted everything of value from their bodies. Then they laid out all the spoils together. The wolves were gnawing on the corpses of the dead soldiers and warhorses. Locke watched all of this coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Once the wolves had eaten and drunk their fill, Locke stored the spoils in a spatial ring and led the wolf riders away. Before leaving, he burned the corpses of the human cavalrymen to ashes. As for the carcasses of those warhorses, they could serve as food for the orcs. Ager and his wolf riders had already cut the warhorses into pieces for easy carrying. When Locke led the wolf riders to the ambush site set up by the Derrick family once again. Seeing these blood-soaked orcs, none of the soldiers dared to utter a word of offense. This is all due to strength. With about 200 orcs, they annihilated a cavalry force of about 1,000 Imperial Royal Guards. Even the most elite cavalry regiment of the Derrick family would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. At the same time, this group of orc wolf riders indirectly cleaned up the mess left by the Derrick family soldiers. After all, this group of soldiers failed to complete the ambush mission and let the 1,000-strong Royal Guard cavalry escape. This will inevitably result in a reprimand. When the leading commander saw Locke riding a rhinoceros and leading wolf riders, his face immediately lit up with a smile. He greeted the wolf riders warmly and ordered his men to make way for them. The arrogance, disdain, and contempt that I used to feel when I saw orcs were completely gone. Such a well-equipped orc squad is not one they can afford to offend. The Derrick family commander only breathed a long sigh of relief after the wolf riders had completely departed. Damn it, these filthy orcs are disgusting, but their strength is truly formidable. By the time Locke arrived at the battlefield in front of Sunset City, the war was already over. A new legion is cleaning up the battlefield. Locke immediately recognized the fluttering flag as the insignia of the Derrick family. Chapter 92, Looting the Spoils, and the Promise to Hayter. Locke sneered inwardly. Not a single Derrick family soldier was seen during the battle. They jumped out to clean up the battlefield after the war ended. Although these soldiers are all human, they are really dogs. The orcs seemed to disregard these things. They were quite interested in the dead warhorses, though. To the orcs, these warhorses were fresh food. Of course, besides the soldiers of the Derrick family, there are also short, green figures on the battlefield. It's Had and those goblins. These goblins were incredibly greedy. They even stripped the clothes off the dead soldiers. Hard! Locke shouted. Had sneezed, and upon hearing that familiar voice, he instinctively had a bad feeling. Look in the direction from which the sound came. Locke was looking at him with a big smile on his face. Damn it! My spoils! had cursed inwardly. However, his face was full of smiles. But that smile looks worse than a grimace. "Oh, the great Lord Locke, you've arrived. Your most loyal servant, Had, is gathering the spoils for you." Had gritted his teeth and opened the spatial ring in his hand. Splash! A huge pile of armor, swords, and gold, silver, and copper coins were dumped on the ground. Locke glanced at Had. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored the pile of spoils into his spatial ring. These spatial rings were all recently obtained by him from the treasure vault. Originally intended as tribute to the imperial family, it unexpectedly benefited Locke. Since these items are intended as tribute, the space inside these spatial rings is naturally quite large. Each spatial ring has a space of over 1,000 cubic meters. It is said that only a level 9 spatial mage and an alchemist working together could create a spatial ring of this capacity. Most spatial rings are created jointly by spatial mages and alchemists. Space mages are extremely rare, which makes space rings extremely expensive. Even so, Locke did not intend to sell the spatial ring he possessed. Had's eyes widened when he saw Locke take away the spoils. "Is that all?" "Harder." Locke looked at Harder with a half-smile. He knew all too well what kind of goblin this was. "I'll definitely keep good stuff to myself." Hader nodded immediately. It felt a chill run down its spine as Locke stared at it. It felt as if the other person had seen right through my little schemes. Seeing Locke staring at him, Hader's eyes darted around as if he had thought of something. "Oh, esteemed Lord Locke, I remember there were some loot items stored in the corner of my spatial ring. It seems I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be." Hader slapped his forehead and said with a serious expression, "These spoils were all plundered from the soldiers by its goblins, bit by bit. It's impossible not to feel heartache at having given it all to Locke." Hardy gritted his teeth and opened the spatial ring again. Splash! The loot this time wasn't much, but it was all good stuff. A huge pile of gold coins, a long sword inlaid with jewels, a jeweled necklace, and so on. These are the truly good things. With these things, Locke could elevate the overall strength of the Locke Legion by more than one level. Indeed, war is the most primitive form of capital accumulation. Locke waved his hand and collected the items on the ground again. Hader saw that the spoils he had painstakingly prepared to keep for himself had disappeared from the ground, and suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. He was depressed, as if all his energy had been drained away. Harder looked up and met Locke's eyes. "Oh, the great Lord Locke, I really have no more loot here." His voice, which sounded like a duck's, carried a hint of a sob. Had never seen an orc bully goblins like this before. "I trust you, Had, but it's time for you to speed things up. Look at those soldiers from the Derrick family. They took all the good stuff. Don't worry, Hader. When we get back to Locktown, I won't treat you badly. You'll become a level 5 goblin warrior." "A level 5 goblin warrior? Is it true?" The great Lord Locke, hearing that he could be promoted to level 5, Had was no longer depressed. My irritability vanished instantly. "It's true. Had, the great Lord Locke wouldn't lie to you, would he? After all, these goblins had put in a lot of effort, so it would be unreasonable not to give Had some reward. Although this greedy goblin has been recruited. However, it's hard to guarantee that over time, Hader might develop some dissatisfaction. You want the horse to run, but you don't want it to eat grass. This will not increase Had's loyalty." Locke discovered that, apart from the orcs of his own race, the loyalty of other races increased very slowly. Especially these treacherous goblins, whose loyalty will drop from time to time. "Oh, thank you, great Lord Locke. Thank you, Goblin God. May the Goblin God protect the great Lord Locke." Had immediately began to pray happily. Locke had absolutely no interest in the so-called Goblin God. Having received Locke's assurance, Had immediately ran happily toward the battlefield. He directed the goblins to plunder the spoils of war even more diligently. The soldiers of the Derrick family looked at the goblins leaping and bounding across the battlefield, a hint of disgust flashing in their eyes. However, no one chose to approach the goblins. They all wisely stayed away from these ugly creatures. These goblins are not only cunning and treacherous, but also extremely petty and vengeful. Those soldiers didn't want to get a cold shoulder. Time passed by, and Kane and Lauren arrived back. The war is now completely over. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have launched a war and won it. Kill 8,500 enemy humans. Reward, 20,000 gold coins. Magic Crystal Cannon 6. Second level town construction drawings 1. 2. Primary energy absorption and conversion device. Level 1 energy defense core 2. It's out. This is a huge windfall. Locke was overjoyed. However, I quickly forced myself to calm down. He looked around the battlefield and noticed that there were fewer and fewer orcs on the battlefield. Reason told Locke that he had to leave immediately. The entire battlefield is now almost entirely filled with Derek family soldiers. If these soldiers had even the slightest bad intention, his Locke Legion would be completely wiped out. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Locke understood this principle very well. He's a half-orc. Those humans wouldn't consider him one of their own. Withdraw. Locke roared. Without any hesitation, the Locke Legion followed the unicorn rhinoceros southward towards Sunset City. Chapter 93 Ryan's Scheme, the Invitation of the Tiger Tribe. Hey, Tiger. My brother. Why haven't you left yet? Ryan looked towards the front of the Tiger Tribe, not far away, where a strong figure was looking towards Sunset City. Upon hearing Ryan's voice, Tiger slowly turned around. Waiting for an old friend. Tiger said casually. An old friend? Ryan quickly went through it in his mind. There are not many orcs that Tiger can call old friends. It seems that these orcs are not among this orc army. Ryan rolled his eyes, but he didn't want to think about it any further since he couldn't figure out. Tiger, what have you thought about that matter? Our orc race has been divided for too long. It's time for a unified voice to emerge. In particular, friction and war frequently occur between small and medium-sized tribes. This is the fundamental reason why our orc race has never been able to prosper, a lack of unity. This is an opportunity. Only racial war can unite us orcs. For survival, for territory, we will merge those small and medium-sized tribes into our large tribes. In this way, our large tribes will become stronger and stronger. Reed has agreed, and I will discuss this matter with the chiefs of the other major tribes next. Ryan became more and more excited as he spoke. It seems as if the orc race will soon regain its former glory. Seeing that Kaido had no expression, Tiger looked completely indifferent. Kaido is the priest of the Tiger clan, and Tiger always asks Kaido's opinion first, no matter what the matter is. After all, mages are far more intelligent than these orc warriors. Ryan, what you want to do is your business. All I want is to properly develop the Tiger tribe. We just need to avoid infringing on each other's territory. Ryan frowned when he heard that Tiger wasn't very interested in the matter. However, she quickly felt better. Since the Tiger tribe is unwilling to participate, it means there will be one less person to share this pie. Then each of their tribes can get more. Hey, Tiger brothers. Since you're not interested in this, I won't bother you anymore. I just hope you won't regret it later. Ryan said sullenly before turning and leaving with the orcs of the Thundertooth tribe. Why don't you agree? After Ryan left, Tiger looked at Kaido beside him. In Tiger's view, this would indeed greatly enhance the strength of the Tiger tribe. Cough, cough. Chief. Kaido coughed violently twice, still recovering from his injuries. The annexation of those small and medium-sized tribes does, on the surface, enhance the strength of these large tribes. But would those small and medium-sized tribes willingly be annexed? No, they won't. Ryan and his men could only use force to subdue those tribes. Such tribes may outwardly submit to Ryan's force, but there will inevitably be friction and conflicts of varying degrees within the tribe. Once Ryan's suppression is gone, the Thundertooth tribe will disintegrate in an instant. Upon hearing this, Tiger fell into deep thought, knowing that Kaido's analysis was very quick. All right, Chief. The person we've been waiting for has arrived. Hearing Kaido's voice brought Tiger back to reality. He looked at the group of orcs that were slowly walking towards him from not far away. Locke, sitting on the back of the rhinoceros, had long since spotted the orc tribe ahead. With just a quick glance, he could tell that this was a large orc tribe. I just don't know which of the three major tribes it is. As they drew nearer, Locke immediately spotted Tiger and Kaido, who was dressed in a black robe. The Violent Tiger tribe? Locke was somewhat puzzled. Why had a Violent Tiger tribe stopped here? They looked like they were waiting for something. Hello, Chief Locke of the Wolf Slave tribe. Tiger greeted him with a smile. Looking for me? Locke was immediately puzzled, as he had no connection with these two orcs. Since the other party had already made arrangements, Locke couldn't afford to be impolite. Locke then tumbled off the rhinoceros's back. Honorable Chief Tiger, I am Locke, the chieftain of the Wolf Slave Tribe. I wonder what business Chief Tiger has with me. Faced with such a level 10 orc chieftain, Locke had to put on a show of utmost respect. He didn't think he had any trump cards that would make him disrespectful to such a powerful figure. Locke boy, shall we talk? Locke glanced at the Tiger tribe behind Tiger, then walked towards Tiger. As a level 10 orc chieftain, Locke would not be in any danger if he said it was just a chat. Moreover, with Tiger's strength, Locke and the entire Locke Legion are no match for him. When Locke approached, Tiger showed no surprise. Young Locke, would you be willing to become a priest of the violent Tiger tribe? Tiger, as a half-orc chieftain, doesn't mince words. He stated his purpose directly. The priest of the violent Tiger tribe? I'm just a level 3 orc mage. Why? Besides, doesn't the Tiger tribe have its own priests? Locke was somewhat confused, and he looked at Kaido beside him. This is the current priest of the violent Tiger tribe, a level 9 dark magician. Tiger took a deep breath, trying to suppress his somewhat agitated feelings. This is Kaido, the current priest of the violent Tiger tribe. He is also the only orc mage in the Tiger tribe. You should also know that it is very rare for a half-orc to have magical talent among us. Kaido played a significant role in the Tiger clan's development into a large clan, but he didn't have much time left to live. If he cannot advance to the level of a 10th level archmage, he will only have 3 more years to live. Locke looked at Kaido, but couldn't make out the face beneath the black robe. He was a half-orc from the same era as my grandfather, and he was almost 100 years older than me. Locke looked at Tiger with some surprise. He hadn't expected that Tiger, the level 10 orc chieftain, was actually born from a union of orcs. As if to confirm Locke's thoughts, Tiger continued. Just as you thought, orcs are divided into viviparous and oviparous types. But I was born from a womb. The Tiger tribe has quite a few female orcs who can reproduce with equally talented orc offspring for those with powerful talents. Every time we prepare a sacrifice to the beast god, the violent Tiger tribe receives at least one oviparous female orc. Chapter 94, The Priest of the Tiger Tribe. One of the most important characteristics of a large tribe is the presence of female orcs. Certainly, only those orc powerhouses of level 6 or above have the opportunity to reproduce. Locke Kid, I know you're a half-orc mage. If you are willing to join the Tiger clan, I will make you a priest of the Tiger clan. His status in the tribe is second only to mine. Tiger looked into Locke's eyes and said seriously. He knew all too well the importance of priests in a tribe. Wisdom. This is something that every orc lacks. Locke boy, as a level 9 archmage, I have quite a bit of mage experience. Furthermore, I am not the only magician in the Tiger tribe that has survived to this day. These magicians all passed down their experience, including some forbidden techniques. I'm sure you'll find it very interesting. Furthermore, I see that you are surrounded by fire, wind, and ice elements. There are very few mages who can awaken all 3 elements at the same time, but it takes 3 times or even more effort to achieve success. The magic notebook left behind by the violent Tiger tribe will save you a lot of effort. Kaido spoke, and the conditions in his words were all things that no magician could refuse. He believed that Locke wouldn't refuse unless he was stupid. In fact, the magic notebook, which would be fatally tempting to anyone, was not important to Locke. He doesn't need to rely on enlightenment to improve his strength. His strength comes from a system that forcibly granted it to him. Locke began to think. Tiger and Kaido didn't disturb Locke and just quietly watched him. Both seemed to have anticipated that Locke would agree. For the average orc mage, becoming a priest of the Tiger clan is the best option. But for Locke, becoming a priest of the Tiger tribe meant living under someone else's roof. He will be hampered by Tiger at every turn. And he also carries a secret. However, if he refuses, he must proceed with extreme caution and develop the town of Locke more rapidly upon his return. This is a difficult choice. When Locke shook his head, both Tiger and Kaido wore expressions of disbelief. Tiger and Kaido were truly baffled that they would refuse such conditions. Honorable Chief Tiger, I agree, but I have conditions. Speak, Locke boy. I want all the orcs in my tribe to join the violent tiger tribe with me. I want my own territory, which is now Locktown. After Locke finished speaking, he stared intently at Tiger. Territory and population? No problem. Locke hadn't expected Tiger to agree so readily. Tiger continued. You don't know yet. Ryan and the other orc chieftains have already begun planning to target the small and medium-sized tribes. He wanted to establish a unified, large orc tribe. Instead of being like this now, like a pile of loose sand, he will likely soon annex your small and medium-sized orc tribes. Certainly, this wasn't for some so-called racial righteousness. It was solely for his own ambition to become the king of the entire orc race. Tiger telling him this certainly doesn't mean he's already considered him a member of the Tiger clan. Kaido thought for a moment and understood the meaning behind Locke's demands. Rather than becoming a member of the violent Tiger tribe, Locke would prefer to create his own tribe. Ha ha ha. Locke kid, I know what you're planning. However, staying in the Tiger tribe might not be such a bad thing. If you can advance to the 10th level of Grand Mage, becoming the chieftain of the Tiger clan wouldn't be out of the question. Locke hadn't expected Kaido to be so blunt. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Tiger. Tiger waved his hand dismissively. Rock kid, Kaido is right. If you have the strength, you can become the chieftain of the Tiger tribe. Not everyone in the violent Tiger tribe is a native orc. There are also many orcs who were absorbed from other tribes and could not survive there. As long as the Tiger clan can continue to exist, what does it matter who becomes the chieftain? After hearing what Tiger said, Locke knew that this was an orc who, like Adalik, was thinking about the tribe. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Welcome to the team. Priest Locke of the violent Tiger tribe. May the Tiger tribe, under the leadership of Priest Locke, achieve even greater glory in the future. Tiger reached out his hand to Locke as he spoke. Without hesitation, Locke reached out and shook hands with the orc chieftain who was 2 heads taller than him. Priest Locke would be more than happy to serve you. My great chieftain. A sense of power emanated from Tiger's hand. The moment Tiger's hand touched Locke's palm, his expression changed drastically. You, Locke kid, you. Locke hadn't expected that Tiger could detect his status as a level 5 warrior simply by touching his hand. Chill. He immediately put his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Tiger immediately understood and smiled knowingly. All of this naturally did not escape Kaido's eyes. Although Kaido was very curious, he didn't ask too many questions. Your Excellency, Great Chief. I'll be leaving now. Locke bid farewell to Tiger. Tiger waved his hand. Go, Priest Locke. Once I reach the territory of the Tiger tribe, I will inform the orcs in the tribe about Priest Locke. At the same time, the area surrounding Locktown will be designated as the territory of the violent Tiger tribe. After all, the Derrick family promised us, the orc chieftains, lands and titles. Even now that the war has been won, Wayne Derrick has not mentioned this matter. In that case, I'll just take it myself. Kaido watched as Locke led his army away. Only after they had completely disappeared from sight did Kaido speak with some curiosity. Tiger kid, what did you discover? Tiger looked in the direction where the Locke Legion had left, the shock in his heart still lingering. He's not just a level 3 mage. He's a level 5 orc warrior. Magical talent and warrior talent coexist in one orc. This is the only orc I've ever seen with dual talents. Kaido gasped. Dual talents. He must have received the blessing of the beast god. Oh, no. He might be the illegitimate son of some beast god. Old Kaido, do you think he could unify all the orc tribes? To become the king of the entire orc race? Tiger seemed to see the demeanor of a king in Locke. Kaido nodded upon hearing this, then shook his head. I'm not sure if he can become the orc king. However, I can say for sure that Ryan will never become the orc king. Chapter 95, The Crisis of Locktown. But even if Locke becomes the orc king, I'm afraid I won't live to see it. Kaido thought to himself. He doesn't have much time left. Rocktown. Gotha, frowning, gazed into the distance from the city wall. Things have been a bit unsettled in Locktown lately. Orcs from other tribes would occasionally come to harass them. It seems they've set their sights on Locktown. Gotha always chose to remain silent. There are only about 200 orcs in Locktown now. If they get into a conflict with the other side, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. I wonder when Lord Locke will return. Gotha muttered to himself. He was at a loss in the face of this situation. A row of shadows appeared on the distant horizon, and Gotha immediately frowned and observed it carefully. Due to the distance, Gotha could not determine whether they were the orcs who frequently came to harass him. He stared at it nervously. It's a human. Gotha quickly realized that the cavalry unit was human. This group of human cavalry consisted of about 20 people, each wearing different clothing. It is clear that these human cavalrymen are not soldiers of any legion. They might just be guards of some nobles. Once Gotha realized they were human, he didn't take it too seriously. However, it seems that those humans' target is Lock Town. The cavalry galloped toward the town of Lock. They soon arrived at the city gate. A familiar figure appeared in Gotha's sight. A chubby human boy. Gotha remembered. This was the merchant guild that had traded with Lock. Respected Orc Sir, I am Mark Thomas, a friend of Chief Lock. We have a long-term business relationship. Please inform your Chief Lock that the human Mark has arrived with his gold coins. Gotha looked at Mark and then spoke. Humans, the great Lord Lock has gone out to war. Why don't you go into the city and wait there? Gotha didn't know what deal Lock had made with this human, but since he was Lock's friend, there was nothing wrong with him going into the city. Mark frowned slightly upon hearing that Lock was not there. Young Master Mark, this is, after all, a town inhabited by orcs. Shall we find a place to wait? Brooke looked at Mark and whispered a reminder. He is now a level 3 warrior. It was also thanks to Mark not forgetting his original vow. After making a fortune this time, Mark casually bought a bottle of alchemical potion. After taking the potion, Brooke naturally advanced to the level of a 3rd-level warrior through training. Brooke's improved strength also ensured Mark's safety. Mark was just about to refuse Gotha when he saw Gotha's role suddenly change. Damn it! It's the Ironhead tribe again. Gotha cursed, then looked down at Mark and the others below the city wall. Humans, get into the city quickly if you don't want to die. If it were anyone else, Gotha wouldn't care about the lives of these humans. However, this human had made a deal with Lord Lock, so Gotha naturally couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The sounds of roaring and running came from behind, and Mark immediately turned around. A group of orcs, wielding bone clubs, charged toward them from behind. The objective is clearly to attack Locktown. What utterly bad luck. Mark sighed to himself. He hadn't expected that this transaction would involve a war between orcs before he even met Lock. Squeak. The city gate was open a crack. Quick, let's go into town. Mark shouted and spurred his warhorse toward the town of Lock. Hearing the roars of the orcs from behind, the warhorses seemed to be startled and rushed toward the city gate. Mark only breathed a sigh of relief when the orcs closed the city gates again. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was from nervousness and lingering fear. As a businessman, Mark has had to deal with orcs quite a bit lately. However, he still couldn't overcome his nervousness every time he saw an orc. His caravan would also encounter these orcs on the road. If they offered some weapons or meat, the orcs would let them go without causing any trouble. But things are different now. The war between these orcs will involve them. The bloodthirsty orcs wouldn't care whether they were merchants or not. Gotha, open the city gates and surrender. You can't defend this Locktown. A half-orc roared from below the city wall. These are orcs from the Ironhead tribe, who had previously clashed with orcs from the Wolf Slave tribe. Previously, due to the need to make a living, large-scale conflicts between the two sides were rare. But things are different now. After entering the territory of the Abaddon Empire, plundering is the simplest way to expand the territory of the Iron Skull tribe. Gotha, the Wolf Slave tribe doesn't have many orcs left. Your tribe in the Southern Territory has been abandoned. The Beast God will abandon you. If you surrender, I'll make you the deputy chieftain of the Ironhead tribe. The hammer loudly tempted Gotha. The Wolf Slave tribe consisted of only 200 orcs, the rest being human civilians. However, it's best to avoid taking action if possible. After all, he still needed to reserve manpower to attack the territories of other tribes. Damn Gotha, it's only been a short time since we last met, and he's already a level 5 orc warrior. But where is that old man, Edelik? Is he really gone? Since Gotha is already a level 5 orc warrior, then Lauren, who is even more talented than him, should also be a level 5 orc warrior, right? Why can't I see it? Could something have happened to the Wolf Slave tribe? Hammer was filled with questions. He couldn't understand it, and he didn't want to think about it anymore. Surrender? Hammer, you should think about how to open the gates of Locktown first. How did the Iron Skull tribes, orcs, manage to climb up such a high city wall? Are you suggesting that you, the chief of your tribe, lead the charge? Gotha's words were full of irony. As long as the city gates are not opened, Locktown will not be easily breached. Unless Ironhammer is willing to risk heavy losses for the Iron Skull tribe and force his way onto the city walls. Damn Gotha. When the city falls, I'll tear you to pieces. Hammer stared at Gotha on the city wall, his eyes filled with venom. He then turned to look at the nearly 1,000 orcs behind him. This was what he gradually accumulated by conquering other tribes or taking in wandering orcs. Even the slightest loss of a few orcs would cause him immense heartache. With a wave of his hand, Ironhammer summoned an orc who came running over eagerly. He bent down and whispered in the orc's ear, "Ready or not? Don't worry, Chief. 40 demon bird eggs in total. If they were to crash into the city walls, those demonic birds would definitely go berserk and attack the orcs of the wolf slave tribe. Let's seize this opportunity and charge up the city walls." Chapter 96, Iron Skull Tribe, Ghost Geo. Great idea. After hearing this idea, Ironhammer couldn't help but praise it. He slapped his thigh hard, his face full of smiles. Soon a half-orc came running over with a bundle of animal hide. Whoosh! The animal hide was opened, and dozens of demon bird eggs appeared in Ironhammer's field of vision. Suddenly, several sharp cries came from the distant horizon. Hammer was so frightened, he almost dropped the demon bird egg he was holding. He immediately covered the demon bird egg completely. He then looked at the orc who had previously made the suggestion. "You really are a half-orc genius. I never expected that my Iron Skull tribe would also produce an intelligent orc. Very good. You're great." Upon hearing the chieftain's praise, the orc immediately beamed with joy. Ironhammer's gaze fell upon the city wall. His eyes held a fierce glint. "Gotha, since you refuse to surrender and want to die, then I will grant your wish. Drink." With a sudden burst of strength, he threw the animal hide in his hand toward the city wall. With the strength of a hammer, this distance is no problem at all. It accurately hit the orcs on the city wall. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of eggs cracking rang out one after another. Gotha and the orcs on the city wall looked at the broken demon bird eggs scattered all over the ground with some confusion. They had no idea what the Iron Skull tribe's orcs were doing. Throw away the demon bird egg? This will not cause them any harm. Aside from foul, fishy smell, it had no effect on them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon, angry cries echoed through the sky. The sounds grew closer and more numerous. Gotha looked up and saw a dense swarm of demonic birds rushing toward Locktown. Each of the demonic birds had blood-red eyes. Are these demonic birds insane? Why are they all heading this way? Gotha frowned as the angry demon bird drew ever closer. Ha ha ha. Gotha, enjoy the gift I gave you. Fluttering, large flocks of magical birds flapped their wings and flew towards the top of the city walls of Locktown. Each of these magical birds is over 2 meters long, and its wingspan is a full 4 meters. A sharp beak and razor-sharp claws. Upon smelling the shattered demon bird eggs scattered on the ground, the demon birds went completely berserk. There were at least 100 of these demonic birds. First, it suddenly rose higher, then folded its wings and stabbed straight down. Their target was none other than the orcs on the city walls. "Quick, get down!" Gotha, sensing something was wrong, roared loudly. In an instant, all the orcs on the city wall squatted down on the ground. Whoosh, swoosh. Gotha could feel the occasional whooshing sound coming from above, and he didn't dare to look up. If you look up, you'll probably get pecked bloody by the beaks of those demonic birds. The first wave of attacks from hundreds of demonic birds failed to harm a single orc. This made the demonic birds circle in the air unwillingly, and the next second they rushed towards the city wall again. The pain of the destroyed demon bird eggs meant that these demon birds would not give up until they tore these orcs apart. "It's a demon dove." Gotha stood up and immediately recognized the attacking demonic bird as the ghost dove. He shouted loudly, wanting the other orcs to know what kind of demonic bird had attacked them. Ghost dove, a kind of vengeful and extremely vengeful demon bird. Making an enemy of the ghost dove is basically a matter of life or death. The flock of ghost doves flew towards the orcs once again. This time it landed directly on the city wall. They used their sharp claws to grab at the orcs. The cries of the ghost doves and the shouts and curses of the orcs echoed continuously from the city walls. With a vicious slash of its sharp claws, the ghost dove carved a deep wound into the orc's body. The skin and flesh at the wound site are turned outwards, and the bone is visible deep inside. The entire city wall of Locktown was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the Iron Skull tribe below the city wall charged towards the city wall of Locktown the moment Ghost Dove launched its attack. Each of the orcs carried thick vines on their backs. As he rushed to the foot of the city wall, he quickly grabbed the vines behind him. He skillfully made a circle. The next moment, he swung the vine circle straight up and threw it toward the top of the city wall. Whoosh! Swoosh! The circle quickly encircled the protrusion above the city wall and was firmly fixed there. Then the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe began to climb up the city wall using both their hands and feet. With the Ghost Dove providing cover, Gotha has no time to worry about anything else. This allowed the Iron Skull tribe's orcs to climb up the city wall without any hindrance. Kill these bastards. Gotha looked angrily at the sky. He swung his broadsword at a Ghost Dove. Whoosh! The Ghost Dove didn't even have time to let out a scream before Gotha severed its head with a single blow. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect of the Ghost Dove. The most terrifying thing about these Ghost Doves is their ghostly wailing. Hearing it can cause a tremendous shock to one's mind, as if one is mesmerized and loses their senses. Woo! Wee! That signature wailing sound still rang out. Soon, some orcs stood still like zombies. They allowed the demonic doves to peck at their flesh and blood. Dam Ghost Dove. That beast crying is awful. Wake up, all of you. Gotha roared loudly, tried to use his voice to forcibly awaken these mindless orcs. His actions actually had some effect. Some of the orcs were indeed forcibly awakened by Gotha. Die, all of you! Gotha roared and swung his great sword repeatedly, ending the lives of one ghost dove after another. He sensed some movement behind him and turned around. A half-orc from the Ironhead tribe had already climbed up the city wall using vines. Upon seeing the orcs of the Ironhead tribe, Gotha did not hesitate at all. The broadsword in his hand flashed in an arc. The orc's face, still beaming with joy, was slashed in the neck by Gotha before he could even finish climbing up. Gotha continued his attack, slashing repeatedly at the vines with his greatsword. Click, click, click. Some orcs, along with the vines, fell down towards the bottom of the city wall. Of course, some lucky orcs did manage to climb onto the city walls. However, what awaited these orcs was an attack from Gotha and his orcs, along with the Ghost Dove. The Ghost Dove can't distinguish these half-orcs. In an instant, the entire city wall was thrown into chaos. Although the Iron Skull tribe had numerical advantage, however, they were at a complete disadvantage against the well-equipped Lock Legion. These orcs wore breastplates, protecting their vital parts. The weapons of the Iron Skull tribe's orcs only left a mark when they struck the breastplate. What happened? Why is black smoke rising from the direction of Locktown? Sitting on the back of the rhinoceros, Locke immediately saw billowing smoke rising from the direction of Locktown. Chapter 97, The Ironhead Tribe Invades. We rush back to Locktown. What happened in Locktown? How could there be so much smoke of war? Locke looked at the wisps of smoke with a puzzled expression. AIG, take the Wolf Riders and go take a look. Yes, Lord Locke. Ager led the Wolf Riders at high speed toward Locktown. Locke wasn't idle either. He patted the rhinoceros's back and led the Lock Legion to speed up their journey. Rocktown, on the city wall. Gotha, bring it on. Let me see the strength of you, a level 5 orc warrior. Iron Hammer quickly climbed the walls of Locktown along the vines. He spotted Gotha at a glance. Gotha immediately spotted the culprit that had plunged the town of Lock into crisis. The hard-bone hammer smashed down the two ghost doves in 2 blows, and then charged towards Gotha. He leaped high into the air, and the bone hammer in his hand slammed down on Gotha with a powerful force. Gotha swung his great sword and slashed back. When a metallic clang rang out, and a knife mark was left on the bone hammer. At the same time, a small clump of bone fragments was blown away. What a sharp weapon! A glint of greed flashed in Iron Hammer's eyes. With this broadsword, his strength will definitely increase even further. It's mine. It can only be mine. With desire in his heart, Iron Hammer became even more ruthless in his attacks. Each hammer blow was aimed at Gotha's head. Gotha appeared somewhat young when facing Hammer. His experience was inferior to Iron Hammer's, and he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Ager led the Wolf Riders to the battlefield quickly. At this moment, a large number of orcs are climbing up the city walls of Locktown. There are already quite a few orcs from other tribes on the city walls. Wolf Riders, prepare for battle, he shouted loudly at that moment. He quickly drew the bow and arrow from his back. Whoosh! An arrow was shot at the Iron Hammer on the city wall. Iron Hammer, who was suppressing Gotha, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling. He turned his head and saw a sharp arrow hurtling towards him. Damn it! In the nick of time, Iron Hammer only had time to slightly turn his head to the side. The arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a wound on his face. In an instant, blood streamed down Iron Hammer's left cheek. He felt a chill of fear. The arrow had almost pierced his skull. Anger welled up inside him. Iron Hammer glanced coldly at Ager in the direction the arrow had come from. A young and strong orc. Although Iron Hammer had no recollection of ever seeing this orc in the Wolf Slave tribe. But Hammer knew that the other party must be an orc from the Wolf Slave tribe. Otherwise they wouldn't have helped Gotha. Hey, Gotha. This little brat must be one of the orcs from your Wolf Slave tribe. He's barely an adult, and he dares to bare his teeth at me. I'm going to break his bones one by one. Iron Hammer chuckled, revealing a mouthful of ferocious teeth. Release the arrows. At Ager's command, the Wolf Riders behind him raised their bows and arrows. Swish, swish. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously. Arrows rained down on the orcs of the Ironhead tribe. The orcs of the Iron Skull tribe did not have armor or other defensive weapons. The first volley of arrows fell, and nearly 100 orcs fell to the ground. At the same time, the appearance of the Wolf Riders also attracted the attention of the Iron Skull tribe's orcs. Iron Hammer raised his bone hammer and struck Gotha hard, knocking him back. Gotha then lightly leaped and landed on the city wall. The bone hammer pointed at the Wolf Riders behind him. The sons of the Iron Skull tribe, those damned orcs from the Wolf Slave tribe, actually tried to ambush us. Kill them. Let these orcs of the Wolf Slave tribe know that the great beast god favors our Ironhead tribe. Roar! Below the city wall, the orcs of the Ironhead tribe roared as they charged toward the Wolf Riders. Their anger shifted from the orcs on the city walls to the Wolf Riders. Tear these orc scum of the Wolf Slave tribe to shreds. For the Ironhead tribe, the Iron Skull tribe's orcs charged towards the Wolf Riders. Infantry against cavalry. The difference is obvious. Ager raised his battle axe high and then charged. The wolf's thick limbs made it run faster and faster. As it approached the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe, the dire wolf leaped high into the air. Its sharp forepaws slammed towards an orc. It was sent flying in an instant. Aegis swung his battle axe incessantly, and every orc who approached was cleaved to the ground by his axe. The combination of wolves and orcs was a double blow to the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe. The orcs of the Iron Skull tribe were no match for them. The wolf led Ager into the Orcish horde of the Iron Skull tribe, wielding his battle axe with both hands. His exceptionally fierce appearance deterred the surrounding orcs from approaching him easily. Knock, knock, knock. Locke rode his rhinoceros to the battlefield. He then beckoned, ordering Lauren and Kane to launch an attack. Lauren and Kane did not hesitate and led their respective orcs to launch an attack. The orcs at the front, carrying large shields, continued to advance. Roar! Reinforcements! It's reinforcements from the Wolf Slave tribe. The orcs of the Iron Skull tribe noticed the reappearance of the orc army behind them. Their previous advantage in numbers is no longer there. Chief, the Wolf Slave tribe has sent reinforcements again. A half-orc from the Iron Skull tribe quickly approached Iron Hammer and roared at the top of his lungs. What? How many more orcs have arrived? Iron Hammer asked angrily. They now outnumber our Iron Skull tribe's orcs. Upon hearing this, Iron Hammer felt a chill run down his spine. The orcs of the Wolf Slave tribe were well equipped. Iron Hammer originally intended to use his numerical advantage to overwhelm these 200 orcs. Unexpectedly, the number of orcs in the wolf slave tribe had exceeded 1,000. This thwarted Iron Hammer's original plan. Damn wolf slave tribe. Let's retreat. Iron Hammer knew that if the fight continued, the Iron Skull tribe would be wiped out. He was forced to issue the order to retreat. Hammer suddenly exerted force, forcing Gotha back, and then jumped down the city wall. This height of over 10 meters posed no challenge whatsoever for Iron Hammer, a level 5 orc. Bang! With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Iron Hammer glanced back at the Iron Skull tribe orcs on the city wall. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Don't blame me. Blame it on that despicable wolf slave tribe. It is your honor to sacrifice for the Ironhead tribe. It was clear that Iron Hammer intended to abandon the orcs on the city walls. Seeing that their chieftain had abandoned them, the orcs on the city wall lost all will to fight. Some orcs leaped directly off the city wall. Bang! Bang! In an instant, orcs began to jump down from the city wall like dumplings being dropped into a pot. While such a height wouldn't necessarily kill these orcs, breaking their legs was inevitable. Chapter 98 Iron Hammer Retreats, Duel. A half-orc with a broken leg is completely worthless in the tribe. They could only barely survive by relying on the tribe's aid. Some tribes would even drive out the crippled orcs and leave them to fend for themselves. Lauren and Kane led the orcs to surround them. The shield at the forefront blocked the charging enemy orcs. The sharp spears relentlessly reaped the lives of the enemy orcs. Don't panic. Follow me and break out of here. Iron Hammer roared. He pushed his way through the crowded orcs and came to the front of the line. He raised the bone hammer in his hand and smashed it down on the shield. Thump! With a loud bang, the shield and the orc behind it were both sent flying. The once flawless formation suddenly developed a gap. Iron Hammer was overjoyed and was about to rush towards the gap. Suddenly, a spike club slammed down on the Iron Hammer. This forced him to retreat and avoid it. The gap was immediately plugged again. Damn scum! Who is it? Iron Hammer's eyes almost spit fire. He stared angrily behind the shield, trying to find out who had just attacked. He almost broke through the encirclement. Once he gets inside the enemy's formation, his strength is enough to break through it. My dear Iron Hammer brother. Haven't seen you for a long time. A figure emerged from the shield. It's you. Kane. Why? Have you joined the wolf slave tribe? Hammer stared in shock at Kane, who had appeared before him. As you can see, Hammer, surrender. I will beg the great Lord Locke to spare your life. Kane seemed to have some connection with Iron Hammer and immediately tried to persuade him to surrender. He knew very well the strength of the Locke Legion. Iron Hammer had no chance of winning. Kun, I never imagined you'd become so timid. They actually chose to seek refuge with such a small tribe as the wolf slave tribe. To be honest, I looked down on you a bit. Surrender? That's something only a coward would do. I, Iron Hammer, will only live standing up, never dying kneeling. Kane shook his head. He knew he couldn't explain it clearly. Hammer won't listen to his own opinions. Lauren stepped out from behind the shield. Iron Hammer, how dare you invade Locktown? They're after our wolf slave tribe. Today I'll show you what Lauren is all about. It's you. Lauren, you've actually advanced to a level 5 orc warrior. By the god of beasts. How was that possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lauren glanced at Can, and the two orcs, wielding spiked clubs and great axes, moved towards Iron Hammer from the left and right. Thump! A dull thud came from the city wall. Gotha jumped down from the city wall. Gotha, wielding a large sword, charged toward the location of the hammer. Every orc who tried to attack was cleaved to the ground by his blade. 3 orc warriors surrounded Iron Hammer, 2 in front and 1 behind. Damn it! I challenge you to a duel. In the name of the beast god. Iron Hammer knew he was no match for those 3 level 5 orc warriors. He wanted to fight to gain a chance at survival. Hearing the duel, the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe all looked at Iron Hammer with excitement. In their eyes, Iron Hammer, the chieftain of the Iron Skull tribe, was a powerful half-orc. I fear no one in a one-on-one duel. Roar. Duel. In the name of the beast god. The orcs of the Iron Skull tribe raised their weapons high and shouted incessantly. Their morale also rose to a very high level. Gotha, Lauren, and Kane, the 3 orcs, looked at each other in bewilderment. They knew, of course, that they might not necessarily be able to beat Iron Hammer in a one-on-one fight. Especially Gotha, who had just had a brief encounter with Iron Hammer. Having been constantly suppressed by Iron Hammer, he naturally knew Iron Hammer's strength. The three orc warriors remained silent. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Iron Hammer's lips. He had accurately predicted that these three might not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Ow! Are you scared? Three spineless cowards. Seeing that the three orcs made no move, Iron Hammer knew that he had them under control. Hey, I, Adalric, accept this duel. A hoarse, weathered voice came from behind the Lock Legion. The orcs voluntarily made way for them, creating a wide path. A one-horned rhinoceros, as large as a small mountain, emerged. Two orcs are standing on the back of the rhinoceros. Adalic jumped off the rhinoceros's back. Iron Hammer, I accept this duel. In the name of the beast god. It's Adalic. That damned old orc is still alive. Hammer's face was grim as he looked at Adalic, who was hunched over but full of energy. This elderly level 5 orc was quite famous among the chieftains of their small tribes. Looking at Adalic's hunched figure, a sense of confidence slowly appeared in Hammer's eyes. The other party is already very old, so there is nothing to fear. Bring it on. Adalic, in the name of the beast god. I, Iron Hammer, challenge you to a duel. In the name of the beast god. I, Adalic, choose to accept. With a roar, Iron Hammer tore off the animal hide, covering his body, revealing his muscular physique. Adalic roared in response, tearing the animal hide from his body. Its somewhat withered body was exposed. Hammer glanced at the weapon in Adalic's hand. A battle axe. The sharp axe blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Seeing the extremely sharp battle axe in Adalic's hand, Iron Hammer's lips curled up slightly. He threw the bone hammer in his hand to the ground. His fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. According to the rules of orc duels, if one side chooses not to use a weapon, the other side must also refrain from using a weapon. This orc does have some cleverness. Seeing Iron Hammer throw away his weapon, Locke couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Seeing this, Adalic did not hesitate and chopped his battle axe into the ground. Both orcs roared simultaneously. The next second, he charged towards the other party. Bang! The two orcs used no special techniques, only brute force, and collided head-on. A collision sounded, and the two began to struggle. Iron Hammer's muscles bulged like stones, and his face was flushed red. Adalic's withered body appeared somewhat calm, showing no sign of strength whatsoever. With a sudden burst of force, the hammer shoved Adalic away. He then swung his right fist and smashed it into Adalic's cheek. Adalic retaliated without backing down. The two orcs exchanged blows, each injuring the other without trying to dodge. The surrounding orcs would occasionally erupt in cheers and shouts of encouragement, especially the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe. This duel is crucial to the future of these orcs. Soon, the faces of the two orcs were covered in blood. Chapter 99, Recruiting Iron Hammer, Four-Dimensional Attributes, reached the critical point. Adalic, you're getting old. Your fists have no strength left. With each blow, the hammer clenched its teeth. Adalic's punches didn't seem to have the strength one would expect at his age. You little brat. The last orc who underestimated me got his neck snapped by my own hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Adalic increased the force of his punch. Thump! A heavy right fist slammed into Iron Hammer's cheek. Iron Hammer staggered. He felt as if he had not been hit by Adalic's fist, but rather by a huge bone club. A strong sense of dizziness shot straight to the top of his head, and everything around him seemed to slow down in Iron Hammer's eyes. Buzz. When Iron Hammer reacted, his huge fist came straight for his face. Bang! Iron Hammer couldn't help but take several steps back before he fell to the ground. Just as he regained his footing, Adalic had already rapidly approached him. Fists rained down on his head. Iron Hammer clutched his head tightly. This reminded him of a similar scene when he was a child and was beaten by other orcs. Back then, he was beaten unconscious by those orcs. No, Iron Hammer, will not lose. With a roar, Iron Hammer endured the pain and straightened his chest, ready to fight back. However, reality is always cruel. Adalic's punch seemed to have immense power, so strong that Hammer couldn't even straighten his back. His fist slammed mercilessly down on the hammer's head. Even one of Iron Hammer's beast teeth was smashed off. When Edelik stopped, Iron Hammer's face was no longer recognizable. Blood covered his entire face, and he lay motionless on the ground like a dead dog. Edelik lifted the hammer by the neck with one hand, like he was lifting a chick. The next second, all the orcs in Locke's legion cheered in victory. We won. Edelik won. They looked at the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe with eyes full of pride. The orcs of the Iron Skull tribe all lowered their heads. We lost. Their chieftain Iron Hammer has been defeated. Edelik, holding the hammer by the neck, looked in Locke's direction. Locke nodded at him. Edelik immediately understood and threw the hammer from his hand to the ground. A huge shadow fell over the hammer. He slowly opened his eyes. A rhinoceros with a body the size of Small Mountain came into Iron Hammer's view. Looking up from the unicorn, a thin, half-orc figure came into Iron Hammer's view. Death or submission? Locke spoke calmly. Now his Locke Legion needs more orcs. However, if Iron Hammer does not submit, Locke would not mind killing him. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept? We lost. Utter defeat. Despite his resentment, Iron Hammer was ultimately afraid of death. The hammer lowered its proud head. I surrender. Bite. Congratulations, host. Recruitment successful. Reward. 1 gold coin. Locke then launched a recruitment drive for all the orcs of the Iron Skull tribe. Unsurprisingly, with the hammer's offer of submission, these orcs chose to submit. He also received 530 gold coins. Bite. Congratulations, host, for launching a war and winning it. The host is rewarded with 2,000 gold coins, 2 magic crystal cannons, and 1 level 1 energy absorption and conversion device. Seeing that Iron Hammer looked rather miserable, Locke did not hesitate to exchange for a bottle of basic recovery potion. Drink it. The tone was commanding. With trembling hands, Iron Hammer accepted the basic recovery potion. He didn't know what it was. Glug. Iron Hammer's injuries are healing rapidly. He stood up quickly. Lord Locke. Hammer bowed his head in respect. Why are you attacking my Locktown? Locke asked casually. For the sake of the territory, Lord Locke, my Iron Skull tribe needs population and territory to expand. The fastest way to get these is to plunder. Locke nodded. The orc race was essentially a nomadic hunting civilization, instead of an agrarian civilization like that of humankind. As long as there is no war, the human race will become stronger and stronger. Lauren and Kane led the orcs to clean up the battlefield, while Locke headed straight for the center of Locktown. His Locke Legion now has more than 1,500 orc units. You'll unlock Tier 3 Legion soon once you reach 2,000 units. The Tier 3 Legion's shop offers potions that allow you to advance from Tier 5 to Tier 6 and gain magical power within your body. However, the priority now is to improve our own strength and that of the Locke Legion. This time, we brought back quite a few good things from the treasure vault of Sunset City. There are a full 100,000 gold coins. These gold coins are enough for Locke to arm the orcs of Locke's Legion to the teeth. However, for now, we should focus on improving our own strength. I bought all the strength, speed, stamina, and mental potions. It cost Locke a full 15,100 gold coins. After drinking these potions, Locke's strength, speed, stamina, and mental attributes all increased to 59. It's just a few attribute values away from the 60 mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your advancement to level 5 Orc Warrior. Ding! Congratulations on your advancement to level 4 Mage. You have gained the skill Earth Control. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to level 5 Mage and gained the skill Dark Manipulation. Asterisk. Locke's face was full of smiles. He was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being filled with power. His palm was facing down, and the ground collapsed layer by layer in the next moment. He then extended his palm, and a large mass of dark energy appeared in it. This dark aura seemed capable of devouring everything around it. Locke stood up and walked outside. He spotted the huge rhinoceros at a glance. I wonder what it will be like when you become a level 5 magical beast. With that in mind, Locke exchanged for another 30 bottles of strength potions. He poured it all into the rhinoceros's mouth. This one-horned rhinoceros is a formidable weapon on the battlefield, possessing immense strength and robust defense. much like an armored bulldozer. This big guy would definitely be enough for him to show off as his mount. Roar! The rhinoceros roared. That's when it roars in excitement after sensing a surge in power. The one-horned rhinoceros, which was originally 5 meters tall, has now grown to a height of 10 meters. The thick layer of skin on its body is arranged in regular patches like scales. The most outrageous thing is that single horn, sharp, hard, is over 3 meters long. I'm afraid even the walls of Locktown wouldn't withstand a single blow from a unicorn rhinoceros. Once it reaches level 5, the loyalty of the one-horned rhinoceros also increases to 80%. Chapter 100. A great surge in strength, the new Lock Legion. Lock reached out and patted the big guy on the head. The rhinoceros immediately brought its head closer. It's time to strengthen the Lock Legion. As Lock's birth tribe, the Wolf Slave tribe naturally deserves special attention. Lock directly formed a personal guard legion as the core force to protect himself. All the orcs in this guard legion were orcs from the Wolf Slave tribe. There are 224 orcs in total. One Eye and One Ear each served as deputy legion commanders, leading 112 orcs. Since they're the personal guard, their strength cannot be too weak. Lock first spent nearly 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the strength of One Eye and One Ear to the level of a level 5 orc warrior. As for the remaining orcs, most of them were at the first or second level of strength. Lock raised all the level 1 orc warriors to level 2. It takes about several hundred gold coins to upgrade a level 1 orc warrior to level 2. 10 orc warriors are worth several thousand gold coins. The advancement of over 100 level 1 orcs to level 2 cost Lock more than 60,000 gold coins. This allowed all the orc warriors in the entire Royal Guard to be promoted to level 2. With over 40,000 gold coins remaining, Lock first directly upgraded Aegir to a level 5 orc warrior. This cost another 1,000 gold coins. Only now did Lock realize the feeling of spending money like water. However, all of this resulted in an increase in strength. With strength, gold coins will be able to be plundered sooner or later. The richest were still the human nobles. Lock had made up his mind that once he was powerful enough, he would definitely rob those nobles of the empire. Lock directly elevated the strength of the other level 5 orc warriors in Lock's legion to the peak of level 5 orc warriors. This undoubtedly cost Lock a lot of gold coins, but was all worth it. Adalric, Goldheart, Lauren, Kane, Iger, Hammer, and that damned hat. Of course, there are also 2 humans, Doran and Feller. These are all Lock's core members. He will rely on these level 5 experts to expand his territory and achieve great things in the future. The original structure of a Lock Legion was completely dismantled. First, select the stronger orcs to form a heavy armored legion. Lauren and Iron Hammer served as the Legion Commander and Deputy Legion Commander of the Heavy Armor Legion, respectively. Both of these orcs were short-tempered and suited for charging into battle. Then an infantry corps was formed. The original intention was to have Adalic serve as the commander of the Infantry Legion. But when Lock thought about Adalic having to protect him closely, he gave up. Kim was appointed as the commander of the Infantry Corps, and Gotha as the Deputy Commander of the Infantry Corps. Then there was the Reconnaissance Regiment. The current reconnaissance unit only has 2 people, Doran and Feller. An assassin, highly skilled at concealing his whereabouts. A thief can skillfully avoid the enemy's line of sight. These 2 appear to be members of a reconnaissance unit that had been prepared long ago. After assigning the Lock Legion to various units, Lock reopened the system panel. Name Lock. Race Orc. Strength 59. Adult strength is 5. Speed 59. Stamina, 59. Spirit, 59. Magic power, 7,500. Intelligence, 80,100. Strength, 40,100. Magic affinity, 70,100. Talent, recruitment. Second tier legions, Royal Guard Legion, 224, Wolf Rider Legion, 200, Heavy Infantry Legion, 630, Infantry Legion, 610, Scout Legion, 2. Legion skill. War Horn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 20%. Enemy units are inflicted with fear, reducing their strength and speed by 20%. Gold coins, 44676. Magic Crystal Cannon. 15. Siege Crossbow. 1. Level 1 Energy Absorption Device. 5. Level 1 Energy Defense Core. 4. Skills: Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Cone, Earth Control, Dark Manipulation. Looking at his attribute panel, Locke was very satisfied. Whoosh! A parchment scroll appeared in Locke's hands. Ding! Level 2 Town Blueprint detected. Use now. Level 2 Town Blueprint. Level 1 Town 1, 40,000 gold coins. Use now. Use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Level 2 town. They originally had over 40,000 gold coins, but now they're all gone. Locke Town, a Tier 2 town. Town area, 20,000 square meters. City wall height, 20 meters. This 20-meter height can hinder most enemies. Locke left after doing all this. He's going to see a friend. Mark, someone I wanted to meet for a long time. Mark felt he had narrowly escaped with his life this time. I must have had the worst luck in ages to encounter a war between orcs in Locktown. Oh, Mark, my dear friend, you must have brought a lot of good stuff this time, right? Oh, my dearest orc brother, this time I did not disappoint you. These were all exchanged for those precious gems. Mark explained to Locke as he took the weapons and equipment out of his spatial ring. Mark exchanged all the gems for these weapons and equipment. Splash! These were all blacksmiths that Mark personally found. Weapons and equipment specifically designed for orcs. The trade was completed quickly, with each person acquiring an orc. Mark took another batch of refined iron ore, which he planned to exchange for gold coins on his next visit. Once the deal was done, Mark led Brooke and several human cavalrymen under his command away from Locktown. In the days that followed, everything in Locktown proceeded according to plan. The Royal Guard protects the very center of Locktown. That was where Locke lived. The infantry legions of Can and Gotha were responsible for the defense of the town of Locke. As for the heavy armor legions, the weapons and equipment of these half-orcs were not yet fully developed. Ager continued to lead the wolf riders out to hunt magical beasts. On the one hand, it was to save food, and, on the other hand, it was also to train these wolf riders. Days passed by like this, one after another. Refined iron ore. The humans who are cultivating the land are systematically mining refined iron ore. Baskets of refined iron ore were transported out. Then the orcs loaded them onto the wagon. Once the carriage was full, an orc used a large piece of animal hide to completely cover the carriage. Then a group of orcs escorted the carriage toward the town of Locke. Throughout the entire iron mine, everyone was working enthusiastically, while the orcs merely kept watch around the perimeter, completely unaware that in the dense thicket, a pair of cunning eyes were greedily watching the scene in the iron ore mine. Chapter 101 Discussing Expansion. A short figure with green skin disappeared into the bushes. Judging from its back, it's clearly a goblin. Once everything in Locktown is running smoothly, Locke will begin his conquest. Tiger had previously told him that the large tribes were going to annex the smaller orc tribes. For the Tiger clan, annexing too many orc tribes would be detrimental to Tiger's rule. But Locke didn't have this problem. Now he can use the name of the Tiger tribe to annex other orc tribes. However, small tribes are fine, but if you encounter a medium-sized tribe, it has orc warriors of level 5 or higher. With just one level 6 orc warrior, the entire Locke Legion would likely face annihilation. But now he is at least a member of the Tiger tribe, and a priest at that. It would be a disservice to myself not to take advantage of such external help. Why not? As soon as he finished speaking, a half-orc with only one eye walked over. Lord Locke, what can I do for you? Go to the Tiger tribe and request an audience with Chief Tiger. Tell us, our wolf slave tribe, that we need a level 9 orc warrior. Yes, Lord Locke. Upon receiving the order, One Eye immediately turned around, mounted a demon wolf, and galloped towards the outskirts of Locktown. With this level 9 orc warrior, we can deal with those medium-sized orc tribes. Moreover, because I'm operating under the name of the Violent Tiger tribe, other large tribes don't dare to touch me. Locke couldn't help but praise his own intelligence in his heart. Even without news of the one-eyed man, Locke was preparing to launch a war. He desperately needed to recruit 2,000 orcs. This will unlock the level 3 shop, which sells items that can upgrade you to level 6. Locke waved and One Ear immediately ducked and ran over. Lord Locke, Go and summon the commander and deputy commander of the Locke Legion. Yes, Lord Locke. Before long, several orcs were standing in a hall. Adalric, Loren, Goldheart, Kane, Egger, Hammerhard. Of course, there are also two human figures, Doran and Feller. As soon as Locke entered the hall, all the orcs bowed respectfully to him. Locke sat in the main seat and glanced at everyone. Then he waved for everyone to sit down. The reason I've called you all here today is to discuss whether it's time for our Locke Legion to expand its territory. Upon hearing about territorial expansion, everyone knew that war was imminent. The orcs' faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Besides Hader, there are Doran and Feller. War means that many people will die. It is very possible that they could also die if they are not careful. For orcs, death in battle is the inevitable end of life. Lord Locke, it's time for the Locke Legion to expand its territory. The Abaddon Empire has now completely lost control of this land. This is our opportunity. Loren spoke first, revealing that he had long wanted to expand outward from Locktown as its center. As soon as Loren spoke, Kane and Hammer immediately voiced their support. Neither of these two orcs was willing to develop in a stable manner. Gotha looked at Edelic, then at Locke. He didn't say anything. These orcs were driven by a warlike gene, so naturally no one disagreed. Har, what do you think? Locke suddenly turned to look at the goblin. With the help of the strength potion, had successfully reached the level of a level 5 goblin warrior. Had was very satisfied with his abilities, which he believed he had achieved. All he wants now is to recruit more goblin minions and enjoy himself. Great Lord Locke, I fully support everything you have decided. Dolan Feller, what about you? Doran and Phil were originally an enemy race of the orcs. These two naturally wouldn't raise any objections. Since that's the case, let's talk about the tribes near our town of Locke. As he spoke, Locke looked at Egger. Egger, who frequently led the Wolf Riders on hunting expeditions, naturally knew which orc tribes were near Locktown. Lord Locke, the valley closest to Locktown is home to the Blood Axe tribe, a small orc tribe. There are 2 level 5 orc warriors in the tribe. The other is in the forest to the north, the Crack Claw tribe, a medium-sized orc tribe. The chieftain of the Crack Claw tribe is a level 6 orc warrior. This level 6 orc warrior. The first to be shocked was Hader. Upon hearing that the enemy chieftain's strength had reached level 6, fear began to creep into their hearts. Level 6. Hader knew very well what kind of strength this was. With his level 5 goblin warrior strength, he probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from the opponent. Level 6. This is indeed a problem. After all, there is no one in the Locke Legion who has surpassed level 5. But don't worry, I've already sent One-Eye to the Tiger tribe to get reinforcements. Our immediate task is to conquer the Blood Axe tribe. Lord Locke, I, Loren, am willing to lead my heavily armored legion to raise the Blood Axe tribe to the ground. Right, Lord Locke. We, the heavy armored legion, will take over the Blood Axe tribe. We will absolutely make the Blood Axe tribe submit to Lord Locke. When Kid saw Loren speak, he quickly patted his chest and assured her. Both of them have a warlike gene in their bones. If a battle breaks out, you should definitely join in. Snort, let's leave it to our infantry corps. I've dealt with the Blood Axe tribe before. Their chieftain was a defeated foe of mine. Iron Hammer stepped forward. Having just submitted, he naturally wanted to show off in front of Locke. After all, Locke had promoted him to the peak of level 5 orc warrior. Only the blood and heads of his enemies can prove his loyalty. Locke watched as Hammer and Loren were arguing fiercely. Both sides are vying for the opportunity to play. After a moment's thought, Locke made his decision. Loren, King, you will lead the heavy infantry legion into battle. We must wipe out the Blood Axe tribe. Remember, surrender and you will not be killed. Our primary objective is the Blood Axe tribe's territory and population. Locke couldn't go to every battle with them. He wanted to train these orcs to be able to stand on their own. Yes, the great Lord Locke. Loren and Kane exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. The two said in unison. As for the Crack Claw tribe, Locke pondered, touching his forehead. The chieftain of the Crack Claw tribe is a level 6 orc warrior, which is a difficult problem. Only when the Tiger tribe arrives with their help can he set his sights on the Crack Claw tribe. Chapter 102: The Cracked Claw Tribe Attacks. First, guard against the Cracked Claw Tribe. Try to avoid conflict with the orcs of the Cracked Claw Tribe. Yes, Lord Locke. The group left the hall one by one. Only Lauren and Kane looked excited, because they had been given the chance to fight. The two orcs immediately began to gather the orcs of the Heavy Armor Legion and take a head count. There were no unnecessary movements. He quickly led the heavily armored legion toward the outskirts of Locktown. The humans in Locktown, seeing this, naturally understood that these orcs were about to start another war. But this has nothing to do with them. Although they were ruled by these orcs, it was still many times stronger than the rule of the Abaddon Empire. Here, you don't have to worry about high taxes or imperial military service. During wartime, these ordinary civilians were forcibly conscripted by the Empire. In Locke's eyes, these ordinary human residents were at best cannon fodder. Locke didn't even consider it a good match. As long as these humans work for him obediently, that's enough. Build city walls far, mine. Then we'll bring some blacksmiths who know how to forge iron. This way, Locke wouldn't need to rely on trading to maintain the daily operations of his Locke Legion. Once the heavily armored corps left, the entire town of Locke returned to peace. Around dusk, two orc warriors stumbled and ran toward the town of Locke. Even from a distance, the orcs guarding the city gate spotted the two wounded orcs. They were orcs responsible for transporting fine iron or daily. Roar! What happened? Seeing the anxious looks on the two orcs' faces, the orc guarding the city asked urgently. Call! Quick! Quick! A tribe is attacking. Several orcs hurriedly carried the two seriously injured orcs away. The news quickly reached Locke's ears. Which tribe is it? How many orcs are there? What is the chief's strength? Locke looked down at the two wounded orcs and, suppressing his anger, asked them. These two orcs were transporting fine iron ore. Needless to say, there's definitely no more refined iron ore left. Those are pure gold coins. Locke felt extremely distressed at the thought of losing several truckloads of refined iron ore. However, the matter is already settled, and no amount of heartache can change it. The most important thing now is to figure out which tribe it belongs to. The closest tribes to Locktown are Bloodaxe and Crackclaw. Of course, it's also possible that it wasn't one of those two tribes. The two heavily wounded orcs looked at each other and shook their heads. Hiss! Locke put his hand to his forehead, speechless. I know nothing when asked. These orcs are all single-minded. You shouldn't expect to get anything useful out of them. Dead. They're all dead. Lord Locke, you must avenge those orc brothers who died. Bloodshed can only be repaid with bloodshed and death. Upon hearing this, Locke couldn't help but want to laugh. He can't say anything useful, but he's really good at stirring up trouble. However, this wasn't because these two orcs were stirring things up. They simply believe that if you hit me, I have to hit you back. There's absolutely no logic to it. So how did you two escape back? Locke couldn't understand it at all. These two orcs weren't that strong. How did they manage to escape? We have chosen to duel. In the name of the beast god. They ultimately defeated their opponent. At this point, the two orcs' eyes were filled with pride. Even Locke couldn't help but admire the luck of these two orcs. It seems they were truly blessed by Lady Luck. Lord Locke, those orcs' target is our Locktown. I can already see them heading this way. Damn it. It seems these orcs' original target was Locktown. They just happened to run into a wagon transporting refined iron ore. Locke quickly pieced together the whole story. Those foolish orcs had no idea of the price of these fine iron ore. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to attack Locktown. Why not just occupy the iron ore mine directly? Another ambitious opponent, but I wonder which tribe it is. As he spoke, Locke walked outside. He was going to the city wall to wait for the orcs to attack. The news of the orc tribe's attack had been circulating for some time. At this moment, the city walls were filled with orcs from Locke's legion. We are ready to wait for the enemy to launch an attack at any time. The 20-meter-high city wall was enough for those orcs to climb for a long time. Edelic, Goldheart, Hammer, Had, One Ear, Doran, and Feller all stood behind Locke. They're here. Locke spoke calmly. On the distant horizon, a dark shadow is approaching. Soon the silhouette of the shadowy figure was revealed. That was a huge group of orcs. The Cracked Claw tribe, Adelic said from behind, enunciating each word clearly. That's a medium-sized orc tribe. Their chieftain has even reached the level of a level 6 orc warrior. Ironhammer's tone was filled with deep apprehension. Upon hearing that there was a level 6 orc warrior, everyone couldn't help but feel tense. Locke frowned, but he quickly relaxed. The 20-meter-high city wall was an impregnable fortress for the orcs. Only level 6 orc warriors can climb up quickly. The rest of the orcs will require a lot more effort. Locke did not believe that as a tribal chief, the other party would disregard his status and attack the city. Moreover, he also possesses numerous magic crystal cannons. Magic crystal cannon. Start charging. With a thought from Locke, the level 1 energy absorption and conversion device began to operate. The energy in the monster crystal core, which was originally placed next to the level 1 energy absorption and conversion device, was rapidly absorbed. Then it transformed into streams of azure energy and was input into the magic crystal cannon. Soon, streaks of pale blue patterns lit up on the magic crystal cannon. Chief of the Talk Claw tribe, a level 6 orc warrior. He looked at the town of Locke ahead and frowned. What we're seeing here is hardly a small town. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a city. The height of this city wall is comparable to that of human cities. Talk looked at Locktown, not considering whether the Crack Claw tribe could swallow this piece of meat. Instead, his eyes were filled with greed. With such a city, the defense of his Crack Claw tribe within the Empire's territory would be greatly improved. Talk leisurely arrived at the city gate, looking arrogantly at the orc figures on the city wall. As the chieftain of a medium-sized tribe, Talk held these orc tribes of small tribes in utter contempt. Chapter 103 The Crack Claw Tribe Siege. Magic Crystal Cannon. Bombard them hard. Locke suddenly spoke. Listen up, orcs of the Wolf Slave Tribe. I am Talk, the chieftain of the Crack Claw tribe. As long as you obediently open the city gates. Boom! Boom! Before Talk could finish speaking, a series of booming sounds came from the city wall. The 15 magic crystal cannons roared one after another. Locke had no intention of giving the other party a chance to speak. The energy cannon exploded among the orcs, blasting all the nearby orcs away. The roar caught the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe off guard. These are weapons that humans possess, so how come a small tribe of orcs now has them? Damn it! Where do they get those magic crystal cannons from? Only then did Talk notice the rows of magic crystal cannons on the city wall. A total of 15 planes inflicted heavy damage on the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe. Spread. Scatter quickly. Talk roared loudly. Talk had personally experienced the power of the magic crystal cannon. Only by dispersing can casualties be minimized. Damn scum of the Wolf Slave Tribe. Prepare to face judgment from the Cracklaw tribe. Charge. Talk roared, commanding the Cracklaw tribe's orcs to charge. Chief, I never expected the Wolf Slave Tribe to be such a tough nut to crack. A level 5 orc next to Talk gritted his teeth as he looked at the walls of Locktown. A tough nut to crack? Today we must show the Wolf Slave Tribe the difference between a small and a medium-sized orc tribe. I'm furious, Talk said. The orcs of the Cracklaw tribe roared and launched an attack on the city walls. The leader was a level 5 orc warrior. Release the arrows. Shoot the arrows. As the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe entered his firing range, Locke gave the order to fire without hesitation. Swish, swish. Arrows rained down on the Cracklaw tribe. In an instant, it pierced through the skin of some of the orcs. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams and wails filled the air. These orcs would not back down in fear of death without the chief's orders. Before the first wave of arrows had even completely landed, the second wave of arrows swept towards the direction of the Cracklaw tribe. In the current situation, the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe are completely at a disadvantage. The most tense moment has arrived. The orcs were almost to the walls of Locktown. Roar! Soon, the walls of Locktown were filled with orcs. The leading level 5 orc warrior raised the bone in his hand. The next second, he took a running start and then crashed into the city gate. Thump! A crisp sound of impact rang out. However, this amount of force was simply not enough to break open the heavy city gate. Seeing that the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe were completely unable to fight the enemy head-on, Talk couldn't help but feel anxious. His gaze fell upon the city wall. Climb the city wall. Damn Wolf Slave Tribe. If you've got the guts, open the city gates and fight us, the Cracklaw tribe, fair and square. Talk knew that the city gate wouldn't be opened so easily. They also lacked large siege equipment. Therefore, the only option was to climb the city wall. Tok kept cursing. He hoped to anger the orcs of the wolf slave tribe in this way, and then go out of the city to fight the Crack Claw tribe. If it were any other orc, they probably would have already rushed out of the city. However, he encountered Locke. Locke acted as if he hadn't heard Tok's curses. He continued to watch the charging orcs below, oblivious to his surroundings. After receiving Tok's instructions, some of the orcs from the Crack Claw tribe took out fist-sized green seeds. Slap, slap, slap. The seeds were thrown onto the ground. The orcs slit their wrists. Fresh blood gushed onto the green seeds. Click, click, click. Soon, the green seeds emitted a series of cracking sounds. The original green skin cracked instantly. A green vine began to grow upwards along the city wall. As it absorbed more and more blood, the vines climbed all the way to the top of the city wall. The tendrils of the vines clung tightly to the city wall. Damn it! It's the Shadow Vine, Adolic roared. Without Adolic saying a word, the orcs on the city wall swung their weapons at the Shadow Vine. They wanted to cut off the tentacles of the Shadow Vine. However, whenever the tentacles are cut off, the Shadow Vine absorbs the blood and the tentacles grow back. Demon Shadow Vine. Locke didn't know much about this kind of monster. This is a demon. Plants have come to life. This monster can grow rapidly by consuming blood. The reason why we were able to quickly conquer Linby City was largely due to the help of the Shadow Vine. However, the seeds of the Shadow Vine are not easy to find. Generally, only Shadow Vine of at least level 7 can produce seeds. How could Tok, a mere level 6 orc warrior, possibly obtain these seeds? Adolic was somewhat puzzled. A level 7 Shadow Vine was not something an ordinary person would dare to provoke. Even a level 7 orc warrior could have his blood drained if he's not careful. Now is not the time to think about these things. The Crack Claw tribe has thousands of orcs. If they manage to climb onto the city walls, we'll be in real danger. Locke said seriously. Among the orcs of the Crack Claw tribe, only Tok was someone Locke was wary of. The Shadow Vines grew all the way up the city wall, and the orcs below began to climb up them. The orcs on the city wall took out their bows and arrows and shot them straight at the orcs below. Whoosh! Swoosh! Some of the climbing orcs were hit by arrows and fell off the Shadow Vines with screams. Snap! Falling from such a height would severely injure or even kill those orcs. The arrows were quickly used up. The orcs on the city wall raised the wooden sticks and stones they had prepared beforehand and threw them down from the wall. Bang, bang, bang! Large numbers of orcs were smashed down by the Shadow Vines. Tok watched the orcs of the Crack Claw tribe dying one after another on the Shadow Vine, his eyes filled with endless rage. The current Crack Claw tribe is using orc lives to fill this wall. Locke arrived next to the Shadow Vine. Boom! A large ball of flame rose from Locke's hand. He could sense that the Shadow Vine beside him had an authentic fear of fire. All plants, by instinct, fear fire. This is a memory etched deep within the plant's magical genes. Locke waved his hand and threw the fireball at the vines. Boom! The next second, the entire vine burst into flames under the influence of fire. Slap, slap, slap. The vines kept making loud, cracking noises. Soon after the flames subsided, the Shadow Vine was char black. The entire Shadow Vine was riddled with holes, and large swaths of ash fell to the ground. The entire Shadow Vine was completely burned to ashes by Locke's flames. Chapter 1-0 for the Battle of the City. As the flames approached, the orc on the Shadow Vine jumped to the ground. Knowing that these Shadow Vines are afraid of fire makes things much easier. Fireballs rained down on the Shadow Vine. The fireball burst into flames the moment it touched the Shadow Vine. A burnt smell lingered in the air. Pour oil into the moat. Click! A gap appeared in the city wall. The next second, kerosene began to gurgle out of the gap. The kerosene flowed down the city wall into the moat. Soon, a large amount of kerosene flowed into the previously dry moat. These orcs were all too familiar with the smell of kerosene. That's how those human cities dealt with them. Oil. It's kerosene. In an instant, the orcs who were in the moat tumbled and scrambled to escape. They were afraid that if they were too slow to escape, they would get caught in the crossfire. The orcs behind charged forward, while the orcs in front frantically fled for their lives. In an instant, the orcs of the Crackclaw tribe were thrown into chaos. Wow! A fireball appeared in Locke's hand again. He tossed it gently forward. This time, however, it didn't attack the shadow vine. Instead, it drifted towards the moat. Boom! The fireball ignited into a raging fire upon contact with the oil in the moat. The surrounding orcs were all caught in the crossfire. As soon as these orcs were touched by oil, flames instantly covered their entire bodies. The merciless fire devoured the lives of the Crackclaw tribe's orcs. The original offensive momentum also came to a standstill at this moment. The orc army of the Crackclaw tribe retreated like a tide. Only a large number of orc corpses were left behind. Looking at the dead orc, Talk's eyes almost spit fire. In just one round of attacks, he lost nearly 300 orcs. Moreover, the orcs of the Crackclaw tribe didn't even manage to climb the city walls. This infuriated Talk, but also filled him with greed for the town. At this time, the town of Locke was blocked by the moat, which was burning fiercely inside. However, there is still one and only way. An arched bridge spanning the moat leading to the city gate. Thus, the orcs of the Crackclaw tribe would have to cross this single arch bridge to attack Locke Town. This would make the Crackclaw tribe suffer even greater losses. Chief Talk of the Crackclaw tribe wouldn't consider these issues. Through the sea of fire, he looked towards the city wall. Charge! Take over Locke Town. Find wine and meat for 3 days straight. Upon hearing that they could eat meat, the orcs looked at the city wall with bloodshot eyes. It was as if the orcs on the city walls were meant to be their prey. Rush! For the tribe. Soon shouts erupted from the orcs of the Crackclaw tribe. Faced with the temptation of a full stomach, these orcs were filled with the will to fight. Talk gripped the bone club tightly in his hand. This is the thigh bone of a level 6 magical beast, and its hardness and speed of magic transmission have always made Talk love it. He raised the bone club high, and streams of magical power flowed from his body into the club. Drink! Talk hurled it towards the city wall. A terrifying surge of magic erupted instantly, sweeping towards the city walls. So this is a level 6 orc warrior? Locke witnessed a massive burst of magical energy crashing towards the city wall. Thump! The ground shook violently in an instant, and Locke barely managed to steady himself. A semi-transparent protective shield appeared on the city wall, which blocked the attack. Otherwise, the city wall would definitely collapse because of this attack. This is simply beyond human capability. Although they had already witnessed the level 10 orc warriors take action, they had been very restrained in order to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Locke personally experienced the terrifying strength of a level 6 orc warrior. Even if a large number of level 5 orc warriors came, they would be no match for them. Fortunately, the level 1 energy defense core blocked the attack. However, it did deplete most of the energy within the 4 level 1 energy defense cores. It can probably only block one more attack of the same magnitude as the one just now. However, Locke was not the only one shocked at this moment. Talk was also shocked. His all-out attack couldn't even budge the walls of a small town. This made Talk wonder if his strength had declined. He soon discovered the clues. Magic Circle! A remote little town even has a magic circle. Talk exclaimed in surprise. Talk had only ever seen this magic circle in large, very important cities. The operation of a magic circle consumes a great deal of energy and effort. Moreover, a mage must be present to maintain and protect it. Damn it! This town must belong to the Crackclaw tribe. The orcs of the Crackclaw tribe charged toward the walls of Locke Town once again. They swarmed toward the only arched bridge. All 15 magic crystal cannons were aimed at the front of the arch bridge. Buzz. Boom! Each shot blasted the surrounding orcs away. However, these orcs still managed to push them to the bottom of the city wall. They quickly climbed up the city wall along the shadow vines. The arrows had long since been shot out. The orcs on the city wall would grab stones or tree trunks and smash them downwards. A fierce siege is underway. Soon the stones and tree trunks on the city wall will be almost gone. Talk looked at the orcs who had suffered heavy casualties, his eyes devoid of any emotion. It was as if it had nothing to do with me. Compared to this town, the lives of these orcs are not important. Soon the number of stones and tree trunks thrown from the city wall began to decrease. It's obvious that there's not much left. Some of the orcs from Locke's legion had already raised their weapons, waiting for the orcs who were climbing up to deliver a fatal blow. At the city gate, Aeger led his wolf riders to guard the area, to prevent enemy orcs from storming the city gates after they have climbed the city walls. Then they could coordinate with the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe outside. Roar! Finally, an orc climbed to the top of the city wall. With a bone club between his teeth, he leaped onto the city wall with a burst of strength. Before he could even steady himself, Locke cleaved him in two with a Windblade spell. After becoming a level 5 mage, Locke's skills became much more powerful. As the first orc scaled the city wall, more and more orcs followed. A fierce hand-to-hand battle instantly erupted on the city wall. However, due to the disparity in weaponry, the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe were always at a disadvantage. Hammer and Gotha looked on with excitement as they watched the orcs charging towards them. Each of them grabbed their weapons and charged towards the enemy orcs. For the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe, 2 level 5 orcs were a disaster. With Ironhammer and Gotha taking action, none of the orcs from the Cracklaw tribe could withstand a single blow from them. They quickly cleared out the enemy orcs above the city wall. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining orcs retreated to the area below the city wall. Chapter 105, The Battle of the City, Reinforcements. Withdraw. Retreat. There are level 5 orc warriors on the city walls. Faced with a powerful opponent, these orcs, though unafraid of death, did not want to die in vain. Idiot. A bunch of idiots. Tok shouted at the orcs who had suddenly retreated. This is the second time the Cracklaw tribe has been driven back. This is undoubtedly a major blow to morale. It'll be very difficult for Tok to organize another attack. Damn wolf slave tribe. It's time to show you the power of a level 6 orc warrior. Tok looked at the town of Locke and muttered to himself. It's obvious that he intends to take action himself. Great beast god, your people pray to you with fervent devotion. Please grant the Cracklaw tribe unparalleled power. Warriors of the Cracklaw tribe, follow me and charge. For the tribe, Tok stepped to the front, and the bone club in his hand once again gathered magic power. For the tribe, seeing that the chieftain was ready to charge, the orcs of the Cracklaw tribe naturally prepared to charge again. Damn it! Are we going to abandon Locke Town? Locke looked at Tok at the front. If such a level 6 orc warrior were to join the siege, it would be a devastating blow to Locke's legion. A burst of magical power erupted from the bone club and surged towards the city walls of Locke Town once again. Bang! Splash! It sounded as if a mirror was shattering. It's broken. The core of Locke Town's primary defenses has been breached. Looking at the shattered defensive shield, Tok smiled. The courage of the Cracklaw tribe. For the tribe, victory is certain. Tok charged ahead, rushing quickly toward the city walls of Locke Town. He had already made up his mind by now. Once we get onto the city walls, we'll wipe out those level 5 orc warriors. The remaining orcs had no choice but to surrender. Then, these surrendered orcs will be incorporated into the Cracklaw tribe. In this way, the orcs lost in this siege were replenished. Furthermore, the strength of the Cracklaw tribe will also be enhanced. Damn it! Withdraw. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. This is the first time Locke has wanted to escape since he came to this world. He wouldn't do something as futile as throwing an egg against a rock. The surrounding level 5 warriors were all astonished by Locke's words. Especially Had, Doran, and Feller. Locke had no time to consider anything else. He turned and was about to run towards the foot of the city wall. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura emanated from behind the Cracklaw tribe. This aura was far more powerful than that of Tok. Locke stopped his tracks upon sensing this aura. Even Tok stopped, leading the Cracklaw tribe's orcs in the charge. Who are you? Tok stood frozen in place, then turned around and asked the aura tremblingly. The orcs behind them quickly made way for them. Soon, 2 orc figures came into view. The leader was an extremely strong orc. 3 monster heads hung from his thick neck. Its body was covered with large and small monster teeth. The other orc had only 1 eye. A level 88 orc. Tok stared in shock at the approaching orcs. He dared not make the slightest move, fearing that if he displeased the other party, they might casually kill him. Lord-eyed, this is Rock Town. That's our Lord Locke on the city wall. ID followed the gaze of one eye and looked towards the city wall. He saw a thin, short orc looking at him. This must be the tribe's priest, Locke. Just as thin as Kaido's priest. Comparing Kaido's appearance to Ito's, Ito knew that Locke was indeed a magician. Soon, ID arrived at Talk's side. He glanced at Talk with disdain, naturally understanding what the orc was doing. Lord Ide. He's up to no good and wants to get back at Lord Locke. Upon hearing One-Eye's words, Talk trembled. This is clearly an attempt to embarrass Talk. Oh, a mere level 6 orc brat dares to attack a priest of our violent tiger tribe. ID's words were full of sarcasm. ID wouldn't even consider a level 6 orc warrior a threat. The violent tiger tribe. Priest. Although Talk didn't know ID, he had heard of the tiger tribe. That was one of the major orc tribes. Lord Ito, I am Talk, the chieftain of the Crack Claw tribe. I think we've misunderstood something. Upon hearing about the tiger tribe, ID immediately realized he had done something foolish. He had to find a way to ease tensions with the orcs in Locktown. His life was now entirely in ID's hands. It's an eye. The orc on the city wall spotted one eye immediately. Seeing the missing eye, Locke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer has to run away. He quickly regained his usual confident demeanor. Priest Locke, I was sent by Chief Tiger to protect you. My name is ID, an 8th level orc warrior. Locke's eyes darted around. Level 8 orc warrior? He remembered telling One-Eye that he needed a level 9 orc warrior, but instead, he was given a level 8 orc warrior. Locke took a deep breath. Level 8 is enough. What Locke didn't know was that level 9 orc warriors weren't something you could find everywhere. Even within the violent tiger tribe, the number is less than a handful. Moreover, these level 9 orc warriors have an even more important mission. How could they possibly let them leave the violent tiger tribe so easily? The fact that Tiger was an 8th level orc warrior is enough to show how much he valued Locke. Walk. Follow me out of town. Yes. Lord Locke. Squeak. The city gates were opened, and Locke walked toward ID and One-Eyed with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Welcome. My brother ID. Locke walked straight toward ID, opening his arms as he spoke, ready to give ID a big hug. As a fellow member of the violent tiger tribe, ID naturally opened his arms wide. Priest Locke. Right. It's me. Locke nodded. Thank you so much, Chief Tiger. Locke said, feigning deep gratitude. This instantly raised his favorability towards Ida to several levels. Chief Tiger was the most respected and powerful figure among almost all the orcs in the tiger tribe. Of course, this also includes ID's heart. Rest assured, Priest Locke, now that the great chieftain has entrusted me with this task, I, Idris, will be responsible for your safety. ID immediately patted his chest. Compared to Kaido's stern and serious demeanor, this was quite different. ID still felt more favorably toward the priest Locke in front of him. Chapter 106 Level 3 Legion. Locke then chatted with ID for a while longer. Locke, having frequented drinking parties in his previous life, could easily come up with such words to build rapport. In just a few words, eyed, and he felt like they had known each other for a long time. The two orcs chatted happily, while Talk seemed to have been completely forgotten, feeling extremely awkward in his current situation. However, Talk dared not show any dissatisfaction. The priest of the violent tiger tribe. Talk felt a pang of regret. If he had known that the other party had such a relationship with the violent tiger tribe, he would never have set his sights on Locktown. ID glanced at Talk not far away, and that one glance sent a chill down Talk's spine. How dare they disregard the violent tiger tribe? Priest Locke, let him know the consequences of offending the violent tiger tribe. As he spoke, all of ID's magical power converged towards Talk. Before Talk could even put up a fight, his legs buckled under the terrifying pressure. Thump! The next second, Talk was seen kneeling on the ground, his hands gripping the ground tightly. Large beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Talk wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't do it at all. Brother Ida, wait a minute. One sentence was enough to ease the anxiety that Talk had been feeling. The magic power on ID dissipated instantly. Talk let out a long sigh of relief. Locke walked up to Talk and looked down at the level 6 orc warrior. At this moment, Talk had completely lost his former arrogance. Death or submission? With a level 6 orc warrior right in front of him, Locke still asked the question. He really wanted to recruit this level 6 orc warrior. Only in this way could his Locke Legion barely gain a foothold on the land of the Empire. Submit. Submit to this orc brat in front of me. Talk felt his pride had been insulted. Seeing that Talk was hesitant, ID timely mobilized the magic power in his body again and crushed Talk. Talk instantly felt as if he were drowning, and even the bones in his body were cracking. I surrender. I am willing to lead the Cracked Claw tribe to submission. The desire for life forced Talk to choose submission. Upon hearing the other party's submission, Locke could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept? Accept. I accept. Talk skjutet urgently. He was terrified that if he hesitated even a moment, he would feel that terrifying pressure again. Ding! Congratulations, host, recruitment successful. You have received 1 gold coin. After successfully recruiting them, Locke looked at the orcs of the Crackclaw tribe. Bite! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Will you accept? Ding! Congratulations, host, recruitment successful. A reward of 535 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of Locke Legion members has exceeded 2,000. The current total number of Legion members is 2,199. Successfully advanced to level 3 Legion. Legion skill Warhorn has been upgraded. Warhorn. When Legion units charge, their strength and speed increase by 30%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 30%. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the level 3 Legion shop. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have launched a war and won it. 690 enemy orcs were killed, 535 were captured, and 0 of our own orcs died. The reward includes 10,000 gold coins, 2 magic crystal cannons, 1 level 2 energy defense core, and 1 siege hammer. Locke chuckled and patted Talk on the shoulder. Locke was very satisfied with the level 6 orc. As for the Cracked Claw tribe, Locke plans to directly disperse these orcs and incorporate them into the heavy infantry legions and infantry legions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for initiating a war and winning it. 268 orcs killed, 202 orcs captured, 35 orcs killed on our side. You've earned 2,000 gold coins. Another system notification sounded in Locke's ear. Locke knew that it seemed Lauren and her men had taken over the Blood Axe tribe. Locke originally planned to take down the Blood Axe tribe first, and then use the captured orcs to advance to a level 3 legion. We'll deal with the Cracked Claw tribe after I brings back the strongmen of the Tiger tribe. Now, they've actually dealt with the most difficult Claw tribe first. Locke looked at ID, and the more he looked at him, the happier he became. An 8th level orc warrior could give Locke a lot of security. Brother Ida, you've had a tough journey. I'll treat you to some good wine and meat later. On one hand, it's to welcome Brother Ida, and on the other hand, it's to celebrate the renewed strength of the Locke Legion. His eyes lit up at the mention of food and drink being from ID. Although he was an 8th level orc warrior, he couldn't eat meat every day in the Tiger tribe. The monster meat in Locktown was all obtained by Ager and his wolf riders. Those wolves possess an exceptionally keen sense of smell and are adept at tracking and encircling. Therefore, hunting is much easier for these orcs than before. Take Brother Ida to rest for a bit. Yes, Lord Locke. Upon receiving the order, I immediately led ID towards the town of Locke. Locke then ordered One Ear to go to the warehouse and get more human brewed alcohol. After watching ID enter Locktown, Locke turned to look at Edelik and the others. Those Warcraftians will open up the supply for me later. With such a level 8 orc warrior by our side, we no longer need to fear those medium-sized tribes. So get me on good terms with them. Yes, the Great Lord Locke. Everything for the tribe. Locke waved his hand, and everyone entered Locktown. Aside from the orcs who were cleaning up the battlefield, Locke left Adelik and Talk behind. Locke opened the Tier 3 Legion shop. Ding! Would you like to exchange for a mid-level power magic potion? Exchange. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a mid-level power magic potion. Locke handed the intermediate level power magic potion to Adelik. Old Chief, drink it. Locke knew this was the wish that had troubled Edelik his entire life. to reach level 6. Adalik, however, did not hesitate at all. He took the intermediate level power magic potion from Locke's hand, tilted his head back, and drank it down. The moment Adalik drank it, a sound of chains breaking flashed through his mind. The next moment, a surge of magic power emanated from Adalik's body and spread outwards continuously. This magic is violent and chaotic. Adalik is unlikely to be under control in a short period of time. However, he quickly adapted to this newfound magic. Chapter 107 Adalik advances to level 6 Orc Warrior. Is this magic? Adalik stared blankly at the magic power that was gathering in his hand. This is magic. This is the mark of a level 6 Orc Warrior. Adalik couldn't help but burst into laughter. I originally thought I would never reach the strength of a level 6 Orc Warrior in my entire life. But fate played a cruel joke on him. In his old age, he was literally carried into the rank of a level 6 Orc Warrior by a vial of potion. His lifespan will also be extended from this point on. After his initial euphoria, Adalik quickly calmed down. He looked at Locke with burning eyes. Locke, do you think there really are beast gods in the shoebox world? Locke was somewhat confused. He didn't know why Adalik would ask such a question. Locke nodded nonetheless. Locke remembered clearly that the orcs who received the beast god's blessing would experience a surge in strength after praying to the beast god. Although the increase in strength required sacrificing something of oneself, there was no doubt that the beast god responded. Is there? Why is it that despite my countless prayers to the beast god, he has never given me a response and allowed me to reach level 6? Why do I always have to use my blood and energy to exchange for the beast god's favor? That's not the beast god at all. That was a traitor. A greedy traitor. And you, Locke, I believe you are the only true god who can lead the orc race to prosperity. After he finished speaking, Adalik looked at Locke with eyes full of fanaticism. Suddenly Locke felt an inexplicable sensation emanating from Adalik. A surge of power inexplicably appeared in his mind. The power of faith. Locke sensed those 4 words in some unseen way. This faint trace of faith comes from Adalik. However, Locke had no idea how to use it. Perhaps it's because this sliver of faith is too little. Suddenly, Locke was stunned. He seems to have discovered some truths about this world. All orcs worship the beast god. In other words, is the beast god absorbing the faith power of these orcs? Locke felt as if he had grasped some truths about this world. However, with his current strength, he can't think that far ahead. Tok, who was standing nearby, had personally witnessed Adalik quickly advance from a level 5 Orc Warrior to a level 6 Orc Warrior after drinking a bottle of potion. The shock he felt can be imagined. As a level 6 Orc Warrior, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to advance from level 5 to level 6. This step was like a chasm, keeping more than 90% of the orcs out. It took Tok a tremendous amount of effort to barely advance from level 5 to level 6. And it's likely that Tok won't be able to advance to a level 7 Orc Warrior until he dies. But it doesn't matter, Tok saw this very clearly a long time ago. However, what he had just witnessed completely shattered Tok's understanding. With just one potion, a level 5 Orc Warrior was promoted to a level 6 Orc Warrior. And he was an old, decrepit orc. Logically speaking, such a half-orc should not be able to improve his strength even slightly. Lord Locke, this medicine. Tok didn't know how to bring it up, so he asked cautiously. Locke made a shushing gesture. I know what you want to ask. This potion is one I created. It can advance a warrior from level 5 to level 6. Of course, it can also enhance the strength of a level 6 Orc Warrior. Rest assured, as long as you serve me wholeheartedly from now on, it's not impossible for you to be promoted to a level 7 Orc Warrior. A level 7 Orc Warrior. Before today, Tok never dared to hope for such a thing. Lord Locke, are you telling the truth? Certainly. However, I'm not yet able to make the potion that can advance a level 7 Orc Warrior. However, as my strength increases, one day I will be able to create the potion that can advance me to a level 7 Orc Warrior. Locke said with absolute certainty. Great Lord Locke, I swear allegiance to you in the name of the Beast God. From now on, Lord Locke, the direction your sword points will be the direction I, Tok, will charge. Tok swore allegiance to Locke with his right hand hanging down in front of his chest. After he finished speaking, Locke clearly saw that Tok's loyalty had increased from 50% to 80%. Locke placed one hand on Tok's head. The Great Lord Locke will accept your allegiance. Locke was overjoyed. The Locke Legion had gained another powerful ally. With 2 level 6 warriors, Locke's Legion can be considered a medium-sized orc tribe. The top priority right now is still making money. As long as he has gold coins, he can train a bunch of level 6 orc warriors. A bottle of intermediate level power magic potion currently costs 10,000 gold coins. It takes a full 9 bottles to advance a newly promoted level 6 orc warrior to the late stage of level 6 orc warrior. That's 90,000 gold coins. Such a number would be astronomical for any orc. Moreover, these intermediate level power magic potions are only effective against level 6 orc warriors. They have no effect on orcs above level 6. After glancing at the battlefield once more, Locke walked towards Locktown. Adalik and Tok followed closely behind Locke. 2 level 6 orcs followed Locke, one on his left and one on his right. Not long after, Lauren and Kane returned with their heavy infantry legion. As soon as the 2 orcs arrived at the battlefield in front of Locktown, they couldn't help but ask, what happened? Soon, orcs informed them that Locktown had been attacked. Fortunately, the Great Lord Locke led the Locke Legion to victory in this war. Although the Cracklaw tribe has surrendered, Lauren will not let these Cracklaw orcs go easily. He was still cursing the orcs with fervent chants. All 202 orc prisoners that Lauren brought back were recruited by Locke. These orcs were also divided into 2 groups, one being assigned to the Heavy Infantry Legion and the other to the Infantry Legion. Tier 3 Legions, Royal Guard Legion, 224 Wolf Rider Legion, 200 Heavy Infantry Legion, 998 Infantry Legion, 944. Legion Skill, Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 30%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 30%. Gold coins, 7403. Night fell quickly. The very center of Locktown. In the lobby, at this moment, tables are being arranged neatly one after another. Jars of wine were placed on the table. Chapter 108, Inviting ID, Strange Movements at the Iron Ore Mine. Before long, plates of golden brown roasted monster meat were served. Seeing this, ID began to eat heartily without any hesitation. He originally thought that Locktown was just a poor and backward little tribe. ID didn't have high hopes for the food. Now, they're actually serving him barbecue. This completely overturned ID's understanding. I tore into the roasted meat with big bites, his mouth dripping with oil. Pieces of grilled meat kept disappearing. ID felt he had never eaten so happily since he was born. He recalled the first time he had eaten an entire monster's flesh and blood all by himself. Soon, ID had finished eating the monster meat that weighed almost twice his own weight. He then let out a satisfied burp and revealed a contented smile. In the Tiger tribe, although ID was an 8th level orc warrior, he only had the chance to eat a piece of monster meat every 2 days. This is already a very high level of treatment. However, in the town of Locke, the orcs of the Locke Legion eat a piece of monster meat every day. This also makes the orcs of Locke's Legion stronger. Monster meat can slowly increase an orc's strength. Brother Ida, from now on, there will be plenty of monster meat in Locktown. Upon hearing Locke's assurance, ID's eyes lit up. This is monster meat. This kind of life is comparable to that of a half-orc chieftain. Whoosh. ID immediately stood up. Priest Locke, don't worry. From now on, ID, will take care of your safety. Anyone who messes with Locktown is messing with me, ID. ID immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. His original mission was to come to Locktown to protect Locke's safety. Locke's lips curled up slightly when he heard ID's words. He did all this just to hear ID's words. Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to trouble you from now on, Brother Ida. ID waved his hand. As an 8th level orc warrior, ID wouldn't even consider small or medium-sized tribes as anything other than the large ones. The chieftain of the largest medium-sized tribe was only an 8th level orc warrior. ID is a level 8 late-stage orc warrior. Brother Ida, I intend to annex those small and medium-sized tribes. As soon as Locke finished speaking, ID's eyes were full of doubt. He clearly remembered that Chief Tiger had said that he would not annex other small and medium-sized orc tribes like other large tribes. Locke noticed the confusion in ID's eyes and continued. Brother Ida, I know Chieftain Tiger has already said that the Tiger clan has no intention of getting involved in annexing other orc tribes, right? ID nodded. This was something Chief Tiger had explicitly stated. Certainly, that was Chief Tiger's intention. Then why did you launch a war to annex other orc tribes? Hey, Brother ID, the fact that Chief Tiger sent you here means he tacitly approves of what I've done. Although he doesn't want to annex other orc tribes, are you willing to let other large tribes annex those orc tribes? Those large tribes will continue to grow and surpass our violent tiger tribe. Is this the situation you want to see? ID shook his head. When Chieftain Tiger announced that Lane intended to annex small and medium-sized orc tribes, most of the orc warriors agreed. This includes Idris. Finally, Chieftain Tiger and Priest Kaido overruled all objections and forcefully denied the matter. Upon hearing that there was war in Locktown, ID's blood instantly boiled. Priest Locke, what are you planning to do? ID support you. Hearing ID's words, Locke was secretly overjoyed. Brother Ida, I am fully capable of dealing with those small orc tribes. However, those medium-sized orc tribes. You should also know that the chieftains of medium-sized orc tribes are level 6, 7, or even 8 orc warriors. I'm no match for them at all. Therefore, we still hope that Brother Ida can take action against the strongmen of those medium-sized orc tribes. As for the remaining orcs, the Locke Legion in Locktown is fully capable of handling them. After talking for so long, Locke finally revealed his purpose. Priest Locke, don't worry. ID will take care of the chieftains of those medium-sized orc tribes. You could just relax and annex those medium-sized orc tribes. Then I'll thank you in advance, Brother Ida. When I meet Chief Tiger, I will definitely tell him that it was all thanks to Brother ID's help. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in ID's eyes. If they were to truly annex a large number of orc tribes, it would be a great achievement for the Tiger clan. At that time, ID's prestige in the tribe will be even higher. As a stubborn orc, Locke had only managed to fool ID with a few words. Let ID forget that his mission was simply to protect Locke's safety, instead of helping Locke fight against other tribes of orcs. Having achieved his goal, Locke prepared to end the banquet. Despite Locke's repeated refusals, ID couldn't eat another bite of meat and prepare to go back to rest. At the same time, Locke instructed to give ID the same amount of monster meat every day as he had today. This is a powerful free combatant. Locke must make sure ID is well fed and watered. Late at night, refined iron ore. At this moment, the temporary camps near the iron ore mine were filled with deafening snoring. The miners, having finished a day's work, were drifting off into a sweet dream. Near the camp, 2 squads of orcs were on night patrol. There were only about 20 orcs in the entire camp. There are more than 200 human miners. These orcs weren't worried at all that the human miners would escape. Because in the town of Locke, these human miners do not have to worry about going hungry, and their lives are guaranteed. As long as they work hard, they can receive the most basic living security. As for leaving Locktown, these humans never even considered it, because the current situation outside is extremely unfriendly to the human race. You could lose your life at any moment. Rustling sounds. A faint rustling sound came from the low bushes. Soon there was another sound, and the bushes swayed from side to side. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the patrolling orcs. However, the orcs didn't take it seriously, thinking they were just some small animals. Because the bushes were less than a meter tall, there were no large animals or orcs that could hide in them. Soon, half of the patrolmen noticed something was wrong. The bushes swayed more frequently. This immediately caught the attention of the orcs. One by one, armed individuals slowly approached the bushes. Suddenly, the swaying bushes stopped moving. Chapter 109 Attack on the Iron Mine. Preparations for counterattack. Quack! Swish, swish, swish. A strange cry rang out, and the bushes were suddenly parted. Arrows rained down on the orcs. Swish, swish. Dang, dang. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A sudden roar shattered the tranquility of the camp. The sleeping human miners immediately got up. The orcs who patrolled during the day immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the camp. The once peaceful mining area suddenly became noisy. Gagaga. The distinctive male, duck-like voice echoed throughout the entire camp. Goblin. Those damn goblins. Protect the iron ore. Slay those damn goblins. These 20-odd orcs actually intended to confront the goblins head-on. The human miners ran away the moment they saw the goblins. The densely packed goblin army stretched as far as the eye could see. There's an escape route inside this iron ore mine, specifically designed to prevent things like what happened today from happening again. The town of Locke did not have enough troops to defend this iron mine. Withdraw. Retreat. Among the orcs, there were some who were even slightly intelligent. Upon witnessing the terrifying number of goblin troops, he recalled Locke's words. If we encounter the enemy, we'll lead the miners back to Locktown. When the orcs looked back, the human miners were nowhere to be seen. A bunch of cowardly humans, an orc cursed as he saw the humans fleeing into the mine. Soon, these orc guards also fled into the mine. This iron mine has been overrun by goblins that roam the hillsides. A pair of red eyes stood out conspicuously in the darkness. Around 4 a.m, a large, dark figure was approaching the gate of Locktown. Beep. The orc guards on the city wall naturally spotted the group of dark figures. The alarm was sounded immediately. Stop. What do you do? Quick. Tell Lord Locke. The iron ore mine has been attacked. Knock, knock, knock. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent knocking woke Locke from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced out the window. The night still exists. Knocking on the door at this time means something big must have happened. Without any hesitation, Locke quickly got up and opened the door. What happened? Locke asked immediately upon seeing one ear. Lord Locke, the iron ore is lost. One of them whispered something urgent in his voice. He had no idea of the value of this iron ore mine, let alone the purpose of the iron ore. All he knew was that this was the territory of Locktown, and it could not be lost. So they rushed to inform Locke. Refined iron ore. Damn it. Who was the fool who dared to set their sights on me? Locke was furious when he heard that the iron ore had been lost. This is the key to his ability to establish himself in the southern border regions of the Empire. Only with this iron ore mine can we have a continuous supply of gold coins and weapons. Only then can the Locke Legion sustain its losses. Who is it? Is it human or orc? Locke roared. One ear shook his head. Neither. It's a goblin. Goblin. Those ugly creatures? Yes, Lord Locke. A lot of goblins have taken over our iron mine. Go. Notify everyone. I will make these damned goblins pay a terrible price. Our Locke Legion is not to be trifled with. Yes, Lord Locke. Everyone was already waiting outside. Locke didn't waste any more words and quickly took his seat in the main seat. Adalik and his group of orcs filed in, each with an angry expression on their face. Only Hader buried his head almost between his legs. It's a genuine goblin. Now that its kind has angered Locke, he couldn't help but feel sorry for those goblins. At the same time, he kept praying that Locke and the orcs would not take their anger out on him. Locke glanced at Had indifferently. I am angry. My iron ore mine has been taken over by a bunch of ugly goblins. That's the territory of our Locke Legion. They are challenging the authority of the Locke Legion. A bunch of damn goblins. We must crush them. Bear the wrath of the Locke Legion. Roar. Damn goblins. To make the great Lord Locke so angry. Hader, will never forgive you. Hader knew this was the time to show his loyalty. So he cleverly began cursing the goblins who had occupied the iron mine. Its thinking was simple. It couldn't let those goblins provoke Locke and make it the scapegoat. Seeing that everyone was enraged by his words, Locke nodded in satisfaction. Locke Legion, follow me into battle. Yes, Lord Locke. Locke pulled out the Royal Guard, the Wolf Riders, the Heavy Infantry, and the Infantry. Under Locke's leadership, the entire Locke Legion marched in a mighty procession toward the iron ore mine. At this moment, the goblins in the iron ore mine were immersed in excited joy. Get out of here! An angry voice rang out. A loud shout came from among the goblins. A brownish-green orc, about 2 meters tall, was seen walking towards the location of the iron mine. It picked up a large piece of refined iron ore and examined it carefully. The metallic sheen within made the goblin's eyes flash with greed. As a shrewd goblin, it immediately recognized the value of these fine iron or stones. Quack! This could definitely be exchanged for a large sum of gold coins. Amidst laughter, Cod waved. A goblin cautiously approached Cod's side. Cod patted the goblin on the shoulder. You. Very nice. As the first goblin to discover this, or I, Goblin King Cod, hereby reward you with a gold coin. A single gold coin seemed like a tremendous gift to these goblins. All the goblins cast envious glances. Caw, caw, caw. The goblin immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Cod. My lads, go dig up this kind of stone. Whoever digs the most will get a gold coin as a reward. Quack! Excited shouts echoed throughout the iron or mine. The next second, all the goblins burrowed into the mine. They all looked eager to be the first, as if afraid that if they were a step behind, the credit would be stolen by other goblins. If Locke were here, he would definitely shout, "Damn capitalists." All it takes is a single gold coin to get these goblins to work willingly. They're just using these goblins as tools. Cod smiled as he watched the goblins diligently mining. My goblin people, it's time to show your loyalty to the great Goblin King Cod. Chapter 1, 10 Counterattack against the Goblin Army. Awoo! On the open plain, the long howls of demon wolves could be heard from time to time. The sound was especially jarring in the silent night. The wolf riders charged toward the iron ore mine at an incredible speed. The one leading them was none other than Iger. Just now, Locke had given him the order. Send the wolf riders ahead to the iron mine to scout out the goblin situation. Cod watched the goblins digging for iron ore with great enthusiasm. His face lit up with a big smile. These ores are worth a fortune in gold. As Cod was pondering how to exchange these refined iron ores for gold coins, the howls of wolves echoed from afar. Damn demon wolf. Can't even get some peace and quiet this late at night. Cod couldn't help but curse. However, the wolf's voice did not disappear. Instead, it grew closer and closer. There was no fear on Cod's face. As goblins, they have some experience in controlling ordinary magical beasts. Just a bunch of ordinary demon wolves. I hope you won't mess with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind raising a few she-wolves to contribute to the breeding plans of my goblin kingdom. Unfortunately, things did not turn out as Cod wished. Awoo! The howl of wolves rang out not far from the iron or mine. Cod looked out into the bushes with a gloomy expression. A pair of deep blue eyes stood out conspicuously in the darkness. Gather, you idiots! Enemies! Good rotted! The goblins inside the mine all raised their weapons and charged towards the outside. Soon, the entire hilltop was covered with a dense swarm of goblins. Even Edgar shook his head in disbelief at the sheer number. He dared not lead the wolf riders in charge. Once trapped inside, isolated and without help, the entire army may be wiped out. Both the wolf riders and the goblin army remained still, each looking at the other. A half-orc, Cord scrutinized Ager. That was a level 5 orc warrior. They posed no threat whatsoever to him, a level 6 goblin warrior. However, when faced with himself, this level 5 orc warrior was not immediately intimidated. This made Cod somewhat wary. The other party must have something to rely on. Cord did not choose to take immediate action. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, but Locke arrived soon after. The orc legion of over 2,000 men quickly arrived near the iron mine. Hiss! Locke gasped. This goblin army numbered in the tens of thousands. Cod pushed aside the goblins in front of him and walked to the front of the group. Orc, this is the territory of the great goblin race. Get out of my way right now. Otherwise, I'll turn you all into nourishment for the earth. Corder roared fiercely. Oh, yeah? This was originally my refined iron, or I don't know when it became yours. Locke said without any politeness. Fart! Filthy orcs! I stole this iron or mine from those foolish humans. Now it belongs to the great Cod. And you, filthy orcs, take your people and leave this place. You can't handle this iron or mine. Locke never expected that this goblin would be so shameless. They claimed the iron or mine, which they had just seized, as their own. Locke knew that reasoning with this goblin wouldn't work. He had to beat him into submission. just like we treated Hater. Ugly goblin. How dare you covet refined iron ore? Today, I'll show you the fury of the Loch Legion. Infanterie. Form ranks. Gotha roared. The orc wielding a huge shield quickly moved to the front of the group. Swish. Sharp spears protruded from the gaps between the shields. Release the arrows. Swish, swish. From behind the infantry legion, arrows rained down on the goblin army. The next moment, screams filled the air. Filthy orc. They actually launched a sneak attack. My lads, tear them apart. As Cod gave the order, the goblin army roared and charged toward Loch's army. Bang, bang, bang. The goblin army crashed heavily against the shield. The goblin strength was simply insufficient to shake these shield-wielding orcs. The spear thrust out from the shield, its sharp tip reaping goblins one after another. Facing orcs, these goblins would have little chance of winning in a one-on-one situation. Rows of goblins fell like wheat being harvested. Cod watched in fury as the massive goblin army failed to breach the orcs' defenses. Damn Dolan. Break through the defenses of these filthy orcs. As soon as he finished speaking, a goblin with a sleazy face and a scraggly beard slowly walked out. The great goblin king Cod. I am willing to obey your orders. Dolan placed both hands on the ground. Boost Bull. Come out. Your master is calling you. A fiery red magic circle appeared in front of Dolan. As the magic circle dimmed, a bull-like beast covered in red fur appeared in the spot. It was a level 5 magical beast. Moo! The bull-like beast let out a roar. It glanced sideways at the orcs and goblins, its eyes full of disdain. Break through these damned orcs. Dolan pointed at the Loch Legion and shouted sharply. Moo! The bull-like beast roared again and charged towards Loch's army. Each step sent a noticeable tremor through the earth. As the giant beast drew ever closer, all the orcs in Loch's Legion felt a distinct sense of oppression. Level 5 Savage Bull Beast. One-horned rhinoceros. Time to get to work. Loch patted the rhinoceros beneath him. Roar. The rhinoceros roared, somewhat excited at encountering an opponent of equal strength. Knock knock. The rhinoceros slammed its forelimbs onto the ground. The next moment, it charged towards the bull-like beast. The two enormous creatures charged forward with all their might. The two horns of the bull beast collided violently with the horn of the one-horned rhinoceros. Sparks flew in an instant, and neither could gain the upper hand. The two giant beasts engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The orcs and goblins in the vicinity all fled the battlefield. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire of the battle between the two giant beasts. Dolan and Cord were somewhat surprised by the rhinoceros that emerged from among the orcs. Doran is a summoner. He had gone through a lot of trouble to summon this savage bull. It was this level 5 Minotaur that dramatically elevated Dolan's status in the tribe, making him second only to Goblin King Cod. Come out. My man-eating vine. Dolan conjured another magic circle. A thick vine burst forth from the soil within the magic circle. 12 branches split off from this main vine. 12 vines danced in the air. Chapter 111 Berserk Control, Cowardly Hat. This is clearly a plant monster. Judging from his strength, he is not too far from level 5. As soon as the man-eating vines appeared, 12 tendrils swept towards the nearest goblins. A terrified scream rang out. These goblins had no idea that the monsters Dolan summoned would attack them. Click, click, click. The vines exerted their force, producing a series of cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, those goblins were turned into a pile of minced meat. Immediately afterward, a vertical mouth split off from the bottom of the main vine of the man-eating vine, filled with sharp teeth. Click, click. The sound of chewing came from the mouth of the man-eating vine. Damn Dolan. Keep your summoned creatures in check. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind turning it into a pile of dead wood. Seeing the man-eating vines devouring their goblins without restraint, Cod shouted angrily. Oh, Lord Cord, they were just ordinary goblins. They died, so what? These lowly goblins are no match for my man-eating vines. As for the ordinary goblins, Dolan felt they were just cannon fodder. Shut up, Dolan. Cod couldn't believe that this fool would actually blurt out these unspoken things. Although Cod didn't think there was anything wrong with Dolan's words, in Cod's eyes these ordinary goblins were just cannon fodder and free labor. However, these low-level goblins are equally cunning and treacherous, and if they cause trouble in the army, it will give Cod a major headache. These low-level goblins may be weak, but they are not stupid. Since Cod was able to command an entire goblin army, he naturally knew the personalities of these goblins very well. His rebuke of Dolan this time naturally won him a lot of goodwill from the goblins, improving his standing in their eyes. My lads, destroy these filthy orcs. Goblins are the sole masters of this continent. While boosting morale, Cod incited the goblins to attack the orcs. Out of caution, Cod did not choose to personally attack the orcs. He could sense two unusual auras hidden within the orc army. The aura contained magic, clearly indicating that the person was at least a level 6 orc warrior. Cod immediately deflated. He was terrified of even facing a single level 6 orc warrior, let alone two at once. But he also coveted this fine iron mine and was unwilling to give it up easily. Cod looked around at the goblins, a cruel glint in his eyes. Even if it means the deaths of all 10,000 goblins, he will still get his hands on this iron mine. The goblin army was wiped out, and with his prestige as a level 6 goblin warrior, he could easily rally goblins to his side. This iron mine, once missed, is gone forever. Cord roared, and the next second his eyes turned bloodshot. A magical force emanated from Cod and spread outwards. Any goblin touched by this invisible magical force instantly had its eyes turn blood red. Berserk Control. This is the exact same skill as had. Locke immediately noticed the Goblin King's unusual behavior. This situation clearly indicates an intention to sacrifice these goblins. Hard. Here I am. Lord Locke had immediately jogged closer to Locke. He had realized very clearly that clinging tightly to Locke's leg was its only option. Do you see those goblins? Could you use your talent to break the Goblin King's control over them? Locke immediately said something that put Had in a difficult position. As a level 5 goblin warrior, Had is not so arrogant as to challenge the majesty of a level 6 Goblin King. Had was seen shaking his head frantically. No, Lord Locke, that's the Goblin King. They have an innate bloodline advantage over us low-level goblins. The bloodline suppression that Hader mentioned is not something that goblins are born with. Each time a goblin increases its strength, its bloodline evolves. Goblins that have undergone bloodline evolution often possess a bloodline suppression effect on lower-level goblins. Therefore, a high-ranking goblin ruler can usually gather a large number of goblins. These goblins bully the weak and fear the strong. They can only survive in the dark forest if they are protected by the powerful. A lone goblin cannot survive alone. It will soon be killed by monsters. Bloodline suppression? Locke looked at Had with suspicion. Seeing the evasive look in his eyes, Locke instantly understood Had's thoughts. That damn goblin must have a way. Had's berserk control can indeed affect the Goblin King's control over those goblins. However, if Had is used, it will inevitably affect Cod's control over the goblin army. He'll be the first one Cod hates. The thought of being hated by a Goblin King made Hader extremely anxious. Had, it's time to prove your worth. If they don't even dare to offend a level 6 Goblin King, then you'll be stuck as a level 5 Goblin Warrior for the rest of your life. Locke's words carried a clear threat. Hader stared wide-eyed at the orc, whose gaze was cold and devoid of any emotion. It knew that this skinny orc meant what he said. After struggling internally, Hader made up his mind. Berserk Control. Hader used his talent without hesitation. An invisible wave spread outwards. Although there was no magic involved, the goblins affected by the attack instantly went berserk and began attacking each other relentlessly. This sudden change naturally caught Cod's attention. Its sharp, beady eyes stared intently at Had. When I saw that it was a goblin, anger welled up inside me. Traitor. Damn goblin traitor. You actually sided with the orcs. Traitors deserve to die. Cod pointed at Had with one finger. Dolan, kill it. As you command. My king. Dolan grinned maliciously. He preferred to torture and kill his own kind more than any other race. That gives it a strange sense of satisfaction. Man-eating vine. Grab it, Dolan shouted. Upon hearing the command, the man-eating vine instantly flung the goblin off its vine. The resilient vines whipped away goblins one after another, and the man-eating vines quickly climbed toward where Had was. When he saw the man-eating vine charging towards him with such a powerful stance, Had's heart skipped a beat. The instinct to fear death is activated. Seeing the man-eating vines approaching, Had turned to leave. Snap! A crisp slap rang in Had's ears. Locke slapped Had across the face. Facing this orc who was a head shorter than him, Had dared not let any anger rise in his heart. Waste. Either kill it or get a good beating. Either you die. Locke looked at Had and said fiercely. Chapter 112 Locke's Legion versus the Goblin Army. A level 5 Goblin Warrior is actually afraid of a level 5 plant monster. This left Locke speechless. However, Locke's words did have an effect. Had stood frozen in place, his mind in turmoil. However, he quickly made up his mind. Lord Locke, don't worry. This damn man-eating vine is mine, hater. I'll make that damned man-eating vine pay the price for offending Had. Had, Locke, don't need this junk. Here's your chance to prove yourself. Slay this man-eating vine, and you'll have the chance to follow me. Yes, Lord Locke. It's either it dies, or I die today. Roar! Had roared, and his previously drooping back straightened up considerably. Its 2-meter-tall body is almost as tall as a half-orc. As the man-eating vine drew ever closer, a look of seriousness appeared in Had's eyes. Roar! Hader raised his head and roared, his voice carrying an invisible force. The goblins affected by this invisible force stopped in their tracks and rushed towards the man-eating vine. It is clear that Had's Berserk control has a higher priority than Goblin King's Berserk control. This shows that Had's talent is superior to that of Goblin King Cod. This made Cod feel somewhat uncomfortable. As the Goblin King, he absolutely could not allow any goblin to have a higher talent than him. Therefore, eliminating Hader is something Cod must do. Once Hader grows up, he could very well threaten Cod's rule. Slap, slap, slap. The 12 tendrils of the man-eating vine lashed out wildly, creating sonic booms. The goblins that charged toward the man-eating vine were all swatted away. Any goblin struck by the vines will either die or be seriously injured. Hader roared again, picked up the spike club on its back, and charged toward the man-eating vine. Whoosh! A gap appeared as the 12 vines swung about. Had rushed toward the gap. He showed no mercy when he attacked, smashing his spike club towards the main vine. It had long noticed the gaps in the man-eating vine's attacks. As the spike club drew ever closer to the man-eating vine, Had's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Plant monsters have the most fragile bodies, and Had knew this clearly. If its spike club strikes the main vine of the man-eating vine, it can severely injure the vine with a single blow. Whoosh whoosh. 3 vines swiftly and tightly wrapped around the spike club at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The spiked club, which was about to smash into the main vine, was abruptly stopped. The vines kept pulling on the spiked club to prevent it from falling. Had gritted his teeth and channeled all his strength into the spiked club. Click, click, click. 3 crisp snapping sounds rang out. The vines that had been wrapped around the spiked club broke off inch by inch. Just when Had thought he was about to succeed, he heard the sound of air being cut through from both sides of his body. Bang, bang. With 2 muffled thuds, Had's body flew backward. It took Hader 5 or 6 meters of sliding close to the ground to regain his balance. Cough, cough. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hader instinctively stood up quickly and fled back without looking back. Escape was ingrained in its very being. Whenever something went wrong, Had's first thought was to run away. The man-eating vine, with 3 of its tendrils severed, had no intention of letting it go. The vines whipped away the goblins and orcs around them as it quickly chased after Had. At this moment, the man-eating vine only wanted to catch the culprit that had injured it as soon as possible. Swish, swish. The man-eating vine chased after him while continuously lashing out at Had with its vines. Had dared not pause for a moment, dodging the vines that lashed out at him from time to time. Hader was soon whipped until his skin was torn and bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and dared not stop for a moment. Locke glanced at Had, who was being chased by the man-eating vines, and shook his head. Then he turned away and stopped paying attention. Locke no longer cared whether Had was alive or dead. If he can't even handle a level 5 plant monster, then Had is hardly a capable person. Locke didn't want to have such a useless person by his side, even though the other party's berserk control was very useful to Locke. Call. With a long sigh of relief, Locke turned his gaze to the goblin army. He roughly estimated that the goblin army in front of him numbered 15,000 goblins. His Locke Legion, however, consisted of only 2,200 orcs. They do not have an advantage in terms of numbers. However, in terms of equipment, they absolutely crush each other. Heavy armored infantry advance. Locke roared, and Lorne and Kane led the heavily armored legion forward slowly. These heavily armored legions of orcs selected only those with good strength and stamina. These orcs were all armed with heavy weapons and wore identical breastplates to effectively protect their vital organs. Locke's original plan was to transform this heavy armor legion into a fully armored regiment. The first thing to do is to customize a complete set of armor. Locke had already entrusted this task to Mark. Locke will take the armor no matter the price, as long as it's sturdy enough. However, the amount of armor that can be obtained through trading is limited. Only by learning to craft armor and weapons can the Locke Legion be continuously equipped. Blacksmith. A human blacksmith. This was the only method Locke could think of to make weapons and armor. Besides humans, there are dwarves and elves. Orcs don't make weapons or armor. They only plunder. The heavily armored legion of orcs brandished their heavy weapons and charged toward the oncoming goblin army. The small goblin was no match for heavy weapons. Every time the orc swung his sword, a goblin would be sent flying, landing on the ground like a pile of minced meat, unable to move. These heavily armored legions of orcs charged into the goblin army like a pack of hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, instantly unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Roar! Cod roared again, and the void created by the heavily armored legion was quickly covered again by the goblin army. In no time at all, the advance of the heavy infantry legion was severely hampered. They can only stay in place and form a defensive line. AIG, take your wolf riders and charge the right flank of this goblin army. Yes, Lord Locke. Roar. Wolf riders, charge with me. With a roar, Aegur spurred his dire wolf into a charge towards the goblin army without any hesitation. The wolf's limbs fell, kicking up large clouds of dust. Vahons. Seeing the wolf riders launch their attack, Locke activated his legion skill without hesitation. The next moment, the orcs of Locke's legion instantly felt a different kind of power within their bodies. Chapter 1:13 Advantage, killing the man-eating vine. For the tribe, for Lord Locke. The wolf riders of Locke's legion roared as they charged toward the goblin army. The wolf howled, but the orc on its back made no extra movements. The sharp long sword slashed at the goblins. Using the momentum from the speed of the dire wolf, it instantly cleaved the goblins in two. The wolf riders managed to tear a gap in the right flank of the goblin army. As the wolf riders charged, large numbers of goblins fell. After the wolf riders charged, they left behind a large number of goblin limbs and broken arms. The goblins, their eyes bloodshot, seemed utterly fearless, lunging at the orcs atop the dire wolves in a manner bordering on self-harm. They want to pull the orc off the demon wolf. This is completely different from those cowardly goblins. Seeing the increasingly unfavorable situation on the battlefield, a fierce look appeared on Cod's face. The bull beast was forced back step by step by the unicorn rhinoceros, and bloody holes of varying sizes appeared on its body. That was caused by the horn of a rhinoceros. The same one-horned rhinoceros, despite its thick armor, still had its flesh torn open by the bull-like beast's horns. However, compared to the rhinoceros, the bull beast's injuries were more severe. On the other side, the man-eating vine was fighting against Had, and on the surface, the man-eating vine did have the upper hand. The remaining tendrils of the man-eating vine relentlessly pursued Had, forcing him to flee for his life. While fleeing for his life, Had continuously used his innate skill, berserk control, to control the goblins around him to rush towards the man-eating vines. The man-eating vine, now missing two tendrils, was covered with a dense mass of goblins. No matter how much the man-eating vines waved, they couldn't shake them off. These goblins also limited the speed of the man-eating vines. The man-eating vine was completely unaware of this, its attention entirely focused on Had, who was fleeing ahead. Gradually, the man-eating vine felt its tendrils moving slower and slower. Hader also noticed this. Its injuries are getting fewer and fewer. While he was wondering, Hader mustered up his courage and looked back. The man-eating vine was surrounded by a dense swarm of goblins. These goblins relentlessly attacked the man-eating vine, significantly hindering its movement. Hey, seeing the cannibalistic tongue in this state, Had couldn't help but laugh out loud. It knew its chance to counterattack had come. Had suddenly stopped in his tracks, holding his spiked club, and turned to look at the approaching man-eating vines. A bright smile appeared on its face. The man-eating vine instinctively sensed something was wrong, but it couldn't stop now. The next second, Hader moved. It wielded a spiked club and charged towards the man-eating vine. Swoosh! Had nimbly dodged the man-eating vine's whip, and then slammed his spiked club hard into the main vine of the man-eating vine. Thump! A dull thud was accompanied by a shower of debris. A gash appeared on the main vine, and bright red blood gushed down from it. Hat's attack completely stunned the man-eating vine. It didn't expect that the goblin that was frantically fleeing ahead would suddenly turn around and launch a counterattack. Damn stupid thing. How dare you hurt my beloved pet? I want you dead. Dolan, who was not far away, had already noticed that the man-eating vine was injured. This man-eating vine was cultivated with a lot of effort by him, and now that it was injured, it felt a pang of heartache. It's like your most beloved child being injured. However, Had wouldn't listen to Dolan's threats. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. This is typical of Hader's style. Seeing that the man-eating vine was seriously injured, Hader advanced instead of retreating. The spike club in his hand was swung so wildly that it left after images. It pounded down on the main vine of the man-eating vine, one blow after another. Had didn't even intend to hold back against the goblins hanging on the main vine. 2 more blows with the stick broke 2 more tendrils of the man-eating vine. This greatly hampered the operations of the man-eating vine. Stop! Stop it! You damned goblin! Dolan roared repeatedly, his voice filled with anxiety. If he weren't a summoner, Doran would have already rushed over to fight Had to the death. However, Hader paid no heed to Dolan, a wicked smile creeping across its lips. He slammed the spike club in his hand down hard on the main vine of the man-eating vine. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under such an onslaught, the man-eating vine could no longer endure it. A mournful scream emanated from its main vine, as if it were begging for mercy. However, this did nothing to shake Had's murderous intent. Just now, it was being chased by this damned, man-eating vine, and it almost met its goblin great-grandfather. Hader roared and brought his spiked club down with all his might. This strike used all of Had's strength. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere, and the main vine of the man-eating vine broke in 2. The goblins hanging on his body were scattered all over the ground. Thump! Hader plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. In the end, he won. No, my dearest baby, you can't die. Damn goblins. I will tear you to pieces. Dolan roared hysterically as one of its greatest allies died. This was something he found hard to accept at first. Hader suddenly stood up. He had already recognized that this was a goblin summoner. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth. Its favorite thing is to torture and kill these ranged magicians. Whoosh! Hader, carrying his spike club, rushed quickly toward Dolan's location. As Hader drew closer, Dolan grew increasingly apprehensive. It was only then that Dolan realized he was about to face a warrior of equal strength. This is something a goblin summoner simply cannot handle. Whoosh! Hader was incredibly fast, and, in no time at all, it appeared in front of Dolan. The great goblin King Cod. Help me. As your most faithful servant, I beg you to save my life. Faced with Had's attack, Dolan immediately called for help. This was not unexpected for Hader. Just as Dolan opened his mouth, a spiked club came crashing down on him from above. Bang! Dolan didn't even have time to scream before he was smashed into a pile of minced meat by Hader's spiked club. Hader picked up the spiked club and glanced at the pile of minced meat on the ground. A victorious smile spread across his face. That smile nearly drove Cod into a rage. Then it looked at Locke with a smug look in its eyes, as if it were taking credit for something. Traitor. Good. Very good. Very good. Cod said good 3 times in a row. With a wave of his hand, Cod pulled out a bottle of red potion from his spatial ring and placed it in his palm. Chapter 114, Flame Demon Solo. Go! Drag that Balrog up here. Cod shouted at the goblins behind him. These goblins are Cod's hand-picked personal guards. Watching Cod send those goblins charging toward the orc army as if they were going to their deaths. These goblin guards were terrified, their faces filled with extreme discomfort. As goblins themselves, they knew that one day Cod would treat them the same way. However, despite these thoughts, the goblin guards did not hesitate to act quickly. More than 30 goblins quickly ran towards a huge black cloth behind them. Whoosh! The black cloth was torn off, revealing a large iron cage. The iron cage was entirely black, except for a nearly transparent crystal at the very top. A chilling aura continuously seeped from the crystal, enveloping the cage. Inside the cage was a humanoid creature emanating flames. The moment the goblin guards lifted the black cloth, waves of heat rushed towards them. The flames on these humanoid creatures were about to spread outwards in the next second. Click, click, click. The flames were blocked by the icy aura emanating from above the cage. Little flame demon, I'll let you go. In return, you'll help me get rid of these orcs. This is a flame demon, a humanoid monster born in a volcano and feeding on flames. The flame demon possessed level 4 strength from the moment it was born. Cod witnessed the birth of this Balrog by chance. Fortunately, he knew how to capture this fire monster. Although this fire demon was captured, its strength has been steadily increasing. He has now reached level 5 strength. Cod knew that once the Balrog continued to grow stronger, he would no longer be able to imprison it. Now is the perfect opportunity. This way, he could both eliminate the group of orcs and avoid worrying about the Balrog retaliating against him in the future. The strength of a demon born from flames cannot be measured solely by its level of cultivation. The fire demon in the cage suddenly opened its eyes. He looked at Cod with anger in his eyes. Those cunning eyes were full of calculation. After a long silence, the flame demon nodded. Cod looked at the Balrog with a half-smile, but did not choose to open the cage. Upon seeing this, the flame demon let out a heavy sigh of relief. 2 streams of flame shot out from its nostrils. I, Solo, swear in the name of the god of fire. I'll take care of those orcs for you. Balrogs are as cunning as goblins. Cod knew that if the Balrog didn't swear an oath, it would probably run away without looking back the moment the cage was opened. Open the cage. Cod shouted. Without hesitation, the goblin guards removed the crystals from the top of the cage upon hearing Cod's order. They then quickly opened the iron cage. Bang! The moment the crystal above the cage was removed, a terrifying burst of flame erupted from Solo's body. In an instant, the entire cage shattered into pieces. Solo stood up. Roar! The flames on its body burst open. The goblin guards nearby, who had no time to dodge, screamed in agony as they were instantly burned to ashes by the flames. Damn it! Solo, what are you doing? Cod shouted sternly. It never expected that Solo would attack its own goblin guards the moment it escaped. Hey, I'm so sorry. After being imprisoned for so long, I'm almost losing control of my power. Solo apologized, but there was no remorse in his eyes. Instead, there was resentment. Having been trapped for so long, these goblins have mocked it quite a bit. Now that they're out of trouble, the first thing they need to do is calculate the accounts and collect some interest. Solo. Attention, your mission is to take care of those damned orcs. Cod roared. Solo smiled nonchalantly. Aren't they just some filthy orcs? If I, Solo, were to make a move, I could annihilate them in a matter of minutes. As the darling of flames, the Balrog naturally has confidence in its own strength. Prepare to die. Filthy orc. Solo roared, and his entire body burst into flames. Its body is a full 5 meters tall. A flaming longsword appeared in its hand. Whoosh! The flaming longsword slashed forward. In an instant, a fiery serpent flew out from the longsword and attacked the battlefield. The enormous fire serpent instantly enveloped a large group of orcs and goblins. This strike was indiscriminate, turning more than 20 orcs and goblins into ashes. Seemingly quite satisfied with his masterpiece, Solo continued to swing his sword. One after another, fiery snakes rushed towards the battlefield. Any orcs or goblins touched by the fire serpent were ignited by the terrifying fire element and turned into ashes. Solo wreaked havoc on the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering goblins and orcs alike. Cord couldn't help but curse Solo in his heart at his actions. Damn flame demon. One day I will turn you into a lowly slave. Boom! Boom! Flames emanated from Solo's body, and the flames kept peeling off. The surrounding orcs and goblins all suffered. What kind of monster is this? Locke asked curiously, looking at the humanoid monster covered in flames. Flame demon, a fire monster born from flames and magma. Living off fire, they possess extraordinary strength. Adalic, who was more knowledgeable than others, offered an explanation. Locke nodded upon hearing this. This fire demon seems to be a special elemental life form, born with the ability to control fire. As the Balrog rampaged across the battlefield with unbridled ferocity, the cowardly goblins retreated, trying to distance themselves from the Balrog. This fire demon also caused heavy casualties to Locke's legion. Fire elementals ravaged the orc army. The once orderly formations of the infantry and heavy infantry corps have long been disrupted. Every now and then, orcs will be possessed by flames and turn into ashes. Adalic! Took! Stop it! Locke couldn't stand it any longer. As soon as he spoke, Adalic and Tok unleashed their magic and charged towards the Balrog Solo. Although Solo is a level 5 Balrog, Locke dares not send a level 5 orc warrior to face a Balrog. Even a level 5 orc warrior would be reduced to ashes if he came into contact with the flames of this fire demon. Only level 6 orc warriors who possess magical power can resist the fire element. Facing 2 level 6 orc warriors, the Balrog showed no fear whatsoever. Ha ha ha! Bring it on! I love devouring the hearts of the strong, especially warriors like you who have developed magical powers within your bodies. That heart, nourished by magic, is truly delicious. Chapter 1:15 Battle of Level 6 Warriors. As he spoke, Solo couldn't help but reminisce. It seems that the taste made it linger. He. I've also heard that the heart of the Balrog is the main material for crafting the flame ring. A fire ring can increase the power of a fire mage's fire by at least 30%. I'm sure many people are interested in your heart. Adalic responded without any mercy. As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously stared at the chest of the flame demon Solo. That's where the heart is located. Feeling Adalic's blatant gaze, the Balrog Solo instantly flew into a rage. Without warning, the flaming longsword in his hand slashed towards Adalic. When the battle axe surged with magic, blocking the flaming longsword. Magic and fire clashed, neither giving way. The Balrog Solo gripped his flaming longsword with both hands and exerted force continuously. Adalic's legs gradually bent. In terms of strength, this level 5 fire demon is actually stronger than the level 6 Adalic. Adalic gritted his teeth and persevered, his peripheral vision already catching sight of Tok circling behind the Balrog. Seeing the Balrog wrestling with Adalic, Tok gripped his spiked club tightly, and magic instantly burst forth from his body. Drink! With a low shout, Tok exerted force with both feet. With a burst of magic, his entire body flew toward the head of the fire demon. The spiked club, imbued with magic, slammed down on the back of the fire demon's head. At this moment, the Balrog made no move, as if he had no idea that Tok was behind him. As the spiked club drew closer to the Balrog's head, a smile spread across Tok's face. Flame demon? That's all there is to it. Just as Tok thought he had succeeded, a shield of fire suddenly appeared behind the Balrog. Bang! The spiked club slammed into the flame shield, instantly sending flames flying everywhere. A large amount of fire elemental energy surged along the spiked club towards Tok. Tok's face turned deathly pale instantly. He frantically channeled his magic and retreated backward, barely escaping death. Thinking back to what had just happened, Tok felt a chill run down his spine. He was almost burned to ashes by the fire element. Damn flame demon. So they were waiting for me all along. Talk said through gritted teeth. The Balrog solo had already spotted Talk's sneak attack. It did this on purpose in order to get rid of Talk. Unfortunately, the other party reacted quickly, allowing him to escape unscathed. Seeing that their sneak attack had failed, Talk and Adalic joined forces for a frontal assault. Two level 6 orc warriors charged towards the flame demon with all their might. Magic and fire clashed repeatedly in the air, creating perilous situations for both sides. Faced with two level 6 orc warriors, the Balrog was ultimately no match for them. They quickly showed signs of defeat. However, relying on the power of fire, Adalic and Talk were unable to defeat the Balrog solo for the time being. Quick, God, help me. Solo immediately asked Cod for help. Having just recovered from his imprisonment, Solo was about to face two level 6 orc warriors, a situation that proved difficult for him to handle. At this moment, Solo's thinking was very simple, since it was to help these ugly goblins. It would be unreasonable for Cod not to contribute. Cod's intention was to make the Balrog and the orcs fight to the death, or he could severely injure the orc army, and then Cod could lead his goblin army to reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, this fire demon, seeing that it was no match for him, did not intend to fight to the death. Seeing that Cod hadn't made a move, Solo cursed under his breath. Damn goblin scum. Good. If you don't make a move soon, our deal will be void, even if it means breaking the oath of the god of fire. Cod gritted his teeth and glanced at Solo, who had a half-smile on his face. He gripped a spike club and pointed it directly at Adalic. Solo, that orc is yours to handle. Without waiting for Solo's agreement, it charged straight at Adalic. Win. In less than a second, Adalic and Cord exchanged blows 3 times. Sparks flew as the spike club and the battle axe clashed. On the other side, Talk was tightly entangled by the Balrog. This prevents them from freeing their hands. If it weren't for the 30% increase in strength and speed from the Warhorn, Adalic and Talk might not have been able to deal with Cod and the Balrog. Cod's eyes gleamed with cunning as he searched for Adalic's weakness. After a long time, there was still no progress. The next second, Cod moved. Using the corpses on the battlefield as cover, Cod moved quickly by circulating his magic. He swung the spike club at Adalic's chest and head. It attempted to quickly take down Adalic by attacking his vital points. If one of those attacks hits, it could probably render Adalic unable to fight in an instant. Adalic would occasionally let out angry roars. He wielded the battle axe in his hand with tremendous force. While dodging Cod's spike club, he swung his battle axe towards Cod's crotch. Every time he wields his axe, Adalic's battle axe moves with wide, sweeping motions. Cord skillfully dodged the battle axe that Adalic swung down. The battle axe smashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and sparks. Two completely different magical forces clashed in the air. Cord rotted. It could sense that the magic power within its body was significantly greater than that of its opponent. Gripping his spike club tightly, Cod charged forward without hesitation. He raised the spike club high with both hands and slammed it downwards. Just as the spike club was about to fall, Adalic rolled forward and slid right between Cord's legs. Cod went too far. The spike club in his hand was deeply embedded in the soil. The spike club was difficult to pull out in a short time. Just as Cod was about to pull out his spike club, Adalic appeared behind him. No! Cod roared loudly without turning his head. The battle axe was swinging down at Cod from above. Adalic did not pause because of what Cord said. The moment Cod turned around, the battle axe came crashing down. Sizzle. The leather armor that Cord was wearing was cleaved in two in an instant. The battle axe left a deep, bone-revealing wound on his body. The skin and flesh were turned inside out, and fresh blood gushed out as if it were free. Cord was sent flying by the blow. A stream of magic flowed through the battle axe into Cod's body, wreaking havoc on his life force. This forced Cod to use his own magic to fight against the magic that had entered his body. Cod took a deep breath and quickly stood up. Adalic's attack just now almost cleaved him in two. Upon glancing at the horrific state of his chest, Cod couldn't help but gasp. I was careless. This was Cod's first reaction. Adalic charged toward Cod immediately. Cod regained his footing in one tumble. Chapter 116 Battle Against the Flame Demon. Damn orcs! How dare you hurt me? The anger in Cod's eyes could no longer be suppressed. He couldn't understand how Adalik, who had only recently become a level 6 warrior, was stronger than him. On the other side, the fire demon was suppressing Talk, and the flames all around made Talk sweat profusely, especially since all of his hair had been burned off. Their appearance was extremely miserable. Being overwhelmed by a level 5 fire demon made Talk feel extremely humiliated. The surroundings were filled with fire elements, and Talk felt his magic power being output in large quantities to deal with these fire elements. Talk was in grave danger under Solo's attack. Damn orcs! Prepare to face judgment in flames. Solo roared, and the flames on his flaming long sword intensified. A fiery serpent about 5 meters long swept towards Talk. Oops! Looking at the enormous fire serpent, Talk knew something was wrong. He had no choice but to take Solo's attack head-on. Talk stood still, his magic surging as he swung his spiked club upwards. Soon the magic collided with the fire serpent. Rumble! A huge explosion rang out. The magic and the fire serpent held out for a moment before giving way. After the explosion, the remaining fire elemental energy of the fire serpent swept towards Talk. Talk roared, clearly intending to take the blow head-on. Just as the remaining fire element was about to touch Talk, an ice wall made of ice spikes appeared in front of him. A large amount of icy elemental energy was released from the ice wall. Bang! The remaining fire element was blocked by the ice wall. Talk glanced at the ice wall, then at Locke not far behind him. He knew that Locke had saved him. A magician. Solo looked at the ice wall and quickly realized that there was a magician here. Following the icy energy released from the ice wall, Solo saw Locke. A half-orc mage. Ice magic is the most effective counter to the fire demon race. A look of seriousness flashed in Solo's eyes, although he was only a level 5 mage. Kid, since you're a magician, leave this place. I won't kill you. Solo's eyes darted around, and he spoke. It doesn't want to face an ice mage, as that would greatly diminish its strength. Locke shook his head. Leave? Oh, no. Dear Mr. Flame Demon, I'm more interested in your heart. If you're willing to contribute, then I don't mind leaving. You filthy orc. I'm going to shove your head inside your ass. Solo was furious when he heard that Locke was plotting to take his heart. The next second, Solo abandoned Talk and rushed towards Locke's direction. Stop it! Locke gave a low shout. He had no intention of facing this fire demon head-on. Talk seized the opportunity, repeatedly slamming his spike club at the Balrog to block its advance. Seeing the Balrog heading towards Locke, the other orcs rushed towards it. Aegir, Ken, Gotha, Lauren, and Iron Hammer all protected Locke. Doran and Feller followed closely behind Locke. Dark manipulation. A large mass of dark energy appeared around Solo, blocking his senses. This is the aura of darkness. Dark magic. Solo was shocked. It never expected that the orc mage would possess dark magic. With his senses suppressed, Solo could only vaguely sense Locke's location. Its inherent ferocity and brutality were instantly unleashed. Rush. No refunds. Large swathes of flame surged forward as Solo swung his flaming sword, hacking and slashing relentlessly. However, they didn't even touch the hem of Locke's clothes. Soul control techniques. One after another, solid stone pillars rose from the ground, surrounding Solo in an attempt to restrict his movements. Bang! Bang! Solo wielded his flaming sword, slicing through one stone pillar after another. Good. Help me. My senses have been taken away. Kill that orc mage. Solo felt the fire power within him being rapidly depleted. It knew that if things continued this way, it would eventually be defeated. Upon hearing Solo's cry for help, Cord immediately looked over. At this moment, Solo was no longer the spirited man he once was. The flames emanating from his body had also dimmed considerably. Idiot! That damn Balrog can't even handle a few orcs. Cod hadn't expected that the Balrogs, a powerful race, couldn't handle a few orcs. As the darlings of fire, the strength of the Flame Demon clan is beyond doubt. This situation is making Cod somewhat annoyed. The entire battlefield was extremely unfavorable to their side. Roar! With a roar to the sky, it activated its innate skill once again. Berserk control. Hordes of goblins, their eyes red, charged toward Locke's location. Aegon and the other level 5 orcs formed a human wall in front of Locke. He kept attacking and killing the charging goblins. Soon the goblin corpses on the ground piled up into a small mountain. Blood stained the soil, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. The wall of 5 level 5 orcs was impenetrable, and not a single goblin could break through its defenses. Locke stood behind the wall of orcs, his eyes calm despite the large number of goblins in front of him. He used earth manipulation magic, and stone pillars kept bursting out from the ground to block Solo. Seeing that the time was almost right, the flames on Solo's body weakened considerably. Whoosh! Locke reached out, and ice spikes formed in front of him. Go! Check out the page I want to go to. He pointed at Solo with one finger. The ice spikes hurtled towards Solo like a storm. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Although Solo's senses were restricted, he was extremely familiar with the icy aura contained within these ice cones. A large amount of icy aura rushed towards Solo, and Solo instinctively frowned. As the ice spike got closer and closer to Solo, it finally got a clear look at what it looked like. In a moment of panic, Solo dodged to the side. At the same time, he slashed at the ice spike with his flaming longsword. When? Each time the flaming longsword struck an ice spike, the icy aura emanating from it would quickly extinguish the flames. Soon the flames on the flaming longsword dimmed and lost their luster. Swish! 2 ice spikes struck Solo precisely in the shoulder. The sudden injury caused Solo to pause in his steps, his body trembling uncontrollably. The ice spikes made a sizzling sound as they rapidly melted under the influence of the fire element. In the blink of an eye, the icicle on Solo's shoulder disappeared. Instead, there were 2 bloody holes. Glug glug. The fluid flowing from the wound is lava. Cough cough. Even when Solo coughed, large amounts of magma gushed from his mouth. Chapter 117, Slaying the Flame Demon. Faced with the ice spikes that had a restraining effect, Solo glared at Locke and could only pray that he wouldn't get hit. On the battlefield, once the strongest members of the goblin army were entangled, the orcs in Locke's legion would launch another attack. The infantry and heavy infantry legions cooperated with each other, continuously pressing towards the goblin army. The goblin army was clearly at a disadvantage throughout the entire battlefield. Is this the flame demon? It's not that great. Locke glanced at the flame demon, his tone full of disdain. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. This is Locke's usual style. Now that the Balrog is injured, he won't give it any chance. Whoosh! Swish! 1 ice spike after another shot towards the flame demon. This caused a bitter look to appear on the flame demon's face. The next second, the 5-meter-tall fire demon turned around and fled. Faced with a mage who wielded the element of ice, the Balrog was ultimately afraid. Trying to escape? It's too late. Locke had long anticipated that the fire demon would escape. Locke sensed cunning in the fire demon's eyes. Such a creature would not put itself in a dangerous situation. 2 wind blades slashed towards the flame demon's ankles, one from the left and one from the right. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 wind blades struck the flame demon precisely. The fiery demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. These 2 wind blades merely sliced through the flame demon's flesh. It pushed itself up with its hands and quickly got to its feet. Are bones that hard? Locke was also surprised that the wind blade, which was originally capable of severing the bones of magical beasts, failed for the first time. Solo had just stood up and, feeling that he was all right, was about to continue his escape. Suddenly, a spike club slammed down hard on Solo's ankle. Bang! Click! The Balrog's ankle was broken by Tok's attack. Boom! The pain made Solo unsteady on his feet. His body fell to one side. Ah! Damn orcs! I'm gonna kill you. A scream came from Solo's mouth. It felt that it couldn't put any force into its ankle. Swish, swish, swish. The ice spike followed closely, hitting the flame demon precisely. Bloody holes immediately appeared all over his body. Locke didn't stop. Ice spikes shot at the flame demon one after another. Soon, The flames on the Balrog's body were almost extinguished. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, and even standing up was a luxury. Looking at the flame demon, who was barely breathing, Locke slowly walked over. A glint of greed flashed in Locke's eyes as he faced such a fire demon. If he had a massive army of Balrogs, Locke was confident he could wipe out the entire Orc tribe and the human alliance. Submission or death. Filthy Orc, don't even think about making me submit. The great Balrog race will never submit to you, you damned half-orc. Solo's first words were full of disdain. Locke frowned. This was the first time a race had chosen not to submit when faced with the threat of death. Submission or death? Locke asked once again. If it weren't for the fact that this fire demon was indeed powerful and Locke had developed a fondness for talent, he would never have asked a second time. A Balrog capable of withstanding the combined strength of level 5 and holding its own against level 6 Talk and Adalic without being at a disadvantage is a Balrog worthy of Locke's second question. Submit. Filthy Orcs, stop daydreaming. There are no cowards among the flame demons. The great god of fire will grant me rebirth, allowing me to be reborn in the flames. Solo had no intention of surrendering, especially not against the Orc race. Locke shook his head. Asking twice was enough to show how much he valued this fire demon. However, since this Balrog has chosen to go down a dark path, Locke doesn't mind personally sending Solo to his next life. An ice pick appeared in Locke's hand. The tip of the icicle pointed at Solo's forehead. Have a safe journey. Whoosh. The ice pick pierced Solo's forehead with perfect precision. Solo's body trembled violently. Soon the flames burning on its body went out, revealing a body covered in flame patterns. At this moment, the fire demon was finally dead. Whoosh. Locke drew a long sword and thrust it without hesitation toward the Balrog's heart. Sizzle. A beating heart was taken from the body of the Balrog. Is this the heart of the Balrog? Are these the main materials for crafting the flame ring? Locke put it into his spatial ring without hesitation. The death of the Balrog enraged Goblin King Cod. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the shrewd Goblin King began to consider retreating. However, it was firmly entangled by Adalic. Talk and Adalic attacked simultaneously to deal with Goblin King had. Goblin King Cod, who commanded tens of thousands of goblins, was quickly dealt with by Adalic and Talk. After the remaining ordinary goblins lost control of Goblin King Cod, the crimson color in their eyes instantly disappeared. The next moment, they all plopped down on the ground. This is a sign that all the strength has been exhausted. At this moment, had stepped forward. Foolish tribesman, your king is dead. I, Hater, will become your new king. Follow me. I will lead you to witness the former glory of the goblin race. Upon hearing Had's words, all the goblins turned to look. When they saw that it was a level 5 goblin warrior, the goblins began to whisper among themselves. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have launched a war and won it. 5,560 goblins were killed and 6,700 goblins were captured. 160 of our orcs have died. The reward includes 50,000 gold coins, 2 level 2 energy absorption devices, 2 level 2 energy defense cores, 2 magic crystal cannons, and 1 siege ladder. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 59. Adult strength is 5. Speed 59. Stamina 59. Spirit 59. Magic power 7,500. Intelligence 80,100. Strength 40,100. Magic affinity 70,100. Talent recruitment. Tier 3 legions, Royal Guard Legion, 224 Wolf Rider Legion, 200 Heavy Infantry Legion, 938 Infantry Legion, 844. Legion skill Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 30%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 30%. Gold coins 57403. Locke Town, a Tier 2 town. Town area 20,000 square meters. City wall height 20 meters. Magic crystal cannon 19. Siege crossbow 1. Primary energy absorption device 5. Level 1 energy defense core 4. Secondary energy absorption device 2. Level 2 energy defense core 3. Battering Ram 1. Siege Ladder 1. Chapter 118 Level 6 Goblin King. Skills: Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Cone, Earth Control, Dark Manipulation. With the war over, the orcs of Locke's Legion began cleaning up the battlefield. The captured goblins all squatted on the ground with their hands covering their heads. He was left with only a tattered animal skin covering his lower body. Had was loudly reprimanding the captured goblins while simultaneously brainwashing them. The entire iron or mine was a complete mess. Once Had tames these goblins, they will become Locke's miners. Goblins are not as strong as orcs in combat, but their short stature makes them particularly suitable for mining. Miner Foreman. This is Locke's definition of hater. This goblin is cowardly and afraid of death, so it's only suitable for mining for itself. After the battle, Locke instructed Edelic to record the achievements of the war. The orc who kills the most enemies will be rewarded by Locke. A bottle of basic strength potion. The number of enemies killed was quickly tallied. At least nearly 100 orcs had killed more than 20 enemies, and Locke generously gave each of them a basic strength potion. This alone cost Locke nearly 10,000 gold coins. Fortunately, a lot of gold coins were found on the dead goblins, enough to buy the orcs' rewards. Moreover, given the goblins' penchant for collecting, Locke knew that Cod, as the Goblin King, must have amassed quite a collection of valuable items. Soon, 2 spatial rings appeared in front of Locke. Lord Locke. This was found on that Goblin King. One-Eyed held 2 spatial rings in his hand and handed them to Locke. Locke nodded and reached out to take it. He immersed himself in it and began to examine it. Hiss. Soon, Locke's eyes were filled with shock. You've struck it rich. The 2 spatial rings contain at least nearly 200,000 gold coins. This is enough for him to further enhance his own strength and that of the Locke Legion. After losing their Goblin King, the Goblin army was quickly subdued by Had. Had, you did a great job this time. From now on, this iron or mine will be under your control. This is your reward. As they were talking, Locke exchanged 10,000 gold coins for a bottle of intermediate level power magic potion. Hater was flattered and accepted the intermediate level power magic potion. His eyes were filled with doubt. Drink it. Without hesitation, Hater tilted his head back and gulped it down. Soon, a surge of violent magic power erupted from Had's body. It reached level 6 and became a Goblin King. Had looked at his hands, still somewhat incredulous, and so became a Goblin King. Oh, my most esteemed Lord Locke, thank you so much for your kindness. May the glory of the Goblin God shine upon you forever. I, Hater, will be your servant forever. I was overjoyed to have just reached level 6 Goblin Warrior. However, it knows that everything it has now is thanks to Locke. Without the potion Locke had just given him, he probably would never have been able to advance to level 6 Goblin Warrior in his lifetime. I don't believe in your so-called Goblin God. Locke said. Had was taken aback at first. Then he remembered Locke's half-orc identity. Oh, the great Lord Locke. May the glory of the Beast God forever shine upon you. The Beast God. Had, at least you've got the heart to do that. Locke also doesn't believe in the Beast God. However, he didn't want to talk about these things with the goblin in front of him. Locke arrived at the temporary camp at the Iron Mine, escorted by Adelic and Talk. The area was attacked by a goblin army, but fortunately the temporary camp was not destroyed. It's clear these goblins intend to stay here for a long time. Locke chose the largest tent and went inside. Soon, the main fighting force of the Locke Legion gathered here. Those damned goblins dared to covet the fine iron ore. They really don't know how to spell death. I was initially quite pleased with himself for reaching the level 6 Goblin Warrior. At that moment, Locke exclaimed, "Those damn goblins!" His smile vanished instantly, replaced by a constipated expression. Lord Locke, those ugly goblins are a waste of our resources to be alive. Why not just go straight? Lauren stepped forward and gestured toward her neck. This moment sent a shiver down Hard's spine. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Lauren. This is a god of death. Hater had labeled Lauren with this tag in his mind. Can, who was standing to the side, also stepped forward and chimed in. Lord Locke, these ugly goblins are cowardly and afraid of death. They are utterly useless. It's better to just kill them to avoid wasting food. In the eyes of these orcs, living goblins are of no use to them. Locke waved his hand, stopping Lauren and Kane. These goblins are indeed not as strong as us orcs. However, they are far more suited to mining than humans. Locke's original intention was to let those humans continue to build Locktown. It's also time to train some human blacksmiths. After all, relying solely on trade to acquire weapons is not a sustainable solution. Only by establishing its own arsenal can the Locke Legion have a continuous supply of weapons. Locke had long been aware of the importance of weapons and armor. The difference between the Stone Age and the Iron Age is not small. I've decided to hand over this iron or mine to Hayter. Locke's words were barely out when dissenting voices arose. No, Lord Locke, this iron mine can provide our Locke Legion with a large amount of gold coins. It's really hard for us to feel at ease handing this over to a goblin. Moreover, this goblin is cowardly, cunning, and treacherous. If they encounter an enemy, they'll probably be the first to run away. Lauren immediately objected. As a half-orc from the same tribe as Locke, he naturally prioritized the interests of his own tribe. Goblin? This species is notorious, and Lauren doesn't want the fine iron or that the Locke Legion has worked so hard to obtain to fall into the hands of other species. Lord Locke, this goblin's race is completely different from ours. If it chooses to betray us, this iron or mine will be out of our reach. Ken also opposed it. These two orcs were equally hot-tempered and were naturally the first to jump out whenever something happened. As for Edelik, Ager, and Talk, they all seemed indifferent. Whatever decision Locke makes, they will support him. Although Gotha and Ironhammer didn't say anything, Locke could easily tell from their expressions. These two orcs were also unwilling to hand over the fine iron or to Hayter. Locke had his reasons for doing so. Chapter 119 Advancement to Level 6 Warrior and Mage. On one hand, had proved himself in the recent battle. He defeated the Level 5 plant monster. Even when facing a Level 6 Goblin King, had dared to use his innate skills to provoke him. On the other hand, and most importantly, Hat's loyalty rate reached 80%. This is the real reason why Locke trusted Hayter. Locke hadn't expected that a single vial of intermediate level power magic potion would raise Hat's loyalty to 80%. Hat, this iron or mine is now in your hands. Is there a problem? Upon hearing that he was sleepy, Hat immediately perked up. It stood up, patted its chest, and said, "Don't worry, Lord Locke. I will definitely protect this fine iron mine. We will absolutely not allow anyone to touch this fine iron mine." Hayter knew that now was the time to show his loyalty. Seeing that Locke had made up his mind, the others, though somewhat dissatisfied, said nothing more. Having determined the issue of guarding the iron or mine, Locke continued. Given that the main combat strength of the Locke Legion is still very weak, therefore, I've decided to upgrade your skills. Enhance our strength. As soon as Locke finished speaking, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Of course, except for Hat and Adelik. Both of them have just entered the 6th level of warriors, and they will not be able to continue to improve their strength in the short term. Swish, swish, swish. 5 intermediate level power magic potions appeared in Locke's hand. This cost Locke a full 50,000 gold coins. He threw them at Lauren, Gotha, Kane, Hammer, and Aegon in turn. The 5 orcs took the intermediate level power potion and drank it down without hesitation. A surge of violent magic erupted from the 5 orcs. These 5 orcs immediately advanced to the level 6 orc strength. Although the magical aura emanating from his body is still somewhat unstable. Great Lord Locke, please accept our most sincere prayers. Thank you for your kindness, the 5 orcs said in unison. As for the remaining Doran and Feller, Locke saw longing and envy in the eyes of the 2 humans. After a slight hesitation, he took out 2 vials of medicine as well. Intermediate power magic potion, intermediate speed magic potion. They were thrown at Doran and Feller respectively. The 2 looked at each other and saw excitement and agitation in each other's eyes. With this potion, the 2 can advance to level 6 assassin and level 6 thief. There is a huge gap between level 5 and level 6. Seeing Locke nod, Doran and Feller no longer hesitated and drank it down. Before long, the 2 of them began to emanate the magical power that only a level 6 expert possesses. Seeing that everyone's strength had improved, Locke waved for them to leave. Locke was now the only one left in the tent. It's time to improve my strength, Locke muttered to himself. He currently has nearly 170,000 gold coins in his spatial ring. This is enough for Locke to improve his strength once. Intermediate Power Magic Potion 1, gold coins minus 10,000. Intermediate Speed Magic Potion 1, gold coins minus 10,000. Intermediate Stamina and Mana Potion 1, gold coins minus 10,000. Intermediate Spirit Magic Potion 1, gold coins minus 10,000. After losing 40,000 gold coins, Locke now had 4 tubes of intermediate magic potions. Glug glug. Locke tilted his head back and swallowed it. A surge of magical power erupted from Locke's body, while the magical elements became even more violent. Is this what a level 6 warrior is like? Locke clenched his fist. He could feel the terrifying power contained within it. Bite. Congratulations, host, on your advancement to level 6 Orc Warrior. Gain the skill Demon God Slash. Demon God Slash condenses magical power to unleash an extremely powerful slash. Inflict devastating damage on enemies along the way. Bite. Congratulations, host, on your advancement to level 6 Orc Mage. You have gained the skill Elemental Control. Elemental Mastery. Ability to perfectly control elemental power. After advancing to level 6, Locke checked his attribute panel. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 60. Adult strength is 5. Speed 60. Stamina 60. Spirit 60. Magic power 15,000. Intelligence 80, 100. Strength 40, 100. Magic affinity 70, 100. Talent recruitment. Tier 3 Legions, Royal Guard Legion. 224, Wolf Rider Legion. 200, Heavy Infantry Legion. 938, Infantry Legion. 844. Legion skill, Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 30%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 30%. Gold coins, 127403. Locke Town, a Tier 2 town. Town area, 20,000 square meters. City wall height, 20 meters. Magic crystal cannon, 19. Siege crossbow 1. Primary energy absorption device, 5. Level 1 energy defense core 4. Secondary energy absorption device 2. Level 2 energy defense core 3. Battering ram 1. Siege ladder 1. Skills, fireball, wind blade, ice cone, earth control, dark manipulation, demon slash, elemental control. Locke was in a great mood after being promoted to level 6. He walked out of the tent. The first thing that catches the eye is the mythical beast, the one-horned rhinoceros. Locke reached out his hand, and the rhinoceros immediately brought its head close. Hey, you also contributed a lot to this war. You deserve a reward. While they were talking, Locke exchanged for a bottle of intermediate level power magic potion. He poured it into the mouth of the rhinoceros. The intermediate level power magic potion quickly took effect. The rhinoceros grew stronger again, reaching a height of 12 meters. Its single horn on its head is 5 meters long. The one-horned rhinoceros, having advanced to level 6 magical beast, stood upright and let out an excited roar. Monsters that reach level 6 will undergo a fundamental change and awaken their bloodline power. Sizzle. A series of explosions rang out. The rhinoceros was covered in arcs of electricity. The rhinoceros has awakened the power of the elements. No, it shouldn't be called a one-horned rhinoceros anymore. Its bloodline has changed. It should be called a one-horned thunder rhinoceros. Its entire body is imbued with the power of lightning, and when it charges, it is like a tank that can absolutely rampage through everything. Ha ha! Locke laughed and stroked the head of the thunder rhino, which was restraining its own lightning power. After the thunder rhino advanced to level 6, Locke thought of that savage bull beast. Although its strength is slightly inferior to that of the one-horned thunder rhinoceros, it is still a rare and formidable siege beast. After the deaths of Balrog and Goblin King Kord, Dolan, the master of the Minotaur, was also ambushed and killed by Had. Therefore, this wild bull beast became ownerless. Chapter 1, 20 Subduing the Savage Bull Beast, the Blacksmith. Locke raised his hand, and the Thunder Rhino lay prone on the ground. He flipped over and landed steadily on the back of the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros. The one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros walked heavily toward the outside of the iron or camp. They soon arrived at an open space outside the camp. A huge monster was chained between several large trees. It was the same bull beast that fought the Thunder Rhinoceros before. The bull beast lay sprawled on the ground, its body covered in wounds inflicted by the horn and teeth of the Thunder Rhinoceros. Even now, the bull beast's injuries have not yet healed. Knock, knock, knock. The arrival of the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros naturally attracted the attention of the bull beast. It opened its eyes listlessly. The next second, disbelief and fear appeared in his eyes. That's the aura of elemental power. The monster that just fought it has reached level 6. Only when a monster reaches level 6 can it awaken its elemental power. Or those magical beasts with better talent are born with elemental power. Sizzle. Seemingly to intimidate the bull-like beast, a layer of electric current swept across the body of the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros. This caused the bull beast to roar, instinctively trying to move away from the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros. If the previous Thunder Rhinoceros was an exception, the Minotaur still had the strength to contend with it. The current Minotaur is no match for the Thunder Rhino. The one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros came to the side of the bull beast and roared at it. The next moment, the bull beast retreated continuously until it finally lay down on the ground. Locke stepped forward, looking down at the savage bull-like beast. Submission or death? There was no sign of struggle in the eyes of the bull beast. It was originally Goblin Doran's summon. It's just that it's been given a new owner. The bull-like beast offered little resistance. It lowered its head in submission. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept? Bite. Recruitment successful. Reward. 1 gold coin. Locke did not intend to give the newly recruited bull beast a bottle of intermediate level power magic potion. After all, their loyalty had not yet reached the level Locke had envisioned. Unlock its chains. Locke ordered. Without any hesitation, the orc guarding the bull beast unlocked the chains. Click. After escaping its confinement, the bull beast couldn't help but straighten its body. Locke exchanged for a bottle of basic recovery potion, which allowed the bull beast's injuries to slowly heal. After resting briefly at the iron mine, Locke led his army back to Locktown. Everything in Locktown was safe and sound. With the return of the Locke Legion, the people in the town finally felt a little more at ease. They had come to accept being protected by orcs as the norm. The loss of the Locke Legion left them feeling uneasy, fearing they would be slaughtered by other forces. Upon returning to Locktown, Locke immediately summoned Fields, the town's mayor. Upon hearing that Locke had summoned him, the middle-aged man, who had been busy with production in Locktown, immediately rushed to the city lord's mansion. Fields greets Lord Locke. Upon meeting Locke, Fields immediately knelt down at his feet. Fields put a lot of effort into mastering the etiquette commoners use when meeting nobles. Get up, Fields. Locke spoke calmly. Fields slowly stood up, bent slightly, and lowered his head. Well done, Fields. There were no mistakes in agricultural production or the construction of the city walls. This is my duty, Lord Locke. It is my honor to serve Lord Locke. Fields is a seasoned veteran in the political arena, even though he's just the mayor of a small town. He certainly understood that he couldn't take credit at this time. Fields, how many blacksmiths are there in the town of Locke? A blacksmith? Fields was taken aback. Lord Locke, Locktown is a remote town. There used to be a blacksmith who was mainly responsible for making farm tools. When war broke out, the blacksmith fled. Is there no blacksmith left? Locke frowned. It's already quite good that there's a blacksmith in this remote town. Seeing Locke's helpless expression, Fields continued. Although the blacksmith left, he left behind 3 blacksmith apprentices. Apprentice. A glint of light flashed in Locke's eyes. Could they forge weapons or armor? Weapons or armor shouldn't be too difficult to obtain. The difficult part is the blueprints for weapons and armor. Under the rule of the Abiton Empire, except for blacksmiths who worked exclusively for the army, all other blacksmiths were strictly prohibited from forging weapons. Therefore, these drawings must not be distributed. For an ordinary blacksmith, Obtaining a blueprint is even more difficult. Fields. You mean that as long as you have the blueprints, a blacksmith's apprentice can forge weapons? Locke looked at Fields and asked seriously. Yes, Lord Locke. Locke's face lit up with a smile upon hearing Fields' affirmative answer. Very good. Blueprints are not a problem. Now gather those 3 blacksmith apprentices and begin forging weapons. As he spoke, several blueprints appeared in Locke's hand. These are weapon manufacturing blueprints. He redeemed all of these in the Legion shop. Long swords, spears, battle axes, war hammers, maces, crossbows, bows and arrows, etc. are all weapons suitable for orcs. Fields took the blueprints and was shocked after just a couple of glances at them. Weapon blueprints are kept by the upper echelons of the Abiton Empire and are difficult to circulate. Fields had no idea how Locke had managed to acquire so many weapon manufacturing blueprints. Yes, Lord Locke. Fields took the blueprints and went out. Locke was the only one left in the room. Purchasing the weapon blueprints cost Locke a full 5,000 gold coins. There are still over 120,000 gold coins left, enough for Locke to improve his strength again. 5 bottles of intermediate level strength and magic potions, and 5 bottles of intermediate level mental potions. This directly cost Locke 100,000 gold coins. Leave more than 20,000 gold coins for later use. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 65. Adult strength is 5. Speed 60. Stamina 60. Spirit 65. Magic power 20,000. Intelligence 80, 100. Strength 40, 100. Magic affinity 70, 100. This is what power feels like. After reaching level 6, Locke could clearly feel that his power was vastly different from before. Only after reaching level 6 can one barely be considered to have entered the ranks of the strong in this world. In the days that followed, Locke would patrol the town of Locke during the day and sleep soundly in bed at night. I'm having a wonderful time every day. However, he hoped every day that Mark's caravan would return. This way he can trade more gold coins. The Goblin King's spatial ring contains quite a few good things. Locke believed that it could be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Chapter 1:21 Goblin Siege. The town of Locke is developing positively and actively. Beep. As evening approached, a number of orcs were staggering toward the road leading to Locke Town. His clothes were tattered, and he was panting heavily. It was clear that these orcs had just been through a war. The alarm sounded in the town of Locke. Awoo! The distant howls of wolves echoed in waves. A squad of wolf riders sped off towards the town of Locke. A group of fully armed orcs at the city gate watched the approaching wolf riders. As soon as the wolf riders entered the town, the orcs guarding the city gates quickly ran into the town. Squeak! The city gates were quickly closed. Large numbers of orcs rushed toward the city walls. Soon, the raggedly dressed orcs below approached Locke Town. Lauren took out a bow, an arrow, knocked an arrow, and shot it downwards. Whoosh! An arrow pierced deep into the ground. The orcs at the front immediately stopped in their tracks. Stop! Foreign orcs. This is Rock Town. You are not welcome here. Lauren looked down angrily. Swish! As Lauren finished speaking, all the orcs on the city wall raised their bows and aimed at the area below. Just waiting for the order, a volley of arrows will be fired. Roar! Wait, we meant no harm. I just want a place to stay. A level 5 orc stepped forward. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, his animal hide was covered in blood, and his face was pale as if he might collapse at any moment. Lauren didn't speak, but looked at Locke beside her. Locke took a few steps forward and looked down at the orc with a missing arm. May I have your name? Which tribe are you from? What happened? Locke asked directly, voicing his doubts. My name is Duke, from the Tianyin tribe. Our entire tribe has ceased to exist. It's a goblin. Goblins everywhere. They emerged from the dark forest and plundered territories and people everywhere. All those who refused to submit to them were destroyed. Duke finished speaking with a face full of sorrow. The tribe he had lived in for decades was thus wiped out. Goblins. Locke remembered hearing that goblins had escaped from the dark forest. I never expected that these cunning goblins would also dream of conquering the world. The entire Abiton Empire is now teeming with goblin armies. Humans and orcs can only barely survive by relying on cities. How can there be so many goblins? Locke asked incredulously. The Abiton Empire has a vast territory. No matter how large the goblin army is, it's impossible for it to cover the entire empire. Locke was incredulous. Those damn goblins are hiding too well. They have been lurking in the dark forest, biding their time. They continuously attacked human border villages, capturing human girls. On the other hand, they're constantly raising female magical beasts in captivity. They use their rapid reproductive ability to breed a large number of goblins. Once any of these goblins reaches level 5, they will break away from this goblin tribe. Once the goblin tribe grows to a certain size, human armies will periodically enter the dark forest to clear out these goblins, to prevent goblins from posing a threat to humans. Once a goblin reaches level 5, it will split a portion of the tribe's strength. This way, the Imperial Army will not frequently attack goblin tribes. The number of goblins after their unbridled reproduction is probably unimaginable. Especially after entering the Abiton Empire, the goblin army must have plundered a huge number of human girls and female magical beasts. This way, the goblin army can have a continuous supply of soldiers. No wonder Locke waited for so long without seeing Mark leading the caravan to trade. The road ahead is likely to be teeming with goblins. If Mark's caravan were to encounter a goblin army, they would likely lose both their goods and their passengers. Locke turned his gaze back to Duke below, his eyes filled with sympathy. These orcs barely escaped with their lives. There were over 200 orcs below, which made Locke's heart flutter. Cough, cough. It's not impossible for you to enter Locktown. Simply swear allegiance to me in the name of the beast god. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Locke had long ago set his sights on these orcs. Duke gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He first looked back, where something seemed to make him furrow his brow. When Duke looked at Locke again, his eyes hardened. I, Duke, swear allegiance to you in the name of the beast god. Upon hearing Duke swear allegiance, some orcs, in order to survive for the time being, had no choice but to swear allegiance to Locke as well. Soon all the orcs below the city walls had sworn allegiance. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Do you accept? Ding! Congratulations, host, recruitment successful. A series of successful recruitment notifications rang in Locke's ears. Open the city gates. Locke ordered. The city gate, which was originally tightly closed, was open a crack. The orcs outside the city gates swarmed forward, rushing into the city in a frenzy. Damn stupid thing. Don't push. Line up. At the city gate, Kane cursed as he looked at the orcs. The moment the level 6 orc warrior released his aura, the orcs who had just entered Locktown fell silent. Just as these fleeing orcs entered the town of Locke, a large green mass in the distance rushed toward Locktown like a curtain. Locke stared intently. Soon, the large dark green curtain revealed its true state. That's a huge swarm of goblins. An army of goblins stretching as far as the eye can see. Damn it! How can there be so many goblins? ID couldn't help but curse from his side. This is comparable in size to the entire Orcish coalition. I had already sensed the abnormality of Locktown while he was still in the city, and now he saw such a large goblin army. Even though he was an 8th level orc warrior, he couldn't help but have second thoughts. Gagaga! A strange cry rang out from the goblin army. Upon hearing the cry, the goblins instantly swarmed around the entire town of Locke like a tidal wave. The encirclement was so tight that it left Locktown no way out. The sounds of goblins could be heard from time to time around the town of Locke. The shouts were filled with excitement and exhilaration. They're about to witness another city being destroyed by their own hands. Faced with the encirclement of the goblin army, Locke had a sudden thought. One by one, the magic crystal cannons on the city wall were activated. Chapter 1, 22, Goblin Siege. The magic crystal cannon was aimed at the goblin army below. The runes on all 19 magic crystal cannons lit up. The goblin army below merely besieged Locktown and did not launch an immediate attack. The goblin army besieging the town of Locke is no longer just ordinary goblins. They come in all shapes and sizes. The shortest is only about 1 meter tall, while the tallest is over 10 meters high. Some even rode on the back of a magical beast. The weapons they wielded were incredibly diverse. Some goblins even carry mage scepters or mage banners. Clearly, this type of goblin has awakened magical talent. A goblin, only 1 meter tall, rode a striped tiger slowly through the goblin army and arrived at the very front of the column. This is a level 7 goblin warrior. He was clearly the commander of this goblin army. Max sat atop the storm tiger, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. Rock Town. Looking at the words above the city gate, Max spoke calmly. These remote towns usually don't have any powerful figures in charge. However, these human towns have recently been taken over by those filthy orcs. Listen up, orcs of Locktown. Open the city gates and surrender obediently, and we'll spare your lives. Max stared venomously at the orcs on the city wall. This was just a ruse, designed to trick the orcs into opening the city gates. Once the city gates are opened, these orcs will be its prey. Then we'll make those damned orcs slaves to their goblin race. Surrender is impossible. Orcs will never be slaves. Lauren stood on the city wall, her eyes fixed on Max below. Very good. I hope you'll still be this tough when the city falls. After saying this, Max patted the storm tiger beneath him and slowly retreated. Beep beep. A loud horn sounded from within the goblin army. This is the clarion call to attack. Catapults were pushed forward to the front of the goblin army. Teams of goblins were slowly advancing, carrying long ladders. A battering ram was pushed to the front. Locke looked at the goblin army, which numbered approximately 50,000, with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. This goblin army is even more disciplined than a human army. Locke had no idea how this goblin army had been trained. Before Locke could think, a magical voice rang out on the battlefield. Attack! Max drew a command sword, its tip pointing directly at Locktown. The goblins carrying long ladders marched in orderly steps toward the town of Locke. Catapults! Put! Beside the catapults, burly goblins lifted a stone the size of a millstone and placed it on one of the catapults. On the other side of the catapult, a strong goblin began to turn the winch. The throwing arm was pulled down. Whoosh! The strong goblin quickly released the attack, and the millstone-sized stone was flung out by the throwing arm. Stones the size of millstones rained down from the sky onto the walls of Locktown. Bang! Get down! Stones whistled as they crashed down on the city wall. Some orcs were smashed to pieces. Damn it! Locke cursed under his breath. Large amounts of rocks flew towards Locktown, smashing the town's buildings to pieces. The Level 1 and Level 2 energy defense cores have begun operation. A light blue protective shield appeared in the sky above the town of Locke. Bang! Bang! The rock shattered into pieces the moment it hit the protective shield. Debris flew everywhere from the surface of the protective shield. Although the shield appears to be fine, it will shatter once the energy threshold is reached. Release the arrows. The goblin, carrying a bow and arrows on his back, quickly picked up the bow, aimed at the city wall, and fired. Swish, swish. Arrows rained down on the city wall. The orc was pressed down so hard he couldn't lift his head. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the goblin carrying the long ladder rushed quickly towards the city wall. As soon as they approached the city wall, the long ladder was erected. Each goblin carries a long knife or sword in its mouth as it climbs upwards. Ding, ding, ding. The orcs on the city wall raised their large shields and held them up in front of them. Swish, swish. The orcs' counterattack has begun. Arrows from the city wall shot downwards. The screams of goblins continued to ring out. On the long ladder, as soon as one goblin falls, another goblin immediately takes its place. A fierce siege and defense battle is underway. Roar! 2 goblins, each over 5 meters tall and with a muscular build, roared simultaneously. They pushed the battering ram chariot toward the city gate. The orcs on the city wall naturally spotted the siege ram. The siege ram was instantly targeted by concentrated fire. 2 giant goblins, shields in hand, pushed their battering rams toward the city gate. Ding, ding, ding. The shield was riddled with arrows, yet it hadn't harmed the 2 giant goblins at all. Shoot them in the feet. Locke roared. The arrow shot towards the feet of the 2 giant goblins in an instant. The giant goblin, struck in the foot by an arrow, felt excruciating pain and stumbled to the ground. The shield in his hand was also smashed to the ground. At that moment, Countless arrows instantly pierced the bodies of the two giant goblins. The two giant goblins let out painful howls and then collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Without the two giant goblins to power it, the siege hammer came to a standstill. Mux roared angrily. Two more giant goblins stepped forward, charging towards the siege ram's position with their shields raised. The battering ram moved toward the city gate again. Get the kerosene. As the arrows dwindled, some of the orcs had already emptied their quivers. Locke immediately ordered oil to be poured into the moat. Damn goblins. Try what it's like to be roasted over a fire. Glug glug. A breach appeared in the city wall, and black oil gushed down. Oil was slowly poured into the dried-up moat. Locke reached out, and a fireball formed in his hand. Go. Feel the fury of the flames. The fireball flew towards the moat below. Boom. In an instant, the moat burst into flames. Some of the goblins in the middle were instantly engulfed in flames. Screams and wails filled the air. The burning moat gave the Locke Legion's orcs a chance to breathe. The moat served as a boundary, keeping the goblins outside from being blocked by the raging fire. Charge! Max roared angrily when he saw that the goblin army's attack was being held back by the fire. They wanted to force these goblins to cross the moat. However, since their lives were at stake, these goblins dared not cross the moat. They had no choice but to obediently cross the moat using the only stone bridge. Chapter 123, Goblin Army Siege, Part 2. Buzz. 19 magic crystal cannons simultaneously emitted a buzzing sound. Clusters of pale blue light condensed at the muzzle of the magic crystal cannon. Boom! The sound of the magic crystal cannon rang out. Only now did Locke use the magic crystal cannon. The goblin army was instantly thrown into chaos. The entire battlefield was covered in blood, mixed with goblin limbs and severed bodies. Max watched as the goblin casualties piled up on the battlefield. It knew that if things continued like this, the 50,000-strong goblin army would eventually be wiped out. Magic circle! Get those damn mages over here! Mux roared. Soon, behind the goblin army, goblins dressed in black mage robes jogged along. The strongest of these goblin mages is a level 5 mage, and the weakest is a level 2 mage. There were more than 50 goblin mages. The goblin mages came to Max's side and bowed respectfully to him. Your Majesty, the Goblin King. Max interrupted the goblin mages with a simple gesture. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly set up the magic circle. I will wipe out this town of Locke. Yes, Goblin King. As you command. More than 50 goblin mages lined up in a row. He then raised his magic wand and began to chant. As the chanting continued, wisps of magical elements emerged from these goblin mages. They converged on the open space ahead. Before long, the outline of a magic circle appeared on the open ground. As magical elements converged, the magic circle became increasingly solid. Red patterns appeared on the entire magic circle. This is clearly a fire magic circle. Locke could sense the terrifying aura of magical elements, even from a great distance. Not good. It's a magic circle. Locke's eyes showed a hint of fear. He never imagined that goblins, whose productivity was so low, would have magicians. Locke wasn't quite sure if the defenses of a level 2 town could withstand the power of this magic circle. It was too late to stop the formation of the magic circle. Putting aside the distance, simply breaking through the goblin army to get close to the magic circle would be an extremely difficult task. Damn goblins. Destroy. Filthy orc. Forbidden technique. A meteorite fell from the sky. Rumble. The red magic circle shone with dazzling patterns. A magic circle was also reflected in the sky. The magic circle appeared directly above the town of Locke. Clumps of burning meteorites appeared within the magic circle. The next second, these fiery meteorites plummeted downwards, one after another, without stopping in between. The scene was like the end of the world. Max looked at the sky filled with fiery meteorites, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Boom! The first fiery meteorite struck the protective shield of Locktown. In an instant, the fiery meteorite scattered into countless streams of light. The energy shield was trembling incessantly, as if it would break at any moment. From a distance, it looks like a dazzling fireworks display. The energy absorption and conversion device continuously injects energy into the energy defense core. At the same time, the magic circle continuously drained the magical power of those goblin mages. The question now is whether the goblin mages' magical power will run out first, or whether their energy shield will break first. Click, click, click. Fine cracking sounds kept coming from the energy shield. Locke could sense that the energy shield was about to collapse. As for those goblin mages, their magical power was about to run out. Some of the lower-level goblin mages' hands were already trembling uncontrollably. However, they dared not stop transmitting magical power, and could only grit their teeth and persevere. Once stopped, the magic circle will collapse immediately. Click! A clear cracking sound rang out, and the energy shield shattered with a deafening roar. At the same time, the magic circle above Locktown collapsed. Those goblin mages seemed to have exhausted all their strength. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Ha ha ha! Filthy orcs! Prepare to die. Without the energy shield, the goblin army can rely on catapults and arrows to suppress the enemy and scale the city walls. Grass! Damn goblins! Locke had anticipated that the energy shield would break. But even now, seeing it with my own eyes, I still find it hard to believe. However, the current situation did not allow Locke much time to think as the goblin army launched another attack. The catapult started up again. Stones the size of millstones hurtled towards the town of Locke. Some of the unsuspecting orcs were instantly smashed into a bloody pulp. The houses built in the town of Locke collapsed with a roar. The entire town was in a state of chaos. The stones hurled by the catapults kept the orc from even raising their heads or shields. They could only bury their bodies on the edge of the city wall to avoid being hit by the stones. This gave the goblins below an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Large numbers of goblins climbed up the long ladder toward the top of the city wall. The battering ram was getting closer and closer to the city gate. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and Locke felt his body sway. The battering ram crashed into the city gate. However, they did not directly break down the city gate. Damn it! Fight back! Counterattack! Fight back quickly! Those ugly goblins are about to break through the defenses. Counterattack! For the tribe! For Lord Locke! For the tribe! For Lord Locke! On the city wall, the orcs of Locke's legion stood up shouting. Some goblin warriors had already climbed up. These goblin warriors were no match for the orc warriors in terms of combat strength. The goblin warriors who had quickly climbed the city wall were driven off. The orcs regained control of the walls of Locktown. Waste. A bunch of useless trash. Much cursed loudly. He hadn't expected that the goblin army, which had already stormed the city walls, would be driven back by the orcs. Whoosh. Max took out a large sword and then slapped the storm tiger beneath him. His entire body rushed towards the city wall of Locktown. He displayed the full power of a level 7 goblin warrior without holding back. Max made no obstacles along the way, and then Storm Tiger suddenly jumped. With a burst of power from its hind legs, the tiger leaped onto the city wall. Filthy orc, prepare to face the wrath of the goblin army. Max roared, about to unleash a massacre. It instinctively sensed that something was amiss. After looking around, Max saw an orc staring at him with a half-smile. Max was instantly furious. Chapter 124, The Goblin Army Retreats. Damn orcs. I'm gonna break your... Before he could finish speaking, Max's eyes instantly widened in terror. Level 88 Orc Warrior. A chill ran through Max's heart. Without a second thought, instinct made it turn around and jump down from the city wall without hesitation. Bang! As soon as they landed, Max spurred the Storm Tiger to flee quickly into the depths of the goblin army. That's an 8th level Orc Warrior. Max wasn't ready to die yet. He didn't consider himself a match for this level 8 Orc Warrior. ID was a little stunned. The Goblin Warrior had fled the moment he saw him. This left ID, who was originally planning to make a move, with no time to react. Damn goblins. You're lucky you ran fast. ID glanced at Max's retreating figure, but didn't intend to chase after him. Even a powerful level 8 warrior like him dared not face an army of over 50,000 goblins head-on. Retreat. As soon as Max returned to the goblin army, he gave orders without looking back. It wasn't ready to die yet. Max was no match for an 8th level orc warrior. The goblin army retreated like a receding tide in the next second. Once he had retreated to a safe enough distance, Max glanced back at the town of Locke. His eyes were filled with resentment. Roar! Seeing the goblin army retreat, the orcs in Locke Town cheered in victory. Bite! Congratulations, host. You have been passively involved in a war and won. Killed 8,690 goblins. Reward, 50,000 gold coins. Secondary Energy Absorption and Conversion Device 3. Secondary Energy Defense Core 3. Crash Production Blueprint 1. Yivsharade Blueprint 1. Ramming. A ramming bar with iron blades is attached to the trolley. When the enemy climbs the long ladder, the ramming bar can be thrown over to smash the ladder directly. Yiksha Roller. A log is nailed full of barbs and hung on the city wall. When the enemy attacks, it rolls down the wall to crush them. Looking at the two design drawings, Locke's tense expression relaxed. The battle just now clearly showed that Locke Town lacks effective defensive weapons. They can only rely on manpower and the moat. The fact that they managed to hold on to Locke Town this time can only be attributed to good luck. Now that we have these two defensive structures, we can easily hold off the goblin army when they attack again. As the goblin army departed, Locke caught a glimpse of Max's venomous gaze. Locke knew that this goblin army would not give up easily. Once they have sufficient strength, they will definitely make a comeback. After the goblin army left, the town of Locke began its post-war reconstruction. The town was in a state of chaos, with most of the houses collapsed. Locke immediately decided to abandon the wooden houses and replace them all with stone houses. The town of Locke will surely suffer the ravages of war again in the future. Stone houses are better able to withstand external forces. At the same time, they also work to establish a blacksmith department to build defensive weapons for the city. The entire town of Locke was once again bustling with activity as people worked. Damn it! These orcs deserve to die. Max only stopped after fleeing dozens of kilometers from the town of Locke. It vents the frustration in its heart. Aside from the large orc tribes with orc warriors of level 8 or higher, Max couldn't believe that such a small town would have an orc warrior of level 8. During this siege, Max's goblin army suffered losses of almost 1/5 of its numbers. This made Max feel a little pained. These goblins are the result of Max's hard work in building up the goblins to their current size. Just as Max was sighing, a goblin came running by. King Max, I spotted one of my kind ahead. Similar? Max immediately perked up. The presence of goblins nearby means there might be a goblin tribe here. The lowest level goblin tribe is led by a level 5 goblin king who commands at least several thousand goblins. He could try to subdue this goblin tribe, which would make up for the casualties of the goblin army. However, if it's a goblin of level 5 or higher, then things will get complicated. Once a goblin's strength surpasses level 5 and magic power is generated within its body, it will not be content to be subordinate to other goblins. Lead the way, Max said. Without any hesitation, the goblin immediately led Max forward. Soon, the goblin army arrived at the location of the iron or mine. Gagaga. At the iron or camp, a group of goblins immediately let out a piercing scream upon seeing this army of goblins. The scream immediately attracted the attention of the goblins in the mine. One by one, armed and filthy goblins roared as they charged out of the mine. Upon seeing that the enemy was a goblin, the goblins that rushed out of the mine were clearly stunned and stood there frozen in place. When Max saw these goblins, a look of disdain appeared on his face. It looked down on these ordinary goblins from the bottom of its heart. Even as a level 5 goblin warrior, Max didn't consider himself to be one of them. Max will only respect goblins of level 6 or higher who have generated magic power within them. Little did they know that it had grown from ordinary strength to where it is today. However, its talent is much better than that of these goblins. The aura of a level 7 goblin warrior was released without reservation. The goblins that had just charged out instantly trembled with fear. This is the suppression of those in positions of power by those in positions of power. I was fast asleep in a mine. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, followed by a cacophony of footsteps inside the mine. Just as it was about to ask what had happened, a goblin stumbled in. Great king! Oh no! The enemy is attacking. Upon hearing the word enemy, had instinctively trembled uncontrollably. Then it remembered Locke's instructions to it, and besides, it was now a level 6 goblin warrior. This gave Hayter a little more confidence in his abilities. Let me go out and take a look first. If the enemy is too strong, I'll just slip away through the secret passage in the mine. Anyway, Lord Locke is powerful enough to definitely take back this iron ore. With this in mind, Hayter made up his mind to go out and take a look. It only stood up leisurely when it heard the noise inside the mine getting quieter and quieter. They walked slowly towards a mine. Outside the mine, Max was getting increasingly angry. The goblin leader inside the mine has yet to be seen. Max didn't even give these ordinary goblins a second glance. Helpless, these goblins could only obediently wait under Max's intimidating presence. Max glanced at the goblins covering the hillside and made a rough estimate. Chapter 125, The Goblins' Plea for Help. This goblin tribe has at least tens of thousands of goblins. Based on Max's judgment, he believed that the goblin tribe was ruled by at least a level 6 goblin king. Thinking of this, a hint of joy appeared on Max's anxious face. With this helper, it made a comeback, and its chances of conquering Locktown increased even more. Had peeked his head out of the mine shaft, looking rather sneaky. A pair of small, beady eyes looked around. Goblin. The anticipated mine battle did not occur. The enemy is also goblins. Had looked at the goblins opposite him with some curiosity. Since they're all goblins, that makes things easier. Hayter changed his expression and swaggered out. It spotted Max with a big smile on his face at a glance. Gaga gaga. So you're goblin brothers from the same clan? Hayter exclaimed, looking as if he had met an old friend. Max took a few steps forward and approached Had. This sudden action startled Had. Max opened his thin arms and hugged Hardy tightly. Gaga gaga. My name is Max. What are the names of these goblin brothers? Hard. Oh, it's the Had brothers. Is this the territory of the Had brothers? I accidentally wandered in here. I hope Brother Hayter won't mind. Had quickly waved his hand. The other party was a level 7 goblin warrior, and he dared not give Max a hard time. Brother Max, we're all goblins. How could I possibly mind? While Hayter said he didn't mind, he was already cursing Max in his heart. Brother Had, what's the matter with your tribe here? Max looked at Had with suspicion. Had glanced at the mine shafts behind him. It knew that the iron could not be hidden. Haha, I've discovered a fine iron mine here, and I'm going to start mining it. The fine iron inside is worth a lot of gold coins. Max's eyes lit up when he heard about the gold coins. However, the thought that this was Hayter's territory and that he needed Hayter's help came to mind. Max instantly suppressed the greed in his heart. It pretended to be nonchalant and said, Brother Hayter, this refined iron isn't worth many gold coins. Moreover, it requires excavation, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. I have a chance to make a fortune here. I wonder if Brother Had would be willing to work with me? Had's eyes lit up at the mention of a chance to make a fortune. While completing the tasks assigned by Locke, it doesn't prevent Had from earning some gold coins himself. Dry. Why wouldn't you seize an opportunity to make money? Just tell me, Max. Hayter said, rubbing his small hands together. He looked at Max with anticipation. Max knew that no goblin could resist the opportunity to make a fortune. It leaned close to Hayter's ear and whispered. About 20 or 30 kilometers away from here, there is a small town called Locktown. This town has a lot of good things. Once we take over Locktown, all the gold and silver treasures inside will be ours. Rocktown! Are you sure this is Locktown? Had exclaimed in surprise. Max looked at Had's expression, and it seemed that Had was very familiar with the town of Locke. Yes, Brother Hayter, that's Rocktown. How? You know about this town of Locke too? Had first nodded, then shook his head violently. It glanced at Max with a hint of sympathy. Hayter hadn't expected Max to run into a brick wall. Its eyes kept moving as it pondered what it should do. Hey, Brother Max, Nalek is such a wonderful place. I had heard long ago that Locktown was extremely wealthy, but my goblin army was simply no match for it. So the only option is to mine here. I see. Upon hearing this, Max became even more convinced that there was considerable wealth in the town of Locke. Brother Hayter, what about us? Dry. Let's take down Locktown. Had clapped his hands hard. When he heard that Hayter agreed, Max couldn't stop smiling. Ha ha ha. With the help of you, Brother Hard, I believe taking over Locktown will be no problem. However, I'm afraid our two goblin tribes alone are no match for Locktown. Harder looked at Max and thought to himself that the other man at least had some self-awareness. Hader knew the strength of Locktown perfectly well. Those exceptionally well-equipped orc warriors alone were enough to give Max's goblin army a headache. Not to mention the wolf riders who move like the wind. Once they charge, reaping the lives of these goblins is as easy as mowing grass. What Brother Max means is that Had, as Locke's recruiter, has a loyalty rate of 80%. At this moment, a goblin wanted to harm Locke, although Had was no match for it. But Hader had to step forward and find out exactly what Max was planning. I just led the goblin army to attack Locktown. That city wall was indeed impregnable. I spent almost a fifth of my troops, but still couldn't take Locktown. Originally, I planned to personally take action to conquer Locktown, but unexpectedly, there was an 8th level orc warrior in the town. Luckily, I slipped away in time, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me again. Max still seemed shaken as he spoke. Had couldn't help but admire the goblin in front of him. If it were him, even without an 8th level orc warrior, Had wouldn't dare to personally step into the fray. However, Max changed the subject, continuing. I know there's a level 8 magical beast nearby. Once the monster is lured over, the level 8 orc warrior will naturally take action to deal with it. Then we'll be able to free our hands, right? Great idea. Brother Max, you're so wise. Hader showered Max with compliments and praise. Brother Max, your goblin army must be exhausted after a long day. It's time to take a good rest and recharge. Hader made it seem like he was thinking of Max's best interests. After hearing what it said, Max did feel a bit tired. It looked at Hader somewhat embarrassedly, unsure how to ask Hader to find a place to rest. Brother Max, if you don't mind, come and rest in my Iron Mine cave for a while. Let's attack Locktown when we're fully rested and in top condition. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much, Brother Hard. Max immediately expressed his gratitude. Then, under Had's guidance, Max led the goblin army toward the iron mine. With a place to rest, Max fell asleep immediately. Soon, even breathing could be heard coming from Max's mouth. Chapter 126 Had's gold coins. Soon, it was deep into the night. Around midnight, a short figure appeared at the entrance of the mine. The figure poked its head out and looked around. Once he was sure there was no movement around him, the figure rushed out of the mine at an extremely fast speed. It vanished into the night in an instant. It did not cause any commotion. About half an hour later, the figure appeared in front of the town gate of Locktown. Looking at the tightly closed city gate, the figure first glanced at the city wall, intending to climb over it. Seemingly remembering something, he shook his head again. Then it extended a dark green claw and knocked on the city gate. Knock, knock, knock. Who goes there? A response came quickly from inside the city gate. Immediately afterwards, an orc peered through a hole in the city gate. Not good. Those damn goblins are attacking the city again. Damn it. Look carefully. It's me. Your Excellency, Lord Harder. Had's face darkened when he heard the word damned goblin. Huh? Oh, so it's Lord Hader. Please wait a moment. I'll open the door for you right away. Squeak. The city gate was open a crack. Had quickly squeezed into the gap. It looked at the orc who had just spoken to it, its eyes narrowing slightly. A strange emotion kept flashing in his eyes. If it were a goblin, Had would have killed it long ago. Had patted the orc on the shoulder, turned and left, leaving behind a single sentence. You're great. Hader continued on his way, and soon arrived at the very center of Locktown, the city lord's mansion. Stop. The one guarding the door was One Ear. One-Eared. It's me. Hard. When Hader got closer, One Ear finally got a good look at the person. Had. It's you. Is there anything I can help you with? I want to see Lord Locke. Hader stated his purpose directly. Wait a moment. One Ear turned and walked into the city lord's mansion. Hader was left waiting anxiously in the same spot. Before long, One Ear popped out. Go Hat. Lord Locke is waiting for you. Hader didn't linger and strode quickly into the city lord's mansion. Squeak. Pushing open the door, a figure with his back to Had appeared before him. Sensing Had's arrival, Locke turned around with a smile. Had, is there something you need so late at night? Hader nodded quickly. Lord Locke, Is a goblin army attacking Locktown today? Although he didn't know how it found out, Locke nodded nonetheless. Was it led by a level 7 goblin warrior? Yes. Then that's it. After a pause, had looked at Locke and continued. Lord Locke, that goblin army is currently inside the iron mine. Oh, what's going on with Hayter? Please explain in more detail. Without hesitation, had recounted the entire encounter with the goblin army that day. So, that level 7 goblin warrior named Max invited you to join him in attacking Locktown? Yes, Lord Locke. Judging from what Max said, it seems it can attract an 8th level magical beast. An 8th level magical beast? This is a bit tricky. Locke fell into deep thought. Once ID is tied down, even these level 6 powerhouses are no match for the level 7 goblin warriors. However, it's not entirely without a solution. With one level 7 warrior and his own level 6 warriors, dealing with a level 7 goblin warrior is not difficult. Locke currently has just over 70,000 gold coins, enough for him to advance to a level 7 orc warrior or a level 7 orc mage. But Locke absolutely refused to face a level 7 goblin warrior. He had no combat experience. He relied solely on overwhelming strength. The other level 6 orc warriors had only just reached level 6. To become a level 7 orc warrior, you need at least 100,000 gold coins. We're still short 30,000 gold coins. Locke couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I would have kept more gold coins. Locke would never personally participate in the battle unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, having just reached level 7, he might not be a match for that level 7 goblin warrior. Locke wouldn't take the risk. What can I get gold coins? Locke pondered. Suddenly, he caught sight of Had, the goblin, out of the corner of his eye. As a goblin, collecting gold coins is its greatest hobby. Had felt a chill run down his spine as Locke stared at him. His eyes looked like those of a wolf seeing a sheep. Hard, Lord Locke, what can I do for you? Hater. Lord Locke would like to borrow some gold coins from you. Look, no, Lord Locke, I don't have any gold coins. Had refused without even thinking. Gold coins are as precious as its life. Had, I still have quite a few of those potions that can boost your strength. As long as you can afford the gold, I guarantee I'll give you a potion to boost your strength when you reach level 6. The peak of the goblin warrior rank. Had's eyes lit up when he heard about the potion that could enhance strength. Gold coins are important, but strength is even more important. As long as you have the strength, you'll have a steady stream of gold coins. Lord Locke, you're not lying to me? Had asked somewhat incredulously. Had, when have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, Lord Locke won't treat you unfairly. Seeing Locke's confident assurance, Hayter didn't think any further. It glanced at the spatial ring on its right hand, where all its possessions were kept. This is something that has gradually accumulated since being recruited by Locke. Lord Locke, how many gold coins do you need? Had asked cautiously. 100,000 gold coins. Hayter was startled, and its head shook incessantly like a rattle drum. Obviously, it doesn't have that many gold coins. 80,000 gold coins. Hard. No, Lord Locke, I can only give you 50,000 gold coins. Hayter stretched out his palm, his face showing a pained expression. Okay, Had, 50,000 gold coins. Locke didn't hesitate at all. His intention was to squeeze as many gold coins as possible out of Hayter, at least 30,000 gold coins. Unexpectedly, this whole process yielded a pleasant surprise. You've gained 20,000 more gold coins. However, when Had agreed to 50,000 gold coins, Locke knew that this greedy goblin had more than 50,000 gold coins in his possession. Hayter hadn't expected Locke to agree so readily, and suddenly felt like he'd been tricked. However, at this moment, Hayter had no choice but to agree. Splash! Harder reluctantly pulled out a huge pile of gold coins from his spatial ring, which looked like a small mountain. Chapter 1, 27 Locke's Plan. As he watched the mountain of gold coins vanish, had felt as if his heart was bleeding. At this moment, Locke's gold coins had reached more than 120,000. That's enough for him to advance a level 6 warrior to a level 7 warrior. He just hadn't decided who should be promoted to level 7 warrior yet. Had, go back now and continue monitoring that level 7 goblin warrior. When he brings the level 8 magical beast back to the iron mine, find a way to notify me. Lord Locke, Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the level 7 Goblin Warrior hasn't yet subdued the level 8 magical beast and surround the Iron Mine directly? I was somewhat puzzled. Its original intention was to come to Locktown to inform them of the situation and then lead the Lock Legion back to the Iron Mine. Although the level 7 Goblin Warrior and were like brothers, their relationship seemed quite harmonious. However, I could sense a hint of greed in its eyes whenever it saw refined iron ore. Although Max could always suppress that greedy look in his eyes, it still made Head very uncomfortable. It wants Max dead. Only dead goblins wouldn't covet this fine iron mine. This iron or mine belongs to Locke, but Head can hide some iron ore from time to time. Locke reached out his hand and Had immediately bent down and leaned his head closer. Locke was taken aback at first, then reached out and stroked Had's head a few times. Had, your task is to guard the fine iron mine. Locke reminded him. It knew some of Had's little schemes. Had long coveted the goblin army of over 40,000. After defeating this goblin army, the captured goblins naturally came under Had's command. The reason Locke didn't immediately lead the Lock Legion to besiege Max's goblin army was because he had his eye on that level 8 magical beast. With ID in the picture, Locke was determined to take the gamble. Once Locke recruits that level 8 magical beast, he can freely attack those small and medium-sized orc tribes. The chieftain of a medium-sized orc tribe was only a level 7 warrior. Moreover, such a permanent henchman is far more useful than the borrowed ID. Yes, Lord Locke had immediately nodded in agreement and then began to leave. One Eye. As soon as it left, Locke called out for One Eye. One-eyed man strode in and knelt on one knee. Lord Locke, go and fetch the old chief. Yes, Lord Locke. One of them stood up and quickly left. Had, are you leaving already? One Ear greeted Had as they arrived at the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Had glanced at One Ear, the unremarkable orc who had initially followed Locke, now a level 5 orc warrior. Who knows, maybe one day our strength will surpass it. Had couldn't help but feel a little envious of the orc. Little did they know that all of this was earned by One Ear through his own hard-earned military achievements. Okay, I'm leaving. I will guard the fine iron mine for Lord Locke. Had greeted casually. Hard, is there a lot of refined iron ore in the iron or mine? One Ear asked in a low voice. Hader gave a questioning look, but it still nodded. Hard, could I ask you for a favor? Upon hearing One Ear say this, Had seemed to smell the scent of gold coins, and it instantly perked up. Haha, One Ear, you tell me. Although we are not of the same race, but they're both in the Lock Legion. We both serve Lord Locke. If you have any problems, I, Had, will certainly help you, Had said, patting his chest. Seeing Had's righteous and chivalrous demeanor, One Ear no longer hesitated. Hard, I need some fine iron or to forge a weapon. That's easy. Had put his arm around One Ear's shoulder and began his shrewd business dealings. About 10 minutes later, a goblin and an orc both showed satisfied expressions. Hader, in particular, was so happy he could hardly stop smiling. Hader seemed to have thought of something, and it glanced at the sky. Damn it, I completely forgot the time. Without looking back, Had ran off towards the edge of Locktown. Huff, huff, Hader gasped for breath. Fiend. Seeing that Max and his goblin army had not yet made a move, Had finally felt relieved. If Max finds out that this goblin traitor went to inform an orc at night, its life is likely in danger. Snap! A hand was placed on Had's shoulder, which startled him instantly. The thought that this was on his own turf made Hader angry. He turned around and saw Max with a smile on his face. Had suddenly felt his legs go weak. Does it know everything? Just as Had was about to launch a sudden attack and escape, Max's words the next second dispelled the idea that had just arisen in his mind. Brother Had, where have you been? Why am I so tired? Sweating profusely? I couldn't sleep just now, so I went for a run. Hader's tone was somewhat unsure. Oh, did you really just go for a run? Max gave me a knowing look. Weren't we just on our reproductive mission? Hearing this, Had breathed a long sigh of relief. A wicked grin immediately appeared on its face. Haha, it seems nothing can be hidden for Brother Max. Indeed, I recently captured 2 female magical beasts. In order to make my goblin tribe prosper, I have to, at this point, Had winked at Max. Mux grinned mischievously. Brother Max, when are we going to attack Locktown? Harder immediately changed the subject. At this moment, Max had a serious expression on his face. It'll be soon. Brother Hater, wait until I subdue that level 8 magical beast. We'll attack Locktown. Don't worry, you'll get plenty of good stuff. A level 7 goblin warrior subdued a level 8 monster, and no matter how hard it racked his brains, he couldn't figure out where Max got his confidence from. Although Hater was very curious, it wisely refrained from asking any further questions, because it knew that even if it asked, the goblin in front of it would not tell it. Hater decided to head into the iron or mine, having not rested all night. Now is the perfect time for it to catch up on its sleep. Upon entering the iron mine, had headed straight for his own cave. He lay down on the stone bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Rocktown, City Lord's mansion. Locke, what's the rush you're calling me at this hour? Adelic asked as soon as he saw Locke. Locke nodded. The goblin army from yesterday is currently resting in the iron mine. This is news that Hater just brought. Chapter 128, Level 7 Ager. Those goblins really know how to pick a spot. Edelic never expected it to be such a coincidence. Then what are we waiting for? Those damn goblins escaped during the day. Now it's perfect for us to join forces with Had and wipe out this goblin army. The thought of war made Idaric eager to fight. Locke shook his head. It's not the right time yet. Old chieftain, if you advance to level 7 warrior, will you be able to deal with that level 7 goblin? Adelic frowned, and after a long while he shook his head. That goblin has been at level 7 for a long time. Even if I were to reach level 7 now, I probably wouldn't be a match for it. The only thing we could do is stall them. Well, Locke couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He knew things wouldn't be that easy. But Iger should be able to. He is the most talented orc warrior I have ever seen. I really don't know anyone else who could defeat that level 7 goblin warrior. With its talent, it could at least grow into an 8th level orc warrior. What Edelic was referring to was, of course, without taking the kind of potion that Locke used to enhance his strength. Eager. Locke then remembered that, based on Egg's combat strength of over 90, once it reaches level 7, those level 7 goblin warriors would probably be no match for it. One eye go and fetch Ager. Before long, an exceptionally strong orc appeared in front of Locke. Lord Locke. Egg bowed and greeted Locke. Locke nodded. Eager, you must have seen that level 7 goblin warrior yesterday. If you advance to a level 7 orc warrior, can you defeat it? No problem. Lord Locke. Ager did not hesitate at all. He was very confident in his own strength. Ha ha ha. Very good. Upon hearing Ager's resolute answer, Locke burst into laughter. He quickly exchanged 100,000 gold coins for 10 bottles of intermediate level power magic potions in the Legion shop. AIG. Take it. I hope you won't let me down. Lord Locke. Don't worry. Ager took the intermediate level power magic potion with both hands, tilted his head back, and drank it down. Glug. Glug glug. After Locke drank all the intermediate level power potions, his body reacted quickly. The magic power within his body increased rapidly, and soon broke through the threshold of level 6. Roar. Ager let out a painful roar, and the magic power within his body erupted instantly. A level 7 pressure was released without reservation, forming a terrifying air pressure. This caused Locke and Edelic, who were standing nearby, to involuntarily step back. Level 7 Orc Warrior. As expected, Ager reached level 7. He clenched his fists, a feeling of unprecedented power filling his heart. For a half-orc who has been a newcomer for less than a year to reach the level of a level 7 half-orc warrior is something that has never happened before in the entire half-orc tribe. Locke sensed Ager's powerful aura and knew that all he had to do now was wait for news from Hater. Days passed, and Locke received no news from Had. As usual, construction continued in the town of Locke. Outside the city, trenches were being dug and barricades were being placed one after another. Locke wants to turn Locktown into a war fortress. In the blacksmith's workshop, a large group of blacksmiths were forging weapons. Under the guidance of the 3 blacksmith apprentices, the blueprints for various weapons, including the Yiksha arena, the Crash Chariot, and others, are being constructed. The only problem is that there isn't enough coal. At this rate, we won't be able to manufacture weapons for at most a week. So we must find a way to get coal. Either find a coal mine or a town with large coal reserves. Iron Mine Shaft. These days, all Hader has been doing is asking Max if they can attack Locktown. The rest of the time was spent eating the fruit picked by the goblins in the iron mine. And after eating and drinking to their heart's content, they would fall into a deep sleep. Life is so comfortable. It's even more relaxing and comfortable than in Locktown. Here, Hader has no constraints whatsoever. Tajda. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. This woke up Had, who was having a sweet dream. In his dream, Had ruled over millions of goblins, wearing a crown. Just as he was about to sit on the throne, he suddenly awoke. This made Hader extremely angry. Damn it! How dare you disturb my sweet dream? You better pray something's really wrong, or I'll chop you up and feed you to the monsters. Had opened the stone door, cursing under his breath. A small goblin was seen approaching and preparing to knock on the stone door again. What is it? Hader asked, barely suppressing his anger. King Hader. King Max needs to speak with you. Behind the iron or mine. Upon hearing that Max was looking for him, a glint of light flashed in Hard's eyes. He knew there was a high chance that Max had subdued the level 8 magical beast. Had hesitated for a moment, then walked out of the mine, his destination the back mountain of the iron or mine. Walking through the dense bushes, Hader spotted Max at a glance. He was standing with his back to Hader beside a pool of water. Hi, Brother Max. Harder greeted him from a distance. Max turned around, his serious expression instantly transforming into a smile. Brother Hader, you finally arrived. Max's voice was filled with excitement when he saw Had. This was completely different from his dejected appearance when they first met. At this moment, Max seemed to have transformed into a different goblin. Brother Max, what brings you here? Hader's eyes darted around. It is now terrified that what it has done will be exposed. Aha, Brother Hader, it's time to set off and take over Locktown. Max said smugly, as if victory was assured. Hader was stunned for a moment. Although it had already guessed it, it still couldn't help but shudder. Brother Max, I don't think it's the right time yet. Hader said through gritted teeth after thinking for a moment. This instantly turned Max's previously playful expression serious. Brother Hader, what do you mean? Don't you want to attack Locktown with me anymore? Max's tone carried a hint of murderous intent. If Had's answer is even slightly contrary to its wishes, Max will definitely strike and snap the head off this level 6 goblin warrior. No. Brother Max, what I mean is that we need to get some rest. Get plenty of rest. We'll set off early tomorrow morning to wipe out Locktown. After a full night's rest, our goblin army's combat strength will definitely be enhanced. Now, they're all exhausted. They probably can't sustain a war any longer. Chapter 129 Level 8 Frost Viper, Summoning the Lock Legion. Oh, please forgive me, Brother Hader. I thought you were afraid of those orcs. I never expected you to be thinking of our goblin army. That's something I hadn't thought of. These goblins have been working all day and certainly don't have the energy to start another war. More than 40,000 goblins who had just entered the iron mine began mining the iron ore without Had's permission. Harder knew it was Max's idea. Harder naturally turned a blind eye to this. It knew that the iron ore mined by these goblins would eventually return to its own hands. Brother Max, what kind of magical beast did you tame? Out of curiosity, I wanted to know what kind of magical beast it was. At the same time, it was also so that when he met Locke that night, he could say a few useful things and make Locke look at him in a new light. Upon hearing it ask about the monsters he had tamed, Max looked smug. Hey, Brother Hader, this monster is no ordinary creature. Do you see this pond? This is what it produced. I'd looked at the pool. It had been to the back mountain many times, but it didn't remember there being a pool there. Upon hearing Max's words, it understood. A water attribute magical beast? No, Had. It's an ice attribute monster. A level 8 frost viper. Max's feat of subduing an 8th level magical beast with the strength of a level 7 is something he can be proud of. Level 8. Frost viper. Hader couldn't help but speak in surprise. As soon as the words were spoken, ripples spread across the once calm pond. In no time, the original pool of water turned into a pool of ice. Wisps of icy energy emanated from all directions. This made Had, who was standing nearby, shiver. Click, click, click. The sound of ice cracking came from below. Bang! The next second, a pale white figure soared into the sky. A giant python appeared on the ice. Upon seeing Max, his previously proud head instantly drooped. However, those cold, vertical pupils were filled with resentment. Level 8 monsters have become sentient. For some reason, had felt that there was a hint of resentment in the ice viper's eyes as it looked at Max. Even the way she looked at me was filled with resentment. An unexpected disaster. The word hater instantly popped into his mind. Although we don't know what Max did to this level 8 frost viper, it probably wasn't anything good. Because it appeared here at the same time as Max, it's clear that Hater also harbors a grudge against this level 8 magical beast. Damn, Max had cursed inwardly. Hey, Brother Had, did you see that? This is the Frost Viper. With this beast around, the walls of Locktown are as flimsy as paper. Had looked at Max, puzzled. Seemingly to show off, Max shouted at the Ice Viper. Show your icy breath to Brother Hatter. Upon hearing Max's command, the Frost Viper's eyes clearly showed reluctance. It did not take any action. This made Max lose face. Damn beast. If you don't follow my instructions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't forget that your only child is still in my hands. Max looked at the Ice Viper and said fiercely. At this point, how could Had not understand how Max had subdued the Frost Viper? These are all dirty tricks of goblins. They use the children of these monsters to blackmail and force these monsters to submit. Upon hearing about his child, a hint of tenderness appeared in the Frost Viper's icy eyes. With Max holding its weakness in its grasp, the Frost Viper reluctantly opened its massive jaws. Frosty breath. A thick mass of icy energy swept towards the open space ahead. Boom! A huge crater appeared on the originally flat ground. As the Ice Viper continued to breathe, the pit grew larger and larger. Soon, a pit the same size as the pool appeared in front of Had. The pit was filled with thick blocks of ice. Seeing this, Had finally understood how the pool of water had appeared. Seeing this, Hater gave Max a thumbs up. Brother Max, it's getting late. Let's hurry back and get some rest. We're going to attack Locktown tomorrow. Hater urged him on. It now wants to get to Locktown as soon as possible to deliver the message. Max waved his hand, and Hater, relieved, hurried toward the mine. What a lazy goblin. I have no idea how this guy managed to level up to a level 6 goblin warrior. Max had been fully aware of what Had done during this period. This level 6 goblin warrior just eats and sleeps all day long. In my spare time, I would take a stroll through the iron or mine tunnels. They showed absolutely no intention of making any effort to cultivate themselves. Once inside the mine, Hatter stopped sleeping. It kept pacing back and forth inside the house. I kept sensing the sounds and movements outside. Wait until it gets dark. Let's wait until it gets dark. Had planned to use the cover of night to head back to Locktown. After an unknown amount of time, the noisy sounds inside the mine gradually quieted down. Hater knew that the goblins were about to fall asleep. Night fell quickly. With a creak, the stone door opened. A figure ran off into the distance without stopping. That figure was none other than Had. Harder arrived in Locktown quickly, and his journey was smooth. Lord Locke. That was an Ice Viper, definitely an 8th level magical beast. Oh, an Ice Viper with the attribute of ice. Locke frowned. When is that goblin planning to attack Locktown? Today. Originally, we planned to attack Locktown today, but after my persuasion, Max decided to attack Locktown first thing tomorrow morning. So I rushed over as soon as night fell. Had's words clearly carried a sense of taking credit. Well done. Had. Don't worry. Lord Locke will not treat you unfairly. Once I take care of that, Max, the entire goblin army will be yours to command. Had. You go back and continue your covert operation. Never reveal yourself until the very last moment. Unless Max dies. Yes. Lord Locke. When will the Locke Legion launch its attack? Now. Immediately. Immediately. One Eye. Gather. Summon the Locke Legion. Gather. War has broken out. Yes. Lord Locke. One Eye ran towards the top floor of the City Lord's mansion without hesitation. At the same time, had left the City Lord's mansion. Ring ring. Soon, an alarm bell rang from the top floor of the City Lord's mansion. This is Locke's signal to summon the Locke Legion. Chapter 130 Legion assembles, heads to the iron mine. Upon hearing the alarm, all the orcs of the Loch Legion, regardless of their condition, gathered at the city gate. Wolf riders, infantry legions, heavy infantry legions, and royal guards. They're all assembling quickly. Meanwhile, Locke arrived at ID's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Brother Ida. It's me, Locke. Squeak. The door was opened. It's Priest Locke. What brings you here so late, Brother Ida? Locke got straight to the point. Brother Ida, we found that goblin from the last siege. Now, they've taken over my iron mine with their goblin army. Moreover, it created an extra level 8 magical beast, the Frost Viper. I wonder if Brother Ida can handle this monster? Level 8 magical beast, Frost Viper? Although it's a bit troublesome, it's manageable. Let's go. Priest Locke, I've been eating and drinking in your Locktown for so long for nothing. I'd feel bad if I didn't do something in return. It's a good time to stretch our muscles. Click, click, click. ID clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. He rubbed his hands together and walked towards the door, eager to get started. When Locke arrived with his personal guard, the entire Loch Legion was already fully assembled. Looking at these orcs, who had gone from being skinny and bony to being strong and healthy, Locke nodded in satisfaction. Such a well-equipped orc army would be absolutely invincible. Cough, cough. My Orcish subjects. A while ago, those damned goblins attacked our Locktown. They caused enormous damage to the town of Loch. Now I've received news that those damned goblins are actually inside our iron mine. They want to seize our iron or mine, and they're also eyeing our town of Loch. Get them. These ugly goblins. How dare they try to take advantage of us? It's time they learn the meaning of the orcs' wrath. Va, va, va. The orcs of the Loch Legion all raised their weapons, determined to wipe out those damned goblins. Let's go. Locke waved his hand, and the entire Loch Legion of orcs instantly rushed towards the gates of Locktown. The first to lead the charge were naturally Aeger's Wolf Riders. The entire team headed towards the iron or mine with great fanfare. At this moment, the iron or mine is completely silent. All the goblins have had a long day, and it's time for them to get some rest. These goblins seem to have grown accustomed to the freedom of the dark forest. There wasn't even a single guard near the iron or mine. Inside the iron or mine had paced back and forth, restless and uneasy. Soon after, several level 4 or 5 goblin warriors arrived at Had's residence. These are the trusted confidants that Hayder cultivated during this period. Although the goblins had all submitted to Had, the arrival of Max during this period led some goblins to consider joining him. It's simply because Max is a level 7 goblin warrior. However, in order to gain Had's help, Max rejected the goblins who wanted to submit to it. It didn't want to upset Hayder. However, Hayder never forgot this incident. If Hayder were to openly deal with those disloyal goblins, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among most of the goblins. While killing one's own kind is not uncommon among goblins, it will certainly earn one a bad reputation. This will deter other goblins who want to join them. Now is the perfect time to get rid of those fence-sitters. A smile crept onto Hayder's lips. He thought he was incredibly clever. King Hayder. The goblins immediately bowed to Hayder upon seeing him. Hayder nodded, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of being fawned over by the other goblins. I called you here today to give you a way out. The goblins looked at each other, all somewhat puzzled. Hayder continued. The orc army is about to attack. After Had finished speaking, all the goblins' expressions changed. They still vaguely remember the fear of being dominated by the orc army not long ago. Their former king was killed by orcs, and the current king seems to have some connection with the orcs. So they took in these goblins. These goblins didn't think anything of it. They were all level 6 goblin warriors, so it didn't matter who they followed. King Hayder, don't you have some connections with those orcs? Hayder's eyes darted around, and he feigned a headache, saying, Alas, I do have some connections with those orcs. They allowed me to stay in this iron mine. But do you know what? The goblin army led by Max had attacked towns inhabited by orcs. Now those orcs know that Max is here, so they prepared for revenge. The reason Had dared to warn these goblin orcs of their impending attack was that he had made preparations. If any goblin makes an excuse to leave, it immediately attacks and eliminates them. King Hayder, so what should we do? Yes, King Hayder. I don't want to die. King Hayder. The goblins started chattering amongst themselves, their voices filled with anxiety. Quiet, had shouted angrily. All the goblins fell silent. What's the panic? Since I have told you, it is natural that I already have a solution. There's a secret passage inside this iron ore mine. When the orc army arrives, you and your goblins should leave directly through the secret passage. Upon hearing that there was a secret passage, the goblins finally breathed a sigh of relief. But now, all of you stay here. Yes, King Hader. In the dead of night, all the goblins were fast asleep. The long, drawn-out howl of the wolf rang out loudly in the silent night. However, this did not attract the attention of the goblins in the iron mine. This is the wilderness, so it's perfectly normal to hear wolves howling. A squad of wolf riders quickly arrived at the iron mine. Ager looked at the empty iron ore mine with disdain in his eyes. These goblins don't even have anyone on night watch. With a wave of his hand, the wolf riders quickly surrounded the entrances to the iron ore mines. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. Ager remained where he was, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Lock Legion. The number of wolf riders was insufficient to defeat this goblin army. All the orcs pressed down on the wolf's mouth to prevent it from making noise and alerting the goblins in the iron mine. Suddenly, Ager felt a pang of heart palpitation. He quickly rolled off the wolf and looked around. In the darkness, two eerie green lanterns appeared to float in the air in the distance. Chapter 131, Goblin Siege. Ager felt as if he were being watched by an extremely terrifying beast. His eyes were fixed on that spot. Get the torches, Ager growled. Whoosh. A torch was lit and then handed to Ager. Without any hesitation, Ager threw it into the distance. The torch streaked through the air, illuminating the surrounding sky. A huge snake head stood in the air, its lantern-like eyes coldly staring at Ager. It was indeed the Frost Viper. Hiss! Ager gasped. He gripped the battle axe tightly in his hand. Before Ager could make a move, the Frost Viper vanished in an instant. The palpitation that had been nagging at Ager's heart also disappeared. He knew that the magical beast had left. Shaking his head, Ager couldn't understand why the magical beast, which was clearly much stronger than them, had left. Logically, these orcs should be food for those magical beasts. Unable to understand, Ager stopped thinking about it and continued to wait for Locke's arrival. Soon the Lock Legion arrived at the iron mine. Lauren, King, surround those mines with your heavy infantry legion. Yes, Lord Locke, Gotha, Hammer. He led his infantry corps to surround the entire camp. Let those archers occupy the high ground of the mine. If any goblins manage to break through the encirclement of the heavily armored legion, wipe them out immediately. Yes, Lord Locke. The remaining guards surrounded Locke. These were all orcs from the Wolf slave tribe. This war is destined to end in victory for the Lock Legion. Go and bring me those wet sticks. Soon, one after another, the royal guards, half-orcs, arrived, each carrying a bundle of wet sticks. Locke waved his hand, and the guards of the orcs quickly placed wooden sticks at the entrances of the iron mines. Then lighted. Instantly, thick smoke drifted into the mine. For Locke Town, Locke roared. For Locke Town, for Lord Locke. The orcs of Locke's legion roared in unison. The deafening sound failed to awaken the slumbering goblin army within the iron mine. Locke's original intention was to let the goblins in the iron mine discover his orc army. However, soon a noisy sound came from the iron mine. Cough, cough, cough. Why is there so much smoke? Who is it? Fire. There's a fire. The goblins inside the iron mine immediately sensed something was wrong. The thick smoke blinded the goblins, and soon they were filled with violent coughing. The goblins rushed straight to the mine entrance, eager to find out what was happening outside. As soon as he rushed to the mine entrance, he was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the orcs who had been waiting for him. The weapons these orcs wielded were significantly larger than the goblins themselves. In one fell swoop, they knocked down all the goblins, weapons and all. A continuous stream of goblins rushed out of the mine entrance. The mine was filled with thick smoke, and the goblins were coughing and struggling to breathe. Upon hearing the commotion outside, had immediately spoke up. Go, bring your goblins here. The orcs have already begun their attack. As the smoke inside the mine grew thicker, The goblins quickly dispersed and headed back towards their territory. They need to gather their goblin minions to escape with Had. Max was awakened from a deep sleep by a violent cough. When he opened his eyes, the thick smoke made it impossible for him to see the situation inside the room. Max was completely dumbfounded. This is clearly a mine shaft with no flammable materials, so how did it suddenly catch fire? Unable to figure out, Max simply stopped thinking about it. It quickly stood up and walked outside. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? Max grabbed the goblin and asked. Great King. It looks like an orc. Those damned orcs are coming. How was that possible? How did those orcs know I was here? Muck shouted. Even now, Max still believes that those foolish orcs have no way of knowing its movements. Where is Hader? Max continued to ask. However, the goblin simply shook its head. The dense smoke reduced visibility to less than a meter, making it impossible for the goblin to detect Had's movements. Go and inform King Hader. Let's rush out together. Your Majesty, forget about King Hades for now. Let's charge out. Otherwise, we'd all die here. Upon hearing this, Max gritted his teeth and ran towards the mine exit he remembered. They soon arrived near the mine entrance. The area around the mine entrance was surrounded by goblins. These are all powerful goblins. At this moment, they naturally knew that there were a large number of orcs outside. The previous waves of goblin attacks were all wiped out. These powerful goblins naturally dared not launch another breakout attempt. King Max. Upon seeing Max, the goblins immediately greeted him warmly. Get out of my way. Grab your weapons and charge with me. Having reached such a life-or-death situation, the goblins were unwilling to take any more risks. Because if they went out, they would be hacked to death by the orcs. With Max leading the way, hope instantly rose in the hearts of these powerful goblins. Max stood at the entrance of the mine. It could already see the orcs wielding weapons at the mine entrance. Huh! Max shouted and charged toward the entrance of the iron or mine. Just as its entire body emerged from the iron or mine entrance, more than a dozen heavy weapons slammed towards Max. If that were a solid blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Max is, after all, a level 7 goblin warrior. If the other goblins were simply beaten into serious injury by these orc warriors, they would surrender immediately. A series of crisp sounds rang out. Roar! Max roared, and with a sudden burst of strength, he shook off those heavy weapons. A terrifying magical power spread outwards, instantly repelling the orcs surrounding the mine entrance. Max leaped into the center of the iron mine camp. Release the arrows. As soon as he finished speaking, arrows shot towards Max's position from mine. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down on Max. Max's charge finally gave the goblins behind him a chance to catch their breath. A large number of goblins charged out, and the orcs at the entrance of the iron mine could no longer suppress the goblins inside. The defense line was breached. Chapter 132, Ide versus the Ice Viper. The orc warriors wielding heavy weapons could no longer stop the agile goblins. As soon as the goblins broke through the encirclement, they tried to escape into the distance. The goblins ignored their kin who were still inside the iron mine. Release the arrows. On the mine, Gotha saw the goblins break through the encirclement of the heavily armored legion and immediately ordered his men to fire arrows. Arrows rained down. Swish, swish. The goblins, fleeing in panic, became easy targets. A large group of goblins fell to the ground. Max's powerful magic sent all the nearby orcs flying. When it looked back, it saw that most of its confidants had been blocked. Damn orcs. If it were to simply flee, losing so many goblins, those even stronger goblins would surely blame it. With gritted teeth, Max roared into the distance. Damn beasts! Come help me. As soon as Max shouted, a strong orc riding a dire wolf appeared in front of him. A level 7 orc warrior. Max had already recognized that these orcs were from the town of Locke. It clearly remembered that not long ago this orc was just a level 6 orc warrior. Damn it! Edgar gripped his battle axe and pointed it at Max. He exuded a chilling aura, which made Max consider retreating. Goblins like Max only bully the weaker ones who are weaker than them. When faced with a life-or-death battle of equal strength, Max's cowardly nature was fully unleashed. Whoosh! Max took out a transparent test tube, inside which bright red medicine was flowing. It quickly opened the stopper, and a strong smell of blood wafted rapidly in all directions. "Damn beast! You had to force me." Roar! A terrifying screech echoed from the back of the mountain. Rustling. The low bushes seemed to have been flattened by something. The frost viper. Locke knew that the only thing causing this commotion was the frost viper. Soon, the frost viper was revealed within the iron ore. Its entire body is snow white, and its scales are filled with a large amount of ice elements. It has a pair of horns on its head. This ice viper is over 30 meters long and gives off a very imposing feeling. The frost viper stood upright and let out a hiss toward the area below. That gaping maw could swallow an orc whole in one gulp. His mouth was full of sharp teeth, like a saw. After seeing the ice viper, Max held up the vial of blood in his hand. Upon seeing the blood, anger flashed in the eyes of the frost viper. It sensed the presence of its own kind. Those are its closest blood relatives. Unable to subdue Max, the frost viper could only vent its fury on the orcs. With a single breath, a chilling blast of air swept towards the orc army. "Get out of the way!" Lauren yelled. At this moment, the orcs paid no attention to the goblins and scattered in all directions. The orc, unable to dodge in time, was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Even the goblins that had just rushed out of the iron mine were affected. Seeing the large number of goblins frozen into ice sculptures, Max turned green with rage. "Damn it! It was intentional. You did this on purpose." Max roared at the ice viper. Its indiscriminate attacks infuriated Max. The frost viper does possess some degree of intelligence. Knowing it couldn't attack Max, it turned its attention to the goblins, who were of the same kind as him. Most of those goblins that were just frozen into ice sculptures were Max's confidants. "Brotherita!" Seeing the level 8 frost viper rampaging, Locke shouted back. Hey, level 8 Warcraft. Your opponent is me." ID released the aura of an 8th level orc without reservation. This aura felt like a provocation to the ice viper. It turned its gaze to ID. His eyes were filled with solemnity. ID slammed his feet into the ground, launching himself like a cannonball towards the ice viper. "Drink!" He swung his spike club toward the head of the ice viper. When the snake's tail lashed out at ID. Left with no other choice, ID raised his spike club and smashed it down on the snake's tail. In terms of strength, orcs are ultimately inferior to monsters. ID's entire body was sent flying backward. He kept releasing magic in an attempt to stabilize his body. After being thrown dozens of meters away, ID finally stabilized in midair. His surrounding magic levitated him in midair, his eyes fixed intently on the ice viper. This is a powerful magical beast. If you're not careful, you will be swallowed whole by it. ID continued to gather magic power, and nearly 10 phantom images had formed on the spike club. Without hesitation, ID swung the spike club in his hand. The phantom of the spike club, formed entirely of magic, slammed towards the ice viper's vital spot. The frost viper took its 7-inch spot extremely seriously. This is its Achilles heel. Facing the phantom of the spiked club hurtling towards it, the frost viper did not hesitate. With its mouth wide open, a chilling breath swept towards the phantom of the spiked club. Bang! The two forces collided in midair. Their forces are as incompatible as water and fire, each wanting to suppress the other. Soon, the phantom of the spiked club began to lose momentum. The icy breath instantly dispersed it. ID couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He shook his slightly numb arm. Even he was somewhat overwhelmed by the recoil from the collision of the two forces. ID glanced in Locke's direction, and a wry smile appeared on his lips. This is absolutely a fierce battle. However, having already made such a bold promise, ID is unlikely to back down at the last minute. It's going to be a life or death situation. ID exclaimed, and his entire body rushed towards the frost viper. He would use the size difference to fight this level 8 magical beast in close combat. As ID drew ever closer, a hint of trouble flashed in the frost viper's eyes. Compared to ID, the frost viper is exceptionally large. This puts the ice viper at a disadvantage in close combat. Sure enough, The moment ID approached the Frost Viper, his figure began to rise upwards along the Frost Viper's body. Its target was clearly the head of the Ice Viper. The Frost Viper was somewhat panicked, shaking its body repeatedly, trying to shake off ID from its body. However, like a leech clinging to a bone, ID used magic to cling tightly to the body of the Ice Viper and keep getting closer to its head. The Frost Viper was getting anxious. Its massive body suddenly shot into the sky, then crashed down hard. Boom! The ground trembled, and ID had no choice but to take the opportunity to get away from the Ice Viper. The shockwave from the impact could very well injure ID. In an instant, dust billowed up from the ground, obscuring the view. Chapter 133, Aegir versus Level 7 Goblin Warrior. Cough cough. A series of violent coughs rang out. The dust had not yet settled. A figure shot out, its target none other than the Frost Viper. The two resumed their battle. However, judging from the current situation, it is clear that neither side can gain the upper hand in the short term. Both of them were quite sensible, and in order not to be disturbed, they simply moved away from the location of the iron ore mine. ID did this to avoid accidentally harming the orcs. Meanwhile, the Frost Viper was waiting for its chance, waiting for the orc army to wipe out Max and his goblins completely. Max looked at Aegir, and a smile suddenly appeared on his previously angry face. Hey, this orc brother, could you please make way? Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. Over the years, I, Max, as a Goblin King, have amassed quite a few good things. Max tried to lure Aegir with benefits. Unfortunately, it didn't know that Aegir's pursuit had nothing to do with money. It's all just to gain immense power. Seeing that Aegir was not moving, Max became a little anxious. What do you want? Orcs. I'll give you anything I have. Gem? Armor? Arms. Max brought out what he considered to be the best things, just to get Aegir's attention. But Egg didn't look at any of these things, even once from beginning to end. These are all from Max's collection. Or, don't be too greedy. These things are enough for you to use for a lifetime. And if a fight really breaks out, the outcome is still uncertain. Max said viciously. It was trying to use this tone to make Aegir think that it was not someone to be trifled with. I want your head. As a gift for Lord Locke. Meanwhile, Lord Locke really likes your things, and I'd like to offer him your spatial ring. Aegir said it calmly, as if it were a very ordinary thing. When Max heard Aegir's words, he was speechless for a moment and couldn't even speak. The other party was targeting it, clearly not intending to let it live. Getting Max to give up all the wealth it has amassed is more painful than killing it. Damn orcs! You will pay with your life for your greed. Before he could finish speaking, Max raised his arm. Swish, swish. More than a dozen small crossbow bolts were fired from the animal hide. The crossbow bolt was aimed straight at Aegir's face. Knowing that Aegir wouldn't let it go easily, Max took the initiative. Aegir frowned, clearly not expecting Max to make a move. However, these crossbow bolts were not imbued with magic. They were clearly just ordinary crossbow bolts and not magical weapons. In the rush, Aegir had no time to dodge. He raised his arm and blocked it in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crossbow bolts pierced through refined iron. The next moment, blood flowed down Aegir's arm. A dozen or so small crossbow bolts were stuck in Aegir's arm. Aegir merely frowned, reaching out to pull out the crossbow bolts one by one, his expression unchanged. He originally thought it was just an ordinary crossbow bolt, which he could easily drop with the fine iron arm guards on his arm. Unexpectedly, they underestimated the power of these crossbow bolts. Smack! Max slapped his thigh, his face full of regret. The crossbow bolts were just a hair's breadth away from piercing the orc's face. These crossbow bolts are no ordinary crossbow bolts. Each one has a small magic circle built into its interior. The magic circle will be activated when the crossbow bolt is fired. The power of the crossbow bolts would increase several times over. It's almost comparable to magical weapons. However, Aegir was fortunate enough to block it in the end. Seeing Egg swing his injured arm as if nothing had happened, Max cursed inwardly. Pervert. The other person seemed to have no idea what pain was. Moreover, this orc has an extremely strong regenerative ability. In that short time, the bleeding on Aegir's arm had stopped. Thump! Aegir stomped hard on the ground, gripped his battle axe, and charged toward Max. When the battle axe and the spike club clashed together. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, Max's inherent ruthlessness was fully unleashed. Both sides exerted their strength, each trying to overpower the other. Ding ding ding. The battle axe and the spike club clashed several more times. Sparks fly, magic surges. Although both are level 7 warriors, Ager is clearly weaker in a head-on fight. After all, Ager had only recently become a level 7 warrior. Moreover, he was a half-orc who had been born less than a year ago and had a serious lack of combat experience. Orcs can only grow stronger through constant battles. Max and Hayter had no skills whatsoever. It was all head-on clash. As their magic collided, a vacuum zone was created around them. When Max raised his spike club and pressed it down on Igri, it kept making low growls. Bang! Unable to withstand such force, Ager's knees buckled to the ground. Damn orcs! Is that all the power you have? They're no match for King Max at all. Max's words were clearly sarcastic. Bang! Max stretched out his foot and kicked Ager in the chest. Ager couldn't help but lean back. The spike club swung down at him. Knock knock knock. 1, 2, 3. Ager dodged all 3 strikes from the spike club with a simple somersault. When he stood up again, there was obvious blood at the corner of his mouth. Is that all the power you have? That's not enough to tickle me. Max was enraged by Ager's mocking words. Damn orcs. Today, I'll show you how powerful King Max really is. Max shouted loudly and swung his spike club with great force. Each blow was aimed at Ager's head. They seemed determined to smash Egg's head in. Ager didn't fight back. He just kept dodging. He stared intently at Max's every move, waiting for the other to show signs of fatigue. Bang! Max slammed into Ager again, creating a deep crater in the ground. When Max raised his spike club, Ager clearly saw a noticeable pause in his movement. He knew it was time to settle the score. He only has one chance, and he must be absolutely certain before using it. When the spike club came down again, Ager deliberately created an opening. Bang! The spike club struck Ager precisely in the chest. His entire body was involuntarily thrown backward. Bang! Ager crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His chest was completely caved in, and blood kept gushing from his mouth. This attack severely injured Ager. Max looked somewhat shocked. He seemed surprised that the attack had actually hit Ager. Chapter 134: Annihilation of the Goblin Army. However, the shock on Max's face was quickly replaced by ecstasy. It ran quickly toward Egg, who, though severely injured, was clearly not dead. It must take this opportunity to get rid of this orc. In a flash, he was beside Ager and smashed the spike club in his hand toward Ager's head. Max seemed to already see Ager's head burst open like a watermelon. Fight to the death. With the added benefit of his severe injuries, Ager's strength and speed, which were already doubled, have now tripled. When, just as the spike club was about to fall on Ager's head, the battle axe in his hand blocked it. Max's eyes were filled with disbelief. The immense force from the spike club sent a chill down Max's spine. Ager suddenly stood up from the ground and swung his battle axe repeatedly at Max. Soon, Max's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The force was so great that it could barely hold on. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense have reversed, and Eggswell is now pressing Max's advantage. Go, Bull Beast. It's your turn to show your skills. Moo! The savage bull roared as it raised its head. For strong hooves moved quickly. The ground shook. The nearby orcs quickly made way for them. Thump! The bull-like beast slammed violently into the mine. The entire vein was shaking violently. The goblin, who was inside the mine, suddenly felt dizzy as large pieces of rock fell from above. This terrified the goblins. They struggled and rushed outside. If this mine collapses, I'll definitely be buried alive. The bull beast stood still, continuously ramming the ore vein. Despite the continuous shaking of the entire mine, there was no sign of collapse. Seeing this, Locke patted the one-horned thunder rhinoceros under his crotch. He simply flipped over and jumped off the rhinoceros. Roar! The thunder rhinoceros roared, like a thunderclap. Knock, knock, knock. Then, the thunder rhino, surrounded by lightning, charged forward. Thump! Rumble! The unicorn, imbued with the power of lightning, crashed into the mine. The entire mine collapsed in just one moment. Inside the mine, a large number of goblins were buried alive. A total of around 40,000 goblins. Except for Had, who had already received the news and secretly left with the rest of the goblins through the secret passage. No. Max roared as he looked at the collapsed mine. This is its entire team. They were completely wiped out. Max tried to rush over to rescue some goblins, but was firmly suppressed by Ager. Locke was very satisfied with the result. Locke's legion wiped out an army of about 40,000 goblins with minimal casualties. Seeing that the outcome was beyond redemption, Max turned to flee. It didn't want to lose its life for nothing. Damn beast! Help me! Max shouted loudly into the distance. The Frost Viper is fighting ID. Upon suddenly hearing Max's cry for help, it instinctively wanted to go to him. However, a hint of hesitation quickly flashed in its eyes. As long as that goblin dies, it won't be threatened by that ugly goblin. Hurry up. Do you still want a child? Mux urged. It could feel that Egger's strength was increasing. If we don't leave now, it's really going to die here. The Frost Viper let out a hiss, and many of its scales burst open. It forced ID back with a breath of ice and quickly headed towards Max's location. Stop! ID gripped the Ice Viper's tail tightly with both hands and suddenly exerted force with his arms. The speed of the Frost Viper suddenly decreased, and ID's 2 feet dragged 2 deep furrows in the ground. Take care of it. Locke pointed his index finger at Max. Lauren, Kane, and the other level 6 warriors quickly charged toward Max. However, none of them could match Max. Fortunately, with Ager holding them back, these level 6 warriors were not seriously injured by Max. Plepava to die. Ugly goblin. Ager seized the opportunity and flashed behind Max. The battle axe in his hand came crashing down. When, surrounded and attacked by the crowd, Max panicked and blocked the axe blow with his spiked club. Ager kept pushing himself, while Max gritted his teeth and persevered. A dark shadow flashed by and instantly appeared behind Max. The shadow solidified rapidly, and a dagger was brought towards Max's throat. When Max, by the time it noticed the strange thing behind it, the sharp dagger had already slit its throat. Fresh blood gushed out. Assassin. These 2 words popped into Max's mind. Only an assassin could possess such terrifying speed and agility. However, no one from a race like the orcs would want to be an assassin. This belief in spending all day in darkness and shadows and winning by sneak attacks is completely incompatible with the beliefs of orcs. In the struggle, Max turned around and saw a human face. Ulmans. It was about to speak when blood spurted out, rendering it speechless. The spurting of blood was accompanied by a significant loss of strength and stamina. Despite having its throat cut, it still did not fall, thanks to Max's strength as a level 7 goblin warrior. However, this was just a last-ditch effort. Whoosh! The axe flashed. Max's head rolled to the ground. Ager walked over and picked up Max's head, which had fallen to the ground. Hold it high above your head. Roar! It roared angrily. Roar! The surrounding wolf riders also roared with cheers. That was a symbol of their captain's immense strength. These orcs were proud to have such a powerful captain. Then all the orcs in the entire Locke Legion cheered in victory. Roar! Upon seeing Max's death, the Ice Viper let out a triumphant roar. It no longer needs to be threatened by Max. However, this leads to a problem. How will it find its cubs? With Max's head in one hand, Ager ripped the spatial ring off Max's finger with the other. He walked a few steps to Locke, knelt on one knee, and held up Max's head and the spatial ring. Respected Lord Locke, this is a gift from Ager to you. Very good. Ager. Locke nodded in satisfaction. Locke first picked up Max's head. A ball of fire quickly engulfed Max's head. The intense flames quickly burned the head to ashes. Then, feeling sleepy, he picked up his spatial ring. His mental energy merely swept inside, and his expression instantly turned to wild joy. As expected of a level 7 goblin warrior, this collection is absolutely amazing. There are a whopping 400,000 gold coins. You've struck it rich. Chapter 135, The Goblin Army Destroyed, recruiting the level 8 magical beast, the Ice Viper. Locke quickly suppressed his inner elation and calmly put away the spatial ring. He casually pulled out a vial of basic recovery potion and tossed it to Ager. This basic recovery potion can only heal physical injuries. It cannot restore the depleted magical energy within the body. It can only recover slowly on its own. However, after drinking the basic recovery potion, Ager was able to protect himself. It's much stronger than the weakening effect brought by using talent skills. Locke's gaze fell upon the level 8 Frost Viper, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. One-horned thunder rhinoceros. Charge! Locke pointed at the Ice Viper. At this moment, the Frost Viper was engaged in a tug-of-war with ID. However, it is clear that ID is not as strong as the Ice Viper. His entire body was being slowly pulled forward by the Frost Viper. The Thunder Rhinoceros, imbued with the power of lightning, charged towards the Frost Viper. Seeing that the Thunder Rhinoceros dared to challenge its authority, the Frost Viper's eyes grew even colder. With a single breath, bursts of icy energy surged towards the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros. The one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros dodged left and right, rapidly approaching the Ice Viper. Its massive body wasn't particularly cumbersome. On the contrary, it became increasingly agile as it ran at high speed. Bang! In just a few breaths, the Thunder Rhinoceros approached the Frost Viper. At this moment, the Frost Viper was bound by ID behind it and could not break free. The unicorn slammed violently into the body of the Ice Viper. This attack knocked the Frost Viper's body over. At the same time, the lightning released by the Thunder Rhinoceros scorched a large area of the Ice Viper scales. However, they were just some superficial injuries. Even if the Frost Viper stood still and allowed the one-horned Thunder Rhinoceros to attack, it could not shake the Frost Viper. After all, the difference in strength is undeniable. The impact from a single-horned Thunder Rhinoceros did give ID an opportunity. The Ice Viper fell to the ground, and ID seized the opportunity to reach its head. ID's magic enveloped his fist, and he slammed it down on the Ice Viper's head again and again. Unable to dodge in time, the Frost Viper could only endure the attack. A strong sense of dizziness washed over it, and the Ice Viper kept shaking its head in an attempt to relieve the dizziness. At the same time, it kept shaking its snake body, trying to shake off ID off its body. One-horned Thunder Rhinoceros. Charge! Locke pointed at the Ice Viper again. The Thunder Rhino launched its attack without hesitation. Thump! The massive body, propelled by inertia, slammed into the body of the Ice Viper once more. He knocked him to the ground in one swift motion. It opened its huge mouth and bit down on the body of the Ice Viper. Using its heavy body, it pressed the Frost Viper firmly beneath it. At this moment, the Frost Viper was suppressed by ID and was unable to unleash its icy breath. Boost Bull. Charge! A resolute glint flashed in the eyes of the level 5 Savage Bull Beast, and it exhaled 2 deep breaths from its nostrils. Thump! The Bull Beast also used its body weight to press the Ice Viper down. The Ice Viper struggled violently, but was quickly knocked unconscious. Taking advantage of the moment, ID raised his spike club to finish off the Ice Viper. Such a huge magical beast is enough for ID to enjoy himself to the fullest. Furthermore, ID is not currently with the Tiger tribe, so he doesn't need to share this Frost Viper with the other orcs in the tribe. An 8th level magical beast contains enough magical power and physical strength for ID to enjoy for a long time. Brother Ida. Wait. Spare its life. Although ID didn't know Locke's plan, he stopped swinging his spike club after hearing Locke's words. Locke approached the Ice Viper. At this moment, the head of the Frost Viper was pinned to the ground by one of ID's feet. Submission or death. Locke spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, a hint of struggle flashed in the eyes of the Frost Viper. The Frost Viper responded quickly. Its child hasn't been found yet, so naturally it won't choose death. Sensing the submissive look in the Frost Viper's eyes, Locke waved his hand, signaling ID to release his foot. Ding! The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice for you. Do you accept? Ding! Congratulations, host, recruitment successful. Reward, 1 gold coin. Ding! It has been detected that the host has initiated a war and won it. Killed 42,586 goblins. Reward: 80,000 gold coins. 1 level 3 town design blueprint. 3-stage energy absorption and conversion device 2. Level 3 energy defense core 2. Magic crystal cannon 5. Large magic crossbow 5. Tier 3 town design blueprint. Use it to upgrade a Tier 2 town to a Tier 3 town. The town's territory also expanded accordingly. The bonus coins, plus the coins from Max's spatial ring. At this moment, Locke had over 600,000 gold coins. These gold coins are enough for him to squander. Locke then looked at his personal attribute panel. Name: Locke. Race: Orc. Strength: 65. Adult strength is 5. Speed: 60. Stamina: 60. Spirit: 65. Magic power: 20,000. Intelligence: 80, 100. Strength: 40, 100. Magic affinity: 70, 100. Talent: Recruitment. Tier 3 Legions: Royal Guard Legion. 224, Wolf Rider Legion. 200, Heavy Infantry Legion. 938, Infantry Legion. 844. Legion skill: Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 30%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 30%. Gold coins: 635860. Locke Town, a Tier 2 town. Town area: 20,000 square meters. City wall height: 20 meters. Magic crystal cannon: 23. Siege crossbow: 1. Large magic crossbow: 5. Primary energy absorption device: 5. Level 1 energy defense core: 4. Secondary energy absorption device: 5. Level 2 energy defense core: 6. 3-stage energy absorption device: 2. Level 3 energy defense core: 2. Battering ram: 1. Siege ladder: 1. Ikshah strike. Crash. Fireball, wind blade, ice cone, earth control, dark manipulation, demon slash, elemental mastery. Clean up the battlefield. Also call Hader over here. The orcs of the Locke Legion began to quickly clean up the battlefield. The goblin corpses were laid out together and then burned. The orcs began digging along the mine shaft. Oh, esteemed Lord Locke, I heard you were looking for me? Hader approached Locke with a bow and scrape, his face full of smiles. Hat, you did a great job this time. You deserve the most credit for annihilating this entire goblin army. Hat's original intention was to kill Max and then take over his goblin army. It never expected that Locke would bury the entire goblin army of over 40,000 alive. He's practically a killing machine. Chapter 136 Hard's mission, Coal Mine. Thinking of this, had looked at Locke with awe and fear in his eyes. Hader immediately and cautiously said, "It's all thanks to Lord Locke's wisdom and resourcefulness." Hader only did a little bit of work. Hader dared not take credit. Hat, I have a new task for you. Great Lord Locke, just give the order. The loyal Hat will do his utmost to complete the task you have assigned. Hader immediately patted his chest to show his loyalty. The entire Abaddon Empire is now overrun with goblin armies. I want you to lead your goblin army to attack those small orc tribes in this southern frontier. What? Lord Locke, I can't do it. Those orcs were brave and skilled in battle, Hader said with a bitter expression. Locke interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Waste. The chieftain of the small orc tribe was only a level 5 warrior. What are you afraid of, a level 6 goblin warrior? Besides, I'll back you up. Locke was furious when he saw Hat's cowardly appearance. Your mission is to crush those orc tribes and turn them into wandering orcs. And I will send Ager to recruit them and expand my Locktown. Upon hearing this, Hat immediately gave a thumbs up. Lord Locke, that was a brilliant move of yours. Hat, don't worry. As long as the number of orcs in my Locke Legion reaches 5,000, I'll make you a level 7 goblin warrior. If the Locke Legion's orcs reach 50,000, I'll make you a level 8 goblin warrior. 100,000, I'll make you a level 9 goblin warrior. 200,000, I'll make you a level 10 goblin warrior. 500,000, I'll make you the Goblin King. Rule over the entire goblin race. You are my chief steward, Locke. Rule the entire Dark Forest. Hearing Locke's words, Hader couldn't help but feel hopeful. Hat has always longed to be associated with the Goblin King. Lord Locke, I do. I, Hader, am willing. You are my goblin god. Goblin King. This was something Hayter would never have dared to dream of before. Very good. This savage bull is yours. This is a powerful weapon for conquering cities and seizing strongholds. Hadr excitedly approached the bull beast and stroked the giant beast with both hands. For those wooden fortresses, a single charge from the bull-like beast is enough to smash the walls to pieces. Locke took a spatial ring off his finger and handed it to Had. These are the siege weapons that the blacksmiths in Locktown have forged during this period. Siege ladders, siege crossbows, battering rams, catapults. There were also a large number of iron chains made of fine iron, specifically for climbing the city walls. Had looked at the siege equipment inside, and his face broke into a wide grin. With these weapons and equipment, dealing with those small orc tribes would be a piece of cake. Moreover, he had been asking Max a lot about the Goblin tribe during this time. As long as you conquer a town, the Goblin tribe will reward you. In this way, Hayter can benefit from both sides. Had flipped over and sat on the back of the bull beast, heading out of the iron mine. Locke gave the order, and the orcs quickly mobilized. Zing zing zang zang. Soon, the goblin corpses were cleared out one by one. Locke didn't spare the goblin corpses either. They searched each of them thoroughly. You can even find a few gold coins on some goblins. Of course, they also dug up quite a few goblins that were on the verge of death. There were more than 3,000 of them. Locke immediately ordered his men to chain the goblins' hands and feet, then use a long chain to string 5 goblins together in a row to prevent them from escaping. He was too lazy to recruit these goblins, so he simply used them as slaves to mine. Locke assigned the task of guarding the fine iron mine to One-Eyed. He was tasked with leading 50 orc guards to guard the area and supervise these goblin slaves. One-Eye holds a leather whip, and any goblin that is too slow will be whipped by One-Eye. The goblins dared not speak out against their anger and could only obediently and diligently mine. Goblins are now everywhere in the entire Abiton Empire. Locke wasn't worried about the lives of these goblin slaves at all. Every now and then, have Ager catch some goblins to fill the gaps. After arranging everything at the iron or mine, Locke led the Locke Legion back to Locktown. Upon returning to Locktown, Locke went into the city lord's mansion. He took out Max's spatial ring and began to examine the spoils of war. With the gold coins in Max's spatial ring, Locke had a total of over 600,000 gold coins. And the number of gemstones and jewels is countless. Various magic crystals and exotic minerals. Most importantly, there are quite a few weapons made of high-quality steel inside. However, most of these weapons are used by humans. It's barely usable for those goblins. However, it appears rather short for orcs. Locke took out a fine steel longsword, infusing it with magic. Whoosh! A magical sword aura, over a meter long, condensed on the longsword. For a regular longsword, at least 50% of the magic power is lost when it is concentrated on it. And this fine steel longsword was only 30% damaged. Locke knew all too well what this meant. Locke immediately called One Ear in and ordered him to take the steel weapons to the blacksmith's shop to be melted down. Make a batch of battle axes and greatswords. Locke was overjoyed as he looked at the room full of gold and silver treasures. He kept looking through one item after another. Locke had already decided that when Mark came again, he would exchange all these things for gold coins. After all, these things, apart from being aesthetically pleasing, were of no help to Locke. As Locke continued to flip through the pages, a parchment map caught his attention. Something that can be placed in Max's spatial ring must be no ordinary item. Locke picked up the parchment map and began to examine it. Locke's face quickly lit up with surprise. Qual mine? This is a map of a coal mine. It contains a large amount of coal. Moreover, this coal mine is less than 5 kilometers away from the town of Locke. At this moment, Locke finally understood why Max had attacked Locktown. It wants to take over the coal mines in Locktown. War requires weapons. Weapon forging cannot be separated from the source of fire. Coal can produce high-temperature flames, making it the best fuel for forging weapons. Of course, the flames produced by coal are not as powerful as the flames spewed by fire-type magical beasts. It's just like when you're about to fall asleep, someone brings you a pillow. I, Lord Locke, gladly accept this coal mine. One Ear, Lord Locke, what can I do for you? Go and give this parchment map to Fields. Tell him to arrange for people to start mining this coal mine as soon as possible. I will also arrange a squad of wolf riders to protect their safety. Chapter 137, Enhancing Strength. Advancing to Level 7. One Ear took the sheepskin map and walked outside. This coal mine came at the perfect time. With the coal mine and blacksmith shop, we can continuously forge weapons. Now it's time to improve your strength. Locke began frantically buying intermediate-level magic potions. Strength, speed, physical strength, spirit. First, he spent 300,000 gold coins to raise all 4 of his attributes to 70. Level 7 Orc Warrior. Level 7 Orc Mage. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been promoted to Level 7 Warrior. Gain the skill Eye of Annihilation. Eye of Annihilation can forcibly imprison enemies weaker than oneself. An enemy of the same level can be immobilized for 3 seconds. An enemy of a higher level can be immobilized for 1 second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 7th level of Orc Mage. Gain the skill Divine Punishment. Annihilation of the World. Divine Punishment. Forbidden Spell. Area of Effect. Magic Attack. Each release consumes. Summon the power of lightning to continuously strike an area within a 10-mile radius. Duration, 30 seconds. As the host level increases, the range and duration of Divine Punishment destruction will increase exponentially. After advancing to level 7, Locke obtained his first Area of Effect spell. After advancing to the 7th level as a half-orc warrior and mage, Locke produced the blueprints for upgrading a level 3 town. Ding! Level 3 town upgrade blueprints detected. Should we use it immediately? Use. Ding! Congratulations, host. Locktown has been upgraded to a Tier 3 town. Locktown, a Tier 3 town. Town area, 40,000 square meters. The city wall is 30 meters high. The original Locktown has doubled in size. After upgrading Locktown, Locke began to gather his men. It's time to improve the skills of my subordinates. After all, he was Locke's loyal subordinate, someone he was willing to give his life for. Soon, Adalik and his group of orcs arrived at the city lord's mansion. 7 orcs and 2 humans. Knock, knock, knock. A series of footsteps sounded, and Locke walked over. Upon seeing Locke, everyone immediately bowed to him. Lord Locke. Locke nodded, gesturing for everyone to sit down. This war has been very fruitful. Among them, Idris and Ager deserve the most credit. ID is not here at this moment. At that time, Locke asked him to spare the Ice Viper's life. In exchange, after returning to Locktown, Locke had a large amount of monster meat sent to him. These are all magical beasts that Ager and his wolf riders captured alive and then kept in captivity. This is exactly the perfect opportunity to use it. Being eaten by ID is a good example of making the best use of something. ID and Ager, one of them restraining the level 8 magical beast, the Frost Viper. Another one has tied down Goblin King Max. This caused the scales of war to tip in favor of Locke's Legion. Otherwise, just this one monster, a Goblin King, would have been enough to cause heavy losses to the Locke Legion. Eger, Lord Locke. Ager immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Your contribution to this war was indeed significant. However, before the war even began, you were already promoted to a level 7 orc warrior, so there won't be any reward this time. Go to the blacksmith later to pick up a fine steel battle axe." Yes, Lord Locke. There was no displeasure on Iger's face. Later, everyone can go to the blacksmith shop and pick up a weapon made of fine steel. Locke looked around and spoke. The orcs' faces didn't change at all. A weapon didn't make much of a difference to them. However, Doran and Feller's faces were filled with ecstatic joy. Steel weapons. Doran couldn't help but shout. Iron Hammer looked at Doran with a puzzled expression. These orcs didn't understand the concept of steel weapons. It's just that it's sharper than other weapons. Isn't it just a weapon? What are you getting so worked up about? Hammer has never had a good attitude towards humans. Although he and the 2 humans were loyal to Locke. Doran shook his head and sighed inwardly. He didn't want to argue with Hammer, but the other man's contemptuous look made Doran change his mind. That's because you don't understand the concept of high-strength steel weapons at all. Ordinary weapons can only transfer 30% of the magic power, resulting in a loss of a full 70%. Weapons made of refined iron can transfer 50% of their magic power. Weapons made of fine steel can transfer up to 70% of magic power. Besides being much sharper than ordinary weapons, the special features of steel weapons can only be felt after reaching level 6. Once you've used it once, you'll love the feeling. Moreover, only noble gentlemen were qualified to use steel weapons. It was extremely expensive to build. Inside, it contains a significant amount of minerals that can conduct magic. This type of ore is extremely rare, conducting magic power. These orcs understood all too well what this meant. The fact that their weapons can channel 30% of magic power is already quite impressive. Human weapons can transmit at least 50% of magic power. This is one of the reasons why weak humans were able to contend with the powerful orc race. Seeing that the orcs seemed somewhat skeptical, Locke took out his steel longsword and threw it at them. The orcs took the weapons one by one and played with them in their hands for a while. Then one by one, their expressions changed. They didn't understand how weak humans could possibly stand against them. Now I finally understand. The orcs present were all captivated by the fine steel longsword in their hands. Doran had no idea where Locke got the steel weapon from. However, since he said that everyone would have one, Doran couldn't help but get excited. In the Abiton Empire, only royalty or nobles of Earl rank or above could afford to possess a fine steel weapon. This is not just a symbol of status, but also a symbol of power. Of course, besides steel weapons that can conduct 70% of magic power, there are also weapons that can conduct 80%, 90%, or even 100% of magic power. It is said that the sword of the king of the Abiton Empire was a weapon that could transmit magic power without loss. There is only one of its kind in the entire Abiton Empire. The Abiton Empire calls this sword the Sword of Kings. Only each king of the Abiton Empire was entitled to wear it. With such a fine steel weapon, these orcs would be even more formidable. Fook. Locke looked toward Talk behind him. This orc has only been in the Locke Legion for a short time and has not yet made any significant contributions. However, its strength has already reached the late stage of level 6, so it doesn't take too much gold to add a level 7 orc warrior to the Locke Legion. Lord Locke. Talk immediately stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "You've been a level 6 orc warrior for quite some time now, haven't you? This is for you." Locke took out 3 vials of intermediate level power magic potions and threw them at Talk. Talk caught it steadily. He had previously seen other orcs increase their strength after taking this potion. Chapter 138, The Source of the Riot. Talk held the intermediate level power magic potion, his eyes filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he grabbed the medicine, tilted his head back, and drank it down. Talk soon showed a pained expression. The magical power within his body surged instantly. He quickly broke through to level 7. Level 7 Orc Warrior. Talk's face was filled with excitement. The level 7 Orc Warrior, which was originally unknown how long it would take to reach, has now broken through. How could Talk not be excited? The remaining orcs also couldn't hide their excitement. Besides Ager, Locke gave everyone 3 tubes of intermediate level power magic potions. As for Doran, Locke gave him 3 vials of intermediate speed magic potion. This cost Locke a full 240,000 gold coins. However, these orcs had only recently advanced to level 6, and 3 vials of intermediate level power magic potions were not enough to allow them to advance again. It's just that their strength has improved. This was enough to make these orcs happy for a long time. After all, reaching level 6 requires a long period of accumulation to improve strength. Next, it was Locke's turn to assign tasks. AIG, take the Wolf Riders and patrol the vicinity of those small orc tribes. I will lead his goblin army to attack the smaller orc tribes one by one. If a tribe is wiped out by the goblin army, you should try to gather the remaining orc soldiers and those lone, wandering orcs. The Locke Legion is expanding its forces. Locke's words excited all the orcs. Yes, Lord Locke. Lauren Kane, the Heavy Infantry Legion is responsible for going out hunting. Gotha, the Hammer. The Infantry Corps is responsible for the security of Locktown. Yes, Lord Locke. As for Talk and the old chief, Locke thought for a moment and then continued. You two will be in charge of my personal guard. Give them a good beating. What I need is an elite force that will not be afraid, even when facing formidable enemies. The Royal Guard is directly related to Locke's safety, so naturally the stronger the guard, the better. All the orcs had tasks assigned, except for Doran and Filer, who were both humans. Duel in. If I give you a group of orcs, can you train them all into qualified assassins? Doran's brows furrowed. Orcs are naturally large-framed and have heavy feet, making them completely unsuitable to be assassins. After glancing at Locke, Doran decided to stop hiding it. Lord Locke, the profession of assassin requires talent. Most importantly, it's about the perception of sound and direction. You should know that these orcs are not suitable. Doran said tactfully. Locke pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Doran, you can freely choose any orc you think has talent from the Locke Legion. As long as you can train a group of qualified assassins for me, I will advance you to level 8 or even level 9 assassins. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. Locke believed that as long as he had enough leverage, Doran would be tempted. Are you having difficulties? Then let's overcome the difficulties. Doran was naturally very excited when he heard about level 8 or even level 9 assassins. However, he was not swayed by Locke's words. Blindly agreeing to a task, but failing to complete, it will cause Doran's standing in Locke's eyes to plummet. After careful consideration, he came up with a plan. Oh, the great Lord Locke. You can rest assured. I, Doran, will definitely train a group of qualified orc assassins for you. Let the name of the Locke Legion resound throughout the entire magical continent. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. Doran knelt on one knee and solemnly swore an oath. At this moment, Doran already had a whole set of grueling training methods in mind to teach these orcs how to be qualified assassins. Of course, the premise is that he needs to select orcs with assassin talents from Locke's Legion. Feller, Lord Locke. Filler is here. Filler looked at Locke, knowing it was time to announce his mission. I need you to use your experience as a thief to train a legion of scouts for me. Reconnoiter enemy positions, conceal yourself, and set traps. This allows them to spy on the enemy's every move in various complex environments. Oh, Lord Locke, don't worry. I will definitely train a qualified reconnaissance corps for you. We've uncovered every move those damned enemies are making. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. Locke nodded in satisfaction. Then he took out a full 60,000 gold coins to buy a large number of basic strength potions and basic recovery potions. These medicines were given to Lauren and Goddard. The basic strength potion is a reward for orcs who fight bravely. The basic recovery potion allows injured orcs to quickly return to normal. Of course, in every battle, quite a few orcs will be missing limbs. There are also many old and weak orcs in the tribe. Locke did not choose to expel these orcs. Instead, these orcs were put in charge of the city's daily patrols and security. Although these orcs' combat strength was severely affected, they could easily deal with the ordinary people in the city. Locke waved his hand, and everyone retreated one by one. The tasks have been assigned. Now we just need to wait. In a valley, 2 level 3 orc warriors were patrolling their territory. Be serious. My brother. Things haven't been peaceful here lately. Those hideous goblins are attacking our orc tribe everywhere. Damn goblins. Instead of staying peacefully in the dark forest, they actually want to seize the territory of the Abaton Empire. You'd better pray you don't run into me. Otherwise, I would definitely shove those goblin heads up their asses. Oh, my brother. Stop thinking about those damn goblins. Would you like a drink tonight? The wines and spirits the humans brew are truly delicious. It's made my stomach rumble. Ha ha ha. As you wish, my brother. We have to have a drink tonight. Huh, look what that is. The 2 orcs looked toward the bushes ahead. The low bushes swayed constantly, and a green, glowing spot was visible within them. The 2 orcs exchanged a glance, both seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. Out of curiosity, the 2 orcs gradually approached, wanting to find out what was going on. Suddenly, the bushes parted in the middle, and a green figure darted out. A flash of black light, and the 2 orcs were sent flying in irregular shapes. Gaga gaga. Damn orcs. Tremble at the feet of King Hader. I will be your inescapable nightmare. Hader dealt with the two orcs and raised his spike club high. My lads, charge! Use the blood and lives of these orcs to forge your glory. The great Goblin God will bestow upon you boundless power and glory. Chapter 139, Hader's First Battle. From the bushes, tiny figures jumped out one by one. Raising their weapons high, they shouted and charged towards the orc tribe ahead. This is a valley, and in the valley sits a fortified town. The inhabitants of the stronghold had long been slaughtered, and now it was occupied by orcs. Gagaga! A deafening battle cry rang out, and the orcs in the stronghold were initially taken aback, but then quickly realized what was happening. Damn it! It's an army of goblins. Quick! Sound the alarm. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm sounded, and the entire fortress was thrown into chaos. One by one, orcs rushed out of the fortress, weapons in hand. Return. All of you come back here. You bunch of brainless idiots. Faced with an endless goblin army, the level 5 orc chieftain knew his tribe was no match for them. The words of the level 5 orc chieftain ultimately had an effect. The orcs who had just rushed out of the fortress stopped and retreated back into the fortress. They huddled inside the fortified village, relying on the terrain for defense. This made it difficult for the goblin army to break through for a while. Looking at this city wall made of wood, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Had's mouth. Boost boule. Break down this damned city wall. Moo! A roar erupted from the goblin army. Upon hearing the roar, the goblins ahead quickly parted to make way for him. The bull-like beast charged towards the fortress without hesitation. Knock, knock, knock. Each step landed like a drumbeat, sending shivers down one's spine. Seeing the bull beast growing faster and faster, the surrounding goblins all roared in anger. Bang! The bull-like beast slammed violently into the wooden city wall. In an instant, the wood shattered with a crash, sending wood chips flying everywhere. The city wall was smashed open by the savage bull. The orcs around were all sent flying by the bull beast's impact. Catapults! Bring the catapult over here. A series of clicking, mechanical sounds rang out. A full 10 catapults were pushed over. One by one, the burly goblins lifted a huge rock and placed it on the catapult. Emission! Bang! Swoosh! 10 millstone-sized stones were instantly thrown out, heading towards the fortified village. Boom! The wooden city wall was smashed to pieces by the stones. Some unfortunate orcs were hit directly by the stones and died, without even being able to scream. Keep playing. Let those damned orcs know the might of King Hader. The stronghold was breached, and the goblin army surged into it like a tidal wave. With only 300 or 400 members, this small orc tribe was no match for an army of over 10,000 goblins. Hader looked at his goblin army and sensed something was wrong. Damn it! How could I forget Lord Locke's mission? Had slapped his forehead. It had completely forgotten that all it needed to do was crush those orc tribes. The goblins, blinded by rage, obeyed no orders whatsoever. Hader looked at the almost frenzied goblin army and sighed inwardly. At this moment, Had could only hope that the orcs would be blessed by Lady Luck, escape the encirclement of the goblin army. The goblin army thus breached the fortress with unstoppable force. Seeing that something was clearly wrong, the remaining orcs began to retreat towards the rear of the fortress. Escape. The tribe is finished. The remaining orcs quickly retreated along the path behind the fortress. After losing their tribe, these orcs could only become wandering orcs if they could not be accepted by other tribes. However, the probability of being accepted by other tribes is also very low. An increasing population means a greater need for food. For orcs, obtaining food requires hunting magical beasts. Therefore, each additional person means an additional portion of food, which is undoubtedly a huge burden for the tribe. Therefore, very few tribes are willing to accept other orcs. If the tribe needs fresh blood, they will usually offer sacrifices to the beast god to obtain orc eggs. Orcs raised in this way will be more loyal to the tribe. To make the glory of the tribe my lifelong pursuit. The goblin army continued its pursuit of the fleeing orcs. Hader quickly ordered the goblin army to stop their pursuit. Now is the time to loot the spoils. This is Hader's favorite part. A woo! A long, drawn-out wolf howl caught Had's attention. had immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came. A strong orc was sitting on the back of a demon wolf. That orc head was all too familiar with him. It was Iger. At this moment, Ager was riding a demon wolf and watching everything happening on a hilltop on one side of the valley. He deliberately made the wolf speak in order to attract Had's attention. Ager's appearance was to remind Hard of his mission. Seeing Iger, Hader felt a strange pressure. It tried to appear calm and waved at Ager, but all it got in return was Ager's calm expression. Seeing the remaining orcs flee the stronghold, Ager slapped his dire wolf and galloped rapidly down the mountainside. That was his mission: lead the wolf riders to continuously subdue the orcs who have lost their tribes. Only about 50 orcs escaped with their lives from this stronghold. At this moment, they're surrounded by the wolf riders led by Ager. The orcs, whose tribes had just been wiped out, all looked at Ager with wary expressions. "Honorable Orc Chieftain, please make way. We are not the enemy. Our tribe has just been wiped out by those damned goblins. All we want now is to find a place to live." The leading orc looked at Ager and felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The aura of a level 5 orc warrior was even stronger than that of their chieftain. Therefore, the leading orc dared not easily offend Ager. These orcs knew all too well how miserable the fate of those without the protection of their tribe was. "Since your tribe has been destroyed, why not join our Lock Legion?" Ager extended an invitation. Lock Legion? These orcs had never heard of this so-called Lock Legion. The leading orc shook his head. "I don't know anything about the Lock Legion. I've only heard that there's a town called Lock not far from here. The town of Lock is said to be occupied by a wolf slave tribe." Ager nodded. "It's Lock Town. The town of Lock now belongs to Lord Lock. Lord Lock established the Lock Legion with the aim of incorporating orcs from various tribes to live together on this magical continent. Would you be willing to join the Lock Legion?" Chapter 140 Avenger Had. The lead orc looked at Ager. The opponent was even stronger than their chieftain, and he was eager to know what kind of power the so-called Lord Lock possessed that could make such a powerful orc choose to submit. With the protection of such a powerful orc tribe, they will find it much easier to survive on this magical continent. "What are the requirements for joining the Lock Legion?" the orc asked cautiously. "I pledge my allegiance to Lord Lock, in the name of the Beast God." The orcs were stunned for a moment when they heard what Aegon said. Is it merely a pledge of allegiance? Is there absolutely no requirement regarding ability? This condition is too easy for them. Ager shook his head. "All you need to do is pledge allegiance to Lord Lock. You will have enough food and safe shelter. Of course you must fight for Lord Lock. For these orcs, dying in war was the best possible end. According to an ancient legend of the orc tribes, the souls of orcs who die in war are elevated. Could this so-called Lord Lock be human? Duke Derek provided us orcs with food in exchange for us fighting for him. The orc tribe wouldn't take in a group of wandering orcs for no reason. Lord Lock is a half-orc, a great orc mage. In that case, it is our honor to serve Lord Lock. I am willing to serve Lord Lock." With just a few words, he subdued these orcs, and Ager's face remained expressionless. He beckoned, and 2 orc wolf riders came over. "You two take them back to Locktown." "Yes." Lord Aegis, led by 2 wolf riders, the orcs headed towards the town of Lock. After capturing the stronghold, Hader himself did not expect it to go so smoothly. After looting a large amount of gold and silver treasures from the stronghold, Had's ambition grew wildly. He never imagined that he could conquer such a large orc army so easily. "I never expected that those orcs would regard money as dirt. It wants more gold and silver treasures. It's going to attack even more orc tribes." 1 month later, a gigantic monster stands on a distant hillside. A goblin is sitting on the back of the monster. Goblins are naturally Hades, and Warcraft is, of course, the Minotaur. However, these 2 auras are completely different from the previous ones. At this moment, the Minotaur was already a level 6 magical beast, its body radiating a rich fire element. No, it shouldn't be called a savage bull. It should be called the Fire Bull Beast. Hader, on the other hand, exuded the aura of a level 7 goblin warrior. Compared to before, there was less fear and timidity in Had's eyes. More often than not, they are cunning and treacherous. It even had a fierce look in its eyes. This is the ferocity that Had has cultivated through his long-term attacks on small orc tribes. For the past month, Had has been relentlessly attacking small orc tribes. It wiped out more than 20 orc tribes. The orcs who escaped were naturally incorporated into the Wolf Riders, led by Aegon. In addition, the Locke Legion has been recruiting wandering orcs. This resulted in the Locke Legion's numbers exceeding 10,000. The Locke Legion's level jumped directly to level 4. Locke Legion, level 4. Royal Guard, 224. Wolf Rider Regiment, 2,000. Heavy Infantry Legion, 4,500. Infanterie Corps, 6,200. Reconnaissance Corps, 100. Assassin Legion, 50. The Locke Legion now barely has the resources to establish itself among this magical army. As the Locke Legion expanded, Locktown also attracted a considerable number of humans. It is mainly used to maintain the daily expenses of the Locke Legion. The blacksmith shop also expanded. With ample coal and iron ore reserves, the Locke Legion is now armed to the teeth. Especially the heavy armor legion of orcs. Every orc was covered in armor from head to toe. Such a corps is a deadly weapon for charging into battle. Since Hader was recruited, his loyalty rate has exceeded 80%. Therefore, every time Had initiates a war and wins, the system will also award Locke a victory settlement. This resulted in Locke acquiring a considerable number of magic crystal cannons and energy devices. This also allowed Locktown to be directly upgraded to level 4. Locktown, a level 4 town. Town area, 400,000 square meters. City wall height, 40 meters. Locke fulfilled his promise when the number of Locke's Legion exceeded 5,000. He promoted Had to level 7 Goblin Warrior. This also allows the Minotaur to advance to level 6. Had made a name for himself by attacking small orc tribes for a long time. To the orcs, he was nothing short of a demon. They specifically target small orc tribes. Throughout the entire Abaddon Empire, goblins have become rampant. Many goblin armies have begun attacking those cities. Among them, Hader is the most famous. The legend of Had is not only among orcs, but also among goblins. Fierce, brutal, ruthless. It is incredibly powerful and has a particular fondness for eating the hearts and brains of orcs. There are also rumors that it had a grudge against the orcs, which is why it attacked the orc tribes so frantically. Therefore, Harder earned a nickname. Avengers, Hades. The appearance of Avenger has caused panic among the small orc tribes throughout the southern frontier. They were terrified that one day they would be slaughtered by this crazy goblin. However, Avenger had attracted a large number of goblins to join him. It is an honor for ordinary goblins to follow such a powerful goblin. Therefore, after one war after another, Had's goblin army did not decrease but increased. The goblin army now numbers over 30,000. This would be a devastating blow to any small orc tribe. Now, small orc tribes could no longer satisfy Had's appetite, and his gaze turned to the city below the hillside. The small town of Pergamon. This place is occupied by a medium-sized orc tribe. The tribe has more than 2,000 orcs. The orc chieftain among them was only a level 6 orc warrior. They belonged to a relatively weak, medium-sized orc tribe. This was the message Locke sent when Had was preparing to attack a medium-sized orc tribe. Of course, this information was obtained by the Reconnaissance Legion led by Feller. The Reconnaissance and Assassin Legions are now taking shape. Although the orcs among them were not yet qualified assassins and scouts, they were sufficient to deal with these low-intelligent species. Newly recruited orcs must be selected by these two legions before they can join the Wolf Rider Legion and the Heavy Infantry Legion. They will only be incorporated into the Infantry Corps last. Chapter 141: Hader's Preparations for the Offensive. Hader carefully observed the small town of Pergamon. The city was filled with orcs escorting humans. It is clear that these humans have become slaves. For any human slave who walked too slowly, the orc beside them would whip them without saying a word. This is the true face of the magical continent. The defeated can only survive as slaves. With over 2,000 orcs in his mind, Had was calculating whether his goblin army could actually take them down. This was his first attempt to take action against a medium-sized orc tribe. This battle must be fought beautifully. That way, it won't disgrace the name of Avenger Hades. Firebull Beast. Let's go. Had patted the Firebull Beast beneath him, and the Firebull Beast turned its head and walked down the hillside. With each step, his footprints bore the marks of burning. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, had found no movement around him. It took a horn from its bosom and put it to its mouth. Then magic was injected into it, and it began to blow. Beep! A strange sound spread in all directions. Hader quickly put away his horn and stood still, waiting. A short while later, a wolf howl rang out. Awoo! A strong orc riding a giant wolf is heading this way. Speak. Had. What do you want? Ager asked bluntly as soon as they met. You've come, Egg. Hader said warmly. Had dared not be arrogant in the face of this orc who was of equal strength to him. Although both were level 7 warriors, Had knew he was no match for the exceptionally strong orc before him. I want to attack the town of Pergamon. Locke stared intently at Edgar and said directly. Edgar simply nodded. It had no idea why Hader was saying that. I need your help. Eager. No. Had. You know that. I can't help you. Lord Locke told you. You can only rely on the goblin army to attack those orc tribes. If we help you, and the other orc tribes find out, then Locktown will be besieged by all the orc tribes. You know that. The consequences would be far beyond what we can bear. Hader dug his head hard. Despite having an army of over 30,000 goblins, had still had no confidence in taking down this medium-sized orc tribe of only 2,000 men. The orc chieftain of the small town of Pergamon was only a level 6 warrior, but had had no desire to fight this level 6 orc warrior. They're the level 6 orc warrior in this small town of Pagani. They were somewhat hesitant and timid when facing a single Hade. I was genuinely afraid of being caught off guard and losing his life if he faced 2 level 6 orc warriors. AIG. There are 2 level 6 orc warriors in this small town of Pergamon. I might not be a match for you. Upon hearing this, Ager flew into a rage. Damn it, Hat. You're a level 7 goblin warrior. They actually fear 2 level 6 orc warriors. Waste. No, he's nothing but a pig-like beast. The boar is a wild animal. It has no aggressiveness whatsoever. All it does is eat and sleep. They're typically raised in captivity and used as a stable source of meat. When it comes to pig-like beasts, Hader naturally knows what that means. It wanted to get angry, but it held back when it saw the surging magic in Ager's eyes. Hader dared not gamble. If it got angry, Ager might break its neck. In just a moment, had reverted to his timid and cowardly self. AIG. Attacking the orc tribe is Lord Locke's order. You can report this to Lord Locke first and see how he responds. Ager paused for a moment. Locke did indeed say that if there were any problems that couldn't be solved, we could report them to him. But the orc tribe in the small town of Pergamon was not powerful. After a moment's thought, Ager nodded heavily. As you wish. Had. I will pass on your problem to Lord Locke. Everything for Lord Locke's plan. After saying that, Ager turned around and spurred the demon wolf beneath him away. The demonic wolf he rode was already a level 5 magical beast, and it ran extremely fast like a bolt of lightning. After about 2 hours, Ager saw the outline of the town of Locke. The town of Rock can no longer be called the town of Rock today. It's the small town of Locke. This is clearly a small city. Every time Ager returned to Locke, the town had undergone a complete transformation. Various buildings, facilities, and houses sprang up like mushrooms after rain in the town of Locke. Although Ager was very curious, he did not stop along the way and soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Ager headed straight for Locke. Lord Locke, I have a message from Hader for you. Go ahead and say it. Locke nodded. Had prepares to attack the small town of Pergamon. There is a medium-sized orc tribe with more than 2,000 members here. Among them were 2 level 6 orc warriors. AIG paused here, looking at Locke. What's wrong, Ager? Is there something wrong with this orc tribe? Locke asked, somewhat puzzled. Had was originally attacking a small orc tribe, which only had a few hundred orcs. Today, a medium-sized orc tribe is equivalent to nearly 10 small orc tribes. At this rate, it won't be long before the number of orcs in his Locke Legion doubles again. Ager shook his head and continued. Hard hopes to get our help. It didn't believe it could be a match for those two level 6 orcs. He's a level 7 goblin warrior. Damn it. What on earth is that idiot Hader trying to do? Locke's words were clearly filled with anger. Lord Locke. As he spoke, Egg made a throat-slitting gesture. After calming down, Locke glanced at Had's loyalty level. 85%. After confirming that there were no problems with Had, he suddenly thought of something. That's true. It's a goblin. Facing two level 6 orc warriors, they might not be a match. Only then did Locke realize that it was a goblin that is not known for its fighting prowess. Compared to orcs, 10 ordinary goblins might not be able to defeat one orc of the same level. Recently, as Had has grown up, Locke has always regarded Had as a half-orc. Locke shook his head. As a half-orc, it's impossible for us to directly help it. However, we can use external help. AIG, go to the city wall and take down 5 magic crystal cannons. There are also 10 magic crossbows. Tell Hader, these weapons are more than enough for him to handle 2 level 6 orc warriors. Chapter 142, Attacking the Small Town of Pergamon. Yes, Lord Locke. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Ager went straight to the city wall. Soon, Ager took away 5 magic crystal cannons and 10 magic crossbows. The small town of Pergamon. On the city wall, orcs stood with weapons in hand, gazing into the distance. Fluttering. In the distant woods, a large flock of birds seemed startled and flew into the sky. This unusual situation only caught the attention of the orcs patrolling the city walls. Soon the orcs turned their attention elsewhere. Swish, swish. The sound of something cutting through the air, getting closer and closer, made the patrolling orcs stop in their tracks. They kept looking around, trying to find the source of the sound. There it is. It's an arrow. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Knock, knock, knock. The alarm bells have been rung. The once tranquil town of Pergamon suddenly became noisy. A rain of arrows arrived in an instant. The orcs on the city wall had no time to dodge and were instantly riddled with arrows. Roar. Close the city gates. Daltmund Hoavet. The previously chaotic orcs surged toward the city gate in an instant. One by one, the orcs quickly grabbed the iron chains and began to lift the city gate little by little. Gagaga. After the rain of arrows, a large swarm of green goblins burst out of the forest. These goblins, armed with weapons, charged toward the town of Pergamon. They charged with all their might toward the closing city gate. Catapults. What about catapults? Get that damn catapult up and running. I'm going to smash those orcs' heads to pieces. Hader cursed loudly as he urged the goblins on. The goblins began frantically setting up their catapults. Idiot! How many times have I made you practice? If you fail to set up the catapult properly, you will all be the first to climb the city wall. My lads, charge! The gold and silver treasures in the small town of Pergamon are beckoning to us. The first person to climb the walls of the small town of Pergamon will be rewarded with 100 gold coins. He is hereby appointed as a goblin centurion. Hearing that these goblins would be rewarded made them incredibly excited. Quick, hurry up and raise the city gates. Dort urged, watching the approaching goblin army. Bang! Finally, the city gates were completely hoisted up just before the goblin army was about to charge in. Damn goblins! Dort wiped the sweat from his forehead. He quickly went up to the city wall and looked down. At this moment, the small town of Pergamon was completely surrounded by an army of green goblins. However, the goblin army did not immediately begin its attack on the city. Damn it! They actually let those filthy orcs close the city gates. Hader thought to himself, what a pity. He began to command the goblin army to set up catapults, magic crystal cannons, siege crossbows, magic crossbows, and siege ladders. When Dortmund saw these siege weapons, a name he didn't want to mention popped into his mind. Avenger Had. Damn it, Dortmund said through gritted teeth. Recently, the name of Avenger Had has been circulating among these orcs. Dort originally thought that the other party was only targeting those small orc tribes, but he did not expect that they would set their sights on the small town of Pergamon today. Damn Avenger Had. How dare they set their sights on the small town of Pergamon? My sheep tribe will make sure you lose a tooth no matter what. Attack. For Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. Hayder raised his spike club and gave the order to attack. On a distant hillside, Ager rode a demon wolf, watching the war unfold. He was ready at any time to take in the orcs who fled after their defeat. The goblin army first unleashed a dense barrage of arrows towards the town of Pergamon. Immediately afterwards, catapults began hurling huge stones at the city wall. The city walls were smashed to pieces, and many orcs were smashed into mincemeat. Under the combined pressure of arrows and catapults, the goblin army reached the edge of the moat using ladders. Looking at the moat, which was more than 10 meters deep, the bottom had long since dried up, and inside were steel spikes firmly fixed to the ground. If you fall down there, you're guaranteed to die. The goblins in front quickly erected a ladder. Ladders were placed on both sides of the moat to allow the goblin army to pass. The orcs on the city wall had begun to raise stones and throw them downwards. Bang, bang, bang. Many goblins were hit by stones and fell into the moat with a scream. Then a piercing wail rang out, but soon there was silence. The goblins behind continued to charge towards the city wall. Click, click, click. 2 siege crossbows were pushed over. The 2 goblins quickly adjusted the direction of the siege crossbow. Click, click. 2 dull thuds rang out in succession. The siege crossbows carrying steel chains shot towards the city gate at extremely high speed. Bang, bang. The sharp crossbow tip easily pierced the city gate. The inverted triangle of the crossbow tip hooked tightly onto the door panel. The goblin next to the siege crossbow quickly lunged at the chains, grabbed them with both hands, and began to pull. Squeak! The city gate, which had been hanging up, began to shake and slowly started to fall downwards. Seeing this, Dortmund shouted, "Quick! Quickly pull open the city gates." The orcs behind the city gate also began to exert their strength. In an instant, the city gate rose and fell. The 2 sides were deadlocked. More and more goblins and orcs joined the 2 sides in the struggle. The city gate creaked and groaned, as if it might fall apart at any moment. At the foot of the city wall, goblins carrying siege ladders had already placed them there. They climbed up the city wall under the cover of arrows and catapults. There was no fear in the eyes of these goblins, only a thirst for gold coins and centurions. A fierce battle of siege and defense is unfolding on the walls of the small town of Pergamon. Attack! Attack! Had roared from the rear of the goblin army from time to time. Click, click, click. The city gate could not withstand the tension from both sides and broke apart instantly. Rumble. The city gate collapsed with a crash. The city gates have been breached. The goblin, who was originally preparing to climb the ladder, suddenly brandished his weapon and charged towards the city gate. Looking at the broken city gate, Hayder finally managed to smile. Once the city gates are breached, the more than 30,000 goblin troops can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, eventually killing the more than 2,000 orcs. The goblin army swarmed toward the city gate. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through the small town of Pergamon. The goblin army that rushed into the city gates became chaotic. The goblin at the front retreated in terror, as if it had encountered something horrible. However, the goblins behind them charged forward. Warcraft! It's Warcraft! Get out of here quickly! Knock, knock, knock! The earth trembled. Chapter 143, The Capture of Pergamon. Immediately afterwards, one after another, magical beasts rushed out of the small town of Pergamon. These magical beasts are all low-level magical beasts, obviously raised in the small town of Pergamon for the purpose of being stored as meat. They were released as cannon fodder during the siege to deplete the goblin army. The goblin army descended into chaos. The horde of monsters slammed the goblins in front of them to the ground, their thick limbs stomping heavily on the goblins. The screams and howls were quickly drowned out by the horde of monsters. This sudden turn of events caught had completely off guard, and the goblin army suffered heavy losses as it was overwhelmed by the monster horde. After the monster horde's charge, the orcs of the small town of Pergamon finally broke out. They must plug this gap in the city gate. Otherwise, the goblin army will be able to advance unimpeded, and the small town of Pergamon will definitely not be able to be saved. One barricade after another was pushed out by the orcs and placed across the city gate. These barricades were originally used by human soldiers in the small town of Pergamon. In this desperate situation, The orcs, who were originally unwilling to use human tools, had no choice but to obediently push the barricades to hold off the goblin army. My lads, slaughter all these filthy orcs. Only one voice is allowed in this territory. That was King Hader's order. Gagaga. Finally encountering the true rulers of Pergamon, the goblins roared and charged towards the orc army. The two sides clashed instantly. With only one breach at the city gate, the goblin army's numerical advantage could not be fully utilized. The orcs, relying on the city gates and barricades, took the life of a goblin with every strike. Hader looked at the city gate that he couldn't breach after a long siege and couldn't help but feel anxious. Had's constant attacks on the orc tribes naturally attracted the attention of some orcs. Its avenger has already appeared on the kill list of some orc tribes. Its goblin army is not yet fully developed, and if it is besieged by the orc tribe, it will probably have no chance of escape. Damn it! Use the magic crystal cannon. Boom! Had couldn't hold back any longer and used the magic crystal cannon he had prepared to deal with the level 6 orc warrior. King Hader, we're running low on monster cores. Bomb them. Blow down the defenses at the city gate. Hader didn't care about anything else at that moment. Even if I use up all my magic crystals in this battle, I still have to take down the town of Pergamon. If we run out of magic crystals, we could just spend some more effort killing more monsters. However, since the small town of Pergamon could not be captured, its reputation as Had the Avenger would not be as intimidating afterward. The magic crystal cannon quickly started operating, and the runes on it began to rotate rapidly. Boom! Boom! 5 loud bangs in a row. 5 beams of energy shot toward the city gate. They fell into the midst of the orcs at the city gate. In an instant, a large number of orcs were blown away by the shockwave from the explosion. A large open space has been cleared out at the city gate. Damn it! Firebull beast! Break down this city wall. The firebull roared and charged toward the town of Pergamon. Boom! Its entire body burst into flames. Roar! The firebull beast opened its huge mouth, and a large ball of flame swept towards the city gate. The orcs at the city gate all changed their expressions and retreated towards the gate. Many orcs who couldn't dodge in time were instantly engulfed by the merciless flames. It didn't even let out a scream before turning into a pile of ashes. The terrifying heat completely destroyed all the barricades at the city gate. The firebull beast grew faster and faster, charging towards the town of Pergamon like a small mountain. Bang! The 2 horns slammed hard into the city wall above the city gate. The city wall instantly shattered into pieces. The originally sturdy city wall was smashed open by the firebull beast. As soon as its enormous body entered the small town of Pergamon, it opened its mouth and unleashed a fiery breath. Everything in its path turned into a sea of fire. Large numbers of orcs rushed in from all directions, trying to stop the firebull beast from wreaking havoc in the city. A hint of disdain flashed in the firebull beast's eyes. It opened its huge mouth, and flames rolled away. A large number of orcs turned into ashes. Dort stood on the city wall, watching the orcs in the city suffer heavy casualties, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Mondstadt, stop that damn monster! Dortmund, standing on the city wall, spotted Mondel charging toward the firebull beast. This is the second best level 6 orc warrior in the tribe, only behind Dort. Receive. My chieftain, I'm determined to snap this monster's neck. Mond stared at the firebull beast, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He roared, and a large amount of magical power surged from his body. He held a large bone hammer and smashed it towards the firebull beast. The vast magical energy fluctuations instantly caught the firebull beast's attention. It turned its head and saw Mond rushing towards it at full speed. The firebull opened its mouth, and scorching flames rushed towards Mondstadt. Mondel dodged the flames as he quickly approached the firebull beast. Get out of my way! The nearby orcs quickly made way for them. Mondel swung his bone hammer toward the head of the firebull. Bang! The firebull beast fearlessly charged forward with its horns. The moment the two made contact, a terrifying shockwave spread outwards. The nearby orc warriors were all blasted away. Even the houses were razed to the ground. The firebull beast exerted its strength, and Mondel, being slightly weaker, couldn't help but retreat. However, Mondstadt, who was born to fight monsters, was naturally very familiar with their fighting styles. He owned a great deal of experience in battles against monsters. Mondstadt and the Firebulls battled in the city, causing many houses to collapse. The town of Pergamon was completely breached. The goblin army swarmed in. Chief Dort, the town of Pergamon has fallen. A half-orc, covered in blood, who had just been guarding the city gate, roared at Dort. Damn goblins! In a fit of rage, Dortmund slammed his fist into the city wall, smashing a hole through it. He looked towards the city. At this moment, Mondstadt is engaged in a fierce battle with the Firebull beast. It was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Meanwhile, the goblin army is relentlessly invading the small town of Pergamon. If he doesn't come up with a solution soon, the entire town of Pergamon may be doomed. Chief Dort, there are just too many goblins. Shall we retreat? Roar. Retreat? Impossible. I, Dort, as a great orc warrior, will not retreat. Dort glanced at the orc warriors in the tribe, their expressions varying. There was confusion and fear. He raised his battle axe high and roared. This is our territory. This is our home. Slaughter these vile invaders. For the tribe. Chapter 144, Had makes his move. Upon hearing Dort's words, the surrounding orcs seemed to be infected by his words. They stared at the goblins, their eyes filled with hatred. In the small town of Pergamon, the lives of these orcs are much better than before. Therefore, these orcs did not want to abandon this small human town. Dortmund raised their arms in triumph. The orcs around them responded enthusiastically. He leaped down from the city wall and pounced towards the location of the Firebull beast. We must take care of this Firebull beast first. Dort swung his battle axe toward the Firebull's back. At this moment, the Firebull beast's attention was entirely focused on Mond. They were completely unaware that Dortmund was rapidly approaching from behind. The battle axe slammed down hard on the Firebull beast. In an instant, blood gushed out like a spring. Roar! The pain in its back made the Firebull roar. Anger mingled with fear. This axe blow nearly ripped open the Firebull beast's belly. This directly triggered the ferocity inherent in the Firebull beast. For monsters, the more injured they are, the more ferocious they become. However, the Firebull beast had been with Had for a long time, and Had's inherent timidity and cowardice had a profound influence on it. The terror in his eyes surpassed the ferocity in his bones. It opened its mouth wide and let out a mournful howl. He turned and ran away the next second. Bang! Its massive body smashed through the city wall. Hader frowned, his eyes fixed on the city. Hearing the Firebull beast screams, Hader suddenly stood up straight. With a wave of its hand, the goblins behind it sprang into action. The cannons of the magic crystal cannons and the magic crossbows quickly aimed at the city gate. When it saw the Firebull beast charging out covered in blood, it immediately became tense. Kill it! Mondstadt! We can't let it get away. Dort turned around and roared loudly, looking in the direction the Firebull beast had fled. Two orcs chased after the Firebull beast, one in front and one behind. Had spotted him as soon as he stepped out of the city wall. They actually dared to chase after us. Hader pointed towards the city wall and gave the order to launch. Boom! Swoosh! The magic crystal cannons and magic crossbows fired at Dort and Mondstadt. Dortmund and Mondel were chasing the Firebull beast when suddenly their hearts skipped a beat as they sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Dortmund quickly looked around. They immediately noticed the magic crystal cannon and the magic crossbow. Damn it! There's an ambush! Get out of here! Dortmund didn't have time to think much and told Mond to retreat into the city. However, it was already too late. Magic crystal cannons and magic crossbow bolts instantly surrounded the two orcs. A terrifying surge of magical energy exploded outwards. Hateful! These are the weapons used by humans. How can these damn goblins have so many human weapons? Dort and Mondel activated their magic to the fullest extent, creating a protective barrier. Give a good blast. Hard roared. At this moment, magic surged around Dortmund and Mondstadt, and dust flew everywhere. After about 10 breaths, had waved his hand, and the magic crystal cannon and the magic crossbow fell silent. It wasn't until the smoke cleared that Hayter could see the situation clearly. Dortmund and Mondel lay motionless in the crater blasted out by the magic crystal cannon, covered in blood. Several magic crossbow bolts were stuck in his body. The two orcs struggled to their feet, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Hard's eyes lit up when he saw this. Both orcs were seriously injured. This was a golden opportunity. If it can take down these two orcs on its own, then its reputation as the Avenger Had will be even greater. With no pursuers behind them, the Firebull Beast quickly escaped to Had's side. Firebull Beast looked at Had with a pitiful expression, clearly begging Had to avenge it for him. Had glanced at the wounds on the Firebull Beast's body. The bones were exposed. It patted the Firebull Beast. Old friend, don't worry. Avenger, Had will avenge you. Had looked toward the small town of Pergamon. The level 7 Goblin Warrior's strength is no longer concealed. This unexpected turn of events drew the attention of both Mond and Dort, the two orcs. The next moment Had moved. It pulled out a spike club. With a flash, he rushed toward the city gate at an extremely fast speed. Mondel and Dortmund had been watching harder for a while, and their faces darkened when they saw him rushing towards them. Call! The spike club, carrying a strong gust of wind, slammed down towards the two orcs. Dortmund and Mondel gritted their teeth and raised their battle axes and bone hammers. When, with a single blow, Dortmund and Mondel flew backwards, skimming the ground. Hayter's blow gave it a huge boost of confidence. It knew that the two orcs were seriously injured and had little fighting power left. A smile appeared on Hayter's lips. It raised its wolf-sheep club and swung it at the two orcs again. Bang! Dortmund and Mondstadt rolled twice, barely dodging the attack. The ground was smashed into a large crater by the spike club. Amidst the rising dust, Dortmund and Mond quickly distanced themselves from Hadra. Avengers Hades! Dortmund looked at Hayter and said through gritted teeth. Sensing the anger of Dortmund and Mondel, Hayter burst into laughter. He. It's me. Two foolish orcs. Prepare to face Lord Hayter's judgment. But, if you two choose to surrender, the great Lord Hayter will spare your lives. Hearing Had's condescending tone, Mond and Dort, the two orcs, were filled with rage. Avenger Had. It's just a level 7 goblin. Today, I, Dortmund, will tear you to shreds. Orcs will never submit to lowly goblins. Dort roared at Had. He nodded to Mond. The two orcs gritted their teeth and charged toward Had. Bring it on. The great Avenger, Had, will show you that level 7 goblin warriors are not to be insulted. Had raised a spike club and swung it at the two orcs. The three immediately engaged in battle. Dortmund and Mondel, both heavily injured, were dominated by Harden. Each of Hayter's heavy blows sent Dortmund and Mondel's blood surging, forcing them to retreat involuntarily. Fortunately, the orcs had the advantage in strength. Otherwise, they would have been defeated in an instant. This is the strength of the two of you. Is that all there is to it? Hayter, emboldened by his performance, couldn't help but taunt. Damn goblins. I'll show you the power of orcs. Dort took a black fruit from his pocket, opened his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, Dortmund's muscles bulged. His entire body size has doubled compared to before. The dramatic change in his body caused Dort to let out a painful roar. Damn goblins. Prepare to face the wrath of Lord Dortmund. Dortmund reached out and stopped Mondel. Chief, Mondstadt, you step aside first. Watch me tear this ugly goblin apart today. Chapter 145 Reinforcements. Capture of the small town of Pergamon. Clearly, after consuming the fruit, Dortmund planned to take care of Had himself. Whoosh! Dortmund exerted force. The animal hide he wore was torn in half and carelessly thrown on the ground. At that moment, Dortmund's veins seemed to come alive, throbbing like snakes. The next moment, Dortmund charged toward Had. He raised his battle axe high in the air. It swung down towards Hayter's head. When Had raised his spike club and held it above his head. The immense force caused Hayter's feet to sink deep into the ground. Even their bodies involuntarily bent. What the hell did that damned orc eat? My strength has increased by such a huge amount. Hayter looked at Dort in surprise. It roared and suddenly exerted its strength. The spike club in his hand shook the battle axe away. Before they could even catch their breath, Dortmund swung his battle axe down on them, one blow after another. At this moment, Hader was clearly inferior to Dortmund in strength, which made Hader feel that he had lost face. Dortmund chopped more than 20 times in a row without showing any signs of fatigue. In contrast, Hader was breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Even the hand holding the spike club was trembling incessantly. Without a doubt, the spike club flew out of his hand in the next moment. When? It was another powerful and heavy blow. Hader was struck so hard that he landed squarely on his backside. Clang! The spike club in his hand flew out of his grasp. In an instant, had spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, Hader was truly terrified. A hint of retreat appeared in its eyes. However, Dortmund did not give it any chance. Because the fruit's energy was almost completely depleted, Hader rolled over and scrambled backward. When faced with a life-or-death situation, it has no time to show off. Dortmund missed with his axe swing and quickly kicked out. Bang! Hader was hit directly in the abdomen, and his whole body arched up. The pain caused it to lie motionless on the ground. As the battle axe fell toward his head, Hader's eyes were filled with despair. I was careless. Is this how my life, Hader's life, is going to end? I haven't become the Goblin King yet. Had closed his eyes, awaiting death. Whoosh! A powerful whooshing sound rang out. The next second, a magically imbued arrow pierced through Dort's head. Seeing no movement, had opened his eyes. It saw Dortmund's eyes widen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. An arrow was stuck in his head. Vitality is rapidly fading. He's dead. He was killed by an arrow. Had looked around suspiciously. They wanted to find out who had saved its life. They soon spotted Ager on a distant hillside, holding a bow and arrow. He was poised to draw his bow and knock an arrow. It was clearly Ager who saved it. A slight smile appeared on Hader's face. I was just about to get up. Mondel gritted his teeth and charged toward Hades. Mondel saw Dortmund's death very clearly. Just when he was about to finish off that damn goblin, Dort was unexpectedly killed by an arrow right in front of him. Ugly goblin! You actually attacked me from behind. Dort's death enraged Mond, who then turned on Hader. Whoosh! Another arrow struck Mondstadt squarely in the head. Thus, the 2 level 6 orc warriors died. Call! Hader let out a heavy sigh of relief. His face was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Gaga gaga. He's not dead. I had him still alive. As Ed laughed, he cast a grateful glance toward the distant hillside. Ager nodded and muttered to himself. Damn it, Hat. What a useless piece of trash. I'll have to clean up your mess. I would never have intervened if I weren't worried about ruining Lord Locke's plans. Had stood up and took out a large sword from his spatial ring. Click, click. They quickly beheaded the 2 level 6 orcs. My lads, I've already killed the orc chieftain. Drive these foolish orcs out of the town of Pergamon. Hader raised the severed head in his hand and roared. This greatly boosted the morale of the nearby goblins. They charged towards the small town of Pergamon with even greater fervor. The death of the orc chieftain was undoubtedly a great blow to the orcs in the small town of Pergamon. Without the chieftain's command, these orcs were like a disorganized mob. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The orc army ceased its resistance and charged into the town of Pergamon. There is a secret door that leads directly to the outside of the town of Pergamon. The orc army was utterly defeated. Watching the fleeing orc army, had raised his right hand in a stop gesture. The goblin army stopped their pursuit and looked at Had with puzzlement. King Hader, those damned orcs have lost. Now is the perfect opportunity to hunt them down. If we keep chasing them, we can definitely wipe out all these orcs. A level 4 orc leader looked at Had with a puzzled expression. Hader had already prepared his explanation. My sons, you are all great warriors. We lost too many goblins in this battle. Continuing the pursuit will only cause us to suffer even greater losses. Now is our time to enjoy. My lads, the treasures of Pergamon await us. Go, let them plunder. That is your wealth. That was a gift from the goblin god. Had shouted loudly. Hader didn't need to personally handle matters like plundering wealth, although most of the treasure ended up in the hands of ordinary goblins. However, in order to survive, these goblins would hand over most of the gold and silver treasures they plundered to their goblin leaders. The goblin leader would also give most of the gold and silver treasures to Had, in exchange for Had's protection. Therefore, most of the gold and silver treasures of the small town of Pergamon will eventually end up in Had's spatial ring. The remaining orcs all fled the town of Pergamon, while Had leisurely rode his firebull beast around town. The escaped orcs were quickly taken in by Aegon and his wolf riders. For these orcs who lost their chieftain, joining a tribe was the best possible outcome. The small town of Pergamon has a large number of human slaves. Locke had already told Had about these human slaves. If there are any human slaves, send them all to Locktown. His Locke Legion needs stable logistical support. Humans are undoubtedly the best choice. Just as Had was strolling around the town of Pergamon, an army of goblins also approached the town. King Hader! King Hader! A voice rang out from behind Hader. Hader turned around and looked back expressionlessly. A goblin was seen rushing towards them at high speed. Chapter 146 Goblin Visitors. What happened? Seeing the goblin's anxious expression, had a bad feeling. Could it be that other orc tribes have come to attack? That would be really bad. Had just been in battle and was still recovering from his injuries. Its life is naturally its top priority. Hader forced himself to calm down. King Hader! An army of goblins has arrived outside. The Goblin King, the leader of the pack, says he wants to see you. Hearing that it was a goblin, Had breathed a long sigh of relief. Goblin, where did you come from? It says it comes from the dark forest in the north. We're here on the orders of the Goblin King. The dark forest in the north? Had murmured to himself. The dark forest in the north is close to the territory of the elves. The elves have an extreme hatred for goblins. Therefore, the goblins there frequently raided by the elves. The surviving goblins were the elite among them. Moreover, the goblin race originated in the dark forest in the north. They often faced attacks from both elves and humans. The number of goblins has decreased dramatically, but the goblins were unwilling to give up the dark forest in the north. Therefore, under the Goblin King's command, a large number of goblins split off. This is why the goblin race has reached such a large number today. Hader walked toward the city gate with questions in his mind. As soon as I stepped out of the city gate, I saw a densely packed army of goblins. However, at this moment, the goblin army was divided into two distinct sides. Upon seeing Had's arrival, the goblins near the city wall, whose heads had been hanging low, immediately straightened up. King Hader! The sounds rose and fell along the walls of the small town of Pergamon. This clearly demonstrates Had's standing among these goblins. This greatly surprised Renault on the other side. Also a level 7 goblin warrior, Reno commands over 50,000 goblins. However, it did not hold such a high position in the hearts of these goblins as Had. Renault looked at this unremarkable goblin, and what was most unforgettable about him was Had's cunning eyes, typical of goblins. Hader also sized up Renault across from him, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, I wonder what this goblin wants from me. Could it be that the Goblin King has taken a liking to my strength? Great Goblin God, I am your faithful follower. Praise be to you. Upon seeing Had's arrival, Renault opened his arms and looked up, saying, You must be Avenger Har, right? Harder looked down at the Renault, who is only 0.5 meters tall, and nodded. Yes, I am Hades the Avenger. Upon hearing Hader's admission, Renault's previously serious face immediately broke into a smile. Oh, damn God. Very good. Avengers, Hades. I've finally found you. Renault's tone was tinged with excitement. Who are you? Oh, Renault. Level 7 Goblin Warrior. A squad leader in the Vanguard army under the Goblin King. Renault slapped his forehead and said. Sensing that Renault meant no harm, Hader's eyes lit up and he immediately smiled. Oh, it's Renault. I wonder what's going on with Brother Renault, had said, glancing at the Goblin army behind Renault. Renault immediately understood what Hader meant. It stepped forward, laughing loudly, and tried to put its arm around Had's shoulder, only to find that the other was about 2 meters tall and could not be touched at all. There was an awkward moment. Hader then casually put his hand on Renault's shoulder. The two goblins exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of cunning in each other's eyes. As a purebred goblin, Renault felt a hint of contempt for Had. Gaga gaga. Brother Hader, don't get me wrong. I, Renault, have come to help my brother Had on the orders of the Goblin King. Of course, I'd also like to get to know Brother Hader. I came here specifically to support Brother Had, having heard that he was preparing to attack the small town of Pergamon. To my surprise, when I arrived, Brother had already captured the town of Pergamon. The title of Avenger Hades seems truly well-deserved. Reno's words were tinged with jealousy. For a goblin to have a resounding name was a great honor. Even some level 9 goblin warriors may not have a title. A level 7 goblin warrior actually made a name for himself. This will increase Had's prestige among goblins, and more goblins will choose to join Had. Even after Had's death, his name and deeds will continue to be passed down among various races. This is why Reno chose to seek out Hader. The name of Avenger has spread from the southern borders of the Abitan Empire to the northern borders. Reno wants to gain his own reputation through Hader as well. Hader carefully examined Reno. They didn't look like they had just arrived at all. Reno and his goblin army had been nearby for some time, but had been observing. They wanted to see if Had was as ferocious as the legend said. Reno did not expect that Hader would lead the goblin army to conquer the town of Pergamon so quickly. If it were him, even with an army of over 50,000 goblins, Reno would have absolutely no confidence in conquering the town of Pergamon. Moreover, there are 2 level 6 orc warriors in the city. Hader was unaware of Reno's ulterior motives, and even if it had, it wouldn't have cared at all, because it now needs someone to help it complete the task Locke gave it. The arrival of Reno gave it hope. Oh, by the great Goblin God! Thank you, Goblin King, for remembering me, a mere insignificant goblin. Thanks to Reno for coming to help me. Hader, praise be to the Goblin God. Praise be to the goblins. I heard that Brother Had has a grudge against orcs. Reno asked tentatively, recalling the information he had gathered. Oh, yes. Reno, my friend. I have a deep hatred for those damned orcs. May the Goblin God protect you. Hader almost died at the hands of these filthy orcs. Reno slapped his thigh, looking heartbroken. Damn orcs. Reno almost died at the hands of orcs too. Hader's eyes darted around. He hadn't expected Reno to say that. Located in the northern frontier, Reno has the entire Abitan Empire as a shield, making it extremely difficult for him to come into contact with orcs. It's obviously lying. Oh, damn orcs. Curse them. Since Brother Reno and I both have a grudge against those orcs, why don't we join forces and wipe those damned orcs out of this land? Chapter 147 Level 5 Town. Having achieved his goal, a glint of light flashed in Reno's eyes. Really? Brother Hader? Thank you, great Goblin God, for giving me this opportunity. Hader est 30,000 plus Gobelin plus Reno est 50,000 plus Gobelin. Such a legion is definitely capable of fighting against those medium-sized orc tribes. Very good. Reno, my friend, welcome to the team. The great Goblin God will protect us and help us defeat these vile orcs. Aha! Praise be to the great Goblin God. Reno laughed heartily and hugged Had's leg, looking extremely comical. Brother Hader, which town should we attack next? After witnessing Had's conquest of the small town of Pergamon, Reno knew that by following Had, he could surely gain a reputation, a name that circulates among goblins. Beat. We must fight. But Reno, my brother, I have just captured the small town of Pergamon and naturally need to rest and recuperate. Wait until the boys have eaten, drunk their fill, and rested enough before making any plans. Yes. Brother Hader is right. My brother's goblin army has just gone through a major battle. Naturally, they need a good rest. Come on, Reno. Come into town with me. Today I, Hader, have won a great victory, and I will certainly treat you to a good meal. Hadra took Reno's arm and walked into the small town of Pergamon. Before long, wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys throughout the small town of Pergamon. Numerous bonfires were set up in the city, and many human slaves stood beside them roasting freshly slaughtered meat. All around were goblins wielding weapons. Seeing the slower human slaves, these goblins would occasionally kick them. Soon the goblins of the entire town of Pergamon began a wild banquet. In the dead of night, all the goblins in the small town of Pergamon were drunk and fast asleep. A figure dressed in a black robe moved stealthily toward the city gate. They soon arrived at the city gate. The city gate was half closed, and dozens of goblins lay sprawled on the ground. A bunch of idiots had cursed and left through the half-closed city gate, disappearing into the night. Given the state of the goblin defenses in the small town of Pergamon, if those orcs who escaped during the day were to return, this entire goblin army of over 80,000 was going to meet their demise. On a hillside, Aegur rode a demon wolf, arms crossed, waiting quietly. Suddenly, Aegur's ears twitched. "Since you're here, come out." Soon, rustling sounds came from the bushes. Had stepped forward. "Gaga gaga. Aegur, thank you for helping me take care of those 2 orcs today." Harder immediately expressed his gratitude. Although Hard was reluctant to be alone with Aegur, Aegur had saved his life today, after all. Aegur waved his hand. "No need for thanks. We are all working for Lord Locke. Is there something you wanted to see me about?" Hader took out a spatial ring. "These are the spoils of war from the capture of the small town of Pergamon. Please deliver this to Lord Locke." Aegur nodded, picked up the spatial ring, mounted the demon wolf, and left without looking back. Rock Town. The town of Rock today has undergone tremendous changes compared to before. At this moment, Locke was sitting in the city lord's mansion, with a design drawing in his hand standing next to him. These are design blueprints for a level 5 town. This is today's system reward. It was a reward given to Hader after he conquered the town of Pergamon. Locke. Ding. A level 5 town design blueprint has been detected. Do you wish to use it? Use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully used it. Locke Town. A level 5 town. Town area. 800,000 square meters. City wall height. 50 meters. Magic crystal cannon. 130. The town's area has doubled in size. The height of the city wall was increased by another 10 meters. On the surrounding city walls, there is a magic crystal cannon at regular intervals. It also possesses a large number of powerful magic crossbows. A 5th level town. This defense could probably withstand attacks from a level 7 or even level 8 expert. These days, as had led his goblin army to sweep through the orc tribes, Locke amassed a considerable amount of gold coins. With these gold coins, Locke continuously exchanged them for potions to enhance his and his men's strength. Edelik and Aegon have already reached level 8 orc warrior. Locke even reached the level of an 8th level orc warrior and an 8th level orc mage. At the same time, I gained 2 skills. Demon God's Body. Condenses a phantom of a demon god using magic power. The stronger the magic power, the greater the power of the condensed demon god's body. Gravity Field. Enemy units within this field will experience 10 times the gravity. As for the others, they had already reached the level 7 warrior and were not far from becoming level 8 warriors. The ring that Aegur brought represents a great deal of wealth from the small town of Pergamon. In addition, there was the gold coin reward that Hader received for conquering the town of Pergamon. That's enough for everyone else to advance to level 8 warrior. Locke also created some deputies, centurions, and Kiliarchs within Locke's legion. The centurion commands 10 orcs and is at least a level 4 orc warrior. A centurion commands 100 orcs and must be a level 5 orc warrior. A centurion commands 1,000 orc warriors and must be at least a level 6 orc warrior. Of course, the Locke Legion currently only has a little over 10,000 orcs. The number of orcs under the command of those centurions and Kiliarchs was far below the standard number. Locke originally planned to start the war once the Legion commanders and deputy Legion commanders in Locke's Legion reached level 8 warriors. The arrival of Hader's spatial ring is certainly timely. With this ring, Locke can accelerate the expansion process. Locke reached out and produced several intermediate-level power magic potions. Aegur has already reached the level of an 8th level orc warrior, and intermediate-level power potions no longer have any effect on him. Only high-level power magic potions can enhance the strength of this level 8 orc warrior. Take these intermediate-level power magic potions to Had. Tell it that it did a good job. This is enough for him to advance to level 8 goblin warrior. Yes, Lord Locke. Aegur took the intermediate-level power potion and left. One eye. Locke let out a low growl. Upon hearing this, the person outside the door with one eye immediately came in. Great Lord Locke, what are your orders? As Locke's personal guard, Locke would naturally not mistreat these one-eyed orcs. At this moment, one eye exuded the aura of a level 6 orc warrior. Go and summon the commander and deputy commander of the Locke Legion. Yes, Lord Locke. Chapter 148 Promotion. Another battle. Soon, the commander and deputy commander of the Locke Legion arrived. Adalic, Golda, Lauren, Kane, Iron Hammer, Talk, Doran, and Feller all looked at Locke. His face was full of excitement. Locke would not summon them all easily. There are only two possibilities for this to happen. Either Locke will enhance their strength, or Locke's legion will wage war again. Either way, it was enough to excite these orcs. They've been too comfortable for too long and need war to soothe their restless hearts. Locke glanced at everyone and sat down in the main seat. He gently pressed his hand down, gesturing for everyone to sit down. I have summoned you at this time to tell you something. At this point, everyone looked at Locke with serious expressions. Today, had led his goblin army to conquer a small town occupied by a medium-sized orc tribe. Although this tribe was not powerful among medium-sized orc tribes, this battle brought us the wealth of an entire small city. With this wealth, you can all reach level 8 warrior status. Level 8 warrior. Except for Adalic, all the other orcs clenched their fists. An 8th level orc warrior. This was something none of them had ever dared to dream of before. At the same time, I, Locke, declare, tomorrow, the Locke Legion is about to wage war once again. And this campaign will never end. Roar. You are amazing. Great Lord Locke. We will always be your followers. Until death. Locke took out a large quantity of intermediate level power magic potions and distributed them to everyone. Through the system panel, Locke could clearly see the quantity of intermediate level power magic potions needed by everyone. All right, let's hurry up and improve our skills. Tomorrow will be a great day. Locke waved his hand, and the group left one by one with their intermediate level power potions. Locke woke up early the next morning. He quickly dressed, washed up, and headed out of the city lord's mansion. Although he became a half-orc, he still retained the cleanliness habits he had as a human. As Locke stepped out of the city lord's mansion, he immediately sensed that today was different from the past. The town of Locke is unusually quiet today. Walking down the street, all the humans were lined up in 2 rows. Long live the great Lord Locke. You are amazing. May the glory of the goddess of war bless the Locke Legion. These humans shouted loudly. The town of Locke is home to nearly 10,000 people. Upon arriving in Locke Town, most of the humans remained skeptical. They had known for a long time that the orc race did not treat humans with friendliness. However, after living in Locke Town for a while, these humans discovered that the orcs in Locke Town were different from other orcs. In the town of Locke, as long as they work hard, they can have enough to eat and wear. Previously, under the rule of the Abitan Empire, they struggled to make ends meet every day. High taxes can destroy a family from time to time. Under the rule of these orcs, these humans had more leisure time. Moreover, there is no oppression from the aristocratic class here. So despite their different races, these humans were still willing to be ruled by Locke. Tajda. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. Locke's personal guard of orcs quickly looked over. Fields came running over. Great Lord Locke, I heard that the Locke Legion is about to set out on an expedition. We humans spontaneously prepared some food. This is a small token of appreciation from the residents of Locke Town. We hope Lord Locke will accept it. Locke scanned the humans around him. Everyone was holding food in their hands. Bread, cured meats, etc. One eye and one ear stared at Locke, drool practically dripping from their mouths. The aroma of butter and honey on the bread captivated the 2 orcs. Locke nodded. One eye and one ear immediately led the guards to take the food prepared by the residents of Locke Town. Although the Locke Legion had prepared the food needed for the campaign, most of the food consisted of dry rations, such as steamed buns and flatbreads. The taste is vastly different from breads covered in butter, honey, and various fruit pieces. Locke raised his hand. The noisy residents of Locke Town immediately fell silent. Residents of Locke Town, today is the day the Locke Legion sets off. Here I Locke assure you, as the Locke Legion expands, we will gain more territory. And you are my people, Locke's people. We will have more land to cultivate. Your safety will be guaranteed to the highest degree. The town of Locke is surrounded by a lot of farmland. The farmland was constantly patrolled by the orc guards of Locke Town to prevent low-level magical beasts from destroying crops or even attacking the hard-working residents of Locke Town. Therefore, these humans continued to cultivate the land. Compared to the previous rule under the Abadan Empire, there was simply not enough protective force to help them guard their farmland. Therefore, there will be much less land to cultivate, and there's also the risk of food being destroyed by monsters. In addition, the Abadan Empire levied half of the grain as tax. These lands belonged not only to the Abadan Empire, but also to the nobles who held titles. Nobles would also collect 30% to 40% of the grain as taxes. The town of Lok only collects 40% of the grain as tax. As for land, as long as you can cultivate it, all that land is yours. All you need to do is register with Mayor Fields, and orc guards will patrol your land every day. Of course, this is on the premise that you can manage the land you are cultivating. Great Lord Lok, wishing you a victorious campaign and a triumphant return. Fields offered his heartfelt blessings. Fields, after I leave, the management of Lok Town will be entirely in your hands. Rest assured, Lord Lok, I, Fields, will definitely make Lok Town even more prosperous. Fields immediately patted his chest and assured him. Without those vampires from the Imperial nobles, Fields was absolutely confident that he could make Lok Town even more prosperous. The Lok Legion will prevail. Lord Lok will surely win. As Lok led his personal guards toward the edge of Lok Town, the surrounding residents of Lok Town roared in anger. As soon as they stepped out of the city gate, Lok's Legion was already lined up and waiting. At the city gate, two giant beasts were waiting. One-horned thunder rhinoceros, frost viper. Lok leaped and landed steadily on the head of the one-horned thunder rhinoceros. Whoosh! He drew the fine steel longsword from his waist. The tip of the sword pointed towards the sky ahead. Set off. With Lok giving the order, Lok's Legion set off. Chapter 149, The Anomaly of the Tuor Canyon. One on. Lord Lok, go and call Doran and Feller over here. Yes, Lord Lok. A dark shadow flashed by, and Doran instantly appeared in front of Lok. Great Lord Lok, Doran reporting for duty. Within a few breaths, Feller arrived as well. Great Lord Lok, I wonder what brings you to see us. Do you have a map of the southern border? As the commander of the Reconnaissance Legion, drawing a map of the surrounding area is a necessary task. Some, Lord Lok, Feller said, pulling out a parchment map. However, this map only records the distribution of the surrounding orc tribes. As for those human cities, my orc scouts are driven away as soon as they approach human territory, so they have no way of knowing the specific situation inside. Lok stroked his chin and began to think. The Empire has lost control of its southern territories. The southern territories are now completely under the control of the Derek family. As a former Grand Duke of the Empire, Wayne Derek naturally had to be wary of these orcs. The Derek family knew that now was not the time to break with the orcs, otherwise they would have no vanguard to launch a counterattack against the Abadan Empire later. Therefore, the Derek family restrained the noble forces under their command to prevent them from clashing with the orcs and affecting their grand plan. It seems the Derek family has always been wary of us orcs. Lok frowned and said in a low voice, Lord Lok, Doran suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. Something unusual has been happening at the Tuor Grand Canyon lately. Abnormal. Lok looked at Doran, signaling him to continue. Yes. Since the last war, the Derek family's army has been stationed in the Tuor Grand Canyon without making any moves. However, I discovered that the Derek family purchased a large number of human slaves. All those slaves were sent into the Tull Canyon. Human slaves? Is there anything strange about that? Lok was a little puzzled. Human slaves had many uses. They could be organized into suicide squads to charge into battle for the Derek family's legions. Or they could work for the Derek family in mining, farming, and so on. Doran shook his head. The Derek family has purchased far too many human slaves. This number is enough to arm a new legion. To find out why, I personally infiltrated the area around the Tuor Grand Canyon. However, the defenses of the Tuor Grand Canyon were so tight that I had no way of finding a way to enter it. However, based on my observation, the number of Derek's army did not increase after these human slaves were added. The amount of smoke from cooking fires in the Tuor Grand Canyon has not increased daily. These human slaves vanished into thin air after entering the Tull Grand Canyon, leaving no trace whatsoever. Disappeared. Lok couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He really couldn't understand what the Derrick family could do with these human slaves. Is there anything unusual about the Tour Grand Canyon right now? No. Doran shook his head and continued. Every day, large numbers of human slaves are still being transported to the Tour Grand Canyon. Regardless of age or gender, even infants and elderly people who couldn't walk were sent into the Tour Grand Canyon. Doran also couldn't understand what the Derrick family was trying to do. The human slaves sent into the Tour Grand Canyon were like a pebble thrown into a lake, causing only ripples and no further disturbance. Are there any other anomalies in the Tour Grand Canyon? Locke asked. Based on the current situation, it is impossible to determine what the Derrick family is planning to do. Suddenly, Doran's eyes lit up and he raised his head. Lord Locke, I left a few orcs from the Assassin Legion near the Tour Canyon. Just now, an orc assassin summoned me from behind the Legion. It seems there's something unusual happening in the Tour Canyon. Go, Doran. Bring him here. Yes, Lord Locke. A dark figure vanished from the spot. However, the dark figure reappeared very soon. Doran's figure appeared. However, this time there was an additional orc. Great Lord Locke, your people send their greetings. The orc assassin immediately knelt on one knee upon seeing Locke. Locke gestured for the other person to stand up. Zorn, is there something unusual about the Tour Grand Canyon? Doran asked. The orc assassin named Zorn didn't hesitate and immediately said, Lord Doran, a group of human guests have arrived at the Tour Grand Canyon. They were invited by the Derrick family. Based on the comparison of the portraits you provided, they are indeed the Southern Army's commander, Jax, and Chief of Staff, Aistan. The Empire's Southern Legion. Although the Southern Legion betrayed the Empire, its relationship with the Derrick family is not good. Their meeting this time must be part of a huge conspiracy. Doran couldn't help but analyze. Locke nodded. He wholeheartedly agreed with Doran's words. These humans who betrayed the Empire are a den of snakes and rats. They're definitely up to no good when they get together. Both the Southern Legion and the Derrick family wanted to overthrow the rule of the Abitan Empire and usurp its power. Are there any other unusual circumstances? Doran continued to inquire. Zorn shook his head. The Tour Grand Canyon is still the same as always, with slave traders bringing large numbers of human slaves to the Tour Grand Canyon every day. We are closely monitoring the movements of the Southern Army. Report back to me immediately after they leave the Tour Grand Canyon. Yes, Lord Locke. After Zorn agreed, he turned into a black shadow and left. However, this dark figure was far inferior to Doran. A little careful observation will reveal the abnormality. Lord Locke, should I personally infiltrate the Tour Grand Canyon and investigate? I have a feeling this isn't as simple as it seems. Doran couldn't help but say. The unknown often sparks human curiosity. No, Doran, our top priority now is to expand our territory. The mighty Locke Legion. Don't waste your time and energy on these conspiracies. Besides, even if the Derrick family and the Southern Legion have a shocking secret, it's not something the current Locke Legion can interfere with. Of course, those large orc tribes will hold them off for us. Dolan, instead of wasting your time and energy, you should be thinking about how to infiltrate the city, open the gates, and let the Locke Legion storm in. Yes, Lord Locke, don't worry. As long as there are no level 9 warriors in the city, very few people can see through my shadow stealth. Doran said confidently. Chapter 150 Conquest. The Tour Grand Canyon is abnormal. Ha ha ha. All right. Locke patted Doran on the shoulder, then picked up the map and continued looking at it. He quickly located the town of Locke. Then, he surveyed the surrounding area, centering on the town of Locke. The map drawn by the Reconnaissance Legion was placed in front of Locke very early on. He studied the map carefully. The largest human city closest to Locke is Pergamon. However, the small town of Pergamon has already been occupied by Hayter. Hayter's goblin army will rest for a few days before leaving. All he needs to do is have Ager lead the Wolf Riders to occupy the area after Hayter leaves. That's right. What's the current situation with those large orc tribes? Locke remembered the 3 large orc tribes. As a half-orc of the Tiger tribe, ID had already been conscripted back by the Tiger tribe when a goblin tide broke out. Feller didn't dare hesitate and immediately spoke. Besides the Tiger tribe, the Thundertooth tribe and the Blackstone tribe are both expanding. However, no major war broke out. When the Orc tribes learned that the Thundertooth and Blackrock tribes wanted to annex their tribes, most of them chose to surrender. Of course, some Orc tribes chose to resist, but their chieftains were killed by the strongest members of these two tribes, and the tribes were then annexed. The Thundertooth tribe and the Blackrock tribe did not completely annex those tribes. They only selected a small number of powerful orcs, and a majority of the rest were expelled. However, the expansion of the Thundertooth and Blackrock tribes has slowed considerably. They seem unable to withstand the consequences of expansion. Both the Blackrock tribe and the Thundertooth tribe rely on hunting to sustain their daily needs. With the increase in the number of orcs in the tribe, food will inevitably be the first problem. What about the Violent Tiger tribe? As the high priest of the Violent Tiger tribe, had naturally needed to know some information about the tribe. The Tiger tribe is simply hoarding food. Where are those orcs who were driven out by the two tribes now? Locke asked. If they were to annex these exiled orcs, the strength of the Locke Legion would certainly rise to another level. Lord Locke, those exiled orcs knew it would be difficult to survive if they went south. They were all converging on the human defenses to the north, occasionally crossing over to plunder. These exiled orcs don't come near Locke's town, and Locke can't recruit them at all. Whenever the Locke Legion appears near the Thundertooth tribe and the Blackrock tribe, it will definitely attract the attention of these two major tribes. The strength of the Locke Legion will surely arouse the fear of large orc tribes. To eliminate the potential danger, the two tribes are highly likely to target Locke's Legion. Therefore, without absolute strength, Locke would never easily send the Locke Legion to the vicinity of the territories of those two tribes. Even a Violent Tiger tribe, Locke wouldn't completely trust. High Priest of the Violent Tiger tribe? It's just a pretext for Locke to develop peacefully. He doesn't care about such an empty title at all. The current Locke Legion is not yet able to confront those major powers head-on. It needs time to develop. Locke's gaze returned to the map. He pointed to the map and said in a deep voice, Loren Kane, Lord Locke, you too, lead the Heavy Armor Legion and wipe out all these small orc tribes. These orc tribes haven't occupied any cities, so that shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Ha ha ha. Great Lord Locke, rest assured. My great axe has been itching for a long time. Ken patted his chest and assured him. Loren rode the boar, his eyes filled with a thirst for battle. These two level 8 orc warriors led the Heavy Armor Legion to break away from Locke's Legion. Great Lord Locke, what about our Infantry Legion? Ironhammer's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he watched the Heavy Infantry Legion leave. Locke didn't speak immediately, but pointed to the map. City of Angels, the largest city in the entire Southern Territory. This place is occupied by the Flame Beast tribe and is inhabited by more than 5,000 orcs. It's a tough nut to crack. So, Hammer, do you have confidence? A legion of over 6,000 infantrymen faced over 5,000 orcs from the Flame Beast tribe, and it was a siege battle. They don't have any advantage whatsoever. Gotha and Hammer frowned. These towering walls will be the strongest line of defense against infantry legions. Lord Locke, don't worry. Even if the infantry legions fight down to the last orc, I will take down this City of Angels for you. Iron Hammer said through gritted teeth. Fight to the last orc? Locke didn't want his hard-earned Locke Legion to be destroyed. This legion was only upgraded to level 4 after a lot of effort, and it has more than 10,000 orcs. Don't worry. I will help you conquer this City of Angels. Upon hearing that Locke would intervene, Golda and Hammer's previously serious faces broke into smiles. Full speed ahead. Our goal, the City of Angels. With the loss of the heavily armored legion, Locke's legion's marching speed increased dramatically. Tour Grand Canyon. Jax and Ace Dean rode their tall horses toward the Tall Canyon. They came at the invitation of the Derrick family, hoping to form an alliance with them to overthrow the rule of the Abiton Empire. Jax knew that the Southern Legion commander alone was no match for the Empire. Moreover, the southern border is currently in chaos. Orcs, goblins, and monsters are rampant. Sooner or later, the Southern Legion will be targeted by these alien races, especially goblins and those magical beasts. The garrison of the Southern Legion has begun to be attacked. Several nearby villages were completely wiped out by goblins. The Southern Army is now relying on the surrounding villages to pay its share of grain. If more villages are destroyed, the Southern Army will face a food shortage. This was absolutely unacceptable to Jax. Damn goblins. If it weren't for these ugly little things, how could I have bowed down to the Derrick family? Jax cursed under his breath. His tone was clearly filled with anger. Hey, Commander. They're just flies, why get angry? These ugly little things don't dare to confront us head on. Now is not the time to deal with these goblins. What we need is to wait. Only those who remain calm and collected will ultimately emerge victorious. Wait, Ace. You said that so many times. You know I don't have much time left. My vital energy and blood are about to start to decline. I can already feel my flesh and blood aging. If I can't break through to demigod level, I'll only ever be a level 10 warrior in this lifetime. Until the very end of life. I'm not reconciled. Chapter 151 Alliance. He. My dear Legion Commander. How could I not know your situation? Ace Dean chuckled, showing no sign of urgency in his eyes. But are you confident you could defeat the Imperial Guard? Even the Derrick family wouldn't dare to directly confront the Royal Guard. We can only wait. When the Empire's power is completely exhausted by these damned alien races. This time, I have reached an agreement with the family. Once the Empire's current defenses are breached, my brother, the head of the Dean family, will lead the Dean family to join the rebels. What? Jack's face was full of disbelief. My chief of staff, weren't you expelled by the Dean family? My dear Legion Commander, the nobles of the Empire are far more complex than you think. For the sake of the family's interests, even mortal enemies will shake hands and make peace. Besides, I am a member of the Dean family. The nobles of the Empire have always prioritized self-interest. This is also the fundamental reason why those powerful families in the Empire have been able to prosper for so long. Even if the Empire falls, they will still exist. Benefit. The shock in Jack's eyes lingered for a long time. He was born a commoner, but his extraordinary talent caught the eye of the Imperial family. It was through the Empire's nurturing that we have achieved our current strength and status. From a young age, Jax was instilled with the idea of loyalty to the Empire and was willing to give his life for it. For the sake of the Empire's stable rule, Jax came to the Southern Legion for training at a very early age. He achieved his current status through numerous life-or-death battles. It wasn't until today, with a few words from Ace Dean, that he truly came to his senses. Loyalty to the so-called Imperial family brings no benefit to oneself or one's family. If I die, my family will probably decline from its former glory. Thinking about all this, Jax couldn't help but clench his fists. He glanced at Ace Dean beside him, who had a smile on his face. However, Jax knew that beneath that smile lay treachery and cunning. Jax had to be wary of his chief of staff. Perhaps in the end, everything I've done will benefit the Dean family. Old fox, Jax cursed inwardly, riding his warhorse deeper into the Tull Canyon. Led by the Derrick family guards, they soon arrived at the Derrick family's residence. Jax spotted Wayne Derrick in his glamorous attire at a glance. Ha. Your Excellency Grand Duke Wayne. We meet again. Jax immediately put on a smiling face and greeted him. Ha. Welcome. Commander Jax. You are a distinguished guest of the Derrick family. As Wayne Derrick spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. Without hesitation, Jax walked straight into the house. Jax became a level 10 warrior before Wayne Derrick. Upon entering the room, everyone took their seats in turn. Sensing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Wayne Derrick spoke first. Ha. I wonder what business Commander Jax has with my Tull Grand Canyon. Wayne Derrick could tell that Jax was clearly restraining his temper. This situation must mean that they need something from the Derrick family. Unwilling to waste any more time guessing, Wayne Derrick simply asked directly. Jax didn't seem to have expected Wayne Derrick to be so decisive. Jax glanced at Ace Dean, and seeing that the other nodded, he no longer hesitated. Grand Duke Wayne. I, Jax, have come here to forge an alliance with your Derrick family. En alliance. Yes, you heard right. Grand Duke Wayne. My Southern Legion wants to form an alliance with your Derrick family. Join forces to fight against the Imperial family. Wayne Derrick did not agree immediately. Why? Commander Jax, your strength and status are already very high within the Empire. I really don't understand why you would cooperate with me to betray the Empire, unless you want to build a new empire. However, I don't see ambition or desire in your eyes. Then tell me, Commander Jax, what exactly is your reason for betraying the Empire? Speak. Give me a reason to form an alliance with you. Jax took a deep breath and forced himself to look calmly into Wayne Derek's eyes. Become a god. Wayne Derek. In order to become a god. Ow, how did you know? Wayne Derek stared wide-eyed at Jax. Soon, Wayne Derek seemed to have an idea. He turned his gaze to Ace Dean. It's you. Ace. Damn it. You told him. Derek knew that only the 4 dukes knew this secret. Moreover, not all 4 dukes knew this. Hey, Grand Duke Wayne. This secret belongs neither to you nor to me. It belongs to all level 10 warriors who aspire to godhood. Ace Dean's words carried a clear threat. The implication is that he might reveal this secret to the public. How could Wayne Derek not understand the threatening implication? He clenched his teeth, his eyes gleaming. An alliance is possible. State your requirements. It's very simple. After overthrowing the rule of the Abaddon Empire, all I want is that secret. In the meantime, the Southern Legion will assist your Derek family's legion. Make a deal. God of contracts above. I, Wayne Derek, represent the Derek family. We are willing to form an alliance with the Confederate Army led by Commander Jax, the great god of contracts. I, Jax, representing the Confederate Army, am willing to form an alliance with the Derek family's army. Wayne Derek gripped Jax's hand tightly. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. However, what they were thinking in their hearts remains unknown. I wonder what Grand Duke Wayne's plans are next. Now that they had formed an alliance, Wayne Derek was naturally very curious about the Derek family's next plans. Naturally, they relied on those orc armies to wear down the royal guards of the Abaddon Empire. It's just that those orc tribes are too wary of humans these days, and they're unwilling to have much interaction with our Derek family. That's right. Dear Wayne Derek, I wonder what happened to the Derek family. They actually need so many human slaves. As he watched large numbers of human slaves being sent to the Tuer Grand Canyon, Jax had long harbored endless doubts. Wayne Derek hesitated for a moment before continuing. Now that we've formed an alliance, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Chapter 152, The Broken Demon Sword. Wayne Derek stood up and led Jax and his group outside. Keep up with me. Commander Jax. Wayne Derek, along with Jax and the others, soon arrived at one of the rock walls of the Tuer Canyon. A huge opening was carved out of the rock wall. Outside the cave entrance, Derek family soldiers stood guard in layers. Jax glanced at it, his brows furrowing. Each of these guards possessed the strength of at least a level 4 warrior, and there were over 100 of them. The leading commander was an 8th level warrior, leading 2 7th level warriors. Jax immediately became interested. With such a powerful lineup, what's guarding the cave is probably no ordinary thing. Patriarch Wayen. As soon as he approached the cave entrance, Jax felt a powerful, sinister, and evil aura rushing towards him. The pressure was so intense that he could barely breathe. Not only him, but even Ace Dean, who was standing next to him, changed his expression. This aura seemed to have an innate ability to suppress them. Wayne Derek merely changed his expression and continued walking forward. Clearly, Wayne Derek had sensed this evil aura more than once. Jax and Ace Dean exchanged a glance and then followed. As they walked further in, waves of heat washed over them. Jax looked ahead, and the light in the cave was blood red. As the three approached, a spacious cave came into view. At the very center of the cave is a huge pool of blood. The pool of blood was filled with boiling blood. A blood-red longsword was stuck in the very center of the blood pool. The surrounding area is connected by patterns of all sizes. These lines meander outwards, connecting to small pools of blood. However, these small pools of blood contain human skeletons floating in and out, and the guard around these small blood pools are all level 6 warriors. By this point, how could Jax and Ace Dean not understand where those human slaves had gone? They were all thrown into the pool of blood by Wayne Derek. Hiss! The two of them gasped. A bone-chilling cold swept over Jax and Ace Dean. Wayne Derek is too ruthless. This is what they both think. However, The two soon discovered that the blood sword in the very center of the blood pool was extraordinary. If it were just an ordinary weapon, there would be no need for such a grand effort. Grand Duke Wayne. This sword? This is a semi-divine artifact. Demi-artefact. Jack's mouth dropped open in astonishment. A demigod artifact is a weapon created by a demigod using their own energy and effort. It contains the divine power of a demigod, which is naturally incomparable to ordinary weapons. However, no trace of a demigod has ever appeared in the entire Abiton Empire. Even if it was just a rumor, Jax had never heard of it. He had no idea where Wayne Derrick had gotten such a damaged semi-divine artifact. It seems that the heritage of these large families, which have been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years, is truly extraordinary. Jax looked at Ace Dean beside him and asked in a low voice, "My chief of staff, does the Dean family possess any semi-divine artifacts?" Ace Dean remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. No, not only the Dean family, but the other two ducal families also do not possess any semi-divine artifacts. There has never been a record of a demigod since the founding of the Abiton Empire. However, the Imperial family definitely possesses a semi-divine artifact. Jax knew that this semi-divine artifact was definitely intended to deal with the Imperial family. Grand Duke Wayne. This semi-divine artifact must be severely damaged, right? Ace Dean could tell at a glance that this semi-divine artifact was incomplete. As expected of the Dean family. It's obvious at a glance that this artifact is incomplete. This artifact was found by my Derrick family in an ancient ruin. That is the burial place of a demigod. The demigod was seriously injured, and even the semi-divine artifact was mostly destroyed. Fortunately, a way to repair the semi-divine artifact was found. Remains? They really hit the jackpot. When Wayne Derrick said that, Ace Dean understood. It must have been the Derrick family who unearthed this demigod's tomb while searching for burial goods. That damned grave-digging family. I'm so lucky to have dug up a semi-divine artifact. Ace Dean couldn't help but marvel at the incredible luck of the Derrick family. Ha ha ha. The Duke of Wayne is really lucky. With this semi-divine artifact, there's no need to fear the royal family of the Abiton Empire. Wayne Derrick shook his head with a wry smile. This semi-divine artifact is called the Demon's Sword. According to the inscription in the tomb, this demonic sword was forged from the spine of a demigod and has the ability to devour the blood of its enemies. The broken magic sword is no match for the semi-divine artifact of the Abiton Empire. To repair it, a large amount of blood is needed to supply the Demon's Sword so that it can repair itself. So, Commander Jax, now I think you should know why I invited you two here, right? You want us to collect your blood so that this demonic sword can absorb and repair itself. Jax understood Wayne Derrick's plan. How many slaves have you purchased? Wayne Derrick extended his index finger. More than 10,000 times. But that's far from enough. I can feel that the speed at which the demonic sword devours blood hasn't slowed down at all. The Derrick family's purchase of a large number of slaves had already attracted the attention of many spies. At the entrance to the Tour Grand Canyon, people from various factions were gathered, all trying to figure out the specifics of the situation. How was that possible? More than 10,000 slaves weren't even enough for the demonic sword to devour. Jax was well aware of the sheer size of the more than 10,000 human slaves. In fact, Wayne Derrick purchased more than 20,000 slaves. Won't the blood of monsters work? Ace Dean asked, frowning. Although the number of people who died in the war was far greater than that. But this was a living sacrifice. If this matter were to spread, the Derrick family would likely lose all standing among humans. They will definitely become a rat that everyone hates and beats. Wayne Derrick shook his head. No, although this demonic sword can devour the blood of various races. But only human blood can allow this demonic sword to absorb and repair itself. After saying that, Wayne Derrick looked at Jax and Ace Dean. He can't be the only one to bear the consequences of this. Now that Jax has chosen to ally with the Derrick family, he must drag the Confederate army into the fray. Call, Grand Duke Wayne. If we give up this magic sword. No, Jax was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Commander Jax, if we give up on repairing this demonic sword, How will we deal with the semi-divine artifact of the Abiton Empire's royal family? Even if you and I are both level 10 warriors, still unable to contend with a semi-divine artifact, it can easily tear your throat open. Chapter 153, Ace's Personal Motives, the Deal. This demonic sword wasn't something the Derrick family just acquired recently. To obtain this demonic sword, the Derrick family lost over 100 warriors. The Derrick family began preparations long ago to deal with the royal family of the Abiton Empire. Without this magic sword, we are doomed to defeat. So, Commander Jax, do you understand? To obtain the secrets of the Abiton Empire's royal family, this demonic sword must be repaired. But this would require the sacrifice of a large number of civilian lives. Hey, Commander Jax, put away your pathetic sympathy. War never demands sympathy. If we fail, all we will face is death. Will you die, or will those civilians die? Tell me your choice. Commander Jax. Jax looked at Ace Dean. Ace Dean showed no expression, clearly indicating that he agreed with Wayne Derrick's approach. Jax gritted his teeth and said, "All right, once I return to my territory, I will arrange for some of my people to enter the Tour Grand Canyon. At the same time, I will also buy a large number of slaves from those slave traders. Hopefully, this magic sword will come in very handy." After saying that, Jax seemed to have exhausted all his strength. His back instantly became hunched over. Jax, you'll be glad you made that choice today. Is it time for my magic sword to eat? The great demon sword. Let's revive. This is a feast for you. Let's do it. Wayne Derrick shouted in a low voice to the surroundings. The surrounding guards immediately understood. Click, click, click. The sound of chains rattling filled the air as the stone walls were opened, revealing cages made of steel. Inside the cage were human slaves. When they saw the stone wall being opened, the faces of these human slaves showed expressions of terror. They seemed to be thinking of something very terrible. Clearly, they had all witnessed the scene of the demon sword being sacrificed. "No, I don't want to die. Devil, you are all devils. Please let me go. I have gold coins. Damn it, you will be punished for doing this." Pleading and cursing continued. To Wayne Derrick, it seemed like a trivial matter. Even the level 6 warriors guarding this place had no expression on their faces. Swish. The guards drew their short swords and walked toward the cage door. Faced with a level 6 warrior, these human slaves had absolutely no chance of resistance. Click. The cage door was opened. The guards picked up a chain from the ground and held it in their hands. Whoosh. They swung the chains rapidly. The iron chain, like a serpent, quickly coiled around the body of a human slave. "No, don't kill me." The human slave's face was filled with terror. He roared hysterically. However, the guards didn't care at all. Immediately afterwards, the guard exerted force. He then dragged the human slave in front of him. Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared. The sharp blade instantly slit the human slave's throat. The body was dragged to the side of the blood pool. Sizzle! The guard stripped the human slave of his clothes and casually threw his body into the pool of blood. Gurgle! The next second, the once calm blood pool changed instantly. The blood pool seemed to be boiling. The flesh on the human slave's corpse began to melt away, soon revealing the white skeleton inside. More and more human slave corpses were thrown into the blood pool. These patterns connecting the large blood pool seemed to come alive, constantly writhing. Buzzing. The demonic sword above the center of the blood pool suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Streams of blood energy surged into the demonic sword. The demonic sword began to devour blood energy to repair itself. Screams and the pleas and insults of the human slaves echoed throughout the cave from time to time. Wayne Derrick and Ace Dean just watched quietly, but Jax had already turned his head to the side. His eyes were filled with reluctance. For a fleeting moment, Jax wondered if he had made the wrong choice. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. If he can't become a demigod, he doesn't have much time left to live. Demigods and justice. Jax ultimately chose the former. Well, Jax let out a long sigh. He started walking outside. When he was halfway there, it seemed to have thought of something. The next second, a barely perceptible fluctuation appeared in the spatial ring in his hand. It looks like something fell out. This tiny movement went unnoticed. Jax smiled slightly and continued walking outside. After Jax had completely exited the cave, Aistine looked back into the cave passage. After a few seconds, Aistine looked at Wayne Derrick after confirming that Jax had completely left the cave. Your Excellency, Grand Duke Wayne, would you be interested in making a deal? Oh, a deal? I'm very interested. Tell me what you think. Cough, cough. The Dean family was also very interested in the method for ascending to demigod status. Upon hearing what Aistine said, Wayne Derrick's eyes flashed with brief shock. It seems the Dean family isn't as simple as I thought. Wayne Derrick already knew about Aistine's expulsion from the Dean family. Now it seems there must be some hidden story behind this. The Derrick family doesn't currently have a way to advance to demigod status. Hey, Grand Duke Wayne. I'm referring to what happened after the Derrick family acquired it from the Abaddon Empire's royal family. He. Sure, but what will you offer in exchange? Wayne Derrick stared intently at Aistern. Grand Duke Wayne, my Dean family is willing to act as an inside agent, cooperating with you from within when the Derrick family prepares to attack the Imperial capital. At the same time, the Dion family is willing to support you as the new king, to fight for you in the south and north, clearing away all obstacles within the Empire's borders. Oh, Aistern, these conditions are indeed very tempting. Wayne Derrick knew that with the help of the Derrick family, the Derrick family's chances of success would be much higher. And what about Jax and his Southern Legion? Instead of answering directly, Wayne Derrick turned to Aistine and asked him a question in return. Jax, he's just a stepping stone for me. The Dean family will not support such an indecisive fool. As for the Southern Army, it will be mine sooner or later. Aha, looks like Jax has let a wolf into the house. Wayne Derrick had a look of anticipation on his face. What's your decision? Grand Duke Wayne, you definitely won't lose money on this deal. Chapter 154 Conspiracy, City of Angels. But you need to figure out how to get rid of Jax. They became level 10 warriors even before I did. As Wayne Derrick spoke, he looked toward the cave passage. Jax is no easy opponent. To become the commander of the Southern Legion, one must have earned it through sheer hard work and dedication. Even Wayne Derrick doesn't dare to underestimate Jax. This is an aging lion. Once he gets angry, the consequences are something even Wayne Derrick can't handle. Your Excellency Grand Duke Wayne, that's not something you need to worry about. Just remember the agreement between us. Then, Aistine changed the subject. Can this demonic sword really be repaired using this method? Aistine could sense that the demonic sword's aura was growing stronger as it devoured flesh and blood. Even he felt a chill run down his spine from that aura. It truly lives up to its reputation as a semi-divine artifact. Well, this method can only restore the demon sword to 80% or even 90% of its original strength. It's impossible to fully restore the demon sword to the level of a semi-divine artifact. To fully restore the demon sword to its semi-divine status, a level 10 flame demon's core is needed. The core of a level 10 flame demon is a concentrated source of fire element from the entire flame demon's body. 1 or 2 level 10 warriors are no match for the flame demon. Moreover, a fire demon of this strength would never appear in the territory of the Abaddon Empire. The Balrog can only be found in the territories inhabited by the elves. TSK. The core of a level 10 flame demon? I'm afraid, even if we combine the full strength of our two families, we still won't be able to capture a level 10 flame demon. I once secretly scouted within the Empire. None of the nobles, or even the royal family of the Abaddon Empire, possess the core of a level 10 flame demon. Only the elf race possesses a level 10 flame demon core. However, the core of that level 10 flame demon was embedded in the staff for the great elder of the Fire Elf clan. I once sent Derrick family warriors across the Dark Forest to negotiate with the fire spirits. That's a level 10 fire mage. Taking out the core is equivalent to destroying the opponent's magical weapon. No matter how high the price I offered, this elder of the Fire Spirit clan simply wouldn't agree. Therefore, the only way to restore the demon sword is to use flesh and blood to devour it. Although it can only recover to 80 to 90%, it's enough. Now that the Imperial family no longer has demigods, they're unable to unleash the full power of the demigod artifacts. The demon sword is more than enough to handle this. Moreover, my swordsmanship is unmatched throughout the Empire. A confident glint shone in Wayne Derek's eyes. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Your Excellency Grand Duke Wayne, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Ha ha, ha ha. Outside the cave, veins bulged on Jack's forehead. He clenched his fists, which made a cracking sound. Damn it, Ace Dean. You are truly my best advisor. And Wayne Derek, the nobles of the Empire are a real bunch of cannibals. But you've got the wrong idea if you think you can eat me, Jax. Jax heard everything clearly from the conversation between Ace Dean and Wayne Derek. But now is not the time to turn against each other. City of Angels. The Flame Beast tribe has taken over this human city. As for the ordinary people among them, they had long since become slaves. They suffered daily oppression from the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe. Faced with the powerful orcs, these humans didn't even have the courage to resist. They only hoped that the Imperial Legion could drive away these damned orcs and rescue them. The orcs of the Flame Beast tribe were unaware that an orc legion was preparing to attack outside Angel City. Lord Locke, the City of Angels is just ahead. At the forefront of the Locke Legion, Locke stood up and looked ahead. A magnificent city sits in front of you. From this angle, they look like angel wings. Is this the City of Angels? Feller, Lord Locke, Feller's here. Tell me the general situation of the Flame Beast tribe in Angel City. Yes, Lord Locke. There are nearly 5,000 orcs from the Flame Beast tribe in the City of Angels. The chief of the Flame Beast tribe is an 8th level orc warrior, and there are 8 7th level orc warriors in the Flame Beast tribe. The tribe's overall strength is above average among medium-sized orc tribes. Through the war, the Flame Beast tribe captured over 50,000 residents of Angel City and surrounding villages. Locke gestured for Feller to stop. 1 level 8 orc warrior and 8 level 7 orc warriors. This is the strength of the Flame Beast tribe. If the Legion commanders of the Locke Legion hadn't been promoted to level 8 orc warriors, this would have been an absolutely fierce battle. But now, they are completely capable of crushing the Flame Beast tribe. Gotha, Hammer, tell your centurions, get into formation. Be prepared to attack the city at any time. Yes, Lord Locke. Gotha and Iron Hammer led their infantry legions toward the City of Angels. With the orc army pressing in, the City of Angels quickly closed its gates. Many orc warriors stood on the city wall, looking down. Each of them had a puzzled expression on their face. Meanwhile, Locke's infantry corps quickly formed ranks. Those centurions were given spatial rings. At this moment, he is taking out various large siege weapons, such as magic crystal cannons, siege crossbows, and catapult from his spatial ring. With the spatial ring, these large weapons will not slow down the orc army's march. The chieftain of the Flame Beast tribe naturally received news of the orc army besieging the city. Lit, chieftain of the Flame Beast tribe. He was sitting in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, eating meat and drinking fine wine. They looked extremely relaxed. Something terrible has happened. Chief, orcs are attacking Angel City. A sound reached Leetuk's ears as it drew nearer. This instantly sobered Leetuk, who was initially a little drunk. Instead of getting angry immediately, he asked, "A half-orc? Is it a large orc tribe?" The Flame Beast tribe is quite well known among medium-sized orc tribes. Those medium-sized orc tribes would not easily attack the Flame Beast tribe unless they had sufficient benefits. An attack on the Flame Beast tribe would mean paying a heavy price to defeat them. No, great chief. It's not a large orc tribe. Snap! Leetuk slammed his hand down, smashing the table in front of him to pieces. He stood up and snorted coldly. Snort! Who is this blind fool? How dare they attack my Flame Beast tribe? Do you really think I, Rit, am a pushover that any tribe can easily bully? Walk. Come with me and take a look. I will use this tribal chief's head to sacrifice my battle axe. Lit picked up a pair of battle axes from the shelf and strode outside. Chapter 155, Attacking the City of Angels. Lit quickly arrived at the city wall. 8 level 7 orc warriors from the Flame Beast tribe were already waiting for him on the city wall. Chief, I don't know which foolish tribe dared to plot against our Flame Beast tribe. Let me lead a squad of orcs to personally take this tribal chief's head. As soon as Lit reached the city wall, his men began shouting that the enemy should pay the price. Although Rit was furious, he immediately looked down from the city wall. He gasped after just one glance. This lineup is so similar to the situation when large human legions besiege cities. Damn it! Which tribe do they belong to? Shocked and filled with questions, Lituk spoke up. The great beast god reigns supreme. I am Lit, the chieftain of the flame beast tribe. Which tribe are you from? Gotha and Hammer stared at each other in disbelief. They don't even know which tribe they belong to now. However, the thought that the Locke Legion belongs to Lord Locke comes to mind. Locke was a half-orc from the Wolf Slave tribe, although the Wolf Slave tribe no longer exists. Gotha spoke up after thinking about this. Wolf Slave tribe. The Wolf Slave tribe. Lit began to recall in his mind. I thought for a long time, but couldn't find any memory of the Wolf Slave tribe. Are there Wolf Slave tribes among the medium-sized orc tribes? Lit turned around and asked the orcs around him. The orcs all shook their heads in confusion. Could it be a small orc tribe that has just been promoted to a medium-sized orc tribe? Lit had no recollection of a medium-sized orc tribe called the Wolf Slave tribe. Unable to understand, Lituk stopped thinking about it and suppressed his anger. Wolf Slave tribe. We are all subjects of the beast god. I wonder what grudge my flame beast tribe holds against you. Gotha was about to speak when Ironhammer stopped him. Snort. Fiery beast tribe. Our Lord Locke has his eye on this city of angels. If you know what's good for you, surrender and hand over the city of angels, and I might even beg Lord Locke to spare your life. Locke nearly coughed up blood when he heard Ironhammer's words. Isn't this exactly the kind of talk a villain would use? Snort. I want the city of angels. We'll see if my battle axe agrees. As the chieftain of the Flame Beast tribe, Lit would naturally not abandon Angel City because of a few harsh words from Ironhammer. Damn, Lituk, since you're unwilling to surrender, then I'll send you to meet your death. Archers, prepare. Swish. Behind the infantry legion, orcs pulled out longbows from their backs. Draw the bow and knock the arrow, pointing it at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. Release the arrows. With a wave of his hand, Ironhammer unleashed a hail of arrows that flew toward the city of angels. Release it again. Triple shot. It was as if a rain of arrows was falling from the sky, densely descending upon the walls of the city of angels. Many of the orcs in the Yin Beast tribe were riddled with bullets. Shield. Where's the shield? Damn idiots. Block them. Although the Flame Beast tribe captured a large number of shields, these orcs didn't bother with them at all. Except for a few orcs who stayed close to the city wall and escaped the rain of arrows. The rest of the orcs hid under the corpses of dead orcs. Looking at the orcs suffering heavy casualties on the city wall, Rit's eyes were filled with rage. Quick, you idiots. Get up to the city wall now. Despite the constant rain of arrows from the city walls, the orcs had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. Because this is Chief Lit's order. Lit had already seen that Locke's legion below was preparing to attack the city. Catapults. Prepare. Put. Swish swish. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously as stones the size of millstones flew towards the city wall. It smashed the city wall to pieces in an instant. Some unfortunate orcs were smashed to pieces. With the cover of catapults and arrows, the infantry corps began their charge. At the forefront were more than a dozen strong orcs carrying battering rams, charging toward the city gate. The remaining orcs carried siege ladders and ran towards the foot of the city wall. As soon as these orcs approached the city wall, they skillfully set up siege ladders. Then quickly secure it, raise the shield, and start climbing upwards. Clearly, they practice frequently. Stone. Throw it down. Quick. There's also wood. Seeing the enemies climbing below, Ritsu's eyes were filled with anxiety. He roared and directed the orcs on the city wall to throw stones and logs down. This is to prevent the enemy from breaching the city walls. Bang! A crashing sound rang out. The dozen or so orcs wielding battering rams slammed into the city gate. In an instant, the city gate shook and countless cracking sounds rang out. The orcs on the city wall felt a sudden, earth-shaking tremor. Although the impact did not break through the city gate, it did cause cracks in it. After the attack, the orcs quickly retreated, wielding their battering rams. Then it charged towards the city gate once again. Damn it! Quick! Hold the city gates! The orcs of the Flame Beast tribe charged toward the city gate, using their bodies to brace against it. Bang! The battering ram struck once again. This time, with the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe providing resistance. The cracks that appeared during the first impact did not reappear. However, all the orcs from the Yin Beast tribe were blocking the city gate coughed up blood. The impact of a battering ram is something that no ordinary orc can withstand. The battering ram slammed into it again and again. However, with the resistance of the orcs from the Flame Beast tribe behind the city gate, they were unable to breach the gate. The orcs who were climbing the siege ladders up the city walls were occasionally knocked down by stones or logs. With the shield protecting them, they wouldn't die, but they would inevitably suffer serious injuries. These orcs, now incapacitated, gritted their teeth and moved to open ground. Then wait quietly. They will receive medical treatment as soon as the war ends. This is what Locke told them. As long as I can contribute to the Locke Legion, even if I am seriously injured, the Locke Legion will continue to support them. Moreover, orcs wounded in war have better food. Too slow. Locke shook his head as he watched the battlefield reach a stalemate. Take down the battering ram. As soon as Locke opened his mouth, an orc next to him, holding a horn, took a deep breath, tilted his head back, and blew the horn. Beep, beep, beep. A long and resounding bugle call rang out. Upon hearing the horn, the orcs who had been repeatedly ramming the city gates retreated, carrying their battering rams. It stopped. The orcs from the Flame Beast tribe behind the city gate asked incredulously. A half-orc peered cautiously through a crack in the city gate. I spotted those orcs carrying battering rams and retreating at a glance. Chapter 156, The Battle of the City. I'm backing out. The enemy has retreated. Hearing that the orcs who had attacked the city gate had retreated, the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe all breathed a long sigh of relief. They were all risking their lives to block the city gate. Go! A single-horned thunder rhinoceros. Locke jumped off the thunder rhino and patted its head. The thunder rhino is now a level 7 magical beast with an even more robust body. The one-horned thunder rhinoceros raised its head and let out a furious roar, which echoed in the air. The next moment, the one-horned thunder rhinoceros moved its 4 limbs and ran towards the city gate. Knock, knock, knock. Each time it fell, the earth trembled. The orcs of the Flame Beast tribe who were holding the city gates had just breathed a sigh of relief when they suddenly felt the earth tremble. A half-orc peered out through the crack again. The next moment, the orc's face was filled with terror. In the pupils, a demonic beast wrapped in lightning charged toward the city gate. The horn on its head gleamed coldly in the sunlight. If such a horn were to strike the city gate, it would absolutely shatter the gate into pieces. The orc was stunned by what he saw. His mind went blank. Even when the orcs around him asked him what he had seen, he seemed not to hear them. As the one-horned thunder rhinoceros drew closer, the half-orc finally reacted. Run! Damn it! What did you say? Run! Run! Boom! The next second, the city gate shattered with a deafening roar. The orcs behind the city gate were all sent flying backward. A large number of orcs were killed. The city gate has been breached. Ha ha ha! The city gate has been breached. Charge! For Lord Locke. For the Locke Legion. Seeing the city gates breached, Iron Hammer laughed and ordered an attack. Va Hons! Locke immediately used the Legion skill Warhorn. With the aid of the Warhorn, the charging orcs suddenly felt their strength and speed increase dramatically. Overjoyed, they charged toward the gap in the city gate as if they had been injected with adrenaline. This was the boost from the Warhorn, which increased the strength of the orcs in Locke's Legion by nearly half. At the city gate, the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe were no match for Locke's army's charge. The Locke Legion surged into Angel City like a torrent. Chief, the city gate has been breached. We can't stop them. Damn Locke Legion. Warriors of the Flame Beast tribe. Charge with me. Kill all these damn scum. Lit jumped down from the city wall, wielding 2 axes. With a few swings to the left and right, he cleaved 2 of the Locke Legion's orcs in 2. The remaining 8 level 7 orc warriors also jumped down from the city wall. With Lit leading the way, the once unstoppable Lok Legion was temporarily halted. The chieftain of the Flame Beast tribe and these 8 level 7 orcs formed an impregnable wall. They firmly blocked the enemy from getting closer. This gave the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe a chance to catch their breath. The orcs of the Flame Beast tribe rushed towards the city gate from all directions of Angel City. Hold the line. Hold the line. As long as we guard the city gates, we will not be defeated. Lit roared, his double axes flashing as he swung them. However, what he didn't know was that the city wall had lost its protector. The orcs of Lok's Legion climbed the city walls using siege ladders. At this moment, the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe had already left the city wall. The orcs of Lok's Legion easily stormed the city walls without encountering any resistance. Damn it! City walls. Hold the line. A group of orcs from the Flame Beast tribe charged toward the city wall, attempting to regain control of it. However, the well-equipped Lok Legion was not something the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe could withstand. Hiss! A giant snake's head emerged from the city wall. The snake's tongue flicked out from time to time. The Frost Viper's 2 lantern-sized eyes looked into the city. It opened its enormous mouth, and a breath of icy cold air shot out from it. Wherever the ice passed, all the orcs turned into ice sculptures. Warcraft! It's Warcraft! Damn it! These orcs have magical beasts. The Frost Viper crawled directly from outside the city walls to inside and rampaged through the city with its mouth wide open. The houses collapsed, and a large number of orcs died. Wherever it passed, it turned into a world of ice. Seeing the Ice Viper rampaging, Letuk's eyes were filled with rage. Damn beast! Go to hell! Great beast, God above, please bless your people and help them defeat the enemy. He gripped his battle axe and charged toward the Ice Viper. The battle axe struck the Ice Viper, but its hard scales blocked the blow, sending sparks flying. The Ice Viper breathed icy air at Ritsu, while simultaneously opening its massive jaws to bite him. Large swathes of houses in the city were crushed into ruins by the Frost Viper. Many people were buried under the rubble of collapsed buildings and could only helplessly cry for help. Ding ding ding. The Ice Viper is too large, so it doesn't have an advantage in fighting Rit in the city. Meanwhile, Ritsu used his physical advantages to fight the Ice Viper in the city. A pair of battle axes left wound after wound on the Frost Viper's body. If things continue like this, the Frost Viper will have no chance of suppressing Rit. Gotha, you take charge. Leave that level 8 orc warrior to me. Seeing that the Frost Viper was unable to defeat Lit, Iron Hammer clenched his fist and charged into the city. Since becoming an 8th level orc warrior, he has not fought against any orcs of the same level. Now is a great opportunity. It's a good opportunity to hone Iron Hammer skills. Iron Hammer pulled out a steel hammer and ran quickly toward the city. Upon seeing their Legion commander charge, the nearby orcs quickly made way for him. This steel warhammer was forged in the blacksmith shop in Locktown. It was made from the steel weapons Lok had captured. Hammer saw that Rit was dodging the attack of the Ice Viper, but didn't say anything. They moved silently toward Letuk's location. Chief, careful. Suddenly, Iron Hammer struck, raising his steel warhammer high and smashing it down toward Rit's head. Lit first heard the warning from his orc subordinate, and then felt a gust of wind rushing towards his head. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and saw a warhammer coming down on his head. If that hit his head, it would definitely explode like a watermelon. Damn coward! You actually attacked me from behind. The great beast god will not protect a vile half-orc like you. Letuk gritted his teeth and put his arm in front of him to block. The steel warhammer slammed down hard. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Letuk was sent flying backward, crashing into a wall and collapsing it. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit ensued. A dusty orc crawled out of the rubble. Chapter 157 Giant Bear Rit Battle. Letuk's left arm hung limply in front of him. Blood was flowing freely from it, clearly indicating that it was severed. Although that hammer blow just now didn't kill Letuk. However, this directly crippled Letuk's arm, severely injuring him as well. This attack nearly cost Letuk half his life. Mean, they actually ambushed me. You are unworthy to be a follower of the beast god. He. Believer? I am not a follower of the beast god. I am a follower of Lord Locke. As soon as he finished speaking, Iron Hammer raised his steel war hammer and smashed it down towards Leetuk. The Frost Viper hissed at Lit and then moved toward the center of Angel City. The battle between the two level 8 orc warriors was so intense that the other orcs couldn't get involved at all. Terrifying magical fluctuations surged all around. The other orcs were blasted away by the shockwaves from their battle as soon as they got close. Leet and Hammer clashed several times, and on the surface, they appeared to be evenly matched. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that Leetuk's voice is somewhat weak. This is because he was seriously injured, and his magic flow is slow. Iron Hammer could naturally see that what had just happened was merely a test. After all, he had just reached the level 8 orc warrior. The chieftain of a Yin beast tribe, level 8 orc warrior Rit. Is that all your strength is? Feeling the force transmitted from Steel Hammer, Iron Hammer had roughly gauged Rit's strength. Compared to Iron Hammer, who had just reached level 8 orc warrior, Lit was clearly inferior. It wasn't just because Leetuk was seriously injured. Orcs possess the nature of magical beasts. The more injured one is, the more the ferocity in one's bones is unleashed. Upon hearing Hammer's words, Lit visibly grew angry. Lit simply couldn't stand being looked down upon by Iron Hammer, an orc warrior who had ambushed him. Great Beast God, please listen to the prayer of your most faithful follower, Lit. I am willing to exchange my sincerity for your supreme power. You are amazing. Great Beast God, please grant me strength. Leetuk roared, veins bulging on his forehead from excitement. The next moment, a black beam of light struck Rit. Roar! Leetuk let out a painful roar. Suddenly, Lit's body grew taller, and his body was covered with thick, lush hair. He actually transformed into a black bear that was over 3 meters tall. Leetuk opened his mouth wide, his mouth full of foul-smelling liquid. Hammer frowned as he looked at Lit. This was the first time he had witnessed the situation of an 8th-level orc warrior after being favored by the beast god. Lit's bones creaked as he endured the pain and looked at the hammer. Kit, you've proven yourself to be exceptional by pushing me to this point. Next, I'll show you just how lucky it is to be favored by the beast god. The giant bear, which had been standing upright, slammed its paws down hard onto the ground below. Knock, knock, knock. Leetuk slammed a deep crater into the ground. Hammer gave Leetuk the middle finger. The next second, Leetuk flew into a rage. It strode towards a hammer. Dam ork brat. How dare you look down on me? I'll show you the price of arrogance. The enormous bear paw slammed down on the Iron Hammer with the force of Mount Tai. Iron Hammer felt a terrifying pressure, as if a mountain was crashing down on him. With gritted teeth, Iron Hammer swung fiercely, smashing the steel war hammer in his hand toward the bear's paw. Bang! The bear's paw was smashed open, and the Iron Hammer couldn't help but take several steps back to dissipate the force. Roar! Again! Hammer charged at Lit. Despite the intimidating presence of the giant bear, which stood over 3 meters tall, Iron Hammer was completely fearless. Leetuk took a step forward, letting out a low growl. The next moment, the ground on the ground turned into clumps of earth elementals and enveloped Rit. A suit of earth armor appeared on the giant bear's body. Even his arms were covered in earth elemental armor. The bear paw slammed down on the Iron Hammer again. This time, Iron Hammer used all his strength. Meanwhile, with the horn of war blaring, Iron Hammer seemed to already see Rit being sent flying by the steel war hammer in his hand. Even though this is a giant bear that is over 3 meters tall. Bang! The moment the steel war hammer made contact with the bear's paw, the hammer felt an irresistible force. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Iron Hammer's entire body flew out. Damn it! Gotha! Come help me! Knowing he was no match for Iron Hammer, he no longer cared about fighting alone. He shouted for Gotha, trying to get him to join him in the attack. And all of this was taught to them by Locke. When you encounter a formidable enemy, stop thinking about the orc's pathetic one-on-one duel rules. The strong are indeed worthy of respect. However, the only true principle is to stay alive. Therefore, Locke told them, when dealing with enemies, the strong should bully the weak. Bullying the weak. If one person can't beat them, call for more people. Upon hearing Hammer's cry for help, Gotha ran towards Hammer's direction without hesitation. As a commander and deputy commander of an infantry corps, they naturally shared a deep friendship. Locke had naturally witnessed everything that had just happened. What a powerful bear! Even Locke couldn't help but praise it. After transforming into a giant bear, Lit's strength was almost on par with that of a level 9 orc warrior. It was far beyond what Iron Hammer alone could withstand. Duel in. Go and take care of that giant bear. To be on the safe side, Locke directly dispatched Doran, an 8th level assassin. Yes, Lord Locke. Doran disappeared from the spot. Lit charged wildly toward Hammer. This is an opportunity, a chance to finally get rid of Iron Hammer. Gotha charged swiftly toward the hammer. As soon as they got close to Iron Hammer, they saw sharp bear claws reaching for his head. It was obvious that they had no intention of leaving any survivors. Gotha swung his greatsword and slashed at Rit's arm. As long as Rit doesn't stop, Gotha will definitely cut off his arm. If Lit stops, Hammer's life will be saved. Lituk was struggling internally. However, they made a choice quickly. The giant bear retracted its claws, its massive body creating some distance between itself and Gotha and Hammer. Gotha stood beside the hammer, extending his right hand. Hammer grabbed Gotha's right hand and used the leverage to stand up. Cough, cough, cough. Iron Hammer, how are you? Gotha asked with a hint of concern. Oh, damn it. I'm Fine. It was just bad luck. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and win him over. Otherwise, Lord Locke would be worried. Good. Gotha and Hammer charged at Rit. It was able to hold out even when surrounded by 2 level 8 orc warriors. As expected of the chieftain of the Flame Beast tribe. Chapter 158 Victory, level 6 town. Lit, in his giant bear form, handled 2 level 8 orc warriors with ease. It's time to fight with our lives on the line. Gotha and Hammer exchanged a glance and charged toward Rit. Just as Lit and Golda were engaged in a fierce battle with Hammer, a blurry black shadow was getting closer and closer to Lituk. The 3 orcs were completely unaware of all this. A dark figure appeared behind Lituk. Soon a complete figure appeared behind Lituk. It was the assassin Doran. Doran didn't waste any time after he appeared. A dagger was thrust straight towards Lit's throat. Whoosh! A cold glint flashed. The speed was so fast that Lituk had no time to react. The next second, Lituk was seen frozen in place. Clang! The battle axe in his hand fell to the ground. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands. Fresh blood kept gushing out. You, Umans, assassin. Thump! Lit's body lay on the ground. His eyes widened, filled with resentment. Dead. Gotha and Hammer stared blankly at the giant bear's corpse lying motionless on the ground. The giant bear quickly disappeared, and Rit's appearance became clearly visible. The level 8 orc warrior who was just fighting Gotha and Iron Hammer was so easily killed by a human assassin. In an instant, Gotha and Hammer looked at Doran with fear in their eyes. Fortunately, Doran was on the same side as them. Otherwise, both of them would have lived in constant fear. Being targeted by such an assassin would probably mean you can't even eat or sleep in peace. After Doran dealt with Rit, he glanced at Gotha and Hammer. Without any hesitation, he activated stealth again and moved towards Locke's location. He has completed his mission, and it is time to return and report to Locke. Gotha and Iron Hammer didn't say anything after seeing Doran leave and glanced at the battlefield. Hammer walked to Lit's body. With a single, forceful movement, he lifted Rit's body above his head. Roar! Your chief is dead. Those who surrender will not die. The enormous sound, imbued with magic, spread outwards. Every orc who heard the sound looked over. They spotted Lituk's body at a glance. The chieftain is dead. No. Upon seeing Lit's corpse, the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe all lowered their heads in dejection. The chief is the spiritual pillar of their entire tribe. Lit's death shattered the fighting spirit of these orcs. The rule among orc tribes is that if one side chooses to surrender, the other side cannot exterminate them. Therefore, in wars between orc tribes, many orcs often surrender. Clang! The sound of weapons hitting the ground continued to ring out. After witnessing the death of their chieftain, Lit, the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe threw down their weapons one after another. Roar! Locke's Legion will prevail. The orcs of the Locke Legion erupted in cheers after their victory. This was the first time the Locke Legion had faced a medium-sized orc tribe, and they had won. Bite! Congratulations, host, on launching a war and winning it. You have received 100,000 gold coins, 5 magic crystal cannons, and 1 level 6 town design blueprint. Level 6 town design drawings. Locke hadn't expected that Locke town, which had just been promoted to a level 5 town, would obtain level 6 town blueprints in this war. That's wonderful. Once Locke Town is upgraded to a level 6 town, its area will expand again. It can accommodate more humans and orcs. The strength of the Locke Legion will be enhanced once again. Ding! Level 6 town design blueprints detected. Use immediately. Use! Ding! Congratulations, host. Locke Town has been upgraded to a level 6 town. After the upgrade, the area of Locke Town has expanded tenfold. Locke opened a panel and began to examine it. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 80. Adult strength is 5. Speed 70. Stamina 70. Spirit 80. Magic power 400,000. Intelligence 80 100. Strength 40 100. Magic affinity 70 100. Talent recruitment. Tier 4 legions. Royal Guard Legion, 224 Wolf Rider Legion, 2000 Heavy Infantry Legion, 4500 Infantry Legion, 6200 Reconnaissance Legion, 100 Assassin Legion, 50 Legion Skill, Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 40%. Enemy units are inflicted with a fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 40%. Gold coins. 135860. Locke Town, a level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. Today, the town of Locke is almost as big as the royal capital of the Abiton Empire. It is undoubtedly the largest city in the southern border region. The city wall is only 60 meters high, which is far beyond the reach of siege ladders. The only way is to climb up little by little using ropes. Locke was in high spirits after the victory in the war. Let's go into town. The Thunder Rhinoceros and the Frost Viper were already inside Angel City, so Locke had no choice but to proceed on foot. The other high-ranking orcs also dismounted from their mounts. As Locke walked along, all the orcs around him bowed to him. Lord Locke. Locke passed through the city gate and entered the City of Angels. He spotted the orcs of the surrendered Flame Beast tribe at a glance. You are the orcs of the Flame Beast tribe. Yes, yes. Chief, since your chief is dead, I'll give you 2 choices. First, I swear allegiance to Lord Locke in the name of the Beast God. From this day forward, you are the orcs of the Locke Legion. They'll all be treated the same as them. Locke pointed to the orcs of Locke's Legion. These orcs were strong and robust, clearly indicating that they had a good diet and they were also well equipped. Secondly, I'm letting you go. Whether you become wandering orcs or join other tribes is none of my business. I am willing to join the Locke Legion and serve Lord Locke. It was a half-orc speaking in a low voice. Soon after, more and more orcs chose to join Locke's Legion. Joining the Locke Legion not only guarantees you plenty of food, but also excellent equipment. As a wandering orc, one suffers from hunger and cold and is constantly bullied by orcs with tribes. With this comparison, even the orcs would know which option to choose. Locke looked at the orcs who were willing to join Locke's Legion and couldn't stop smiling. Of the nearly 5,000 orcs of the Flame Beast tribe, almost 1,000 were lost in this battle. There are still more than 4,000 orcs left. The number of Locke's Legion has increased again. Chapter 159 Guardian Legion, Human Slaves. City of Angels. This is considered a large city in the southern border region. This city must have accumulated a large amount of gold and silver treasures. The Yin Beast tribe had no idea how to utilize these gold and silver treasures. This is a bargain for Locke. Bite. The Great Lord Locke has issued a recruitment notice to you. Ding. Recruitment successful. Earn 1 gold coin. The notification sound of successful recruitment kept ringing in Locke's ears. Locke quickly recruited all 4,700 orcs. The strength of the Locke Legion has been enhanced once again. At the same time, The number of gold coins increased by more than 4,700. Locke was in a great mood, and he glanced around behind him. Finally, their gaze fell on Talk. After spending a long time with Locke, Talk's loyalty had already increased to over 80%. Fook. Hearing himself being called suddenly, Talk was somewhat confused, but he still spoke with unusual respect. Lord Locke, I plan to separate a Legion Guard Legion from the Locke Legion. You will be the commander of the Guard Legion. Upon hearing that he had become the commander of the Guard Legion, Talk was filled with excitement. Lauren, Gotha, and Kane, all level 8 orcs, are either Legion commanders or deputy Legion commanders. Even those 2 human warriors were Legion commanders. Although the number of commanders was no more than 100. He was the only level 8 orc warrior who didn't hold any official position. Talk must have felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, this does not diminish Talk's loyalty. Great Lord Locke, I will follow you with my life. Talk immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly swore an oath. These 4,700 orcs of the Flame Beast tribe are now in your hands. With over 4,000 orcs under his command, how could Talk not be happy? Yes, Lord Locke, I, Talk, will definitely become a qualified commander of the Guardian Legion. Locke patted Talk on the shoulder. Go and gather all those human slaves from the City of Angels. Yes, Lord Locke. With a wave of his hand, Talk led his personal guard of orcs toward the city. He quickly issued orders to disperse his personal guard to search for the human slaves. The orcs of the Infantry Legion began cleaning up the battlefield. Locke boy, what are your plans for the city? After watching Locke's series of actions, Edelik had a general idea of Locke's plan. But he still asked one question. Old Chief, Locke's Legion needs to expand. A small town like Locke is simply not enough to support the Locke Legion. And my ambitions extend beyond just Locke Town. This City of Angels is not too far from Locke Town. It can serve as Locke Town's first line of defense. Therefore, we must hold it firmly in our hands. Locke established the Guard Legion with the aim of having Talk protect these cities. Locke, on the other hand, can lead his Locke Legion to conquer the north and south without any worries about the rear. Having just become the commander of the Guard Legion, Talk naturally took Locke's first order to heart with utmost seriousness. Before long, Talk led the Guard Legion to gather the human slaves. These human slaves were all wearing bracelets and shackles, bound together by a long iron chain. They were all pale and thin, looking utterly hopeless. In the hands of these orcs, these humans could only live like walking corpses. When Locke first saw these human slaves, he was immediately astonished at how miserable their lives were. Compared to the people of Locke Town, they are worlds apart. Then, considering that the relationship between humans and orcs wasn't exactly friendly, he felt relieved. Which of you was once the lord or sheriff of this City of Angels? Locke asked the human slaves in front of him. However, the human slaves looked around, and no one spoke. Damn human slaves! Lord Locke is asking you a question. Give me a proper answer. When Talk saw that no one responded to Locke, he became furious. The aura of the level 8 orc warrior was directly approaching the human slaves in front of him. Fook! Locke spoke up, stopping Talk from continuing his attack. Lord Locke, these damned human slaves dare to ignore you. I'm determined to teach them a lesson. Step back. Yes, Lord Locke. Locke kept scanning the human slaves in front of him. From the clothing and expressions of the human slaves, he could roughly determine what these human slaves had done before. However, this is only a judgment, not a certainty. He kept moving among these human slaves. Is there no city lord or sheriff? Rest assured, I'm just asking you some questions and also giving you a chance to escape slavery. Upon hearing that they could escape their slavery, the previously lifeless eyes of these humans instantly lit up. But they still have doubts and hesitate. Locke wasn't in a hurry. He simply wandered among the human slaves. Locke is useful to these humans. Human farming and various commercial activities are essential to providing the Locke Legion with sufficient food and supplies. Only then can the Locke Legion continue to expand. After all, orcs are a nomadic race, skilled only in warfare. After a long while, some movement finally broke out among these human slaves. A burly man in his 30s with a full head of blonde hair stood up. As soon as he stood up, Many human slaves around him grabbed him tightly. I want him to squat down. It was clearly for his own good. They didn't want him to die in vain. However, this burly man seemed to have some strength. No matter how much the people around tried to pull it, they couldn't move it. Upon seeing Locke look over, the people around the burly man immediately withdrew their hands. Locke walked up to the burly man, who was a full head taller than him. Locke looked down at the other person. May I have your name? Phil. My name is Phil, Phil said. Phil, right? Please tell me about the city lord and sheriff of Angel City. Locke asked. They got away. Those damned nobles ran away long before Angel City was even breached. Only these civilians are left here. Grown-ups. We have no enmity with you. I don't want to be enemies with you orcs. We desperately hope that the authorities will spare us and give us a way to survive. Interesting. Locke looked at Phil. He hadn't expected that the humans before him would possess a sense of justice. He stood up not to save himself, but to save the human slaves of the City of Angels. What did you do in the City of Angels before? My lord, orc. Please call me Lord Locke. I have a name. Chapter 160, The City Lord of the City of Angels. Phil paused for a moment. Respected Lord Locke, I was just a lowly statistician in the City of Angels, responsible for reporting the city's population daily, including daily births and deaths. Statistician? Locke could tell that Phil wasn't lying. However, the human slaves around Phil looked at him with respect and regret. Locke was puzzled that such a respected human being was merely a lowly statistician. Aren't there any humans here with a higher rank than you? Phil looked around, and some humans exchanged glances with him before lowering their heads. They are unwilling to speak out. These humans were afraid of dying when faced with orcs. That's all, esteemed Lord Locke. My position is the highest here. Phil sighed inwardly. There are indeed quite a few humans here with higher positions than him. However, Phil could just see the pleading look in those people's eyes. They clearly didn't want Phil to point them out. Very good. From this moment forward, you are the lord of this City of Angels, responsible for maintaining the livelihoods of the residents of this City of Angels. City Lord? Phil stood there stunned. He originally wanted to negotiate with the orc in front of him and let them, the humans, go. He somehow became the lord of the City of Angels. What's wrong, Phil? You don't want to? Locke asked when Phil didn't answer for a long time. Lord Locke, how do you intend to deal with us humans? Phil already had an idea in mind. If the orcs in front of him continue to treat them as slaves, then he absolutely cannot become the city lord. Locke strode to the front of all the human slaves. You human slaves, I'm only giving you two choices. First, from this moment forward, I swear allegiance to my great Lord Locke. Become my subjects. I will let you live in the City of Angels and provide you with shelter. In return, the Locke Legion will collect 40% of your taxes. 40% of taxes. This is more than 10% higher than the taxes levied by the Abaddon Empire. The Abaddon Empire openly collects 50% of the taxes, and the Empire's nobles also collect 30% to 40% of the taxes from the people within their territories. Respected Lord Locke, how much tax do the nobles in the territory collect? Phil asked after a pause. There are no nobles in my Locke territory. Only 40% of the taxes will be collected. If anyone collects even 10% more tax in the name of the Locke Legion, you can tell me. The Locke Legion will make them pay. I can assure you of that. Upon hearing that only 40% of the taxes would be levied, the faces of the human slaves lit up with joy. However, the thought of being under the rule of orcs made these humans hesitate. After all, orcs are unreasonable. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Respected Lord Locke, what about the other option? Phil continued to ask. D. Submit or die. As prisoners of the Locke Legion, you have only two choices. Submit or die. Locke's cold words resounded in everyone's ears. Submit. I am willing to submit. I am willing to pledge allegiance to the Locke Legion. Submit or die. A large number of human slaves spoke up and chose to submit. Respected Lord Locke, I used to be the deputy head of logistics at Angel City. I can help you manage this City of Angels. Respected Lord Locke, I am. Upon hearing that humans were needed to manage this City of Angels, many humans stood up and eagerly introduced themselves to Locke. Quiet down, all of you, damn human slaves. Seeing the scene becoming somewhat noisy, Locke frowned. He immediately spoke up and shouted. The previously noisy humans instantly fell silent in the face of such a ferocious orc. Locke's lips curled into a smile. He ignored the other humans and instead spoke to Phil. From this moment forward, you are the lord of the city of angels. I will make talk cooperate with you as much as possible. Did you understand? Phil took a deep breath. Understood, Your Excellency Locke. What do you need us to do? Build a city. Reclaim the land. The walls of the city of angels are too low. I need you to lead these humans to build more walls. It's at least 50 meters high. All the farmland outside the city walls was given to these commoners. As long as they are willing to cultivate the cultivated land belongs to them. Rest assured, I will arrange for orcs to patrol near the farmland to prevent monsters from destroying it. All you need to do is get Angel City up and running as soon as possible. They can provide my Locke Legion with all sorts of supplies. Yes, Lord Locke, Phil said. It seems that being ruled by these orcs is not so bad compared to being ruled by the Aban Empire. The reason these humans remain in the City of Angels is that they lack the ability to leave. In the southern frontier today, monsters, goblins, and orcs are everywhere. Leaving Angel City without sufficient strength is tantamount to suicide. Locke waved his hand, and Phil led the human slaves away. He only gave Phil a direction. How to proceed was up to Phil himself. Feller, Lord Locke, what can I do for you? Send an orc to tell Lauren and the others. Let's say we've already conquered the City of Angels. If the heavy infantry legion needs rest, they can rest in the City of Angels. Yes, Lord Locke. Let's go, old chief. Let's go and see just how much wealth this City of Angels has accumulated. Locke walked towards the center of the city. Adelic followed closely behind. One eye and one ear led the guards to clear the way for them. Not long after, Locke arrived at the City Lord's mansion. A half-orc guard kicked open the gate of the City Lord's mansion, and a large number of half-orcs swarmed inside. The City Lord's mansion was clearly inhabited by orcs, and many of the iconic human buildings were destroyed. Without lingering, Locke headed straight for the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. The construction of human City Lord's mansions is generally the same, so Locke easily found his way to the City Lord's mansion's treasury. When Locke saw the half-open door to the treasure vault, a bad feeling rose in his heart. He rushed over quickly. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame shot towards the stone gate. Boom! The half-closed stone door was blown open by the impact of the flames. As the smoke cleared, the interior was revealed. It's completely empty. Damn it! Where are my gold coins? Locke looked utterly disappointed. He stepped into the treasure vault, where there were no noisy footprints. It was obvious that someone had taken it away through a spatial ring. He is most likely the human lord of the City of Angels. Chapter 161, The Turmoil in the Thomas Family. Damn it! I've wasted all my time. Locke spat on the ground, his face full of helplessness. Seemingly somewhat incredulous, Locke carefully circled the treasure vault. In the end, they could only helplessly admit that there wasn't a single gold coin here. Damn the Lord of Angels City. One eye. Lord Locke, tear down this City Lord's mansion. I don't want to see it. Yes, Lord Locke. Locke rubbed his head, suddenly feeling a bit overwhelmed. War is the biggest drain on gold coins. Food, weapons, and equipment all require a lot of gold coins. Bite. Congratulations, host, on launching a war and winning it. Reward, 5,000 gold coins, 3 magic crystal cannons. The system notification sounded again. Locke knew that the heavy infantry legion had won the battle. A small orc tribe was no match for the heavily armored legion led by Lauren and Kane. Victory is only a matter of time. In the days that followed, Locke stayed in the City of Angels. While directing the humans to build the city walls, he also had Phil lead the humans to rebuild their houses. The entire City of Angels is rapidly recovering its vitality. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sounded in Locke's ear. He sat up abruptly, wanting to lash out. Being disturbed from a peaceful sleep is the most intolerable thing for Locke. But the thought of being a half-orc now, in charge of an army. There must be something important on your mind if you come to me at this time. Whoosh. Locke stood up and quickly dressed. With a creak, Locke opened the door. I saw an eye staring at me, hesitating whether to knock on the door again. Upon seeing Locke, The bitterness on his face instantly turned into joy. Lord Locke, you're awake. Locke nodded and continued to ask. Yes. You should knock on the door at this time if it's something very important. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you clean toilets for a month. One-Eyed shook his head dejectedly. Lord Locke, the human merchant has arrived. They said they wanted to see you. Which human merchant? Locke didn't react for a moment. You mean Mark? Yes. Lord Locke, that's the kid. There's also a human knight. 2 people? Locke hadn't expected Mark Thomas to find his way here. He didn't even consider why Mark was the only one there. Walk. Take me. You're exempt from cleaning the toilets for a month. Yes. Thanks you. The great Lord Locke. Praise be to you. Locke practically jogged the whole way. This is Locke's money bag. How can we prevent Locke from getting anxious? Ha ha. Before Mega Man even reached the hall, a hearty laugh rang out. Upon entering the hall, Locke saw 2 humans. Mark Thomas and his chief bodyguard Brooke. The 2 of them looked utterly dejected. Brother Mark, you've arrived. I've missed you so much these days. As he spoke, Locke opened his arms and hugged Mark. Seeing this, Mark forced a smile and hugged Locke as well. Ha ha ha. Brother Locke, I miss you so much. Please sit down. Brother Mark. He looked like he wanted to say something to Mark Thomas, but held back. Locke knew that Mark Thomas must need his help with something. However, Locke wouldn't proactively ask anything. He chatted with Mark in a disjointed manner. Mark sighed helplessly. Well, Brother Locke, this time I'm in trouble. Mark Thomas finally couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to speak out. Oh, Brother Mark, what happened? Locke asked, seeing Mark Thomas's condition. Well, a huge change has occurred in my Thomas family. The current patriarch of the family is dead, and the successor turned out to be my enemy, Vogel Thomas. I really can't understand why the patriarch would hand over the position to Vogel Thomas. This young man isn't much older than me. According to the traditions of noble families, Vogel Thomas's father was more likely to become the patriarch than he was. This is indeed somewhat unusual. I really can't understand how such a large family could be handed over to Vogel Thomas. I don't believe it. To find out the truth, I chose to infiltrate the home of the previous patriarch. After some time investigating, I discovered an incredible secret. The previous clan chief was murdered. I discovered the Lich's curse in his room. He was killed by the Lich. And this Lich was brought to the Thomas family by Vogel Thomas. I discovered the truth. It was Vogel Thomas who commanded the Liches to control the patriarch, and then forced the patriarch to pass the position to Vogel Thomas. Then they brutally murdered the clan leader. Knowing all this, Mark Thomas also learned of Vogel Thomas's incriminating evidence. I was discovered by Vogel Thomas inadvertently when I found out all of this. To prevent the truth from being revealed, Vogel Thomas began to frame me for murdering the previous patriarch. Therefore, I became the target of the entire Thomas family. Vogel Thomas wants my life. Fortunately, I, Mark Thomas, was blessed by Lady Luck and escaped safely from the territory of the Ice Wolf Merchant Guild. To stop me from talking nonsense, Vogel Thomas immediately issued a kill order in the name of the Thomas family. Anyone who takes my head, Mark Thomas, will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins by the Thomas family. My guards risked their lives to escort me away from the Thomas family. I had no other choice but to turn to you, Brother Locke. I was thinking of coming to the southern frontier to seek refuge with you, Brother Locke, but I never expected that the place would be in such a mess. Goblins, monsters everywhere. If you encounter an orc tribe, give them some monster meat, and they will let you pass. But not Warcraft. These monsters want our lives. They don't try to reason with us at all. As for those goblins, they were exceptionally greedy. They not only want all our gold coins and resources, but they also want our lives. Captain Brooke and I, along with our men, were ambushed by those filthy goblins. Of the entire caravan, only Brooke and I survived. We overcame many obstacles before finally arriving in Locktown. However, the orcs there told us that you had gone out to expand your territory, and they have already captured the City of Angels. Originally, we wanted to stay in Locktown and just wait for Brother Locke to return on his own. Chapter 162, The Power of the Curse, The Goblin Wizard. However, I'm worried that the 2 of us will bring disaster to Locktown. Disaster? Brother Mark, what do you mean? Locke carefully examined Mark Thomas and Brooke. The two of them were faintly surrounded by a dark aura. The power of a curse. Locke exclaimed in surprise. He was able to recognize the power of the curse because he usually enjoyed reading books about the magical continent. The book records all sorts of strange and interesting stories from the magical continent. He had seen that the black aura attached to people was the power of a curse. The power of curses is often used by wizards to mark targets. Once marked by the power of the curse, it's equivalent to revealing your location. The wizard can accurately sense your location. Brother Locke, you actually know about the power of curses. Mark Thomas's eyes were filled with surprise. He believed Locke was certain he could break free from the curse. A few days ago, Mark Thomas led his men into the southern frontier to escape the pursuit of his family. This finally stopped the family's pursuers from continuing their hunt. After entering the southern frontier, Lady Luck did not smile upon Mark Thomas. Unfortunately, Mark Thomas encountered a group of goblins. Mark Thomas, who originally intended to pay to avoid trouble, was targeted by a greedy goblin when he took out gold coins from his spatial ring. Mark Thomas underestimated the goblins' greed. Knowing that their numbers were insufficient to defeat Mark Thomas's caravan, the goblins turned to seek reinforcements. Along the way, large numbers of goblins relentlessly pursued and intercepted Mark Thomas's caravan. This resulted in the complete annihilation of Mark Thomas's army of over 100 guards. Only Brooke, relying on his strength, led Mark Thomas to break through the goblin encirclement. However, one of the goblins, a goblin wizard, directly used a curse on the two of them. They clearly don't intend to let Mark Thomas off easily. After all, most of his wealth was in Mark Thomas's spatial ring. At this point, Brooke had already become a level 5 warrior thanks to Mark Thomas's large accumulation of gold coins. Level 5 warrior. This was something Brooke would never have dared to imagine before. Therefore, Brooke was extremely loyal. Hey, Brother Mark, I saw it in a book. Mark Thomas never expected that a half-orc would enjoy reading. A book? Brother Locke, does that book describe how to remove this curse? Just kill that goblin wizard who planted the curse on you. Locke said slowly and deliberately. Brother Locke, you probably have no idea how many goblins are chasing us. Originally just a small team, they eventually alerted the goblins along the way. Those goblins aren't stupid. That goblin wizard had already spread the word that we were merchants, and that we were carrying a large amount of gold and silver treasure. Greedy goblins all want to grab a share of my profits. Brooke and I cannot stay here for too long, or we will bring war to your city. I've come here to bring you your gold coins and weapons. I'm a businessman. The Thomas family of businessmen values commitment above all else. Brother Locke, I've delivered your gold coins. As he spoke, Mark took out a spatial ring and handed it to Locke. They're all inside. These are the gold coins you received after selling your gems and refined iron ore. Locke examined the spatial ring immediately upon receiving it. Gold. Inside were glittering gold coins. There are also a large number of weapons and equipment. These weapons and equipment are all designed for orcs. Locke roughly counted and found that there were at least 200,000 gold coins in the spatial ring. Those gems did indeed fetch a high price. However, if Locke were to sell them, he probably wouldn't be able to sell that many gold coins. After all, these gems are not something that ordinary people can afford, except for those noble gentlemen. Locke calmly put away the spatial ring. He looked at Mark Thomas with a smile. His Locke Legion needs a trading company. Moreover, he also needs a merchant guild to earn gold coins for him. Thank you so much, Mark. The Thomas family truly kept their promise. I wonder what Mark plans to do next. The family's pursuit made it impossible for Mark Thomas to leave the southern frontier. Once I leave this place, I will definitely continue to be hunted down by my family. A full 100,000 gold coins. This is enough to drive anyone crazy. Even Locke was considering whether to hand Mark Thomas over to his family. However, Locke quickly dismissed the idea in his mind. A skilled merchant can bring Locke far more than just 100,000 gold coins. What to do? That's a good question, Locke. I originally intended to come and seek refuge with Brother Locke. Unfortunately, I provoked these ugly goblins. In order not to drag my brother Locke down, I'm going to leave here first. They found a large orc tribe and sought refuge there. On the way here, I purchased a large quantity of monster flesh and blood, hoping that those large orc tribes will be able to reach a deal with me. Mark Thomas's tone was full of uncertainty. He wasn't sure if the orc tribe would choose to go to war with the goblins for the sake of these monster flesh and blood. Locke shook his head. Brother Mark, goblins are currently very popular in this southern frontier. Those orc tribes probably wouldn't be willing to wage war against goblins for your sake. Mark knew that Locke was probably right. He had heard on his way here that goblins were rampant in the southern frontier. It was more serious than in other parts of the empire. Brother Locke, I heard about it the whole way. The goblin uprising in the southern frontier is very serious. Especially a goblin named Avenger had. It is said that he is already an 8th level goblin warrior and has wiped out many orc tribes. This has caused widespread panic throughout the southern border region. Even the nobles of the empire were worried that the Avenger would turn against the empire. However, it seems that Avenger only targets orcs. Brother Locke, you'd better watch out. Avengers. Hades? Locke never expected that Had would make such a name for himself. Damn goblins. They're targeting orcs. One day, I will make Avenger Hades kneel at my feet. To distance himself from Had, Locke cursed Had. Brother Locke, there's more than one Avenger Had. There is also a level 7 goblin warrior named Reno the Slayer. These two goblins led an army of 100,000 goblins, constantly attacking the orc tribes. Reno the Slayer? Locke had never heard of this name. Chapter 163, Franchisees, Goblin Attack. Locke believed that a level 7 goblin warrior wouldn't be able to cause any trouble under Had's control. Hey Mark, I have a way for you to stop fearing those damn goblins. What? Brother Locke, you have a way. Really? What method is it? Mark Thomas became extremely agitated. If Locke had a way, then Mark Thomas wouldn't have to live in hiding anymore. It's very simple. Mark, my buddy, from now on, you will work for me, Locke. I'll take care of those goblins for you. Mark Thomas sighed. He slowly shook his head and refused. Brother Locke, you are a half-orc, but I am a human being. We are currently in a state of hostility. If I were to pledge allegiance to you, I would likely be condemned to the pillory of human history. Mark Thomas refused very seriously. Locke was somewhat disappointed. He hadn't expected Mark Thomas to refuse. Brother Mark, I choose to join your Chamber of Commerce. I will provide protection for your merchant guild in this southern frontier. Mark's eyes lit up when he heard this. This means that the Chamber of Commerce is no longer solely controlled by Mark Thomas. But having a powerful backer is very important. This skill will save you a lot of trouble. Brother Locke, are you telling the truth? Yes. Brother Mark, you know I need a lot of gold to buy weapons and equipment to support these orc legions. Moreover, these orcs consume a large amount of bread every day. I need a trading guild to provide all of this for my orc army. Brother Locke, I promise you. But how do you plan to deal with those goblin pursuers? That's no small sum. Mark Thomas had never witnessed the true strength of the Locke Legion. He thought Locke was just lucky to have found the City of Angels. Therefore, he did not believe that these orcs could withstand the goblin army. Locke's tribe is at most a medium-sized orc tribe, and it would be difficult for them to withstand tens of thousands of goblins. At least a significant number of orcs will be lost. Looks like Brother Mark doesn't believe me. Tajda. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. Great Lord Locke, the Reconnaissance Corps has something to report. A deep voice rang out from outside the door. Kumain. Yes, Lord Locke. A half-orc strode in. He knelt down on one knee as soon as he saw Locke. Speak, what is it? The scout orc glanced at Mark Thomas and Brooke in the hall. Locke immediately understood. Speak, Lord Locke. A goblin army of about 2,000 has been discovered 10 kilometers from the City of Angels. They are moving towards the City of Angels. Locke looked at Mark Thomas. Looks like these goblins are here for you. Locke was quite certain that this army of goblins had found their way here because of the cursed power emanating from Mark Thomas. Before Mark Thomas could answer, footsteps sounded again outside the door. This time, it was also a scout orc. Lord Locke, 20 kilometers away from the City of Angels, 3 armies of goblins are heading this way. And it seems there are more than just these 3 goblin armies. I don't know what happened, but a large army of goblins is heading this way. How many of those 3 goblin armies are there? Nearly 10,000 goblins. Hiss! Mark Thomas gasped. With such a large goblin army, It was clear that they did not intend to let Mark Thomas live. Snap! Mark Thomas slammed his fist on the table. Damn goblins. They're really trying to take me for granted. There are currently more than 10,000 known goblins. This is enough to give Mark Thomas a headache. Brother Locke, don't worry. Brother Mark, I don't even consider such a number of goblins a threat. Upon hearing Locke's words, Mark did not feel that Locke was arrogant. He knew that the orc before him possessed human-like intelligence. No, it has a higher intelligence than most humans. Since Locke said that facing more than 10,000 goblins would be no problem, then there must be no problem. However, Mark Thomas believed that Locke's orc army would suffer heavy casualties. However, this has nothing to do with him anymore. He still needs Locke's protection to survive. Why not? Lord Locke, tell talk. An army of goblins is coming to attack the city. Let him guard the city of angels. And tell Gotha and Iron Hammer to be ready at any moment to charge out of the city and fight the enemy to the death. Yes, Lord Locke. One-Eyed darted away quickly. Soon after, an alarm sounded throughout the city of angels. The warning was being given to all the humans and orcs in the city. An enemy is planning to attack Angel City. Let's go. Brother Mark, it's time to show you my Locke Legion. They will absolutely surprise you. Locke stood up and walked towards the city gate. Mark Thomas and Brooke exchanged a glance and quickly followed. You boys, everyone perk up. This was Lousy Took's first time commanding a city defense battle. Keep a close watch on them. Don't let any enemy get up here. Yes, Commander of the Talk Legion. Hurry up. Set up the magic crystal cannon. What about the magic crossbow? Don't tighten it so much. Are they preparing to let the enemy advance because other positions are weakly defended? Damn it. Be careful. These weapons are very valuable. Where's the shield? Everyone grab your shields. Watch out for the enemy's arrow rain. Don't blame Lord Talk for not warning you. Lord Locke, you've arrived. Talk turned around and saw Locke walking slowly towards him. How are the preparations going? Don't worry. Lord Locke, with me Talk here, no one can breach the city of angels. Talk patted his chest and assured him. Very good. Took, let's fight this battle beautifully. Only then will I feel at ease in trusting more cities to your protection. Lord Locke, just you wait and see. I will show these damned enemies the power of the Locke Legion. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. Locke patted Talk on the shoulder and then looked into the distance. It's a distance of 10 kilometers, which takes about the time it takes to eat a meal. Locke saw a large army of goblins heading towards Angel City in the distance. The goblin army was disorganized and stopped about 500 meters away from the City of Angels. Clearly, the goblin leader knew that with just over 2,000 goblins, he couldn't possibly take down Angel City. Chapter 164, Goblin Pursuers Attack, had retreats. They are waiting for a larger goblin army to arrive before attacking the city. These ugly little things are actually quite clever. Locke couldn't help but exclaim. A few minutes later, 3 more goblin armies arrived. The great goblin god, you are amazing. My brothers, let's unite and conquer this city. The goblin leaders greeted each other warmly as soon as they met. Soon, more and more goblins gathered outside the City of Angels. These goblins, having somehow gotten wind of the situation, seemed to want a piece of the pie. An army of over 50,000 goblins completely surrounded the City of Angels. The goblins were still looking around, not daring to attack easily. Leading them were 2 level 7 goblin warriors and a level 6 goblin wizard. Oh, the great goblin god. Look, Brother Hater, this is it. Renault pointed to the goblin army ahead and said happily. It had just received the news that 2 human merchants had arrived in the City of Angels with a large amount of wealth. This is a fat sheep. This attracted a large number of goblins who wanted to devour the wealth. Hey, Renault, my friend, rest assured, these riches will ultimately belong to us. Hater seemed completely unconcerned. Has conquered more than one city like the Angel City before us. As time went on, Hater's confidence grew increasingly inflated. Nearly 100,000 goblin soldiers marched toward Angel City. Whose goblin army is that? Such a large quantity? All the goblins around looked toward the approaching goblin army. That's Renault. It's Reno the Slayer. And there's Avenger's hat. As Renault and Hader drew closer, some goblins recognized them. Hearing a goblin call out his name, Renault felt a little smug. It has been following Hardy all this time. After witnessing Had's bravery in attacking the Orc tribe, they dared not underestimate Had. Following Had's conquest of some Orc tribes, Renault gradually made a name for himself. Gaga Gaga, do you know me? Renault felt a surge of excitement when he heard someone call his name. This was all for nothing, as it spent all that time attacking those Orc tribes. Although he sacrificed many of his goblin subordinates, he finally earned a reputation. Having experienced several wars, Renault naturally carried a fierce air about him. He carried a faint but palpable aura of murderous intent. This made the high-ranking goblins present feel a strong sense of unease. It felt like encountering a ferocious monster. Gaga Gaga. Reno the Slayer has recently become quite famous among the goblins. I've heard that your favorite pastime is cutting off the heads of orcs to use as a vessel for drinking wine. Drinking wine from the head of an orc? Who the hell spread this rumor? At this moment, Renault was on the verge of tears. Those filthy orcs are not worthy of having their heads used as goblets. However, now that it has already made a name for itself, it will no longer bother to explain these things. Renault the Slayer. I wonder what brings you here. He. Wasn't this a message you sent? A human merchant has appeared in the southern border region with a large amount of wealth. My friend Harder and I are here today to get a piece of the pie. Renault had no intention of hiding anything. After all, in the goblin world, strength is everything. If it's a level 10 goblin warrior, no goblin would say anything even if it wanted this city. Those goblins will only help it take over the city. Avenger's Had? You are Avenger Hard. The three goblins in the lead stared intently at Had. His eyes were filled with envy and excitement. Clearly, the name of Avenger Had is more resounding than that of the Slayer Rainer. Avengers Hades. A commotion arose among the goblin army. These goblins were all looking around, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Avenger Had. You are a level 8 goblin warrior. The goblin wizard stared at Had in shock. As a goblin wizard, it could sense the opponent's true strength. Level 8 goblin warrior. The two level 7 goblin warriors beside them exclaimed in surprise. Hader did not deny it. It nodded. Hey, it is the great goblin god who bestowed this power upon me. Thanks you, god of goblins. The three high-level goblins gaped in shock. When they learned of Avenger Had's formidable reputation, he was merely a level 7 goblin warrior. Unexpectedly, when I finally met him, Avenger Had was already an 8th level goblin warrior. Lord Hahadi, Gaga Gaga, we're both high-level goblins, so just call me Brother Had said with a smile. Gaga Gaga. Unexpectedly, Avenger Had was indeed as friendly as the legend said, treating his fellow goblins with great kindness. Lord Hader, I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I also long to teach those filthy orcs a lesson, just like you have. Lord Hader, it seems this city of angels is about to fall. Hearing the compliments from the three high-ranking goblins, Had was overjoyed. It thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being fawned over by other goblins. Since it's Lord Hader who's here. So, how this war should be fought is up to you, Lord Hader. These goblins all wanted to follow Had and make a name for themselves in one battle, to experience how the legendary Avenger had conquered this city of angels, had patted the firebolt beast beneath him. Only then did the goblins realize that this firebolt beast was actually a level 7 magical beast. The firebolt beast took a step forward. Hader began to survey the city of angels. Etc. What is that? Why does it look so familiar? Had was very familiar with the magic crystal cannons and magic crossbows on the city wall. A bad feeling rose in its heart. Had looked closely at the city wall. Kook, Gotha, Hammer, Adalic, etc. Am I seeing things? One eye, one ear, Lord Locke. Oh, no. Damn it. Why would I dare to provoke Lord Locke? Hader's heart sank. Thankfully, it didn't launch an attack on the city. Otherwise, they would definitely be crushed by the Locke Legion. Call. Hader breathed a sigh of relief. The firebolt beast beneath him naturally recognized Locke and was extremely nervous. Walk had patted the firebolt beast on the head. The firebolt beast immediately understood. They took steps and retreated backward. Retreat. The three high-level goblins were completely baffled by Had's sudden retreat. Even Renaud was extremely puzzled. Had's actions today are completely unbecoming of his reputation as the Avenger Had. Chapter 165, Goblin Army Attacks Angel City. Without looking back, Hayter led his goblin army in retreat. Brother Hayter, what are you doing? The City of Angels is right in front of us, so let's seize this opportunity to take it over in one fell swoop. Let those damned orcs know the might of Avenger Had and Slayer Raynor. Seeing Had retreat, Renaud grabbed Had's arm. Dame Renaud, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hayter was furious inside, but outwardly remained calm and said, Oh, Renaud, I suddenly have a stomachache. It's very likely that I ate too much meat today. You guys attack first. I'll be there shortly. Had made a pained expression, used a force to shake off Renaud's hand, and led the goblin army away quickly. Do you have an upset stomach? Renaud sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Wrong. You're just a level 8 goblin warrior. How can my stomach be upset? Renaud stroked his bald head, completely baffled as to what was wrong with Had. He glanced in the direction of the City of Angels, then in the direction Had left. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Brother Renaud, Lord Hayter, this is... Renaud's eyes darted around. Oh, the great goblin god. Today is not Hard's lucky day. It has a stomachache. So I'm going back now. Stomachache? The three high-level goblins stared at each other, wide-eyed. Brother Renaud, should we still attack the City of Angels? Renaud did not answer immediately. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. Without you, Hayter, Renaud, wouldn't have been able to conquer a single city. With such a number of goblins, taking over this City of Angels will be a piece of cake. Beat. We must fight. There's a lot of wealth inside. Today I'll show you the power of Renaud the Slayer. Renaud pulled out 2 battle axes, each larger than his own body, and pointed them at the City of Angels. Goblin warriors. Attack the city. Lord Locke. Is that Had? Talk saw a goblin riding a fireball rapidly retreating. He recognized the goblin as Had at a glance. Locke nodded. Through the eye of obliteration, Locke saw Had's figure from a great distance. He never expected that Had would set his sights on the City of Angels. However, Had was unaware that Angel City had already been occupied by the Locke Legion. The attack has begun. It seems that Had doesn't get along well with these goblins. This is a plan to use the Locke Legion to eliminate those threats. Locke looked at Talk. Go Talk. Defend the city walls. Yes, Lord Locke. Talk raised a large steel sword. He looked down at the goblin army charging towards the city wall. The orcs guarding the Legion. I am your Legion commander, Talk. This is the first battle since the founding of our Guardian Legion. Let these damned goblins see that they dare to bare their fangs at the guard. We will definitely pull out their fangs. To defend the Legion. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. Roar. Catapults. Prepare. Put. Talk pointed his steel broadsword toward the city. Rows of catapults had been set up long ago, ready to be launched at any time. As Talk gave the order, stone balls coated with oil were ignited. The next second, the fireball flew out of the city. Swish, swish. Bang. The fireball landed, rolled a long distance, and killed a large number of goblins. It looked as if a meteor shower was falling above the walls of the City of Angels. Boom, boom, boom. Before the goblin army even reached the city walls, they had already suffered heavy casualties. Catapults. These damned orcs can even use catapults. This is impossible. Renaud roared angrily as he watched the goblin army suffer heavy casualties. Damn orcs. Siege ladders. Quick, set up the siege ladders for me. Renaud's voice trembled. This was the first time it had ever tried to command a war independently, just like Hayter had. However, the results were not ideal. Where's the battering ram? Quick, break down the city gates. Renaud's goblins carried siege ladders down the city walls. A group of strong and sturdy goblins charged toward the city gate, wielding battering rams. Locke shook his head as he looked at the squad of goblins carrying battering rams without any protection. This is practically a sitting duck. Archers, prepare. Tukshutet. One by one, the orcs carrying bows and arrows quickly arrived at the edge of the city wall. The orcs quickly drew their bows and nocked arrows, aiming the arrows at the goblins below. Release the arrows. Focus fire on that goblin with the battering ram. Swish, swish. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously. Arrows were fired at the goblin army below. With just one volley of arrows, all the goblins wielding battering rams were riddled with arrows and fell into pools of blood. The battering ram fell to the ground. Damn it! How can these orcs have such strong defenses? Quick, pick up the battering ram. Did you hear me? I'll make you pick up the battering ram. Keep ramming the city gate. Renault roared loudly, feeling as if its throat was about to catch fire. Only then did it finally see the difference between itself and Hayter. Hayter was able to command his goblin army very well. However, it was in a state of panic and didn't know how to find a breakthrough. No, I'm no worse than Hayter. He was just a bit luckier. A bunch of ugly goblins. Prepare for trial. Fire the arrows. Shoot the arrows hard. As Tak watched the arrows rain down from the sky, his fighting spirit was completely ignited. If he is not the commander of the Guard Legion, he needs to command the Guard Legion. Tak had already led his men to charge down the city wall. Swarms of goblins fell, and the 3 high-level goblins had already begun to consider retreating. They hadn't even reached the city walls yet, and they had already suffered such heavy losses. If this continues, I don't know how many goblins we'll lose before we can open the gates of Angel City. Brother Renault, stop now. Without Avenger Hades, we would never have been able to take Angel City. Even now, we don't even have a way to breach the City of Angels. Are we really going to use the lives of these low-level goblins to fight them? Seeing the heavy casualties among their subordinates, the 3 high-level goblins couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. They didn't want to continue fighting. Snort, what do you know? They're just some low-level goblins. Even if you die, more low-level goblins will come to join you. But this is the only chance to breach the City of Angels. Don't you want the gold and silver treasures of those human merchants? Chapitre 166 Renault's Persistance. The Frost Viper Strikes. Upon hearing about gold and silver treasures, greed gleamed in the eyes of the 3 high-ranking goblins. As long as the 3 of them are still alive, it doesn't matter how many low-level goblins die. It just takes more effort and time to replenish the low-level goblins. No refunds allowed. Bump this up. Even these high-ranking goblins were tempted by the wealth. They planned to use the lives of these low-level goblins to breach the City of Angels. Below the city wall, there was a densely packed army of goblins. Arrows, stones, and logs were thrown down from the city wall one after another. One by one, siege ladders were finally erected. Pushing against the rocks and logs, the goblin quickly climbed upwards. However, they would be knocked down by rocks or logs as soon as they climbed halfway up. Hey, warriors who defend the Legion, let these ugly little creatures know that the orcs of the Lock Legion are not to be trifled with. Boin Gilzin, roar. Excited roars echoed from the city walls. Glug glug. One barrel after another of kerosene was poured down from the city wall. The city walls, siege ladders, the ground, and even some goblins were all covered in oil. Hey, ugly little things. Your grandpa Tak will warm you up. Tak took out a lit torch, chuckled, and threw it down from the city wall. Quack! The goblins, of course, knew what kerosene was. They scattered in terror and fled. Some goblins even jumped off the siege ladders. Boom! Instantly, a raging fire broke out below. Flames were burning on the bodies of many goblins. The burning pain caused these goblins to lose control of their bladder and bowels. The goblin screams suddenly rang out. The entire battlefield reeked of roasted meat and goblin excrement. Ha! Ugly little things. So you were scared out of your wits? Magic crystal cannon. Prepare. Fire. Boom. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from the city wall. One after another, energy orbs descended upon the goblin army. The energy orb fell, instantly producing a huge explosion. The shock wave spread outwards, and the goblins caught in the blast were instantly killed. The magic crystal cannon roared incessantly, blasting the goblin army to pieces. The goblin army, which had been riding high on morale, now fled in terror. Renault's face contorted in disbelief. He never imagined he wouldn't even make it onto the walls of the City of Angels. Compared to Hardy, Renault is far inferior. Damn orcs. How can you be so amazing? Renault had him breaching so many city walls, so he thought the orcs were no match for him. I never imagined that it wasn't because the orcs were weak. Rather, it was the goblin army led by Had that was incredibly powerful. Damn it. I knew that kid wouldn't be that simple. He must have known that the orcs of the City of Angels were powerful, so he fled in advance. Damn it. That kid is really cunning. Renault was filled with resentment. If they fail to take Angel City this time, the reputation of its slayer, Renault, will be damaged. Moreover, many of the goblins under his command will definitely join Had's ranks. Roar. Damn it. Charge. Reynolds roared hysterically. It doesn't want to fail. No. Renault the Slayer. This is utter suicide. Those oil greases couldn't be extinguished at all. No matter how many goblins go up there, they'll all die. This is war. War always results in casualties. No. Renault the Slayer. We see absolutely no hope of winning the war. This is a pointless war. We will not continue fighting with you. Pass on the order. Retreat. 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 Seeing that there was absolutely no hope of victory, the 3 high-level goblins decisively gave the order to retreat. The 3 high-level goblins gave Renault a deep look, their eyes filled with disdain. They originally thought that the Slayer Renault would be able to easily lead them to break through Angel City and capture the human merchant. Unexpectedly, Renault and they were not much different. We simply cannot conquer a single city. It seems the rumors were exaggerated. Renault the Slayer. That's all there is to it. I'm afraid that Avenger Had is just so. I guess I was lucky. I just happened to run into some weak orc tribes. That's how he gained some fame. Let's retreat. Renault the Slayer. You cannot conquer this city of angels. Renault watched the 3 high-level goblins leave coldly, as if all his strength had been drained away. Looking at his army of over 50,000 goblins, Renault's eyes gleamed with madness. It decided to give it a shot. My lads, charge. The first person to scale the city wall will receive a reward of 100 gold coins. A generous reward will surely attract goblin heroes. 100 gold coins was a huge fortune for these goblins. Greed took root in the hearts of all the goblins. Charge. Greed fueled the goblins' fighting spirit. A large number of goblin warriors rushed towards the walls of Angel City. Hey, it seems we have to go all out. This isn't like a goblin's behavior at all. Locke watched the goblin army charge forward, and he was somewhat puzzled. The rest of the goblin army, knowing they were no match for the enemy, had already retreated. And this goblin army actually planned to attack. Goblins are not only greedy, but also cowardly. They will leave without hesitation if they detect even the slightest danger. Hey, are these little winter melons here to die? Magic crystal cannon. Bomb them. Talk was equally puzzled. However, as the commander of the defending legion, he immediately ordered another attack. Boom, boom, boom. The magic crystal cannon roared once more. Lured by the gold coins, these goblins charged fearlessly toward the city walls. The siege ladders were set up again. Despite being surrounded by flames, these goblins gritted their teeth and persevered. A battle of attack and defense is unfolding on the walls of Angel City. Although these goblins were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood, they still could not break through the defenses of the guarding legion. Locke looked at the orcs of the guard legion. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He stretched, having lost all interest in watching this kind of city defense war. Frost Viper, it's your turn to perform. Locke shouted towards the back of the city wall. Hiss! Hiss! 2 hissing sounds rang out in the City of Angels. Any goblin that heard the hissing sound instantly felt a chill run down its spine. Click, click, click. There seemed to be some sound knocking on the city wall. Some goblins looked up at the top of the city wall. The next moment, a huge snake had appeared on the city wall. Chapter 167 Victory of the Guardian Legion. Those 2 deep, dark eyes stared at the goblins below the city wall without any emotion. The snake's tongue would occasionally flick out of its mouth. The appearance of the ice viper caused a brief pause in the attacking goblin army. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. The frost viper, however, moved. The enormous snake's body slid down the city wall. His every breath was a chilling blast of air. It turned all the nearby goblins into ice sculptures. With a flick of its tail, It smashed the goblin, frozen into an ice sculpture, into a pile of ice shards. Immediately afterwards, the frost viper charged towards the goblin army. It's time to start eating. With a single wide-open mouth, it swallowed both goblins whole. He didn't even let out a scream. Whoosh! With a sudden flick of its tail, dozens of goblin warriors exploded into a cloud of blood mist. This is the power of an 8th-level magical beast. It was like a war machine, tirelessly carrying out its killings. Level 8 magical beast. We lost. Utter defeat. Renault clutched his head tightly with both hands, his eyes filled with bewilderment. This city of angels is impregnable today. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I should have gone with Had in the first place. What? My stomach hurts. Damn it. It must have known all along that this city of angels was difficult to conquer, which is why it left. Renault was kicking himself. Withdraw. After a long while, Renault managed to utter a single word. The army collapsed like a house of cards. Renault's goblin army perfectly exemplified this scene. The goblin army retreated like a receding tide. Hey, damn goblins. After suffering a defeat, you think you could just pack your bags and walk away? First, let's ask Grandpa Talk if he agrees. Open the city gates. Orc warriors who defend the Legion. Screw those damn goblins' asses. Squeak. Bang. The gates of the city of angels have been opened. However, at this moment, Renault's goblin army had lost its fighting spirit. They didn't even have the courage to turn back. King Renault, let's get out of here. The orc pursuers are coming. Withdraw. One day I will make these damned orcs pay the price. And this city of angels. Renault glared fiercely at Angel City, then turned and fled with the goblin army. He. That damn green-skinned dwarf in front of me. Come on, let's have a real fight with your Grandpa Talk. Damn it. They actually call me a dwarf. I'm going to kill you. Renault d'Angridi. He turned and was about to rush towards Talk. However, when he saw that the other party was an 8th-level orc warrior, he was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. It gritted its teeth, lowered its head, and quickly left. Just kidding. How could a level 7 goblin warrior possibly be a match for a level 8 orc warrior? Hey, you're such a patient idiot. Talk kept provoking Renault with his words. At this moment, Renault gradually calmed down. Renault, having regained his senses, was somewhat frightened. I almost succumbed to anger just now. Now it has reverted to its timid and cautious nature. Damn it. I was careless. I shouldn't try to compete with Hardy. Fook. Come back. Stop chasing. Upon hearing Locke's order, Talk immediately stopped his pursuit. Thump. Talk stomped his foot angrily, his face full of resentment. Damn it. These goblins didn't even give me a proper chance to practice. You actually managed to escape. What great luck. Talk shook his head and headed towards the city of angels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those damned orcs didn't chase after us, did they? Renault ran for 10 kilometers in one go before stopping. It looked back with lingering fear, but did not see any orcs. Reporting to King Renault. Those damned orcs didn't chase after us. After resting for a short while, Renault stood up. It looked at the goblin army, which originally numbered nearly 60,000, and now only had 40,000 left. A large portion of the goblins left the Legion. It looked around at the goblins, its face showing a lingering fear. Renault sighed and shook his head. These goblins were already somewhat unwilling to follow Renault anymore. They've already started to sneak away. Lord Locke, why won't you let me continue hunting those ugly goblins? Talk felt somewhat displeased. This word did not give him the satisfaction he desired. This goblin is the one that's with Had. Leaving it to Hader will greatly increase his strength. That way, the strength of the Locke Legion can be rapidly increased. He. Yes. Lord Locke. I see. With the Locke Legion's strength increased, Talk's Guard Legion will have even more orcs. He would then be able to command more orcs. Go. Clean up the battlefield. We'll also pick up the orcs that Aegon brings back later. Yes. Lord Locke. Talk's face lit up with joy. He immediately directed the orcs of the Guard Legion to begin cleaning up the battlefield. Locke's words implied that all the orcs that Aegon brought back should be incorporated into the Guard Legion. In this way, Talk would be able to command more orcs. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been attacked by the enemy, passively initiated a war, and won the war. Reward, 40,000 gold coins. magic crystals, and others. Cannon 10, magic crossbow 10. Locke now has quite a few gold coins in his possession. He directly purchased 2 bottles of high-grade power magic potions, 2 bottles of advanced mental magic potions. He tilted his head back and drank it down. Soon, his strength and spirit each increased by 2 points. Open the system panel. Locke's attributes are all displayed on the panel. Name, Locke. Race, Orc. Strength, 82. Adult strength is 5. Speed, 70. Stamina, 70. Spirit, 82. Magic power, 600,000. Intelligence, 80, 100. Strength, 40, 100. Magic affinity, 70, 100. Talent, recruitment. Tier 4 legions, Guardian Legion, 4,700 plus. Royal Guard Legion, 224. Wolf Rider Legion, 2,000. Heavy Infantry Legion, 4,500. Infantry Legion, 6,200. Reconnaissance Legion, 100. Assassin Legion, 50. Legion skill, Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 40%. Enemy units are inflicted with a fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 40%. Gold coins, 75860. Locke Town, a level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. Skills, Fireball, Wind Blade, Ice Cone, Earth Control, Dark Manipulation, Elemental Mastery. Divine Punishment, Forbidden Spell, The Realm of Gravity. Demon God / Eye of Annihilation, Body of the Demon God. Chapter 168, Attacking the City of Clorin. Locke felt a pang of heartache as he looked at the large portion of his gold coins that had been lost. A bottle of high-grade magic potion costs 25,000 gold coins. Reaching level 10 requires hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This gave Locke a bit of a headache. And it wasn't just him alone. There were also his Legion commanders and Deputy Legion commanders. Deciding not to think about it any further, Locke headed into the city. He needed to think about the next move of the Locke Legion. Dame Renaud. That almost caused a misunderstanding between me and Lord Locke. I was filled with regret. He wished he hadn't coveted the wealth of those human merchants. Damn it. It was all Renaud's doing that got me hooked. Right? That's it. I was just misled by the other goblins. Thinking about this made Hayter feel a little better. He was really afraid Locke would blame it. Had was well aware of the strength of Locke's orc warriors. Damn it. What about Renaud? It was only then that Hayter realized he hadn't seen Renaud. It asked the goblin guard beside it. King Hayter. King Renaud did not retreat with us. It chose to attack Angel City alongside those 3 high-level goblins. What? Hayter's eyes widened. It never expected that Renaud, who had always been following behind it, would. They actually have the audacity to attack the city of angels today. Lord Locke. They themselves wanted to attack the city of angels. This isn't my fault. Hayter muttered to himself. Hey, Renaud. This time you're really in for it. Go. See if there are any orc tribes nearby. Now that we've come out, we can't go back empty-handed. Yes. King Hayter. Hayter was seething with anger and needed to vent it. He's looking for an orc tribe. On the one hand, they vented their anger, and on the other hand, they amassed wealth. Thousands of scout goblins were released. The results came quickly. King Hayter. 10 kilometers away from here is the city of Clorin, a city about the same size as the city of angels we just visited. It is said to have been occupied by a medium-sized orc tribe. Should we? Damn orcs. They've actually taken over human cities. Today I will make these orcs pay the price. Hayter waved his hand, and his goblin army marched forward. Before long, Had, riding his fireball, arrived near the city of Clorin. The arrival of the goblin army naturally attracted the attention of the orcs of Clorin. Orcs were pouring into the city as they went in and out of the city gates. The next second, the gates of Clorin City were closed. Gaga. These orcs reacted quickly enough. If I had a cavalry force, and I had just launched a surprise attack at top speed, I could definitely have stormed into the city before the gates closed. Hayter was somewhat envious of Ager's Wolf Riders. TSK. If I had a Goblin Wolf Rider force, my strength would probably be even greater. I doubt it will work. Lord Locke's Wolf Riders need to be expanded, and I'm afraid there won't be any extra demon wolves for me. But it's not impossible. If I conquer more orc tribes for Lord Locke will surely bestow upon me some demon wolves. Hayter was talking to himself. It first shook its head, then nodded. Thinking about the large quantities of siege weapons Locke always provided, had thought Locke would definitely agree to give him a demon wolf squad. Goblin wolf riders. Hayter's lips curled up slightly. King Hayter. 3 goblin armies arrived from behind. As Had was lost in his fantasies, he suddenly heard a sound behind him. It frowned. Who is it? These are the 3 goblin kings that were left behind with King Reno just now. They want to see you. Oh, you want to see me? Let them come over. The 3 goblins had suffered a defeat and were planning to leave. Unexpectedly, they encountered a goblin army led by Had on the way. Their goblin army followed Reno to attack Angel City, which they originally thought was a sure thing. After all, the name of the Slayer Reno is very famous. I never imagined that the killer Reno was all talk and no action, with no real strength whatsoever. This caused them to lose a large number of goblin minions. Now, seeing Avenger Hardy, the 3 of them are filled with rage. They wanted to thoroughly humiliate Had. Ouch! The great goblin god. Isn't that Avengers? Hard? How? You want to attack this city? Jerry said in a strange tone as soon as he saw Had. It was a level 6 goblin wizard, and it was this goblin that planted the curse on Mark Thomas and Brooke. Hey, this city is even more powerful than the City of Angels. I think Avengers Had is just putting on a show. What Avengers? Hades? They were so scared of the orcs that they ran away in a panic before the fight even started. I think we should just call him Had the Runaway. Gaga. Miller spoke up sarcastically. Although it was only a level 7 goblin warrior, it was not afraid of Had, a level 8 orc warrior. After all, both it and Gart are level 7 goblin warriors, and Jerry isn't afraid of Had. Had's eyes lit up, and he knew that these goblins must have suffered a great loss when they attacked Angel City with Reno. However, it only took one step forward, unleashing the power of an 8th level goblin warrior. This imposing aura instantly changed the expressions of the 3 goblins, who immediately shut their mouths. 3 idiots. Shut up, Grandpa Hayter. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind breaking the necks of all 3 of you. Having experienced so many wars, Hayter had long been tainted with a murderous aura. Suddenly enraged, the oppressive atmosphere made the 3 goblins almost unable to breathe. Get lost. If you disturb Grandpa Hatter later, I'll use your 3 heads as a sacrifice to my goblin army. Had turned and walked toward the city of Clorin. Ugly goblin. This is the territory of the Riftwind tribe. Get out of my way right now. Otherwise, my Riftwind tribe wouldn't hesitate to cut off your head. The Riftwind tribe? Never heard of it. This city of Clorin belongs to me. Hayter, if you know what's good for you, open the city gates and leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending you to meet your beast god. Hat, you are Avenger Hades. Damn goblins. The Riftwind tribe is a medium-sized orc tribe. Our tribe, including the chieftain, has 6 level 7 orc warriors. The great beast god will protect our Riftwind tribe. Even if you're a level 8 goblin warrior, you won't gain any advantage. Upon hearing Had's name, the orcs recalled the recent rumors. Many orc tribes have already been attacked by Avenger Had. These tribes were wiped out. As a result, the other orc tribes lived in constant fear. Chapter 169, The Siege of Clorin. This Hayter certainly knows how to talk tough. I bet he'll use a stomachache as an excuse to leave again in a little while. Foolish coward. Caw. Ha ha. The 3 high-ranking goblins laughed mockingly at Had. They did not believe that Hayter, leading an army of nearly 40,000 goblins, could breach the city of Clorin. Had raised his right hand. The spike club in his hand was pointed directly at the city of Clorin. Upon seeing Had's stance, the goblin army behind him instantly erupted in cheers. Their fighting spirit soared instantly. This is Hayter's hand gesture before giving the order to attack. Catapults. Prepare. The goblin army sprang into action instantly. Catapults were taken out of the goblin commander's spatial ring. After a long period of training, these goblins have become very skilled at operating catapults. Aim at the city wall. Release it. A stone the size of a millstone was hurled at the walls of the city of Clorin. Bang. The The city wall was smashed to pieces. Many orcs were smashed into mincemeat. The orcs on the walls of Clorin were so suppressed by the catapults that they dared not even show their faces. They could only hide desperately behind the city walls. Only orc warriors of level 5 or higher can dodge the rocks thanks to their strong bodies. Battering ram. Bring out the battering ram. More than a dozen strong goblins carried battering rams to the front of the column. Shield bearer. Get this up there. More than a dozen stronger goblin warriors took out exaggerated shields and scattered them around the battering ram. These enormous shields completely protected the battering ram and the goblin warriors pushing it. Attack. At Had's command, the goblin squad began to slowly advance towards the city gates of Clorin. Attack the city. Large numbers of goblins charged toward the city walls with siege ladders. Some goblin warriors even carried ropes on their backs, with steel grappling hooks at the other end. Archers. Cover. All that remained were the archer goblins and the goblins operating the catapults. Release the arrows. Swish, swish. Arrows shot towards the city wall, pinning the orcs down so they couldn't lift their heads. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the goblin army launched an attack. Bang! A tremendous impact was heard. The battering ram slammed heavily against the city gates of Clorin. Click, click, click. This attack caused a crack to appear in the city gate. Damn it! Stop those goblins! Some orcs, braving a hail of arrows and stones, raised rocks and hurled them at the goblins wielding battering rams. Unfortunately, it hit the shield and bounced off. A large number of stones were hurled at the goblin holding the battering ram. However, they were all deflected by those huge shields. It was difficult for the orcs on the city wall to peek out. This caused the goblins below to climb directly up the walls of Clorin. At this point, the archer goblins and catapults stopped firing. Gaga gaga. Long live the great King Hader. Kill these damned orcs. The goblins, having scaled the city walls, raised their weapons and roared as they charged toward the orcs. The two sides engaged in hand-to-hand combat on the city wall. As more and more goblin warriors climbed the city walls, the orcs began to feel somewhat suppressed. The 3% of the high-level goblins behind were stunned. They did not expect that, not long after the siege began, Hader's goblin army would actually reach the walls of Clorin. The city of Clorin is even larger than the city of angels. The Avenger Hades climbed the city wall so easily. This shocked and frightened Jerry's 3 goblins. Shocked that Had was indeed, as rumored, capable of easily annihilating the orc tribe. What they feared was that the 3 of them had offended Hader and might not be able to withstand Hader's wrath. At this moment, had no time to care what the 3 high-level goblins behind him were thinking. It only wanted to quickly conquer the city of Clorin and then plunder its gold and silver treasures. It remembered that Locke loved gold coins. Therefore, it was thinking of collecting more gold coins to give to Locke. In that case, perhaps we won't hold it against Lord Locke for offending him today. Give me more effort. Break down the city gates. Hader roared, urging the battering ram to break through the city gate as quickly as possible. Because at that moment, a large number of orc reinforcements surged onto the city walls. There was a vague idea that they would drive the goblins off the city walls. Roar! Upon hearing Hader's order, the goblin wielding the battering ram roared in fury. This time, the goblins unleashed their fury. Bang! Boom! The battering ram smashed a large hole in the city gate. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the heavy city gate could no longer hold up. It collapsed with a crash. Gaga gaga. The city has fallen. My lads, charge! Hader's face lit up with joy as he saw the city gate being smashed open. It stood directly on the head of the firebull beast and roared loudly at the goblin army in front of it. In an instant, the goblins brandished their weapons and charged into the city of Clorin. Originally, the orcs in the city were able to rely on the city of Clorin to deal with the tens of thousands of goblin troops. Now in the city, these orcs are clearly about to be surrounded and killed by goblins. Hader glanced back at the 3 high-level goblins. One glance was enough to send those 3 high-level goblins plummeting into an ice cave. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. This guy is truly a killing machine. These 3 high-level goblins witnessed firsthand how Avenger had breached a city. Hader's lips curled up slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. It ignored the 3 high-level goblins. Instead, he led the remaining goblin troops slowly toward the city of Clorin. There are quite a few high-ranking orcs in the city. In order to reduce the casualties of some of the goblin army, Hader was prepared long ago. Magic crossbow. These archer goblins all have powerful magic crossbows hidden in their spatial rings. The purpose was to shoot down the strongest among the orcs. The magic crossbow can penetrate a warrior's protective magic. It's an absolute killer for those high-level orc warriors. However, the higher the warrior's level, the weaker the effect of the magic crossbow. However, even a level 7 orc warrior would probably not be able to easily dodge these 100+ magic crossbows. Roar! The firebull beast raised its head and roared angrily. The next moment, they rushed towards the city of Clorin. Bang! Its massive body suddenly leaped up. His body soared into the air, cleared the city wall, and landed steadily inside the city of Clorin. Thump! The entire earth trembled. As soon as the firebull beast landed, the orc warriors around it attacked. The weapons struck the firebull beast as if they were merely tickling it. It was impossible to break through the firebull beast's defenses. The firebull beast opened its huge mouth. A burst of flame shot out in all directions. Every orc that came into contact with it turned to ashes. Chapter 170, The Fall of Clorin, had quickly slapped the firebull beast on the head, stopping it from continuing to breathe fire. Damn firebull beast. Stop it now. Lord Locke needs these orcs. The firebull beast seemed to realize something, and the flames it was spewing immediately stopped. Roar! The firebull beast let out a roar. It retreated into the goblin army. I got carried away on a whim and almost couldn't stop myself. The goblin army stormed into the city, but was stopped near the city gate by the level 6 and 7 orc warriors. Magic crossbow. More than 100 magic crossbows were pushed over. The orcs were no strangers to these powerful magic crossbows. Those are powerful weapons that humans often use to deal with them. Damn it! Charge! At this point, instead of retreating, these orcs chose to charge. Court Death had gave the order. The goblin army surrounding the orcs instantly parted to make way. The magic crossbow was pushed over. Crush these damned orcs. Swish swish. More than 100 magic crossbows fired at the level 6 and 7 orc warriors. These orcs released magical energy that swirled around them. The powerful impact of the magic crossbow caused the magic around these orc warriors to fluctuate wildly. It seems they could be breached by the magic crossbow at any moment. Don't stop. Shoot it all out, I said through gritted teeth had said. These powerful magic crossbows are definitely capable of penetrating the magic surrounding the orc warrior. Hader had no desire to personally engage in a life-or-death struggle with these orc warriors. More than 100 powerful crossbows fired another volley. The level 6 orc warrior was the first to give up. The magic crossbow pierced through the magic surrounding the level 6 orc warrior, and the arrow shot out. It quickly lost its breath. The remaining level 7 orc warriors roared incessantly. They kept rushing forward, but were forced to retreat repeatedly by the powerful magic crossbow. In the end, these level 7 orc warriors also fell to the ground under the attack of the magic crossbow. Had looked at the several orc corpses on the ground and was very satisfied with the effect of the magic crossbow. With their chieftain and high-ranking orc warriors gone, the orcs of the Riftwind tribe completely collapsed. Escape. The orcs scattered and fled. Had's goblin army had followed Had for a long time, so they naturally knew Had's rules. Had's goblin army did not choose to continue pursuing these escaped orcs. My lads, my warriors, the wealth of Clorin belongs to you. Plunder to your heart's content. Roar. GAA, GAA, GAA. Long live King Hader. The goblins in the city of Clorin cheered. According to Had's rules, the spoils of war would be distributed to these ordinary goblins every time a city was breached. Compared to other goblin kings, Had was far too merciful. The other goblin kings wished they could control all the wealth. King Hader, however, seemed to have no interest in these riches. After each city was breached, Hader would let the goblins plunder the wealth themselves. Had's approach would make his goblin army more loyal to him. Moreover, most of this wealth will eventually end up in Harder's hands. Therefore, Hader outwardly appears to disregard wealth. Gaga gaga. Goblin warriors of the Renault Legion. Charge with me. Renault, arriving late, found the city gates of Clorin broken. The city was filled with the excited roars of goblins. Renault knew that had already captured the city, which is why he gave the order to attack. Renault was very good at hunting down those escaped orcs. Those orcs were only concerned with escaping and had long lost their will to fight. Renault charged into the city of Clorin with high morale. Its arrival naturally attracted the attention of Had and his goblins. Had looked at Renault with an indifferent expression. Renault and his goblin army stared wide-eyed at the numerous houses in the city. If we were to plunder this place, we could definitely find a lot of loot. Renault's goblins charged toward the houses without warning. Roar! The goblins under Had's command stepped forward and stopped the goblins who were about to seize the spoils. Get out of my way. This is ours. You outsiders. This is a city we conquered. Its wealth has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. Ugly creature. Our king is none other than Hades, the Avenger. Be careful. It might twist your head off and hang it on the city gate. Renault's goblin army looked at the goblins opposite him with some embarrassment. These goblins, who were just calling him brothers, are now speaking ill of him. For the sake of profit, even goblins who are brothers will turn against each other. Moreover, the goblins under Hader's command had no goodwill towards the goblins under Renault's command. Renault looked at Hader somewhat awkwardly. Its goblins did not contribute to the siege. According to the rules of the goblin race, they cannot enjoy the fruits of victory. However, there will always be greedy goblins who will disregard the rules of the goblin race. Brother Renault, your goblin army didn't contribute at all in this siege. Renault suppressed his anger. Based on its past behavior, Renault would have already ordered the seizure. However, it was facing the Avengers Hades. Even though Renault's goblin army was significantly larger than Had's, Renault still dared not order an attack on Hader's goblin army. Yes, Brother Hader is right. My goblin army didn't contribute, so the wealth of Clorin City is none of our concern, Renault said with a smile. Upon hearing Renault's words, all the goblins under Had's command roared. However, the roar sounded somewhat ironic to Renault's ears. It involuntarily clenched its fist. It's not strong enough right now, so it needs to be patient. One day it will become something that surpasses Hades, making all goblins tremble at its feet. Had glanced at Renault indifferently. Having spent so much time together, Had naturally knew exactly what kind of goblin Renault was. Even if Hader didn't know, it knew how cunning and treacherous a goblin could be. They are the rodents of the night, to bow and scrape before the strong, strike hard against the weak. Therefore, Hader knew exactly what Renault was thinking. The other party simply wanted to use his reputation to make a name for himself. When Renault has the strength, he will definitely turn against Hader as soon as possible. And Hader was certainly not a magnanimous person. Chapter 171, Imperial Cavalry. It wants to use Renault's strength to conquer more cities. When Renault's fell goblins are all used up, or when it no longer needs Renault, Hader would definitely not hesitate to take down Renault. Seeing that Renault seemed a little angry, had smiled inwardly. Hey, Renault, my friend. What's wrong? You seem a little unhappy. Hey, Brother Hader, you must have misread it. Happy? How can I not be happy? Brother Hader, you're sure to gain a lot of wealth this time you conquer Crolin. I, Renault, am truly happy for you. Renault was clearly putting on a brave face. Ha. I'm relieved to hear Renault say that. Rest assured, I'm already ready to decide which city to attack next. We'll inevitably need Renault's help then. The wealth we acquire will be shared by both of us. Ha. Good. The two goblins hugged each other tightly, like two old friends who have been separated for a long time. Giddy up, hurry up. This is the territory of the Tour Grand Canyon. Once you cross that, you'll reach the southern frontier. The damned Derek family has betrayed the Empire. The Empire will absolutely not let Wayne Derek get away with this. Traitors can only pay with their blood and lives. A troop of human cavalry is heading towards the Tour Grand Canyon. This cavalry unit numbered approximately 1,000. Each cavalryman wore armor, held a long spear, and was very well equipped. Moreover, every single member of this cavalry unit is at least a level 4 warrior. Among them are level 5, level 6, and even level 7 warriors. The leader was an 8th level warrior. He was exceptionally strong. As the commander of this cavalry unit, Joseph was well aware of its fighting capabilities. Even when facing a level 9 warrior, he was still confident that he could lead his cavalry to surround and kill the enemy. Unless they encounter a level 10 warrior, this cavalry force, with its lightning-fast speed, can roam freely across the southern frontier. Remember our mission in the southern frontier. The Derrick family will pay the price for their actions. Joseph glanced in the direction of the Tours Canyon, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. The Abadan Empire is now in grave danger, and only by finding allies can the Empire fight off the rebels. The elves were unwilling to participate in the war, and the dwarves were too greedy. The Abadan Empire had long since come into contact with these two races, but the results were unsatisfactory. The elves are peace-loving and will not wage war unless invaded. The dwarves agreed to send troops, but on conditions. First, a large amount of gold coins is needed to sustain the daily needs of the Dwarven Alliance. Secondly, the Abadan Empire must open its borders and not prevent the dwarves from entering the Abadan Empire. At the same time, some territories need to be allocated within the territory of the Abadan Empire for the dwarves to live in. This is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. The Empire's high command would naturally disagree. They would not allow these dwarves to invade their territory. As for the goblin race, the Abadan Empire despised these ugly and greedy little creatures from the bottom of its heart. Going back on their word is something these goblins often do. Therefore, the Abadan Empire set its sights on the orcs. If the Derrick family can cooperate with orcs, then the Abadan Empire can also cooperate with orcs. Orcs are typically simple-minded and physically strong. The Imperial family quickly agreed to cooperate with the orcs. Currently, there are constant clashes between the Imperial Legion and the Derrick family's Legion, but these are all small-scale battles. Neither side wants another large-scale conflict to break out. After all, if a battle breaks out, the Abadan Empire and the Derrick family will definitely suffer heavy losses. This benefits other forces that have been observing the situation. Therefore, no one wants to be the first to start a war, as that would certainly make them a target of public criticism. The Abadan Empire and the rebels were in a state of relative equilibrium. This balance will only be broken when one side believes it has sufficient strength. Joseph's purpose in coming here was to win over the orcs. However, he cannot be discovered by the Derrick family. Otherwise, he will face endless pursuit from them. Under the cover of night, Joseph led his cavalry swiftly through the territory of the Tour Grand Canyon. These warhorses seemed to possess a special skill. Their hooves fell silently each time. The cavalry silently sped towards the southern border. Locke now owns 2 cities. The heavy infantry and infantry legions in Locke's legion are constantly engaged in war. With the addition of Hat's goblin army, the number of orcs in Locke's legion has now reached more than 30,000. This is more orcs than any large orc tribe has. There are no level 9 or even level 10 warriors. Locke has already established rules within the Locke Legion. Any orc can increase their strength. You can either exchange your battle merits for the potion or exchange gold coins for the potion. In the Legion shop, a basic strength and magic potion costs 100 gold coins to exchange, but Locke directly lists it at 200 gold coins. As for the other potions, Locke also doubled their dosage. This caused the orcs, who originally regarded gold coins as dirt, to frantically collect them, all for the sake of improving one's own strength. The same goes for weapons. In addition to the standard weapons provided by the Locke Legion, better weapons also require gold coins to purchase. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 82. Adult strength is 5. Speed 70. Stamina 70. Spirit 82. Magic power 600,000. Intelligence 80-100. Strength 40-100. Magic affinity 70-100. Talent recruitment. Tier 4 Legion, Guardian Legion, 8,000 Royal Guard Legion, 224 Wolf Rider Legion, 5,000 Heavy Infantry Legion, 11,000 Infantry Legion, 13,000. Reconnaissance Legion 300. Assassin Legion 150. Legion skill Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 40%. Enemy units are inflicted with a fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 40%. Gold coins, 135,000. Town, Lock Town, level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. City of Angels, a level 4 town. Town area, 400,000 square meters. City wall height, 40 meters. Locke already possesses 2 cities. If things continue like this, Locke will soon be able to establish his own kingdom, the Kingdom of Locke. Just as Locke was checking his attribute panel in the hall, a knock sounded on the door. Lord Locke, One Ear has something to report. A voice rang out. Chapter 172 Visitors from the Empire. Kumain, One Ear. What happened? Great Lord Locke. Humans from the Abiton Empire wish to see you. Humans of the Empire? Locke rubbed his temples. The relationship between the orcs and the Empire was not friendly. It could even be said that they are in a state of hostility. As a fortress in the southern border of the Abiton Empire, Linsho City blocked the orcs' route into the Empire. Too many battles broke out during this period, and it can be said that the two sides had accumulated grudges for a long time. After a moment's thought, Locke roughly guessed the purpose of the Empire's visit. One Ear, let him in. Yes, Lord Locke. Soon, One Ear led a human wearing silver-white armor into the room. Greetings, esteemed orc sir. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Bella, a level 7 warrior. He was a platoon leader belonging to the 1st Battalion of the Royal Cavalry Legion of the Abiton Empire. Upon meeting, Bella bowed slightly to Locke. This is a form of etiquette that demonstrates respect among human beings. Bella looked Locke up and down. A skinny orc? Its body shape is more like a human's. Bella, I really admire your courage. How dare you come here alone? There's a deep-seated hatred between the Empire and the orcs. Bella's expression remained unchanged. A smile appeared on his lips. Respected orc sir, may I ask your name? Locke. Respected Lord Locke. There's a saying among us humans. There are no eternal enemies. Only eternal interests. I think you need to know that the Empire is not your enemy. He. Bella, tell me your purpose. If possible, I wouldn't mind cooperating with the Empire. Of course, this is all predicated on having sufficient benefits. Bella felt like her brain wasn't working properly. A half-orc actually started talking to him about interests. He clearly remembered those foolish orcs who cared only about power and fame. Bella took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Respected Lord Locke, you should know that the Derrick family betrayed the Empire. Yes, I know, but this has nothing to do with me. That's a matter between you humans. Oh, no, Lord Locke, don't forget, you are now serving the Derrick family. The Derrick family has no credibility whatsoever. They could abandon you at any time. The Abiton Empire, however, was different. Lord Locke, if you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Empire will grant you the title of Viscount, with land to your name. The Empire would bestow certain rewards upon the nobles under its rule each year. At the same time, the Imperial family will swear an oath to the gods that they will never break their promise. A Viscount. According to your human terminology, I am now a Baron. Dear Mr. Locke, your current baronial status is not recognized by the Empire. That was just an empty promise made by the Derrick family to appease you. Believe me, esteemed Lord Locke, becoming a Viscount of the Empire is absolutely the best decision you've ever made. Hey, the Abiton Empire must be nearing its end, right? Locke did not make a choice immediately. He chuckled and looked at Bella with a serious expression. Bella's face turned extremely pale. How did you know? Does the Empire have your spies? Impossible. The war between the Empire and the orcs has lasted for centuries. The proud royal family looked down on the orc race from the bottom of their hearts. The fact that the imperial family could set aside their reservations and grant orc noble status says it all. What a clever orc. Bella could clearly sense that Locke was distinctly different from those muscular but simple-minded orcs. He frowned, staring intently at Locke. You are different from the other orcs. I'm just a little smarter than them. All right, my esteemed Lord Locke, would you be willing to pledge your allegiance to the Empire? Locke gently rubbed his fingers, not answering immediately. Loyalty. For whom do we pledge allegiance? The Empire or the Derrick family. It makes no difference to me. However, I need a dukedom. Impossible. Even the chieftains of those large orc tribes were only granted the title of Marquis by the Empire. Your tribe is merely a medium-sized orc tribe, and granting you the title of Viscount is the limit the Empire can offer you. Moreover, the chieftains of those large orc tribes are all level 10 orc warriors. And you, Lord Locke, although I can't sense your exact strength, you're probably still quite a distance from being a level 10 orc warrior, aren't you? Oh, really? It seems the Imperial family isn't very sincere either. Lord Locke, I must remind you of something. The title of Viscount is already the greatest favor bestowed by the Empire, given that one has made no contribution to it. Titles of nobility can be inherited without fail. Level 10 orc warriors are granted the title of Marquis. Level 9 orc warriors are granted the title of Earl, and level 8 orc warriors are granted the title of Viscount. Of course, these must all be tribal chiefs. And you, my Lord Locke, you must be an 8th level orc warrior, right? Bella, you have excellent taste. Am I really an 8th level orc warrior? Thank you for the compliment, Lord Locke. However, my tribe has more than 20,000 orc warriors. Impossible. Even a large orc tribe only has a little over 10,000 orc warriors. Bella looked at Locke in shock. He could never believe that a tribe of orcs could have more than 20,000 orcs. The more orcs there are in a tribe, the more food they will consume. For a nomadic race like the orcs, who have no fixed food source, they can only rely on hunting. Therefore, each tribe strictly controls the number of orcs within its territory to prevent food shortages. Aside from their talent in combat, orcs are a complete mess in every other aspect. They have no idea how to farm or raise livestock. Therefore, a tribe of more than 20,000 orcs would consume a considerable amount of prey every day. Moreover, the number of monsters in each area is limited. This is my second city. My first town was called Locktown. Other orc tribes have the choice to kill you human civilians or enslave you, and I will make them my subjects. They farmed, raised livestock, all to provide these orcs with ample food. You actually made those ordinary people work for you. No, it wasn't for me. It's for their own sake. Giving them land is like giving them hope. These ordinary people will grow a steady stream of food. Chapter 173 Locke's Conditions. Locke revealed part of his plan directly. Given the current development of Angel City and Locktown, they will soon attract the attention of various forces. By then, Locke's recruitment of civilians will soon be exposed. Now that Locke has revealed this secret, he is prepared to temporarily pledge allegiance to the Abiton Empire. Revealing this secret would lower the Empire's guard to some extent. On the other hand, Locke was after the entire Abiton Empire, and with his current strength, he didn't need to worry about exposing part of his plans. Bella's mouth dropped open, and the shock in her eyes lingered for a long time. The orc before him completely overturned his traditional understanding of orcs. After a long while, Bella's eyes moved slightly. A slight smile curved at the corners of his lips. Fine. This orc named Locke was not exceptionally intelligent. He actually revealed his secret. It's clear he got a little carried away. Bella had seen plenty of these self-important fools. In the end, none of these people were left with even a trace of bones due to the machinations of the Imperial Royal think tank. Bella showed no worry on her face, and even a hint of sympathy for the clever orc in front of her. The Imperial family never intended for these orcs to become nobles of the Empire. After using the orcs to quell the rebellion within the Empire, they can also be used to attack goblins, dwarves, and other races. On the one hand, it expands the territory of the Abiton Empire, and on the other hand, it weakens the strength of the orcs. This is the solution devised by the Imperial think tank. Your Excellency Locke, you have not rendered any service to the Empire. Granting you the title of Duke directly is against the rules of the Empire. However, given the number of orcs in your tribe, you could be granted the title of Earl. This is the maximum concession the Empire can make. The Earl. Hey, I can accept it, but this is far from enough to make me loyal to the Empire. Locke stared intently at Bella. He would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a good bite of the juicy meat presented to him. Lord Nalek, what do you mean? I need more gold coins. 1 million gold coins. Locke held up one finger. Oh, damn it. 1 million gold coins. Impossible. That's enough to arm an Imperial Legion of 100,000 men. The Empire simply wouldn't come up with that many gold coins. A sense of disgust rose in Bella's heart. The orc before her was just as greedy as a goblin. Oh, dear Mr. Bella, this deal is a sure win for the Empire. For just 1,000,000 gold coins, the Empire can gain my loyalty and the allegiance of the Locke Legion. That's over 30,000 orcs. That's definitely a powerful asset. Locke knew that Bella would never agree to give him a fortune of 1,000,000 gold coins. The Abaddon Empire behind Bella would certainly not agree. Respected Lord Locke, the Empire cannot afford this amount of gold coins. The Abaddon Empire is currently engaged in daily warfare. Furthermore, with the loss of a large amount of territory, the treasury had long been in a state of deficit. Bella certainly wouldn't give such a large sum of gold coins to these orcs. Bella pondered for a moment. 100,000 gold coins. With my authority, I can give you up to 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. This was a price Bella could offer without informing the Abaddon Empire. 100,000 gold coins. Mr. Bella, are you kidding me? Minimum 800,000 gold coins. You should know that I have an orc army of over 30,000. Food, arms. These all require a lot of gold coins. 100,000 gold coins are simply not enough. 300,000 gold coins. This is the highest price I can offer. 200,000 gold coins of that will be paid by the Empire's legions. Locke looked at Bella, whose face was flushed red, and the angry expression on her face didn't seem fake. He knew this was probably the limit the Empire could give Bella. If you ask for too many gold coins, the Empire certainly won't give them to you. War is like burning through gold coins. Most of the Empire's gold coins are now in the hands of those noble lords. Even the Imperial legions need the support of those noble lords. Fixed price. 500,000 gold coins. Mr. Bella, no. You are challenging the dignity and bottom line of the Empire. Mr. Bella, 500,000 gold coins. You will gain the loyalty of the Locke Legion. In the name of the Beast God. Bella was stunned. He hadn't expected that the orc before him would be willing to pledge allegiance to the Abaddon Empire in the name of the Beast God. Madman, that orc is absolutely insane. Bella understood all too well the meaning of swearing allegiance in the name of God. If Locke's words are true, then the Empire will gain an orc legion that will never betray it. Oh, dear Mr. Locke, are you telling the truth? Whether human or any other race, oaths are highly valued. Once a vow is made to a deity, it will be firmly upheld. However, Locke did not believe in any gods, so this had no binding force on him. Locke raised his right hand, his expression slightly serious. I swear in the name of the Beast God. I'm telling the truth. Bella frowned when she heard Locke swear in the name of the Beast God. It's easy to tell from his expression that he's making a decision. Bella quickly made up her mind. He let out a heavy sigh. Dear Mr. Locke, I admit that the terms you offered were very tempting. But 500,000 gold coins is not something I could decide on my own. I need to report this to the Empire. Obey the Empire's decisions. After Bella finished speaking, she noticed Locke's brow furrow slightly. He was somewhat worried about losing Locke's help, and couldn't help but continue speaking. Dear Mr. Locke, you can rest assured. The Empire is very likely to agree to your terms. Although the Empire's finances are currently tight, compared to an orc legion of over 30,000, I believe the Empire's noble lords would be more than willing to pay this fee. Bella couldn't hide her joy. This means that the Empire's crisis will be partially alleviated. Hey, dear Mr. Bella, then I'll be waiting for your good news in the City of Angels. I look forward to the day when we fight side by side. As he spoke, Locke stretched out his arms and embraced Bella. Ha. Mr. Locke, esteemed one, I will relay your needs to the Empire without reservation, and I will also strive to secure even more benefits for you. After all, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Derrick family. At this time, most of the Southern Territory was already under the control of the Derrick family. The orcs of the southern frontier had long since chosen to pledge allegiance to the Derrick family. Chapter 174, Achievement Conditions. Bella got up and left. He needed to report the news to the Empire as soon as possible. Bella's achievement was that she was able to secure the loyalty of an orc legion of over 30,000 men to the Empire. Once the Empire agrees to Locke's terms, Bella will also receive a generous reward. Locke stared into the direction Bella had gone, lost in thought. 500,000 gold coins. Enough for him to advance to level 10 Orc Warrior or Mage. If he chooses to serve the Abaddon Empire, the Derek family will certainly not let him go. Therefore, he must have sufficient strength. Similarly, the Locke Legion must be strong enough to deal with other large Orc tribes or even the Derek family's army. However, it's good to have a big tree to lean on. The Abaddon Empire, this aging lion, is surrounded by wolves. However, it has had countless glorious years, so it naturally has some trump cards that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. What Locke needs to do now is to accelerate the expansion of the Locke Legion. With Bella gone, the Locke Legion continued its expansion, while accelerating the construction and fortification of Angel City and Locktown. Locke continued to recruit. The Wolf Rider Legion, led by Ager, received a certain number of orcs almost every day. This has led to a steady increase in the strength of the Locke Legion. A month passed quickly. Bella arrived in the City of Angels once again. The only difference this time is that he wasn't alone. Bella was accompanied by a burly man with muscles bulging like an iron tower. It is obvious that this is a warrior, an 8th level warrior. However, judging from his appearance, it's hard to associate this burly man with a human. Viscount Bella, is this the city? City of Angels? The name is quite nice. Tate surveyed his surroundings. A peculiar, wild atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. This atmosphere gave Tate a sense of belonging. It seems he belongs here. Bella nodded. I'm actually looking forward to meeting this orc named Locke. Bella turned her head and glanced at Tate. The burly man before them was a nobleman from the Empire. Unlike these nobles, Tate's Viscount title was earned little by little through his own military achievements. The Empire's traditional nobility all acquired their titles through purchase. Therefore, most of the members of a family are at least barons. Taylor's baronetcy was also bought with gold coins. Baron Taylor, although I do not know the purpose for which the Empire sent you here. However, what I want to tell you is, this area is not currently part of the Empire's territory, so please be mindful of your words and actions. Once we provoke the hostility of these orcs, we will face the wrath of the entire City of Angels. This is not something the two of us can bear. Bella glanced around. Tate didn't try to hide anything when he spoke just now. His act of calling Locke by his first name is likely to cause dissatisfaction among some of the orcs. Because the tribal chief holds a revered position in the hearts of the orcs, they do not allow others to insult him at will. Seeing that no one around had noticed her and Tate, Bella breathed a slight sigh of relief. Looking at the seemingly carefree Tate, he recalled some legends about the Tate family. The Tate family is not human in the true sense of the word. They are said to be orcs. Tate's ancestors led the entire tribe to submit to the Abaddon Empire. They earned their noble status as the Tate family by making contributions to the Empire. Through intermarriage between the Tate family and humans within the Empire, the entire Tate family gradually transformed from half-orcs to humans. However, every member of the Tate family, regardless of gender, has an extremely rugged appearance. It doesn't conform to human aesthetic standards at all. It was more like a curse etched into the blood of every member of the Tate family. If the rumors are true, then it makes sense. A glint of light flashed in Bella's eyes. He seemed to have guessed why the Empire had sent Tate. Viscount Bella. Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention. Let me take a look at the so-called Earl Locke. The idea of humans and orcs living together peacefully seems almost unbelievable. Tate glanced at the pedestrians and patrolling orcs on the street. Both sides went about their business without disturbing each other. He didn't know if this was something the City of Angels had done intentionally, or if it was always like this. When Bella and Tate arrived at the City Lord's mansion, One Ear was already waiting for them. Dear Mr. Bella, welcome back to the City of Angels. The Great Lord Locke has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. As Locke's personal guard, One Ear naturally knew that Locke's Legion would inevitably have to deal with humans in the future. Therefore, he learned a lot about human etiquette. Although I'm still a bit clumsy, it's much better than my previous barbaric behavior. Bella bowed slightly toward One Ear, performing a standard aristocratic gesture of respect. After all, the orc in front of her was already a level 7 orc warrior, enough to earn Bella's respect. Led by One Ear, Bella and Tate quickly arrived at the hall and saw Locke sitting in the main seat. "Great Lord Locke, your distinguished guest has arrived." Locke waved his hand, and One Ear turned and left. "Dear Mr. Locke, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Mr. Bella, I'm sure you've brought good news with you this time." Locke knew that his conditions weren't too outrageous, and given the current state of the Abaddon Empire, they would definitely agree. "Dear Mr. Locke, you are indeed exceptionally wise. They're smarter than any orc I've ever seen. The Empire has agreed to your terms. 100,000 gold coins. In addition, the title of Imperial Earl. But what?" Bella glanced at Tate and continued. "The Empire no longer has any extra territory for you. However, the Empire promises that once the southern territories are recovered, you will receive corresponding land." Locke did not speak. He knew the Empire wouldn't agree to his conditions so easily. Clearly, the Empire was worried that if it agreed to Locke's conditions, Locke would not put in any effort. He originally intended to use the war to strengthen the Locke Legion. Once he conquers the southern territories, his Locke Legion will be able to rival the Empire's legions. He could then challenge the entire Empire. "Sure, Mr. Bella, since we have pledged allegiance to the Empire, we must naturally help it quell the rebellion." Bella seemed surprised that Locke agreed so easily. He originally thought he would have to use a lot more persuasion to convince Locke to agree to temporarily not having territory. After all, for an Empire count, not having any territory is an extremely shameful thing. Chapter 175 Conversation, Level 10 Archmage. "Dear Mr. Locke, oh no, I should now address you as the esteemed Duke Locke. I am very pleased that you are loyal to the Abaddon Empire. May the glory of the Empire shine upon you. Now it is time for Earl Locke to fulfill his promise." After Bella finished speaking, she took out a gold token from her spatial ring and a brand new spatial ring from her bosom. The words Earl were prominently displayed on the gold token. Bella did not hand the two items to Locke immediately. Instead, she looked at Locke with a faint smile on her face. Locke understood Bella's intentions perfectly well. Hey, great beast God above. I, Locke, am willing to pledge allegiance to the Abaddon Empire. Fight for the glory and peace of the Empire." Bella frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Locke to agree so readily. Things went much more smoothly than Bella had imagined. He originally thought he would have to use more persuasion before Locke reluctantly agreed. Bella even began to doubt whether Locke was actually a half-orc. "Ha ha ha. Duke Locke, welcome to the Abaddon Empire." As they spoke, Bella handed the Duke's token and the spatial ring to Locke. Locke accepted it without hesitation, channeling his mental energy into the spatial ring. Gold. It's all glittering gold coins. A full 500,000. It piled up to form a small mountain. "I finally got it." Locke's face showed barely concealed excitement. "Your Excellency Duke Locke, this is Baron Tate, a nobleman of the Empire. From now on, Baron Tate and I will assist you in managing the Locke Legion." "Your Excellency Duke Locke, I am Tate. Nice to meet you." As Tate spoke, he extended his right hand toward Locke. Locke also extended his right hand, looking at the human who was half a head taller than him. This is extremely rare among humans. Locke felt a warm current coming from Tate's hand. The next second, Tate uttered a question. You're a magician." Bella, who was standing nearby, stared wide-eyed when she heard the word magician. Bella knew all too well what it meant to be a half-orc mage. In large-scale wars, mages are known as battlefield meat grinders. Wide-range magic damage can quickly eliminate enemies. The higher the level of the mage, the wider the range of their skills. "Duke Locke, you're really quite low-key," Bella couldn't help but say with a wry smile. Locke could easily detect a hint of resentment in Bella's words. Mr. Bella, I never said I wasn't a magician." Knowing he could no longer hide it, Locke simply chose to admit it. He glanced at Tate beside him, a glint of shrewdness flashing in the depths of his eyes. Locke was unsure how Tate had discovered his identity as a magician. This made Locke feel a little wary. His gaze toward Tate flashed with a cold light from time to time. Sensing Locke's fleeting killing intent, Tate felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Killing intent? The orc in front of him actually showed a moment of murderous intent towards him. Tate knew it was because he had just exposed the opponent's strength. A chill ran through him. On his way into the City Lord's mansion, Tate had already used his mental power to scan the City of Angels. He could clearly sense that there was more than one level 8 warrior in Angel City. Locke was furious at himself for having just revealed his strength. Then Tate will inevitably suffer Locke's thunderous wrath, and with the strength of Locke's legion, it will be difficult for Tate to leave Angel City. Your Excellency Duke Locke, please allow me to explain. I apologize for presuming to know your capabilities without your permission. I was just being curious. Please forgive my behavior. Tate simply wanted to see Locke's true strength. The fact that a slender orc could have so many level 8 orc warriors suggests that he himself was much stronger. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subdue these level 8 orc warriors. Locke's thin appearance only fueled Tate's growing curiosity. Locke didn't speak, but his brows were deeply furrowed. Your Excellency Duke Locke, to express my apology, I am willing to give you 50,000 gold coins. Tate's mind raced. He quickly realized that the orc in front of him seemed to have a particular fondness for gold coins. Tate quickly took out a spatial ring and handed it to Locke. Tate's hand froze in midair, but his eyes remained fixed on Locke's every move. For some reason, just by looking into Locke's eyes, Tate suddenly felt himself being suppressed. It was as if Locke on the other side was an extremely terrifying being. This is the effect of the Eye of Obliteration. Locke glanced at Tate, and their eyes met. Tate's hand remained frozen for about 5 or 6 seconds. Ha ha ha. Lord Tate is joking. Your action was unintentional, and I, Locke, will not take it to heart. Locke said he didn't mind, but his large hand reached for the ring in Tate's hand without any hesitation. Upon acquiring the space, Locke's mind was filled with thoughts of increasing his strength. He was already getting impatient. Seeing that Locke clearly had no desire to continue the conversation, Bella wisely chose to take her leave. Tate did not immediately follow Bella away. Baron Tate, is there anything else you need? Looking at Tate, who was standing still, Locke asked with interest. Tate looked around and said in a low voice, Your Excellency Duke Locke, do you wish for your descendants to be free from the identity of orcs? Even if you choose to pledge allegiance to the Abaddon Empire, the Empire will not give important positions to a foreigner after the war is won. You will be ostracized by other nobles in the Empire, your interests will be exploited, and the Empire will not provide you with any assistance. On the contrary, the Empire would much rather see you perish under the oppression of other nobles. All of this is simply because you are a half-orc. Tate continued talking to himself, his eyes blazing with anger. This was as if it were his own personal experience. Locke smiled, feeling as if he were about to uncover the secrets of the family of the man named Tate. I would like to hear the details. It wasn't until late at night that Tate finally left the City Lord's mansion. Tate glanced back in the direction of the City Lord's mansion, a smile on his face. Clearly, Tate got what he wanted. As soon as Tate left, Locke did not hesitate at all. He quickly redeemed high-level mental magic potions in the Legion shop. He drank bottle after bottle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your advancement to level 9 Grand Mage. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have advanced to level 10 Grand Mage. When Locke's mental energy reached 100 points, he drank another high-level mental energy potion, but it had no effect whatsoever. Chapter 176, The Secrets of the Tate Family. Locke knew he had reached a bottleneck. If he breaks through again, he will become a demigod-level powerhouse. But he doesn't know how to break through now. There were no potions in the Legion shop that could help one break through to demigod level. It's also possible that the Legion needs to be upgraded again before the Legion shop can refresh with potions that can advance to demigod status. Raising his mental strength to 100 points cost Locke a full 180,000 gold coins. Without the slightest hesitation, Locke exchanged for another high-grade power magic potion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your advancement to level 9 Orc Warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to level 10 Orc Warrior. Another 180,000 gold coins were spent, but Locke showed no sign of heartache. Exchanging gold coins for power is definitely a surefire way to make money. Only with power can you acquire more gold coins. A level 10 Orc Warrior plus a level 10 Orc Archmage. Locke couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling the flow of magic power and magical elements within his body. A powerful sense of strength arose spontaneously. Is this what it feels like to have power? Locke checked the properties panel. Name, Locke. Race, Orc. Strength, 100. Adult strength is 5. Speed, 70. Stamina, 70. Spirit, 100. Magic power, 1,000,000. Intelligence, 80, 100. Strength, 40, 100. Magic affinity, 70, 100. Talent, recruitment. Tier 4 Legion, Guardian Legion. 8,500, Royal Guard Legion. 224, Wolf Rider Legion. 6,000, Heavy Infantry Legion. 14,000, Infantry Legion. 16,000. Reconnaissance Legion, 310. Assassin Legion, 150. Legion skill, Warhorn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 40%. Enemy units are inflicted with a fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 40%. Gold coins, 215,000. Town, Locke Town, level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. City of Angels, a level 4 town. Town area, 400,000 square meters. City wall height, 40 meters. Both strength and spirit have reached their peak. To reach level 5 Legion, Locke needs to recruit 50,000 warriors. The remaining 210,000 gold coins are enough for Locke to acquire a level 10 Orc warrior. He had already planned to upgrade Adalik to a level 10 Orc warrior. One-Eared, Tajda. A series of hurried footsteps sounded. One-Eared quickly walked in. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. There was an extremely strong sense of oppression throughout the hall. This is the lingering aura of Locke after his recent advancement to a level 10 Orc warrior and a level 10 Archmage. Having just successfully advanced, Locke was not yet very skilled at suppressing his aura. Great Lord Locke, what are your orders? One-Eared Man knelt on one knee and asked. Go and call the old chief, over. Besides, tell Doran that I need him to send a few orcs to monitor the movements of those 2 humans. Yes, Lord Locke. One-Ear left quickly after receiving the order, as Locke's personal guard and the first orc to follow Locke. His loyalty to Locke had long since reached 100%. Therefore, Locke's orders were taken very seriously by One-Ear. Hey, so, long ago, orcs had already pledged allegiance to the Abitan Empire. Locke muttered to himself. From his conversation with Tate, Locke learned a secret about the Tate family. Tate has orc blood flowing through his veins. He is a descendant of both orcs and humans. Tate's ancestors were originally warriors of a mid-level orc tribe. His strength is only at level 6. His ancestors decided to leave the tribe and create a small orc tribe. At that time, the Abitan Empire had not yet been established, and the entire continent was in a state of war. Tate's ancestors betrayed their race and led the entire orc tribe to pledge allegiance to Kevin I. After the Abitan Empire unified, the ancestors of the Tet were granted the title of Marquis of the Empire in recognition of their merits. However, the appearance of orcs in an empire entirely composed of humans naturally aroused dissatisfaction among some human nobles. Openly or secretly, the voices were all directed at Tate's ancestors. In order to maintain the stability of the empire, Kevin I chose to isolate Tate's ancestors and set up their territory in a remote area. This practice of discarding someone after they've served their purpose naturally chilled Tate's ancestors' hearts. Fortunately, they found a place to live, and Tate's ancestors led the tribe of orcs to live there. Tate's ancestors originally intended to stay in their territory until they grew old, but one event changed their minds. As the orcs in the tribe continued to grow old and die, Tate's ancestors had to admit that he could no longer protect his territory. He also knew that the empire originally planned to wait until all the orcs in his tribe died of old age before letting other nobles divide up his territory. So Tate's ancestors bought some human female slaves through the black market. Using these human female slaves, a second generation of orcs was born. And so, through generations of reproduction, Tate's ancestors finally managed to protect their territory. The appearance of Tate and his men also changed, and they no longer had any of the characteristics of orcs. Now that the empire is facing a devastating crisis, It has finally remembered the Tate family. Tate has orc blood flowing through his veins, making him the perfect person to be placed next to Locke. He told Locke this family secret partly because the Abitan Empire tacitly approved of it. This secret tells Locke that he can use the same method to integrate his descendants into the Abitan Empire. On the other hand, the Tate family is now isolated and helpless. Now that war has broken out, the Empire has finally remembered the Tate family. Once the war ends, the Tate family will likely continue to be isolated by the other nobles of the Empire. They have betrayed the orc race, and their appearance has changed. The Tate family now has no choice but to stick together for survival. Locke, the orc who had just chosen to serve the Empire, was the Tate family's best ally. Tate's ability to accompany Bella to the City of Angels was naturally the result of a power struggle between the Tate family and the Imperial family. I never expected that the ancestors of the Tate family were half-orcs. But I never even considered pledging allegiance to the Empire. That oath, which has no binding force, has absolutely no effect on me. Although Locke outwardly agreed to some of Tate's requests, it was merely a pretense. What he wanted was never a noble title in the Empire. As for the traitor, but they never had a good ending. Chapter 177 Late Night Conversation, Level 5 Legion. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Who is it? It's me, Tate. Your Excellency Viscount Bella. Bella hesitated for a second, her mind racing as she considered Tate's purpose for coming here so late at night. Come in, Baron Tate. Squeak. Tate pushed open the door and went inside. With the help of the dim oil lamp, Tate immediately spotted Bella sitting at the table. Is there something you need? Baron Tate? Bella seemed to be thinking about something. Upon seeing Tate enter, he asked. He and Tate usually had no interaction. If it weren't for an order from the Imperial family, the two would never have come together. Viscount Bella, what kind of orc do you think Earl Locke is? Bella pondered for a moment. He gave me the feeling that he wasn't a half-orc at all. But it is an intelligent human being. A clever orc? I see. Seeing Bella's questioning look, Tate continued. The orc race has an extremely strong talent for strength. They are brave and fierce. Respect the strong. However, their intelligence is indeed somewhat worrying. They are far inferior to humans. If these orcs could reach the intelligence level of humans, they would surely be able to unify the entire continent. Unfortunately, the Creator is fair. There is no perfect race. Although orcs are a race that produces many warriors, there are always a few exceptions. Weissman, or you could call him magician. Such a half-orc would be far inferior to other half-orcs in strength and physique. However, orcs who awaken magical talents possess intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Tate has a trace of orc blood in his veins, so he naturally knows something about this kind of thing. Only the chieftains of those orc tribes knew about this. A magician? A wise man? No wonder this orc is so intelligent. I met the chiefs of those large orc tribes. They probably have some scheming and plotting in their minds. However, those were all the result of long periods of thought. This orc spoke and acted like the patriarch of one of the Empire's great families, as if everything was under his control. Then what are our two tasks? Tate remembered the mission the Empire had given them, to use the Locke Legion to assist the Empire in eliminating the Derrick family and the Southern Legion, two major rebel forces. He has sworn allegiance to the Empire in the name of the Beast God. These orcs take the oath of the Beast God very seriously, just like our human knightly oath, which lasts until death. Therefore, although this orc might engage in some underhanded tactics, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch the Empire's territory be continuously eroded. Viscount Bella, shall we tell him about the Empire's plans this time? After hearing Bella's analysis, Tate calmed down a little. No. Bella waved her hand. We don't need to tell him about the Empire's plans. We just need to tell him the moment the Empire decides to counterattack. In the end, for the sake of the Empire's victory, he would have no choice but to help the Empire, and then there would be no opportunity to do anything underhanded. He. After Bella finished speaking, she looked at Tate and chuckled. Tate chuckled in agreement. Although Tate now has a human appearance, for some reason he feels closer to the orcs like Locke. Humans still love these schemes and plots as always. Tate sighed inwardly. In the days that followed, Bella and Tate settled down in the City of Angels. The two lived a secluded life and rarely strolled around the City of Angels. Meanwhile, Locke was constantly expanding his power. After taking the high-level power potion that Locke had exchanged for, Dalik's strength reached the level of a level 10 orc warrior. The number of Locke's legion is also constantly increasing. As the Scout Legions and Assassin Legions continued to return to Angel City during this period, it was not difficult to guess from the information provided by those scouts and assassins. The Empire will soon wage war. The Derek family occasionally had minor clashes with the Imperial Legions, but both sides exercised restraint. Perhaps because neither the Empire nor the Derek family was certain of victory, neither was willing to go to war. However, the Empire has been taking frequent actions recently, constantly testing the limits of the Derek family and the Southern Legion. This clearly indicates an intention to take action against both sides. Reinforcements. The Abiton Empire definitely has reinforcements. Locke immediately understood. The current situation regarding human power within the Empire is quite clear. The other human powers are all watching and will not make a move before the Derek family and the Empire have determined a winner. Then there's only one possibility. The Empire found allies among other races. Elf, dwarf, goblin, orcs? If they were orcs, the Abiton Empire must have received the support of more than one large orc tribe. Just as Locke was speculating, there was a knock on the door. Respected Lord Locke, the Wolf Riders have brought back another group of orcs. Locke immediately stood up and glanced at One Ear. How many orcs are there in this group? They are orcs from a medium-sized tribe. The number has reached approximately 5,000. Very good. With this batch of orcs, the Locke Legion's numbers will definitely exceed 50,000. At that time, his Locke Legion will be able to be upgraded to the level of a level 5 Legion. Locke followed One Ear out, and soon he successfully recruited this group of orcs. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of orcs in the Locke Legion has reached 50,000, reaching level 5. Name, Locke. Race, orc. Strength, 100. Adult strength is 5. Speed, 70. Stamina, 70. Spirit, 100. Magic power, 1,000,000. Intelligence, 80, 100. Strength, 40, 100. Magic affinity, 70, 100. Talent, recruitment. Tier 5 Legion, Guardian Legion. 8,500, Royal Guard Legion. 224, Wolf Rider Legion. 6,000, Heavy Infantry Legion. 17,000, Infantry Legion. 19,000. Reconnaissance Legion, 310. Assassin Legion, 150. Legion skill, War Horn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 50%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 50%. Gold coins, 21,000. Town, Locke Town, level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. City of Angels, a level 4 town. Town area, 400,000 square meters. City wall height, 40 meters. Chapter 178, A Great Battle is imminent, and the abnormalities of the Tour Grand Canyon. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from Bella's body. He quickly closed the doors and windows. He then took out a jade pendant from his spatial ring. It is engraved with intricate magical patterns. Magic is infused into it. The magic circle in the jade tablet was activated. A transparent light shield spread outwards from Bella as the center. It quickly enveloped the entire room. After doing all this, Bella stretched out her hand and took out a crystal ball from her bosom. It glows with a blue light. He channeled magic into the crystal ball, and a blue screen appeared above it. When Bella saw the person on the screen clearly, his expression immediately turned serious. Lord Kyle, Bella pays you her highest respects. Kyle nodded. Viscount Bella. First of all, congratulations on successfully completing the mission and securing a powerful external ally for the Empire. It is my honor to serve the Empire. The Empire will not forget your contributions. I'm contacting you this time because the Empire is ready to counterattack. Traitors should always pay the price. Lord Kyle, what do I need to do? The Empire has cleared the Goblin army from the defensive line and is preparing to attack the Tour Grand Canyon. Furthermore, The Empire has already gained the support of the cave dwarves. They will assist us in attacking the Tor Canyon. Your task is to have that orc who has defected to us ambush the Southern Legion rebels who come to our aid on the Great Plains of Tark. Cave dwarves are a branch of the dwarf race. Unable to secure the support of the entire dwarven race, the Abaton Empire had to settle for second best. Yes, Lord Kyle, you must reach the Great Plains of Tark within 3 days. I will contact you again once you arrive at the Great Plains of Tark. Everything for the Empire. Everything for the Empire. The blue light on the crystal ball disappeared, and calm returned. Bella, however, was unable to calm down for a long time. Instead of taking immediate action, he stood there digesting the information he had just received. The Empire finally launched a major counteroffensive. This time, it's time to decide the winner. Continuing to delay is very detrimental to the Empire. This would make some of the Empire's nobles feel that this once mighty Empire is now old and frail. The nobles of the Empire are greedy. They certainly want to tear a piece of flesh from this old lion. Moreover, the Derrick family has already infiltrated the Empire. Some nobles have already chosen to pledge allegiance to the Derrick family. After all, with the Derrick family overthrowing the Empire, their merits were enough to earn the Marquis or even Duke titles. Secondly, the Empire gained the support of the cave dwarves. This means that with its current strength, the Empire is simply no match for the rebels. The Empire not only has to contend with the Derrick family and the Southern Legion, but also with other investors who could launch a surprise attack on the Imperial Legion from behind at any time. This indicates that the Empire had long known that some noble factions might have wanted to overthrow its rule. Finally, he needed Locke to lead his orc army to the Great Plains of Tark. The Tark Plains are flat. The entire Southern Legion rebels numbered no less than 100,000, and they fought against the orcs on the border year-round. They were extremely familiar with the fighting style of the orc tribes. Moreover, this was on a plain where the orcs could exert their strength to the fullest extent. However, the Southern Army is very good at plains warfare. Especially in large-scale plains warfare like this, scattered orcs are practically sitting ducks. Moreover, Locke's orc army only numbered a little over 10,000, and there must be other orc tribes that had defected to the Empire. After all, if they wanted to contend with the Southern Legion on the plains, besides the Imperial Legion, the only other options were those orcs who only possessed brute force. In this way, regardless of whether the Southern Legion or the orcs win, their strength will be weakened by the opponent. That would pose no threat to the Empire. At this time, Bella had no idea that Locke's orc army already had more than 50,000 orc warriors. Damn it, I need to tell Tate about this. Tajda, Great Lord Locke. The assassin lurking near the two humans had just said that a blue light inexplicably emanated from one of their residences. Then, all sound from inside the room ceased. Not even the faintest heartbeat could be felt. A voice came from outside the door. Ugh, I see. Locke gave a curt reply. It must be a sound-isolating magic circle. These two humans have been keeping a low profile lately, apparently waiting for orders from the Empire. Considering what just happened, it means the Empire already has a plan. Bella and Tate will come looking for me soon. Locke is now very curious about what the plan is. In contrast to the tranquility of the City of Angels, the Tour Grand Canyon is bustling with noise at this moment. Damn Imperial lackeys. They actually managed to persuade the cave dwarves. Damn it. No wonder they were making their move against us so quickly. Wayne Derrick slammed his hand on the table in front of him. The terrifying force instantly shattered the entire table into dust. Wayne Derrick had initially thought that the previous battle had left the Empire struggling to breathe for a long time. This would give him the opportunity to win over more nobles of the Empire. He never expected that the Imperial family would recover so quickly and even persuade the cave dwarves. Damn it. Last time, Odo actually managed to escape. That time, we should have killed Odo at any cost. Wayne Derrick's face was filled with remorse. The members of the Derrick family around them were also filled with righteous indignation. Despite the news of the impending Empire's attack, their faces showed no fear. On the contrary, his face was filled with madness. It seems they've long wanted to compete with the Empire. After all, if they win, the Derrick family might be able to establish a new country. By then, The Derek family will be the imperial family of the empire? Master, damn it. Let these imperial lackeys know that the Derek family is not to be trifled with. Right, Master. With the current strength of the Derek family, even with the help of the cave dwarves, we are not afraid of the empire. The Kevin family has long since declined, and they are no longer suitable to control the entire empire. Only our Derek family are the sole masters of this empire. Yes, Master. Over the years, our Derek family has been accumulating strength, and the empire we have now is an old lion. It's all bark and no bite. Shut up, all of you. Wayne Derek's enchanting voice instantly stunned all the members of the Derek family present. They all looked at Wayne Derek with trepidation. Chapter 179: The Secrets of the Kevin Family. This clearly demonstrates Wayne Derek's extremely high status within the Derek family. A bunch of idiots. His tone was full of disappointment and frustration. The empire is an old lion. That's a lion, and once it gets angry, you fools can't handle it. Do you think the Kevin family only has this much power on the surface? No. I've known for a long time that the Imperial family has more than one level 10 warrior. Those are all members of the Kevin family. Do you think it would be difficult for the Kevin family, with the combined strength of the entire nation, to produce a level 10 powerhouse? No. Absolutely wrong. Those level 10 experts from the royal family are very low-key. They would never easily expose themselves to the public, even if they died of old age. They have protected the entire Abiton Empire generation after generation. However, those level 10 experts are rather old, and they spend most of their time pursuing the demigod realm. Upon hearing this shocking news, everyone in the Derek family gaped in astonishment. They had never known that the Empire possessed such hidden power. The Imperial family is extremely adept at hiding their true nature. This matter was known only to the emperors of the Empire throughout history. Wayne Derek discovered this only because he believed the Imperial household's defenses were weak and wanted to enter the Empire to find out. There is more than one level 10 expert hidden in the Imperial family of the Empire. Wayne Derek nearly died. When he returned to his territory, he did not immediately reveal this information. Instead, they chose to keep it a secret. Wayne Derek received even more shocking news. The Kevin family has demigods among its members. It was Kevin I who achieved the status of a demigod. Kevin I is still alive today, though he is no longer within the Empire. As for its exact location, even the Imperial family of the Empire did not know. Wayne Derek knew that the current Imperial family only wanted to use the method left by Kevin I to create another demigod for the Kevin family. It just hasn't been successful yet. The method to achieve demigod status made Wayne Derek greedy. After learning that Kevin I was not within the Empire, Wayne Derek decided to take action against the Kevin family. After all, he didn't have the courage to face a demigod, even if he was a level 10 greatsword master. The thought that the Kevin family possessed a method to break through to demigod status made Wayne Derek unable to control his greed. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who knew the Kevin family secret. Wayne Derek knew that the other three dukes had more or less guessed it as well. As for the other families, Wayne Derek had no idea. As for whether those dukes had the guts, Wayne Derek didn't know either. However, Wayne Derek knew that this battle was of paramount importance. Once the Empire shows signs of decline, its nobles will immediately bare their claws and tear into the Empire. Wayne Derek sighed deeply. In the current Derek family, he could not find a single member who could carry the Derek family banner. This made him feel somewhat apprehensive. If something were to happen to him, the Derek family would likely fall apart very quickly. After all, this is a cannibalistic society. All the nobles were trying to annex the territories of other nobles. Patriarch Wayan. Now we can only pin our hopes on the Southern Army. As long as they can reach the Tull Canyon, even with the help of the cave dwarves, the Empire cannot defeat us. Seeing that morale was somewhat low, Wade couldn't help but say something. Don't get your hopes up too high, Wade. The Empire had foreseen all of this. They had sent warriors to meet with the Orc chieftains in the southern frontier long ago. Many Orc tribes have already chosen to submit to the Empire. This would give the Empire a way to bypass the Tour Grand Canyon and intercept the Southern Legion. Then let the southern borders become even more chaotic. You mean, let those orcs fight like dogs. Let those Orc tribes willing to serve us intercept those Orc tribes loyal to the Empire. The more chaotic the southern frontier becomes, the better opportunity the Southern Legion can use to bypass the Orcs and reach the Tuer Grand Canyon. Wayne Derrick was lost in thought. It seems that this is the only option available at the moment. Good. Wade, we'll do it your way. Wayne Derrick clapped his hands and immediately made up his mind. Wayne Derrick gave a wink to someone below. A member of the Derrick family immediately stepped forward and walked out of the hall. This member of the Derrick family frequently dealt with Orcs. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. They didn't know if the Derrick family could win the battle. I sensed that the atmosphere was a little different. Wayne Derrick chuckled and began to comfort the others. Hey, you don't need to worry too much. The Empire has hidden methods, so why don't we? Don't worry. If the Imperial Army dares to come to the Tuer Grand Canyon, I will make sure they never return. Upon hearing Wayne Derrick's inspiring words, the group, who had been frowning, immediately broke into smiles. They didn't expect that the head of the Huai-In family had already come up with a countermeasure. Indeed, now that Wayne Derrick knows the Empire's trump card, how could he not think of a way to deal with it? The next moment, the entire hall erupted in compliments for Wayne Derrick. Wayne Derrick paid no attention to these compliments. He looked at Wade with a wry smile. Wade responded with a smile in return. Both of them knew that the Tuer Grand Canyon was about to face a tough battle. Either the Derrick family is destroyed, or the Derrick family is reborn. I'm tired, everyone, you may all leave. Wayne Derrick issued an order to leave. Everyone left one by one, except for Wade, who remained in place. Wade, how long have we known each other? Wayne Derrick asked after a moment of silence. More than 200 years ago, right? I don't remember very clearly. Wade spoke up. Why is it that in this huge Derrick family, not a single person has been able to inherit the position of head of the family in the future? Wayne Derrick, have been in charge of the Derrick family for so many years, and yet I've raised a bunch of good-for-nothings. None of these family members are capable of carrying the Derrick family banner. Do you think I'm a failure? No, Patriarch Huai-In. This is not your fault. It's just that those people in the tribe are not ambitious enough. Stop thinking about these things. Wayne Derrick, cheer up. Our primary task now is to deal with the Empire's army. Once the Imperial legions are victorious, you surely know what awaits the Tuer Gorge. May the light of Lady Luck shine upon you. Chapter 180, The Empire Sends Troops, Dean Ward. Wayne Derrick clenched his fist. It's very unpleasant to have to place your hopes on someone else. The defenses of the Abiton Empire. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of whips whistling through the air rang out continuously. Human soldiers were seen waving whips to drive away the goblins ahead. These goblins were pushing a wagon loaded with all sorts of weapons. Each lash left a bloody mark on the nearby goblins. Despite their cries of pain, the goblins did not stop, because they knew that if they stopped, they would be whipped to death by these human soldiers. After all, goblins don't have a very good reputation. Humans only feel hatred towards them. These goblins were captured alive by the Imperial Legion when they cleared the defensive lines. There were nearly 10,000 of them. They were perfect for being used as slaves to transport weapons. Once the weapons and equipment are delivered, they can also be used as cannon fodder in the first wave of attacks on the defenses of the Tuer Grand Canyon. This is a win-win situation. This time, the Imperial family mobilized a legion of 100,000 men. In addition, there was a legion of 150,000 men assembled by the nobles of the Empire. An army of 200,000 men. Odo remains the commander-in-chief. However, unlike last time, he was not the only level 10 expert in the legion. The reason Odo lost last time was that he was besieged by several level 10 powerhouses and was unable to command the entire legion. Furthermore, due to their hasty journey and lack of proper formation, the Derrick family's legion and the Orc alliance launched an attack. This led to the Empire's royal army suffering a crushing defeat, with even Odo nearly failing to escape. That battle claimed the lives of too many powerful warriors of the Empire. Even a nephew of an 8th level warrior from the Odo family was unfortunate enough to perish. That's one of the family members that Odo values most. This also led to Otto's deep hatred for the Derrick family and the Orcs. He vowed to make the Derrick family and the Orcs pay a bloody price. A warhorse galloped off in the direction of Odo, reporting to the Legion commander. The Derek family seems to have received the news long ago, and they are now building fortifications in the Tour Canyon. Moreover, in the southern frontier, numerous small groups of orc tribes are heading towards the Tour Grand Canyon. The rebels from the Southern Legion have also set out. In addition, many mercenary groups and adventurer guilds of the Empire are heading towards the southern border. Mercenary groups and adventurer groups? These profit-driven bastards. It seems the Derek family has really gone all out this time. The Empire's mercenary and adventurer groups don't care who the enemy is, as long as they can afford the price. They're just some small fry. Faced with the iron cavalry of the Empire, they will ultimately be trampled into mincemeat. A figure dressed in a magic robe appeared beside Odo like a ghost. Dean Mord, you've arrived. Odo looked at the newcomer, who is none other than Mord, the Dean of the Royal Magic Academy. A level 10 archmage, proficient in shadow magic and ice magic. There are rumors that Dean Mord has the blood of the Kevin family flowing through his veins. He was the illegitimate son of a certain emperor of an empire. However, the specifics of the situation remain unknown. Commander Odo, how are your injuries? He's out of danger, Dean Mord. I was able to recover so quickly thanks to the healing potions bestowed upon me by the Empire. Thank you for your concern. Odo showed extreme respect to Mord. Although both are level 10 powerhouses, Odo was the Dean of the Royal Magic Academy when he was young. Moreover, the entire Empire is filled with the legend of this Royal Magic Academy Dean, a dual elemental magic genius. The youngest level 10 archmage. He once fought 3 level 10 warriors single-handedly without being at a disadvantage. His terrifying strength instilled fear in all level 10 experts. After all, nobody wants to offend a level 10 dual elemental archmage. Mord nodded. It will be another day's journey to the Tour Grand Canyon. The end is nigh for the Derek family. Mord was full of confidence. The Imperial family sent out a few old men. These are all level 10 experts hidden by the Kevin family. In this battle, the Empire intended to show those wavering nobles the true strength of the Kevin family and the price of betraying the Empire. Upon hearing Mord's words, Odo lowered his right hand to his chest. Everything for the Empire. City of Angels. Honorable Earl Locke, Bella and Tate have something they'd like to discuss with you. Has it finally arrived? Locke heard the commotion outside the door, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Come in. Your Excellency Duke Locke, it is another beautiful day. Viscount Bella sends her greetings. Oh, Viscount Bella, this is the City of Angels. There aren't that many aristocratic rules. You don't need to act like that. Bella was about to perform a noble greeting towards Locke when she spoke, but Locke stopped her. Very well. Your Excellency Earl Locke, you are truly an understanding nobleman. Viscount Bella, if you've come here just to exchange pleasantries with me, then don't waste your time. I have important things to do. Locke had no intention of getting bogged down in circles with that old fox, Bella. The other party is extremely shrewd. Bella hadn't expected Locke to be so unpredictable. This rendered his prepared remarks completely useless. Cough, cough. Viscount Bella, let's tell Duke Locke directly. Tate, who was standing to the side, spoke up. Good. Baron Tate is right. Haha, Earl Locke, I'll just say it straight. The Empire has issued the order. Bella looked at Locke. What instructions? Is there anything I can do for you? Locke paused for 2 seconds before asking. The Empire is preparing a counterattack. Eliminate the 2 major rebel groups, the Derek family and the Southern Legion. Our mission is to snipe the Southern Legion on the Great Plains of Turk, to prevent them from supporting the Tour Grand Canyon. After saying that, Bella stared intently at Locke, trying to discern Locke's true thoughts through his facial expressions. Upon hearing the news, Locke remained remarkably calm. It was as if he had known about this beforehand. Sniping the Southern Legion? That's a legion of over 100,000 people. Can a Locke Legion really handle it? Are they going to use my Locke Legion as cannon fodder? No, Earl Locke, it's definitely not what you think. The Empire will not allow your Orc legions to face the entire Southern Legion rebels alone. The Empire was ready long ago. Many Orc tribes have already pledged allegiance to the Abitan Empire. Moreover, several large Orc tribes owe the Empire a favor. The Empire had long ago sent people deep into the Orcish territory. The number of orcs gathered this time is definitely much greater than the number of the Southern Legion. Rest assured, Earl Locke, some tribes actually owe the Empire a favor. It seems the Empire has definitely won over quite a few orc tribes. Chapter 181, The Locke Legion assembles, ready to attack. Deep into the Orcish territory? Since the Orc Alliance breached Leanshow City, some orc tribes have left the southern frontier and returned to orc territory. This is where they have lived for generations. Some orcs were naturally unwilling to give up easily. Therefore, after defeating the Imperial Coalition, these orcs returned to their territory. This includes most of the large orc tribes. Locke never expected that the orcs and the Empire, who were fighting to the death just a moment ago, would unite in the next moment. This shows that the Empire must have paid a considerable price. That's enough to make both sides abandon their hatred. Barombella. Since the Empire has already planned everything, I, Earl Locke, will naturally obey the Empire's orders. The Great Plains of Turk? However, it's a journey that will take almost 2 days. I'll assemble my Locke Legion right now. Oh, praise you. Your Excellency, Earl Locke. The Empire will remember your actions today. Everything for the Empire. Haha. All for the Empire. One ear. I am here. What are your orders, Great Lord Locke? Go and gather all the orcs of the Locke Legion. War is about to begin. Remember, it's all the orcs of the Locke Legion. Yes, Great Lord Locke. After leaving the hall, One Ear immediately summoned the orcs of his personal guard. Soon, Locke's orders were relayed by the orcs of the Royal Guard to the orcs of other legions. The Locke Legion is beginning to assemble. The entire city of Angels became chaotic and noisy. The first to assemble were naturally the Guard Legion. Soon, the Infantry Legions and Heavy Infantry Legions were also assembled. It's only a matter of time before the Reconnaissance and Assassin Legions are fully assembled. As for the Wolf Rider Legion, the distance to the City of Angels was quite far, and Aeger was unable to quickly obtain information about the gathering. This would require sending a messenger or orc assassin or a scout orc to inform Aegon's Wolf Rider Legion. A dark figure appeared in the hall. Shadow stealth. Not good. It's an assassin. Bella shouted. Tate and Bella, who were standing nearby, immediately drew their weapons and looked at the dark figure as if facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, Locke waved his hand, signaling the two to relax. This is Doran, a Legion commander of my Locke Legion, a level 8 assassin. To avoid any misunderstanding, Locke took the initiative to introduce Doran. The shadows dissipated, and Doran's appearance was quickly revealed. Humans. Humans have actually sided with the orcs. Bella was somewhat surprised. Duo Lin, is there anything I can help you with? When Locke saw that Doran had come alone, he began to inquire about Doran's purpose. Respected Lord Locke, the Locke Legion has mostly assembled. The Guardian Legion left 1,000 orc warriors in Angel City and Locktown respectively. However, Aegis Riders are too far from our territory. I need to send some assassin orcs to find the Wolf Rider Legion. Bella and Tate looked at Locke, both feeling a chill in their hearts. They hadn't expected Locke to have such a trump card up his sleeve. An 8th level assassin. Such a person could easily slit Bella and Tate's throats if they were caught off guard. Go. It's been so long. It's time for Aeger to come back. Yes, Lord Locke. Doran glanced at Tate and Bella. It transformed into a black shadow once more and left the hall. The atmosphere in the hall became somewhat awkward. Ahem. I never expected Earl Locke to have such powerful subordinates. How enviable. Bella spoke first, breaking the awkward atmosphere. A fully fledged assassin can be incredibly dangerous. The assassin profession is not easy to improve. As an assassin, one can only improve one's skills by constantly assassinating enemies and being tempered in the crucible of life and death. In the early stages, its attack power is not as good as those warriors. Once the attack fails, escape is nearly impossible. Death is the only option. Therefore, most assassins perish in the early stages. Only a very small number of assassins can grow in such a formidable force. The Empire has many level 10 warriors, and even more than one level 10 mage. However, there is only one level 10 assassin, Wardray. This clearly demonstrates how difficult it is to train an assassin. However, a fully developed assassin can be extremely terrifying. Once targeted by an assassin, even a peaceful night's sleep might become a luxury. Ha ha ha. He's just a level 8 assassin. It can't compare to the foundation of the Empire at all, Locke said modestly. Your Excellency, Earl Locke, how long will it take for your Locke Legion to be fully assembled? We don't have much time left. We must get to the Tour Grand Canyon within 3 days. Within 3 days? Just right. Viscount Bella, trust me, the Locke Legion will definitely arrive at the TAC Plains within 3 days. Bella and Tate looked at each other speechlessly and could only choose to believe Locke's words. Viscount Bella, Baron Tate. I have some things to prepare. Please take your leave. Locke immediately ordered them to leave. Bella and Tate gave an awkward laugh and then said goodbye and left. As soon as the two left, Locke checked his attribute panel. Since the last advancement to level 9 and then level 10, I have become a level 9 Orc Warrior and a level 10 Orc Archmage. For some reason, Locke did not gain any more skills. As a great mage, Locke controls more than one magical element. Name Locke. Race Orc. Strength 100. Adult strength is 5. Speed 70. Stamina 70. Spirit 100. Magic power 1,000,000. Intelligence 80-100. Strength 40-100. Magic affinity 70-100. Talent recruitment. Skills fireball, wind blade, ice cone, earth control, dark manipulation, elemental mastery. Divine punishment, forbidden spell. Area of effect, magic attack. Summon the power of lightning to continuously strike an area within a 10-mile radius. Duration 30 seconds. As the host level increases, the range and duration of Divine Punishment's destruction increase exponentially. Gravity field. Enemy units within this field will experience 10 times the gravity. Demon God Slash, Eye of Annihilation, Demon God's body. Uses magic power to condense a phantom of a demon god. The stronger the magic power, the greater the power of the condensed demon god's body. Although he didn't acquire any new skills, the power of his existing skills increased several times over as Locke's strength improved. Also, the Locke Legion has been promoted to a level 5 Legion. However, the Legion shop does not have the potion to unlock the advancement to demigod status. With the Legion's latest advancement, some new potions have appeared in the Legion shop. Basic Attribute Magic Potion. This is a special enhancement potion. Chapter 182, Assembly Complete. It's specifically designed to enhance fixed attribute values. Intelligence, physical strength, and magical affinity. However, the required amount of gold coins is not small. A single potion that enhances fixed attributes costs 10,000 gold coins. Locke calculated that it would take more than 1,000,000 gold coins to get the 3 fixed attribute values to 100. The higher the fixed attribute value, the higher the talent it represents. However, Locke doesn't have that many gold coins right now. After using the gold coins he swindled from the Empire to level up to level 10, he used the rest to promote Adelic to level 10 Orc Warrior. Now he only has 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins left. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Bella and Tate waited for news from Locke. The two naturally noticed the unusual things happening inside and outside the City of Angels. The Orc Warriors are gathering. Bella and Tate naturally no longer had any doubts. However, as time went by, Locke did not set off with the Locke Legion. This made Bella and Tate somewhat anxious. Bella's orders were to reach the Great Plains of Tucker within 3 days. It takes at least 2 days to get from the City of Angels to the Great Plains of Turk. This is without any delays. It took half a day for the Locke Legion to assemble. How could this not make Bella and Tate anxious? Disrupting the Empire's plans would have a huge impact on the war. Neither Bella nor Tate can bear this responsibility. Viscount Bella, should we go and urge them on? Bella hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Tate's suggestion. The two quickly headed towards the City Lord's mansion again. However, this time they were stopped at the gate by One-Eyed and his personal guards. Stop! 2 distinguished guests. The Great Lord Locke is preoccupied with important matters and is unable to meet with your 2 distinguished guests. Bella and Tate exchanged a glance, both sensing from each other's eyes that something terrible was about to happen. If Locke is unwilling to go to the attack plains to ambush the Southern Legion, then the Empire's chances of winning this war will decrease significantly. Damn it! Could this orc be lying to us? Bella clenched her fists. Although they were stopped here at the moment, this was only Bella's guess. After all, Locke did not say that he would not go to the Great Plains attack. The orc army is gathering outside. Probably not, Tate said calmly. As humans with orc blood flowing through their veins, Tate's family has a wealth of knowledge about orcs, especially the oath concerning the beast god. Once a vow is made to the beast god, it will be carried out resolutely. Therefore, Tate did not believe that Locke would break his oath. What does this mean? Bella pointed to the closed gates of the city lord's mansion and the orcs blocking the way. Tate shook his head. He was also a little confused. At this moment, the Legion commanders and deputy Legion commanders of the Locke Legion were sitting together in the city lord's mansion. The only thing missing is Iger. The Wolf Rider Legion is too far from Angel City to return in time. Locke's order was for Ager to lead the Wolf Rider Legion to the attack plains alone. Lord Locke, our mission this time is, Lauren asked directly, the Great Plains of Tucker, sniped the Southern Legion rebels. These orcs already knew that Locke had reached some kind of agreement with the Abaddon Empire. All the orcs present showed expressions of excitement. As long as there is war, they don't care who the enemy is. But Doran and Feller were different. Hearing that they were going to fight against a regular army, like the Southern Army Corps, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, although the Southern Legion was a rebel army, it had once resisted the invasion of the orcs. This is a legion that frequently fights against orcs. A large legion that once suppressed the orcs outside the Bee City. Human warriors? They're all just a bunch of weaklings. Fighting such an opponent is simply a one-sided massacre. Kane has encountered many human warriors. However, those humans had absolutely no advantage in terms of strength. Don't be careless, Kane. Although humans are not as strong as us orcs, victory in war is not determined by strength. The Southern Legion has fought against orcs for many years, and they not only have sharp weapons and heavy armor, but are also very experienced. Adelic glanced at Kane and continued. Moreover, the Southern Legion often sends small teams out of Bee City to carry out missions in the orc territory. We must not underestimate them. Orcs can have their own pride, but they must not be arrogant. Facing Adelic, Kane lowered his proud head. He was defeated by Adelic back then. Although he is now an 8th-level orc warrior, Kane does not consider himself a match for Adelic. Locke didn't reply. He looked at the sky outside. It's time to set off. Otherwise, those two humans would be getting impatient. Locke did this to deliberately buy himself some time. Squeak. The gates of the city lord's mansion were suddenly opened. Bella and Tate quickly looked over. Then, one by one, orcs emerged from inside. The two men frowned the next moment. Bella and Tate couldn't resist probing a bit. They're all level 8 orc warriors. This discovery shocked the two of them. Only large legions can muster so many level 8 warriors. Bella and Tate never expected Locke to have such strength. When Adelic came out, Bella and Tate were both breathing heavily. The two felt an extremely strong sense of oppression emanating from Adelic. Even when facing a level 9 powerhouse, Bella and Tate did not feel this kind of pressure. Level 10 expert. Definitely a level 10 powerhouse. Bella and Tate were screaming wildly in their hearts. Neither of them expected to be repeatedly shocked in the City of Angels. I originally thought it was just a small tribe, but with a large number of orcs. I never imagined that so many powerful people were hidden there. Upon hearing this, Bella and Tate showed excitement on their faces. With this powerful force, the Empire's chances of victory are even greater. Finally, Locke's figure slowly appeared in Bella and Tate's eyes. Honorable Earl Locke, more than half the time has already passed. If we don't set off soon, we'll miss the time the Empire agreed upon with us. The credit for our war effort will probably be stolen by others. Bella couldn't help but urge Locke on. With such a legion, plus other reinforcements, Bella was confident that she could hold off the Southern Legion and prevent them from supporting the Derrick family. Locke looked up at the sky. It was already past noon. It's time to set off. Chapter 183 Departure from the Great Plains of Tucker. Pass on my orders. Locke's Legion, set off. Apart from the teams remaining on duty, roar. For the Locke Legion. For Lord Locke. The roars echoed throughout and around the City of Angels. The orcs of Locke's Legion were all highly motivated to fight. They yearned to prove themselves through war. Set off. Locke waved his hand, and a huge magical beast walked towards him. It is indeed a one-horned thunder rhinoceros. The one-horned thunder rhinoceros lowered its body. Locke took the opportunity to leap lightly and landed on the back of the one-horned thunder rhinoceros. Immediately afterwards, the one-horned thunder rhinoceros walked away with heavy steps into the distance. Behind him were the orcs of the Locke Legion. A legion of over 50,000 orcs is marching in a mighty force toward the Great Plains of Tark. The magical beasts along the way were terrified by this aura and immediately fled far away. Locke quickly glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Locke. Race, orc. Strength, 100. Adult strength is 5. Speed, 70. Stamina, 70. Spirit, 100. Magic power, 1,000,000. Intelligence, 80, 100. Strength, 40, 100. Magic affinity, 70, 100. Talent, recruitment. Tier 5 Legion, Guardian Legion. 8,500, Royal Guard Legion. 224, Wolf Rider Legion. 6,000, Heavy Infantry Legion. 17,000, Infantry Legion. 19,000. Reconnaissance Legion, 310. Assassin Legion, 150. Legion skill, War Horn. When a Legion unit charges, its strength and speed increase by 50%. Enemy units are inflicted with the fear effect, reducing their strength and speed by 50%. Gold coins, 21,000. Town, Locke Town, level 6 town. Town area, 8 million square meters. City wall height, 60 meters. City of Angels, a level 5 town. Town area, 4,000,000 square meters. City wall height, 50 meters. Magic crystal cannon, 395. Siege crossbow, 160. Level 1 energy absorption device. 50. Level 1 energy defense core. 60. Level 2 energy absorption device. 50. Level 2 energy defense core. 60. Level 3 energy absorption device 40. Level 3 energy defense core 20. Battering ram 380. Siege ladder 560. Yiksha arena ramming machine. Large magic crossbow 260. Skills: fireball, wind blade, ice cone, earth control, dark manipulation, elemental mastery. Divine punishment, forbidden spell. Area of effect, magic attack. Summon the power of lightning to continuously strike an area within a 10-mile radius. Duration, 30 seconds. As the host level increases, the range and duration of divine punishment's destruction increase exponentially. Gravity field. Enemy units within this field will experience 10 times the gravity. Demon God / Eye of Oblivion. Demon God's body. Condenses a phantom of a demon god using magic power. The stronger the magic power, the greater the power of the condensed demon god's body. Outstanding recruiter. A Dalek, a level 10 orc warrior. Aegis, level 8 orc warrior. Talent, desperate struggle. Kane, a level 8 orc warrior. Level 8 Gotha orc warrior. Lauren, level 8 orc warrior. Goblin Heart, level 8 goblin warrior. Berserk control. Doran, level 8 assassin. Level 8 thief feller. Iron Hammer, level 8 orc warrior. Tok, a level 9 orc warrior. On the day Locke left Angel City was also promoted to a level 5 city. The height of the city wall was also increased by 10 meters. Locke was very satisfied. Southern Frontier, the Tour Grand Canyon. Stop! Odo waved his hand, and the Imperial Royal Legion, following behind him, came to a halt. He looked ahead and saw that the Tour Grand Canyon was already taking shape. This place is quite close to the Derrick family's territory. Going any further would likely provoke an immediate attack from the Derrick family. Pass on my orders. Let's set up camp right here. Notify the Earth Mages of the Mage Legion. Hurry up and build defensive fortifications. Yes, Commander Odo. Earth-type mages are best suited for building defensive fortifications. It can change the structure of the land at will. Moreover, it was dozens of times more efficient than the soldiers digging bit by bit. Reporting to Commander Odo. The Derrick family has discovered us. A cavalry unit is currently leaving the Tour Grand Canyon and is heading towards our location. How many people are there? Less than 100 people. There is no way 100 men can break through the legion led by Odo. So these 100 people just wanted to negotiate. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Odo's lips. Let's see what they're planning to do first. Roar. Awoo. Drive. Soon a cavalry unit approached the Imperial Royal Army's defensive line. Stop. Who is it? We are the Derrick family. I want to see Commander Otto. Upon hearing the name of the Derrick family, the Imperial soldiers instantly became alert, looking at the newcomers as if facing a formidable enemy. Damn it. So he was a traitor to the Empire. If you want to see Commander Otto, then leave your life behind. Imperial soldiers from all sides began to slowly approach the Derrick family soldiers. Once you launch an attack, you must ensure that you take down this Derrick family cavalry squad as soon as possible. Stop! A dignified voice rang out. A burly man clad in silver-white armor rode slowly towards them on a pure white horse. Upon seeing the newcomers, all the Imperial soldiers knelt on one knee with their right hands hanging down in front of their chests. Lord Odo. The person who came was, of course, Odo. He had spotted the Derrick family's cavalry long ago. As an enemy, Odo knew that the soldiers of the Royal Army would not easily let these members of the Derrick family come see him. Fortunately, he was unharmed, so he came in person. Yes, get up, everyone. Yes, Lord Otto. Lord Odo. These are all traitors to the Derrick family. Today, let us use their blood to pay tribute to the fallen heroes of the Empire. Yes, Lord Odo. The traitors of the Derrick family deserve to die. Kill them. The entire Derrick family deserves to die. My brother was killed by the Derrick family. Quiet down, all of you. How I, Odo, act is not for you to decide. Locke shouted. The majesty of a level 10 expert was unleashed without reservation. The surrounding Imperial warriors immediately fell silent. Come out, Wade. I can feel your magical aura. Stop hiding. Odo stared at the back of the line, where a figure dressed in a black robe stepped out. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to find out, Lord Otto. Chapter 184 Conversation in the Forest. Speak, Wade. What is your purpose in coming here? Commander Odo. I meant no harm. I just wanted to see an old friend. Upon hearing Wade mention his old friend, all the soldiers around him perked up their ears. They were eager to know who was connected to this rebel group. Wait, from a moment you betrayed the Empire, there has been no connection between us anymore. You've changed. He's no longer the Wade I knew. Let's get out of here. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind snapping your neck with my own hands. Odo looked at Wade, wanting to ask him why he had betrayed the Empire. The two have known each other since childhood, and their friendship has lasted for nearly a century. The last time Otto was ambushed, it was only because Wade gave him a way out that he was able to escape. Brother Odo, aren't you curious why I betrayed the Empire? A hint of reluctance flashed in Odo's eyes. After years of friendship, Odo desperately wanted to understand the real reason why his friend had gone down the path of betrayal. Seeing Odo's hesitation, Wade knew he had successfully piqued Odo's interest. Brother Odo, if you want to know the reason, go find me in the forest over there. I'm waiting for you. After Wade finished speaking, he gave Odo a meaningful look, then turned and walked into the forest not far away. Odo watched Wade's departing figure, gritted his teeth, and was about to take a step to follow him. Commander Odo, beware of ambushes. A soldier nearby spoke up to remind them. Odo simply shook his head. He knew that Wade had no intention of targeting him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spared his life when he was seriously injured. In the dark forest, Wade, dressed in a black robe, stood in a clearing. You've arrived, Brother Odo. Odo didn't say anything, and quickly walked up to Wade. Speak. What made you betray the Empire? Hey, Brother Odo, don't be in such a hurry. Do you remember when we were little? I was frail as a child, and whenever someone bullied me, you would always teach them a lesson with your fists. Wade was about to continue speaking when Odo interrupted him. Wait, if you've brought me here merely to reminisce about the past, then there's probably no point in us talking. Haha, Brother Odo, you're still as impulsive as ever. Seeing that Odo clearly intended to leave, Wade continued. Okay, I'll tell you. Odo immediately became serious and earnest. He couldn't detect any reluctance in Wade's expression. He desperately wanted to hear from Wade that he had been coerced, so he could find a way to help Wade. I betrayed the Empire willingly. No, impossible. Why? Money? Status? That power? You don't need any of these. Hey, Brother Odo, what you're saying is certainly not worth me betraying the Empire. What I need is strength. I've been stuck at the level of a 9th level Archmage for a long time. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will only ever reach the level of a 9th level Archmage. But I'm not resigned to this. I want to become a level 10 Archmage, or even a demigod. A demigod, yes. Unless we become gods, our lifespan is ultimately finite. But what does this have to do with your betrayal of the Empire? Haha, Brother Odo. Did you know that the Empire has monopolized all the methods of magicians training? Aside from royalty, have you ever seen any other family with a level 10 Archmage? Advancing from a level 9 Archmage to a level 10 Archmage requires more than just talent. It requires special cultivation methods. However, the mage's area of effect attacks were too terrifying. A level 10 Archmage can easily destroy an entire legion. In order to maintain their rule, the Imperial family monopolized the special cultivation method. Only members of the Kevin family can use this special cultivation method. I am not content to be just a level 9 Earth Mage for the rest of my life. So I tried my best to find other ways to become a level 10 Archmage, but to no avail. Around that time, Wayne Derrick found me. He told me that the entire Abaddon Empire did not have such a training method to reach the level of a 10th level Archmage. It only exists among the elves, but they definitely won't tell me about this method. Wayne Derrick told me that the Imperial family not only has a way to advance to the 10th level of Archmage, but also a way to advance to demigod. If I help him overthrow the Empire and destroy the Kevin family, I'll get a copy when he finds the cultivation methods hidden by the royal family. Wade, the Derrick family has absolutely no credibility. A family that digs graves is nothing but an object of everyone's contempt. Should I trust the Empire? The Kevin family monopolizes the Empire's resources, and they will never allow anyone other than the royal family to obtain too much power, because this would threaten the royal status of the Kevin family. And you? Odo, the Kevin family only sees you as a loyal hunting dog. You have rendered countless services to the Empire, yet the Kevin family will never provide you with the path to becoming a demigod. Demigod? You mean the Imperial family has a way to become demigods? King Kevin I, the first king of the Abaddon Empire, became a demigod. Do you think he would leave this method for his descendants? Impossible. If the Imperial family had such methods, there would be no rebels within the Empire at all. With demigods in the Empire, even the largest rebel armies can be wiped out with a wave of the hand. The Abaddon Empire would never have ended up in this situation. The Imperial family of the Empire, does indeed have a way to become a demigod. However, the noble lords of the Imperial family were only concerned with enjoying themselves, and no demigod like Kevin I ever appeared again. By this point in Wade's story, Otto was pretty much convinced of his words. So, Brother Odo, join us. Once you overthrow the Empire, you'll obtain the path to becoming a demigod. Odo remained silent. For a level 10 powerhouse, the temptation to become a demigod is immense. His lifelong pursuit was to continuously become stronger and to be loyal to the Empire. Well, Wade, I cannot betray the Empire for greater power like you. I am a commander of the Imperial Royal Legion. Loyalty to the Empire is my duty. Wade, stop now. I will plead with the Imperial family on your behalf. The Derrick family alone is no match for the entire Empire. You haven't witnessed the true power of the Empire. The consequences of betrayal are unbearable. Even at this moment, faced with a method to become a god, Odo still could not betray the Empire. He knew, of course, that the Imperial family would never tell him the way to become a god. Chapter 185, Odo's Choice. Brother Odo, I can't stop now. I've done too much. The Empire won't let me off easily. I came here today hoping you would join our ranks. What loyalty? In the face of overwhelming power, all of this is meaningless. It seems that you, Brother Odo, will not betray the Empire. You are different from me. You have your own principles and pursuits. But I still want to advise you, in the name of friendship. The Empire is rotten to the core, and the Kevin family has long forgotten its original aspirations. After destruction comes rebirth. The Empire has lost its glory. After Wade finished speaking, he turned and gave Odo a deep look before walking into the dark forest. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the black robe. His fundamental goal was not to persuade Odo to betray the Empire. The purpose of visiting Odo before the war was merely to increase the Imperial family's suspicion of him. Even Wade's deliberate decision to spare Odo's life was part of the Derek family scheme. The purpose was to sow discord between the Imperial family and Odo. The soldiers in the Royal Army are selected from the lowest ranks of the Empire through rigorous screening and are extremely loyal to the Empire. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the Empire. As the commander of the Royal Legion, Odo holds a very high position within the Royal Legion. He led the Royal Army in numerous battles, earning him great prestige. If the Imperial family were to prepare to deal with Odo, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction throughout the Imperial Army. And that's exactly what the Derek family wanted to see. In the Imperial Army camp, a soldier walked straight toward the very center of the camp. Whenever someone blocked his way, he would take out a token from his pocket. Upon seeing the token, all the guards respectfully made way for it. Lord Maud. Come in. Lord Mord, I have something to report. The visitor glanced around the tent and spoke when he saw that there were other people besides Mord. Maud waved his hand. Go ahead and speak. Yes, Lord Mord. Just now, representatives from the Derek family met with Commander Odo. What? Damn Odo. We trusted him so much, and he actually betrayed the Empire like this. Before Mord could even speak, a level 9 expert in a military tent couldn't sit still any longer. He suffered a defeat, but instead of holding it against us, we continued to let him serve as the commander of the Royal Legion. Instead of being grateful, he is getting so close to the enemy. This is a complete betrayal of the Empire's trust. I recommend that Odo be arrested immediately. Quiet. Maud let out a low growl. The once noisy military tent instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Maud. What did they talk about? The soldier shook his head. It's too far away. I couldn't hear what they were saying. The people in this military tent are all members of the royal family. We cannot take any illegal action against Commander Odo without any evidence. Although Maud said this on the surface, he already harbored resentment towards Odo. This war still requires the command of Odo, the Legion commander. Therefore, Maud did not want to fall out with Odo at this time. However, once the war is won, Mord will have plenty of reasons to dismiss Odo from his position as Legion commander. Seeing that Maud had spoken, the others stopped discussing Odo's matter. With a major battle imminent, Mord did this in order to protect the entire Legion. If something goes wrong in the Legion at this time, it will directly affect the entire war. This is not what Maud wanted to see. Go tell Odo. I want to see him. Yes, Dean Maud. Odo soon arrived at the military tent. At that moment, Maud was stroking his beard, seemingly unaware of Odo's arrival at all. Dean Maud, is there something you need from me? As soon as Odo entered the military tent, he began scanning everyone inside. He soon discovered that even the weakest member of the military tent had reached level 9. There are even some level 10 experts among them. Odo knew these were all members of the Kevin family. Ahem, it's Commander Odo who's here. I heard you just met with members of the Derek family? A glint of light flashed in Maud's eyes. He was eager to know Maud's next answer. Odo didn't expect that he had just gone to see Wade, but Dean Mord found out in the blink of an eye. There's a traitor. This is the only reason Odo can think of. Odo's thoughts drifted back to the soldiers he had just encountered. However, he did not find anything unusual. Yes, Dean Maud. However, there is something I need to tell you. He is not a member of the Derek family, and we only had a brief exchange. I have not committed any act of disloyalty to the Empire. Snort, let's have a brief exchange. Do you think we believe that? Before Maud could even speak, one of them couldn't help but shout at him. Shut up. Maud roared, and his anger was clearly evident in his voice. Commander Odo, you should know that the relationship between the Derek family and the Empire is very tense right now. During this sensitive time, you actually went to meet with members of the Derek family. I have to question your actions. Please tell me what you two talked about. Commander Odo, I'm sorry, Dean Maud. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you the content of our conversation. However, there is one thing I can assure you. I have absolutely not done anything detrimental to the Empire. I swear in the name of the god of war. Upon hearing Odo swear in the name of the god of war, everyone present was stunned. This means that Odo truly has a clear conscience. Cough, cough, cough. Commander Odo, I trust you won't do anything to harm the Empire's interests. At this moment, no one in this military tent could do anything to Odo. Thank you, Dean Mord. May we achieve final victory. Everything for the Empire. Everything for the Empire. Demod, I should go back now. War is imminent, and I need the entire Legion to prepare for defense. Ha ha ha, Commander Odo. I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. The Empire needs loyal men like you. When Maud saw that Odo had proven his innocence, he immediately apologized. The Imperial Army of the Empire cannot function without Odo's command. His original intention was simply to have Odo prove his innocence. Odo gave Mord a deep look. Odo felt that this was the first time he had truly understood the headmaster of the Royal Magic Academy, with whom he had dealt countless times. Without further hesitation, Odo turned and left. After Odo left, Mord's face gradually became distorted. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he longed to tear Odo to pieces. Chapter 186 Probing, Harassment. Damn it, you lowly Odo. You are nothing more than a child of an imperial peasant family. It is an honor for you to be trained by the Empire to become a level 10 powerhouse. How dare they ignore me? Just wait. Once the war is over, the Kevin family will make you pay the price, even if you are a level 10 powerhouse. Maud's face was filled with resentment and malice. That's his true nature. Just as Odo returned to the defensive line, a piercing alarm sounded. Enemy attack. The camp instantly descended into chaos. Odo narrowed his eyes almost to slits as he looked toward the Tuur Grand Canyon. Zulfast. He didn't expect that Wade would launch an attack as soon as he returned to the Tuur Canyon. Countless boulders rained down from the sky towards the Empire's camp. It swept downwards like a giant net. A giant rock? Catapult. Clearly, the Derrick family would not allow any enemy to build fortifications. Wade's soldiers had already scouted the area and found out that the Royal Army was building fortifications. And this is an opportunity. With fewer fortifications to hinder them, the Derrick family's army was able to gain a greater advantage. Quick, where is the magician? First, set up the energy shield. Odo roared. The mages in the camp stumbled and ran in different directions. Those are the locations of the magic circle. The moment the Royal Legion chose this place as their camp, these mages began constructing a magical defensive shield. Now all you need to do is quickly activate it. The very next second after Odo finished speaking, a rain of boulders descended from the sky in an instant, crashing down upon the camp. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of boulders hitting the ground echoed continuously. The entire earth shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The newly erected tent was quickly destroyed by the boulder. Some unfortunate soldiers were crushed into mincemeat by the boulders. The sounds of wailing and screaming were incessant. Even the fortifications that had just been built by earth mages were smashed to pieces by the boulders. The entire Royal Army camp was in chaos. The soldiers kept dodging the boulders that came crashing down from the sky. Some unfortunate magicians were even smashed into pieces. Faced with the boulders flying from the sky, these physically weak mages could only rely on luck to dodge the attacks. In the camp, the mages continuously channeled magic into the magic circle. One after another, magical runes converged towards the sky. First, magical patterns formed. As more and more magical patterns appeared, a large magical net emerged in the air. As soon as the magic net appeared, the boulder was stopped in midair. However, these mages dared not delay for a moment and continued to pour magic into the magic circle. A magical shield was quickly formed. They firmly guarded the entire camp. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder shattered instantly upon impact with the magic shield, sending fragments flying everywhere. But at least it was blocked. Odo let out a long sigh of relief. A delay of even a second in activating the magic shield means the sacrifice of many lives. Is it blocked? Wayne Derrick stood on the rock face on one side of the Tuur Canyon, watching the rain of stones fall toward the Royal Army camp. However, it was blocked by a magical shield. There was no surprise on his face. The magic circle was already constructed, but the magic shield was not activated because we needed to build defensive fortifications. This attack of ours is enough to give them a hard time. Wade whispered to himself. Stop. Continuing to fight is pointless. It won't cause any casualties. With a wave of his hand, Wayne Derrick stopped the roaring catapults below. What do we do next? Wade frowned and looked at Wayne Derrick. At this moment, the entrance to the Tour Grand Canyon has been completely sealed off by the Imperial Royal Army. To enter or leave, one must break through the blockade of the Imperial Royal Army. Wait, our reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Now is not the time to start a war with the Empire. However, we cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Harass them. This prevents them from building defensive fortifications. Wayne Derrick had already come up with a plan. The mercenary and adventurer groups that the Derrick family had offered a hefty reward for recruiting have not yet arrived. The Southern Army's reinforcements did not arrive either. Wayne Derrick was certainly unwilling to engage in a final battle with the Imperial Royal Army. That would be an unwise move. Quickly clean up the battlefield. Treat the injured. Remove the magical shield and speed up the construction of defensive fortifications. Seeing that the catapults in the Tour Canyon had stopped moving, Odo did not hesitate to order the magic shield to be removed. The defensive fortifications ahead are not yet fully constructed, and a magical shield must be removed first. Odo knew that the Derrick family's army would not launch an attack at this moment. Both sides are stalling for time. Once the Imperial Royal Army has completed its defensive fortifications, it will be time to launch an attack. A large number of Earth mages returned to the front line and continued to build defensive fortifications using Earth magic. The entire Imperial Royal Army's camp was bustling with activity once again. Maud seemed completely indifferent to the horrific scene at the camp. For him, there were many more empires of soldiers like this. Everyone in the empire serves the Kevin family, and his name is Maud Kevin. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tremor came from the earth. Odo, a veteran of many battles, naturally knew what that sound was. Cavalry. A large contingent of cavalry. Odo had long suspected that the Derrick family wouldn't allow his side to easily build up their defenses. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Odo roared loudly. Shield bearers, get them in front of you. Odo has already spotted the Derrick family cavalry. The brightly colored flag was exceptionally dazzling. The cavalry was incredibly fast. They were almost there in the blink of an eye, charging into the defensive line. Wind magic. Odo let out a gasp. Odo sensed the presence of wind magic on the hooves of those warhorses. This is the real reason why this cavalry unit was so fast. What a grand gesture. Even Odo had to marvel at the wealth and power of the Derrick family. Engraving wind magic on the hooves is extremely time-consuming. Therefore, wind magicians would inscribe it on a scroll in advance. A wind magic scroll is quite valuable. At least hundreds of gold coins. This cavalry unit consisted of nearly 1,000 men. It will cost at least nearly 100,000 gold coins. Swish! The cavalrymen raised their crossbows and fired at the earth mages. The speed was so fast that the warriors holding up their shields had no time to react. Swish, swish. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out continuously. The Royal Army's earth magicians quickly generated a shield around themselves. With this magical shield, the crossbow bolts couldn't harm these earth-type mages at all.